The Demon King and the superhero have arrived at my door. Whom should I choose? Lin Bai was but an ordinary computer repairman until he made a post on April Fool's Day proclaiming his intent to destroy the world. The following day, both a superhero clad in her underwear and a sultry demoness arrived simultaneously at his doorstep, one seeking to uphold justice and the other wishing to recruit him as her heir. Choose the one with the larger bust. Lin Bai resolved with a pang of conscience. However, when the superhero demolished his house with a single punch and the demoness playfully clung to him, he soon realized the difficulty of his choice. Witness how a penniless young man navigates the treacherous waters between a demoness and a superhero. As the mundanity of utility bills collides with a fantastical clash of good and evil, the narrative spirals into absurdity. This is an ultimate decision-making tale involving undergarments worn outwardly and the allure of malevolence. A friendly reminder, this is not a conventional superhero story, but rather a comical account of an ordinary individual thrust into the realm of fantasy. When an April Fool's prank becomes reality, life proves to be more ludicrous than fiction. Xuanqing City, located in the southwestern region of Huaxia, stands as one of the 3 pivotal cities in the Yangtze River economic belt. Surrounded by 2 rivers, it is often dubbed the City of Bridges. Nestled within hilly valleys, it is also referred to as a mountain city. The people of Xuanqing City are known for their simplicity, diligence, kindness, bravery, and integrity, embodying a myriad of virtues, none of which pertain to Lin Bai. Lin Bai, age 23, is a destitute young man. Orphaned, with merely a high school diploma, he finds it impossible to secure a prestigious job and, consequently, remains single. The only asset he possesses is a dilapidated house inherited from his grandfather, which consists of 2 floors. The ground floor serves as a storefront for business, while the upper floor contains 2 rooms and a shared bathroom for living. The house has seen better days, yet due to its location and the potential for commercial use, it could fetch 1 to 2 million if sold. Lin Bai, however, would never part with his sole possession, selling the house, and squandering the proceeds would likely lead him to a life of begging within a few short years. Despite his lack of ambition and inclination towards laziness, he recognizes the need for caution when it comes to survival in the latter half of his life. Thus, he opened a small computer repair shop on the ground floor, aptly named Xiaobai Computer Repair. With the increasing number of households owning computers, the demand for repairs has similarly risen. He earns anywhere from dozens to 100 yuan for resolving everyday computer issues, which, while not lucrative, is sufficient to keep him fed. As evening fell, the weather in April was neither particularly warm nor cold. Lin Bai, dressed in a bathrobe, sat in his cluttered repair shop, surrounded by a myriad of broken computer parts strewn about. The streets outside were nearly deserted, indicating a lack of customers for the night. He checked his pocket, finding a mere 13 yuan and 50 cents, barely enough for a meal. If business did not pick up the following day, he would face hunger, and as for this month's utility bills, he could only hope for better fortune in the days to come. Reality was relentlessly harsh, and perhaps a brief escape into the online world would offer him some solace. He powered on a computer brought in for repair and connected to the internet. It was April 1st, April Fool's Day, and the internet was rife with pranks and jokes. Blizzard's official website had announced plans to transform World of Warcraft into a shooting game akin to Call of Duty. Riot Games' League of Legends homepage proclaimed that to unleash the ultimate move of the Champion Master Yi, players must input up, down, left, right, Alibaba. Bored, Lin Bai thought to himself how repetitive these annual April Fool's jokes had become that he sighed. Feeling unmoved by the typical antics, he implored them to come up with something original this year. Lin Bai resolved to conjure some creativity. Alas, challenging the collective ingenuity of humanity with his singular wit proved to be a formidable task. Despite racking his brain, Lin Bai struggled to devise anything novel, as all ideas seemed exhausted by the billions of people worldwide, or perhaps they were not exhausted, but simply eluded him. He randomly clicked on a popular forum and posted, "You foolish humans, listen up. I am the new heir of the Demon King. Starting tomorrow, I shall commence my evil plan to destroy the world. Tremble before my malevolent aura, ha ha ha." Upon posting, he felt it was rather dull. Such clicked April Fool's jokes would soon be buried amidst a flood of similar posts, failing to stir any interest. Wait, someone has replied. Lin Bai refreshed the page and saw the first response from a user named the new superhero. He couldn't help but scoff. What a cheesy username. Could it be any more trite? Upon reading the content, he discovered the reply. "So you are the heir of the Demon King. I finally have you in my sights. Do you know how long I have been searching for you? Now that you have revealed yourself, prepare to receive the iron fist of justice. I am tracing your IP address if you are a true Demon King. Do not log off just yet. Haha. Lin Bai chuckled. This person is rather amusing, responding to my tedious joke post, making for an excellent comedic partner. His fingers danced across the keyboard. The new superhero. You've come at the right time. Let us have a decisive battle to see whether my evil magic prevails or your superhuman abilities reign supreme. If justice fails, prepare for the world's annihilation. The new superhero quickly replied, Justice will not allow evil to run rampant. If you wish to destroy the world, you must step over my corpse. Your IP address has been locked and I know your location. I will come for you tomorrow morning. Very well, we shall meet. Lin Bai decided to conclude this trivial jest, powering down the computer, extinguishing the lights, and heading to bed. April 2nd, morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows across the room. The bed was a chaotic mess of blankets, for Lin Bai was already up and had completed his morning routine, ready to open shop. Though reluctant to move, he knew he had to earn a living. He stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth to free his hands, unlocking the roller shutter door with a firm push. With a clatter, the shutter rolled up, unveiling a crooked sign that read Xiao Bai Computer Repair. The morning sun illuminated this already slanted sign, creating a shadow that was even more askew. Across the street stood a hot pot restaurant yet to open, while directly opposite was a beauty salon, which would soon light up its pink neon signs, waiting for male patrons. Lin Bai raised his middle finger at the two establishments. Humph. You're not as industrious as I am. May your businesses fail miserably. In reality, those two shops thrived, while Xiao Bai Computer Repair struggled. If the storefront were not Lin Bai's own and he didn't have to pay rent, he would have long since gone bankrupt. He often contemplated changing careers to open a hot pot restaurant or a beauty salon, but lacking expertise in either field, he felt overwhelmed at the prospect, especially considering the beauty industry, where a virgin like him would feel immense pressure. Thus began another day in the life of Lin Bai. Oh! At the entrance, a woman suddenly appeared. No, rather, a young girl, approximately 18 or 19 years of age. Her skin was as white as snow, pure and exquisitely beautiful, and her large, bright eyes seemed to shine and speak volumes. She donned garments of pristine white, including tight-fitting white trousers, complemented by a flowing red cloak draped across her shoulders, and emblazoned on her chest was a peculiar emblem resembling a gigantic letter S, encased within a frame. Her appearance was strikingly beautiful and innocent, however. A curious detail caught the eye over her white trousers. She wore a pair of red lace-trimmed underwear. Indeed, underwear. Such a bold choice made it all the more conspicuous. Had she not chosen to wear her underwear externally, her stunning beauty would undoubtedly have qualified her for the title of Miss Asiani, even Miss World. Alas, that bizarre choice betrayed a certain unreliability within her character. Presently, her chances of becoming a comedic star far outweighed her prospects of winning a beauty pageant. Lin Bai rubbed his eyes, questioning his vision. Yet, upon a closer inspection, the girl remained there, resplendent in her white attire, red cloak, and the infamous lace-trimmed underwear worn outside. The spectacle was so striking that Lin Bai dared not gaze any longer. He turned away, wishing to escape the sight. However, the girl spoke. Are you Lin Bai, the computer technician? Lin Bai halted in his tracks. Did she know him? Ah, perhaps she sought his assistance with her computer. Regardless of whether she was a beauty queen, a comedic sensation, or a patient in a mental institution, if she required computer repair, there was no reason to decline her request. After all, a wise man does not turn down an opportunity for profit. With a swift turn, he faced the girl again. Since she was a customer, no matter how eccentric her attire, Lin Bai resolved to remain oblivious, feigning ignorance. I am indeed Lin Bai, renowned far and wide as a computer expert, adept at resolving all manner of computer ailments. Please, do share the issues plaguing your device. Noticing her empty hands, he added, however, if I am to travel to your residence for repairs, a service fee of 50 yuan will apply. The girl smirked coldly. Stop pretending that I know that computer repair is merely your fad. In truth, you possess another undisclosed identity. You are the heir to a formidable figure. Lin Bai chuckled. What are you joking about? What identity could I possibly have that I am unaware of? Is there an overseas grandfather, uncle, or the like, who, unable to find a suitable heir, has decided to bequeath their fortune to me? Huh. I would be content with a mere 10 or 20 billion. The girl scoffed. Enough with the charade. Must I spell it out for you? Her gaze swept the surroundings, confirming that the streets remained deserted at this early hour, alleviating her concerns about being overheard. With a chilling demeanor, she declared, You cannot deceive me. You are the heir to the Demon King, the new generation of evil intending to unleash a catastrophic plan upon the World, hold on. Lin Bai interjected urgently. Listen, miss, while your choice to wear underwear on the outside has indeed betrayed your mental state, this is not a psychiatric ward, and I am not a psychologist. If you wish to spout nonsense, kindly take 3 steps back. There stands a grand yellow wood tree where you can freely express your delusions that I assure you, it will be an excellent listener. Stop pretending. The girl's expression darkened with fury. You issued a declaration online last night about your intentions to destroy the world. Have you forgotten? I am the one who replied to you. The new generation of superheroes. What? Lin Bai's mind abruptly cleared. Indeed, he had posted a humorous April Fool's joke claiming to be the heir to the Demon King, bent on world destruction, and a certain individual named New Generation Superhero had played along. To discover that the person playing along was a mentally unstable girl was quite unfortunate. He attempted to turn away once more. Yet, the girl called out behind him, heir to the Demon King, prepare yourself for the righteous iron fist. TCH. Lin Bai decided to ignore her, taking 3 steps forward when he suddenly sensed something amiss. A tremendous sound erupted behind him, akin to a landslide, a tsunami, or the arrival of a typhoon. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, as if the very heavens were trembling. Uncertain of what transpired behind him, instinct urged Lin Bai to drop to the ground. Then, a dainty, pale fist hurtled toward him, aiming for the back of his head. Fortunately, as Lin Bai ducked, the punch missed, carrying with it an unstoppable force that instead struck his house. With a resounding crash, Lin Bai watched in horror as his only possession, the ancestral home passed down from his grandfather, was reduced to rubble, twisted and shattered beneath the might of that punch. Chapter 2. The Demon King descends. Amidst the chaos of flying debris and swirling dust, Lin Bai lay on the ground, feeling as though he were trapped in a surreal dream, yet the clarity of his senses was unnervingly acute. What had just transpired? A single punch had obliterated his home? What manner of creature possessed such strength? As he scrambled to his feet, he beheld the girl who identified herself as the new generation superhero, slowly retracting her fist. In the hazy aftermath, her white attire stood out even more starkly, the red cloak billowing dramatically in the wind along with that garish lace-trimmed red underwear, which was now more prominent than ever. The scene was too surreal for Lin Bai to bear, but a thought raced through his mind. This was no ordinary girl. No typical young woman could demolish a house with a single punch. Moreover, no ordinary girl would wear her underwear on the outside. Could she truly be a superhero? Lin Bai had seen numerous films about superheroes. They hailed from Krypton, wielding unparalleled power, capable of flight at the speed of light, possessing X-ray vision and the ability to emit lasers. They were the epitome of justice, the progenitors of all formidable heroes. Yet, superheroes were typically male, and certainly Western. The being before him was unmistakably a woman, an Eastern beauty, with yellow skin and dark eyes. How could she possibly be a superhero? The girl, observing Lin Bai's dawning realization, straightened her posture and assumed an impressive stance. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the heir to the superhero legacy, the new generation of female superheroes. Lin Bai chuckled wryly. Are you truly a superhero? She brandished her fist. I have inherited the formidable powers of the superhero lineage. My fists can vanquish all evil. My body is as steadfast as rock. And you, my dear, are the very embodiment of the evil I am destined to eradicate, the heir to the Demon King. Lin Bai could not suppress his skepticism. But you are clearly of Eastern descent as far as I know. Superheroes are men, and specifically, Western. This is utterly nonsensical. The girl huffed. That is not the point. Please focus on what truly matters. All right. Focus on the crux, Lin Bai exclaimed, shaking off the dust from his clothes. With all his might, he shouted angrily. Regardless of whether you are a superhero or not, return my house to me. That meager property is my sole reliance, and you have reduced it to rubble with a single blow. How am I to make a living now? Compensate me with a house now, immediately, or I shall call the police. The question of whether the police could handle a superhero was one Lin Bai chose not to ponder at the moment. The female superhero remained unfazed, calmly stating, the lair of evil must be destroyed, and you need not worry about your future. I will hand you over to the authorities, and you will spend the remainder of your life in prison, where provisions are made for inmates, so you need not fret about meals. Lin Bai, drained of anger, rolled his eyes and weakly protested. On what grounds do you insist I am the heir to the Dark Lord? I am not some ridiculous heir of a Dark Lord. I am an ordinary persona, you understand. The female superhero scoffed. Stop pretending. Did I not mention earlier? Your post on the forum yesterday has already unveiled your identity. Lin Bai covered his forehead and groaned. That was April Fool's Day. The superhero replied, indeed, April Fool's Day, the day you issued your malevolent proclamation. Lin Bai retorted, "Are you not aware of what April Fool's Day signifies?" The superhero replied earnestly, "Of course, I know. April 1st is the 91st day of the Gregorian calendar, the 92nd in a leap year, with 274 days remaining until the year concludes. Children born on April 1st are Aries," Lin Bai weakly implored. "Could you not delve deeper into the significance of April 1st? The superhero chuckled coldly. "You dare to test my knowledge as the new generation of superheroes? Very well, let me illustrate the vast chasm between a superhero and a Dark Lord. Allow me to explore the profound implications of April 1st for you." She took a deep breath and rapidly recited, "On April 1st, 1130, the Zhongxiang uprising occurred. In 1356, Zhu Yuanzhang captured Jiqing. The Dutch War of Independence commenced on April 1st, 1572. On April 1st, 1605, Pope Clement XI was elected. In 1867, Singapore became a direct British colony. On April 1st, 1873, the British ship Atlantic sank off the coast of Nova Scotia, claiming 547 lives. Her words flowed endlessly, recounting historical events that transpired on April 1st. Lin Bai felt overwhelmed, unable to contain himself as he shouted, "Be quiet. April 1st does not merely encompass your nonsensical interpretations, it is known as April Fool's Day." Just as he was about to articulate the final words, the atmosphere darkened unexpectedly. Although it was early morning, the sun should have been illuminating the surroundings. Yet, for reasons unknown, a heavy, oppressive chill descended from the sky. Upon looking up, Lin Bai noticed that the darkness enveloped only a small area above him, while the rest remained brightly lit. There, a peculiar black mist writhed ominously. He had never imagined encountering such an extraordinary beauty. To his astonishment, the first act of the enigmatic woman in black was to float down gracefully, wrapping her arms around his neck like a mischievous sprite, her dulcet voice resonating. "Oh, handsome young man, so you willingly choose to be my heir. How splendid. The lineage of the Dark Lord is scarce, and in my generation, I have longed for a successor. Since you volunteer to become the next Dark Lord, I can retire with honor. Starting today, allow me to impart upon you the arcane powers capable of obliterating the world." "Dark Lord?" Lin Bai was taken aback. "Dark Lord." The superhero bellowed. The woman in black playfully tapped his forehead and cooed, "What's this? Are you surprised to see me? Just yesterday, you proclaimed your intention to inherit my will and to bring about the world's destruction. Where has that courage gone? I have come to meet you in person, so why hesitate to pledge yourself as my disciple?" Lin Bai was left speechless. "Dark Lord," the superhero shouted. "Indeed, pursuing you as the heir was the right decision. I have found you, the root of evil. I shall bring you to justice with my righteous fists. Enough noise." The dark-clad woman maintained her hold on Lin Bai's neck, seemingly unfazed, and glanced at the superhero. "You are the new generation of superheroes. How naive. Even the original Superman, Clark Kent, would not stand a chance against me. What's with all this commotion?" The superhero's innocent and beautiful face darkened with anger. "Take this." She lunged forward, her petite fist generating an overwhelming force akin to the one that had just demolished Lin Bai's house, an immense pressure surging toward him. Startled, Lin Bai instinctively wanted to drop to the ground, but the dark-clad woman reached out, gently grasped the superhero's fist, and with a resounding crack, the invincible punch was effortlessly caught. The tremendous force dissipated as if it had vanished into thin air. The dark sorceress chuckled. Such presumption. With a swift motion, she turned her wrist and lightly struck, producing a thunderous sound. The superhero disappeared, and Lin Bai's gaze fell to the ground, where an imprint of her form lay. She was now unconscious, her pristine outfit soiled with dirt, her once beautiful face marred, a trace of blood at her lips, clearly suffering from the blow dealt by the Dark Lord. Her fallen state evoked a sense of sympathy, inciting a mischievous desire to take advantage. The Dark Lord withdrew her hand, still draping it around Lin Bai's neck, and seductively said, "The irritating fly has been dealt with. This superhero is too inexperienced, lacking even a fraction of the original Superman's power. Let us not concern ourselves with her. My dear disciple, call me master, so I may begin teaching you the dark arts, and together we shall bring about the world's demise." Lin Bai swallowed hard. Although the superhero had demolished his house and destroyed all his possessions, inciting his fury, he was nonetheless a man raised on principles of kindness and justice. Despite the harsh realities that had tainted his sense of righteousness over the years, he had never entertained the idea of becoming a villain, let alone contemplating world destruction. He could not possibly embrace the role of the Dark Lord's heir with glee. "In a hurry," he exclaimed, "Esteemed Dark Lord, I never claimed to be your heir. You clearly did, the Dark Lord replied, still hanging around his neck. Last night. The mention of last night made Lin Bai feel as if he had indeed done something reprehensible while under the influence of alcohol. The Dark Lord continued, her voice sweet, on the forum. Did you not express your intentions quite clearly? Goodness. Do not mention that wretched forum, Lin Bai exclaimed. Yesterday was April Fool's Day, it was merely a prank post. Whether it's Superman or the Dark Lord, do you truly comprehend the essence of April Fool's Day? Focus on what truly matters. I am utterly exasperated. What is April Fool's Day? The female Dark Lord inquired with curiosity. Lin Bai offered a wry smile, explaining, April Fool's Day is a day designated for the open and unabashed trickery of others. Anything said on that day is intended as a jest. Trickery? The expression on the female Dark Lord's face gradually darkened, the alluring smile in her eyes morphing into ire. Lin Bai sensed a chill enveloping the atmosphere, the air becoming oppressively heavy as she intoned, Are you implying that you are mocking me? You dare to jest with the most malevolent and fearsome Dark Lord in existence? Do you grasp the consequences of such actions? Her hand rose above Lin Bai's head, poised to strike downwards. In the third strike, righteousness veers left while evil veers right. Lin Bai swore by his grandfather's name that he was, at this moment, closer to death than ever before. The delicate little hand of the female Demon King was exquisite, fair as snow. If held, it would surely be a comfort. Yet, that hand now hovered ominously above his head. With the slightest downward motion, Lin Bai's fragile skull would undoubtedly be shattered. Oh, perhaps he wouldn't even have the chance for such a fate, as he might be directly thrust into the ground, mingling with soil to become fertilizer for flowers. Casting a glance at the female superhero, who now lay stunned and unconscious, Lin Bai pondered her resilience. She was a superhuman, forged of steel and bone. Even a slap would leave her gravely injured. What fate would befall him if he were to receive such a blow? Quickly speak. Are you mocking me? Or do you genuinely intend to be my successor? The female Demon King inquired coldly. This was not an overly complex question. Lin Bai was neither a saint nor a hero willing to sacrifice himself without yielding to evil forces. He was merely an ordinary individual, a small fry, who had never even embarked on the path of righteousness. What restraint or steadfastness could he possibly possess? How could he remain unwavering? Without hesitation, Lin Bai replied, Esteemed master, please allow me to bow before you. You jest so charmingly. How could I ever dare to mock you? The post from yesterday was born from my sincere heart, a genuine desire to be your heir, to inherit your mantle and partake in your nefarious plans to bring about the world's destruction. My resolve is firm and unyielding. Did you not say that yesterday was April Fool's Day? The female Demon King retorted coldly. Lin Bai responded, April Fool's Day is a day for deceiving humanity, not a day for deceiving demons. Thus, it does not concern our kind. Rest assured, I would never dream of mocking you, my esteemed master. The icy demeanor of the female Demon King began to thaw, and a captivating smile returned to her face. That perilous little hand withdrew from above Lin Bai's head and wrapped around his neck instead, her voice sultry like that of a siren. Such a good disciple. This is how my obedient apprentice should behave. I quite enjoy your whimsical banter. From this day forth, you shall be the new generation of Demon King, and I may finally retire. Lin Bai, in a cold sweat, protested, Master, are you truly comfortable retiring so hastily? Shouldn't you nurture me further, allowing me to learn more skills before stepping down? I cannot possibly accept such a formidable title of new generation Demon King just yet. The female Demon King purred, Oh, what do you fear? Though I declare my retirement, I shan't abandon you immediately. I shall reside in your home, teaching you the wicked arts while enjoying a blissful later life. By the way, I haven't a single coin to my name, so I shall rely on you, my disciple, for sustenance in these twilight years. Lin Bai exclaimed, Wait. Very well, it is settled then. The female Demon King stretched languidly. You wouldn't dare shy away from the responsibility of supporting your mentor, would you? While wickedness is permissible, it must not be excessively flamboyant. Our demon clan also values loyalty and righteousness. Lin Bai pointed to the ashes that were once his home and lamented, How am I to provide for you? Starting tonight, I shall be sleeping on the streets. Perhaps we should both sleep on the streets. It would surely make headlines tomorrow. A certain underprivileged man embraced a queen with an enchanting physique on the street, an act that undoubtedly overturned everyone as perspective. The enchantress, with a mischievous laugh, proclaimed, Such trivial matters can be resolved with a mere whisper of wicked magic. She extended her hand, pointing toward the pile of rubble, and recited a brief incantation in an unfamiliar tongue, certainly not Mandarin nor English, and most assuredly not Korean or Japanese. Lin Bai had never encountered such a bizarre language. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the sorceress's hand, enveloping the vicinity in darkness. When the smoke dissipated, Lin Bai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His house had miraculously returned. Indeed, it was the abode he recognized, with its crooked sign, the rolled-up shutter, a disarray of computer parts scattered throughout, and his four-legged undergarments hanging on the second-floor balcony. A broken tile on the roof lay in disarray, yet everything had reverted to its former state. "What do you think?" the sorceress declared with a beguiling tone. "This is the dark magic of resurrection. Not only can it restore damaged objects, but with mastery, it can even revive the deceased as zombies." Lin Bai gasped. The notion of resurrecting the dead as zombies was a bit much. However, the ability to restore his only ancestral property was quite remarkable. Overjoyed, he sheepishly suggested, "Master, since you can restore my house, why not enhance it further? Transform it into a 100-story modern skyscraper, and we shall reside on the top floor, leasing out the 99 below. Such magic does not exist." The sorceress chuckled. "Do not be greedy." She gestured towards an upstairs window and remarked, "That room appears vacant. I shall take it. After a tiring journey, I managed to trace your IP address after seeing a post on the forum. I am not particularly adept with computers, and after flying all night to find you, I am utterly exhausted. I shall take a nap, and upon awakening, I expect a sumptuous breakfast laid before me." Lin Bai rummaged through his pockets and found $13.50. It seemed rather insufficient for a lavish breakfast, yet this was not the crux of the matter. He contemplated the future necessity of providing for a sorceress, including meals for lunch and dinner. The enchantress, swaying her serpentine waist as she returned to her room, displayed her devilish figure, with a waist so slender it could be grasped in one hand, and a rounded, elevated derriere that suggested remarkable elasticity without the need for touch. Her gait was mesmerizing, surpassing any model's strut, and her cascading hair danced with wild curls at its ends. Living with such a beauty was undeniably delightful, provided there were no threats to his life. As Lin Bai daydreamed about blush-inducing thoughts, the sorceress turned back, pointing at a fallen superhero on the ground. "You shall be the one to eliminate this woman. Slaying a righteous superhero will grant you immense evil power, enabling you to learn dark magic with twice the efficiency." As she spoke, she hurled a peculiar dagger crafted from green crystal, exuding an otherworldly aura. This dagger, forged from shards of krypton, was specifically designed to vanquish Superman. If plunged into her heart, it would spell her demise. "You want me to commit murder?" Lin Bai thought, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Could this be the fabled test of loyalty, akin to how Lin Chong, the leopard head, was summoned to kill a man to prove his worthiness for the band of outlaws? The weight of expectation bore heavily upon him. Moments ago, in a desperate bid to preserve his own life, he had agreed to become the apprentice of the Dark Lord, yet he was no villain at heart. The notion of taking a life, especially that of a beautiful young woman, a paragon of virtue, was a profound challenge to his moral compass, if he ever possessed one. "Are you unwilling to kill?" The voice of the Dark Queen turned icy once more. "Is it that you do not genuinely wish to be my heir? Were your previous words merely a jest at my expense? Do you comprehend the consequences of mocking an evil overlord?" A chilling atmosphere enveloped them. As dark smoke swirled ominously around, Lin Bai swore, invoking his grandfather's name, that this was the second time in his life he had brushed so closely with death. He felt his throat constrict and his hands tremble. To accept the dagger and slay the female Superman would ensure his survival. It would irreparably taint his soul, plunging him into utter degradation. He would forever lose the ability to stand tall as a human being. Although his life had been marked by mediocrity, at least he had yet to succumb to moral decay. What could he do to preserve his life while safeguarding his soul from corruption? "Speak, will you kill or not?" The Dark Queen's frigid voice echoed again. "Kill. Of course I will kill." Lin Bai hastily assented, yet he sought to buy time with meandering words. "But master, you mentioned that slaying a Superman would accumulate a significant amount of evil power. What does that entail?" The Dark Queen scoffed. "Evil power is a form of energy. Each time we utilize dark magic, we expend evil power. For instance, when I invoked Dark Rebirth earlier, It consumed a portion of my evil power. Hence, I appear much gentler and kinder now. Did you not notice? Lin Bai silently cursed. Who could possibly notice that? Suddenly, the Dark Queen said, "Here, take this. It's a testing device. You can use it to measure your evil power." With a flick of her wrist, she tossed him a seemingly ordinary digital watch. Its display alive with the passage of time. As Lin Bai donned the watch and focused, the time vanished, replaced by the words, "Evil power 0, justice power 0. He was momentarily taken aback, and the Dark Queen erupted into laughter. "You, young man, are truly unique. Most individuals lean towards either justice or evil. Yet here you stand with neither. Both scores are 0. Lin Bai mused to himself, "I am merely an ordinary citizen. A mundane existence devoid of the opportunity to choose between good and evil. Hence my scores reflect that." He raised the watch and inquired, "Then how does one acquire evil power?" "By committing wicked deeds. For instance, robbery, murder, arson. Indeed, the more heinous, the better." The female demon queen remarked, "With each wicked act, one would garner a corresponding amount of malevolent power based on the severity of the misdeed. Once enough malevolent energy is accumulated, one could unleash a formidable spell capable of annihilating the world. However, should you inadvertently perform a good deed, your malevolent power would diminish while your righteous energy would ascend. To amass malevolent power and master more sinister spells, one must refrain from virtuous acts." Though Lin Bai was merely stalling for time, he found himself intrigued by the question, what level of wickedness is required to accumulate enough malevolent power to destroy the world? The demon queen replied, "The most malevolent act in this world is, of course, the destruction of the world itself. As long as one can obliterate existence, one would acquire the most potent and malevolent power, enabling the casting of the world-ending spell." Lin Bai was taken aback. "So, to unleash a spell that annihilates the world, one must first destroy the world?" The demon queen nodded. Lin Bai, rubbing his forehead and gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, mused, "The original demon king who conceived this spell must surely have had a few screws loose." In the fourth act, the superhuman artifact. Observing his peculiar expression, the demon queen suddenly smiled. "Well, let us put aside the matter of whether the world-destroying spell can be unleashed. For now, you should focus on slaying a superhuman to accumulate a small amount of malevolent energy. Otherwise, I cannot teach you any proper magic." Lin Bai had successfully bought himself enough time, and his thoughts began to crystallize. He spread his hands and said, "Master, if I understand correctly, the more wicked my actions, the greater the malevolent power I shall receive. Is that not so?" The demon queen affirmed. "Indeed." Lin Bai then chuckled ominously. "In that case, I believe directly killing the female superhuman would be a waste, insufficient to fully express my utmost wickedness. How about this? I wish to engage in a more depraved act, first violating her, then killing her. Surely, the malevolent power gained would surpass that of a straightforward murder. What do you think?" The demon queen burst into laughter. "Oh, seeing how beautiful the female superhuman is, you've concocted rather devious thoughts? Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. You have great potential, extraordinarily wicked. Perhaps you will soon surpass me, becoming the true demon lord. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and execute your plan." Lin Bai, blushing, replied, "Master, I am indeed eager to proceed. A beauty like the female superhuman makes me wish to devour her whole. Ahem, I feel a bit shy about doing this in front of others. Might I be allowed to carry her to a secluded spot by the river, where we could quietly carry out her deeds?" The demon queen inquired with curiosity, "Why not just return to your room?" Lin Bai responded, "That would not be proper either. Knowing you are in the next room makes me feel embarrassed." The demon queen laughed heartily. "As the new generation of demon lords, why feel shy? There are far more wicked deeds awaiting you, such as world destruction. Do you really need to be bashful? Could it be that your equipment is too small and you're a bit ashamed? Let me check for you." "Small? Not at all." Lin Bai, consumed by a surge of anger, momentarily disregarded the peril to his own life, exclaiming, "Hey, although you are the demon king and undeniably formidable, you shall not look down upon others in that regard. I shall confront you." He continued, "All right, it is my fault. Indeed, one must not belittle men in such matters, huh? You may take her to the river and toy with her at your leisure. She has taken a blow from me and will be incapacitated for a while. So do as you please, but do not disappoint me. Accumulate as much wicked power as you can before returning." Lin Bai hoisted the immobile superheroine onto his shoulder and remarked, "Master, you may retire for now. I shall attend to the superheroine by the riverside. I will indulge in a series of acts before ultimately ending her, repeating this cycle until I am filled with malevolent energy." In any corner of Shuangqing City, one could behold the two grand rivers that symbolize the metropolis, one named the Yangtze and the other the Jiaojing. These rivers converge at the city's heart, segmenting it into various districts. Lin Bai's abode was not far from the riverside. After a mere 10-minute stroll, he found himself amidst the rocky banks of the river. His physique was not particularly robust, and carrying a person over such a distance left him breathless. It was only upon laying the superheroine upon a large stone that he finally exhaled in relief. The phrase fiery gaze typically describes a person's fervor, but in this instance, it denoted temperature, as that intense gaze emanated from the superheroine's eyes. The original Superman, Clark Kent, could emit laser-like beams from his eyes, and this new generation of superheroine evidently possessed a similar ability, albeit significantly weaker. Thus, her gaze was merely heated, insufficient to pierce through. Her attire quickly began to smolder under the intensity of her gaze, startling Lin Bai, who hastily removed his jacket and cast it aside, exclaiming in anger, "Hey, are you serious? You've destroyed my home, and now you wish to incinerate my clothing?" The superheroine spat blood and, in a weakened voice, declared, "I have been defeated by the Demon King, yet I shall not permit his minions to insult me, even if my power is limited to merely emitting a gaze. I will fight to the bitter end. Justice never yields. Even in my defeat, future generations of superheroes will rise to combat evil for eternity." "Stop," Lin Bai interjected. "Let's pause the philosophical discourse and address the immediate issue at hand." In a frail tone, the superheroine responded, "I heard your conversation with the Demon King. Although I appear to be unconscious, I was merely resting with my eyes closed. You brought me to the riverside with the intention of committing some vile act. But I shall not yield." Lin Bai shrugged. "What I said to the Demon King was merely a ruse. I brought you here to help you escape." "What?" the superheroine questioned, doubting her own ears. Yet, as a superheroine endowed with acute hearing, she could discern faint sounds from miles away. She could not have misheard. You intend to release me?" "Indeed," Lin Bai affirmed. "I am tempted to urge you to leave, yet observing your current condition, it seems you are not in a state to move. How might I assist you in making a swift escape?" The female superhero appeared bewildered, her pure and exquisite visage reflecting confusion. "You are the heir to the Dark Lord, the new generation of a terrifying tyrant. Why would you wish to assist a superhero?" Lin Bai offered a wry smile. "Thus, I've already stated, it was merely an April Fool's joke. Both superheroes and Dark Lords fail to grasp the essence of the matter. If they cannot even comprehend April Fool's Day, how can they claim to be either a superhero or a Dark Lord? I have never aspired to be a Dark Lord. I did not ponder it in the past, do not contemplate it now, and shall not do so in the future." The female superhero seemed hesitant to believe Lin Bai's words. Yet suddenly a thought crossed her mind. "Extend your hand. I wish to inspect the detector upon your wrist." Lin Bai complied, revealing the electronic watch bestowed upon him by the Dark Lord moments ago. Ah, it must be the detector of justice and evil powers. The inscriptions on the device had already transformed. Initially, it displayed justice power as 0 and evil power as 0. However, now the justice power had risen to 25, while the evil power indicated a stark -25. The female superhero exhaled a sigh of relief. "Indeed, you have come to my aid, for your heart desires to assist me. And you have successfully provided me a temporary reprieve from the Dark Lord's grasp. Thus, you have accrued 25 points of justice power, while the evil power has plummeted to -25. I believe I can trust you now," Lin Bai inquired, shaking his wrist. "What can 25 points of justice power accomplish?" The female superhero replied earnestly, "It can grant me a single application of healing superpower." Lin Bai, perplexed, retorted, "Do not jest. I possess no peculiar healing abilities. If I did, I would surely be prosperous rather than languishing in my current state. A few well-placed treatments for wealthy individuals would have me achieving fame and fortune, perhaps inspiring an author on a platform like Qi Dian to pen my tale entitled Urban Medical Deity. Thus, you would wield the powers of a superhero." "Lin Bai," the female superhero queried, "why the daze?" Lin Bai lamented, "How could I not be dazed? That pair of undergarments is adorned with lace. What kind of twisted mindset must I possess to engage in such a bizarre act? It is not perverse. A blush surged across the female superhero's cheeks. It is merely a tradition of the superhero lineage. The original Superman, Clark Kent, possessed boundless strength. However, his successors did not inherit his full capabilities. To ensure the superhero legacy continued through the generations, he sealed his powers within the very undergarments that symbolized the superhero. Wearing that garment, along with a certain expenditure of justice power, allows one to unleash super abilities. Thus, every generation of superheroes must don those undergarments. Of course, the original Superman thoughtfully considered the possibility of future successors being of different genders. Hence, he left behind two pairs, one for males and one for females. In my generation, being a girl, I donned a female version of the superhero undergarment. Lin Bai gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming down his face. Oh, original Superman, why did you not conceal your powers within a cape? How magnificent that would have been. What purpose does sealing them within undergarments serve? Moreover, the style of men's underwear is rather antiquated, resembling that of sports shorts, which is somewhat acceptable. However, the addition of lace trimmings to women's underwear renders it utterly unwearable for him. He glared fiercely at the superheroine and exclaimed, "I refuse to don women's underwear. Bring me the men's version." "I didn't bring any men's pairs," she replied. "Next time I go out, I will definitely bring some. Hurry up, be cautious, lest the Demon King discovers us. If that happens, not only will I be unable to escape, but you will also be implicated." The superheroine urged, "For the sake of justice, it's merely a piece of underwear. What harm could it do to wear it? For justice." Lin by now regretted rescuing the superheroine. Had he known such bizarre circumstances awaited him, he would have preferred to end her life with a single thrust. However, since the deed was already done, he felt it would be unmanly to retract his actions. Though he was a man of little ambition, he still possessed the spirit of perseverance. With a trembling hand, Lin Bai grasped the elastic of the superheroine's underwear and gently pulled down the red, lace-trimmed garment. It was his first time personally removing a beautiful woman's underwear, and he felt immense pressure. His breathing quickened, and he experienced a sensation of blood rushing to his head. Fortunately, beneath the superheroine's underwear, she wore white trousers, shielding him from any inappropriate revelations. Otherwise, this naive virgin might have succumbed to a nosebleed and collapsed. Gasping for air, he held the underwear aloft and glanced around. "Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Is this truly the underwear that grants superpowers?" The superheroine nodded, affirming, "An honorable superhero never lies." After the fifth assault, the superheroine transformed into a vision of beauty. Once her unreliable underwear was removed, she became a standard, exquisite maiden clad in white garments, pure and flawless. Her fair face bore a rosy hue, and her starry eyes sparkled. All these enchanting qualities had initially been overshadowed by that garish underwear, but now, with it gone, her beauty erupted forth, unstoppable. Lin Bai had never encountered a woman so stunning in his life. Oh, wait, he had seen the Demon Queen not long ago. She was equally captivating, though their styles of beauty differed. The superheroine embodied pure beauty, while the Demon Queen was a flamboyant flower. Each excelled in her own realm, making it difficult to distinguish who was superior. Lin Bai couldn't help but gaze in a daze and murmured, "If only you weren't wearing such absurd underwear, you would be a quintessential world-class beauty." The superheroine, unfazed, retorted, "Without that, I cannot wield superpowers. It contradicts the superhero ethos." Lin Bai searched around for a brick to angrily strike the superheroine's head, but found none. So he resigned himself with a huff, saying, "Are you certain that wearing this underwear will grant me superpowers?" The superheroine nodded emphatically, "Absolutely, without a doubt." Lin Bai spread his hands in surrender. "Fine. But if you deceive me and I wear this bizarre garment without any change occurring, I shall disregard all notions of justice or evil. Even if the Jade Emperor himself comes to save you, I will make sure to flatten him." Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and hastily donned his underwear. Initially, he was clad in a pair of deep green trousers, the kind adorned with numerous pockets, which has become quite the trend among the youth, symbolizing a certain individuality. However, when he layered a pair of lace-trimmed red panties over them, his uniqueness transcended all limits. I can assure you, among 1,000 young individuals, not a single one would dare to dress in such a manner. Perhaps even among 1 billion, none would venture to do so. Lin Bai no longer had to worry about a fashion faux pas. He glanced down at his current appearance, and the sight was so exquisite that he dared not look further. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion seemed to resonate in his mind, as strange characters flickered through his consciousness. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he recognized them as the language of Krypton, and astonishingly, he could comprehend them. These characters gradually coalesced into a lengthy menu within his mind, offering numerous options. He casually selected a few to inspect. Healing superpower. Consumes 25 justice points. Flying superpower. Consumes 200 justice points. Immense strength superpower. Consumes 50 justice points. Lightning speed superpower. Consumes 50 justice points. World saving superpower. Consumes 999. 999. 999. 999. 999. 999. 999. 999. 999. 999. 999. 999 justice points. Lin Bai couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. He currently possessed only 25 justice points, which meant he could utilize the healing superpower just once, while all other abilities remained beyond his reach. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, he remarked, "That last world-saving superpower seems incredibly impressive, consuming such a colossal amount of justice points. Just how many digits is that? I can't even count. How on earth could one amass such a vast reserve of justice points?" The Superwoman replied, "Oh, well, it's said among our kind that simply saving the world once can accumulate that much justice." Lin Bai rolled his eyes. "So, you mean to say that saving the world grants enough justice points to activate the world-saving superpower just once?" The Superwoman nodded affirmatively. Lin Bai pressed his hand to his forehead. It seems the intelligence of the original Superman and the original Demon King operates on the same level. Among the array of options, he selected the healing superpower. A subtle energy emanated from his being, enveloping the Superwoman. Moments later, she abruptly sat up, exclaiming joyfully, "I'm healed, completely restored. I cannot thank you enough." Lin Bai shrugged. "This superpower is rather effective. It works just as promised. Even in the superhero films I've watched, nothing has been this impressive. It appears to be a recent innovation from some generation of superheroes." He then glanced at his watch, believing he had expended 25 justice points to heal the superheroine, and thus expected his justice points to be depleted. However, to his astonishment, the watch clearly displayed justice points 50, evil points minus 50. What on earth? His justice points were increasing? Lin Bai was utterly bewildered. Superwoman remarked, "You have healed me and performed a noble deed. Thus, although you have expended 25 points of righteous power, you have gained 50 points in return." After a brief pause, she continued, "What is so strange about that? When the power of justice is applied to just causes, your strength will continue to flourish, propelling you further along the path of righteousness." Lin Bai was struck with realization. This truly was a convenient ability. Superwoman chuckled. "So, do you now appreciate the prowess of Superman's underwear? Are you beginning to develop an affection for it?" At this remark, Lin Bai was suddenly reminded that he was absurdly clad in lace-trimmed red underwear. He leapt 3 feet into the air and, in a mere 0.01 seconds, executed a complex maneuver of removing his underwear while performing a 3.5 spin, ferociously tossing the garment back into Superwoman's hands. "Take it away. I never want to see such a bizarre item again." Superwoman shook her head. "You have clearly inherited the legacy of the Demon King, yet you persist in doing good deeds. You possess the unwavering will to remain untarnished by corruption and the resolve to dedicate yourself to justice. You should cease associating with the Demon King and embrace the role of superhero." "What? How can a mere mortal like me be so noble?" Lin Bai felt a chill run down his spine. Why was he unaware of these virtues? He quickly retorted, "Absolutely not. I refuse to fly through the skies in women's underwear. What if a reporter captures a photo? Would I ever be able to show my face again?" Superwoman replied earnestly, "Do not worry. Men's underwear is also available. I will bring you some shortly." Lin Bai sighed deeply. It's not about whether it's men's or women's. Focus on the main point. Is there any sane person who would walk around in their underwear? Superwoman responded with sincerity, "Indeed, we superheroes have always done so." Lin Bai, feeling exasperated, countered, "I wasn't referring to your superhero kind. I meant normal people." Superwoman said, Am I not normal enough? I'm a perfectly ordinary superhero." Lin Bai rubbed his forehead, tears streaming down his face. "All right, you are very normal. It is I who is abnormal, is it not?" Superwoman nodded. "Yes. I find you exceedingly abnormal. You declared your intent to destroy the world. became the heir of the Demon King, yet chose to assist a superhero. Your righteous power exceeds even that of evil. Are you still considered a normal Demon King? Lin Bai realized he had no rebuttal. By Superwoman's logic, he was indeed an extraordinarily abnormal individual. He could only manage a wry smile. Fine, just put on your underwear and fly away. I am on the verge of losing my mind. Please allow me a moment of peace. Superwoman nodded and once again donned her lace-trimmed red underwear. In that instant, her purity and beauty shattered completely, reverting to the appearance of someone who had just escaped from a mental institution. The sight was so surreal that Lin Bai dared not look. She gracefully levitated into the air, declaring, I must depart. As of now, I am no match for the Dark Lord. I need to hone my righteous powers and seek out more allies of justice. We shall summon the new generation of heroes, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Batman, and others, to collectively challenge the Dark Lord. It is far too perilous for you to remain here. Come with me. Lin Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Do you know what modern Dadiao individuals value most? It's the property, of course. When a Dadiao couple goes through a divorce, the primary contention is always the division of their home. When a Dadiao elder passes away, their offspring will squabble over the inheritance of the house. As a Dadiao myself, my ancestral home is here, and I shall not leave. Even if the Dark Lord were to reduce me to ashes, I would ensure that my remains are brushed upon the walls of my abode. The female superhero shrugged. I wish you luck and thank you for your assistance. Be wary of the new generation of Iron Man. Her specialty lies in demolishing homes. In an instant, she soared into the sky like a jet, and with a swift motion, she vanished into the horizon, as quick as a flash of lightning. Lin Bai rolled his eyes as he watched her depart, silently praying to the heavens that she would not return. He dusted off his trousers, preparing to return home to report to the female Dark Lord. He considered fabricating a tale of how he had first seduced and then slain the superheroine, and with his eloquence, he believed it would pose no challenge. Yet, as he took a couple of steps, his gaze fell upon his watch, and he thought with alarm, Oh no, this device can measure my righteous and wicked powers. When I return home, if the Dark Lord inquires whether I have killed the superheroine, I can weave a story, but she may not believe me. If she demands to see how much wicked power I have accumulated, and my watch displays 50 units of righteous power and negative 50 of wickedness, will I even survive? The Dark Lord could easily obliterate me. Lin Bai broke into a cold sweat. No, I must engage in some misdeeds to increase my wicked power. Otherwise, I am doomed. Yet, the prospect of wrongdoing weighed heavily on his conscience. Though he was not a virtuous individual, he was not truly malevolent either. His mind raced, and although he was not a legal scholar, he understood that the law permits a person to defend themselves when their life is in jeopardy or to take emergency measures. However, he was utterly oblivious to the specifics of these legal provisions. He could only use such thoughts to soothe himself and bolster his courage. Otherwise, as a Diao, he lacked the audacity even to commit wrongdoing. As he motivated himself, Lin Bai made his way up the riverbank and onto the street. It was still early in the morning, and the thoroughfare was quiet with few pedestrians. A young man clad in a floral shirt hurriedly approached along the sidewalk, seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters. He cast a fleeting glance at the distracted Lin Bai before averting his gaze and brushing past him. Lin Bai's heart raced with trepidation, contemplating a nefarious deed. Forgive me, unfamiliar floral shirt, he thought. To preserve my own life, I must resort to unsavory actions. Please do not hold it against me. In a moment of impulsive resolution, he swung a powerful punch to the back of the floral shirt's head, intending to knock him to the ground, exchanging his unconsciousness for a measure of wicked power. If he were a benevolent soul, he would surely be pleased to save my life in such a manner. In the fleeting instant as they brushed past each other, Lin Bai executed a sudden pivot, striking the unfortunate floral shirt with his right fist. Lin Bai was neither a brawny giant nor a deceptively slender, yet muscular figure akin to Bruce Lee. His punch lacked both force and speed. However, the element of surprise was on his side, catching the floral shirt completely off guard. The unsuspecting individual crumpled to the ground without uttering a sound, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Ouch, my hand hurts, Lin Bai winced, cradling his aching fist and bending over in pain, his heart racing with anxiety. I hope I haven't killed him. Why'd he fall so loudly? He crouched down to examine the man's condition, relieved to find that the floral shirt was merely unconscious, breathing rhythmically through his nostrils, his heartbeat steady, far from the fate of being carried to a crematorium. The loud thud was merely the sound of a portable hard drive tumbling out of his pocket and hitting the unforgiving concrete. Lin Bai clasped his hands together, murmuring, Ami 2FO, let mercy prevail. He hoped the Buddha would forgive him. Yet, as he incorrectly recited the incantation, he did not ponder whether the deity would forgive or condemn him. Glancing at his watch, he was nearly petrified to discover that his act of malevolence had resulted in a clear display. -55 for evil power and 55 for justice power. He had struck an unsuspecting passerby and knocked him out. Yet somehow, he had gained 5 points of justice power. This game was unplayable. Committing misdeeds somehow accrued justice points. He could only vent his frustration with a silent cry. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that he had felled a villain? Hastily, he removed the watch and placed it on the wrist of the fallen floral shirt. Upon a closer inspection, he noted that the floral shirt possessed -50 justice power and 50 evil power. In that moment, Lin Bai grasped the truth. He had indeed taken down a rogue. No wonder his evil power had diminished rather than increased. Moreover, to have subdued a nefarious individual with a substantial evil value of 50 and only gained 5 points of justice power indicated that even if he had vanquished a good person, the increase in evil power would be modest and insufficient to confront the female demon lord. Despair washed over him as he withdrew his watch, aimlessly wandering the streets. As a girl approached, he pondered whether to strike her down. But what if she turned out to be a ruthless femme fatale, akin to Jean Lien? Would he not be laboring in vain yet again? As an elderly woman approached, I pondered whether striking her could be deemed a malevolent act. Yet, what if she were one of those deceitful elderly individuals? A single blow might inadvertently bolster my righteous cause. Then a child passed by. Surely, assaulting a child is a grave sin. But what if this child were one of those troublesome youths hurling bricks from the 24th floor, endangering innocent lives? Wouldn't my actions then serve justice? To strike a nursing home in the south or to kick a kindergarten in the north must surely be wicked. However, if a throng of elderly men were to converge upon me, I might face defeat. I began to feel a sense of unease creeping in. Suddenly, my eyes sparkled with intrigue as I beheld a magnificent hotel ahead, the Shuangjiang Lijing, one of the most renowned establishments in Shuangqing City. Nestled alongside the picturesque Jia River, it exuded opulence and grandeur, frequented by affluent merchants, celebrities, and luminaries, figures I could scarcely hope to encounter in my lifetime. In my youth, I had often passed by this hotel, watching well-dressed children frolicking on the marble floor of the lobby. Clad in tattered garments, I yearned to join their revelry, only to be swiftly thwarted by a menacing security guard who unceremoniously ejected me like a discarded cat. This incident left an indelible mark on my young psyche, starkly illustrating my place in the societal hierarchy. For a long time, I refrained from venturing into such lavish locales, and even at 23, I had yet to set foot in any gathering of the affluent and glamorous. I harbored a burning desire to incinerate this hotel. Such a sinister thought surged from the depths of my heart, coursing through my veins like venom. It was not the first time this notion had crossed my mind. Throughout my relatively short 23 years, I had contemplated this act countless times. That malevolent capitalist who owned the hotel must be made to suffer, as retribution for the psychological scars etched upon my childhood. Yet, as I matured, I came to realize that not all capitalists are inherently evil, nor am I purely virtuous. In truth, the distinction between the capitalist's morality and my own is negligible. If I were to set ablaze such a grand edifice, I would undoubtedly acquire immense dark power, and the female demon would have no reason to doubt me. I used this rationale to bolster my resolve. I was not seeking vengeance for my childhood grievances, but rather striving to save my own existence. Surely, the heavens, the Buddha, the Taoist deities, and even God would forgive me. For years, I had contemplated the idea of burning it down. Though I had never acted upon it, I had become more familiar with the hotel's security vulnerabilities than anyone else. Acutely aware of the areas devoid of surveillance cameras and guards, he circled to the back of the hotel, disrobed, and stealthily traversed a foul drainage ditch, slipping through a side door reserved for cleaning staff, effortlessly infiltrating the establishment. He then stealthily entered an unoccupied room, his trembling hand igniting a disposable lighter, setting ablaze every flammable item within, before retracing his steps, donning his clothes once more as if nothing had transpired. Soon after, The hotel was enveloped in the shrill wail of fire alarms, their sound piercing the sky, causing nearby streets to erupt in commotion as countless souls rushed forth to witness the spectacle. Flames licked the air, dense smoke billowed, and the hotel's automatic fire suppression systems activated, showering water down upon the chaos. Wealthy patrons, clad in finery, emerged in a cacophony of weeping, shouting, and coughing, their faces obscured in panic. Despite being a premier establishment with advanced firefighting facilities, this minor conflagration was swiftly quelled. The flames extinguished, the smoke dissipated. But the guests within had been thoroughly shaken. Lin Bai's keen eyes caught sight of a radiant woman escaping the hotel, none other than the beloved star Zhang Zhizhi. A frequent presence on television, renowned for her pure and innocent image, adored by countless admirers. Yet, the goddess appeared somewhat disheveled, her once pristine visage now marred by soot. Resembling a small, smoky feline, a group of hotel staff also fled through the side door, one of whom, a grandmotherly figure in a cleaning uniform, bore a striking resemblance to Lin Bai's late grandmother. The terror etched across her wrinkled face sent a tremor through Lin Bai's heart. As he observed the hotel engulfed in flames, one would expect a sense of satisfaction to wash over him, banishing the shadows of his childhood. However, he felt no such exhilaration. This fire had ensnared his beloved movie star and an innocent cleaning lady, perhaps even others caught in the crossfire. They had done him no harm, and to bring them suffering was never his intention. How could he revel in this misdeed? The realization that wrongdoing breeds sorrow weighed heavily upon him. Silently, he recited a few mantras of compassion and repentance, then glanced at his watch. Evil force minus 214, justice force minus 214. A bitter smile crept across Lin Bai's face. He had finally achieved his intended objective and could now report back to the female overlord. But he must also procure breakfast for her. He rummaged through his pockets, retrieving 13 yuan and 50 cents, purchasing a 1 yuan youqiao fried dough stick from a street vendor for himself, followed by a 4 yuan bottle of milk and an 8 yuan and 50-cent cake for the female overlord. The disparity in his purchases stemmed from a sense of self-preservation. Otherwise, the youqiao would have belonged to her, while the milk and cake should have been his. With a heavy heart, he carried the breakfast for two and stumbled back home. Upon reaching the second floor, he gently pushed open the door to the female overlord's temporary quarters. What had once been an empty room was now adorned with opulent furnishings, the source of which remained a mystery to Lin Bai. These pieces were extravagantly luxurious, of a quality he had never encountered in his lifetime. In the very center of the room, upon a lavish European-style princess bed worth at least several $100,000, the female demon lord lay in a deep slumber. Were she not an evil sovereign, but merely a frail woman, Lin Bai could scarcely guarantee that he would not impulsively pounce upon her, employing force to shape her into a myriad of forms. He gently placed the milk and cake on the bedside table, then tiptoed, intending to exit the room. Back already? The demon lord suddenly spoke, her voice laced with a hint of languor. Are you not being a tad too proper? Here I lie, so alluringly sprawled upon the bed before you, and you do not wish to do something? Your audacity should be greater. Cast aside concerns of my status as a demon lord or as your master, and do not ponder my formidable nature. You must harbor wicked thoughts and act upon them to truly become a superlatively malevolent villain. If you continue to adhere to such decorum, how will you ever inherit my mantle and become a demon lord yourself? TCH, if you were not a fearsome demon lord but a delicate maiden instead, I might very well be taking liberties with you right now. And even if you cried out, I would remain unmoved, Lin Bai retorted, pursing his lips. I just dispatched the female superhero, first violating her and then killing her. I am utterly exhausted and have no strength left to ambush you. Men do have a refractory period, you know. The demon lord chuckled softly, propping herself up with a blanket, which slipped down, revealing an enchanting sight that almost caused Lin Bai to falter. Extend your hand. Let me see how much wicked power you have amassed. Hastily, Lin Bai extended his hand, revealing the watch on his wrist to the demon lord. The LCD screen displayed a conspicuous evil power score of 214, which left Lin Bai feeling anxious, uncertain if such a figure would suffice, fearing that she might reproach him for its inadequacy and take his life. The demon lord laughed. It seems this female superhero is quite the novice, only yielding 214 points of evil power. Had you vanquished a more formidable opponent, you could have easily amassed 5 or 6,000. Lin Bai chuckled nervously. Indeed, this female superhero is woefully weak, her righteous power lacking, which has hindered my accumulation of evil power. Truly unfortunate. Enough. The demon lord waved her hand. I shall continue my slumber. You may leave. Here is a copy of the demon lord's codex for you to peruse. Should you have any questions, return once I have rested sufficiently, and I shall elucidate them for you. With a flick of her wrist, a black tome of magic fell into Lin Bai's hands. He exhaled in relief. It seemed he had managed to escape unscathed for now. Yet, the demon lord's continued presence in the room posed an uncertain danger for the future. Alas, he could only hope that the superhero would soon arrive with assistance to rescue the good citizens from dire straits. After all, that was the superhero's duty, was it not? However, he hoped that the superhero who favored demolishing buildings would not show up. As he reached the door, he suddenly heard the demon lord's voice again. Is this the lavish breakfast you have prepared for me? It is rather meager. Do remember that such subpar fare should not be brought to me in the future. Ensure that I receive something far superior, starting with today's lunch, at least of European royal cuisine quality. How dare you present me with such paltry offerings? Alas, I am presently devoid of funds, unable even to afford a simple fried dough stick, and you desire European royal cuisine? I sold you to the beauty salon across the street, Judgia, to see if the money would suffice for a meal. Lin Bai silently cursed within, yet smiled and replied, All right, I will do my utmost to prepare. With the heavy tome of the Demon King's grimoire, bound in black, Lin Bai descended the stairs at a leisurely pace and settled into his small computer repair shop. The shop was cluttered with an assortment of computer parts, monitors, motherboards, mice, and keyboards strewn haphazardly throughout, most of which were broken, and even those destined for recycling were deemed unwanted. As he opened the grimoire, the first page revealed itself, completely incomprehensible. The second page was equally baffling. The third page, still utterly unintelligible. The text inscribed upon the grimoire was composed of a bizarre script, neither Chinese nor English, nor any known language from France, Germany, Italy, Japan, or Korea. It was a peculiar script Lin Bai had never encountered before. It was likely the language of the demon race. Flipping through a few more pages, he found nothing but this enigmatic script, which left him feeling quite vexed. How could the female demon lord expect him to comprehend such a volume when he could not even decipher the characters? In a fit of frustration, he tossed the grimoire aside, only for a folded piece of paper to tumble out. He carefully unfolded it to reveal some demon language inscribed upon it, accompanied by a few lines of annotations written in clumsy Chinese characters. Lin Bai felt a sense of familiarity with these demon phrases. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they corresponded to a segment of incantations from the earlier pages of the grimoire. It dawned on him that these were annotations made by a past demon king while grappling with the grimoire. This could potentially prove useful. However, his attention was drawn to one of the annotations. I bought a watch last year. Was this truly an annotation? Such a nonsensical remark left him bewildered. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, reminiscent of his middle school days when he struggled with English. Back then, he had difficulty recalling the pronunciations of many words. So he would annotate them with Chinese phonetics. For example, for apple, he would write AI beside it, and for thank you, he noted 3 pills. Now, the scrap of paper in Lin Bai's hand was undoubtedly the result of a similarly struggling demon king employing a foolish method to memorize incantations. This underperforming demon king was most likely the dim-witted woman sleeping above him, her intellect evidently below par. Lin Bai smirked at the thought, ultimately concluding that the pronunciation of the incantation was akin to I bought a watch last year, feeling quite the genius for making this connection. He would never admit that this was a method fit only for fools. Clearing his throat, he coughed lightly, grasping the grimoire in his left hand while extending his right, striking a pose as if to cast a spell. With a dramatic flair, he began to recite, I bought a watch last year, yet there was no response. Perhaps some inflections required adjustment. He must pronounce it with a foreign flair. Thus, he modified a few syllables and adjusted his tone several times. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently succeeded. As the incantation escaped his lips, a surge of dark mist erupted from his fingertips. What sorcery is this? Lin Bai was taken aback. He had not anticipated being able to conjure magic. Caught unprepared and bewildered by the nature of this spell, He feared it might be a chaotic fire magic that could incinerate his home. In a flurry, he directed the dark mist towards the ground, where a broken keyboard lay. Split in two, the mist swiftly enveloped the damaged keyboard. He covered his eyes, hesitant to witness the outcome, but after a fleeting moment, he could no longer resist, lifting his hand. The dark mist had dissipated, revealing the keyboard, miraculously restored to its original state. What had once been a broken object was now whole again. Lin Bai was ecstatic. This was the dark rebirth, the very magic the dark sorceress had used to mend his house. He glanced at his watch, only to find the numbers had changed. Previously, it read evil power 214, justice power minus 214, but now it displayed evil power 212, justice power minus 212. He was no fool. He quickly deduced that he had expended 2 points of evil power to cast Dark Rebirth and repair the keyboard. A surge of joy overwhelmed him. I'm going to thrive. I shall become the world's most exceptional computer repairman. He chuckled heartily at the thought. The poor, underprivileged repairman, despite possessing such extraordinary magic, could only think of fixing computers, neglecting the potential to repair rockets or satellites, jobs worthy of the affluent elite. Lin Bai pointed at a 27-inch monitor, or rather, the carcass of one, as it was utterly beyond repair, even unwanted by scrap collectors. I bought a watch last year. Another blast of dark mist erupted, and in an instant, the monitor was rejuvenated. Elated, Lin Bai cradled the restored monitor, connected it to his computer for a test, and it functioned flawlessly, ready for use. Hooray! He exclaimed, I'm going to strike it rich. Swiftly, he penned a notice. For sale, second-hand 27-inch monitor in excellent condition. Ridiculously low price of 1,500 yuan. He affixed the notice to the monitor and placed it in a prominent spot at the entrance. Surely, I will prosper from this. By salvaging and repairing electronic waste, I shall reap a bountiful harvest, he laughed triumphantly. He glanced at his watch again. Evil power 192, justice power minus 192. It appeared that repairing a monitor required 20 points of evil power, significantly more than fixing a keyboard. Reflecting on the matter, how much evil power would it take to repair his house? The dark sorceress seemed to be quite a nefarious character indeed. Long before, Lin Bai had anticipated this, deeming it unnecessary to delve deeply into the matter. With a casual flick of his wrist, he gestured towards the haphazard assortment of discarded components strewn about the shop. Dark energy surged forth from his hand in continuous streams. Another monitor was repaired, another hard drive restored, yet another motherboard fixed. In an instant, a splendid array of second-hand goods adorned the entrance of Lin Bai's shop, and should he manage to sell them all, he could easily pocket a profit of 6,700 yuan. Of course, his malevolent energy depleted rapidly, leaving him with a mere 40 units. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. He thought to himself with a sense of triumph. What do I have to fear? Once my evil powers are exhausted, I can simply ignite another fire. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he was jolted by a sudden realization. This line of thinking was fundamentally flawed. The fire he had previously set was merely a means to contend with the female demon, a desperate act to preserve his own life. A moment of reluctant concession to malevolence. To ignite a fire purely for personal gain, to amass wealth, would signify a complete transformation in nature. That would mark the beginning of his descent. That was the allure of darkness. The very notion of selling one's soul to a demon likely encapsulated this essence. Startled, Lin Bai hastily cast the Demon King's codex far from him. Yet, despite its physical distance, the tome continued to invade his thoughts, enticing him to approach it step by step. He felt an overwhelming urge to reclaim the codex, to embrace it once more. The allure of wealth was captivating. The evil that promised riches held an irresistibly potent charm. At that moment, a resounding male voice broke the silence at the shop's entrance. Is the owner here? My external hard drive is broken. Can you repair it and recover the data? A surge of joy coursed through Lin Bai at the prospect of business, instantly severing the seductive grip of the codex. He executed a swift turn and dashed to the door, exclaiming with a smile, Absolutely. We can repair anything here. As he approached, Lin Bai discerned that the visitors were not merely one, but two men standing at the entrance. The man in front, who had spoken, was a middle-aged gentleman clad in a floral suit, his face aglow, exuding confidence through his booming voice. Behind him stood a young man in a patterned shirt. With a single glance, Lin Bai recognized as the individual he had struck down not long ago. What was he doing here? Was he seeking vengeance? Lin Bai felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, his apprehension proved unwarranted. The young man in the floral shirt did not seem to recognize Lin Bai. He was rubbing the back of his head, indicating that his injury had not yet healed, his expression grim and devoid of any acknowledgement of Lin Bai. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief. This floral shirt fellow, possessing 50 units of malevolent energy, was certainly no saint, but if he chose not to confront Lin Bai, it was a cause for gratitude. The man in front extended a hand, offering a portable hard drive. Lin Bai examined it closely. It was a Shanqing brand external hard drive, marked at 500G, a common model valued at around 4 to 500 yuan. On the surface, there appeared to be no apparent issue. Only upon connecting it to a computer could the true predicament be unveiled. Driven by professional instinct, I inquired, "What seems to be the problem with this hard drive?" The gentleman in the flamboyant suit turned around, delivering a swift kick to the floral shirt wearer, while exclaiming, "You explain." The floral shirt, cradle in the back of his head, approached, cursing under his breath. I was merely strolling down the street when a deranged individual brushed past me and launched a surprise attack. I ended up taking quite a tumble. Thankfully, I emerged unscathed, but my portable hard drive took a hit. Upon returning and connecting it to the computer, the data became inaccessible, and to make matters worse, the infernal device emits a clicking sound when powered on. If that lunatic ever crosses my path again, I swear I'll have his skin. I am, after all, a bona fide member of the underworld. How dare he lay a hand on me? The gentleman in the flamboyant suit, visibly irate, retorted, "It must be our rival organization that struck you from behind. You need to be more vigilant. Your personal misfortunes are inconsequential, but jeopardizing the organization's significant matters is intolerable. If this hard drive cannot be repaired, we shall all face dire consequences." The floral shirt quickly offered a sycophantic smile, acknowledging, "You're absolutely right, Brother Hong." Lin Bai was taken aback, contemplating a genuine member of the underworld. Goodness, it's fortunate he didn't recognize me. Otherwise, I would be doomed. After all, it was I who inadvertently damaged this hard drive when I knocked him out. Then he mused, "This hard drive is irreparably damaged." The clicking sound upon powering it indicates that its internal mechanisms have been displaced due to the impact. I cannot ascertain the exact extent of the damage, but one thing is certain. This hard drive is beyond salvation unless sent back for professional repair. A device as intricately precise as this cannot simply be dismantled with a screwdriver. However, yesterday's Lin Bai may have been incapable of repairs, but today's Lin Bai possessed a nefarious dark resurrection magic that could restore even the most ruined of devices. Feigning an inspection, Lin Bai connected the hard drive to his computer, ostentatiously examining it for a moment before addressing the two men. This hard drive is severely compromised. It is not entirely beyond repair. With some effort and a few crucial replacements, it could be salvaged. However, those components are imported from Germany and come at a steep price, at least 500. He was about to regale them with a fabricated price, but hesitated, feeling a twinge of conscience. After all, this hard drive was damaged due to the chaos instigated by the floral shirt wearer, and charging an exorbitant fee seemed rather unscrupulous. Before he could finish, Brother Hong, the man in the flamboyant suit, reached into his pocket, retrieving a wallet from which he pulled out a thick wad of cash without counting. Judging by its heft, it seemed to contain around 1 or 2,000 yuan, which he slapped down onto Lin Bai's table with a resounding thud, declaring, "This should suffice, correct? Remember, the data within is far more crucial than the hard drive itself. Whatever German, American, or extraterrestrial components are needed to recover the data, spare no expense." What a substantial sum of money. 1 to 2,000 yuan. The underworld is indeed the underworld, possessing both an aura of intimidation and a certain foolishness. A sum of 1 or 2,000 yuan was tossed at him without a blink. Frankly, Lin Bai had repaired numerous computers throughout his life, yet he had never earned such a staggering amount. Typically, he would install operating systems, assist in virus removals, and rectify minor issues, earning at most 10 or 20 yuan per task, occasionally reaching 100 in the best of circumstances. This was the most substantial remuneration he had encountered in his brief 23 years of existence. Is it any wonder he was categorized as a Diaosi? If a wealthy and handsome individual were to see 1 or 2,000 yuan discarded on the ground, they would likely scoff at the idea of bending down to retrieve it. But Lin Bai, invigorated as if electrified, felt a rush of excitement. "Leave this hard drive to me," he declared, pausing momentarily, contemplating. Repairing this hard drive will require dark resurrection, incantations infused with black energy. Such mystical endeavors cannot be conducted in the presence of others. Moreover, one must never repair things too swiftly. If he managed to fix it in a flash, customers would seldom agree to pay a premium. However, if he feigned considerable effort and struggle, they would be more inclined to part with a larger sum for his services. Lin Bai assumed a serious demeanor and stated, "The damage to this hard drive is quite severe. It will take a considerable amount of time to resolve. Please return in 2 to 3 hours. I assure you, I will employ the most advanced technology to repair it, ensuring not a single byte of data is lost." The two gangsters exchanged glances, and Brother Hong remarked, "The contents of this hard drive are of utmost importance. We cannot allow it to leave our sight. You must repair it in our presence." Lin Bai's face twitched slightly. "In your presence?" He thought, "I could just shout that I bought a watch last year, then unleash a stream of black energy. What am I repairing here? A mere basket. What secrets does this data hold? Perhaps it contains your clandestine videos? I have no interest in such things. Perhaps I should simply walk away." Yet the allure of 1 or 2,000 yuan was not something one could easily dismiss. Lin Bai's mind raced. He resolved that he could not let this opportunity slip away. "Very well, I shall repair it before your eyes," he conceded. "Surely you will not remain vigilant at all times. A mere moment of distraction will suffice for me to utter an incantation and restore it." With a swift motion, he opened a drawer, revealing a plethora of tools. "All right, it's time to showcase true skill." He arranged a lineup of screwdrivers on the table, the largest resembling a rolling pin, while the smallest was as thin as a wire. This array instantly elevated Lin Bai's professional appearance. Brother Hong exchanged a glance with the man in the floral shirt. The latter whispered, "I initially doubted his capabilities, thinking the contents of the hard drive were too sensitive to be repaired in a prominent location. We had no choice but to seek someone of his caliber, lest the information leak and attract unwanted attention. Yet now, witnessing his demeanor, he might just be a computer expert. It seems we have found the right person." Brother Hong lowered his voice. "Let us hope so. Should the data remain inaccessible, I fear for my life. Our boss will not hesitate to have us dismembered." The two men ceased their conversation, intently observing Lin Bai's dexterous hands. Yet, where did Lin Bai acquire such skill? No matter how adept one might be, dismantling a hard drive, a device of intricate precision, was no simple feat unperturbed. He seized a small screwdriver and proceeded to turn a screw on the hard drive without a second thought, entirely disregarding its purpose or the potential repercussions of his actions. Brother Hong and the man in the floral shirt exchanged glances, whispering, "Goodness," he asked, diving in without hesitation. How does he know the issue lies here? After loosening the screw, Lin Bai swiftly turned another, simultaneously retrieving a soldering iron from a nearby drawer. With a fluid motion, he plugged it in, displaying an air of confidence that was nothing short of admirable. Holding the soldering iron in his left hand and the screwdriver in his right, he worked seamlessly, without a flicker of uncertainty in his demeanor, earning the respect of onlookers. Clearly, he was a seasoned technician with at least a decade of experience in computer repairs. Brother Hong and the man in the floral shirt felt a surge of admiration, their spirits lifting. With such skill on display, the hard drive would undoubtedly be repaired, and their mission would not meet failure, thus preserving their lives. After unscrewing several screws, Lin Bai decisively detached a circuit board from the hard drive, barely inspecting it before applying the soldering iron with a swift motion. Brother Hong and the man in the floral shirt felt their hearts tighten, yet Lin Bai remained unfazed, casually remarking, "Why are you two so anxious?" Hastily they replied, "Master Bai, please be gentle. We cannot afford further damage." Lin Bai retorted with a smirk, "Am I the technician, or are you? I know where to be gentle and where to apply pressure." Brother Hong dared not contest him at that moment, and quickly forced a smile, acknowledging, "You speak the truth, master." With a dismissive snort, Lin Bai continued with the soldering iron. In truth, he was engaging in a rather reckless form of soldering. After a chaotic session, the hard drive was rendered utterly useless. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to act so carelessly while repairing someone else's computer. But today was different. Armed with the power of rebirth from darkness, he had no fear. Even if he reduced the hard drive to a heap of scrap, he could ultimately restore it, provided he awaited the right opportunity. After a rather tumultuous hour had elapsed, Lin Bai was still soldering erratically, while the two underworld associates grew increasingly restless. It is well known that the lower echelons of gangsters are often unrefined and lack education, making it difficult for them to remain still. Despite the critical nature of the hard drive, they could not bear simply watching Lin Bai solder away without understanding the process. The man in the floral shirt rose and said, "Brother Hong, I'm going to relieve myself. Keep an eye on things here." Brother Hong grunted, lazy as a cow. "Hurry back." The floral shirt whistled as he strolled out, heading towards a public restroom at the end of the long street. Halfway there, he paused at Old Cheese cigarette stand, casually selecting a pack, pulling out a cigarette, and taking a puff. He then snatched a newspaper from Old Lou's hands, perusing it as he ambled toward the restroom. Brother Hong shook his head and turned back to watch Lin Bai. Meanwhile, Lin Bai inwardly cursed, thinking, "Finally, one is left. Yet this one remains glued to my side. Must I not be granted a moment of respite?" At that moment, a sudden clatter erupted from across the street, the sound of a rolling shutter being drawn up. It turned out that Jejia Beauty Salon, situated across the way, had finally opened its doors. A woman, clad in a provocative low-cut dress, peeked out from within. Her makeup was strikingly heavy, and even from a distance, one could almost catch a whiff of her perfume. Yet, despite her flamboyant attire, she was not unattractive, exuding an alluring charm. Those familiar with this line of work understood that women in this profession often donned thick makeup to obscure their true identities. Once stripped of their cosmetics, they became unrecognizable. This was a protective measure in a unique industry, ensuring that should they ever choose to leave this life behind, they would not have to fear being disparaged. Lin Bai, of course, recognized this woman. She was the proprietor, Jejia, though that was merely her stage name. In this era, it was customary for women in such trades to adopt aliases. Names like Jejia, Hong Hong, Ting Ting, and Ruru were common. Using one's real name in business would be tantamount to courting disaster. Lin Bai waved across the street, exclaiming, "Hey, Jejia, you finally opened. Do you still intend to conduct business at this late hour?" Jejia chuckled. "Oh, Lin Bai, you naive virgin. Who on earth comes to this kind of establishment early in the morning? It's barely noon. This is considered an early opening. The real peak hours begin after dinner. You'll understand the nuances of this trade once you lose your virginity. Calling me a virgin is acceptable, but there's no need to add naive in front of it." Lin Bai retorted, unperturbed by her playful insults. As neighbors and business acquaintances, he enjoyed a friendly rapport with Jejia, often exchanging banter. He added, "I had a significant customer in my shop today, repairing a hard drive, and it was quite a sum." He gestured towards a stack of cash on the table. Shaking it slightly, Jejia's eyes sparkled with interest as they landed on Hong Gu, who had accompanied Lin Bai. With a cheerful demeanor, she trotted across the street, casually draping her arm over Hong Ji's shoulder. Her crimson nails intentionally grazed his neck as she teased, "Brother, how about finding a little sister to play with? We have all sorts at my shop, and I guarantee you'll have a splendid time. You could even bring 2 or 3 along." However, she then leaned in closer to Lin Bai, whispering in a hushed tone, "This man is a thug from the Jinju gang. You are an innocent soul. Do not involve yourself in their affairs. Finish fixing his item and send him on his way. I will distract him for you." Lin Bai nodded in acknowledgement. Jejia erupted into laughter. Hong Gu shivered slightly, his gaze shifting from Lin Bai to Jejia, quickly captivated by her presence. It must be said, Jejia was indeed beautiful. While the words pure and graceful had no connection to her, bewitchingly charming suited her perfectly. Otherwise, she would not have been able to run her own establishment. With a smirk, Hong Gu remarked, "I don't want to play with a little sister. If you accompany me, I'll visit your shop." Jejia replied with a playful grin, "Brother, I am a most expensive one in the shop." Hong Gu pulled out his wallet, slamming it onto the table. "Money? I have plenty of that." Jejia cast a sidelong glance at the wallet, a subtle signal directed towards Lin Bai, as she took hold of Hong Ji's arm and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let's go have some fun." Hong Gu, utterly captivated, could hardly contain himself. He turned to Lin Bai and said, "Make sure to fix that hard drive properly. I'll be over for a bit of enjoyment, and not a single cent will be deducted from your payment. Remember, the data on that hard drive is off limits. 1 glance, and I'll chop off your hand. 2 glances, and your head will be fed to the dogs." Lin Bai felt a surge of indignation. So, the underworld thinks it can intimidate me? Do they believe I wouldn't take a soldering iron and sear onto their nose? Of course, he didn't truly believe it himself, and a smile crept onto his face. "Rest assured, I shall satisfy the customer's demands." As Honggu embraced Jiajia and crossed the street, they stepped into Jiajia's beauty salon. The moment the door clicked shut, Lin Bai swiftly muttered, "I bought a watch last year," and with a pointed finger, a wisp of dark energy surged forth, enveloping the battered hard drive. In an instant, the dark mist dissipated and the once wretched hard drive rejuvenated, returning to its former glory. During the bleak days of his computer repair shop, Lin Bai often sat in a wicker chair at the entrance, observing the clientele across the street. Out of 100 men, roughly 70 could not endure beyond 10 minutes, 20 lasted 15, and only 9 managed to hold out for 20. Remarkably, there was but one who could endure for about half an hour. This spoke volumes of Jiajia's formidable prowess. She was a siren of unmatched skill. Once in bed, she effortlessly dispatched men, leaving them utterly submissive after just a few exchanges. To date, no man had emerged victorious against her in a lengthy bout. Of course, Jiajia was Lin Bai's friend, and perhaps she would intentionally slow down to keep Honggu occupied for a while. However, no matter how she delayed, it wouldn't be for long. She wasn't one to indulge her clients in tenderness, but rather employed straightforward and effective techniques to bring them down. Lin Bai dared not waste a single second. If Honggu succumbed to Jiajia's charms, factoring in the time for undressing and dressing, the encounter could be over in mere 3 minutes. With haste, he connected the hard drive to his computer and accessed it, revealing several massive video files, each several dozen gigabytes in size. Should he watch or not? Hong Ji's warning echoed in his ears. 1 glance, and I'll chop off your hand. 2 glances, and your head will be fed to the dogs. Defying the threat, Lin Bai was determined to take a peek. As the cursor hovered over the first video, ready to double-click, a voice suddenly rang out from the shop entrance. "Xiao Bai." Startled, Lin Bai felt a pang of guilt. How apt the phrase "a guilty conscience" truly was. "Your package has arrived," announced a delivery man standing at the door. Lin Bai finally let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming with irritation, "I'm incredibly busy at the moment. Why on earth is there a delivery at such a critical time? It's simply wasting my precious time. By the way, I haven't purchased anything these past few days. From where does this package originate?" The courier, chuckling while scolding him, replied, "Why does it matter where the package comes from? Just sign quickly. I have to deliver to the next destination." Not daring to delay, Lin Bai swiftly dashed to the door, snatching the parcel to sign. However, the courier blocked him, stating, "First, open the package and verify the contents before signing. Last time, you bought that lousy tablet and signed without checking. Later, you accidentally damaged the screen and falsely claimed our company mishandled it. That was quite dishonorable." Lin Bai felt a pang of guilt, thinking, "I'm overwhelmed with work. I hardly have time to inspect the contents." The courier retorted, "Stop making excuses. If you don't verify, I want to deliver your package today." Reluctantly, Lin Bai had no choice but to hastily open the parcel. As soon as he did, the courier burst into laughter. The package contained a pair of red men's underwear. The courier chuckled, "Xiao Bai, you actually bought this online? Oh my, red underwear. You're 23 this year. ISN to your zodiac year next year? Are you trying to ward off evil spirits a year in advance?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Bai, infuriated, exclaimed, "Who on earth is the lunatic who sent me this?" As he finished cursing, he noticed a slip of paper inside the package. Picking it up, he read in elegant script, "As per our agreement, I have sent you the Superman underwear. Same city delivery, 1 hour express. May it help you uphold justice and defeat the evil king. Signed, the new generation Wonder Woman." Lin Bai was taken aback, thinking, "Who agreed to this? Don't impose your whims on me." The courier leaned in to see what was written, prompting Lin Bai to quickly crumple the paper and pop it into his mouth, chewing it like gum, grumbling, "What are you looking at? Hand me the delivery slip. I need to sign and get back to important matters." After swiftly signing the delivery slip, he dismissed the courier. As for the Superman underwear, Lin Bai stuffed it into his pocket, having no time to entertain such an item, especially since he was feeling rather low on his heroic energy. He dashed back to his computer to resume his earlier task of checking the video files on his external hard drive. A video window opened quickly, and as Lin Bai's eyes widened in surprise, he suddenly spat out the now masticated paper, which stuck to the monitor. "This sort of thing is readily available online. Why is it deemed so valuable?" He cursed under his breath, wiping away a trickle of blood from his nose. It's only natural for a virgin to be affected by such stimuli. Just as he was about to close the video and wash his face, a woman in the video flipped her hair, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. Lin Bai froze, his hand letting go of the mouse with a clatter. Stunned by the sight. Is this the pure and innocent star of the film industry, Zhang Zhizhi? Indeed, the woman in the video is none other than the illustrious film star, Zhang Zhizhi, who debuted with an image of pure innocence and has since thrived in the industry. She is Lin Bai's favorite actress, an untouchable goddess in the cinematic realm, and the dream lover of countless impoverished admirers. Oh, what is this? Who is that man? Lin Bai grasped the monitor with both hands and shook it vigorously. Just then, the man's face finally appeared on the screen. Upon closer inspection, Lin Bai recognized him as a popular male star. He is not merely an idol, tall and handsome. He is also a wealthy heir, possessing more money than he could ever spend. In truth, being a star is inconsequential for him. The profits from his family's business would suffice for several lifetimes. Is this a case of beauty and talent? A match made in heaven? Of course, a goddess deserves a high-status, handsome partner. This is self-evident. In reality, Lin Bai, as one of the countless impoverished admirers, has no right to feel envious in this situation. The choices of the goddess regarding whom she associates with are entirely hers. Perhaps if all other men in the world were to perish, she might consider Lin Bai. Otherwise, their worlds would forever remain apart. Lin Bai may be impoverished, but he is not foolish. The underworld had secretly filmed Zhang Zhizhi, and this was likely captured last night at the Shuangjiang Lijing Hotel. This morning, Lin Bai had set the place ablaze, witnessing Zhang Zhizhi fleeing from the scene. After the underworld operatives recorded the video, they stored it on a portable hard drive before departing, presumably intending to present it to their leader and use it to extort a substantial sum from Zhang Zhizhi. However, fate took an unexpected turn when the man carrying the hard drive encountered Lin Bai, who was intent on mischief. With a single punch to the back of the head, Lin Bai incapacitated him, causing the hard drive to shatter during the fall, rendering the videos irretrievable. The entire situation suddenly fell into place, igniting Lin Bai's fury. Damn the underworld. How dare you conspire to blackmail Zhang Zhizhi with her secrets? This is reckless. As he contemplated this, his gaze drifted back to the monitor, where the video continued to play, showcasing the enchanting scenes of the innocent goddess and the man. Lin Bai's nose began to bleed anew. I should call the police. Lin Bai reached for his phone, but then cast it aside. If he made that call, law enforcement would investigate, and the video could potentially fall into the hands of the police and journalists, jeopardizing Zhang Zhizhi's pristine image. This could very well spell the end of her illustrious career. No, this cannot happen. I must destroy this accursed hard drive. Lin Bai reached for a hammer, but after a fleeting second, he set it down again. Before smashing it, perhaps he should first make a copy. It might prove useful in the stillness of the night. What are you doing? A cold voice suddenly questioned from beside him. Lin Bai was taken aback, swiftly turning around to find that the man in the floral shirt, who had gone to the restroom, was now standing directly behind him, glaring fiercely. In the 10th round of this high-tech encounter, Lin Bai's heart raced as the floral shirt's gaze swept across the nearby monitor. You kid, fixed the hard drive and then peeked at its contents, didn't you? Lin Bai's initial instinct was to deny it, but the display beside him showed a man and a woman in an intimate embrace, with occasional sultry moans emanating from the speakers. How could he possibly refute that? He took a half-step back, contemplating escape, but then realized, even if he could flee, he couldn't escape his own home. Reluctantly, he extended his hand backward, searching the desk behind him, quietly grasping a hammer. So you think you're tough, huh? In my own house, I could take you down with one blow. However, before he could swing the hammer, a gun was pressed against his forehead. Damn it. He has a gun? Lin Bai shivered, causing the hammer to clatter to the ground. The floral shirt gestured towards the computer screen with the weapon. Shut that off and hand over the hard drive. Lin Bai let out a bitter laugh. With a gun in his head, what struggle remained? He wasn't the protagonist of a cyberpunk tale, and he lacked the confidence to perform any acrobatic feats to dodge bullets. He complied, closing the video window and removing the external hard drive, placing it into the floral shirt's hands. The floral shirt tucked the hard drive into his pocket, snorting coldly. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. You could have just repaired the hard drive, taken your money, and left without any trouble. But your curiosity sealed your fate. Sweat beaded on Lin Bai's forehead. He realized he was truly cornered. Typically, in such scenarios, one would be silenced permanently, wouldn't they? Oh wait, don't be afraid. A sudden flash of insight struck him. Earlier that morning, he had checked the floral shirt's evil power level. it was only 50 points. This suggested that he was not a truly vicious individual, at least not one with a history of heinous deeds. Lin Bai had once ignited a fire in a hotel, which had boosted his own evil power to 214, indicating that 50 points were negligible. This floral shirt was evidently a recent recruit to the underworld, a petty thug who had yet to commit any serious crimes. He had received a gun from the organization solely for the task of extorting Zhang Jiji, but it was likely that he had never used it before. Lin Bai felt his fear dissipate, tapping into his innate talent for relentless negotiation. Big brother, murder is a grave crime that carries a death sentence. If you kill me, you'll spend your life in prison. Why not show some mercy and let me go? I swear I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. The floral shirt hesitated. If he pulled the trigger now, Lin Bai would be sent to the afterlife. Yet he had never taken a life before. Although he had been given a gun by the organization, his courage only extended to using it for intimidation, not actual violence. The two remained locked in a tense standoff. At that moment, the door of the Jia Beauty and Heir salon swung open, and Brother Hong emerged, fastening his belt with an expression that suggested he was somewhat reluctant to leave. Despite the gun pointed at his head, Lin Bai managed to glance at the time. Indeed, Brother Hong had lingered inside for 13 minutes, a considerable duration, undoubtedly extended by Jia's efforts on his behalf. Upon entering the shop, Brother Hong was taken aback. Why has the gun been drawn? The man in the floral shirt quickly explained, Brother Hong. This kid managed to peek at the contents after fixing the hard drive. What should we do? Brother Hong's fury ignited. This brat snooped? Is he tired of living? He pulled a gun from his pocket, aiming it at Lin Bai's head. In that moment, Lin Bai resembled a hero from a Hollywood blockbuster, with a gun pressed against his forehead and another at his temple, feeling increasingly weak under the dual threat. The man in the floral shirt urged, Brother Hong, just shoot him. Brother Hong hesitated. To be honest, he lacked the courage to kill. He was merely a small-time leader within the organization, accustomed to brawling with a machete, but not to murder. Wiping sweat from his brow, he said, You do it. The floral shirt replied, Brother Hong, I'm not brave enough to pull the trigger. Brother Hong cursed, Useless. You can't even shoot someone in the head. How do you expect to survive in the underworld? Internally, the floral shirt cursed back. Aren't you equally cowardly? How did you manage to become a small-time leader? However, he dared not voice his thoughts and suggested, What if we take him back and let the boss handle it? Brother Hong's face brightened. Good idea. Capturing him alive will surely earn us more credit than just shooting him. The floral shirt thought to himself, what credit? He is a witness, not a target. What is the point of bringing him back alive? He resigned himself, knowing that there were higher-ups who would deal with Lin Bai. In low voices, the two men menacingly commanded Lin Bai, Come with us. With guns trained on him, compliance was inevitable. Lin Bai managed a bitter smile. All right, I'll go with you. The guns shifted from his head to his lower back, and Lin Bai's heart sank. Being taken by them would surely spell disaster. What should he do? If he screamed for help, perhaps the female tyrant could rush down from upstairs to assist him. Yet, these two lacked the courage to shoot. If they heard his cries, they might panic and pull the trigger. By that time, the female tyrant might not arrive in time to save him. It would be wiser to obey for now and seek an opportunity to escape later. As he lowered his head and took a couple of steps, he suddenly noticed a black grimoire lying at his feet, the very Demon King's tome he had discarded earlier. Of course, he possessed the Demon King's tome and a pair of superhero underpants. If he could cleverly utilize these two items, perhaps there was still a chance for escape. Feigning the act of tying his shoelaces, Lin Bai crouched down, slipping the Demon King's tome into his pocket. His pocket was already stuffed with the superhero underpants, and now the tome was crammed in as well, creating a rather tight fit. Since the inception of the eternal rivalry between Superman and the Demon King, their signature artifacts have, for the first time, become intimately intertwined. Each is enveloped by the other, with the undergarment encasing the codex and the codex adorned by the undergarment. In this intertwining of justice and evil, Lin Bai has inadvertently set a record, though he remains blissfully unaware. Hong Gu delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, What are you doing? Hurry up and move. Lin Bai replied, My shoelace is undone. I cannot proceed. He feigned a vigorous effort to tie his shoelaces before raising his hands in compliance and exiting the shop. Once on the street, Hong Gu and the youth concealed their firearms within their pockets, gesturing at Lin Bai to remain still. The trio turned the corner, where an old, dilapidated van awaited them. Hong Gu took the driver's seat while the flamboyantly dressed man escorted Lin Bai to the back seat. Lin Bai anxiously pondered his escape, knowing that the moment he donned the Superman undergarment, he could harness superpowers. Yet, he possessed not an ounce of righteous energy, only a malevolent force rated at 40. Oh, wait. He had recently utilized the Dark Rebirth spell to repair an external hard drive, so his malevolent energy must now be reduced. A glance at his watch revealed 30 units of malevolence and minus 30 units of righteousness, devoid of righteous energy to empower the Superman undergarment. It was merely an ordinary piece of clothing to him, incapable of offering salvation. As for the Demon Codex, its contents were entirely inscrutable to him. He could only wield a singular Dark Rebirth spell meant for repairs, lacking any combat prowess to aid his plight. Lin Bai was as restless as an ant on a hot stove, his emotions akin to a bucket of water being drawn up and down in disarray. Despite his best efforts to devise an escape plan, none emerged. The old van exited the main district of Shuangqing City and ventured into the outskirts, eventually driving straight into an abandoned factory, reminiscent of a long-forgotten porcelain workshop, strewn with shards and earthenware. Occasionally, a tall vase could be spotted, though it too lay in ruins, and remnants of charred black ash were visible in several earthen kilns. Upon entering the van, a man emerged to greet them, an individual whose demeanor suggested unsavory intentions. Clad in a casual manner, his hairstyle was slicked back, and his gaze was fiercely intimidating, unmistakably marking him as a villain. He waved for the vehicle to halt and called out, "Xiao Hong, do you have the goods?" The boss has grown impatient. In an instant, Hong Gu was reduced to Xiao Hong, clearly indicating the man's superior status. Xiao Hong alighted from the vehicle, grinning, "Taiga, of course, I have brought the goods. They are right here in the hard drive." It appeared that the man was known as Taiga. Taiga sneered. "The footage from last night should have been delivered this morning. It's already afternoon. What have you been doing?" Xiao Hong, still smiling, replied, "I apologize. There was a minor issue along the way." "Useless," Taiga retorted, then demanded, "Where is the hard drive? Bring it out now." The flamboyantly dressed man ushered Lin Bai out of the vehicle, and Taiga eyed Lin Bai curiously, asking, "What is this kid doing here? Why did you bring him?" Xiao Hong quickly responded, "Ahem, this is a witness. He saw what was on our hard drive. We brought him here to prevent any leaks that might attract unwanted attention." "A witness? A single bullet would solve that problem, wouldn't it?" As Taiga finished speaking, he drew a gun from his waist. Observing his movements, expressions, and the unwavering intensity in his gaze, Lin Bai felt a chill run down his spine. It was evident that this Taiga was a cold-blooded figure, unflinching in the face of death and likely responsible for several lives lost. He was not to be compared with Xiao Hong. No wonder Xiao Hong appeared diminutive in his presence. If this man threatened to shoot him, he was indeed serious. In a moment of desperation, Lin Bai shouted, "Wait, don't kill me. I could be of use." Taiga sneered, "What use could you possibly have?" Lin Bai exclaimed, "I am a computer expert. Anything related to computers is within my grasp. You need to use a video to threaten Zhang Jiji, right? You will need to send them a short clip to instill fear. I can help you edit the video. Moreover, you need to make threatening calls. I can use voice modulation software to alter your voices, so you won't be caught by the police. Just don't kill me." Upon hearing this, Taiga lowered his gun. "Oh, so you're a tech-savvy witness? Video editing and voice modulation sound impressive. That might indeed be useful. Let's spare you for now. Come, let's meet the boss." Despite his disdain for the ignorance of these gangsters, Lin Bai obediently followed them, devising an escape plan while entering a dilapidated factory. As they walked through the abandoned porcelain factory, each step echoed with the crunch of shattered porcelain. Suddenly, Taiga kicked a half-broken porcelain vase, sending it flying against a crumbling wall with a loud crash. The surrounding henchmen erupted into sinister laughter that resonated throughout the empty factory. Following the sound, Lin Bai discovered that the factory was teeming with individuals clad in colorful shirts, around 40 to 50 people, some merely novices, while others exuded a menacing aura, clearly hardened criminals, stained with the blood of innocence. Caught in such a den of thieves, Lin Bai felt overwhelmed with despair. "Taiga, how much do you think we can earn from this?" One of the henchmen inquired. "That rich second-generation celebrity, Chun, has plenty of money to save face. He will undoubtedly pay a hefty sum," Taiga replied, a smug grin on his face as he brandished a portable hard drive. "Everyone work hard, and soon we shall divide the spoils." "Is that really the amount?" A henchman raised 5 fingers. "Are you referring to 500,000 or 5 million?" Tai spat contemptuously. In my estimation, we could extract at least 20 million. Each brother here will get a share. Lin Bai's heart sank at the thought. 20 million for a provocative video? This seemed like an easy endeavor. Perhaps he should consider approaching a celebrity himself tomorrow. After all, he was a computer whiz. More adept than these lowly gangsters at this task. What are you dawdling for? Move. The diminutive Hong kicked Lin Bai and shoved him forcefully, nearly toppling him to the ground. The area was strewn with shards of porcelain, and a fall could lead to dire consequences. Lin Bai simmered with rage. After all, this insignificant Hong could hardly be deemed worthy of the title Brother Hong. How dare he bully him? If only he could get his hands on him. He would make him wish for life, but find none. They traversed the factory and arrived at a small room, marked by a rusted sign that read Director's Office. Taigo entered first, while Hong and the floral shirt pushed Lin Bai inside. The floor remained littered with porcelain fragments, and on a rickety table sat a laptop, where a scarred man was engrossed in a game of League of Legends. His gaming prowess was clearly disproportionate to his menacing appearance, as he continually fed his opponents, indicating a level akin to that of a novice. Brother Scar, the video you requested has arrived. Taiga greeted him respectfully. The scarred man, immersed in his game, muttered a curse directed at his team before quitting and connecting the external hard drive to the laptop. Soon, the screen displayed several video clips, accompanied by the sounds of flesh colliding and whispers that were far from modest. The graphic imagery left the men momentarily entranced, particularly since the female lead was none other than Zhang Jiji. After a prolonged silence, the scarred man snapped back to attention, scolding, "You fools are too engrossed. Focus. We have important matters to attend to." The group of thugs exchanged awkward chuckles, including Lin Bai. "What are you laughing at?" Tai chastised, delivering a sharp kick to Lin Bai's waist. The pain was excruciating, causing Lin Bai to bend over, mentally cursing his ancestors' lineage. As he lowered himself, his gaze fell upon a particular shard of porcelain that struck a chord of familiarity. It was the base of a towering porcelain vase. He had seen several broken vases outside just moments ago. It could easily conceal a person. Feeling a magic book in his pocket, he chuckled to himself, realizing he had found an escape route. These foolish thugs would soon learn why flowers bloom in vibrant hues and why pots are crafted from iron. The scarred man commanded, "Tai, send this video to Zhang Jiji's phone for their amusement. Also, call them to prepare 2 million for delivery. Otherwise, we will upload this video online for the world to see." Tai, now demoted to Little Tai, marveled at the rapid changes of this world. He turned to Lin Bai and grunted, "Did you hear Brother Scar's orders? Edit the video and compress it. I need to send it to those 2 scoundrels. Also, get a voice-changing software on my phone, quickly." In this moment, the dynamics of power were starkly evident. The higher-ups commanded, while the subordinates executed. Brother Scar dominated Little Tai, who dominated Hong, who in turn dominated the floral shirt, who ultimately dominated Lin Bai. Yet Lin Bai, he was left with naught but to graze on the grass. Lin Bai, a mere lowly figure at the base of the food chain, could only indulge in the intimate reminiscence of his ancestral lineage before taking his seat before the notebook. His fingers danced nimbly across the keyboard as he whimsically downloaded a video editing software and, of course, a voice modulation application for his phone. He proceeded to cut the video, extracting a brief segment that clearly revealed Zhang Jiji's visage, compressing it into the most transmittable format. As he processed the video, he inevitably had to view it repeatedly. The intensity was overwhelming, causing a torrent of blood to flow from his nose that he could not staunch. Scarface could not help but exclaim, "This kid is quite adept with computers. Our group could certainly use such talent. His skills will be invaluable when extorting money with such videos and photos." Though he is a bit too naive to believe from merely watching a video. Could he be a virgin? I take pride in my virginity, unlike your sordid self, who likely surrendered yours to some harlot. Lin Bai retorted, unashamed and even proud. Little Iron chuckled and said, "Kid, did you hear what the boss said? If you wish to join our Golden Bamboo Gang, I'll spare your life. If you fail to recognize the opportunity before you, you know what the consequences will be. First, I was threatened to become the heir of the Demon King, then forcibly transformed into a new generation of Superman by a superhero who shoved a pair of underpants into my hands. And now even the underworld seeks to recruit me as a lowly lackey. Perhaps I should prepare to don a floral shirt. I must be quite in vogue lately. Could it be that I've overplayed Little Apple?" I have long envied the unrestrained camaraderie and vendettas of the martial world. With a resolute expression, Lin Bai declared, I have made up my mind about the Golden Bamboo Gang. The band of ruffians chuckled, but Lin Bai did not assume they had readily accepted his membership. He surmised that they would likely subject him to some trials, perhaps requiring a blood oath or compelling him to commit heinous acts. If they were to force him into violating Zhang Jiji, would he comply or resist? Once the video was compressed, Little Iron revealed that his phone was the latest model, boasting impressive 4G speed, and effortlessly sent out the 2 video segments. He then asked Lin Bai to assist him with the voice modulation software before dialing both Zhang Jiji and another number. The phone was set to speaker mode, allowing everyone in the room to listen in silence. Lin Bai heard Zhang Jiji's panicked sobs and furious shouts. Faced with such shameless threats, even the 2 prominent stars bowed their heads in submission. The money will be delivered within 2 hours. Please, do not release the video online. Scarface stepped into the outer room, commanding the floral shirt-clad men stationed outside. Scatter and keep watch over the vicinity. If that couple calls the police, the brothers on the perimeter should signal. If they can handle it, take care of the officers. If not, retreat. The floral shirts dispersed with a loud commotion. Lin Bai observed some climbing the nearby hillside, others stationed along the roadside, some hidden in the underbrush, and others scaling rooftops. Many wielded binoculars, while some even brandished firearms. The prowess of this gang was formidable. Even the lowly lackeys possessed weapons. If the police arrived in insufficient numbers, they would indeed struggle to contend with them. However, Lin Bai was certain that few would dare to open fire on the police. 2 hours is but a fleeting moment, and in the blink of an eye, it had passed. Lin Bai's gaze remained fixed on the shards of porcelain scattered across the ground, diligently searching for the fragments of a large vase. One that stood tall as a man. He needed to commit the location of each fragment to memory, a task far from simple, not particularly astute. And with an average memory, he found that when his life was at stake, his recollection became astonishingly vivid, with the position of every piece firmly etched in his mind. He was waiting for the precise moment when all the nefarious individuals surrounding him would simultaneously step upon the shards. Though the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, just a singular instant would suffice, and he would not let it slip away. The sound of a car horn echoed from the highway, and Lin Bai peered out the window to see the factory gates. A lavish red sports car had pulled up in front of the old factory. The door swung open, and Zhang Jiji emerged in a state of panic, struggling with a massive suitcase that likely brimmed with cash. Tears stained her cheeks, evidence of her recent distress. Any woman would weep under the duress of being blackmailed with her own intimate video, and Lin Bai found no surprise in her plight. Previously, he had regarded her with admiration for her ethereal beauty, akin to that of a celestial being, yet now he found her utterly repugnant. Scarface raised his voice towards the ceiling. Are there any cops around? A lackey's voice responded from above. No sign of any. Scarface nodded in satisfaction and ordered, I'll personally retrieve the money. You all stay alert. This is the moment when things can easily go awry. Casting a glance at Lin Bai, he commanded his 3 subordinates in the room, keep a close watch on this kid. Don't let him cause any trouble. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bai sensed the precariousness of his situation. Xiao Tai, Xiao Hong, and the floral shirt man had all turned their attention towards him, their 3 handguns pointed at him, either intentionally or inadvertently. Scarface exited the factory, striding towards Zhang Jiji. Lin Bai did not need to look to know that they would commence a series of procedures. First, verifying the cash, then leading her into the room to delete the intimate video before finalizing the transaction. Once their deal was completed, he would inevitably meet a grim fate, be it being discarded like a worn-out tool or betrayed like a bridge dismantled after crossing. Regardless of the outcome, he was destined for a dismal end. When the gang secured the money and the 2 starlets concealed their shame, they would rejoice, while he, the bystander, would suffer the consequences. Was this not injustice? To avoid becoming a pawn in their treachery, he needed to carve out a path to survival at this very moment. Lin Bai's eyes swept the ground, noticing that Xiao Hong was standing on a piece of porcelain, as was the man in the floral shirt. Only Xiao Tai remained unscathed. It was not yet the opportune moment for him to act, so he feigned innocence and exclaimed, Tai Ge, you stepped on something. Startled, Xiao Tai quickly took a step back. Lin Bai's gaze fixated on his feet, hoping he would step onto a shard behind him. Alas, he narrowly missed. Xiao Tai looked down, his face contorted with rage. This is indoors. Where could it possibly come from? What sort of scheme are you concocting? In a fit of rage, he took a bold step forward, intent on delivering a resounding slap to Lin Bai. With a sharp crack, Xiao Tai's foot landed upon a shard of porcelain ahead. Now is the moment. Lin Bai dared not hesitate for an instant. He swiftly pointed at the shards beneath the feet of the three ruffians, all the while rapidly uttering 3 times, "I bought a watch last year." 3 tendrils of dark smoke surged forth, aimed at the soles of their feet. Lin Bai felt a surge of pride in his verbal speed, having recited the incantation thrice in the blink of an eye, releasing 3 streams of black energy in rapid succession. What a remarkable talent! If he were to grace the Spring Festival Gala with a comedic performance, he would surely astonish the audience and outshine all competitors, commanding respect throughout the land. But that was not the priority. Survival was paramount, and he dared not dwell on frivolities. As he unleashed his magic, he rolled away from his original position. He understood that no matter how swiftly he recited his spell, it could not outpace Xiao Tai's finger pulling the trigger. He was willing to wager that Xiao Hong and the man in the floral shirt would hesitate to fire. Yet he could not gamble on Xiao Tai's restraint. Indeed, with a sharp crack, a bullet struck the very spot where Lin Bai had just stood, leaving a small crater in the ground, wisps of smoke rising as shards of porcelain were sent flying. Had he not dodged in time, he would have surely met a grim fate. However, Xiao Tai had only that one opportunity to fire. The magic had already taken effect, and the room was now thick with darkness, obscuring all visibility. Lin Bai rolled into a corner, evading the possibility of being inadvertently shot by Xiao Tai amidst the swirling black mist. 2 seconds later, the dark haze began to dissipate, revealing a bizarre scene. 3 towering vases stood in the room, each containing one of the 3 miscreants, Xiao Tai, Xiao Hong, and the man in the floral shirt, only their heads protruding, creating a comical sight. Lin Bai's heart leapt with joy. The dark regeneration magic could indeed be employed in such a manner. You dared to tread upon the shards of porcelain, transforming them into vases. And thus you find yourselves ensconced within your own creations. The space within the vases was confined, effectively immobilizing their bodies, rendering them utterly helpless. "Oh, how amusing," Lin Bai remarked with a cold smile. Xiao Tai, Xiao Hong, and the floral shirt man were engulfed in confusion, questioning what had transpired moments ago. How had they been so abruptly encased within vases? The surreal nature of it all felt dreamlike. They attempted to move, but found themselves utterly constrained, their bodies contorted into awkward shapes, tightly confined by the vase's interior, unable even to wiggle their fingers. What is happening in here? Why was there gunfire? Shouted a lackey stationed on the roof. It was then that the 4 in the room regained their senses. Xiao Tai hastily exclaimed, "Be cautious. A demon has emerged. That fellow is up to something." A dull thud interrupted Xiao Tai's words as Lin Bai seized the laptop from the table, swinging it with great force, akin to wielding a heavy door, and struck it against Xiao Tai's head. Under normal circumstances, Lin Bai's slow-motion assault would have been easily evaded by Xiao Tai. However, confined within a large vase, he was utterly immobile and could not escape the blow. The impact landed heavily on his cheek. The force Lin Bai exerted was substantial, causing Xiao Tai's head to buzz, as if a dye house had erupted before his eyes with colorful stars, gold, red, black, and green, dancing outward. Then came another resounding thud as Lin Bai struck him again with a laptop, not allowing Xiao Tai's senses to recover before delivering yet another blow. Lin Bai, dismissing Xiao Tai's humanity, not only insulted and kicked him, but also fired upon him, nearly extinguishing his life. Having bottled up his rage, Lin Bai's fury ignited, and without a thought for anything else, he wielded the laptop as a weapon, mercilessly striking Xiao Tai's head left and right with the ferocity of a rabid tiger. The unfortunate laptop, subjected to relentless impact, began to warp and shatter, its components scattering to the floor, keys popping off the keyboard, and the screen fracturing beyond recognition, even the internal memory chips dislodging. Yet Lin Bai showed no signs of restraint, continuing to deliver 2 or 3 more blows before finally pausing, panting heavily. By this time, Xiao Tai was drenched in blood, his breaths limited to exhalations, unable to inhale. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong and the man in the floral shirt were paralyzed with terror, their fear manifesting in a most unfortunate manner, but being trapped in the vase concealed their shameful predicament, preventing the stench from wafting out for the time being. Their expressions had transformed completely, They had not anticipated the seemingly harmless Lin Bai to unleash such ferocity. More ruthless than even the most hardened members of their own gang. When he struck to incapacitate. Lin Bai grinned, flecks of Xiao Tai's blood spattering his face. He coldly addressed Xiao Hong and the man in the floral shirt, declaring, "I am but a pile of mud. If no one provoques me, I shall not provoke them. But should anyone covet this pile of mud's life, I shall take theirs." With Xiao Tai defeated, it was now their turn. Xiao Hong and the man in the floral shirt turned pale, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. The two large vases now held the lifeless heads of the duo, their iron-gray eyes tightly shut, resembling a scene from a horror film. Pathetic. You never considered taking my life, and I had no intention of killing you. I merely aimed to knock you out, yet here you are, unconscious, Lin Bai muttered in frustration, tossing the now irreparably damaged laptop to the ground. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the external hard drive on the table, and recalling the videos contained within, a surge of urgency washed over him. He quickly snatched it up and tucked it into his pocket. The gunshot, followed by the cacophony of blows, had already attracted the attention of those outside. The henchmen on the roof leaped down, their tension palpable as many armed thugs raced toward the commotion. Lin Bai glanced out the window, only to find a gun aimed directly at him. Quickly retracting her body, the gunfire erupted. Several bullet holes were immediately punctured into the wall facing the window. Fortunately, the window was already broken, devoid of glass. Thus there was no shrapnel to scatter. However, the bullets striking the wall sent fragments flying throughout the room. Outside, Scarface, who was counting money, was incensed, mistakenly believing that law enforcement had approached from behind. With a powerful kick, he sent a suitcase flying several meters away, scattering bundles of cash across the floor. Zhang Zhizhi let out a startled scream and fled as henchmen scurried about. Assuming these thugs were after her, coupled with the erratic gunfire, she dared not run far. She quickly sought refuge behind a nearby broken wall, trembling in fear. Fortunately, being a mere woman, no one paid her any mind in such chaos. Scarface drew a handgun from his breast pocket and fired wildly, retreating in a panic. Within mere steps, he was struck in the thigh, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony, cursing, "I'll deal with the cops before I come after you." Meanwhile, Lin Bai had been pinned down in the factory manager's office by a group clad in floral shirts, too frightened to even peek out the window. He valued his life greatly, unwilling to emulate the heroes of television who charge out with a roar. That would be foolishness incarnate. Although he firmly believed himself the protagonist of his own life, where protagonists do not perish, he realized that he might merely be a supporting character in someone else's narrative, where such roles meet swift ends, often without a single line to utter. Peering through a bullet hole, he spotted a thug stepping onto a shard of porcelain, filling him with unexpected joy. He quickly recited, "I bought a watch last year," pointing, but to his astonishment, no dark energy was unleashed. Shocked, he pondered if his nefarious powers had been exhausted. A glance at his watch revealed a troubling reading. Justice power at 98, evil power at -98. This was dire indeed. Not only had his evil power been depleted, but it had also incurred a deficit. He recalled the brutal beating he had administered to Xiao Tai, a vicious criminal. Naturally, vanquishing such a villain would inflate his justice power. However, the consequence was that he could no longer summon dark resurrection magic to save himself. What could he wield in this battle? Xiao Tai, Xiao Hong, the three guns of the Floral Shirt Brigade? Lin Bai swiftly dismissed this notion. He had never wielded a gun and could not rely on his marksmanship. Moreover, acquiring those three thugs' firearms would necessitate incapacitating them, a risk he could not afford, lest he invite further calamity upon himself. The henchmen outside drew ever closer, yet they hesitated to charge indirectly, uncertain of the situation within. They knew Xiao Tai, Xiao Hong, and the floral shirt men had been subdued by Lin Bai, leading them to believe he was armed with three guns, thus tempering their bravado. Using cover, they cautiously advanced, granting Lin Bai a moment to breathe. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a pair of red underwear. There was no alternative. At this juncture, no matter how humiliating the act, one must persevere. Life takes precedence over pride, much like a fire breaking out in a bathhouse. The naked women within would hastily flee, for when life hangs in the balance, who can afford to concern themselves with decorum? Lin Bai, with trembling hands, donned the red underwear, placing it over his trousers. A wave of humiliation and revulsion washed over him. Why on earth was this ridiculous Superman underwear so unsightly? And why must it be worn outside of his pants? I loathe you, Superman. Once the undergarment was secured, Lin Bai glanced down at his new appearance. The sight was too exquisite for him to bear. Suddenly, the language of Krypton flooded his mind, presenting a menu of righteous options. Time was of the essence, so he hastily selected a few from the lengthy list. Healing superpower, consuming 25 justice points. Flying superpower, consuming 200 justice points. Herculean strength, consuming 50 justice points. Supersonic speed, consuming 50 justice points. X-ray vision, consuming 50 justice points. Enhanced hearing, consuming 50 justice points. World-saving superpower, consuming an astronomical 9999999999999999999999999999999999999 justice points. With only 98 justice points at his disposal, which ability should he choose among such a cacophony of powers? It was a no-brainer. He opted for the supersonic speed, as the ability to escape would always take precedence. In an instant, upon unleashing the supersonic speed, Lin Bai perceived the world around him transforming. Everything appeared to slow down dramatically. For instance, a bullet flying in through the window, which should have been nearly impossible to track due to its speed, now seemed akin to a ping-pong ball in flight. Lin Bai may not have been adept at golf or tennis, but he was no stranger to table tennis, once dubbed the ping-pong prince in school. He could easily handle a mere smash. In fact, with a paddle in hand, he felt confident he could swat the bullet back. As the bullet struck the opposite wall, it left a gaping hole, and the fragments of concrete that erupted from it floated through the air, appearing almost suspended in slow motion. Lin Bai reached out and effortlessly caught one of the pieces. Crouching down, he picked up a shard of porcelain, roughly the size of a table tennis paddle, and braced himself for the next bullet, which still traveled at that leisurely ping-pong pace. With a shout, he swung the porcelain shard at the bullet. He had expected the bullet to be sent ricocheting back, but to his dismay, the shard shattered upon contact, and his right hand felt a jolt. Though the bullet moved slowly, it retained its formidable kinetic energy, far beyond what a mere shard could repel. However, its trajectory was altered slightly, sending it careening off at an angle into the corner of the wall. Lin Bai ceased to contend with the bullets, gazing out of the window as the henchmen moved in slow motion, each stride decomposed into myriad distinct steps. Within the span it took them to take a single step, Lin Bai could easily traverse a dozen. Realizing the extent of his current prowess, a sense of pride welled within him. With a swift leap, he ascended to the windowsill, hands placed defiantly on his hips, and laughed boisterously at the henchmen below. "Ha ha! Your time is up. The righteous superhero is here to deliver justice upon you wretches." Just moments before, he had been wielding dark magic, yet in an instant, he had transformed into a paragon of virtue. Such a shameless metamorphosis was beyond his contemplation. The henchmen momentarily stood frozen, their gazes toward Lin Bai laden with incredulity. In broad daylight, a man donned in red underpants over casual trousers stood upon the windowsill. Hands akimbo, their eyes seemed struck by a colossal hammer, leaving them dazed and bewildered, as if the very stars were spinning before them. Their nerves frayed to the point of forgetting to shoot. One henchman's mouth fell open unconsciously, the cigarette but slipping from his lips, landing on his foot without him noticing until his sock caught fire, prompting him to scream and collapse. Another, too frightened to look, accidentally crashed into a concrete utility pole, toppling over in a daze. A third henchman, in a stupor, stumbled and fell straight into the drainage ditch beside the factory. Before Lin Bai even made a move, the enemy had already inadvertently incapacitated 3 of their own. He now understood why superheroes don their undergarments on the outside. This flamboyant style possessed an innate lethality, achieving an impactful first impression and striking fear invisibly. However, Lin Bai still found it unappealing, as the spectacle was too splendid for him to bear. "You lunatic, seeking death!" The henchmen, regaining their senses, finally opened fire, a cacophony of gunshots erupting. Not every henchman was armed, and amidst the sporadic gunfire, only a few bullets were fired. Lin Bai scoffed, "Is that all? Just a few ping-pong balls?" He invoked the essence of the Matrix. Throwing a shard of porcelain, he deflected a bullet mid-air. Tilting his head to the left, a bullet grazed his cheek. Lifting his foot, another brushed past his thigh. Then, with a dramatic lean back, a bullet zipped by the chest of the great superhero Lin Bai. He had inherited the noble legacy of the Matrix, embodying the spirits of Clark Kent, Neo, and Thomas Anderson in that very moment. He was not alone in this battle. As the bullets flew past, Lin Bai stood proudly upon the windowsill, striking a cool pose, exuding an aura of charisma that was almost palpable. Life's triumphs should be celebrated, and the underdogs must flaunt their prowess. The henchmen were once again rendered speechless, glancing at their firearms, incredulously looking back at Lin Bai, then down at their guns, with one exclaiming, "This is impossible." "Nothing is impossible," Lin Bai declared, leaping down from the windowsill and charging towards the nearest man in a floral shirt. That fellow, witnessing Lin Bai's movement, hastily raised his weapon, yet to Lin Bai's eyes, each of his actions unfolded with excruciating slowness. In the eyes of the henchman, Lin Bai's speed was akin to a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared before him. Before the gun could even be raised, Lin Bai's fist had struck him fiercely in the face. The floral shirt wearer reeled back, blood streaming from his nose as he collapsed to the ground. Lin Bai, cradling his aching fist, crouched down, muttering to himself about the pain. The force of impact is mutual. Without specialized training in striking, the agony felt upon hitting another is quite considerable. Hence, those who practice martial arts bind their hands in cloth to strike wooden posts, honing their fists into instruments of devastation. Clearly, Lin Bai's fists were not such weapons, and he needed to procure one. Rubbing his throbbing knuckles, he picked up a brick from the ground, its green surface grimy and caked with dirt. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Lin Bai deftly sidestepped, evading the bullet, and in the next instant, he materialized before the scoundrel. The brick swung at a sharp 45-degree angle, crashing into the floral shirt wearer's face, sending him sprawling to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The earth beneath the brick smeared the henchman's face with mud, and astonishingly, a worm emerged from the soil, seemingly frightened, and hastily sought refuge, inadvertently burrowing into the floral shirt wearer's nostril. "That kid is incredibly fast. Watch out for the brick in his hand. This guy is certainly abnormal. No human could possess such swiftness." Panic ensued among the floral shirt wearers. A burly bald man stepped forward, bellowing, "What's there to fear? Watch me take him down." It appeared this individual was not merely a henchman, but rather a squad leader, undoubtedly formidable, as he charged towards Lin Bai, undeterred by the brick. Lin Bai swiftly moved to confront him, the green brick crashing down upon the bald man's head, accompanied by a scornful retort. "Who do you think you are? A Shaolin monk adept in iron-head skills?" A dull thud echoed, and Lin Bai sensed something was amiss. The brick shattered. Yet the bald man's head continued to gleam under the sunlight, unscathed. He had indeed practiced iron-head techniques. The bald man erupted in laughter. "My head has never feared a strike." But before he could finish, he suddenly doubled over, clutching his groin as he fell to his knees. Lin Bai retracted his foot, a cold smirk on his face. "Did you think I was unaware? Those who practice iron-head techniques are always wary of kick to the groin. While I struck your head, I also delivered a swift kick below the belt." The bald man crumpled into a ball. The pain of such an injury was excruciating, rendering him unable to rise for quite some time. Even if he managed to stand, he would do so unsteadily. Lin Bai was well acquainted with this sensation, years prior. While repairing a computer, he had inadvertently touched a female customer's rear, only to receive a similar kick in return, taking a good half-hour to regain his footing. This was a pain only those of humble means could truly understand. While the affluent and handsome had never faced such a plight, their flirtations rarely met with failure. And even when they did, it was merely disdain they encountered, never the sting of a kick below the belt, leaving them oblivious to its mercilessness. The floral shirt individuals found themselves ensnared in despair. A few began to turn and flee. However, the noble and virtuous hero would never permit the wicked to escape unscathed. No, it was not the gallant champion, but rather the vengeful Diao Si, who had narrowly escaped death, that would not allow those who had wronged him to slip away. His awareness had not yet transcended the dichotomy of justice and evil. He merely sought to reclaim his dignity. "You dare to abduct me, to press a gun against my temple, to plot my demise. Do you not realize that I am not one to be trifled with?" Lin Bai swiftly positioned himself before them, brandishing a freshly acquired red brick, unleashing a cacophony of sounds as it struck down upon them, sending the floral shirt men sprawling to the ground. After delivering several blows to 4 or 5 of them, the brick showed signs of imminent shattering, prompting Lin Bai to seize a gray brick and continue his assault. Wait. The last of the scarred men trembled, his voice quavering as he pleaded, "Esteemed brother. No. Noble hero. Let us negotiate. All matters can be discussed amicably." With a green brick in hand, Lin Bai stood proudly before him. "Speak your mind, and do so swiftly. I have granted you the opportunity to plead, devoid of any intention to strike you down, and you ought to express gratitude and cherish this moment." The scarred man, still unable to comprehend how dozens of his fierce subordinates had fallen to a single brick, mechanically nodded. "Noble hero, I have deeply reflected upon my actions and would never dare to challenge you again. Here lies 20 million in cash, now belonging to you, in hopes that you might spare my life. My aged mother awaits at home, and I have children in need of care. I cannot fall here." 20 million. Lin Bai felt a wave of intoxication wash over him. Indeed, he could walk away with such a fortune. The distinction between hero and villain faded into irrelevance. With 20 million, he could indulge in lavish meals, attract beautiful companions, transform into the epitome of wealth and charm, upgrade from boxed lunches to KFC, and dismiss any job under $50. As Lin Bai became lost in a daydream, the scarred man began to retreat stealthily, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful that any sudden movement might provoke Lin Bai's wrath. Only upon creating a distance of 100 meters did he dare to flee. Yet, no sooner had he begun to run than he found himself confronted once more by Lin Bai. "Noble hero, did you not accept the money and spare my life?" The scarred man's legs quaked in fear. "A little knife." Lin Bai intentionally referred to him as such, signifying his place within the food chain. A fundamental shift had occurred. Lin Bai devoured the little knife. The little knife consumed the small iron. The small iron feasted upon the little Hong, who in turn preyed upon the floral shirts, who then dined on Zhang Jiji, while the two major stars could only graze on grass. Lin Bai earnestly addressed the little knife. "Do you truly believe me a fool? That 20 million is not your wealth. Even if it were, I could easily strike you down and take it for myself. Why should I show you mercy?" A peculiar silence lingered for 5 seconds before the little knife suddenly bellowed. "I'll fight you to the end." As he raised his firearm, a green brick suddenly struck his face, transforming it into a vivid shade of green. The Bodhi tree is not inherently a tree, nor is the brick intrinsically green. It is merely the presence of moss that imbues the visage with such a hue. The knife clattered to the ground, and he fell into a deep slumber. His green countenance resembled that of the dashing Yang Ji, a figure of undeniable charm. To offend me and expect to settle with money is out of the question." Lin Bai uttered a grandiloquent remark, lifted his chin, and flicked his hair back. Striding toward the setting sun, after 3 steps, he altered his course, realizing that facing the sunset was misguided. He should be orienting himself toward the wealth. In his lifetime, Lin Bai had never encountered such an abundance of money, bundles and stacks strewn across the ground, each bill 100 yuan denomination. Just gazing at it filled him with intoxicating bliss. The thought of pocketing it brought forth an overwhelming sense of happiness. As he grasped a stack of bills, before he could stow it away, he felt an eerie gaze upon him. Turning his head, he beheld Zhang Jiji, the ethereal beauty of the film industry, huddled behind a low wall, her eyes wide with the fright of a startled rabbit. Had he seen such a gaze a few days prior, his heart would have surely shattered. But after witnessing her intimate scenes, all fantasies had been dashed. She was not his to cherish. Her plight was no concern of his. "Hey, why are you staring at me?" Lin Bai asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Zhang Jiji timidly inquired, "Are you a good person or a bad person?" "Isn't that obvious?" "Of course, I'm a good person, at least for now," Lin Bai replied, glancing at his electronic watch, which displayed a righteous power of 325 and an evil power of -325. This evidence unequivocally affirmed his virtuous status. However, upon uttering those words, he felt a pang of unease. Clutching a stack of cash did not portray him as a good Samaritan, but rather as a villain taking advantage of chaos. "Damn it," Lin Bai exclaimed, tossing the money to the ground. The reason for discarding the cash eluded him. Perhaps it was the pride of a downtrodden man, or the dignity of man, or even the pride of a superhero. In any case, pride is often a treacherous burden. Tao Yuanming, in his quest for dignity, refused to bow for mere 5 pecks of rice, ultimately depriving himself of sustenance. Lin Bai, in pursuit of his own pride, refused to bend for 20 million. leaving him to continue his humble existence. He felt his image elevate, moved to the brink of tears. It is said that good deeds are not performed solely for the benefit of others, but rather to fulfill oneself. As the act of doing good brings spiritual joy, an inner satisfaction that transcends wealth and power, an unparalleled contentment. After all, he mused, possessing extraordinary abilities makes earning money a trivial pursuit. He resolved not to take the pittance from that unfortunate woman. Comforting himself, he waved his hand, casting a healing superpower. As he rolled on the ground, clutching his thigh, he suddenly felt the pain dissipate, the gunshot wound healing miraculously. His mouth agape, he stared in bewilderment. And after a moment, he realized Lin Bai had aided him, promptly expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Waving his hand to heal gunshot wounds, this was no longer a mere mortal. He was a deity. However, Lin Bai discovered that despite healing the individual, his righteous power remained unchanged at 325. It turned out he had expended 25 points to unleash his superpower, and the righteous energy gained from healing was also 25, thus neutralizing each other. The injuries did not appear too severe. Therefore, saving the person did not equate to saving a life, resulting in minimal righteous energy gained. Lin Bai huffed. Treat Zhang Zhiji well. If you dare to toy with her, then abandon her. I shall come for you. With that, he activated his flight ability, his body gracefully floating in midair before soaring into the azure sky, leaving Zhang Zhiji and the other individual gazing at each other in bewilderment. As soon as Lin Bai departed, a chilling aura enveloped the vast expanse, instilling fear in both Lin Bai and Zhang Zhiji. They quickly huddled together, embracing as they looked up at the heavens, where a dark mist began to coalesce. From the mist emerged a striking figure clad in black garments, the Dark Queen herself. She hovered above, gleefully surveying the scene below. Foolish boy, too preoccupied with posturing, you've left matters quite untidy. With your departure, you'll surely headline the news tomorrow. Allow me to clean up your mess. The Dark Queen uttered an incantation, gesturing towards the ground before vanishing into the obsidian fog. The chilling and terrifying sensation dissipated, as though she had never graced the earth. Suddenly, Lin Bai turned to Zhang Zhiji, asking, "Do you remember what the person who saved us looked like?" "I cannot recall at all, not even the details of the rescue, only that someone came to our aid." Zhang Zhiji replied, her expression one of confusion. "I was just about to ask you. I distinctly focused on his face for quite some time, yet now I cannot remember his appearance. How did he defeat the villain?" At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as numerous patrol cars rushed along the highway. Lin Bai soared through the sky, the brisk wind whipping across his face, making it difficult to keep his eyes open against the gusts. He gazed down at the ground, where the city of Shuangqing, known as the Mountain City, appeared diminutive, resembling a model of an urban landscape, albeit an extraordinarily lifelike one. The Yangtze and Jia rivers divided the city into several segments, their waters flowing tumultuously, with small boats navigating the currents. This was the realm of reality, while Lin Bai found himself in a dreamlike state. To fly in the sky had once seemed an unattainable fantasy, making this experience anything but unreal. The pigeons in the sky scattered in fright at Lin Bai's presence, while even the eagles dared not emerge. A child with a runny nose pointed upward, urging his mother to come see the superhero. Yet when she looked up, the sky was empty, leading to the child receiving a reprimand from his mother and a retelling of the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Lin Bai sensed that his super speed ability had gradually waned, indicating that every superpower had a time limit. Once the duration elapsed, he would need to expend righteous energy anew to activate it. He contemplated silently, estimating the duration to be approximately 1 hour. He dared not soar in the heavens for too long. Should the duration of his aerial prowess expire, he would plummet from the sky, an undoubtedly painful fate, or perhaps even a swift demise, devoid of any suffering. Whether the term swift demise could aptly describe a man was not the crux of the matter. After all, he had never excelled in language studies during his school years. Gradually descending by the riverbank, where the populace was sparse, he felt relieved that he would not be observed flying above. However, his greatest concern lay in the possibility of being seen with his undergarments worn outside his trousers, a sight too ludicrous for him to endure. One he wished to avoid appearing in newspapers or online. He removed the superhero briefs and tucked them into his pocket, meandering back to his dilapidated abode. As he strolled, He passed by the Shuangjiang Lijing Hotel once more. The room that had succumbed to flames was now cordoned off, with a multitude of security personnel loitering outside. Several individuals, seemingly engineers, were busy installing cameras in various locations, while a few police officers were questioning pedestrians on the nearby streets. As Lin Bai walked past, he was halted by a young female officer. She was strikingly beautiful, tall, and statuesque, although her only flaw was a rather flat chest. Yet, even if she resembled a runway, she remained an exceptionally rare beauty, the kind of woman who would never be associated with a man of modest means. Lin Bai found pleasure in admiring such women, yet he preferred to keep his distance, for he never dared to dream of possessing such unattainable treasures. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Officer, you are obstructing my path." The flat-chested officer maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "This morning, a heinous arson occurred at the Shuangjiang Lijing Hotel. I require your cooperation to gather evidence." Alarm surged through Lin Bai. His instinct was to flee, but he quickly regained his composure. He could not act suspiciously. Confident in his ability to evade detection, having known this hotel for years, he believed he had successfully avoided all surveillance cameras and that no witnesses existed. "Feel free to ask your questions. As a law-abiding citizen, I am more than willing to assist the police." With a stern expression, the female officer inquired, "Around X o'clock this morning, did you pass by the perimeter of this hotel?" "Indeed, I did," he replied, knowing he could not deny it, as the street surveillance footage would reveal the truth. "Did you see anyone crawling in or out of the filthy sewer?" "No." Lin Bai maintained his composure. No need for deceit, for he had not seen anyone else. He himself was the one who had crawled through the muck. The officer scrutinized Lin Bai's face, noting that his gaze remained steady, not indicative of a lie. "Very well," she finally conceded, "I have no further questions for you. You may leave." With that, she turned to approach another passerby, evidently intending to pose the same inquiry. Lin Bai whistled nonchalantly, laughing heartily 3 times before swaggering away. The flat-chested policewoman turned back and shot him a disdainful glance, her expression of contempt surprisingly beautiful. Had she donned elegant attire instead of her uniform, she would undoubtedly have captivated passers-by. Lin Bai, with a mischievous mind, entertained a series of disjointed thoughts as he ambled back home. By this time, the sun had set, and dusk enveloped the sky. Every household flickered to life with lights, while Judge's beauty salon buzzed with activity, the laughter of young women spilling into the air. Next door, the hot pot restaurant thrived, filled with countless glowing faces indulging in a feast. In stark contrast, Lin Bai's computer repair shop lay in darkness. A sudden realization struck him. After being taken away by Honggu and a young man at gunpoint during the day, he had left his door wide open all afternoon. Surely, his shop's belongings would have been pilfered. Hastening back to his store, he was unexpectedly relieved to find everything untouched. A girl sat quietly inside, engrossed in reading on her phone. She was quite attractive, exuding a graceful presence. Regrettably, she wore a delivery uniform from KFC and sported a pair of sneakers, which tarnished her appearance, relegating her from beauty to that of a working-class girl. "Ah, it's you." Lin Bai recognized her. They had been neighbors since childhood, akin to childhood sweethearts. At 20 years old, she was still in university, juggling her studies with a part-time job delivering for KFC. Her life was laden with pressures, balancing the need to earn a living while maintaining her academic pursuits. Despite her busy schedule, she always found time to visit Lin Bai's shop, often treating him when he was short on funds. "I was worried about the shop while you were away, so I stayed here to keep an eye on things." She smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Her gentle voice could soothe the most troubled of souls. "Qianqian, you must be overwhelmed with work and studies. How did you manage to watch over my store all afternoon?" Lin Bai asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. "It's no trouble at all," Qianqian replied softly. "If your shop were to be robbed, the loss would far outweigh the time I spent here." She continued, "By the way, I noticed you received a batch of secondhand goods. Several people came by today, and you sold quite a few items: 3 secondhand hard drives, 2 monitors, and several keyboards and mice, totaling 2,000 yuan. She handed him a stack of cash, placing it gently in his palm. The items, restored through a bit of magical repair, incurred almost no cost, merely the expenditure of some malevolent energy. Lin Bai's pricing was remarkably low, making quick sales entirely reasonable. Yet, Qianqian's contribution to guarding the shop was invaluable. "Thank you. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Let me treat you," Lin Bai offered. Qianqian's face lit up. Rosy with joy. Really? That would be wonderful. Let's go enjoy something delicious. Lin Bai pondered carefully about what constituted a delightful meal. Surely, KFC and Pizza Hut were not the epitome of culinary excellence. To elicit something remarkable from an impoverished soul is indeed a formidable challenge. After considerable deliberation, Lin Bai finally proposed, "Shall we indulge in Western cuisine or seafood?" This was the pinnacle of his creativity. Those extravagant, yet insubstantial delicacies are hardly worth the expense. Especially when you have only just begun to earn a modest sum, it is prudent to be frugal. Qian gestured toward a quaint eatery at the end of the street. "Let us savor the old lady's rice noodles. The portions are generous and the flavors delightful." The Old Lady's Rice Noodles is a cherished establishment that has accompanied Lin Bai and Qian throughout their upbringing. In their childhood, it was affectionately referred to as Auntie's Rice Noodles, costing merely 2 yuan per bowl. Now renamed Old Lady's Rice Noodles, the price has risen to 10 yuan. The proprietress, once a vibrant middle-aged woman, has gracefully aged into a silver-haired elder. Over the span of a decade, that humble eatery has come to symbolize a profound and indelible past for the two. For the affluent and glamorous, nostalgic haunts often manifest as romantic cafes. However, for the impoverished man and woman, a dilapidated noodle shop is imbued with over a decade of tender memories. Upon entering the establishment, each cradled a large bowl of pickled vegetable and shredded pork rice noodles. The tangy and savory essence of the pickled vegetables melded harmoniously with the fragrant noodles, and an overwhelming sense of happiness surged through Lin Bai, enveloping him entirely. The old lady chuckled. "When I first opened this place, you two were mere toddlers. Now you've blossomed into young adults. Perhaps it's time for marriage." Lin Bai remained silent, as did Qian. The old lady relished in this sentiment, having begun her musings when Lin Bai was 18 and Qian 15. In her eyes, a woman could wed at the tender age of 15. After quietly finishing their noodles, they returned to Lin Bai's modest shop. As Qian reached for her handbag on the desk, her hand inadvertently brushed against Lin Bai's. In that fleeting moment of contact, an electric current seemed to pass between them, causing Lin Bai to shudder, while Qian's cheeks flushed crimson. The atmosphere grew warm, and Lin Bai felt as though he were floating, as though gravity had lost its hold on him. He finally grasped the meaning of the character high in happiness. It was akin to feeling elevated. Lin Bai pondered his linguistic prowess, baffled by his past failures in high school. Just as he contemplated uttering some sweet words to enhance the ambience, a voice echoed from the second floor. Xiao Bai, are you back? Em starving. Where's the sumptuous breakfast you promised?" Qian's hand froze, the color draining from her face as she asked, "Do you have a woman living with you?" Lin Bai, breaking into a cold sweat, stammered, yes, my mentor." Descending the staircase, clad in a black leather jacket and skirt, the formidable mentor rubbed her eyes, appearing as though she had just awakened. Qian whispered, "This is your mentor?" Lin Bai wiped his brow. "Indeed, she is my mentor." Qian, perceptive as ever, sensed that Lin Bai was concealing something. Having grown up together, it was nearly impossible for her to miss the nuances in his expressions. With a chuckle, he playfully punched Lin Bai and said, "If you got a girlfriend, you ought to be straightforward about it. After all these years of camaraderie, how could you keep such a secret from me? That's rather unbrotherly of you." This was a woman's secret art, capable of transforming a moment of ambiguous intimacy into a brotherly bond without distinction. Men, throughout their lives, never truly grasped the profundity of this skill. "I shan't intrude any longer. I must swiftly vanish like a mere light bulb." Upon uttering this, Qian disappeared as if carried away by the wind. Her speed so remarkable that had she been amidst the ruffians attacking Lin Bai, he would certainly have been unable to evade her. She was simply too swift. The enchantress rubbed her eyes and approached Lin Bai, snatching the money from his hands. After counting, she declared 1,980 yuan, just barely enough for this king to enjoy a meal. She then dialed a Western restaurant, ordering a takeaway that cost precisely 1,980 yuan. Lin Bai despondently watched as the money Qian had just saved for him was instantly squandered by the enchantress. It provoked a fierce desire to retaliate against her. If she dared to waste his money, he would not hesitate to make her suffer in return. This was an unwavering truth among the loyal patrons of Jia Beauty Salon. Stealing a glance at his watch, he noted that his righteous power dwindled to a mere 125 points. A furtive look at the Enchantress's watch revealed her malevolent power, which boasted numerous digits. Far beyond counting at a glance, it became clear that confronting her, while clad in Superman undergarments, would lead only to his demise. A sudden fear gripped him. The numbers on his watch must remain concealed from the Enchantress, or he would be doomed. He needed to exhaust this righteous power swiftly and then acquire some malevolent energy. The Enchantress, swaying her serpentine waist, entered the bathroom, intending to take a shower while awaiting her delivery. Lin Bai lowered the rolling shutter, closed the shop, and quietly slipped out through a side door. He needed to find a place to expend his righteous power, ideally one where he could accumulate malevolent energy as well. Strolling down the desolate street, he glanced at the lights of the Shuangjiang Lijing Hotel. Realizing that igniting another fire was out of the question, there were surely no security gaps left at this hour. The challenge lay in how to embrace malevolence. A most arduous conundrum. Perhaps he could brazenly assault a woman on the street. Regardless of whether she embodied righteousness or wickedness, it should augment his malevolent power. To save his own life, surely the heavens would forgive such an act. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a woman emerged ahead. The street was too dim to discern her features or attire, yet her silhouette was unmistakably that of a tall and slender beauty. If he were to extend his hand of magic, he could potentially gain dozens, if not hundreds, of points in malevolent power. Ecstatic, Lin Bai took a step forward. But before he could act, the streetlight illuminated her visage. It was, to his dismay, the flat-chested policewoman from earlier. With 100-fold courage, he would never dare to assault a police officer, and he froze in place by the roadside. The flat-chested policewoman shot him a suspicious glance. "Your actions just now seemed a bit off," she remarked. Lin Bai wiped his brow, responding, "There's nothing amiss, dear officer. I was merely walking normally." The policewoman's gaze remained skeptical. "Why do I feel as though you were about to pounce on me?" Lin Bai chuckled awkwardly. The female officer is truly amusing. Who would dare to assault a policewoman? "I'm not deranged," he added. "So, if I were an ordinary woman, you would pounce on me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bai took to his heels. "Halt!" The flat-chested policewoman exclaimed in fury. "You wretched scoundrel, stop right there." Only a fool would comply at such a moment. Lin Bai darted into a narrow alley and, in a mere second, donned his superhero underpants, tearing off a strip of his sleeve to mask his face. He activated his super speed, swiftly darting several blocks away. After all, the power of justice should be utilized to its fullest before returning home. Suddenly, he pondered what would happen if he invoked the same superpower once more. Resolutely, he did just that, feeling his velocity increase yet further as the scenery whirled behind him. The gusts of wind lifting his hair and garments as he surged forward like the moon in pursuit, akin to a celestial being gliding through the breeze. It dawned on him that superpowers could indeed be employed repeatedly to amplify their efficacy. The policewoman had already been left far behind. Checking his watch, Lin Bai noted he had just 25 units of justice power remaining, barely sufficient for one healing ability. However, using this power to save someone would enhance his justice strength. Reflecting on this, he concluded that altruistic rescue constituted a true good deed, while compensated rescue was merely an equivalent exchange. "I might as well offer my services for a fee," he mused. Not far ahead lay Shuangjiang Hospital. With a swift motion, Lin Bai slipped inside and spotted several patients waiting outside the emergency room. He leaped over to them, grinning. "Does anyone require treatment? I, the esteemed doctor, charge a modest fee and can cure all ailments, even cancer, for just a few coins." In the dead of night, a figure clad in underwear and a sleeve over his face suddenly leaped out before the emergency room, introducing himself as a doctor, terrifying the patients who simultaneously screamed, "Security! There's a quack!" "What? In what way do I resemble quack?" Lin Bai fumed. The cries intensified. "Security! There's a quack!" Each patient screamed more desperately than the last. A few security guards rushed in, wielding rubber batons. With his super speed doubled, Lin Bai had no fear of them. However, there was no justification for him to strike them down. He opted for retreat, transforming into a shadow as he escaped. The guards and patients were left bewildered. And after a long pause, one patient remarked, "He doesn't resemble a quack. He looks more like a murderous charlatan." Lin Bai dashed around the hospital, contemplating his reckless actions. Who would trust him to treat them after such an entrance? He realized that every endeavor requires a proper approach. Hence, he dashed into the on-call office of the inpatient department, pilfering a white coat to drape over himself, instantly appearing more respectable. He then replaced the sleeve covering his face with a mask, completing his transformation into a doctor. The emergency room is not an option. It would be better to head to the inpatient department. In room 16, the mysterious doctor finds the inpatient ward eerily quiet. The night has fully descended, and the relatives visiting the hospital have all departed. Aside from the patients, the ward is populated by nurses and caregivers, and, curiously, a few individuals in dark suits stand guard at the entrance. What sort of beings are these in a hospital? Could it be that a mafia boss is hospitalized here? Mafia leaders are the bane of the downtrodden. Lin Bai shook off his white coat and swaggered past the man in black. Is the mafia truly formidable? Even when ill, they must seek hospitalization, tremble before the might of my white coat. Lin Bai sauntered down the corridor, surveying the rooms, contemplating how to procure a patient for a transaction. The pungent scent of disinfectant permeated the air, an unpleasant aroma that no one would cherish. After inspecting several wards, he found no solitary patients. Each room housed at least 3 to 5 individuals. It wasn't until he reached the far corner of the floor that he stumbled upon a single-occupancy room. Peering through the small window on the door, he observed an elderly man languidly lying in bed, while a young woman in her 20s sat by his side. With no lone patient in sight, Lin Bai contemplated abandoning his search for a target and moving to another floor. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed the young woman rise and softly say to the old man, "Grandpa, I'm stepping out to make a phone call regarding business. It might take some time." The old man responded with a faint, "Go ahead." Lin Bai quickly stepped back as the door opened. The young woman emerged, casting a fleeting glance at him without any suspicion. After all, who would question a doctor clad in a white coat within a hospital? She hurriedly walked towards a fire escape, and soon the sound of dialing filled the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai slipped into the room, approached the bedside, and whispered, "Old man, you appear to be quite ill. Do you require some special treatment?" In truth, Lin Bai could not ascertain the severity of the old man's condition, nor even identify the ailment afflicting him. His gaze fell upon a box of cold medicine on the bedside table, and he thought, so it's merely a common cold. Initially, the old man had not given the doctor much thought, but upon hearing his words, he felt a twinge of strangeness and weakly replied, "Doctor, what do you mean by that? What special treatment?" Lin Bai grinned and said, "I can cure your ailment, but you'll need to compensate me for my services. Let us say 500 yuan. He dared not demand too high a price. After all, it was just a minor cold, and 500 yuan was already quite a bold request. He had noticed that the old man occupied a single room and had a beautiful granddaughter, which suggested considerable wealth, thus emboldening him to quote a high fee. The old man was perplexed. The hospital has already diagnosed me with terminal cancer. I don't have much time left. How can this doctor claim he can cure me? And only for 500 yuan? Which hospital treats cancer for such a meager sum? Given my family's resources, if you could truly heal me, 5 million would be a trivial amount. As the old man pondered, a sense of displeasure washed over him. It was evident that this was merely a jest at his expense. In response, he resolved to turn the tables. With trembling hands, he retrieved an envelope from beneath his pillow, filled with a substantial amount of cash. He casually extracted 5 bills and tossed them before Lin Bai, declaring, "Treat me, then. I am curious to see how you'll cure my ailment. Should you fail, I shall ensure that you are dealt with for your incompetence." Lin Bai was filled with joy. The deal was struck. He promptly pointed a finger at the old man, channeling his final 25 points of righteous power into a healing ability that silently penetrated the old man's body. He swiftly pocketed the 500 yuan and cheerfully remarked, "All done. Farewell." The old man, now enraged, exclaimed, "You little rascal, you have indeed come to mock me." He raised his hand, intending to strike, but suddenly sensed an unusual change. The arm that had previously felt heavy now moved with ease, and, as he threw a punch, he experienced an exhilarating sense of vitality. "This is peculiar. Only a healthy body could feel this invigorated," he mused. In his excitement, he looked toward the foot of the bed, only to find the doctor had vanished without a trace. With a sudden leap, the old man sprang from his bed and rushed to the door, peering into the corridor. But the doctor was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he spotted his subordinates in dark suits standing at a distance, the doctor seemingly having evaporated into thin air. He pounded the nurse's call button with urgency. "Mr. Liu, how may I assist you?" The nurse's voice crackled through the intercom. "Please, come quickly and check my condition. Something feels amiss," the old man implored. The nurse, alarmed, recognized the gravity of the situation. Mr. Liu was a prominent figure in the business world of Shuangqing City, and though he was in the late stages of terminal cancer, he still had a few months to endure. If anything were to happen, she feared the wrath of the Liu family would befall her. Without delay, she hurried to his room. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see Mr. Liu energetically practicing Tai Chi on the floor, his face aglow with vitality, stretching and kicking as if he could live for 500 more years. His granddaughter, suffering from a cold, coughed while clapping, and a throng of suited men watched with expressions of admiration. "Cough, Grandpa, how impressive. Your cancer seems to have healed faster than my cold. How miraculous. I made a call, and you've suddenly taken a Tai Chi. Can you do a somersault?" With utmost seriousness, the old man replied, "Dear granddaughter, I shall demonstrate it for you." The nurse, now in a panic, screamed, "You mustn't attempt that." Mr. Liu scoffed. "My cancer is cured." The nurse, drenched in sweat, protested, setting aside the cancer. Even a healthy elderly man should not attempt a somersault. "Be cautious. You might fall and break a bone, or worse, suffer a head injury. The cancer won't claim you before you injure yourself. Please, lie back down." Hearing her reasonable argument, the old man finally complied and returned to his bed. The nurse hastily prepared an array of instruments and summoned the on-duty doctor. For the better part of the night, they conducted an extensive examination, and as dawn broke, the bewildered doctor turned to Mr. Liu, exclaiming, "Miracle of miracles! All the cancer cells in your body have vanished. This is impossible. Mr. Liu, what on earth transpired last night? Could you elaborate?" Mr. Liu, invigorated by the revelation, replied, "A mysterious doctor entered my ward last night." Upon hearing the tale, the doctor appeared nearly petrified. "Are you suggesting that this doctor charged you 500 yuan and merely waved his finger, and your ailment was cured?" Mr. Liu nodded affirmatively. "This defies scientific explanation." The doctor cried out in despair. With a disdainful snort, Mr. Liu retorted, "You may not comprehend, but I have come to understand. This must be a form of Qigong. Our ancient Chinese ancestors possess countless esoteric secrets, and this method of treating cancer is a profound internal practice beyond the grasp of a mere charlatan like you. How dare you call it unscientific? You lot denounce traditional Chinese medicine, yet it continues to heal ailments. I believe the doctor's internal healing technique is quite scientific. There cannot possibly be such an internal healing method." The doctor lamented. Mr. Liu, incensed, felt his beard bristle with indignation. "How can you dismiss the existence of internal healing? In martial arts novels, masters can heal grave injuries through internal energy. My cancer is living proof. To slander a divine healer is intolerable. I cannot remain in this wretched hospital." Rising in a huff, he instructed his granddaughter nearby, "My dear, swiftly send someone to investigate who that miraculous doctor was. He cured my advanced cancer for a mere 500 yuan. The thought of it weighs heavily on my conscience. That doctor is truly like Lei Feng, performing good deeds without seeking recognition." The young woman nodded and promptly began making phone calls. Before long, a fleet of luxury cars flooded the hospital, and a group of men in black suits rushed into the computer room, diligently reviewing the surveillance footage from the previous night. Time rewound to the previous evening, when Lin Bai, having cured the old man's ailment, exited the hospital with a buoyant spirit. His righteous energy had been entirely expended, freeing him from the concern of retribution from the female antagonist. The balance of righteous and evil energy displayed on his watch was a visually pleasing 0, evoking a sense of aesthetic satisfaction. Earning 500 yuan for curing a mere cold felt like a considerable windfall to Lin Bai. It seemed he could engage in more such endeavors, as the rewards were swift and plentiful. The thought of becoming affluent and marrying a beautiful heiress, eventually reaching the pinnacle of life, stirred a twinge of excitement within him. Shedding his disguise, including his superhero undergarments, he stowed them away. As he approached his neighborhood, he noticed a formidable woman patrolling the street like a dinosaur, glaring fiercely at passers-by. It was the female police officer still on the hunt for the lecher who had nearly assaulted her. The world was indeed a maddening place. The flat-chested officer vowed to uphold justice and eradicate all predators, while Lin Bai, wary of the situation, quietly diverted into a side alley, taking a circuitous route before finally returning home. On the table lay a considerable array of plates and bowls, filled with exotic delicacies unknown to Lin Bai. Save for the steak, which he recognized, the rest remained a mystery to him, yet they exuded an air of sophistication. The female demon lord sat at the edge of the table, a glass of red wine cradled in her hands, sipping it with a cheerful smile. She had just emerged from a bath, her hair still damp and fragrant with shampoo, enhancing her captivating allure. The demon lord showed no regard for the female officer's toil, appearing before the lecherous gaze of onlookers in such an enticing manner. She must have been courting danger. With a playful gesture, the demon lord beckoned Lin Bai, inviting him to join her for dinner. Who would want to dine with such a wicked woman? He cursed silently, but then reconsidered. This is a high-end Western meal worth 1,980 yuan, all from my pocket. Why should I refuse? He plopped down across from her, lifting the wine glass and downing a generous gulp without any sense of finesse, neglecting the fact that such wine should be savored slowly. The demon lord looked upon him with disdain before commenting. You are now a new generation of demon lords. You must learn the elegance befitting your status. Lin Bai pouted. Who cares for royal elegance? It's all just pretentiousness. He returned to the kitchen for a pair of chopsticks, eagerly picking up a piece of steak and stuffing it into his mouth, sauce dripping down his chin. The demon lord watched him eat, her disdain replaced with amusement. Though when it was her turn, she meticulously employed a knife and fork, slicing her steak with grace, her slender fingers deftly maneuvering the utensils, projecting an air of composure. As if to showcase her poise, Lin Bai grumbled, I know steak should be eaten that way, but I simply prefer chopsticks. You are angering me, the demon lord teased. Yet you dare not defy me, resorting to this method to express your discontent. Lin Bai let out a frustrated huff. As members of the demon lord lineage, we must show our emotions. The demon lord chuckled. When a demon lord is enraged, countless foes fall. If you are to be angry with me, charge forth without hesitation. Winning or losing is not the crux of the matter, but rather the fierce spirit you embody. A demon lord should never swallow their anger, and I am quite liberal in this regard. I shall not slay you for such frivolities. That's what you said, Lin Bai bellowed, spreading his arms wide as he lunged forward, invincible claw of the dragon. With the invocation of this technique, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. All notions of justice and decorum crumbled into dust. At that moment, Lin Bai was an unstoppable force, confronting gods and slaying Buddhas. The sole regret was his inability to vanquish the demon lord. Suddenly, a black chain erupted from the shadows, ensnaring Lin Bai tightly, rendering him a cocoon-like figure upon the ground. The demon lord laughed seductively. I promise not to kill you, but I never claimed to let you succeed. Lin Bai fumed. Return my 1,980 yuan. The demon lord replied with a grin. It was earned through my magic. What is wrong with me consuming it? You devil, Lin Bai retorted angrily. Not merely a devil. Such a title does not suffice to encapsulate my wickedness. I am the king among devils, the demon lord. Do not let me catch an opportunity. I shall certainly present you in all manner of forms, Lin Bai declared fiercely. His imposing demeanor was commendable. Indeed, he was worthy of being the new generation's demon king. The female demon king, unfazed, responded with a smile. Alas, though your spirit is commendable, your strength leaves much to be desired. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you the art of magic. You must study diligently to inherit my legacy. Once you surpass me in strength, you may do as you please. With such words spoken, Lin Bai found himself with little to retort. So, strength reigns supreme, does it? When I become a formidable force, you shall understand why iron is forged and why flowers bloom in such vivid hues, and what the 18 forms truly entail. The female demon king retracted her black chains and resumed her meal with a cheerful demeanor, while Lin Bai, sulking, devoured his food across from her. They both finished their meal in silence. The female demon king stretched lazily before retreating to her chamber for slumber. How could she still sleep after having napped all day? Lin Bai found it utterly perplexing. April 3rd arrived, with golden sunlight streaming through the window. Lin Bai's shop had officially opened, while the neighboring beauty salon, owned by Jia Jia, remained closed as usual. Lin Bai, out of habit, raised his middle finger in her direction, muttering, such laziness in business will lead to your ruin. The female demon king descended the stairs, yawning, and perched herself beside Lin Bai, their shoulders brushing together, exuding an endearing intimacy reminiscent of a young bride. Where's breakfast? She inquired. There's no money. Figure out yourself, Lin Bai retorted with a cold snort. The female demon king countered, but you have 500 in your pocket. Lin Bai gasped, She must possess some form of clairvoyance. How else would she know about his 500? Heaven forbid she sees the superhero underpants in his pocket. That would be catastrophic. Fortunately, she made no mention of the superhero underpants. Perhaps she did not recognize them or was too bashful to discuss a man's undergarments. Lin Bai sighed with relief and ventured out onto the street. Soon, he returned with soy milk, fried dough sticks, cake, and milk. Such lowly fare again? Fine. Your funds are limited. I shall not be overly demanding, the female demon king remarked disdainfully. You should rob a bank or something. Then I could enjoy lavish meals. She suggested. But you haven't taught me anything. I lack the skill to rob a bank. Lin Bai scoffed at her. Very well. I shall begin teaching you. The female demon king proclaimed, producing a tome titled Demon King's Codex. Now, present your codex. I shall impart some knowledge. Lin Bai retrieved his codex from his pocket and, upon comparison, discovered that both tomes were identical. Do you possess many such codices? No, just two. The female demon king chuckled. For the sake of security in the demon king lineage, it is prudent to have two copies. Otherwise, when the old demon king hands it over to the new one might eliminate the old one in that very moment, which would be quite unfortunate. I assure you, if I were to lose my combat prowess, you would find yourself severely tormented. Lin Bai tacitly acknowledged her words. If this insufferable woman were to lose her strength, she would certainly come to know his ferocity. Let us commence with alchemy. The foundation of magic lies in alchemy. Alchemy? Can it produce gold? Lin Bai's eyes transformed into the shape of two coins. The female demon lord spoke with displeasure. Alchemy merely contains the character for gold in its name. Its primary purpose lies in the concoction of various elixirs. No one would resort to alchemy to manufacture mere gold. Ah, so it pertains to potion making? I am utterly uninterested, Lin Bai replied, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless swine. Behold, this potion can instantly poison someone, sealing their throat upon contact with blood. Not interested. This potion can drive a person to madness. Not interested. This potion can induce hallucinations. I am keen to learn. Lin Bai sprang to his feet with a sudden vigor. The demon lord gazed at her heir with exasperation. What has become of the elegance befitting a ruler? Speak, how does one concoct it? I shall dedicate myself to diligent study. Half an hour later, Lin Bai held a small note, beginning to gather the required ingredients according to the recipe. The marvel of alchemy lies in transforming seemingly nonsensical materials into even more enigmatic concoctions. The list included clean earthworms, shelled snails, the slime of slugs, octopus tentacles, and, finally, a requisite of 30 points of malevolent energy. Could these ingredients truly yield a potion for enhancing one's bosom? It felt rather precarious. However, upon closer inspection, the materials were all mollusks, suggesting a certain correlation. Well, it doesn't matter. The ingredients aren't excessively difficult to procure. Aside from the 30 points of malevolent energy, the rest can be easily obtained. Regardless of the outcome, it is worth a try. Once the potion is complete, the first dose shall be administered to the wicked female demon lord herself. The clean earthworms were the simplest to gather. After a brief dig in a muddy roadside, Lin Bai unearthed several, which he then cleaned and placed in a glass jar. The shelled snails were also straightforward to find, as he meticulously searched the flower bed nearby and quickly discovered a few. The slime from the slugs proved somewhat more troublesome. He utilized a spray bottle to simulate rainfall in the flower bed, ultimately coaxing a few out. With a swift pounce, he captured one and placed it in the jar for later use. The final ingredient, octopus tentacles, could not be found in the roadside flower bed, nor in the Yangtze or Jiaojing rivers. Suddenly, an idea illuminated Lin Bai's mind. Qian had a fish tank at home containing an octopus. Sneaking quietly to her doorstep, he found the house eerily silent, as if no one were present. Lin Bai retrieved his key and unlocked the door. He possessed a key to Qian's home, as she did to his, a precaution against forgotten keys. In truth, neither had used these keys for years, a situation muddled by the complexities of their relationship. But since yesterday, they had become close friends, and he hoped she wouldn't mind. Stealthily, he approached Qian's bedroom, where the esteemed octopus was peacefully slumbering in its tank. Lin Bai reached in and seized it. Startled, the octopus thrashed wildly, releasing ink in a panic, but Lin Bai, without hesitation, severed one of its tentacles. Having completed his task, he began to prepare for a hasty retreat. This octopus was Qian's cherished pet, Upon discovering the loss of a tentacle, she would surely not resort to violence. For Lin Bai, the tears of Qian were far more terrifying than death itself. Just as he was contemplating an escape, Lin Bai was startled by the familiar sound of footsteps. Qian had unexpectedly returned home. In a moment of panic, he hastily threw himself into the wardrobe, peering through the narrow gap of the doors to observe the unfolding scene outside. Qian entered the bedroom clad in inexpensive casual attire, her demeanor seemingly melancholic. Her focus scattered. She failed to notice the murky water in the fish tank, filled with ink spewed from the octopus, appearing utterly disheartened. At that moment, Qian inexplicably approached Lin Bai's direction, and he suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Her intention to change clothes was evident. She had come home from school to swap into her KFC uniform for work. As the wardrobe door swung open, their eyes met, freezing both in place. A palpable moment of surprise lingered for 3 seconds, during which a wave of frustration brewed in Qian's gaze. Unable to confront that flicker of vexation, Lin Bai quickly lowered his head, inadvertently glancing at his watch, only to witness an insidious surge of malevolence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Within moments it had escalated to 30 points. Such a nefarious act was indeed expected. An increase of evil energy was a commonplace occurrence. Alchemy required 30 points of wickedness. And how fortuitous that his mere glance had just cost him exactly that. Anticipating reprimands, blows, or the sight of distressing tears, Lin Bai was astonished to encounter none of these. Instead, Qian crouched down, arms crossed protectively over her chest, and sorrowfully exclaimed, "You already have a girlfriend. Yet you sneak into my home to watch me change? I will report you, you lecher." Her declaration, tinged with indignation, resonated loudly enough to drift beyond the confines of the window, reaching the ears of a passing policewoman outside. She had patrolled the area all night, searching for that disgraceful voyeur, yet to no avail. With the dawn breaking, she had nearly resigned herself to returning home when Qian's voice rekindled her hope and resolve. The policewoman emitted a fierce cry, her ears perked, honing in on the direction of the sound. Employing her sophisticated tracking system, she pinpointed the scene of the crime with a precision unmatched even by the world's most advanced radar. "Stop right there, lecher," she bellowed, forcefully kicking open Qian's front door and charging inside with lightning speed, racing through the living room, darting down the hallway, and bursting into the bedroom. The sight before her was enough to send her blood boiling. A frail young girl trembling on the floor, while the vile voyeur loomed in the wardrobe, wearing an utterly bizarre expression. At such a moment, justice could not be compromised. The righteous police officer had to shield the innocent citizen. With lightning reflexes, she drew her baton in a fraction of a second, shielding Qian with her left hand while brandishing the baton toward Lin Bai with her right, declaring, "Lecher, you are under arrest." This time, she had captured him red-handed, with both victim and evidence in her grasp. The lecher's fate was sealed, and the policewoman felt a surge of satisfaction within her heart, having rid the community of a menace and performed a commendable deed. She felt deeply moved by her own courageous actions. It is due to dedicated police officers like her that the populace can live and work in peace, elevating her image to one of nobility. However, circumstances swiftly shifted. The victim, who had just moments ago been trembling on the ground, suddenly disregarded her scant attire of only a bra and underwear, bravely positioning herself in front of Lin Bai like a protective hen. In this moment, the female officer naturally transformed into a predatory hawk, ready to seize a chick. The hen cried out, "Officer, you are mistaken. He is not a lecher. I heard you say you would call the police to apprehend this predator." The female officer felt somewhat disoriented. "Actually, we were just flirting," she continued. It was Lin Bai's first time witnessing the gentle and kind Qian tell a lie. He could hardly believe it. "Nonsense. You are deceiving the police and shielding a criminal." The officer was losing her composure. "Do you have something on him? Did he take compromising photos of you? Rest assured, I will protect you. Do not fear his potential retaliation. I will ensure he is imprisoned for life." "Please do not imprison Xiao Bai," Qian exclaimed, urgently grasping Lin Bai's hand and pressing it against her chest, burying herself in his embrace. "You see, we are very close as a couple. We were merely playing a little game between lovers. You barged in and interrupted our moment. Are you truly hoping to witness us in intimate acts? I apologize for my earlier cry. If you must arrest someone, take me, but please do not take Xiao Bai." The officer, overwhelmed, lost her strength. Her baton bouncing twice on the ground before she picked it up, her body feeling feeble as she drifted outside. What is happening in this world? How can a pure and beautiful girl sacrifice herself for a lecher? Is there still justice and fairness? It was only after the officer vanished through the door that Qian let out a sigh of relief. Upon regaining her composure, she realized she was half naked in Lin Bai's embrace, his warm hand resting on her chest, which filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame. Weak and unable to muster any strength, she urged, "You must leave quickly. If the police see you, it is manageable, but if your girlfriend finds out, it will be disastrous." Lin Bai, somewhat dazed, replied, "I am truly sorry for what happened today." Qian stamped her foot, initially intending to scold him. But her words softened as they escaped her lips. "I am fine. You should leave. Avoid the front door. If the neighbors see you, their gossip will reach your girlfriend's ears. Climb out the window instead." "That woman is not my girlfriend," Lin Bai stated in an attempt to clarify. Unsure if Qian believed him, he quickly pushed open the window and climbed out, slipping into his own home next door. Qian sat on the ground, breathing heavily, her face as flushed as a peach blossom in March. Her body remained weak and immobile, yet she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. After years of stagnation in her relationship with Lin Bai, it felt as though she had broken through a forbidden barrier today. It had been a long time since she had felt such happiness, yet the fact that he already had a girlfriend left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Was her involvement tantamount to being a third party? This was a secret that must never reach his girlfriend's ears. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she thought, why has the octopus in the aquarium lost a tentacle? In an instant, Lin Bai understood why he found himself in the wardrobe, bemusedly muttering, "Xiao Bai, you rascal. I shall inform your girlfriend." As Lin Bai hid in his home, his heart raced vigorously, and he could still sense a lingering touch on his fingers. Despite the barrier of a bra, which left him entranced, the enchantress sat at the table, resting her chin on her hands, a crystal ball before her, her expression brimming with mischief as she observed him. It was evident that she had used the crystal ball to spy on the earlier events. "That girl really cares for you. Go ahead and sweep her off her feet." Lin Bai shot her an irritable glare. "I would push you, but not her." "Ah, so you prefer me more?" The enchantress provocatively swayed her hips. "Is it because my figure is more alluring?" Ignoring her jest, Lin Bai responded earnestly, "With you, I could act recklessly and without consequence. My conscience bears no weight. But not with her. Until I am prepared to grow old with her, I cannot betray her trust." After a moment of stunned silence, the enchantress burst into laughter. "How amusing. Do you believe I am easier to manipulate than her? That I could be so easily cast aside?" Lin Bai pointed to his heart, choosing not to elaborate on the topic. Instead, he diverted the conversation. "I have gathered all the materials. You should teach me how to concoct the breast-enhancing potion. This elixir is bound to yield substantial profits." "Very well. Let us prepare the potion." The enchantress's demeanor shifted effortlessly, returning to her captivating, smiling self. She leaned against Lin Bai, resting her chin on his shoulder, and surveyed the 4 materials he had prepared. With a grin, she declared, "The ingredients are satisfactory. Let us commence." This potion not only enhances the bust, but also shapes the waist and enhances the posterior, transforming an ordinary woman into a stunning figure. It is a witch's ultimate tool to entice men. The only drawback is that its effects last merely a day. Once 24 hours have passed, Cinderella reverts to her original form. Lin Bai's face twitched. "Indeed, this is not a benign potion. It's rather wicked, but I find it appealing." "All right, now recite the incantation with me." The enchantress gestured for Lin Bai to hold the Demon King's grimoire in his left hand and point to the array of raw materials with his right. She began to recite, "The alpaca on the Malagobi." This incantation bore a striking resemblance to the whimsical style of the phrase, "I bought a watch last year." Complementing it perfectly, Lin Bai grasped the rich nuances of the spell in an instant, feeling a profound admiration for the original Demon King who conceived it. He mirrored the enchantress and chanted, "The alpaca on the Malagobi." The 4 ominous ingredients, clean earthworms, shelled snails, slug slime, and octopus tentacles, were engulfed and fused by dark energy. As the shadows dissipated, 10 glossy black pills appeared on the table, each one as lustrous and tempting as black pearls, evoking an irresistible desire to consume them. Without hesitation, Lin Bai seized one of the pills and offered it to the enchantress. the longer he spent in the company of the female demon king. The bolder he became in his mischief, shedding any pretense before her and daring to commit nefarious deeds, fully encouraged rather than punished. Just moments ago, Lin Bai had jokingly suggested abandoning her after a dalliance. Such words, if uttered to another woman, would likely have resulted in dire consequences. Yet the Demon King merely chuckled in response. Indeed, Lin Bai's affront did not incite her wrath, but instead summoned a dark chain that ensnared him like a cocoon. You wish to test this king's medicine? She laughed. It won't be so easy for you to succeed. Even if I were to consume it, it would be of no use. A being of my stature would see no change from such a potion. Lin Bai replied with an understanding nod. I see. Then I shall refrain from testing it on you. The dark chain vanished immediately, and the Demon King stepped back with a grin. Go forth, create chaos with that potion. Commit more wicked acts. It would be best if you could ensnare a few good souls, thus amassing greater malevolent power. Deceiving others? I would never use it for such purposes. This fine elixir is surely meant for profit. Lin Bai chuckled, taking the pill and sauntering out into the street. It is said that foes are destined to meet. No sooner had Lin Bai stepped onto the pavement than a female officer appeared before him, twirling her baton, her left hand clapping rhythmically. Lech, you cannot escape this time. I know your name is Lin Bai, owner of the little white computer repair shop. Try to run, and you'll find that while you can flee from the monk, you cannot evade the temple. Hey, I ask you, officer, what have I done to deserve your relentless pursuit? Lin Bai raised his hands in surrender. Why must you haunt me so? A lecher must perish, the officer declared with an air of righteous indignation. My life's ambition is to eradicate every lecher in the world. You're investigating the arson at the Shuangjiang Hotel, are you not? Lin Bai replied with a wry smile. You should be quite busy with significant cases, rather than entangling yourself with someone of my insignificant stature. After I deal with you, I shall return to my investigations. She retorted, her beautiful face emanating a fierce determination as she brandished her baton. Seizing the moment as she spoke, Lin Bai swiftly tossed a black pill into her mouth. She froze in shock, attempting to expel it, but the magically crafted elixir dissolved instantly, its potency spreading throughout her body, leaving her aghast. What have you made me consume? Lin Bai grinned mischievously. Look down, and you shall find her answer. She glanced downward, only to discover that she could not see her abdomen, her legs, or even the tips of her toes. Heavens! She exclaimed, her excitement causing her entire being to tremble, her eyes ablaze with fervor as she discarded her baton. As she walked through the streets, passers-by marveled at her countenance, their expressions a mix of awe and admiration, daring to gaze upon her with such boldness. I shall have all of you arrested for your insolence. Finally, convinced of the elixir's authenticity, she quivered. What exactly have you made me ingest? Lin Bai replied with a wicked grin. This is a secret potion passed down through my family. Consuming just one will enhance your genes and transform you into a vixen. What say you? Do you fancy it? Nodding vigorously, she exclaimed, I absolutely adore this. Are there any side effects? Lin Bai chuckled, of course not, while secretly adding to himself, the only side effect is a 24-hour efficacy, rendering it merely a tool for deception. But would I divulge such information to you? As for apprehending lecherous men, who has the time for such foolishness? The priority is to engage in blind dates, regardless of their outcome. The true delight lies in witnessing the infatuated gaze of the other party, completely captivated by one's charm, only to subsequently deliver a resounding rejection. Now that is fulfilling. The voluptuous policewoman produced a mobile phone and exclaimed urgently, Annie, didn't you mention that some university professor wanted to meet me? Tell him to meet me at Starbucks tomorrow afternoon, precisely at this time. Lin Bai pondered for a moment. Ah, splendid, that aligns perfectly with the 24-hour mark. I shall see how she revels in it. It is of no concern to me. After ending the call, the voluptuous policewoman sashayed away with a graceful stride, her movements exuding an irresistible allure. Only moments ago, she had walked with decorum, but now she radiated a captivating essence that enticed men. Lin Bai couldn't help but imagine a middle-aged woman leaping from around the corner, brandishing a broom and chastising her. I'll teach you a lesson, you vixen. Noticing a police baton on the ground, Lin Bai broke into a sweat and exclaimed, Miss Police, have you forgotten your baton? Startled, the voluptuous policewoman dropped the baton, fearing disciplinary action. In an instant, she darted away, and with a flick of her wrist, the baton vanished as if by magic. She continued to sway her hips, serpentine in her grace. Having dealt with this inexplicable woman, Lin Bai turned his thoughts to selling his concoction. In this world, possessing a remarkable product does not guarantee its sale. One must also have a marketing channel. Without a viable outlet, even the finest goods amount to mere refuse. For instance, certain innocent maidens, intent on selling their bodies to affluent suitors, aspire to soar to great heights but struggle to find a market. Affluent men are not easily captured on the streets. Their arduous search often leads them to settle for a penniless suitor, living their lives in quiet resignation. A classic case of fine wine fearing the deep alley. Exasperated, Lin Bai witnessed the door of Jiejia Beauty Salon swing open. Jiejia emerged, stretching lazily. It was then that Lin Bai realized the sun had passed its zenith. Habitually, he raised his middle finger at her, teasing, "You lazy woman, opening so late. You'll surely incur losses." With a laugh, Jiejia replied, "I earned over 3,000 just yesterday, thanks to my efforts and a few sisters who aided me. Do you think I am at a loss? How much have you, the eternal virgin, earned?" Lin Bai was at a loss for words. Reflecting on the previous day's endeavors, selling used parts under the cover of darkness, combined with healing through supernatural means, he had only managed to earn 500, and much of it had been seized by the female overlord. Before Jiejia, he felt utterly humbled. Indeed, the most lucrative profession in this world was, without doubt, selling flesh. Jiejia laughed heartily. "What are you doing standing there in a daze so early in the morning? You must be hoping to shed your virginity, but can't find a partner, right? Sister, come here. I can help you for free. Haha, don't worry. I promise to be gentle, unlike the usual quick encounters." She extended her tongue and licked her lips, resembling a foraging female lizard. There's no reasoning with such a woman. Lin Bai cast a disdainful glance at her. "I possess some ancestral secret medicine that can transform a woman into a figure of devilish allure. Do you know where one might sell such a concoction?" Jiejia frowned. "Selling counterfeit drugs? That indeed has its channels. But let me clarify, even counterfeit drugs have their rules. They can be made from flour, lotus powder, or even sesame paste, but they must never be mistaken for genuine medicine. A slight deviation in the formula could turn it into poison, which would be a violation of conscience." "Oh please, if it has no effect, does that not violate conscience?" Lin Bai nearly leaped up. "My medicine is genuine. It guarantees to captivate the soul and will take effect within a minute." Jiejia scoffed. "Let me have a dose. And if it doesn't work, I won't harm you. A minute to see results? That is quite the boast. If you're selling counterfeit drugs, you should at least adhere to some standards. You ought to claim it takes half a year for results, which would vary based on individual constitution, allowing for plausible deniability if it doesn't work." Lin Bai glanced at Jiejia's perfect figure. Although she had strayed onto the wrong path, she did not need such a remedy. The Queen of Seduction had once stated that women with exceptional figures would find no effect from such medicines. Thus, he shook his head. "You want do, bring someone with a less desirable physique." Seeing that the day was still young and no clientele would arrive, Jiejia decided to entertain the situation. She turned and called out to a plump woman named Tao Tao, who had been in this line of work for over a decade. Now over 30, her beauty had faded and her body had lost its shape, leaving her struggling to make a living, reduced to catering to impoverished laborers. Jiejia was preparing to give her a severance so she could return to her hometown and open a small noodle shop. "Give your medicine to Tao Tao." As Lin Bai took out the medicine to hand it over, he suddenly slapped his forehead, counting the remaining pills in the bottle. Only 9. This was not to be taken lightly. If he needed to persuade others, he couldn't afford to waste any. He quickly withdrew his hand. "There are only 9 pills. We cannot experiment carelessly. Take me to the person who collects the medicine, and let us test it in front of them." Hearing his confident tone piqued Jiejia's curiosity. "Aren't you afraid of being killed?" "If I was deceived, I would merely laugh it off. But if a man of some status were to be fooled, it could lead to serious consequences. If you seek death, don't do so as an untouched maiden. That would be quite the loss. If you're not interested in me, I can have Tao Tao assist you, allowing you to leap into oblivion without regret." Lin Bai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He would rather the world's women perish than be with Tao Tao. If it came to it, he would choose the Queen of Seduction instead. He raised his hands in resignation. "Just take me there. Wealth lies in risk. For the sake of profit, I am unafraid to face a few powerful figures. Selling counterfeit drugs is merely a matter for small-time thugs." Lin Bai had encountered gangs like the Jinju gang, where even the lackeys were armed. What was there to fear from mere petty criminals? Yet, a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart. but he had to endure it for the sake of money. Jejia truly did not believe that Lin Bai possessed anything of value. Yet in the spirit of curiosity, she instructed her sisters to watch over the shop. She led Tao Dao and Lin Bai to a street corner, pushing open an iron gate that revealed the rear of the old street. Behind it lay an even older residential area, characterized by the stilt houses from the Qing dynasty. There's a saying that evokes memories of the old Shuangqing, the stilt houses perched on cliffs, referring precisely to such places. Vines clung to the walls, and the passageways between the houses were exceedingly narrow, with a steep gradient. The steps had been worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic, while untouched areas were cloaked in moss. This was the shadowy side of Shuangqing City, starkly contrasting with the luxurious Shuangjiang Lijing Hotel just a few streets away, where affluent gentlemen in tailored suits and briefcases could scarcely fathom the lives of those who resided here. After meandering through this forgotten realm, they stumbled upon a clandestine factory manufacturing counterfeit medicine. A group of filthy, odorous children were engaged in the production process, mixing flour, lotus root powder, and sesame paste with water to form round tablets, which they then wrapped in paper and placed into boxes. Lin Bai glanced at the inscriptions on the boxes and vowed never to consume such medicine again, even if it were genuine. A seemingly astute middle-aged man with a prominent belly emerged, and Jejia approached him to whisper a few words. The man then approached Lin Bai and bluntly stated, "Kid, let us see what you've got. If it works, I'll pay a handsome price. If not, I could just make my own with sesame paste. I don't need your help." Lin Bai, uninterested in further conversation, pulled Tao Tao closer and tossed one of the tablets in her mouth. No one believed in the existence of a miracle drug that could transform a person into a slender figure in just 2 minutes. Both Jejia and the portly man were skeptical, watching with anticipation for Lin Bai's potential embarrassment. Tao Tao, not only disbelieving but also somewhat fearful, considered the dangers of consuming unverified substances. Fortunately, she was familiar with Lin Bai, who she saw daily, and felt assured he wouldn't harm her. At worst, it was merely a round ball of sesame paste meant to deceive. After swallowing the tablet, Tao Dao felt a rush of anxiety. But she quickly noticed that Jejia's expression was somewhat off, and the middle-aged man's demeanor was even more peculiar. The man wiped away a cold sweat, asking, "How much do you usually charge for an overnight stay?" Jejia stiffened, responding, "Around 50 to 100. If it's just a quick encounter, I accept as little as 20. The man swiftly produced a 100 yuan note. "Tonight, I'll take you. You're out of your mind." Jejia kicked the man aside, coldly retorting, "From today onwards, Tao Tao's price is raised to 1,000. Their conversation had taken an abrupt turn, leaving Tao Tao bewildered. What was happening? Why had her value suddenly skyrocketed to 1,000? Hadn't Jejia mentioned giving her some money to return home and open a noodle shop? Why was she now being offered work? This dismal place had no mirrors, and she truly had no idea what she had become. She reluctantly reached to touch herself. Her once plump hands now appeared unexpectedly elongated. As she grazed her waist, the absence of excess flesh sent a chill down her spine. Extending her legs, she observed their length and straightness, and with a gasp, she fainted. What a pitifully foolish woman to swoon over such trivial physical attributes. Jejia's face twitched in disdain. "You pale in comparison to me. What are you so proud of?" She felt a surge of frustration. Her own devilishly alluring figure was rare and hard-earned. Once a carefully selected temptress, she now found a mere overweight individual effortlessly transformed to resemble her, provoking thoughts of despair. Turning her gaze, she spotted the middle-aged man kneeling before Lin Bai. Clutching his legs and weeping, "Sir, how much do these pills cost?" Witnessing such results has left me speechless. Just moments ago, he had referred to Lin Bai as a kid, and now he had swiftly shifted to calling him sir, a change that was rather abrupt. Lin Bai's expression twitched as he replied, "There is no need to hesitate. I assure you, I am not greedy. A modest price will suffice." "Perhaps you could offer 500 before he could finish," Jejia interjected. 5 billion, no negotiation. Upon hearing this figure, the middle-aged man collapsed on the ground, utterly defeated. Lin Bai, feeling bewildered, remarked, "Jejia, are you not being a bit too audacious? Who would pay such an exorbitant price? This is blatant extortion. We must conduct ourselves with integrity." "Integrity, my foot," Jejia retorted, hands on her hips. "Do you not realize how crazy women would go for this medicine? I can assure you, those affluent wives from multinational corporations would rush at you like madwomen, and at 5 billion, they would consider a bargain. Your narrow-mindedness is infuriating. She pointed at the prostrate middle-aged man, explaining, do you know why he's sprawled on the ground? He understands that if he can acquire this medicine, he could effortlessly flip it for billions, but he lacks the capital, so he collapses in despair. Indeed, the man lay there, sobbing, I can't afford it. I would buy it at 5 billion, but I simply don't have that kind of money. Lin Bai scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he could not frighten them further. Continuing down this path could lead to dire consequences. He disliked deceit, especially with Jia. After all, could he still maintain a pleasant business relationship with her if he were to deceive her? Straightening his demeanor, he clarified, this medicine does not provide permanent results. It lasts only for 24 hours before one returns to their original state. It is merely a novelty. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, you scare the life out of me. Could you not have delivered the complete message in one go? Jia let out a sigh of relief. Goodness. I genuinely thought that taking such a pill would grant me a figure like mine. That was terrifying. It turns out that the original devilish figure is far more reliable. Ha ha ha. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man finally suggested, how about 5,000 per pill? I'll take the remaining 8 for 40,000 in total. Lin Bai was overjoyed. He initially thought that a drug meant for merely a day's use could fetch around 500 yuan, but to his surprise, the other party offered him 10 times that amount. 40,000 yuan was quite a sum. He hurriedly replied, all right, it's a deal. The middle-aged man, fearing Lin Bai might change his mind, dashed to the bank to withdraw the 40,000 yuan, which he promptly stuffed into Lin Bai's arms. He then inquired, can you still produce this drug? Lin Bai chuckled, of course, though I cannot guarantee when I can supply it. The materials are easy to procure. The troublesome part is the sinister forces. That substance isn't something one can easily obtain, and if tasked with wrongdoing, he wouldn't even know what to do. Murder and robbery are out of the question, but peeking at beautiful women, changing clothes, is a vice he could indulge in without moral hesitation. He might just need to find a women's bathhouse and enjoy the view. Well then, when you have the product, bring it to me, the middle-aged man said, offering a gold-edged business card. In this era, it was astonishing to see someone who concocted medicines from flour, lotus root powder, and sesame paste possessing such an extravagant card. Lin Bai glanced at it, which read, General Manager of Universe Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, Kai Shinzi. The phone number was 13XXXXXX. Impressive, truly cosmic. Kai Shinzi rubbed his hands together, smiling sheepishly. I may have exaggerated a bit with the card. Forgive me, brother. In these times, if the company name isn't grandiose, people want to trust our products. What will we do? Lin Bai thought to himself, who would dare trust your products? It was evident that this man lacked self-awareness. Kai Shinzi continued, but this time is different. We now have a flagship product, and from now on, this medicine will be branded as Universe. Although its efficacy lasts only 24 hours, it acts swiftly and is remarkably effective. We are on the verge of breaking out of Asia and entering the global market. Lin Bai covered his face with his hand, realizing that this man could only be viewed as a business partner, never as a friend. At that moment, Tao Tao had awakened from her brief stupor and, upon learning that the drug's effects would only last 24 hours, burst into tears, her face streaked with tears. Having lost her excess weight, her face was now slender and delicate, resembling a perfect oval. Her weeping was so poignant that even Lin Daiyu's famous weeping paled in comparison. Kai Shinzi, feeling a stir of desire, took out 1,000 yuan and stuffed it into her embrace, chuckling, don't cry, Tao Tao, before the effect wears off. Big brother will take good care of you. Who would cry when they had money? Tao Tao quickly wiped her tears, tucked the money into her bosom, and, swaying her newly acquired figure, clung tightly to Kai Shinzi's arm. The two of them entered the factory of Universe Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, where heavy breathing soon filled the air. Lin Bai, covering his face, retreated hastily, while Jia laughed and scolded from inside the factory. What a disgrace. She followed Lin Bai out. Xiao Bai, you're going to strike it rich. Can you tell me how much profit you're making from this drug? Jia asked, her face brimming with curiosity. Lin Bai pondered for a moment, realizing that the profit margin was nearly 100%, with no actual cost involved. However, he couldn't divulge that to Jia, so he shrugged and said, the costs are quite high. Just the research and development expenses alone ran into tens of millions. Stop talking nonsense. Jia, who has encountered countless individuals, is not easily deceived. She scoffed, you're not being honest. I believe the cost should be around 400. You initially tried to set the price at 500, which I helped you negotiate. To her delight, she was correct. It was indeed approximately 400. Jia is truly astute. Lin Bai affectionately stroked the donkey's mane. Jia remarked, with a tenfold profit on the medicine, this cost and selling price seem quite reasonable. Guy, with his ample belly, must have also guessed your cost, hence his asking price of 5,000, which is rather generous. Tenfold profit? Lin Bai exclaimed. So the medicine I usually take is marked up tenfold by the pharmacies? Goodness, I might as well forego medicine even if I fall ill. That's because you're a naive individual lacking vision. What is wrong with tenfold? There are items with profits that multiply by dozens. Just look at how much profit I make from selling meat. Jia giggled. Once you strike it rich, don't forget my contributions. Why not consider supporting me? Serving unfamiliar odorous men daily is quite a hardship. As I grow older, life becomes increasingly burdensome. If you were to support me, I would devote myself solely to you. Lin Bai's jaw dropped as if he could fit a watermelon in it. While he had dreamt of supporting a college student, he had never envisioned taking care of a madam. Surely, such a creature was not meant for sponsorship. Jia burst into laughter again. I'm just joking. Why is your mouth agape? I've built you a bridge, so you should at least offer a token of gratitude. I present you with two choices. Either give me 1,000 or surrender your virginity to me. Before she could finish, Lin Bai swiftly extracted 1,000 yuan and placed it firmly in her hand, declaring, you can forget about my virginity. Though I may be poor, I would just give it away to anyone. Jia laughed heartily. I knew you would pay. What I truly lack is the affection of a pure-hearted young man. As they exchanged playful banter and returned to the main street, they were surprised to find it bustling with people, all clad in black suits and ties, exuding an air of ill intent. These individuals halted passers-by, whispering inquiries that remained indecipherable. Lin Bai paused in confusion. What is going on here? A man in a black suit approached Lin Bai and Jia, speaking softly. Pardon the interruption, but I am seeking information. A peculiar medical scammer appeared a couple of streets away at the Shuangjiang hospital a few days ago. Are you aware of this incident? Feeling a tightness in his chest at the mention of the hospital, Lin Bai thought, am I being watched? Just days prior, he had been questioned by the police after a fire incident, and now he was being tracked after a visit to the hospital. Surely, this was excessive. Thankfully, he had concealed his face during the hospital visit. Otherwise, these men in suits would have likely barged into his home. Given their polished attire and dark sunglasses, it was evident they were not virtuous characters. They might even be henchmen hired by the Shuangjiang hospital. He had merely sought treatment for a minor cold, inadvertently encroaching upon their patient base. Why pursue him so relentlessly? Surely a large hospital could exhibit a degree of grace and let him off the hook. Next time, I promise not to poach your cold patients, he thought desperately. Suppressing the unease within, Lin Bai feigned ignorance and remarked, what medical scam? I have never heard of such a thing. The man in the black suit produced a photograph from his inner pocket, clearly extracted from surveillance footage. The image was quite indistinct, yet it unmistakably depicted Lin Bai, clad in an outrageous ensemble with his underwear worn over his trousers and his sleeves obscuring his face, resembling a grotesque figure of a killer doctor. The black-suited man patiently stated, this individual appeared at Shuangjiang Hospital last night, first showing up at the emergency room's entrance. After being dismissed by security, he swiftly evaded them, akin to a master of lightness, and made his way to the inpatient department. There, he donned a doctor's white coat and miraculously treated a patient in a single room. If you possess any information regarding him, we would be most grateful for your insights. Our company shall reward you handsomely. Lin Bai mused to himself. A handsome reward? Perhaps a bucket of cooking oil or a carton of fresh milk. To think they would attempt to bribe me with such trifles is quite an insult to my intelligence. I'm not one to bend for mere pittance. Unless their offer exceeds 500 yuan, far surpassing what I earn treating a cold, I shall remain silent. With a dismissive grunt, Lin Bai replied, I have never seen such a person. The gentleman in black, maintaining his politeness, responded, then I shall not take up any more of your time. With a huff, Lin Bai took his leave, dragging Jia along. She whispered into his ear, that medical scammer looks so familiar, even with his face covered. That physique clearly belongs to a certain someone. Lin Bai was taken aback, exclaiming, don't you dare let that slip. I might have stolen a patient from Shuangjiang Hospital and earned 500 yuan. If the hospital finds out, that money will vanish. Jia countered, But the man in black mentioned a reward for information. Lin Bai, feeling exasperated, conceded, all right, I'll buy you a bucket of cooking oil. Is that acceptable? Jia beamed, as long as it's from the dinosaur brand. Kai Daduzi hasn't produced that one yet. And make sure it's non-GMO. Lin Bai was startled by her words. It seemed he could no longer trust his own bucket of Mars brand cooking oil, fearing it might be contaminated with gutter oil produced by Kai Daduzi. He was shocked to discover such dark dealings existed. Kai Daduzi's counterfeit business was truly extensive. In the future, he would need to call and inquire before purchasing anything. How terrifying. As they conversed, they remained oblivious to the sleek black car parked at the roadside. It was a Bentley, understated in appearance, yet supremely comfortable within, embodying a low-key luxury. Lin Bai and Jia, being utterly unacquainted with high-end vehicles, failed to recognize that a person of significance had arrived in their midst. In the rear of the car sat the elderly Liu and his granddaughter, whose cold had yet to abate, causing her to cough intermittently. Remarkably, Liu appeared in robust health. Not only had he overcome cancer, but ailments like rheumatoid arthritis and presbyopia had also vanished without a trace. His miraculous recovery defied all scientific explanation and was attributed solely to his mastery of internal cultivation, a belief he held steadfastly. A man in a black suit approached the vehicle, prompting the driver to press a button, causing the window to glide down slowly. In a respectful tone, the man in the black suit reported, "Old Liu, we have inquired everyone on this street without any direct results." However, Old Liu's spirits were lifted, though such an uplift often precedes contrary news. The man in black continued. While showing the photographs, a girl appeared visibly flustered, her voice trembling. Although she ultimately denied knowing the individual, my subordinates are certain that she recognized the identity of the divine physician. Look, she resides in that dilapidated house over there. We have already investigated. Her name is Li Qianqian. She is 20 years old, comes from a poor family, and is currently balancing work and study. Old Liu turned his gaze towards Qianqian's old residence, his brows furrowing deeply as he pondered. He remarked thoughtfully, even if she does not speak, we cannot press her, otherwise we might offend someone. You need not question her further. From today onwards, assign someone to discreetly follow this girl without her noticing. Should she encounter any difficulties in her life, lend her a helping hand. If she comes into contact with the divine physician, return promptly to report to me. At that moment, the esteemed divine physician was casually picking his nose while heading towards the bank. With a flick of his finger, he accidentally flicked a piece of nasal mucus onto the car of the man in the black suit. The latter was on the verge of losing his composure, but, remembering the big boss was nearby, he suppressed his frustration, reluctantly wiped away the mucus, and swallowed his anger, desperately cleaning with a napkin, his heart shattering. Lin Bai entered the bank, depositing the tens of thousands he had just earned into his card, then concealed the card in his back pocket, feeling secure against the potential whims of the female tyrant. Whistling a cheerful tune, he made his way home. Upon entering, he found Qianqian once again tending to the store, a hint of reproach on her face, though her tone remained gentle. Bai, why are you wandering around instead of watching the store? If I hadn't finished school early today and come to help you after lunch, your belongings would have been stolen. Lin Bai was puzzled. She was clearly watching the store when I left. Could it be she went back upstairs to sleep? It was evident that she was referring to the female tyrant. Qianqian's eyes dimmed slightly as she murmured, "Oh, so you asked your girlfriend to watch the store? Perhaps I overstepped. She might have misunderstood our relationship seeing me here and hasn't come downstairs. I will take my leave now." With that, she vanished in a flurry of movement, like a wisp of smoke. This woman, despite her shortcomings, excelled in the art of escape, leaving Lin Bai with no opportunity to explain. Ultimately, he decided that an explanation held no significance. He did not wish to advance his relationship with Qianqian just yet. Firstly, he lacked the financial means for marriage and family. And secondly, there was the daunting presence of the female tyrant at home. Although she would not harm Lin Bai, she could threaten those around him, and he dared not involve Qianqian in that peril. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Qianqian rushed back in, whispering in his ear, "Last night, did you go to Shuangjiang Hospital as a medical scammer? On the streets, the men in black suits are pursuing you. Be cautious not to reveal your presence. They do not appear to be benevolent. Should you find yourself in need of funds, you may approach me for assistance. Please refrain from engaging in dubious medical practices in the future, for not only do they yield negligible profits, but they are also illegal. If you were to encounter trouble, I shall cease my words here." With a swift motion, she vanished without a trace. In the future, when purchasing cooking oil, do remember to choose the dinosaur brand. Lin Bai called out towards the direction in which Qianqian had fled, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he seated himself at the table. Upon it lay some money and a ledger, revealing that several second-hand items had been sold. Qianqian's delicate handwriting was clearly legible. This woman is undoubtedly a competent manager. If I were to marry her, perhaps she could organize the household, leading us to prosperity and liberating us from a life of mediocrity, guiding us towards a radiant existence. Footsteps echoed from the staircase as the female overlord descended with a mischievous grin. Your little girlfriend has been tending the shop diligently. I noticed her efforts and chose not to disturb her. Lin Bai, exasperated, replied, do not take advantage of her. You could have monitored the shop yourself instead of making her stand guard all afternoon. What about her responsibilities? Your intentions are quite insidious. The female overlord chuckled. What is wrong with having a devious mind? A little trickery has granted me a modicum of evil power, albeit not much. It is better than nothing. If you're concerned about me taking advantage of her, simply remain at the shop yourself. Lin Bai clenched his fists in frustration. I'm striving for a better life. The female overlord scoffed. You should not have sold those potions for money. Instead, they ought to be used to deceive others. By deceiving others, you garner evil power, which can be utilized to deceive even more, creating a cycle of ambition. If you clearly communicated the potion's effects to Kai, Datu, and Jujia, it would constitute a fair transaction, devoid of any increase in evil power. Alchemy is not a means for profit. Lin Bai's countenance paled at her words. Are you monitoring me with a crystal ball? Indeed. Now, hand over the 40,000 yuan. I have yet to dine. Lin Bai took off in a sprint, but the cursed black chains reappeared, ensnaring him like a cocoon. He could only watch helplessly as the female overlord seized his card, skillfully accessed online banking, and transferred all his funds, leaving not a single cent behind. How did she know his password? Even a meager earnings from Qianqian's sale of second-hand goods were taken. Do not let my power surpass yours, Lin Bai exclaimed in indignation. You will surely regret it when that time comes. The female overlord winked, her delight evident. I eagerly await that day. She extended her hand for Lin Bai to see her watch, where the figure representing her evil power was laden with numerous zeros, an unfathomable sum. Grasping Lin Bai's wrist, she observed the minimal evil power displayed on his watch and sighed. Defeating me is utterly impossible for you. You exhibit no ambition whatsoever. I am beginning to doubt if I chose the right successor. Lin Bai retorted angrily. Do not revel in your triumph. What is mere evil power to me? Do not provoke my wrath, or beware my formidable might, capable of wreaking havoc and unleashing chaos with ease, surpassing you effortlessly when that moment arrives. Even your desperate cries will find no solace. Keep striving. The enchantress, with a playful smile, picked up her phone to order takeout, and Lin Bai vaguely overheard that the price exceeded 4 digits. On April 4th, under a radiant sky devoid of clouds, the weather was splendid, a perfect day for an outing, as well as an opportune moment for matchmaking. The policewoman, adorned in a blue dress, glided through the crowd like a proud peacock, each step imbued with elegance, yet laced with an alluring charm. Many a gaze was drawn to her, as if ensnared by her stunning presence. She could feel the eyes of numerous men, captivated and enchanted, lingering upon her visage, their expressions revealing a mix of admiration and astonishment. Such attention was intoxicating, causing every pore of her being to sing with delight. Do you wretched men now recognize the beauty of this lady? Ahead lay a Starbucks, where a group of pretentious individuals sat, savoring their drinks with an air of sophistication. The policewoman strode boldly through their midst, leaving a trail of admiration in her wake. Yet, she did not glance back. They were unworthy of her regard. In a corner sat a man of handsome features, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of intellect. Upon catching sight of the policewoman, his gaze ignited with fervor, as if he longed to devour her whole. Miss Zhou, I am Yi Xiao, a biology professor at Shuangqing University. It is a pleasure to meet you, he declared. The policewoman, whose true name was Zhou Yu, deliberately ignored Yi Zhao's outstretched hand and seated herself directly. Hello, Mr. Yi, she replied, a courteous greeting intended to ensnare him and ultimately compel him to plead for an opportunity, only to then coldly reject him. The reason for her disdain stemmed from an incident months prior when her aunt, discussing matchmaking with Yi Zhao's family, was asked, "How is her figure?" The Yi family, known for their lineage, sought a daughter-in-law deemed suitable for bearing children. Such a remark had infuriated her aunt, and naturally, it had enraged the policewoman as well. This was not an era of antiquity, and the Yi family's attitude was nothing short of contemptuous. The magic of Cinderella had faded. Yi Zhao, the policewoman, meanwhile, Lin Bai sat in his shop, glancing at the time on his watch, mentally counting down. As he reached 0, the digits on the watch began to flicker rapidly, and in an instant his evil power surged to 50 points, then stabilized. "Oh, to deceive someone has garnered me 50 points of evil power. Quite significant," Lin Bai mused, intrigued by the calculation method of this malevolent force. The enchantress leaned against him, peering at the watch with a grin. "The key to acquiring evil power lies in the harm you inflict upon others. The deeper the injury, the greater the wickedness, and thus, the more malevolent power you shall receive." Lin Bai rolled his eyes. The female demoness giggled. "Well, in any case, what you did to the female officer is indeed a proper application. You should distribute this potion freely. The more women you ensnare, the greater the malevolent power you shall acquire. However, this female officer's spirit is rather fragile. Merely toying with her resulted in a grievous loss of 50 points of evil energy. How unfortunate. Is it truly that tragic?" Lin Bai inquired, perplexed. "I find 50 points to be rather insignificant." The demoness chuckled. "That merely reflects your lack of a direct understanding of malevolent energy. Allow me to illustrate. If you were to wield a knife and slay an ordinary person in the street, you would earn exactly 100 points of evil energy. This implies that her suffering is equivalent to half of death, a rather severe affliction." Lin Bai was taken aback. Have I truly committed such an egregious act against her? Suddenly recalling the last instance when he had stealthily observed Qian changing clothes, he remembered the moment she flung open the wardrobe door, her eyes clearly filled with pain. The evil energy surged by 30 points. She appeared gravely wounded. Clenching his fists, his nails nearly piercing his skin, he resolved never to harm Qian again. Suddenly, he thought of the demoness watch adorned with an excessive amount of evil energy. Where did you amass such a staggering amount of evil energy? Killing a person only yields 100 points. The demoness laughed heartily, her arms draped around Lin Bai's neck, her form pressed against him. "Oh, it's quite simple. Just create a few floods in populous areas, induce some earthquakes, and perhaps send a plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Gradually, it accumulates. Enough of that nonsense. Let us commence today's lesson," Lin Bai interjected. The demoness retrieved the Demon King's codex from her pocket, flipping to a new page. "Let us continue your alchemical teachings. What potion shall we concoct today? Is there one that grants immense strength?" Lin Bai tightened his fists. "I wish to brew such a potion to overpower you." "Indeed, there is," the demoness replied with a mischievous grin. "This potion is named Monstrous Strength. Upon consumption, one's strength multiplies by several tens. Though the ingredients are somewhat troublesome, you will need ant legs, rhinoceros horn, bear paw, and an additional 50 points of evil energy. Yet, even if you manage to brew it, you would still be unable to contend with me. Ant legs are the easiest to procure." Lin Bai could gather as many as needed. However, both rhinoceros horn and bear paw posed a challenge, being both costly and rare ingredients, and moreover illicit. Without spending substantial money or navigating through back channels, they would remain out of reach. He could only gaze at the demoness with despair. "My money." The demoness extracted Lin Bai's bank card from her pocket, laughing. "Not a chance. This now belongs to me." With a flick of her wrist, the card vanished without a trace. "You wretched woman," Lin Bai exclaimed in anger. The demoness giggled. "Even if you were to flip horizontally by 180 degrees, you would still be Lin." There was no reasoning with this woman. He could neither best her in a fight nor provoke her into anger. Lin Bai, feeling dejected, exited the door, pondering for a considerable time before reluctantly making his way to the nearest KFC. As I turned a corner, I was greeted by the familiar visage of Colonel Sanders, his mischievous smile beckoning me inside. Upon entering, I spotted Qian, busily packing several chicken legs and wings at the counter, seemingly preparing for her next delivery. She appeared somewhat fatigued, a delicate sheen of perspiration gracing her forehead, evoking a sense of sympathy. Lin Bai, mustering his courage, approached her. Upon noticing his presence, Qian broke into a gentle smile. "Xiao Bai, what brings you here? Are you here for a burger? I can get it for you at employee discount," she offered. Lin Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and stammered, I need a bit of money. Could you lend me 10,000 yuan? Despite her modest savings of just over 9,000, Qian felt no hesitation in helping Lin Bai. If necessary, she could always borrow a few hundred from her colleagues to make up the difference. Leaning closer, she whispered softly into his ear, that's the spirit. Borrowing from me is far better than resorting to less honorable means. Just wait a moment, I'll fetch it for you. Her tender tone, accompanied by a sweet fragrance, sent tingles down Lin Bai's spine. He found himself wishing that this enchanting woman could whisper sweet nothings in his ear for eternity, a thought that filled him with joy. At that moment, a man in a black suit seated in the KFC picked up his phone and murmured, Miss Li Qian's rather unfortunate friend has suddenly appeared, claiming he needs to borrow 10,000 yuan. Given her income from working here, lending such an amount would be quite a strain. Outside the KFC, another man in a black suit responded, Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. A few minutes later, Qian arranged for a friendly colleague to cover her shift and, armed with her bank card, exited the establishment. Just around the corner stood an ATM, and she hurried towards it. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a tracksuit rushed across the street, seemingly in a great hurry. As he passed by Qian, he accidentally bumped into her, causing a few drops of soda from the bottle in his hand to splatter onto her clothing. The man, as if he had committed a grave offense, exclaimed in dismay and repeatedly apologized. Before Qian could fully process what had happened, the man extracted a thick wad of cash from his pocket and shoved it into her hands. Miss, I'm truly sorry for soiling your clothes. Take this money for dry cleaning. No need for change. I am in a rush. Goodbye. With the speed of the wind, the man dashed away, effortlessly vaulting over the sidewalk barrier with a grace that would make any Olympic athlete envious. He vanished like a startled rabbit, leaving Qian momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the whirlwind of events. When Lin Bai returned to KFC once more, the 10,000 yuan that Qian had lent him had transformed into 10 red pills. He had procured them from an underground apothecary, enduring a long journey to acquire them, and finally managed to purchase them at a high price from a black market diner. Now, he crouched beneath a tree, having captured an ant, with all the ingredients finally at hand. Hiding in a deserted alley, he chanted an incantation akin to a sorcerer, and soon 10 extraordinary talismans were conjured. Instead of seeking out Kai Dabu for a transaction, he returned to KFC to meet Qian. As dusk approached, mealtime was upon them, and KFC bustled with activity. Qian, carrying a small basket for deliveries, had already made 3 trips and had yet to find a moment to converse with Lin Bai. However, Lin Bai was in no rush. A creature like him, devoid of many things, was certainly not lacking in time. He had ample hours to squander and was curious to see how long the female demoness, who watched him through a crystal ball, could maintain her vigil. It was imperative to eliminate her surveillance. Otherwise, no matter how much he earned, it would never truly be his. Over the past few days, his intuition had sharpened, and at that moment, he sensed someone was watching him. Consequently, he raised his middle finger toward the sky and silently mouthed, Oh, demoness, keep watching. I'll remain right here in KFC, providing you with nothing but a static image. This was Lin Bai's ingenious response to the scrutiny, lying leisurely upon the hilltop. He would observe the ebb and flow of life. As long as she kept an eye on him, he would remain still and unresponsive, allowing her to grow bored and drowsy. This strategy was simple yet profound, embodying the notion of remaining unchanged in the face of change. In the distance, a figure in a black suit lowered his head, refraining from gazing at Lin Bai any longer. He whispered into his phone, That friend of Miss Qian's, the one who is a nuisance, seems to have noticed me. He just gave me the finger, and I dare not continue my surveillance. The captain of the black suit team had no choice but to say, Abandon the watch on that fellow. After all, he is nothing but a waste. Lin Bai felt the gaze upon him vanish, and couldn't he help but rejoice. Oh, demoness, no matter how potent your sinister powers, you cannot outplay a mere Diaosi. Ha ha ha. Someone of my stature can afford to be unruly, but you must adhere to the elegance of royalty. How long can you persist in this game? Seizing the opportunity, while unobserved, he needed to act swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, the demoness was grinning as she gazed into her crystal ball. To think you wish to challenge me. You are still too naive. If I were to monitor you, you would never even realize it. As time slipped by unnoticed, the number of patrons in KFC dwindled, and the delivery requests dwindled as well. Mealtime had passed. Exhausted, Qian finally settled beside Lin Bai, her tone as gentle as ever. I've completed my tasks at last. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting so long. You're not upset, are you? Lin Bai, of course, held no resentment towards Qian. He retrieved 10 small red pills from his pocket and whispered, Qian. These are the results of the money I borrowed from you for my research. I do like your help in distributing them. Once we make a profit, deduct 10,000 as repayment, and the excess can remain with you. Otherwise, the moment I return home, that woman will seize the money. Qian's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Bai assumed she doubted the marketability of the peculiar concoction. To his surprise, she spoke with difficulty. Why are you giving me money instead of your girlfriend? I refuse to be a mistress. I do not wish for your patronage. Lin Bai noticed that the column indicating evil power on his watch was rising rapidly, signifying that Qian was in sorrow. According to the female demon king, the pain inflicted by death equates to an evil power of 100 points. However, the value on his watch had already soared to 110 and continued to escalate. Could it be that Qian was suffering more than death itself? At that moment, a black Bentley business car pulled up outside a KFC. Old Lu sat inside, peering through the window and the glass door of KFC, observing Lin Bai and Qian with a peculiar expression on his face. This man's physique seems familiar. Could he possibly be the renowned doctor? He mused. Grandson, quickly show me the surveillance footage from that day. His beautiful granddaughter, still recovering from a cold, hastily opened her laptop and replayed the hospital surveillance video 3 times. Old Lu scrutinized the medical scammer in the footage, comparing it to Lin Bai's physique. After a prolonged contemplation, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's him. No mistake." Though he was masked, his shifty eyes betrayed him. This is indeed the esteemed doctor. Grandson, prepare a grand gift. I must express my gratitude in person. Lin Bai glanced at his watch, his brows knitting tightly together as the evil power continued to surge, nearing 200. Was that previous statement truly so devastating? Qian's suffering had nearly doubled the threshold of death. He had always dismissed the notion in novels that some experiences could be worse than death. Yet now he witnessed such a scenario unfolding before him, with Qian as the subject. With no other choice, Lin Bai decided to confide. Qian, you must listen. What I am about to reveal is highly confidential, so please do not divulge it to anyone. The woman in my life is not my girlfriend. She is the head of a gang who has commandeered my home as her base. I am merely a small figure, unable to resist her. Thus I must allow her to stay and even work for her. Do not misconstrue our relationship. How could you resort to such a pitiful lie to deceive me? Qian pouted, her eyes filled with sorrow. Lin Bai looked down at his watch, noting that the numbers were rising even faster. This was compelling him to speak the truth, was it not? At that moment, the KFC door swung open, and a row of men in black suits strode in, marching directly towards Lin Bai. Old Lu marched confidently among them, with his beautiful granddaughter following closely, coughing as she walked. The aura of this group was formidable, reminiscent of a rebellious army from the Matrix, causing all patrons in KFC to fall silent, lowering their heads to fixate on their plates, afraid to lift their gazes. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian's expression shifted. Oh no, this group of evidently unsavory characters is here for Xiao Bai? It seems that he truly has entangled himself with the underworld, and the female leader at home is indeed real. It turns out that the woman is not Xiao Bai's girlfriend. How delightful. The malevolent energy emanating from Lin Bai's watch began to plummet at an indescribable rate, swiftly descending to 0. It seems that Qian has moved past her sorrow. Once the malevolent energy reached 0, the force of justice commenced its ascent, remarkably climbing to 25. This indicates that Qian has attained a happiness equivalent to a quarter of life itself, transforming her existence from one more miserable than death to a state of such joy. Her life truly embodies the highs and lows of fortune. There's a saying that emotions resemble a roller coaster, which Lin Bai never comprehended until now. Had he possessed such insight during his high school Chinese literature classes, perhaps he might have had a chance at passing. Old Lu approached Lin Bai, clearing his throat, intending to express his gratitude with utmost sincerity. However, Lin Bai's heart raced with panic. This was troubling. The last time he had treated someone for a cold, he had charged 500 yuan, and now they had come to demand a refund. It was hard to blame them. Charging 500 for a minor cold was indeed unreasonable, yet he could not afford to return the money. After all, he had already purchased a bottle of dinosaur brand salad oil for Jia as a bribe. Who would bear the loss? Before the old man could speak, Lin Bai sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I acknowledge my previous misstep. How about this? I will treat your granddaughters cold again, and we shall consider ourselves even, shall we?" Old Lu was taken aback, as was his coughing granddaughter. They had come to express their gratitude to the miracle doctor. Yet before they could present their gift, the doctor preemptively offered to treat another ailment free of charge, thus balancing their accounts. What was this? This was nobility. This was benevolence without expectation of reward. This was the essence of true goodness and beauty in the world. No words could encapsulate the old man's profound gratitude, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Lin Bai rejoiced, realizing that the old man was reasonable and had not demanded a refund. As long as he did not have to return the money, everything would be manageable. Just then, a commotion erupted as the door of KFC was forcefully kicked open, and a group of men clad in floral shirts swaggered inside. Leading them was a towering figure, a man with a single eye, the other covered by a decorative eye patch. The one-eyed man chuckled ominously and pointed at old Lu, saying, "Lu, we are the one-eyed faction of the Jinju gang, and I am the leader, One-Eyed Brother. Do you know why we are here?" Lin Bai's heart sank at these words. Not again, the Jinju gang? Last time, it was the Scar faction that extorted money from Zhang Jiji with an embarrassing video, nearly leading to my demise. Now another faction? He instinctively pulled Qian behind him, gently nudging her toward the farthest restroom in KFC. Old Lu's attention shifted from Lin Bai to One-Eyed Brother. "What business does the Jinju gang have with me?" The one-eyed man grinned. "Oh, nothing much. We just thought we could use some cash. The Lu Group is a wealthy enterprise in Shuangqing, and we have had our eyes on you for quite some time, but we haven't found the right opportunity to strike. Recently, you have been frequently venturing out, accompanied by a limited number of bodyguards. Isn't this an opportune moment for us to abduct you?" After a few light-hearted laughs, I suggested we retreat to a quieter location, where I could place a call to your son, requesting a ransom of 50 million for the safe return of his father and daughter. Such a demand hardly seems excessive. Outrageously, Lu, the elder, was incensed. In an instant, one of the men in black suits darted forward, delivering a swift kick aimed at the eye of the one-eyed man. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the one-eyed man effortlessly caught the foot in his hand, showcasing his extraordinary strength. With a powerful thrust, he hurled the suited man across the room, sending him crashing into 3 chairs. The atmosphere erupted with shouts from both sides, as several men in black suits and floral shirts surged into the fray, their fists and feet colliding with resounding force. The one-eyed man, with a cold snort of disdain, felt displeasure brewing within. The previous mishap with Scarface, who had been apprehended by the police, had intensified their scrutiny over firearms, leaving the floral shirt men too fearful to bear arms in public, resorting instead to mere brawling, which lacked efficiency. Inside the small KFC, chaos reigned as a dozen men in black suits clashed with over 40 in floral shirts, tables and chairs flying in all directions. One suited man hurled a plate as a projectile, which struck a floral shirt man squarely in the face, splattering his visage with sauce from the Orleans grilled wings. Enraged, the floral shirt man, clutching a packet of chili, tore it open and flung it at the suited man, sending chili powder swirling through the air. The unfortunate suited man screamed in agony, clutching his eyes as he collapsed. The customers, terrified, rushed for the exits. A beautiful woman, in her haste, found her skirt caught on a chair. Unwilling to waste a moment to salvage her attire, she summoned her strength and yanked, resulting in a loud rip as her skirt disintegrated into 2 pieces of fabric. She dashed out, her fair legs exposed, not daring to glance back. Nearby, a floral shirt man guffawed. "Haha, what a sight." But before he could finish, a suited man swung a chair and struck him on the head, leaving him sprawled on the floor without a sound. The KFC staff were equally alarmed, with several female employees hiding beneath tables, while the male staff trembled in fear, none daring to intervene. Only the manager, in a state of panic, wielded a broom as if to disperse the chaos. A floral shirt man retaliated with a slap that silenced the manager, who retreated behind the counter, paralyzed with fright. Qianqian's complexion turned pale as Lin Bai shielded her with his body, guiding her towards the restroom. "Qianqian, let us retreat to the restroom. We shall not emerge until the commotion outside subsides." Qianqian nodded fervently. Being a gentle soul, She had never witnessed such brutality, her heart racing with fear. Yet, the presence of Lin Bai, despite his lack of stature, strength, or wealth, brought her a sense of security, making her feel safe amidst the turmoil. Perhaps when the world faces its inevitable demise, as long as Lin Bai stands before her, she can confront it with equanimity. Suddenly, a spoon hurtled through the air, unerringly aimed at Qian Qian's forehead. Lin Bai reached out, attempting to catch it, yet his efforts were in vain. The spoon, a harbinger of his lackluster athletic prowess, struck Qian Qian squarely on the forehead with a sharp sound, leaving her skin unbroken but her forehead flushed. She instinctively covered her head with her hands and exclaimed, "Ouch!" Lin Bai, instantly consumed by fury, was not one to easily lose his temper. Had he been the target of this assault, he might have simply endured it. For one of the most essential skills for the downtrodden is patience. Otherwise, life would have long since crushed their spirit. A step back brings calm, and a moment's forbearance can yield vast horizons. Those without strength cannot afford to engage in conflict, as they are most often the ones who suffer. Yet, Qian Qian was hurt. Since she was 6 years old, whenever she was injured, Lin Bai would unleash his wrath, casting aside the philosophy of endurance he had cultivated. With reddened eyes, Lin Bai bellowed, "Who threw that spoon?" From a distance, a man in a floral shirt retorted, "Who dares insult me? That spoon was thrown by my grandfather. Come and face me if you dare." "Very well, just wait," Lin Bai responded, shoving Qian Qian into the restroom. He retrieved a crimson pill, the mysterious elixir of extraordinary strength. "Xiao Bai, what are you planning to do?" Qian Qian asked, taken aback. With anger, Lin Bai replied, "This was originally none of our concern, and I had hoped to avoid it. However, the Jinju gang has dared to harm you. I cannot let this go unavenged. I will dismantle them piece by piece." Qian Qian desperately grasped his hand. "Please don't. You've never been good at fighting. You're small, slow, and your reflexes are lacking. There are too many of them, and you are alone. I'm fine. It's just a bit of redness. A few puffs will suffice. Come, help me blow it." She leaned her forehead toward Lin Bai's lips, her actions endearing. On any other occasion, Lin Bai would have been utterly smitten. Yet, upon seeing the red mark on her forehead, his fury surged forth. He swallowed the extraordinary pill and commanded, "Stay here in the restroom. Do not emerge until the outside is calm. Don't go." Qian Qian wished to plead, but upon meeting Lin Bai's furious gaze, she realized her words would fall on deaf ears. Back in 5th grade, when she was slapped by a middle school boy, Lin Bai had worn the same fierce expression. And despite being outnumbered by 5, he had forced the boy to kneel and apologize. In the first year of middle school, when she was punished and had a swollen hand, Lin Bai had stormed into the office and struck the teacher with a brick, earning a reprimand from school. He had displayed that same fierce glare then. When Lin Bai bore such an expression, Qian Qian could only relent. "All right, I will stay hidden. Just don't overexert yourself." She knew such words were futile. Once Lin Bai's eyes turned red, he would undoubtedly fight with fervor, yet remaining silent left her heart uneasy. Lin Bai pushed open the restroom door and stepped outside, deftly closing it behind him, effectively trapping her within. Qian Qian refrained from opening the door. Fear gripped her, preventing her from envisioning Lin Bai single-handedly battling dozens of floral shirts. Surely, he would be grievously harmed, perhaps bleeding, even coughing up blood. The mere thought of witnessing such a scene would render her unconscious. "Right, call the police." "No, that's unnecessary. The colleagues must have already contacted them. I should call an ambulance instead." With trembling hands, Qian Qian dialed the emergency number 120. Meanwhile, Lin Bai stood at the restroom entrance. The massive letters WC emblazoned on the wall above him, exuding a certain flamboyance. The chaotic energy had been thoroughly absorbed by his body. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of formidable strength rising within. He recalled an animated series from his childhood, featuring a Sheriff Brista who wielded the power of a bear. Lin Bai now felt endowed with bear-like strength, if not something greater. In his hand, he held the very spoon that had injured Qian Qian. He remembered the floral shirt wearer who had spoken just moments ago and took deliberate steps toward him. The surrounding individuals were still engaged in a brawl. Yet the men in black suits were clearly at a disadvantage. The one-eyed man was menacingly cornering old Lu and his ailing granddaughter, while the remaining black suits desperately attempted to shield their boss, but their numbers rendered them ineffective. A floral shirt wearer spotted Lin Bai, puzzled by this audacious figure who dared to approach the epicenter of the fray. Hadn't he noticed that the KFC staff and customers had long vanished? Did this man seek his own demise? In a flash, he seized a chair and swung it forcefully at Lin Bai's head. Lin Bai raised his left hand to intercept. With a resounding crash, the chair was sent flying, along with its wielder, who collided with the table before slumping to the ground, his eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. "Come here, you fool who threw the spoon. Prepare to meet your end," Lin Bai roared. At the sound of his voice, both old Lu and his ailing granddaughter turned their gaze toward him. Old Lu felt a flicker of hope. He was not particularly afraid of being captured by the underworld. After all, paying a ransom was manageable, provided he remained unharmed. What troubled him more was the fate of his beautiful granddaughter, only 20 years old, in the prime of her youth. If she were to fall into the hands of the Jinju gang, who could fathom the horrors that might ensue? It could very well ruin her life. Moreover, his granddaughter was unwell. Being taken hostage would do nothing to alleviate her cold. It was evident that the granddaughter understood this as well. She clutched her grandfather's arm, trembling all over. Raised in privilege, she had never encountered such chaos. Whether her shivering was due to fear or the lingering effects of her illness remained uncertain. Just when despair enveloped the duo, Lin Bai emerged as a beacon of hope. Old Lu's eyes brightened. "The divine physician has arrived." What a relief. The ailing granddaughter coughed softly and questioned, "Can a divine physician truly overcome so many adversaries?" The divine physician knows how to use internal energy for healing, surely. He understands how to wield it for harm as well. Ah, indeed, the glimmer of hope ignited within the hearts of the grandfather and grandson, rendering the one-eyed man less formidable than before. However, the combat style of the esteemed healer took both of them by surprise, for he lacked the grace typically associated with a martial arts master. With his left hand brandishing a spoon and his right finger pointing at a man in a floral shirt, he declared, Yes, you, the one who threw the spoon. You are doomed. I shall embed this spoon upon your forehead." The man in the floral shirt scoffed. In a swift motion, Lin Bai lunged forward. The nearest man in the floral shirt instinctively positioned himself to block the advance. Lin Bai unleashed a simple straight punch. He was neither a boxer nor a fighter, merely an underdog, devoid of sophisticated combat techniques, relying solely on straightforward strikes. The man in the floral shirt disdainfully grunted and attempted to deflect Lin Bai's punch, intending to twist and hurl him to the ground. However, as his hand made contact, a bone-crunching sound echoed, for Lin Bai's punch carried an overwhelming force, akin to a landslide. His arm could not withstand such might, nor could his ribs. With a sharp crack, 3 or 4 of them shattered. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud, dislodging dust that cascaded down. The surrounding floral shirt-clad individuals gasped in astonishment, their screams reverberating through the air. The one-eyed man turned abruptly, disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at Lin Bai. Meanwhile, the elderly Lu was filled with joy, slapping his thigh vigorously and exclaiming to his granddaughter, "Did you see that? That is the internal martial art technique, a secret handed down by our ancestors, Kung Fu. It may appear unassuming, but in the moment of contact, it unleashes power from the Dantian, an internal force that surges forth like a tidal wave, unstoppable and earth-shattering. If only Grandpa had mastered the essence of Tai Chi instead of merely its form, he too could wield such formidable prowess. Alas, with a decisive punch, Lin Bai sent another man in a floral shirt flying, his head plunging into a trash bin nestled in the corner. With a swift motion of his fist, yet another man was launched against the counter. The KFC manager, emerging from behind the counter wielding a large frying pan, viciously brought it down upon the head of the man in the floral shirt. Despite possessing only a meager fighting ability, the manager understood that one need not be a combatant to pummel a down opponent. With reddened eyes, Lin Bai strode menacingly towards the man who had thrown the spoon. The latter, now acutely aware of Lin Bai's terrifying presence, began to retreat in fear, shouting, "Brothers, come quickly and deal with this abnormal fellow." The floral shirts are remarkably loyal, charging forward unflinchingly against the formidable Lin Bai, akin to a bulldozer. They exhibit a fearless willingness to sacrifice, advancing relentlessly and composing a poignant ode to heroism, driven solely by a desire for righteousness and the enduring spirit of justice. Ultimately, the floral shirts are hurled into various peculiar postures, landing in corners, on counters, amidst refuse, and at doorways, Wherever they might soar, they do so without yielding to any obstacles. The manager of KFC, wielding a frying pan in each hand, charges at every floral shirt that is knocked away, striking them with fervor. He has mastered a strategy, delivering a fierce blow to the opponent's right cheek with the pan in his left hand, followed by a swift strike to the left cheek with the pan in his right. A chorus of enthusiastic waitresses cheer him on from behind. Brave manager. Go forth and create a miracle. The true professionals are the men in black suits, evidently adept at managing such chaos. They swiftly drag the defeated floral shirts to the corners, awaiting the police's arrival to hand them over. The onlookers gaze at Lin Bai with a mixture of awe and reverence. This man is undeniably powerful. Curiously, he seems unhurried in confronting the enemy's formidable leader, One-Eyed Brother, casting not even a glance in his direction as he continues to wield a spoon with his left hand, gradually approaching the final floral shirt, uttering nonsensical threats. I shall affix this spoon to your forehead. How one might affix a spoon to another's forehead invites a plethora of imaginative interpretations. The manager, in an instant, envisions numerous possibilities, even retrieving a toolbox and extracting an electric drill, a hammer, a screw, and thoughtfully providing a screw cap, placing them on the counter for Lin Bai's convenience. The floral shirt, catching a glimpse of the tools, felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Don't come any closer, he pleaded, initially addressing Lin Bai, but subsequently shifting his plea toward One-Eyed Brother for salvation. It became imperative for One-Eyed Brother to intervene, despite Lin Bai's disregard, which undermined his authority. A leader who neglects his subordinates cannot maintain his standing on the streets. Weighing his own fists, One-Eyed Brother recognized he was no match for Lin Bai. Even with his immense strength capable of wielding an 800-pound copper hammer and tearing apart Yuan Chengdu, he would still find himself kneeling in submission before Lin Bai. Well, resorting to fists is the domain of savages. We are civilized beings and must employ civilized methods to confront barbarism. Thus, One-Eyed Brother retrieved a handgun from his coat. Throughout history, civilization has often been obliterated by barbarism. Yet since the advent of firearms, civilization has never shied away from a duel. Watch out! The one-eyed monster is going to shoot you, screamed the granddaughter, suffering from cold. One-eyed monster with a gun? Lin Bai found this peculiar. Should he not be using his singular eye to unleash lasers upon his foes? Regardless of whether he wields a gun or a laser, it is prudent to brace for impact. He was not adorned in Superman's briefs at that moment, rendering him incapable of utilizing his super speed abilities, thus unable to evade bullets. Instead, he relied solely on his immense strength to confront this predicament, tossing a red pill into his mouth. With the effects of the medicine doubled, it felt as though all his power surged forth. Lin Bai's 5 fingers splayed wide, plunging into the ground, and with a forceful yank, he shouted, "Rise!" A hefty slab of concrete was lifted, weighing over 1,000 pounds, with exposed rebar visible at the fracture. Remarkably, Lin Bai managed to snap the rebar as he hoisted the substantial floor section high above his head, wielding it like a robust shield, impervious to bullets. The one-eyed man stood frozen in shock, his gun held aloft, momentarily forgetting to fire. Lin Bai hurled the concrete slab forward, crashing it down upon the one-eyed man, producing a thunderous sound. The man's singular eye rolled back in his head, and it appeared he would henceforth need to be known as White Eye. From beneath the ground came a cacophony of screams, yells, and cries of terror, prompting the onlookers to peer down curiously. It turned out that below was an underground parking garage, where a woman had just parked her car and emerged, only to discover a gaping hole above her head, through which a throng of KFC employees were peering. Naturally, she let out a couple of shrieks in surprise, and thus, only the floral shirt remained. Everyone deemed him a mere insignificant figure, unaware that the spoon he had flung was the very catalyst that summoned the ferocious Lin Bai. The man in the floral shirt was so frightened that he wet himself, a noticeable stain spreading across his trousers, trembling uncontrollably. The fate of the one-eyed man was abysmal. Who could have anticipated that he would be toppled by a slab of concrete? This was more absurd than any documentary titled "1,000 Ways to Die," surpassing the comprehension of normal humanity. Lin Bai hoisted the floral shirt man up, brandishing the spoon before his forehead, contemplating how to affix this object. A dilemma far too complex, akin to the creation of Frankenstein. His limited imagination could not fathom a solution, compelling him to seek assistance from others. The manager's mind was considerably more agile than Lin Bai's. He handed over a tool, suggesting, drill a hole in his forehead, insert the spoon, tap it in deeper with a hammer, then secure it with a screw and nut. Upon hearing this, the floral shirt man fainted, unable to endure any further. You dare faint after injuring Qian with a concealed weapon? Lin Bai exclaimed, lifting his foot to stomp down forcefully. The manager, not to be outdone, joined in, declaring, "You dare wreak havoc in my establishment?" Soon, the service staff gathered around, and together they trampled the floral shirt man, a multitude of feet showering him from head to toe. Old Liu, accompanied by a group in black suits, observed Lin Bai with reverence. The demeanor of a true master was evident even in the act of trampling. Oh dear, a master even managed to kick off his shoes while doing so. This was troublesome, prompting an immediate dispatch of a suited man to retrieve them. Upon seeing the suited individuals, Lin Bai felt a shiver run through him, the monstrous aura dissipating as he timidly approached. "Hey, old man, regarding the medical scam matter, was my earlier suggestion acceptable? I can help your granddaughter with her cold, and we can consider this matter settled." Internally, he added, "That 501 be refunded, no matter what." Old Liu, with a grave expression, stated, "My granddaughter's minor cold can be resolved with just a few cold medicines. There is no need for your intervention. It is impossible to settle this matter with a mere stroke of a pen, as I have yet to properly account for this favor." The mention of accounting for favors struck Lin Bai as sarcasm. It was akin to two martial arts masters exchanging blows, with a defeated party would proclaim, 10 years hence, "I shall return to repay you for your severed arm." This old man might demand the return of 500 yuan and even seek compensation for emotional distress. No, it was imperative that he did not engage in such negotiations. Lin Bai resolutely declared, "Let us speak of this no more. I shall not yield." The old man was once again moved, recognizing Lin Bai's noble character, selflessly bestowing favors without expectation of recompense, embodying the true essence of goodness and beauty in the world. Qian, summoning her courage, emerged from the restroom. The surroundings had grown quiet, and she hurriedly sought to ascertain whether Lin Bai was injured, only to find floral shirts strewn across the floor, while Lin Bai appeared unscathed. A wave of relief washed over her as she dashed to his side, anxiously asking, "Are you all right? Were you hurt? What transpired just now?" Lin Bai chuckled lightly, wishing to ease Qian's worries. He could not divulge the truth, especially considering the extensive damage to property and the considerable hole in the floor. His earlier actions had been quite forceful, and he feared that several floral shirts might be beyond saving. The potential compensation was daunting. Would excessive self-defense land him in prison? Thus, he decisively shifted the blame, stating, "It was the men in black suits and the manager who did this. They fought valiantly, vanquishing the entire Jinju gang. It was truly remarkable. This matter does not concern me." Old Liu was momentarily taken aback. How could the esteemed doctor attribute the credit to his subordinates? They had clearly been routed, relying on the doctor's intervention to turn the tide. Now, he was downplaying his contributions. But he was indeed noble and humble, not seeking recognition for his benevolence. Such matters must be handled discreetly. It was essential not to expose this exceptional individual to the scrutiny of ordinary people, a true master hidden among the masses. Although there were countless sentiments he wished to express to the doctor, there was no rush. He could visit another day. Old Liu quickly interjected, "Indeed, it was my men who were involved. Allow me to take care of the aftermath. You, sir, may wish to leave first, for when the police arrive, they will pester you with questions, which can be quite bothersome." He produced a business card and slipped it into Lin Bai's pocket, saying, "Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me." Qian surveyed the chaotic state of the shop and felt it inappropriate for Lin Bai to linger. Gently, she urged, "You should leave quickly. When the police arrive, there will be a plethora of troubles, and you have always been averse to complications. Don't get entangled in this." A faint red mark adorned her forehead, causing Lin Bai to feel a pang of sympathy. Seizing the moment while Qian was distracted, he discreetly stepped on a floral shirt and made his exit from the shop. Outside the door, the area was deserted, with no one in sight for several dozen meters. Across the street, some individuals pointed in this direction. However, their distance and various obstructions prevented them from clearly discerning the events within the shop. Upon seeing Lin Bai emerge, they quickly scattered, retreating to a safer distance to observe. Lin Bai hastened away, quickening his pace. Before long, The blaring of police sirens filled the air as a contingent of officers stormed into the establishment, wielding riot shields and batons. Expecting a fierce confrontation, they were instead met with the sight of the floral-shirted individuals subdued and lying prostrate on the ground, revealing a gaping hole that led down to the parking lot below. What transpired here? Had missiles been deployed? Old Lou, taking a seat at the center of the shop, proclaimed with an imposing presence, "These criminals were dealt with by my bodyguards. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me." At that moment, the old man exuded a commanding aura that deterred any challenge to his authority. In the 26th assault, the Dark Queen pondered before her crystal ball, deliberating whether to erase the memories of all witnesses. Previously, when Lin Bai had demonstrated his flight ability in front of Zhang Zhiji, she had intervened to make them forget his actions, aiming to prevent the situation from escalating. However, this time, it seemed unnecessary, although his methods remained ostentatious. Old Lou had taken full responsibility, treating the incident as an internal affair, thus alleviating suspicion. With that thought, the Dark Queen stored away the crystal ball and set her focus on a plate of pan-seared foie gras, savoring the moment with a touch of dessert, brownies to enjoy afterward. She found immense satisfaction in her current life, humming a little tune as sunlight poured through the windows, bathing her in warmth, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds and the gentle caress of the breeze. Such delights were absent in the demon realm, which was shrouded in perpetual gloom, a dreary landscape filled with foul winds and terrifying creatures. She harbored a disdain for the demon realm, even fantasizing about its obliteration. Should her malevolent power reach the apocalyptic level of dark magic, her first act would be to return and unleash it upon the realm she loathed, relishing in its collapse. She longed to settle permanently in the human world, cherishing every blade of grass and even the frail humans, who lacked the aggressiveness of the demon realm's inhabitants. Unlike them, these humans did not instill a constant sense of dread, save for Lin Bai, who persisted in attempting to sneak into her bed during slumber, prompting her to fashion a magical chain as a precaution. At least Lin Bai's advances lacked murderous intent, a stark contrast to the ravenous beasts that roamed the demon realm, ever ready to devour her. Could the esteemed demon lord truly be oblivious to the fact that the post was merely an April Fool's joke? She could not suppress a smile. Lin Bai's lack of ambition was, in fact, a boon. She had deliberately chosen such an heir, for she did not wish for the next demon lord to be consumed by world destruction. If the world were to perish, where would she find refuge? The new generation of demon lords should not be preoccupied with chaos or tireless endeavors for goodness. What she desired was a tranquil life, one that allowed her to indulge in laziness. Even if he were somewhat lacking in strength, she could ensure his safety from any harm. For instance, the fool known as One-Eyed Brother had been rendered speechless in fear and failed to pull the trigger. Had he truly intended to strike while Lin Bai was unguarded, the Dark Queen would have swiftly dealt with him using her magic. Lifting a cup of cappuccino, she gently sipped while basking in the sun, her long, delicate legs elegantly crossed. She realized she was not a worthy demon lord. A true demon lord should emulate her predecessor, whose singular ambition was to bring about the world's destruction, sowing calamities across nations, earthquakes, tsunamis, and droughts, resulting in the demise of billions, all in pursuit of unfathomable dark power. Ultimately, they would engage in a grand battle with the superheroes of the Justice League, and in their final moments, bestow their remaining malevolent power upon themselves. Only a fool would engage in such endeavors. The demoness couldn't help but laugh aloud, taking another bite of her brownie and savoring the rich cocoa flavor. Footsteps echoed as Lin Bai returned home, dejected. He deliberately hid his hands behind his back, concealing the manifestation of his righteous power, which stood at 350. The demoness had already noticed, but pretended not to. She was not as concerned as Lin Bai assumed about his virtuous deeds. "Why were you out for so long?" she inquired, her smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Lin Bai offered a dry chuckle. "I spent a considerable amount of time borrowing money for bear paws and rhinoceros horns. I was nearly short on funds and had to haggle for hours before finally securing the deal." He spread his hands to reveal 8 peculiar pills. The demoness chose to overlook the quantity of the pills, not wishing to be a shrewd ruler. A rare ignorance could be a virtue, enhancing the beauty of life. She wrapped her fingers on the Western dining plate before her. "The 40,000 from last time is nearly depleted. Starting the day after tomorrow, I shall face a shortage of provisions. As my chief disciple, You ought to contemplate ways to earn some money. Lin Bai, incensed, protested, Hey, you were the one who told me not to focus on making money, to use the pills for mischief instead, to amplify evil power. Now, you want me to earn money? The demoness playfully wrapped her arms around Lin Bai's neck, feigning innocence. Back then, the money was not exhausted, so of course, I didn't consider making money. Now that it has run out, it's time to think about it. I desire steak, cake, and coffee. Lin Bai covered his face with his hands. You could order more modestly and avoid such expensive dishes. The demoness shoved her overdrawn bank card into Lin Bai's pocket. I expect you to earn enough money by today. I don't care how. If I have no luxurious dinner tomorrow, well, you know the consequences. In truth, she had never entertained the thought of eliminating Lin Bai. She simply relished the thrill of threats, for he would resort to peculiar tactics when cornered. The demoness had witnessed various reactions to threats. Some wept and pleaded, others raged with indignation, while some fought with reckless abandon. None of these responses pleased her, as they did not align with her nature. She found Lin Bai's unconventional methods the most intriguing. Each time she observed him laboring to earn money, it brought her joy. Moreover, his ideas were often bizarre. She still could not fathom why he chose to become a medical scammer for a mere 500. If the Justice League discovered how Superman's healing powers were being exploited, they would surely weep uncontrollably in the restroom. She could not comprehend why Lin Bai insisted on stating that the medicine had an efficacy of merely 24 hours. Had he chosen to remain silent, he could have easily deceived billions. Clearly, this fellow was not destined for wealth. The female demoness retracted her magical chains. With each use, her malevolent power diminished by several points. Although the wicked strength inherited from the previous generation of demon lords was immensely formidable and unlikely to be exhausted, her reluctance to engage in wrongdoing stemmed not from benevolence, but rather from a sense of laziness. Thus, her evil power was seldom replenished. Each usage diminished it further. The more she employed her magic, the weaker she became. If this continued, there would inevitably come a day when she would lose all her powers. And should Lin Bai approach her then, she would be left helplessly at his mercy. The female demoness was acutely aware of this impending crisis, perpetually contemplating strategies to prepare for the future. Consequently, she frequently pilfered Lin Bai's funds, each theft granting her 100 points of malevolent power, a rather effective means of replenishment. Lin Bai was an intriguing character, whether she stole $1 or 10,000. The amount of evil power gained remained the same, 100 points, equally painful as death. In his eyes, $10,000 was money, and $1 was also money. Both were his lifeblood. The female demoness found great amusement in this trait of his. Having freed himself from his restraints, Lin Bai dusted himself off and said, all right, I shall go earn some money. Is that satisfactory? You wretched woman, do not let me catch you, or I shall make you assume every possible pose. As if I would fear you, the female demoness replied with a cheeky grin. Lin Bai returned to the bustling street, relieved that the 350 points of justice power on his watch had escaped the demoness' notice. Earning money was not difficult. Trading these 8 potent pills with Kai Dabu should yield some cash. However, he hesitated. These pills were not mere novelties, but rather weapons of considerable lethality. Having consumed only 2, he found himself capable of tearing apart reinforced concrete. The consequences would be dire if these 8 pills fell into the wrong hands, especially those of the Jinju gang. What should he do? Across the street, a woman rushed toward Lin Bai, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a policewoman. She donned a splendid blue dress, the fabric appearing luxurious, yet the fit seemed off. It was ill-fitting, clearly a wrong size. Upon seeing Lin Bai, the policewoman burst into tears, exclaiming, my new dress is missing, and it doesn't fit. Lin Bai raised his hands in exasperation. The absurdity of the exchange startled a nearby middle-aged woman, causing her to drop her basket of vegetables, mushrooms scattering across the ground. She paid no mind to the fallen mushrooms, fleeing in terror, disappearing in an instant. Lin Bai bent down to pick up a couple of mushrooms and offered them to the policewoman, saying, perhaps you could tuck these into your dress to stretch it a bit. It might fit just enough. With tearful eyes, the policewoman gazed at him, her expression heart-wrenching. Why does the medicine you gave me only last for 24 hours? Because it simply lasts for 24 hours, he replied. Lin Bai raised his hands in exasperation. Whoever told you that thing would have permanent effects? The female officer, with a look of helplessness, replied, where can I purchase it? I plan to buy 36, 500 pills, which would last for a century, alleviating the fear of reverting back. Such lofty aspirations moved Lin Bai. It is this indomitable spirit that enables one to live resiliently. If the efficacy is insufficient, there is no need for concern. Just take more. Much like certain middle-aged men, who, if one blue pill proves inadequate, resort to 2, and if that still fails, they consume 3, and should 3 not suffice, they take 4, only to find themselves foaming at the mouth and turning to dust. To love, even in death, aptly describes such individuals. Lin Bai remarked, "Perhaps it seems. I am the sole vendor of this product in the entire world, priced at 5,000 yuan each." 5,000 yuan each? Why not just rob a bank? The female officer exclaimed in shock, her incredulity evident as she began to calculate on her phone. The total for 36, 500 pills amounted to 182,500 yuan, causing her phone to slip from her grasp in disbelief. Fortunately, being a Nokia, it withstood the fall and could even serve as a makeshift shield in dire situations. The officer, clutching her forehead, sank slowly to the ground, contemplating the arduous journey toward enhancement, fraught with obstacles and the lurking threat of Lin Bai, a monstrous figure impeding her progress. One must possess unwavering determination and immense willpower to succeed. The female officer, however, was a person of great perseverance. After a brief moment of weakness, she regained her composure, rose to her feet, clenched her small fist, and declared with resolute conviction, "I refuse to believe that this pill is only available from you. I will seek out another source." Upon returning to the precinct, the flat-chested officer immediately opened her computer to conduct an investigation. After thorough verification, she discovered that the black pearl-like breast enhancement pills were indeed being sold by others. According to information provided by an undercover source, the illicit vendor Kai Shinzi, nicknamed Kai Big Belly, had recently released 8 cosmic brand pills at the price of 10,000 yuan each. One had already been consumed as a demonstration, while the remaining 7 had entered the black market, being traded among unscrupulous merchants. Though the drug's effects lasted only 24 hours, it still held immense value. It was rumored that the notorious Rose Knights, a peculiar assassin organization known in the dark underworld, had set their sights on these 7 pills. Comprised entirely of female assassins, this organization faced a disadvantage in terms of physical strength compared to their male counterparts, thus necessitating the display of feminine prowess to achieve their objectives. Clearly, this drug would enable them to unleash a more formidable allure within 24 hours, significantly increasing their chances of successful assassination. Therefore, while these 7 pills might merely be a source of amusement for others, they represented a weapon far more potent than an AK-47 for the Rose Knights. It was said that the organization's ace assassin had already arrived in Shuangqing City, vying for ownership of the 7 pills on the black market, employing blades and firearms rather than currency in her relentless pursuit. The flat-chested policewoman, upon reaching this point, felt a wave of frustration and promptly shut down her computer. Upon reflection, Lin Bai's offer of 5,000 yuan per pill seemed exceedingly generous. Should he provide his product at such a price to the Rose Knights, they might very well elevate him to the status of a distinguished guest. That fearsome ace assassin would then become Lin Bai's personal bodyguard, and anyone who dared to glare at him would meet a swift demise. Unbeknownst to anyone, a terrifying female assassin currently sat in the counterfeit drug factory owned by Kai Dazue, clutching a dagger in her hand. She scraped the blade across Kai Dazue's face, removing his beard and any trace of stubble. Bound like a zongzi, he had no means of resistance. Dressed in military camouflage, her face concealed by a black scarf, only her glimmering eyes and flowing golden hair were visible. As she continued to drag the dagger back and forth, she questioned him in a rudimentary form of Chinese. Where did the universe brand originate? Don't claim it's self-developed. I cannot believe that flour, lotus root powder, and sesame paste could yield such a miraculous drug. Her voice, somewhat gravelly and unmelodic, might have been an intentional disguise, reminiscent of Batman's tendency to alter his vocal tone. Kai Dazue was petrified, yet he was no fool. He understood that revealing the source of the goods would seal his fate. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "The supplier's my closest brother. If you harm even a hair on my body, he will never collaborate with you." The assassin glanced at the clippings of his beard on the dagger, her expression turning menacing. Hastily, Kaitazue amended his statement. No, if you merely injure a hair, that can still be remedied. As long as there is no harm to my flesh, collaboration remains a possibility. The ferocity in the assassin's eyes diminished. Killing you would yield no benefit to the Rose Knights. As long as you can consistently supply us, not only will we spare your life, but we may also provide protection. Without hesitation, Kaitazue divulged Lin Bai's address. This is my brother's home. You may negotiate with him. This man displayed no sense of loyalty, selling out others at lightning speed. The assassin saw through his claims of brotherhood and, with a swift kick, sent him flying. Kaitazue suffered a broken rib. He had claimed that as long as there was no injury to his flesh, collaboration was feasible. So a broken bone did not count. Meanwhile, Lin Bai remained oblivious to the peril lurking behind him as he pondered how to earn money. He possessed 8 mysterious pills, but was reluctant to sell them to Kaitazue. With 350 points of righteous power available, he considered making money in a hospital. Yet the prospect of becoming a medical scammer was too daunting, as men in black suits could come knocking at any moment. This was hardly a reliable method of income. Standing on the street, he gazed around in confusion. This neighborhood was not bustling. The streets were lined with countless 2-story old houses, reminiscent of Lin Bai's own, devoid of towering skyscrapers or the flow of heavy traffic. The shops lining the roadside are far from commendable. They range from the elderly woman's noodle stall to the modest computer repair shop run by a young man and the beauty salon owned by Jia, along with Aunt Chin's hot pot establishment. Apart from the distant Shuangjiang Lijing Hotel, there exists no noteworthy architecture. Among the locals, a staggering majority live in poverty, such as Lin Bai, who teeters on the brink of bankruptcy, Qian, who toils tirelessly, the elderly woman who rises early and works late, and Jia, who survives by selling her body. Jia, despite being the wealthiest among them, pays the most harrowing price. Countless midnights, Lin Bai has witnessed Jia crouching by the street, silently sobbing. Success does not come by chance. Each individual must pay their dues. Even with the Demon King's grimoire and superhuman undergarments in his possession, Lin Bai must exert significant effort each time he employs them. The forces of both justice and evil are not easily obtained. They interrogate Lin Bai's true heart, making every decision excruciatingly difficult. Having lived for 23 years, he grapples with the daunting task of finding ways to support a woman who spends extravagantly. Even with unimaginable superpowers and magic, the struggle remains formidable. Perhaps living against one's conscience through deceit might yield a more joyful existence. Akin to the method employed by Kai Dabuzi, which is the swiftest way for the impoverished to amass wealth. Alternatively, he could wield the powers of the Demon King to rob banks or commit heinous acts. Yet such actions would necessitate the abandonment of his conscience. Once that is forsaken, even the last vestiges of dignity for the impoverished would dissipate, leaving them incapable of standing tall before the affluent, as their only means of comparison lies in their kindness. Standing on the second floor, the female Demon King gazes out the window at Lin Bai's burdened silhouette, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy. Is it truly just to exert such relentless pressure on him? Could it potentially break this unfortunate man's spirit? Perhaps beginning tomorrow, she could slightly lower the standard of their meals. However, her concerns are unwarranted. The impoverished are invincible, for they are akin to a puddle of mud that cannot be broken. Having already hit rock bottom, no one can further debase them. And with no expectations to begin with, they are forever free from disappointment. Lin Bai's worries do not actually stem from himself. He suddenly comprehends the source of his turmoil. Qian has yet to return safely. He picks up the phone to call her, and her gentle voice resonates through the line. I'm fine. The police have arrested all the members of the Jinju gang in their floral shirts. I provided a brief statement, and Mr. Liu resolved all the issues. It turns out he is quite a wealthy boss. I don't think he is seeking to reclaim any money from you. Qian's voice always instills a sense of tranquility within Lin Bai. Even if a comet were plummeting from the heavens to strike the earth, heralding humanity's impending doom, as long as he can listen to Qian's voice, he would dare to confront the comet, urging it to veer far away from the solar system. After hanging up the phone and surveying the neighborhood anew, I suddenly perceived it brimming with vitality. The elderly woman, her face aglow, was busily preparing rice noodles, while several local residents sat in the shop, eagerly awaiting their hearty meals. Laughter echoed from the nearby Jia Beauty and Hair Salon and across the street. Anchin's hot pot restaurant was bustling with activity as a large table of patrons engaged in spirited games of chance. Their lives seemed devoid of hardship, in truth. Each individual radiated happiness. Casting aside those chaotic thoughts, I made my way to Old Cheese tobacco stall to purchase cigarettes, reminiscing about the dinosaur brand cooking oil. I hastily set down the pack of Longfeng Qingxiang I had in hand and decided to call Kai Debizi to inquire which cigarette brands to avoid. The phone rang several times, but alas, there was no answer. That cursed Kai Debizi didn't even pick up his phone. Feeling somewhat irritated, I thought, let it be. If I ended up with counterfeit goods, so be it. After all, cigarettes made from flour, lotus root powder, and sesame paste wouldn't kill anyone. Thus, I picked up the Longfeng Qingxiang once more and expertly lit one for myself. I resolved to earn money with integrity, steering clear of illicit paths. Well, perhaps a minor transgression here and there could be tolerated, but I would never indulge in anything substantial. A petty miscreant should avoid grave mistakes while embracing minor ones. As Jia once remarked, counterfeit medicine could be sold, but never a product that could endanger lives, lest one betray their conscience. Qianqian mentioned that old Lu was a wealthy man. I rummaged through my pocket and pulled out the old man's business card, examining it closely. It bore the title chairman of Shuangqing Lu Group, along with the name Lu Guoqiang and the phone number 137X. Taken aback, I realized that Shuangqing Lu Group was a legendary enterprise in Shuangqing City. It was said that 29 years ago, a man named Lu Guoqiang had started with a modest hot pot restaurant with merely 3 tables, a pitiful establishment that didn't even span 20 square meters. Yet 29 years later, Lu's group had evolved into a diversified investment holding company, encompassing restaurant chains, food processing, logistics, hotel chains, cultural arts, and real estate development, boasting a staggering market value in the billions. I was astonished that this unassuming old man was none other than the legendary figure of Shuangqing's business realm, Lu Guoqiang. An impulse surged within me to pay homage to the business card. It seemed I needn't worry about the 500 yuan, for he was a significant player who wouldn't stoop to quarrel with a mere petty individual over such an amount. A thought crossed my mind. This old man was not a villain. Perhaps I could sell him my peculiar concoction, confident that he would not misuse it. For if he truly intended to engage in wrongdoing, he could easily dispatch a few men in black suits to accomplish his aims. I picked up the phone and dialed. I had assumed that contacting someone of Lu Guoqiang's stature would be a challenge. Yet to my surprise, the call connected seamlessly. Unbeknownst to me, affluent individuals possess numerous phone numbers, and the one Lu Guoqiang had given me was specifically for reaching esteemed clients, ensuring unobstructed communication. For someone like me, who had to tighten my belt for months to afford a mobile phone, it was only natural to be unaware of such nuances. Lu Guoqiang's enthusiastic voice resonated through the line. I just wrapped up some matters with KFC, and your call came through. What a delightful coincidence. I was about to reach out to you. How may I assist you? How much is the 28th pill? A hint of disingenuousness in his tone, Lin Bai feigned nonchalance. I possess a few pills that can temporarily enhance your inner strength. After consumption, for 1 hour, you shall wield the same internal power as I do. Would you care to purchase a few? A thud echoed as an elderly man's phone clattered to the ground. Moments later, he seemed to have retrieved it, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, where are you? I shall come right away. I'm just outside your door." Lin Bai ended the call. In no time, a cloud of dust billowed down the distant road as Lu Laotu's Bentley raced like a 4-wheel drive sports car, revealing that his driver was undoubtedly a retired racing champion. With a screech, the brakes screeched, assaulting Lin Bai's eardrums. Lu Laotu sprang from the vehicle, circling Lin Bai with palpable excitement. In youth, one strives for grand ambitions. Yet at his age, wealth becomes trivial, and he indulges in hobbies. Lu Laotu's passion lay in Chinese martial arts. Having yearned for the chivalric spirit of the Jianghu for decades, he reveled in martial arts novels, dreaming of entering the realm of masters. The rumor of pills that could enhance inner strength left him utterly agitated. The middle of the road is not an appropriate place for discussion, Lu Laotu urged. Let us proceed to the hotel and deliberate on this business matter. Despite the promise of a leisurely conversation, the Bentley surged forward once more, tossing Lin Bai about in the back seat, making him feel as though his stomach might turn inside out. Amusement parks need not feature roller coasters. Simply placing children in Lu Laotu's Bentley would be infinitely more exhilarating. With another jarring stop, Lin Bai found himself at the charred remains of the Xuanjiang Hotel. This establishment, a source of both fondness and frustration, constantly reminded him of his humble status, highlighting the chasm between him and the affluent lifestyle, underscoring the inherent inequalities of life. The path to equality? To strive, but alas, it seemed implausible. Yet now, an opportunity presented itself. The doorman graciously opened the door, bowing in deference to Lin Bai, courtesy of Lu Laotu's presence. Lin Bai felt a swell of pride as he confidently entered, albeit cautiously, as the floor was slick beneath his feet, making his steps appear almost ethereal. He squinted against the glaring lights, unsure of where to place his hands, ultimately resting them behind his back, embodying an air of poise. Lu Laotu regarded Lin Bai with great admiration. This was the demeanor of a martial arts master. Accompanying Lu Laotu into a suite adorned with a garden, the room was spacious, furnished in an antique Chinese style. The mere cost of a single table likely surpassed all the furnishings in Lin Bai's home. The impressive vase could very well purchase all his household appliances. Yet, Lu Laotu, in a fit of impatience, kicked the vase aside, prompting Lin Bai to rush forward and clutch it tightly, fearful of its destruction. No sooner had they settled than Lu Laotu eagerly inquired, "Where are the pills?" Lin Bai kept one pill for emergencies, while the other 7 rolled enticingly on the table. The small red pills shimmered with an uncanny luster, suggesting they were anything but ordinary. Such vibrant hues are rare in traditional Chinese medicine, which typically favors deep brown tones. The adage strange occurrences often harbor unusual phenomena immediately struck Lu, leading him to suspect that these 7 pills were extraordinary. He hesitated to inquire about their composition, fearing that probing into the secret formula might offend Lin Bai. Instead, he pondered. If the divine physician claimed this substance could enhance internal strength within an hour, it surely must be crafted from premium ingredients. With caution, he inquired, "The cost of this must be substantial, correct?" "How could it not be?" Lin Bai replied. "Rhino horn and bear paws. 10 pills cost me 10,000. I foolishly consumed 2 just to deal with a floral shirt." Lin Bai felt a pang of regret as he continued. "The costs are exorbitant. Millennium old Hisho Wu, 10,000-year-old ginseng, and Tian Shan snow lotus. Not to mention the infusion of a certain mystical power." While he referred to a malevolent force, Lu interpreted it as the infusion of internal martial prowess, which was indeed alarming. Lu's heart sank. He realized he could not afford such luxury. A century-old ginseng could fetch over $1 million, while a 300-year-old specimen could reach tens of millions. What then could be the worth of a 10,000-year-old ginseng? Lin Bai chuckled awkwardly. In truth, those peculiar ingredients aren't used. They are merely common herbs. I'll let you sample one for free to assess its effects. Lu felt that the notion of 10,000-year-old ginseng was likely a jest, a ruse to conceal the actual formula. Yet, the efficacy of such a miraculous pill suggested its ingredients must be costly. Swallowing his apprehension, he decided to try one. If it proved effective, he would go to great lengths to repay the divine physician. As the pill melted instantly upon his tongue, Lu didn't even require water. It vanished before his very senses. He was momentarily stunned, and with a slight exertion, he crushed his teacup into a pile of shards. Startled, he leaped to his feet. Executing the Tai Chi technique of single whip, shattering the vase Lin Bai had painstakingly protected. A swift kick to the solid wooden wardrobe reduced it to splinters, and with a mighty shout, he leapt into the garden, directing his energy toward a large boulder, which promptly crumbled into pebbles. The exhilaration coursing through him was palpable. The power he wielded was astonishing. After completing the 42 forms of Tai Chi in one breath, the garden was transformed into a wasteland devoid of any semblance of beauty. Only then did he rush back inside, trembling with fear and curiosity. "How much does this pill cost?" he demanded, overwhelmed by the realization of its potency. Such a remarkable drug could grant the strength of a lifetime with just one dose. Consuming all 7 might bestow centuries of internal power, an act bordering on the divine. He feared he might lack the funds to procure more, lamenting the missed opportunities of his youth to amass greater wealth. The Lu Group, with its mere 100 billion market value, should have reached 1,000 billion. Lin Bai took out his phone and calculated, with 10 pills costing 10,000 yuan. Each pill's cost was 1,000. According to Judge's claim of a tenfold profit on the medication, it should undoubtedly be priced at 10,000 per pill. This was excellent. He only needed to sell one pill to repay Qianqian the 10,000 yuan he owed her. However, the price felt rather steep, and he wondered whether old Lu would be willing to buy. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't. With a hint of uncertainty, he quoted, 10,000 per pill. What? Old Lu's legs nearly buckled at the shock. Observing the elderly man's peculiar expression, Lin Bai feared he might attempt to haggle. No way. There would be no bargaining. After repaying Qianqian, any surplus would have to be returned to the formidable woman he reported to. Who knew what would happen if he presented her with a lesser amount? This was a matter of life and death. He could not compromise. Slamming his hand on the table with conviction, he declared, 10,000 per pill, no negotiations. If you dare to haggle, I will leave immediately, and this deal is off. Oh my. Old Lu felt dizzy. He had intended to suggest that the esteemed physician was perhaps pricing too low, but the thought was stifled by fear. He had long recognized that this healer was a person of great integrity, viewing wealth as mere dirt. This time, he was even more convinced. The healer was not here to profit, but to uplift the next generation. It was clear that the topic of money should not be broached again, lest he provoke the healer's ire. Instead, he resolved to compensate the healer in other ways. Without hesitation, old Lu summoned his aide in a black suit to bring forth the money. The cash had been prepared in advance, neatly bundled in a box, and the old man hastily handed Lin Bai several stacks. Lin Bai quietly counted, and to his amusement, he realized old Lu had miscounted for 7 pills. He received 8 stacks of money. He refrained from correcting him, secretly pocketing the extra stack. Just as he was about to conceal it in his pocket, old Lu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I miscounted. I almost gave you an extra stack." He promptly reclaimed the surplus cash. Lin Bai cast a mournful glance at old Lu, who reciprocated with a look of apprehension. To give even a penny more was to insult the esteemed physician. He nearly offended him. Frustrated, Lin Bai stood and prepared to leave. Old Lu, wary of saying anything further, quickly accompanied him to the door. As they reached the threshold, Lin Bai suddenly recalled Qianqian and casually inquired, "The floor at KFC was uprooted by me. It must be closed for some time, correct?" Old Lu, puzzled by the healer's question, nevertheless responded earnestly, "Yes, we need to re-weld the rebar, repair the floor, and renovate before reopening. It will take at least a few months. Do not worry. I will handle it and ensure that the unfortunate shopkeeper incurs no losses." Lin Bai thought, the Jinzhou gang dares to target me. They will surely regret it. I do not concern myself with the shopkeeper or the Jinzhou gang. My worry is that if KFC remains closed, Qianqian will have nowhere to work. Could you possibly assist her as a favor to me? I have a pill for you, after all, and you have not paid for it yet. Consider it a personal favor. In the future, when I produce more of this medicine, I will sell it to you at a discount. Old Lu laughed heartily, assuring Lin Bai that such a trivial matter was no trouble at all, and he could rest assured. Lin Bai stepped out of the Shuangjiang Hotel, the doorman bowing in a comical manner, reminiscent of a jester. However, Lin Bai did not mock him. After all, the doorman, once off duty, was no different from himself, merely a struggling individual. Why should one underprivileged soul belittle another? Had Lin Bai acquired wealth, he would have generously rewarded him with a substantial tip. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened completely. The streets were eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Lin Bai carefully clutched a bag filled with 70,000 yuan, navigating cautiously through the dilapidated neighborhood known for its lackluster safety. Holding such a significant sum made him a potential target for thieves and rogues, and he was acutely aware that he could easily find himself embroiled in a desperate struggle to defend his fortune. His hand rested on the last vial of an extraordinary drug tucked in his pocket, a costly concoction worth 1,000 yuan. He vowed to save it for a dire emergency. Suddenly, a masked figure emerged from the shadows ahead, blocking Lin Bai's path. The night was not a friendly companion in this part of town. It was far from the bustling areas adorned with bright lights and 24-hour shops. The street lights were dim, with only a few flickering sporadically, and many were broken, leaving the entire area shrouded in darkness. In such a desolate environment, encountering a masked individual could only spell mischief or malevolence. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bai turned and fled, not even affording the masked figure a glance to discern their stature or demeanor. Engaging in combat was certainly within his capabilities, especially with the extraordinary drug in his possession. Defeating an ordinary mugger would pose no challenge. However, consuming that potion would equate to a reckless expenditure of 1,000 yuan, a folly that only the affluent would indulge in. The wealthy often resorted to spending lavishly, a practice that the less fortunate would scorn. During the daylight hours at KFC, he had consumed 2 doses impulsively, driven by anger when Qian was harmed, forgetting the drug's cost in his rage. The Lin Bai in a clear-minded state would never permit such extravagant waste. He firmly believed in frugality, a virtue cherished by the people of Xuanqing. After sprinting 2 blocks without glancing back, Lin Bai finally turned to see that the masked figure had not pursued him. He exhaled in relief, having saved 1,000 yuan in the process. At that moment, he recalled his remaining 350 points of righteous power, realizing he could vanquish his adversary without expenditure. With the superhero's red underpants tucked safely in his pocket, suddenly, something landed in front of him. Lin Bai squinted to see that the masked figure had leapt down from the rooftop. It wasn't he that she had failed to chase him. She had taken a shortcut, deftly traversing the rooftops instead of the streets. Now, that was the demeanor of a true master, who among the skilled in tales would foolishly sprint down the street. "What do you want?" Lin Bai inquired, bemused. "You must be the new generation of the Dark Lord," the masked woman inquired from the shadows. Only then did Lin Bai realize that his opponent was a young woman, her voice melodious and captivating, far too exquisite to be merely likened to a nightingale emerging from the valley. It was the kind of voice that lingered, echoing long after it had faded. "Yet here I stand in the midst of the street, with no ceiling above and no beams to contain the sound, which instantly dissipates into the wind. Damn it, they come again to capture the Demon King. Could it be that this woman has arrived after reading the post from April 1st? What date is it now? Her speed is utterly sluggish. Just look at those heroines, the Supergirl and the Demoness, who flew over in the dead of night." Lin Bai inwardly berated her snail-like pace before explaining, "I am not the Demon King. That was merely an April Fool's joke." "No, it is not a jest," the masked woman replied sternly. "I have conducted an investigation. You provided abundant breasts and ample hips to a purveyor of counterfeit medicines, and just now sold an elderly man a potion of supernatural strength. These are all concocted from magic." Lin Bai mused that this woman was not slow, but rather methodical and astute. The masked woman stepped out from the shadows, illuminated by the moonlight and the dim glow of street lamps, revealing an exquisite figure clad in dark red leather that hugged her elongated form, resembling a dark elf. Curiously, her mask was unlike any superhero-s. It concealed her eyes entirely, with no openings for sight. "You are astonished by my mask, are you not?" The masked woman stated calmly. "I am blind. Throughout generations, daredevils have chosen the blind as their successors, and I am no exception. But do not assume that being blind makes me easy to defeat. My hearing can fully compensate for my lack of sight. I am acutely aware of everything around me." Daredevil? Lin Bai paused at the name, bewildered by this superhero he had never heard of. Well, that was not the crux of the matter. He needed to address the immediate crisis. Unwilling to engage in combat, Lin Bai clarified, "These are all misunderstandings. Look at my watch. I possess 350 points of justice power, which clearly indicates that I am a good person. You want a blind person to read a watch?" The female daredevil expressed her fury, instantly discerning that Lin Bai was indeed a nefarious villain. The audacity of suggesting a blind person read a watch was not something an ordinary rogue would conceive. The female daredevil brandished her weapon, a guide cane, which, upon pressing a mechanism, transformed into a short staff and with a vigorous twist, morphed into nunchaku. Such a high-tech weapon left Lin Bai mesmerized, prompting a desire to acquire one for himself. She wielded the nunchaku with grace, akin to a blooming flower. If an accompaniment were to play at that moment, such as quickly use the nunchaku, it would undoubtedly exude an awe-inspiring aura. With a fierce gust of wind, the nunchaku flew towards Lin Bai. At that instant, he regretted not donning his Superman underwear. Hastily swallowing the potion of supernatural strength and extending his hand forward, a thunderous crash ensued, and Lin Bai felt a tingling in his arm. The nunchaku did not deflect, but instead propelled him backward. The opponent's strength was astonishingly greater than his own. Was it possible that the potion of supernatural strength had failed to take effect? The effects of the supernatural strength were unmistakably apparent. As Lin Bai fell, he braced himself with both hands, creating a noticeable dent in the cement floor indicative of his immense power. His earlier defeat was merely due to his opponent's superior strength. Had he known better, he would not have sold those 7 pills to the old man Lu. Perhaps swallowing them all at once might have afforded him a fighting chance. Yet upon reflection, selling them had been the wiser choice. While life could be forfeit, money was indispensable. Rolling on the ground, Lin Bai swung his nunchaku at the spot where he had just lain, leaving a deep mark in the cement. The flying debris nearly grazed his face. Merely relying on the supernatural strength was insufficient to contend with this female daredevil. Lin Bai finally comprehended the might of superheroes. Although Daredevil was a relatively obscure hero compared to the renowned figures like Batman and Iron Man, she was still far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. As he rolled backward to evade another strike, Lin Bai frantically pulled out a pair of Superman underwear from his pocket. Before he could don them, he narrowly avoided a blow from the nunchaku to his back, quickly spinning around to deliver a kick. The impact sent him flying several meters away. Lin Bai felt his insides churn, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, likely from biting his lip during the fall. Were it not for the muscle fortitude provided by the supernatural strength, he might have already met a fatal end. As a normal person's physique could not withstand such an assault. Damn, that daredevil. Without understanding the situation, she attacked me. Though she may be a hero of justice, I shall not let this go unchallenged. Observing the female daredevil approach him step by step, Lin Bai gritted his teeth against the pain and put on the Superman underwear. He then activated his super speed without a moment's hesitation. The nunchaku came swinging again, but this time it moved slowly, allowing Lin Bai to effortlessly dodge it. You've gotten faster. The female daredevil immediately sensed Lin Bai's change. Indeed, I've activated my super speed. Lin Bai's body surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her chest. It is said that in duels, men typically do not strike women in the chest, as it is deemed disgraceful. However, Lin Bai, unfazed by such concerns, would not hesitate to strike wherever he could, even in more inappropriate areas, if it meant hitting his opponent. His speed was extraordinary, and he assumed the female daredevil would succumb to his blow, yet she deftly sidestepped, evading his lethal punch. It turned out she had also enhanced her speed, avoiding his attack and countering with a strike of her own. Lin Bai barely managed to evade this blow, realizing that a single acceleration was insufficient to overpower Daredevil. He activated his super speed ability once again, doubling his velocity, making his movements appear as if he were flying. In a flash, he positioned himself behind her, delivering a fierce blow to her back. The Daredevil stumbled forward, yet her nunchaku swung back at him. Astonishingly, she could keep pace with Lin Bai's speed. Lin Bai muttered under his breath, "Enough of this. I shall expend all 350 points of my righteous power to accelerate, achieving a speed 7-fold beyond normal. Let us see if he can withstand it. After all, it is perilous to leave righteous power unused. Should the Demon Queen catch sight of it, it could cost lives." With all his righteous energy devoted to swiftness, he transformed into a fleeting shadow. At that moment, the super daredevil finally appeared astonished, no matter how she attempted to hasten. She could not match Lin Bai's velocity. With a resounding thud, Lin Bai's fist struck her abdomen, sending her hurtling backward. Before she could touch the ground, he reappeared behind her, delivering a double-fisted blow to her back. Then, he flashed to her side, landing a punch upon her shoulder. This series of strikes, imbued with extraordinary force, failed to injure the super daredevil. Although she was propelled several meters away, she regained her footing with the agility of a carp leaping from water. Though her speed paled in comparison to Lin Bai's, her strength far surpassed his. With his feeble fists, even with the advantage of speed, defeating her was no simple feat. The female super daredevil proclaimed, "Your flowery punches cannot bring me down, let alone inflict harm." Truly, a subpar demon lord. With such combat prowess, should you encounter Iron Man, Spider-Man, or Superman, you would be reduced to mere rubble. It seems the new heir of the Demon Lord lineage is not all that impressive after all. Suddenly, Lin Bai darted into a nearby, small tavern. As the female super daredevil prepared to shout at him not to flee, he burst forth from the tavern, seemingly wielding something in his hands, though mere hearing could not discern its nature. "Have you fetched a weapon? Ordinary arms cannot harm me." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Bai grinned malevolently. "I have not brought a weapon, but rather 2 enormous symbols." The expression on the female super daredevil's face shifted dramatically as she quickly raised her hands to cover her ears, but it was too late. Lin Bai, in close proximity, forcefully struck the cymbals. The thunderous sound waves relentlessly assaulted her eardrums. While the super daredevil clan may have lost their sight, they possessed extraordinary hearing. And the cacophony was precisely what she feared most. The cymbals reverberated, causing her head to feel as though it might split apart. With a pain groan, the female super daredevil gradually collapsed to the ground. Yet Lin Bai did not relent. Should she recover, there would be further trouble. Without mercy, he struck the unconscious super daredevil with another barrage. From a nearby house, an irate voice shouted, "Who the hell is banging cymbals in the middle of the night? Do you not care about letting people sleep?" Realizing it was the voice of an elderly neighbor, Lin Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly stowed away the cymbals. He sincerely regretted disturbing the neighbors. All blame lay with that accursed female super daredevil. He kicked her lightly and, finding her utterly incapacitated by the noise, felt reassured enough to hoist her onto his shoulder and, employing his super speed, darted swiftly to the riverbank. The night enveloped the Jia River in a serene flow, interrupted only by the occasional splash of waves against the stones along the shore, producing a soft sound. Lin Bai cast the female daredevil onto a large boulder, pondering how to deal with this woman. Firstly, he sought vengeance for the assault she had inflicted upon him. He raised his fist, contemplating delivering a beating, but upon reflection, he realized that striking a woman hardly exemplified heroism. To strike a woman who had already lost consciousness would indeed be an act of sheer madness, leaving him unable to proceed. However, to simply let her go without retaliation seemed unjust, especially after enduring such a beating that had nearly displaced his internal organs. Well, while a man may not strike a woman, he could certainly take liberties with her, and this seemed entirely reasonable. Finding himself somewhat bored, he withdrew his hand and noticed that the malevolent energy displayed on his watch was an astonishing 500. Remarkably, defeating and groping an inexplicable woman had yielded him 500 points of evil power, indicating that her righteous energy must be in the thousands. She appeared to be a person of utmost integrity, dedicated to combating evil. Yet, despite her considerable righteous strength, she could not overcome Lin Bai, suggesting that the combat prowess of the Daredevil clan was vastly inferior to that of the Superman lineage. A mere few hundred points of righteous energy sufficed to defeat a daredevil with thousands. As he gently lifted her mask, a beautiful face emerged, adorned with black hair and yellow skin. Another individual of Eastern descent. It struck Lin Bai as peculiar that the superheroes and villains in this world were all of Eastern origin. One would expect them to predominantly be of Western descent. Upon lifting her eyelids, he discovered her eyes were clouded, confirming her blindness. An inexplicable surge of compassion for the disabled arose within him, and he found himself unable to harm her. Nonetheless, in order to prevent her from retaliating, he decisively confiscated her weapons. The nunchaku, when combined and a button pressed, transformed back into a cane, which Lin Bai held in his hands, becoming rather fond of it. At that moment, the female daredevil let out a startled cry and sat up, awakening. "Where's my cane? My cane?" She frantically searched, her palms grazed by the rough stones, oblivious to the pain. With her pallid hands, she rummaged through the stones by the riverside. Her previous, imposing demeanor vanished, leaving her resembling an ordinary blind girl. Lin Bai suddenly realized that, much like the Demon King-S Codex or Superman-S underwear, the legacy of the Daredevil clan resided within this cane. Without it, she was merely an ordinary blind girl. With it, she transformed into a formidable daredevil. Clearing his throat to attract her attention, he then declared, "Your cane is in my possession." "Ah, is that the voice of the new generation of Demon King? You have defeated me and taken my cane?" The female daredevil finally regained her composure, understanding her predicament. Understanding is crucial. You find yourself at the mercy of this Demon King, trapped in a predicament where escape is impossible. Lin Bai fully embraced the sentiment of triumph. "Now, be a dutiful servant to me." Upon hearing those words, the female superhero, Super Daredevil, leaped without hesitation into the nearby Jiajiang River. Fortunately, Lin Bai's extraordinary speed had not yet waned, and he swiftly retrieved her from the riverbank. Otherwise, a blind girl plunging into the surging Jiajiang would have met a grim fate, her body destined to be recovered by the waters of the returning bay tomorrow. A nameless corpse, swollen and unrecognizable. This woman was not one to be trifled with. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Bai resolved to cease his teasing. He feared she might harm herself, and thus spoke with a gentler tone. I am not a villain. You are indeed no villain. You are not even human, but rather a demon lord. Super Daredevil, engulfed in despair, felt her heart turn to ash. Alas, her damaged eyes could not weep, or else she would surely be weeping profusely. Stripped of her abilities, she was no different from a fragile woman. If the demon lord indeed intended to use her as a sexual slave, she dared not contemplate the implications. Super Daredevil did not fear death. As the weakest among the Justice League, countless predecessors had perished in the fight against evil, and she had long been mentally prepared for the possibility of being slain. However, she had not anticipated that a formidable demon lord would lack even a modicum of regal dignity, resorting to capturing enemies as sexual slaves. What a disgrace! The demon lord of the previous generation, despite being exceedingly malevolent and committing countless atrocities, had at least maintained a semblance of gentlemanly conduct towards adversaries. It was shocking to witness this current demon lord's descent into such depravity. I was merely jesting earlier, Lin Bai continued softly. Please, do not be agitated. Come and feel this. He handed Super Daredevil a pair of Superman's underwear. She examined the garment, her face a mix of astonishment and skepticism. This is Superman's underwear. Indeed, Lin Bai, adhering to the principle of committing no great errors while perpetuating minor ones, began to weave his tale. In truth, I am the new generation of Superman, publicly declaring myself the new demon lord only to draw out and eliminate the real demon lord. Now, having successfully become the disciple of the female demon lord, I await her moment of negligence to strike. Is that truly the case? Super Daredevil exclaimed, taken aback. Of course it is, Lin Bai replied earnestly. Do you think I would fabricate lies to placate you? If I were indeed the malevolent new demon lord, I would have already subdued you in every conceivable manner, rather than waste words on such trivialities. Super Daredevil found herself believing him. With Superman's underwear in her possession and Lin Bai's explanations, it seemed implausible that this could be a fabrication. After all, in her current weakened state, the demon lord could easily dispose of her without hesitation. So why engage in meaningless dialogue? With a hint of admiration, Super Daredevil remarked, I once thought the Superman lineage was merely brutish. It seems I was mistaken. The Superman embodies both strength and strategy, a perfect balance of courage and wisdom. No wonder they lead the Justice League. Lin Bai covered his face with his hand. The notion that the Superman lineage was solely brutish was not entirely unfounded. When he first encountered Superwoman, he had presumed she was deranged. Now, with misunderstandings cleared, it was time to bid farewell and return home to count his gains. Lin Bai was about to exchange some pleasantries before taking his leave, when the female superhero suddenly exclaimed, discarding the Superman underwear she held, her hands covering her face, revealing a blushing countenance through her fingers. You actually presented me with underwear you just wore. When did your superhero kind learn to behave so indecently? Lin Bai replied, that is utterly vulgar. The female superhero furiously pointed at him, exclaiming, my goodness, how can you not see? How can I make you understand that I am a superhero? Even so, it was inappropriate for him to make a young girl like her feel so humiliated that she curled up on the ground, unable to stand. Arguing with her was futile. Lin Bai felt on the brink of madness. He hastily handed her the white cane, saying, play with yourself. I must return home quickly. The female demon lord awaits me. I need to gain her trust and cannot be away for too long. The task of saving the world lies heavily upon my shoulders, and I simply do not have the time to engage in nonsensical discussions with a girl like you. With that imposing statement, the female superhero finally ceased her remarks about the underwear and pondered thoughtfully as she stood up. It must be perilous being an undercover agent by the demon lord's side, right? Is there any way I can assist you? I could fight alongside you against the demon lord, though it seems I cannot even defeat you. So perhaps I would be of little help. Avoiding me would be the best assistance you could offer, Lin Bai shrugged. By the way, you mentioned a watch with powers of justice. Can that power deceive the demon lord? The female superhero had finally pinpointed the crux of the matter. That sounds very dangerous, doesn't it? Addressing the issue, Lin Bai expressed his frustration, holding his head in his hands. Indeed, it is quite troublesome. I require dark powers to contend with the demon lord, Yet I must also retain a measure of justice to utilize the Superman underwear. I find myself perpetually depleting both dark and just powers in an attempt to maintain balance. In the short term, it is manageable, but in the long term, I will inevitably be exposed, which is detrimental to my ability to accumulate strength. Do you have any viable solutions for this predicament? I do not, but the Justice League is brimming with talent. Surely someone will devise a solution. The female superhero resolutely declared. I shall rush back to the Justice League immediately to seek help from other superheroes to resolve this dilemma. Once the female superhero reclaimed her white cane, she instantly transformed back into the formidable hero she was. Her radar-like hearing returned, along with her heightened senses of touch, smell, and taste. She perked up her ears and quickly realized she stood by the banks of the Jiao River, with the flowing waters nearby, occasionally splashed by the waves. The croaking of frogs could be heard, and the gentle rustle of reeds swayed by the wind added to the serene atmosphere. This city was rather pleasant. It existed in the space between a metropolis and a small town. Though bustling, it retained a sense of simplicity. In the overdeveloped cities of New York and Washington, one could scarcely find such a tranquil riverside, where every inch of riverbank was not tainted by commonplace vulgarity. In a secluded small town, life can be fraught with inconveniences, particularly for a blind young girl. A city like Shuangqing strikes a perfect balance, offering both vibrancy and a sense of tranquility and simplicity. This place is quite appealing. Once I eradicate all the evils of the world, I intend to settle here, declared the female superhero with utmost seriousness. Lin Bai's face twitched to the notion. Could one truly cleanse the world of all its malevolence? He couldn't help but quip, well then, you may never find home here. Curiosity getting the better of him. He posed a question he had long pondered. Where do the Demon King and the Justice League usually hide? Why have I never heard of your existence before? The news channels haven't even mentioned Superman. Your stories only appear in certain cinematic narratives. The Demon King has always resided in the demon realm, while the Justice League has been combating evil in the Marvel Universe. The female superhero replied earnestly. Initially, we were entirely unrelated, until the former Demon King extended his wicked grasp into the human realm, prompting the Justice League to venture from the Marvel Universe to confront him. Hence, the people here remain unaware of our affairs. When our tales occasionally reach the human realm, they are merely regarded as fictional narratives, not taken seriously. In the Marvel Universe, however, news of superheroes is broadcast daily, and the New York Times frequently features Spider-Man on its cover. Lin Bai's mouth fell agape. So, you all have traversed through time and space? One might say so. Your reach is indeed extensive. Lin Bai expressed his dissatisfaction. The Demon King caused chaos in the human realm out of boredom, while the Justice League seemed to intervene only for the sake of indulgence. Why not tend to their own world? Perhaps both realms were so dilapidated that they sought to exploit the human realm for sustenance? Lin Bai's conjecture, steeped in skepticism, surprisingly edged closer to the truth. The demon realm, a desolate place devoid of life, was uninhabitable for the Demon King, which is why she sought refuge in Lin Bai's home, indulging in gourmet meals and compelling him to assist her financially. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, villains proliferated, and countless superheroes, exhausted from their relentless efforts to maintain peace, found the human realm to be a veritable paradise, explaining the female superhero's desire to settle here. Lin Bai was genuinely curious about how she would return to the Marvel Universe. However, with the Demon King awaiting him at home, he feared the consequences of returning late and reluctantly set aside his inquiries. After bidding farewell to the young girl, he ambled home, carrying his purse. Upon arriving, he found a roll-up door had already been lowered. Unlocking the small door with his key, he stepped inside and was immediately struck by an unsettling atmosphere. He could not quite articulate what was amiss, but something felt off. After years of living in this space, he could sense even the slightest deviation. The darkened room felt as if a lurking creature hid within, casting an air of coldness and an ominous aura throughout the house. This is not the aura of the female demon lord. That woman never easily exudes murderous intent. To the casual observer, she often resembles a flamboyant and unruly seductress, perpetually seeking ways to tease, yet ensuring that she gains not a single advantage. Such a woman is exceedingly vexatious, and one day, I shall have her displayed in myriad forms. The individual currently lurking within my abode instills a primal fear within Lin Bai. Perhaps she is even more decisive and ruthless than the female demon lord herself. As I step further into the room, I quietly assess my capabilities. The effects of the strange elixir will last another 15 minutes, and my superhuman speed will remain for 20, provided I don the superhero underwear. Such prowess should suffice to confront any adversary in this realm. Yet in the presence of the demon lord, it is unwise to wear the superhero garments, thus rendering my speed unusable. Caution is imperative. Upon switching on the light, Lin Bai beheld a petite woman, or perhaps a girl, seated at the table. Though her face was obscured, her youthful figure suggested she was around 15 years of age. She donned military camouflage attire, her face shrouded in black fabric, and her golden hair cascaded freely. In her hand, she toyed with a dagger, an aura of lethal intent emanating from her. Typically, such women are assassins. Is it not rather premature for one so young to undertake the life of a killer? Lin Bai remained silent, regarding the female assassin with a watchful gaze, aware that she would likely speak first to articulate her purpose. After a tense 5 seconds, she indeed broke the silence. You are more composed than I anticipated. Most individuals would have screamed upon discovering a masked figure brimming with murderous intent in their home. Had it been Lin Bai prior to April 2nd, he would have certainly screamed and called the authorities. However, the chaotic events of the past few days had desensitized him. He had just been pursued through several streets by a female daredevil. The scene before him hardly warranted a scream, and his calm demeanor earned the respect of the assassin. "What brings you here?" he inquired. With a flick of her wrist, a black, pearl-like pill appeared on the table. Lin Bai recognized it as the product he had sold to Kai de Buzai, and it dawned on him why Kai's calls had gone unanswered. This ruthless woman might have already rendered him into pieces. "What has happened to Kai de Buzai? He lied to me, claiming you were close friends. So I gave him a kick. Rest assured, he won't die. He merely suffered a broken rib." The assassin's voice was youthful, yet her tone was chilling. "My organization requires this drug. I have heard it was created by you, and we wish to establish a long-term partnership. Does your organization require transformation to seduce men?" Lin Bai queried, incredulous. "I had thought such foolishness was reserved for ladies like Tao Tao. Is your organization perhaps named the Beauty and Hairdressing Society of Assassins?" The assassin was infuriated. The Rose Knights, a feared organization worldwide, being likened to a beauty salon was intolerable. Were it not for her need for Lin Bai's pharmaceutical expertise, she would have swiftly dealt with him in a far more violent manner. "You lack a clear understanding of the substances you have created." The female assassin exclaimed with indignation. "In the hands of a female killer, this drug is far more potent than any weapon. How dare you use it for mere beauty treatments? Cease this nonsense. If you refuse to provide us with the drug, I will not hesitate to dismember you. Only then will you comprehend the terror of the Rose Knights." "How terrifying!" Lin Bai retorted. "Can you assist me in eliminating the woman upstairs?" He was prepared to dig a pit for her, for daring to threaten him. There was no need for physical confrontation. Mere words could lead her to her demise. Although it was not Lin Bai's preference to ensnare an aging girl, it was certainly better than allowing her to trap herself. "I thought the woman sleeping upstairs was your wife," the assassin remarked incredulously. "You wish to kill her?" Lin Bai shrugged. "You wouldn't tell me that she is a female demon. Even Superman cannot contend with her. You see, men often harbor desires to eliminate their wives, seeking to marry someone younger, more beautiful, and more obedient. If you help me deal with that ruthless woman upstairs, I shall provide your organization with the drug. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth I accumulate, she will squander it all." A flicker of anger flashed in the assassin's eyes, wishing to plunge her knife into Lin Bai's face. Such men were despised by women. However, from the assassin's perspective, Lin Bai's proposal was exceedingly simple, far preferable to offering an exorbitant signing fee. "Very well, I shall ascend to eliminate your wife," she declared, springing into action like a cheetah, gracefully silent. Lin Bai watched as she ascended the stairs, disappearing around the corner. He felt no need to witness the outcome, for the assassin was doomed. Instead, he retrieved a cigarette, lighting it and sitting quietly, awaiting the result. What would the female demon do to the assassin? Would she strike her down in one blow or leave her half dead? Would she pass her on to him? Should he concoct a lie to let her go, as he had done previously with the female superhero? Or should he simply take advantage of her before ending her life? Bidding farewell to his virginity? Confronting the assassin would not evoke the same sense of guilt as facing the female daredevil. However, relinquishing his virginity to an assassin seemed inappropriate. It would be better to reserve that for Jiajia. In truth, the woman he most desired to bid farewell to his virginity with was Qian. Yet Lin Bai was not yet prepared to marry her. At the very least, he needed to rid himself of the female demon before he could nurture a world of intimacy with Qian. Unexpectedly, at such a critical moment, someone knocked on the door. A female police officer, clad in uniform, cautiously entered, and upon seeing Lin Bai deep in thought while smoking, she sighed in relief. Mr. Lin Bai, I suspect you have drawn the attention of the world-renowned assassin organization, the Rose Knights. I am here to protect you. Thankfully, I have not arrived too late. Is that so? I'm most grateful, but you have indeed arrived late, Lin Bai replied, raising his hands. A female assassin just threatened me with a knife and has now gone upstairs to kill my wife. The police officer froze for a moment before swiftly drawing her firearm. In China, police officers typically do not carry firearms, usually armed only with a baton. However, given the ferocity of the enemy, she had applied to her superiors for a handgun to carry on her person. With a firearm in hand, she instantly became invigorated. She was a sharpshooter of exceptional skill, having achieved a perfect score in live fire assessments, effortlessly dispatching both stationary and moving targets alike. Moreover, her prowess in hand-to-hand combat was equally formidable. Do not underestimate her combat capabilities simply because of her modest bust. Rest assured, I shall exert every ounce of effort to rescue your wife. The flat-chested policewoman darted towards the staircase. Lin Bai shrugged and continued to sit in his chair, smoking. This is becoming quite entertaining. Before the policewoman could ascend the stairs, the two individuals above had already begun their descent. As Lin Bai had anticipated, the female assassin was no match for the female overlord. Her dagger was now firmly in the hands of the latter, precariously poised against the assassin's throat. The female overlord was forcefully ushering the assassin down the stairs. The latter's face a picture of abject terror, clearly bewildered by her swift defeat. Earlier, she had infiltrated the female overlord's room, finding her target asleep on the bed. Languid as a cat, with stealthy steps, she approached, intending to deliver a fatal blow, only to find that in the blink of an eye, the female overlord had appeared behind her, the dagger inexplicably held against her neck. The overwhelming combat prowess of her adversary rendered the assassin as if caught in a dream. If her judgment was correct, the collective strength of all the female assassins from the Rose Knights would not suffice to overcome this terrifying woman. Such a formidable individual, not pursuing a career as an assassin, was indeed a loss to the profession. As the disoriented assassin descended the stairs, she heard the furious voice of the policewoman. "Damn you, assassin, release Lin Bai's wife." The policewoman raised her handgun, aiming it at the female overlord. In her view, the woman walking behind was the assassin, while the one in submission was merely a civilian. However, she dared not act rashly. The adversary held a hostage, making any hasty action perilous. The assassin stood momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the policewoman's words. "I will repeat myself. Release the hostage, and I will plead for leniency before the judge." The policewoman's tone was resolute, her expression serious, embodying the dignity of her role as an enforcer of the law. She was not merely representing herself, but the inviolable principles of justice. These nefarious assassins perpetually sought to trample on righteousness, yet they would ultimately find themselves apprehended by her own hand. Lin Bai could not suppress his laughter. Before his mirth could subside, the female overlord had snatched the handgun away from the policewoman with astonishing speed, leaving her with no time to pull the trigger. She could only watch helplessly as the assassin seized her weapon. By the time her reflexes kicked in and she swung a punch at the assassin, she discovered the handgun was now pressed against her own head. The scene froze. The dagger held by the female overlord rested on the assassin's throat. While her handgun was aimed at the policewoman's temple, her expression grave, her movements strikingly elegant, showcasing the grace of a queen. "Xiao Bai, what are these two women here for? One threatens me with a knife, and the other points a gun at me. Do they seek death?" Lin Bai raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Do not feign ignorance. With your abilities, you undoubtedly know what has transpired." "Very well." The female demoness sheathed her dagger and pistol. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, both the female assassin and the policewoman contemplated retaliating. However, before they could act, they found the demoness had vanished, reappearing several meters away in Lin Bai's embrace. Perched upon his lap, her arms entwined around his neck. A simultaneous gasp escaped the lips of the assassin and the policewoman. What a terrifying woman. How could she move with such astonishing speed? The assassin soon realized she had accepted an impossible task. Aiding Lin Bai in eliminating his wife was far more daunting than assassinating the President of the United States. It was an utterly unfeasible endeavor. Meanwhile, the policewoman recognized she had misjudged the situation. The woman before her was indeed Lin Bai's wife, while the one beside him was the assassin. Everything had spiraled into chaos. The demoness, with a playful grin, nestled closer to Lin Bai and teased, "You are becoming increasingly wicked, attempting to use me to solve your troubles. I rather enjoy this mischievous side of yours. However, I am not so easily deceived. You will have to clean up your own mess. I am curious to see how you will handle these two women." Lin Bai offered a wry smile. He was not adept at dealing with women. He could only shrug at the policewoman and say, "Isn't it the duty of the police to protect good citizens? Please apprehend the assassin. And if you could manage to take this woman in my arms as well, I would be eternally grateful." "She cannot take me," the assassin interjected. "I have not violated any laws in this country. I am merely a foreign tourist." "You attempted murder just now," the policewoman countered. "I can charge you with attempted homicide. I believe your eyesight is intact. I was almost killed a moment ago. You ought to be arresting that woman. Moreover, I am only 15 years old and not of legal age. The juvenile protection laws will shield me." The policewoman paused, contemplating, and then chuckled ruefully. It appears she was acting in self-defense and did not exceed reasonable force. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Lin Bai, did you just say to arrest this woman? Isn't she your wife?" Lin Bai shrugged, "Of course not. Have you ever seen a wife refer to herself as this king in front of her husband? I have no idea where she came from. I suggest you check her residency records and find a reason to detain her for investigation. Perhaps slicing her would yield some astonishing discoveries." Before Lin Bai could finish, the demoness interjected, giggling, "Oh, dear husband, how can you claim I am not your wife?" She reached into a nearby drawer and retrieved a thick stack of documents, including identification cards, household registration, and a marriage certificate. Lin Bai, upon glancing at them, inwardly cursed. This woman had once again conjured up a plethora of bizarre items. As a demon lord, instead of seeking to conquer the world, she was preoccupied with playing pranks on the hapless. How utterly unprofessional. The policewoman took the documents and scrutinized them closely, then made a phone call to have her colleagues retrieve the file for investigation. After a considerable wait, she finally regained her composure, exclaiming, "Indeed, she is your wife. Upon reviewing her file, I discovered she was once a formidable member of a Women's Special Forces unit, retiring on April 1st due to marriage. No wonder she is so formidable. No wonder she calls herself this king. Lin Bai, how on earth did a man like you manage to marry such a woman? Was it a stroke of luck from the heavens? Goodness," Lin Bai thought. "The demoness is so quick. She even fabricated records at the archives. Alas, it is finished. The yellow mud has fallen into my trousers, transforming what was not excrement into excrement. Yet the creation of this file is utterly absurd. Who, pray tell, would choose to wed on April Fool's Day?" Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words. Consequently, the room fell into a heavy silence. After a considerable pause, the female assassin finally spoke, regardless of the circumstances. "I require that particular drug. Let us revisit the terms of our transaction. I concede that your couple possesses formidable strength. Threats and forcible seizures shall no longer be employed by our organization. Surely, a fair exchange can be arranged? That drug cannot be sold to an assassin organization." With a resounding slap, the female officer struck the table, glaring furiously at the assassin. "Oof." The assassin cast a sidelong glance at the officer, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Are you implying that you need that drug more? I can understand that. It seems you are in greater need than we are. Parting with 1 or 2 pills should pose no issue." Enraged, the officer retaliated with a punch, which the assassin deftly blocked, and thus commenced a fierce duel between two formidable women. A most vigorous confrontation ensued, each strike punctuated by the force of the blows, and the added thrill of torn garments. Lin Bai, having observed only briefly, found himself captivated by this unexpected entertainment. After a long day's toil, returning home to light a cigarette and witness 2 women tearing each other's clothes apart was a peculiar joy. The female overlord, evidently entertained, even applauded in support, urging them on. A thought struck Lin Bai. Why would she, a woman herself, revel in such a spectacle? It was a disconcerting realization. Regrettably, neither woman fully disrobed. The pivotal areas remained intact, revealing only inconsequential glimpses of shoulders, navels, and thighs. They simultaneously ceased their struggle, both panting heavily. "I believe it unwise to discuss the transaction today," Lin Bai remarked, raising his hands in surrender. "I suggest you both return tomorrow, but at staggered times. If you two are together, another fight will ensue, and there shall be no opportunity for negotiation." The assassin and the officer exchanged glances, then turned away with a huff, both acknowledging the wisdom in Lin Bai's words. It was clear that tonight was not conducive to discussions. They hurried home to change, lamenting the man's keen eye, which seemed to seek out the very spots where their garments had torn. If not for his formidable wife being present, he would surely have been rendered a mere caricature of himself. On a different note, his wife's remarkable tolerance was puzzling. How could she allow her husband to gaze so lecherously at other women? Were she to discover his transgressions, a single punch would send him to the moon. But no, the moon harbored Chang'e. What if she were to ensnare him? Perhaps sending him to Mars would be a more prudent choice. Swiftly, the two fierce women vanished into the night, leaving Lin Bai in the presence of a female overlord far more fearsome than they. With a gleeful expression, she confiscated the money Lin Bai had brought home, playfully kissing the air an inch from his face, the sound echoing as though she had truly made contact. "Well done, dear husband. You've earned 70,000. Tomorrow, I shall indulge in delight once more." A husband who can generate wealth is truly charming. Lin Bai, feeling utterly drained, replied, "This money was hard-earned. You cannot simply take it from me. Among them, there's a sum of 10,000 that I borrowed from Qianqian and must return. It is only natural for a husband to entrust his wife with money, and as for repaying Qianqian, I shall allocate it separately." The female demon king chuckled as she tucked the money into her pocket. 70,000 is quite a substantial amount, yet her pocket seems to be a bottomless pit, as it did not even bulge after storing it. One could surmise that there is some spatial treasure contained within. Suddenly, she pondered and extracted 500 to hand to Lin Bai. "It is essential to give a little pocket money to my husband. A man should never be without funds, for it will be quite embarrassing to dine with friends without the means to pay the bill." "Hey, how long do you intend to maintain this false identity?" Lin Bai retorted angrily. "I shall continue until I grow weary of it," the female demon king replied with a playful smile, brandishing the marriage certificate. "Do not fret. Once I lose interest, these documents will turn to ash in an instant, along with the records in the Civil Affairs Bureau and archives, ensuring no impact on your ability to marry a genuine wife. Until then, you may temporarily fulfill the role of my husband. After all, you've never experienced being a husband, and I am curious to know what that feels like." Lin Bai's expression of irritation suddenly vanished, transforming into a lecherous grin. "Want to test the waters of marriage? Easy. Let us head to the bed and take our time. With my current vigor, I could offer you 5 trials in a single night." At that moment, black chains materialized out of thin air, binding Lin Bai as tightly as a cocoon. Chapter 33. 2 guests having stayed up late the previous night, Lin Bai failed to awaken according to his biological clock. He was roused by the sound of the female demon king's voice on the phone. "Order 5 portions of rock sugar bird's nest, and deliver them to Xiao by computer repair. And do it swiftly. If the bird's nest arrives cold, I shall not pay." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Bai felt an urge to retaliate. Who craves bird's nest so early in the morning, especially 5 portions? Couldn't she settle for soy milk, fried dough sticks, or a cake? Bird's nest is exorbitantly priced, and I have yet to indulge in it myself. Realizing that he could not dissuade her, the only recourse was to rise quickly and join her for breakfast, thus mitigating some of the loss. Lin Bai hastily dressed. Golden sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room with a warm ambience. Suddenly, he felt life was quite beautiful. Even though he had just been angry with the female demon king, he inexplicably found joy in the moment. How peculiar. After freshening up and muttering complaints, he descended the stairs only to discover that the female demon king had already opened the shop. The rolling shutter was raised, and the sign for Xiao by computer repair cast a long shadow in the morning light. The female demon king stood at the entrance, hands on her hips, defiantly gesturing to the nearby Jia beauty salon, cursing them for not opening earlier. This was Lin Bai's signature move, now emulated by the female demon king. Observing from the side, the gesture appeared rather foolish, and Lin Bai realized he had been engaging in such silly antics every morning. Oddly enough, despite its absurdity, life still felt delightful. Taking a seat at the table, Lin Bai noted how clean it was. The usually disordered computer parts were now neatly organized in boxes, and the dust on the keyboard had been wiped away, making it look brand new. The house radiated a newfound vitality, as if something within had awakened, infusing the old abode with life. How strange, Lin Bai couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, it was not strange at all. The enchanting sorceress sat across the table, her elbows resting on the surface, her chin cradled in her delicate hands, her fair visage adorably contorted in a childlike manner. This house has finally acquired a mistress, which is why it appears so different. You are well aware of this fact, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Indeed, Lin Bai understood the reason for the shift in ambience. The sorceress had breathed life into the residence. A home belonging to one is distinct from one shared by two. When a bachelor's dwelling is graced by a female presence, the essence of the world transforms, blossoming into warmth and happiness. A coziness that a mere dreamer like him could scarcely conceive. However, he could not concede to such sentiments, for the leading lady was not Xianxian, and thus he could not accept even the slightest hint of joy. With a labored breath, Lin Bai said, "Do not jest with others' lives." The sorceress fell silent, merely sitting quietly as golden sunlight cascaded upon them, an embodiment of serene beauty. After a considerable pause, she smiled and remarked, "Do not disrupt my little game, or else. When the sorceress is enraged, countless souls shall fall." A sorceress who would become incensed over a trivial game should not exist. The notion of her slaughtering the populace of Shuangqing City over such a triviality was almost comical. Lin Bai longed to scoff, but ultimately refrained. There was no need to condemn the people of Shuangqing City to such a fate. Soon, 5 bowls of sweetened bird's nest soup arrived. The sorceress delicately picked up one bowl, gently blowing on it before presenting it to Lin Bai, feigning a gentle and virtuous demeanor. "Darling, come and enjoy a bowl of sweetened bird's nest. I have labored all night to prepare it." The delivery boy nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. It was evident that the soup had just been delivered, and yet she claimed to have spent the night preparing it. If her husband did not lose his mind, he would take her surname. The lad promptly acquiesced to her surname, as Lin Bai accepted the soup with a beaming smile, feigning utmost delight. "My dear wife, you are truly virtuous. Having a wife like you is a blessing for me. This bird's nest is excellently prepared." The delivery boy left, tears in his eyes. Lin Bai adopted the demeanor of a household head, affecting a tone of authority. "Why did you purchase 5 bowls of bird's nest?" A virtuous wife should understand the importance of frugality. Needless waste must be avoided. "Are you planning to eat 3 bowls while I have only 2? This simply will not do. It should be 3 for me and 2 for you." The sorceress, with a playful smile, replied, "We must entertain guests." Entertain guests? Just as Lin Bai posed the question, the first guest entered the room. It was the police officer. Today, she was not in uniform, but rather donned casual attire. A loose-fitting sweatshirt that exuded youth and vitality, complemented by her pure and beautiful visage. Almost flawless, though one must avoid gazing at her chest, for such garments were designed to obscure a woman's figure. The female demon lord presented a bowl of rock sugar bird's nest to her. The female police officer accepted it and took a couple of sips, her expression complex and her demeanor peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, she produced a stack of cash and placed it on the table. "This is 15,000 yuan. I wish to reserve 3 doses. Do not glare at me with such disdain. A police officer's salary is modest, and these are my only savings. Is this amount sufficient for 3 doses? What do you intend to use these 3 doses?" Lin Bai inquired with interest. The female officer lamented, "3 days from now, there's a class reunion, and I plan to use one. 5 days later, I have a blind date, and I will use another. 10 days hence, I am to attend a friend's wedding, rumored to be attended by many eligible bachelors, and I will use the last one. As for future matters, I have yet to decide." How tragic. This woman requires magics, disguise, more than Cinderella herself. Lin Bai was about to offer her a few doses as a gift, but the female demon lord was quicker, swiftly pocketing the stack of money while seamlessly continuing the conversation. "Very well. Return this afternoon, and I shall hand over the medication." The female officer tilted her head back and swallowed the entire bowl of bird's nest in one go, then turned and exited. Most likely, she had not even realized the delicacy she had consumed, nor had she savored its flavor. Providing her with such a luxurious treat felt like a waste of money, and Lin Bai was somewhat exasperated. The next arrival was the female assassin, who today wore no camouflage and bore no mask. Her features were a delightful blend of Eastern and Western beauty, revealing her mixed heritage, embodying the gentleness of an Eastern woman and the grace of a Western one. Adorned in a crimson dress, the female demon lord also served her a bowl of bird's nest, her demeanor and gestures reminiscent of Lin Bai's wife. The female assassin produced a checkbook and placed it on the table, ready to sign a substantial amount. Name your price. The Rose Knights do not lack funds, but we also do not indulge in frivolous spending. We hope your pricing will be fair, enabling us to engage in long-term collaboration. Lin Bai gazed longingly at the checkbook, feeling an impulse to generously offer the impoverished female officer a dose. Yet he had no intention of doing the same for the assassin's organization. Extortion was the name of the game. Regrettably, before he could voice his thoughts, the female demon lord interjected, "We shall not accept payment. We will gladly provide you with a batch of medication." This declaration nearly caused the female assassin to stumble, her checkbook almost torn apart, and her signing pen snapped in two. Lin Bai could not contain himself, spraying out a mouthful of the precious bird's nest he had just consumed. The value lost with that single spray felt like a painful waste, making him wish to kneel and clean up the spilled delicacy. Frustrated, he leaned closer to the female demon lord and whispered, "Why give it to them for free?" The female demon lord grinned mischievously, nibbling at his ear. They utilize this medication to assassinate their targets, wielding it as a weapon. If provided for free, once they succeed, you become an accomplice, sharing in the malevolent power. If you sell it to them, it becomes an equal exchange, just as selling knives to assassins is not a crime. You shall not receive any malevolent power. In essence, you can continuously obtain malevolent power through them, which is far less burdensome than engaging in wrongdoing yourself. Lin Bai's mouth hung agape. Unconvinced, in a fit of rage, the demon king left countless corpses in her wake. Lin Bai chuckled bitterly, expressing his disbelief. "I understand your point, but are you not concerned that their use of such a potion to eliminate villains might inadvertently enhance my own sense of justice? There seemed to be a misunderstanding regarding the acquisition of both justice and evil powers, regardless of whether their targets were virtuous or wicked. The act of assassination itself was inherently malevolent. Even the most heinous of criminals ought to face judgment before punishment. Resorting to assassination could only yield evil power." The female demon king, rarely serious, began to elucidate matters for Lin Bai. He queried in astonishment, "I once defeated a crime lord with 50 points of evil power through cunning means and earned 5 points of justice. Does that not contradict your assertion?" She smiled. "It does not contradict. The 5 points of justice you acquired were not merely a reward for vanquishing a villain, but for intervening in a specific wicked act. By thwarting him, you prevented further wrongdoing, thereby earning justice. Moreover, the justice power you obtained should exceed 5 points. The deduction for your underhanded approach resulted in you ultimately receiving only 5. In that instant, enlightenment dawned upon Lin Bai. The 5 points of justice he garnered from defeating the man in the floral shirt stemmed not from defeating evil itself, but from obstructing his delivery of a hard drive to Scarface, thereby derailing the Golden Bamboo Gang's extortion scheme against Zhang Jiji. It became evident that his previous comprehension of justice and evil was somewhat superficial. The classification of an act as just or unjust is entangled in intricate reasoning, ultimately reflecting one's own heart and the resulting consequences. Lin Bai sighed, "I see now." As he pondered, he realized that supplying the potion could indeed be one of the finest methods to acquire evil power, far more palatable than wielding a blade to slay others. Though he hesitated to indiscriminately peddle the potion, he felt little apprehension, perhaps due to the nature of its targets, licentious men who were inherently unvirtuous, much like himself. Defeated, he sank back into his chair and addressed the female assassin. "All right then, I shall generously offer you a batch." The assassin, wary of accepting unsolicited gifts, questioned, "What motivates you to give us this batch for free?" She could not fathom any grand conspiracy behind such a gesture. Lin Bai grimaced. "This is merely to demonstrate my sincerity in collaborating with your esteemed organization." Yes, sincerity is paramount. In today's society, where integrity is often lacking, mutual trust between individuals is exceedingly rare. To convey my genuine intent in partnering with you, I must endure the pain of parting with this batch. It will serve as an excellent beginning. Should our collaboration flourish, I may even provide another batch in the future. The assassin, perplexed by his words, found herself unable to dismiss them entirely. Yet, a lingering suspicion gnawed at her. Did this couple intend to lace the potion with poison, seeking to ensnare all the female assassins of the Rose Knights in one fell swoop? However, we are not fools. Before consuming anything, we certainly must examine its properties, and we will not be easily deceived. After much contemplation, she could not fathom the intentions of the Lin Bai couple, driving her nearly to madness. The female demon monarch waved her hand and said, "If you cannot comprehend, then return and ponder slowly. Come here tonight to collect the medicine. Brave young ladies, use this batch of medicine to pursue your targets relentlessly and await the good news." The female assassin, in a daze, drank the sweetened bird's nest in one gulp and turned to leave. She was deep in thought about Lin Bai's possible schemes, likely oblivious to the fact that this was an expensive delicacy. Lin Bai knew that she currently found everything tasteless, rendering it a sheer waste of money. Are there no other guests? With just a couple and 2 guests, they had ordered 5 bowls of bird's nest. Lin Bai pointed to the last bowl and asked, "Whose is this?" The female demon monarch replied softly, "This last bowl is prepared for Qian Qian, but she will not come here. I trust you would not wish for her to see me. Please take this bowl to her next door before she steps out." Lin Bai was rendered speechless, pointing at the female demon monarch with trembling fingers, yet unable to utter a single word. "Look how well I treat you. I embody the essence of what a perfect wife should be. A true wife would never allow her husband the opportunity to pursue other women." "Oh, do wives in the mortal realm possess such strong possessiveness? In the demon realm, men often have numerous wives. Here, the mightiest are entitled to the finest resources, and the number of wives a man possesses is proportional to his strength. As the new generation demon king, theoretically, all the women in the demon realm belong to you, merely waiting for you to claim them. Are you interested? I could assist you in capturing a flower demon, fox demon, or snake demon for your immediate use. However, they may not meet your preferences. The flower demon might bear thorns, the fox demon may have a strong odor, and the snake demon is often venomous. Are you implying that in the demon realm, wives are acquired by capture?" Lin Bai wiped the sweat from his brow, picked up the bowl of bird's nest, and fled. If demon men capture wives, do demon women capture husbands? It seems that he now resembled something akin to a caught prey. Rest assured, I shall not eavesdrop on your conversation. Here is $10,000. Take it to her. The female demon monarch waved at the door, reminiscent of a wife bidding farewell to her husband. Lin Bai hurriedly dashed into Qian Qian's home, where she was browsing the bank's website on her computer, seemingly checking her balance. Lin Bai knew that Qian Qian was not wealthy and probably had little worth checking. In this day and age, the impoverished, though possessing scant funds, often find themselves repeatedly counting their meager resources. "Qian Qian, cease your futile checks and come have a bowl of sweetened bird's nest." Lin Bai hesitated to mention it was bird's nest, fearing that Qian Qian would decline upon learning of its costliness. She was a diligent and frugal girl, and if she discovered he had gifted her such an extravagant breakfast, she would likely reproach him for his extravagance. When dealing with vain girls, offering an expensive gift can yield results, but with a girl like Qian Qian, such tactics would only earn a resounding rebuke. Oh no, it is not true. The gentle Qian Qian would never strike him, but would instead gaze at Lin Bai with sorrowful eyes, causing him to chastise himself. Holding the sweetened tremella soup that Lin Bai had brought, a smile graced Qian Qian's face as she took a delicate sip, savoring its smooth and refined texture, and exclaimed in wonder, "Oh, this tremella has a truly unique flavor. Perhaps it was overcooked." Lin Bai placed 10,000 yuan on the table. "Indeed, perhaps so," Qian Qian replied, not reaching for the money. Whenever Lin Bai was near, she seemed utterly indifferent to wealth, for there were far more pressing matters at hand. "This morning, Mr. Liu credited my card with some funds, saying you had asked him to send them to me for my living expenses." Lin Bai recalled this matter. He had indeed made such a request to Mr. Liu the night before. To his surprise, the old gentleman had acted so generously, quickly forwarding the funds to Qian Qian. The KFC would not open for several months, so it was likely that Mr. Liu had transferred a few thousand yuan to her. The favor of having treated him to a pill would not exceed 10,000. That is indeed the case. You may spend that money as you wish. However, upon hearing the amount, Qian Qian's eyes clouded with sorrow. "Such a large sum. How did you come by it?" You haven't engaged in any wrongdoing, have you? Xiao Bai. We may be poor, but our aspirations must remain lofty. We must never earn money through unscrupulous means. No matter how much we make, if you end up in prison, it will amount to nothing. The girl's concerns were troubling. Even a few thousand yuan seemed a considerable sum to her. Lin Bai, with a serious expression, countered, "It is not an exorbitant amount. Do not make a fuss over it, and rest assured, it is all legitimate money." Seeing that Lin Bai appeared sincere, Qian exhaled in relief. Mr. Liu was a good man, and the money he provided should not have been acquired through ill means. Her gaze regained its composure. "You should keep this money. I cannot possibly use so much." "Wait." Lin Bai swiftly interrupted Qian, casting a cautious glance toward his home, and whispered, "I cannot touch this money. You know I have a wicked female overlord at home. Once it enters my possession, she will snatch it away immediately." Qian was taken aback, recalling the words she had overheard yesterday in KFC, and quickly covered her mouth. "You must remember, I have never deposited any money with you." Lin Bai reiterated firmly. "That woman watches me closely. Any slight disturbance is nearly impossible to conceal from her. From now on, any money sent to you is entirely yours. Remember, it is all yours, not a single cent belongs to me. I will not repeat this again. Today, I dare to speak of this matter only because she is unlikely to be eavesdropping. Otherwise, she might very well come and seize your card." Qian's complexion paled slightly. "Understood. I shall not mention it again. What on earth should we do about this female villain at home? Should we report her to the authorities?" Lin Bai continued to propagate his deceptive wisdom. Reporting her would be futile. Even if the police apprehend her, her subordinates would retaliate. What can we, mere insignificant individuals, do? We can only placate her and wait for her to leave of her own accord. Qian nodded, tilting her head back and consuming the entire sweetened tremella soup in one go, her worry gnawing at her, likely rendering her unable to taste its flavor. Lin Bai felt a profound sense of loss as he realized that the bowl of bird's nest had been utterly wasted, causing him great heartache. Was there a mistake? Out of 5 bowls, 3 had been consumed with the casualness of pouring plain water into one's belly. Could these women not exhibit a sense of propriety? Could they not embody the spirit of thrift and consider the hardships endured by those who earn money? Such an expensive delicacy should be savored, taken in small sips, allowing each drop to be fully appreciated by the taste buds. Weary and disheartened, Lin Bai stumbled out of Qian's home. Meanwhile, Qian reopened her banking webpage, meticulously counting the zeros behind her deposits. 1 million. Oh my, she thought, this money must have been earned through immense toil by Xiao Bai, and it must not fall into the hands of the female brigand. I shall keep this to myself, storing it away discreetly. At the same time, while Lin Bai and Qian enjoyed their sweetened bird's nest at home, in a narrow alley in the northern part of Shuangqing City, Old Liu led a large group clad in black suits, launching a surprise attack on the bullhead faction of the Jinzhou gang. Following the incident involving Zhang Zhizhi, the scrutiny of firearms in Shuangqing City had intensified, and the members of the Jinzhou gang dared not carry handguns anymore. Liu's men were law-abiding citizens, and, naturally, would not bear arms either. The two groups resorted to fists and steel pipes, with sheer numbers providing a decisive advantage. The small alley was strewn with floral shirts. The larger contingent clearly prepared for the confrontation led by Old Liu. Almost all members of the Bullhead faction were swiftly subdued, leaving only Brother Bullhead valiantly fighting, dashing left and right, knocking down black-suited men one after another. True to his name, he was as robust as a bull, his body a mass of muscle, likely with his head filled with the same. Several of Liu's men could not even approach him. "Old Liu, you barge in here without a word. What have we done to provoke the Bullhead faction?" Brother Bullhead shouted, delivering a punch that sent a black-suited man crashing down. Old Liu scoffed. "This trouble was of your own making. That one-eyed scoundrel dared to attempt to kidnap me. 30 years ago, the name Liu Tai's Ho would send shivers down the spine of anyone in Shuangqing City. Do you think that just because I've retired and changed my name to Liu Guoqiang, I've become timid?" Brother Bullhead was taken aback. "This trouble is from the one-eyed man? Fine, I will bear this burden. But do you think a few black suits can take me down? That would be quite presumptuous." With a swift punch, he sent another black-suited man flying. Old Liu pulled something peculiar from his pocket, a substance of extraordinary strength, and, with an air of a seasoned master, smiled arrogantly. "Today, I shall show you the prowess of Liu Tai's Ho from 30 years ago." With that, He delivered a powerful blow that collapsed a nearby cement wall and strode confidently toward Brother Bullhead. As Lin Bai walked home, the distance from Qianqian's house to his own was merely a few steps, yet he took an eternity, his mind still dwelling on those few pitiful bowls of sweetened bird's nest. Henceforth, he resolved never to serve such extravagantly expensive delicacies to guests again, for these individuals would not appreciate them properly. The phone suddenly rang, and upon glancing at the screen, Lin Bai was surprised to see it was old Lu calling. He casually accepted the call, only to be greeted by Lu's enthusiastic voice. "The medicine you sold me is fantastic. I've just given Brother Bull a good thrashing. He couldn't even withstand a single blow." "What a thrill!" Lin Bai, feeling exasperated, replied, "You really didn't need to inform me about this. I don't even know who Brother Bull is." However, old Lu seemed oblivious to Lin Bai's words, continuing to shout in excitement. After his outburst, he added, "I only have 6 pills left, and I'm worried it won't be enough. Could you sell me some more? I want to stock up a home just in case, and I might as well take them for fun." Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words. How could this old man not think the exorbitant price of 10,000 yuan per pill was too steep? The notion of indulging in such extravagant and reckless behavior made Lin Bai feel disconnected from him. With a weary sigh, he reluctantly agreed and ended the call. Checking his watch, he noted he had 500 units of evil power, a fortunate gain thanks to the female superhero who had come to his aid. Had she not endured some bullying, Lin Bai would currently be at a complete stalemate with both justice and evil at zero. As he needed to prepare medicine for both the female officer and the female assassin that evening, he decided to also concoct some for old Lu, and even a bit for himself, just to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. After some contemplation, he grimaced and returned to Qianqian's house, sheepishly asking to borrow money again. Having just repaid her 10,000 yuan, he felt quite embarrassed to ask for more. Fortunately, Qianqian was unfazed and handed him 20,000 yuan, cautioning him to keep it safe from the wicked woman who might snatch it away. After a brief outing, he purchased bear paws, rhino horns, and octopus tentacles. The bear paws and rhino horns were illegal items, making them difficult to acquire each time, while obtaining octopus tentacles was comparatively easier. However, buying only tentacles without the whole octopus seemed peculiar, prompting the fishmonger to regard Lin Bai with a strange look, as if to say that once the tentacles were severed, they would regrow, rendering them a virtually limitless commodity. Lin Bai synthesized the materials and produced 50 pills, 20 of which were infused with extraordinary strength, consuming 250 units of evil power, leaving him with another 250. This figure felt unsettling as he wandered the streets, feeling irritable and eager for a fight. Regardless of whether it would yield justice or evil power, anything but remaining at 250. Despite the sunny weather, dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead, obscuring the sun and casting a yellowish hue over the world. A cold drizzle began to fall, dampening Lin Bai's shoulders. People hastened their pace, and within minutes, few pedestrians remained in sight. The once bustling street now lay desolate, save for a mud-covered dog stumbling about, a black cat leaping from a rooftop and swiftly disappearing into an alley, and even the rats emerged, cautiously scurrying from one sewer to another. Lin Bai had no desire to return home. The wretched female overlord was still engrossed in her games, and returning would only invite misery. He preferred to linger outside instead. As lunchtime approached, Lin Bai entered the old woman's rice noodles and ordered a bowl of sauerkraut and shredded pork rice noodles. While slurping the noodles, he gazed outside at the changing sky. Suddenly, he heard the rhythmic sound of a cane tapping against the concrete floor. Indeed, the female superhero, known as the Courageous Girl, appeared at the entrance. Today, she was not clad in her dark red battle attire, but wore a plain t-shirt and long pants, accessorized with sunglasses. Resembling an ordinary blind girl, albeit far more beautiful than the average. Despite her blindness, she deftly sat beside Lin Bai, warmly leaning against him as if she could see perfectly well. On a rainy day, the world was enveloped in the soothing sound of raindrops, echoing all around, making Lin Bai feel as though he had gained the ability to see everything clearly. The Courageous Girl explained, preempting any surprise Lin Bai might have regarding her actions. "I consulted with Wonder Woman, and indeed, you are the chosen new generation of male superheroes. However, due to certain circumstances, you are compelled to contend with the Dark Lord." Lin Bai remained silent, engrossed in his noodles, knowing she would continue her explanation. I conveyed your concerns to the Justice League. Iron Man, with the most formidable scientific prowess in the league, pondered all night and has specially crafted a power separation device for you. Leaning closer to Lin Bai, she spoke in hushed tones, resembling a couple sharing secrets. Once you wear it, it will allow the forces of good and evil to be separated. Henceforth, when you perform good deeds, only your righteous power will increase, while your evil power will remain unchanged. Conversely, committing wrongful acts will augment your malevolent power without diminishing your virtuous strength. Lin Bai was elated. Such a device was indeed remarkable. The courageous girl produced a watch identical to the one Lin Bai wore, signaling for him to replace his original timepiece. She continued her explanation. This watch has been intentionally designed to mimic your current detector. It incorporates a convenient deception feature, ensuring that the displayed righteous power is perpetually negative, allowing you to evade the Dark Queen's scrutiny. When you wish to check your actual righteous power, simply press this button, and the authentic figure will be revealed. Lin Bai glanced at his wrist. The display showed an evil power of 250 and a righteous power of -250, indicating a fabricated reading. He pressed the button to unveil the true values, which revealed an evil power of 250 and a righteous power of 0. It appeared that his righteous and evil powers had been effectively separated, no longer corresponding to each other, and able to exist independently. A wave of confusion washed over him. Could this truly be possible? Had righteousness and malevolence been so distinctly severed? The courageous girl whispered, "This is not surprising. Humanity is a complex entity. Many individuals possess peculiar dual personalities, capable of an extreme shift between good and evil. This watch was crafted utilizing dual personality technology. Naturally, ordinary superheroes and Dark Lords would find it of no use, as superheroes require only righteous power and Dark Lords merely crave evil power. You are the sole individual in the world capable of harnessing both forces simultaneously." Lin Bai could not help but gaze at his watch, unable to part with it. The technology of Iron Man is truly astonishing. What is this dual personality technology? It is something I have never even heard of. Clearly, there exists an insurmountable chasm of understanding between the likes of me and scientists. He reached out and patted the shoulder of Supergirl, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much." Supergirl's cheeks flushed, seemingly unaccustomed to a man's touch, and she attempted to step aside. Just then, a cold snort pierced the air as Granny Zhang, the proprietor of a noodle shop, stood before Lin Bai, brandishing a broom and thrusting it toward his chest. "You wicked, ungrateful brat. I shall teach you a lesson." Lin Bai was taken aback. This was far more terrifying than being threatened with a gun by the Jinju gang. With a startled cry, he leaped back, exclaiming, "Granny Zhang, why are you hitting me? That girl, Qian, treats you so well, yet you dare to flirt with other women right before my eyes. How outrageous! Today, I shall break your legs on behalf of all the neighbors in this street, so you may know the prowess of Zheng Hongxiu, who ruled the Jianghu 30 years ago." Granny Zheng swung her broom with remarkable speed, conjuring a gust of wind that threatened to sweep away all malevolent spirits. Of course, this was merely Lin Bai's subjective interpretation. Objectively speaking, Granny Zheng was quite aged, and her movements were hardly swifter than a snail's pace. Lin Bai dared not retaliate, nor even defend himself. Having grown up on Granny Zheng's noodles, he could not muster the courage to resist her broom. Anyone who incurred her wrath on this street seldom saw the light of another day. Just the mere spittle from her could bring doom. He quickly covered his head and fled, proclaiming, "I am not flirting with women. She is merely a work partner." "A work partner?" Granny Zheng fumed. "You are a computer technician, and this girl is blind. You expect me to believe you are fixing computers with a blind girl? Do not presume that I am ignorant of technology. Is there a blind person who plays with computers?" Lin Bai was drenched in sweat, darting around the table to evade the onslaught of the broom. Supergirl remained composed, responding calmly, "We are indeed work partners, engaged in the noble task of saving the world." Before she could finish her sentence, Granny Zheng swung her broom toward her, retorting, "If you too can save the world, then I can maintain world peace. Starting with protecting Qian. There was no reasoning with such an unreasonable old woman. Lin Bai had no choice but to flee in desperation, and Supergirl could only retreat in disarray. Fortunately, they ran in opposite directions, which tempered Granny Zheng's fury. With her hands on her hips at the shop's entrance, she shouted, "You are not allowed to enter my shop until you have earned Qian's forgiveness." Lin Bai felt a chill run down his spine. If Granny Zheng were to discover that he harbored a seductive sorceress in his home, the misunderstanding could escalate to unimaginable heights. She might very well wield an 800-pound broom, leading a brigade of neighborhood elders to blockade his door. Just the thought sent shivers through him. Thankfully, the sorceress was a homebody, rarely seen outside, which spared him from considerable trouble. Returning home in the rain, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the abode. The previous day's chill, instigated by the presence of the female assassin, now seemed mild compared to the more profound coldness and hint of terror that pervaded the house today. It felt reminiscent of the moment when the female demon queen had hovered her hand above him, threatening to end his life, creating a suffocating sensation. Lin Bai was taken aback and called out loudly towards the second floor. "Demon Queen, what are you doing? Why are you exuding such murderous intent?" The demon queen was curled up in her bed, trembling uncontrollably. The sky outside was shrouded in darkness, with ominous clouds overhead and a gentle drizzle falling. Such dreary weather was common in the demon realm, and it inadvertently pulled her thoughts back to her suffocating childhood. At that time, the demon queen was merely a small girl, barefoot and fleeing through the light rain, with the sky as gray as it was now. Distant mountains loomed like monstrous observers, while a gigantic man-eating flower pursued her, its foul scent assaulting her senses. Back then, she had not yet been taken in as a disciple by the previous demon king. She was simply an ordinary, fragile little sorceress. Her parents had long been devoured by monsters, leaving her as the last survivor of her family. Yet she too was nearing her end. The flower's tentacles had nearly brushed against her back on several occasions. One prick from its poisonous thorns would spell her doom, transforming her into a meal for the beast. She dared not cry out or scream, fearful of attracting more monsters. All she could do was run, her legs numb and her feet cut by sharp stones, but she pressed on, knowing that stopping would mean losing her life. Finally, she discovered a hiding place in a cave, leaping in just as the pursuing flower's massive form could not follow. The flower's spiky tendrils repeatedly probed the cave, but always fell short of reaching her. Crouched in the deepest recess of the cave, she wrapped herself in a large leaf, her face pale and trembling. The flower's relentless assault made the entire cave tremble, dust and stones falling from above. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, until the sky cleared and the flower finally abandoned its pursuit, seeking sustenance elsewhere. Only then did the little sorceress release her pent-up breath and weep aloud. Such harrowing experiences were not isolated. Each time she ventured out of the cave in search of food, she risked encountering a similar fate. Had fortune not favored her, she would have long been consumed by some monstrous creature. These shadows of her childhood lingered throughout her life, resurfacing on dark, rainy days. Suddenly, footsteps echoed around her, and the demon queen sprang up like a startled rabbit. With a swift motion, she conjured countless black spear tips directed at the intruder. However, before the spears could reach their target, she recognized Lin Bai and hastily waved her hand, causing the spears to dissipate into nothingness. Lin Bai, pale-faced, exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? You nearly pierced my heart with that barrage. Are you attempting to kill me or frighten me to death? What have I done to deserve this?" The female demon lord exhaled a heavy breath, declaring, "When I unleash my murderous intent, do not approach me lightly. Next time, I may not be able to restrain myself in time." In that fleeting moment, Lin Bai perceived her vulnerability. The tremor of her shoulders revealed her inner turmoil. Seizing the opportunity to strike at this woman who had caused him great distress, he resolved to humiliate her for her weakness. With a mischievous smile, he extended his hand and said, "Even the great demon lord experiences fear? What troubles you? Should I offer you a comforting embrace?" Expecting a swift retaliation in the form of a dark chain, he was taken aback when the demon lord truly leaped into his arms, nuzzling against him like an infant. "If you wish to hold me, do so tightly. Should I find your embrace lacking, I shall end you." Stunned, Lin Bai thought, "Is this a jest? You brought this upon yourself." He tightened his grip, enveloping her in a firm embrace. The scene was far from romantic. He exerted every ounce of strength, yet he could hardly discern the softness of her form. Were she an ordinary woman, she might have gasped for breath, but the demon lord seemed to relish the moment, her eyes fluttering shut in delight. "Is this truly enjoyment? Are you a masochist?" Lin Bai quipped, to which the demon lord retorted, "You are the one who is a masochist." As her spirit gradually returned, the chilling, terrifying atmosphere of the room began to dissipate. revealing a sense of warmth akin to home. She draped her arms around Lin Bai's neck, cooing, "It is only natural for a wife to seek the embrace of her husband. How could that be deemed masochistic? Oh, and a wife should also allow her husband to engage in more intimate acts. That, too, is a natural expectation. Now, how about you let me assist you in loosening your garments?" "Uh-huh. You intend to bind me with chains again?" The demon lord huffed, straightening her posture. And with rare gentleness, she addressed Lin Bai, who was ensnared like a cocoon. "I suddenly wish to return to the demon realm to seek out some enchanted flowers for amusement. Come with me." "Not chance." Lin Bai firmly rejected her. "I am quite content in the human realm. Why would I venture into the demon realm to seek discomfort? By the way, did you not mention previously that you intended to capture a flower spirit to serve as my wife? Why has that changed to a desire to slay them for sport?" "Enchanted flowers and flower spirits are not the same," the demon lord replied tersely. "Enchanted flowers generally resemble blooms, while flower spirits take on a human form." Now understanding, Lin Bai recognized that from a man's perspective, enchanted flowers were akin to carnivorous plants, while flower spirits were beautiful women adorned with floral crowns. Delving deeper into this thought, he realized that enchanted flowers could not be shaped into various forms, whereas flower spirits could. Lin Bai smirked lasciviously. "I have no desire to engage with enchanted flowers. But capturing a flower spirit for some entertainment sounds intriguing. Are they fully functional? Do they possess all the attributes a woman should have?" The demon lord merely responded with indifference. Lin Bai then procured a lounge chair, positioning himself beside her. The two sat in silence. Their conversation paused. When the female officer arrived, Lin Bai casually handed her 3 tokens before she departed. Soon after, a female assassin appeared, and he bestowed upon her 40 tokens, reserving only 7 for himself, after which the assassin took her leave. They are but transient visitors to this old street, arriving and departing in haste, never belonging here. After dinner, the beauty salon across the street finally opened its doors. Jia poked her head out, and upon spotting Lin Bai and her companion, she was taken aback. She rushed over, encircling the enchanting woman, and exclaimed, "Goodness, what a stunning beauty, especially that captivating aura. What does a goddess like you have to do with someone like Xiao Bai? Is he blackmailing you to befriend him?" Lin Bai rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was quite evident that this enchanting woman was the one coercing her. The enchantress laughed heartily at Jia, appreciating the alluring aura she exuded. It is often said that those who befriend vixens are themselves vixens, and thus the two women quickly found common ground. A third wicker chair was brought forth, and Jia elegantly crossed her long legs, joining Lin Bai in watching the rain. To the left were 2 snow-white legs, and to the right, 2 more. Unable to resist, Lin Bai reached out to touch, only to have her hand swiftly swatted away by the enchantress. Leaning in, she whispered in Lin Bai's ear, "Do not compel me to reveal my true nature before outsiders. I have no desire to expose myself as the demon queen." After observing the rain for a while, it ceased, and darkness enveloped the sky. As the city lights flickered to life, a vibrant tapestry unfolded, with the dazzling decorations of the bustling district at its heart. Illuminated roads and bridges weaving a luminous web against the backdrop of countless homes. The scene was a harmonious blend of heights and depths, creating a magnificent sea of lights. Vehicles and boats glided through the shimmering expanse, the distant sounds of whistles, laughter, and music adding a lively pulse to the night. The rivers sparkled like silver trees, waves curling like golden flowers, and the stars above mirrored the earthly lights, creating a breathtaking fusion of colors that was dreamlike and poetic, stirring the heart and soul. The nightscape of Shuangqing is renowned as one of the 12 scenic wonders of Baiyu, known far and wide. In the presence of such splendor, people tend to exaggerate the prosperity of Shuangqing, conveniently overlooking the existence of impoverished areas within the city. Jiajia's expression shifted as she sighed. When will the impoverished children from the countryside be able to take root in such a city? It was the first time Lin Bai learned of Jiajia's humble origins. Realizing she hailed from the countryside, taking root, in essence, meant purchasing a home. Although Shuangqing's housing prices are not as exorbitant as those in the capital or the metropolis, a sum of 700,000 to 800,000 is still requisite, an amount that is not easily earned. Jiajia's profession does not allow for mortgage applications. She could only afford a cash purchase, making it an exceedingly daunting task. The enchantress was quite pleased with her new acquaintance and, uncharacteristically, offered, "Any time you wish. I can assist you." Jia shook her head with a smile. Her heart was far more resolute than her exterior suggested, believing that what she desired must be earned through her own efforts. Qian returned home from school. Lately, she no longer needed to work and would stay late at university before coming back. Peeking in at the doorway, she decided to bring over another wicker chair, hoping to sit next to Lin Bai. However, with the enchantress on her left and Jia on her right, her spot had vanished. Holding the chair in a daze, she pondered how to proceed. "What brings you here?" Lin Bai was taken aback. He certainly did not wish for Qian to grow too close to the female demon king, whose temperament was as unpredictable as a tempest. Should she harm Qian, the consequences will be dire. "I don't know why, but I feel compelled to sit here. Otherwise, you will drift further away from me," Qian murmured timidly. Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Jia stood up and relinquished her seat to Qian. "You sit. My regular is here, and I must attend to this opportunity," she declared. Across the street, a bald middle-aged man stood outside Jia's beauty salon, gazing at her with an insatiable appetite. She dashed across the street, extending her right hand to him, and he placed a stack of bills in her palm before she charmingly led him inside. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Qian's face. Yet, the female demon king remained unfazed. She had witnessed far darker realms than this and deemed it unworthy of her emotions. Lin Bai chuckled. "Let us wager. How long before that man emerges?" Qian's cheeks flushed. "It's inappropriate to jest about such matters." Jia one T mind, Lin Bai replied with a grin. "So how long do you think?" With a sigh, Qian pondered, her face still crimson. "At least half an hour. She did say he was a regular. After all, there must be some rapport." The demon king interrupted with a derisive laugh. "Such a naive woman. You are clearly not the daughter of a wealthy family, but rather a girl from a poor background in this old street. Who has shielded you so excessively? In my view, it will be no more than 5 minutes." She did not employ magic to cheat. Her judgment stemmed solely from her own experience. Lin Bai was acutely aware that the demon king was correct. Such matters allowed no room for delay. The ideal approach was to swiftly eliminate the enemy. This was merely a transaction devoid of tenderness. He had observed this man on several occasions, and each time it had taken no longer than 5 minutes. Yet, he proclaimed loudly, "I believe Qian is right." 5 minutes later, the bald middle-aged man emerged. The demon king had won the wager, but felt as if she had lost. Her astuteness allowed her to see through Lin Bai's intentions. He clearly believed her to be correct, yet had deliberately sided with Qian. A question lingered unasked. Why was this impoverished girl, raised in the slums, so blissfully naive, akin to a sheltered heiress, who had overprotected her? The demon king raised an eyebrow, on the verge of anger, yet unable to find a valid reason for it. With a serious expression, Lin Bai addressed Qian. This was merely an anomaly. Typically, it takes longer. That bald man was simply inept. Such men hardly qualify as real men. A different partner would certainly yield at least half an hour. Qian, at a loss for words, averted her gaze. Her face still flushed. Jia approached again, her attire slightly disheveled, her hair damp. She had even managed to bathe in that brief span of time. So much had transpired in those 5 minutes, reminiscent of the adage that a moment can feel like an eternity. She took a seat in the wicker chair beside the demon king, no longer vying for Lin Bai's attention. When Qian was present, Jia instinctively kept her distance from him. 4 individuals sat in a row, 1 unfortunate fellow and 3 enchanting beauties. To an uninformed observer, it would undoubtedly seem that Lin Bai was exceptionally fortunate. Yet, he alone was aware that he was ensnared in a treacherous predicament, rendering him quite uneasy. As the evening breeze swept through, a profound silence enveloped them, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. It was a rotund man who shattered this tranquility, waddling over with great effort. Upon closer inspection, Lin Bai recognized him as Kai Daduzi, the purveyor of counterfeit medicines, who was surprisingly swathed in thick bandages, evidently nursing serious injuries. Curiously, Lin Bai inquired, "Kai Daduzi, what on earth happened to you?" With a pained expression, Kai Daduzi lamented, "From now on, I shall refrain from any dealings with your wares." This time, I attracted the attention of a significant figure, and lo and behold, he even hails from overseas. I nearly found myself in dire straits. Look at my face. It's so clean that it's as if all the hair has been shaved off. Running your pharmaceutical business is far less secure than peddling flour, lotus root powder, or sesame paste. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice. By the way, Judgia, you should exercise caution. The streets have been rather unstable these past few days. Lu Tai's Ho, who has been in hiding for 30 years, has resurfaced and is now at odds with the Jinju gang. Just today, 2 of their strongholds were smashed, and it is likely that more will follow. The Jinju gang is rallying their forces for a counterattack, and all manner of ruffians are gathering. Your beauty and hairdressing business is part of this underworld. Be careful not to get swept up in it. My Universal Pharmaceutical Company has also had to tread lightly these days. Fortunately, Xiao Bai's computer repair business remains unaffected. The affairs of the underworld do not tarnish legitimate enterprises. Alas, such is the advantage of being a person of integrity. Lin Bai pouted. Why all the rambling? Would you trade your Universal Pharmaceutical for my computer repair services? Kai Daduzi laughed heartily. Who would be foolish enough to make such a trade? Your pitiful computer repair business pales in comparison to my Universal Pharmaceuticals, which not only produces medicines, but also oil, salt, sauces, vinegar, tobacco, liquor, and tea. If I were to cease operations, the underground wholesalers in Shuangqing City would face shortages, and the populace would suffer greatly. Such nonsense. It is precisely because of scoundrels like you that I endure significant inconvenience, Lin Bai retorted, pulling out a Dragon and Phoenix cigarette from his pocket and tossing it into Kai Daduzi's hands. Help me determine if this cigarette is worth smoking. Kai Daduzi glanced at it and grinned mischievously, his smile revealing more teeth than eyes. This cigarette comes from my factory. It's made from dry grass, harmless. And 1 tea kill you, smoke away. I trust that, as much as I trust a basket of vegetables, Lin Bai snapped, enraged that he had spent 10 yuan on this dubious item. Who would take responsibility for such a considerable loss? Let me teach you a trick. Hold the cigarette box at an angle against the light. See that watermark? It bears the words Universal. This is my product, and I seldom divulge this information to anyone. Since you're a friend of Judgia, I'll let it slide. Kai Daduzi, brimming with pride, waved his hand dismissively as he departed, leaving no trace behind. In this day and age, even counterfeiters have the means to create watermarks. Genuine products might not even possess such technology. Lin Bai slumped down, resigned to his fate. Well, even if it is mere grass, it was purchased with hard-earned money, and discarding it would be illogical. Lighting a dry grass cigarette, he took a couple of deep puffs. Having grown up smoking counterfeit cigarettes, he had become accustomed to this peculiar flavor. Perhaps it would indeed invigorate him, and who knows, he might even find the genuine article unpalatable. The old street fell silent once more, as 4 individuals remained seated in their wicker chairs, gazing at the nightscape while observing Lin Bai's desperate attempts to consume grass. After a prolonged stillness, Lin Bai abruptly addressed Jia, saying, "That bald man is utterly useless, is he not? Only 5 minutes, truly too swift." Jia furrowed her brow in response. "It isn't quite so fast, Xiao Bai. A mere 3 seconds would suffice to deal with you. I've yet to encounter a virgin who could withstand 3 seconds under my hand. If you dare, give it a try," she declared, with Qian standing by to keep time. The lewd anecdotes related to Lin Bai exceeded Qian's tolerance, prompting her to rise abruptly, covering her face, and flee home. Vowing never to emerge again, the female overlord expressed her disbelief. "What in the world? Are you truly discussing this in front of Qian? I thought I was the only one to disregard her." Jia shook her head. "We intentionally frightened her away. Trouble is approaching. By using such lewd jokes to startle her, she will blush deeply and hide under her cover for the night, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. This is a common tactic employed by Xiao Bai to protect Qian, who at 20 years old remains blissfully unaware of the world's perils. A consequence of Xiao Bai's indulgence." She gestured toward the end of the long street, where 7 or 8 individuals clad in floral shirts ambled towards them. With her capabilities, the female overlord was already aware of the approach of these floral shirt figures, yet she regarded them with indifference. No troubles in the mortal realm posed a threat to her. However, for Lin Bai and Qian, who dwelt at the lowest rungs of society, each encounter with such individuals was a source of anxiety. Presently, Lin Bai was no longer apprehensive, his sole concern being to shield Qian from witnessing the unfolding situation. Rising to her feet, Jia instructed Xiao Bai, "Take this sister back inside. I shall deal with them. This group is clearly here for my beauty salon." With that, she dashed back to the entrance of her salon, striking a pose reminiscent of a beguiling vixen. Neither Lin Bai nor the female overlord moved. He understood that persuading her to retreat was futile. This woman thrived on chaos and was determined to ascertain the nature of the unfolding events. The floral shirt individuals soon approached Jia, grinning as they announced, "Golden Bamboo Gang. We're here to collect the venue fee." Jia replied with a sigh, "Big brother, my sister has already paid this month's venue fee. We are preparing for war against Lu Tai's Ho and require additional funds for our brethren below. Hence we need to double this month's payment." The leader of the floral shirts retorted coldly, "Next month's must be collected in advance as well." Jia's expression shifted as she felt the pressure. The floral shirt man, devoid of any courtesy, urged her with a menacing countenance, "Hurry up, you wretched woman." Jia trembled, not from fear, but from indignation. Yet she lacked the means to resist and could only acquiesce. She retrieved a stack of cash from her bosom, the topmost bills having been given to her by that bald, middle-aged man earlier. The floral shirt man snatched it away, casually remarking, "Not enough, bring more." Jia's body shook even more violently. The female overlord maintained an expression of utter calm. Lin Bai had presumed that her newfound camaraderie with Jia would prompt her to intervene on Jia's behalf. Yet to his surprise, she remained unmoved, exhibiting not a hint of anger. Lin Bai stood up indignantly. In the past, he lacked the ability to intervene. Now, however, he possessed the power. With 20 enchanted pills in his pocket, just one could send that group of floral shirts tumbling into the river to feed the fish. If he stood idly by now, he would fail himself. What if each pill cost 1,000? He hesitated to consume them for himself, yet he would not flinch at using them all for his friends. The female demon king cast a curious glance at him, seemingly surprised by this facet of Lin Bai. She had believed every penny was his lifeblood, only to realize that his true essence was not money. Human nature often harbors duality. What one perceives on the surface may not reflect the heart beneath. Jia noticed Lin Bai's movements and hurriedly gestured for him to return home, urging him to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the underworld. Lin Bai feigned ignorance and addressed the female demon king. "Are you withholding assistance because this act would amplify the forces of righteousness and diminish your own malevolent power?" The demon king's expression remained unchanged. Such events are commonplace in the demon realm. The strong prey upon the weak, and it is only natural. In truth, I have already aided you. My failure to thwart your rise is the greatest concession I could offer. Among all past demon kings, only I allow my heir to engage in virtuous deeds. You have painstakingly amassed 250 points of evil power. Should you defeat this group and save Jia, it will all be stripped away, returning you to a state of mediocrity. If I lack the courage to fight, then I am the true failure. You once stated that when a demon king is enraged, countless foes fall. The new generation of demon king, Lin Bai, is indeed furious. Lin Bai popped a red pill into his mouth and strode confidently toward Jia. His demeanor now bore the semblance of a demon king, much to the female demon king's delight. The floral shirts cast a glance at Lin Bai, dismissing him as inconsequential, even too apathetic to acknowledge him. Merely sneering at Jia, "Is your lover coming to your rescue?" Lin Bai, in a swift motion, struck the leader of the floral shirts to the ground, his punch heavy enough to nearly bury the man into the earth, leaving him a mere heap of quivering flesh. In the face of the Jean Bamboo gang, only Lu Tai's Ho dared to strike without greeting, and now this reckless youth had emerged. The remaining floral shirts were taken aback. Steel pipes concealed beneath their clothing were drawn. As the Jean Bamboo gang members readied themselves for a confrontation, Lin Bai seized one of the pipes, twisting it around the neck of a floral shirt with force, locking it in place so tightly that it could not be removed without a chainsaw. Another floral shirt swung a pipe at him, but Lin Bai executed a flying kick, sending the man sprawling into a nearby ditch covered in muck. Jia and the floral shirts were left in shock. Were his strikes not excessively powerful? Was he even human? Lin Bai shielded the stunned Jia behind him, grinning menacingly. "Listen well, Jean Bamboo Gang, this old street now belongs to the Boanghua. No one shall enter to collect protection fees. For every one who enters, one shall be carried out, and for every couple, a pair shall be taken away." The remaining floral shirts exchanged glances, hesitant to confront the formidable Lin Bai. They resorted to superficial banter, asking, "Is the flower of the overlord your leader? If you dare challenge the Golden Bamboo Gang, You must reveal your face. Lin Bai pointed across the street, declaring, "That is the flower of the overlord, my superior." The group of floral shirts turned to look, and the female demon king, lounging on a rattan chair with her long legs crossed, sprang up in exasperation, exclaiming, "Damn it! Are you throwing filth at me again?" Lin Bai's greatest skill lay in redirecting the animosity of various adversaries toward the female demon king. Just yesterday, he had drawn the ire of a female assassin and a policewoman. Today, he had implicated the Golden Bamboo Gang. This tactic, inspired by IMT, proved effective, as these lesser foes stood no chance against her. It was far better than facing her alone. Allowing her to confront a few street thugs could augment her so-called righteous power, which, in turn, served as a clever method to diminish her fierce combat prowess. However, as soon as he diverted their wrath, Lin Bai regretted his decision. It would have been far more advantageous for him to vanquish those thugs himself, thus bolstering his own righteous power. Glancing at his watch, he noted that he had defeated 3 floral shirts while protecting Jia. The watch falsely indicated an evil power of 130 and a righteous power of -130. Upon pressing the button for real data, the figures transformed into an evil power of 250 and a righteous power of 120. For the first time, witnessing both his righteous and evil powers as positive numbers brought tears to his eyes. Such bliss. That woman is your leader? The floral shirts were bewildered. No matter how they perceived it, the woman appeared devoid of combat ability, significantly weaker than the hulking man beside her. They assumed the man was the leader, and the woman merely his mistress, her enchanting allure not befitting a warrior. Lin Bai solemnly introduced, "Indeed, she is my leader, known in the underworld as the flower of the overlord. Few men dare approach her." He continued, "She has sent me to convey a message. The Golden Bamboo Gang is not welcome here. Whoever dares to enter shall meet their demise, and their end will be unique." The floral shirts exchanged glances before suddenly shouting, abandoning Lin Bai to charge toward the street. In this day and age, few gangsters were foolish enough to confront Lin Bai directly. Instead, they opted to deal with his leader. Capturing that woman would render Lin Bai insignificant. Understanding the principle of strategic advantage, they left behind the weakest among them to restrain Lin Bai. This particular floral shirt appeared merely 16 or 17, trembling like a leaf while wielding a steel pipe. Yet, he stood resolutely in front of Lin Bai, embodying the spirit of loyalty, declaring that anyone wishing to save that woman must first step over his fallen body. At that moment, Jia, having regained her composure, pinched Lin Bai's side, saying, "Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Why are you putting us in danger? Hurry and help her. The Golden Bamboo Gang is ruthless. They will hurt her." Lin Bai spread his hands and smiled. "Do not fret. Let us enjoy the spectacle." The female demon queen, now, stood tall by the street, her long hair billowing in the night breeze, the black leather attire accentuating her strength and elegance. With a roll of her eyes directed at Lin Bai, she tossed a glance of disdain before suddenly retrieving 2 black iron flowers from her pocket. She carelessly threw them into the sky. One flower flew to the left side of the street, and the other to the right, landing firmly on the cement pavement at both ends of the long street. This display of skill startled the onlookers, for to hurl the iron flowers so far and embed them into the concrete required extraordinary strength. The critical question, however, was, what was the purpose of this flower arrangement? The demon queen shrugged her shoulders, declaring, "Very well. From this moment forth, I shall be the overlord flower. These 2 iron flowers represent my domain. No gang shall trespass between them, and any violators will face dire consequences." As she spoke, the air around her turned ominously cold, the sky deepening into darkness, enveloping the surroundings in a suffocating atmosphere. Lin Bai had sensed this oppressive feeling on numerous occasions. It signified the demon queen's displeasure. Indeed, her mood was far from amiable, for the emergence of the iron flowers had thrust her into a whirlpool of memories. On a mountain once teeming with beasts, she had similarly thrown 2 iron flowers, carving out her territory, only to be confronted by a horde of reckless monsters, including the one she despised the most, the demon flower. The demon flower had to perish, for its mere presence would cast a shadow over her spirits. Thus, she unleashed the doomsday meteor spell, sending fireballs raining down, igniting the entire mountain into a blazing inferno, leaving over 20,000 monster corpses strewn across the ground. The acrid stench of charred remains filling the air. Such brutality was distasteful to her. Yet in the ruthless realm of demons, survival dictated that the strong devour the weak, if the demon beasts did not perish. She would be the one to meet her end. As the steel pipe wielded by the onlookers was about to strike her face, her eyes snapped open, a murderous intent radiating from her. Just then, Lin Bai's voice pierced through the tension. "Mind your restraint." The demon queen halted her incantation midway. Recollecting that she stood in the human realm, where addressing conflicts could not mirror the savagery of the demon world. Exhibiting excessive ferocity would only disrupt the tranquil and blissful life she cherished. She was immensely satisfied with her current existence and would not allow anyone, even herself, to jeopardize it. Clang! The steel pipe struck her face, yet her visage remained unscathed, while the pipe bent in an odd arc. The flowered shirt's wielder felt their legs weaken. What kind of monster was this? The demon queen extended a hand, gently patting the flowered shirt's face. A beguiling smile gracing her lips. "Well done. Quite impressive, I must say, though perhaps lacking in strength. If you were to double your force, you might just manage to break a single hair of mine." In truth, she was merely consoling the unfortunate flowered shirt, for even with tenfold strength, her hair would remain intact. However, such a method of comfort was terrifying enough to render the flowered shirt faint, leaving them in a puddle of their own making. The female demon lord smiled at the remaining floral shirts, proclaiming, "Today marks my inaugural claim to territory. Ignorance absolves you of punishment, so I shall spare your lives. However, you have provoked my ire, and thus you cannot evade your fate. Come forth and kneel before me." The camaraderie of the underworld holds more weight than life itself. How could they possibly comply? Two steel pipes were recklessly hurled in defiance, but with a mere wave of her hand, one floral shirt was sent soaring several meters away, while the other, in an unforeseen turn of events, fell to the ground, his head under the heel of the demon lord, whose forceful grinding of his face into the earth painted the ground with blood. The remaining floral shirts were left in stunned silence. This woman was even more ruthless than the man before her. The sheer brutality of her actions, trampling upon another's head, seemed beyond the realm of humanity. No one dared resist further. They obediently approached and knelt, heads bowed in submission. Yet they formed a haphazard line, their uneven kneeling displeasing to the demon lord. Resuming her seat upon a wrought-tan chair, she crossed her long legs and cheerfully addressed the floral shirts. Those of greater height should voluntarily lower themselves. "I do not wish to witness any irregularities in your formation. Otherwise, I shall adjust it for you. And for those who are slender, you ought to bruise your faces to match the girth of your more robust companions." Lin Bai covered his face in disbelief. Her cruelty was overwhelming. This woman, laughing all the while, employed such vicious methods, truly embodying the essence of a demon lord. It was evident she had shown restraint. Had he not cautioned her to temper her actions, who could say what state they would be in now? He disregarded the last young minion, who appeared 16 or 17, and sauntered back to the entrance, taking his seat in a wrought-tan chair. "You heroically rescued Jejia. TSK. The forces of justice are about to explode," he remarked. The demon lord chuckled. "Not at all. What I have acquired is solely the power of evil." "That is impossible," Lin Bai exclaimed, astonished. "You were clearly dealing with villains. Before confronting them, I first delineated my territory. Thus, my actions were not aimed at rescuing anyone here, but rather to secure my own gains. The essence of this endeavor is selfishness," the demon lord stated with utmost calmness. "That is where my superiority lies. I can transform every act of virtue into vice. You deliberately set these villains against me, hoping that I would do good deeds to diminish my malevolent power and weaken my combat prowess. Such calculations are flawed." At that moment, Jejia was across the street, wielding a brick to strike the floral shirt leader, though he was already unconscious. She relentlessly struck him twice more and stomped on him twice, even pilfering the money from his pockets before gleefully returning to join Lin Bai in the wrought-tan chair, crossing her long legs with delight. "What a thrill!" she exclaimed. Her modus operandi resonated more with the demon lord's inclinations, prompting hearty laughter from her. "Those two strikes were splendid." Jejia beamed. "I knew you were no ordinary person. Did you teach Xiao by those skills? What was that move earlier? Was it hard Qigong? Breaking stones with your chest?" The demon lord laughed heartily, something along those lines, indeed. "Do you truly intend to claim this territory?" Jejia inquired. "With just the two of you, I fear it may be difficult to maintain. The Golden Bamboo Gang is no mere small-time organization. It boasts numerous strongholds even within the confines of Shuangqing City, and its influence extends far beyond, with minions scattered across several cities along the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. The female overlord chuckled, declaring, "I care not for its size. This street is mine now. Just wait and see. The Golden Bamboo Gang shall never set foot here again." Lin Bai interjected, "Jejia, I can assure you, she possesses such power." Jejia ceased her further commentary, reclining in her chair, her eyes sparkling like stars. If only this world were devoid of gangs. We could spare ourselves the burden of protection fees and establish our roots in this city sooner. Then, I could reform and embark upon a small business right on this very street. Lin Bai expressed his astonishment. "You intend to conduct business here? Are you not concerned about being pointed at after your reformation?" Jejia giggled. "As long as I remove my makeup and revert to my original name, no one will recognize me as Jejia. I shall merely be an outsider who has moved here. Little Bai, when that time comes, I will present myself anew before you, feigning the innocence of an enamored young girl. Who knows, I might just ensnare your virginity with ease." Lin Bai was taken aback by her words. Indeed, one must exercise caution when approached by beautiful women, for it is a perilous game. He retrieved a dried grass cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a few puffs, suddenly finding it rather pleasant, free of nicotine, allowing for carefree indulgence. Such tobacco cannot compare to the real thing. "Starting tomorrow, teach me something truly useful," Lin Bai earnestly requested of the female overlord. "I seek skills that bear genuine application, not frivolous trifles. I refuse to be like this smoke." "I never thought you were so unambitious." The female overlord laughed heartily. Lin Bai shrugged. "It's getting late. Based on my intuition, I suspect the Golden Bamboo Gang will come at dawn to remove the iron flowers from either side of the street and gauge the weight of the overlord flower. Jejia, as a related party, you cannot escape involvement. Are you afraid? Would you like to stay over at my place for the night?" Jejia tossed him a flirtatious glance. "If it means sharing a bed with you, I might just take you up on that." Lin Bai covered his face and fled in disarray. In the 39th chapter, "Of course, I prefer to be a hero," Lin Bai realized that his ability to stand against the affluent and handsome was not solely rooted in kindness, but also in loyalty. For a friend, he would endure great trials without a furrowed brow. Yet this friend seemed intent on claiming his virginity, which struck him as rather disloyal. Such a person could hardly be called a friend. Rather, she was a mischievous companion. And one day, he would make her aware of his prowess. Rising early, even before dawn's light emerged, Lin Bai raised a middle finger in jest towards Jejia's beauty salon. "Opening so late, you're losing business." Just as he finished his gesturing, the door across the way swung open, revealing Jejia had risen early. This was certainly a momentous revelation for the old street. "What use is your early rising if no business is forthcoming?" Lin Bai could not help but inquire. "Yet you incessantly urge me to open earlier," Jejia retorted, hands on her hips. "Today, I arose early to observe how you guard those 2 iron flowers." With that, she yawned, indicating a lack of sufficient rest. In truth, she harbored deep concerns that Lin Bai and the female Demon King would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the Jinju Gang, as she was intricately entwined in the matter at hand. The peril was palpable. Should Lin Bai and his companions falter, her fate would inevitably follow suit. She might very well find herself tomorrow at the confluence of the Jia River's lower reaches, her body swollen and waterlogged, with little fish and shrimp emerging from her mouth. Yet, despite her fears, she did not flee. That which must be confronted deserves to be faced. Jejia's heart was, in truth, far more resolute than her outward demeanor suggested. Lin Bai rapped on Qianqian's door, and shortly thereafter, she appeared, clad in a pink cotton nightgown, rubbing her eyes. "Xiao Bai, what brings you here so early?" she inquired. Unfazed, Lin Bai spun a tale. "Last night, as I gazed into the heavens, I discerned that you would embark on your day 2 hours earlier than usual, and thus encounter moments of great joy, perhaps discovering money or winning the lottery. In any case, you ought to hasten your departure." "Really?" Qianqian exclaimed, her spirits lifted. She quickly gathered her belongings and set off for Shuangqing University. Jejia observed the scene, shaking her head. "You've sent that girl away again. You always fear she might taint her innocence. Remember that time you offended a local thug, and he came to vandalize your computer repair shop? You deliberately kept her occupied then. Come on, she is 20 now, some truths she is ready to grasp. Lin Bai shook his head, replying, "Ignorance can sometimes be bliss." He returned home to fetch a wicker chair and settled at the end of the long street, sitting behind the iron flower, his gaze fixed upon it. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the iron flower was quite exquisite, crafted with remarkable skill and elegance, truly a masterpiece among flowers. He resolved to seek out a knowledgeable individual next time to inquire about its identity. Jejia joined him, bringing her own wicker chair to sit beside him, pointing towards the other end of the street. "Who is responsible for that flower? Has the queen yet to rise?" Lin Bai chuckled. "No need to concern yourself. Within a radius of several miles, she is aware of every leaf and petal. Even if she lies abed, none dare approach that flower. My skills are still lacking. Hence, I must remain vigilant here. Blow, blow with all your might," he exclaimed, mimicking a martial arts master. Surprisingly, the first to challenge the iron flower was not the Jinju gang, but rather an elderly sanitation worker. Upon noticing the iron flower planted on the sidewalk, she became incensed, brandishing her broom and shouting, "Who is vandalizing public property? What purpose does this iron flower serve on the sidewalk? It is everyone's duty to maintain the neighborhood's environment." Lin Bai nearly fled in dismay. This old woman was far more daunting than the Jinju gang. However, she soon scurried away, as a man in a floral shirt emerged from the far end of the street. He squatted at a distance and whistled at Lin Bai, the sound laced with mockery, as if to convey, "You are doomed." Lin Bai shrugged in response, indicating that the real danger lay with him. Then, another man in a floral shirt appeared, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth, as an array of unruly and unsavory characters began to materialize at both ends of the long street. The ensemble was not limited to floral shirts. Floral suits and T-shirts joined the fray. There were men with long hair, short hair, and even bald heads. Youthful teens of 16 or 17 mingled with robust men in their 30s. Finally, several flamboyantly dressed women emerged, likely the companions of the floral shirt brigade. At both ends of the long street, hundreds of individuals were gathered, most wielding steel pipes and knives. A few figures, seemingly leaders, stood with their garments open, revealing handguns tucked into their belts. Lin Bai, not adorned in his superhero undergarments, was unable to summon his extraordinary speed. Should gunfire erupt, evasion would be futile. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for the presence of the female demon king rendered those firearms mere ornaments. His curiosity was piqued by the audacity of these men to brandish weapons, especially given the heightened sensitivity of the police in Shuangqing City and the stringent firearm regulations. The previous incident involving Zhang Jiji had occurred in an abandoned porcelain factory in the suburbs, where enforcement was lax, allowing for such reckless behavior. However, this was the city, and even the impoverished districts were still urban territory. It was likely these guns were more for intimidation, a display of strength to impress the notorious Bawanghua. A man clad in a floral suit emerged, parting the henchmen, and stepped forward just outside the flower that Lin Bai was responsible for. He grinned and introduced himself. "My nickname is Butterfly Flower, and my brothers on the streets call me Brother Butterfly. I am not a traditional gangster. I represent a new generation of intelligent mobsters. Violence is not suited for our era. I've heard tales of your prowess alongside your leader, but I must advise you, brawn alone is insufficient. In these times, even the underworld must value intellect. I request your leaderess presence. I wish to discuss an alliance. Should she choose to join the Jinju gang, you will henceforth be known as the Bawanghua Group, with this territory designated as your domain." After a lengthy preamble, Lin Bai's impatience grew. "I am but a mere nobody, oblivious to your notions of knowledge and intelligence. All I know is that your Jinju gang has repeatedly crossed paths with my friends, wreaking havoc throughout Shuangqing City. You dare to invite me to join you? Spare me. Furthermore, refrain from addressing yourself as brother in my presence. It grates on my nerves. I previously made it clear to Scarface that he is simply Xiao Dao, not Scarface brother." Butterfly Flower's expression shifted as he realized that the extortion of Zhang Jiji by Scarface's gang had been thwarted by the very individual before him. The organization had been left in the dark regarding the events at the porcelain factory, with all involved suffering from hazy memories, the truth veiled in obscurity. "Make sure to beat him to a pulp," commanded Butterfly Flower, taking a step back. He added, "Capture Bawanghua alive. I desire her kneel and serve me nightly." He did not even mention Jejia. With that, a throng of floral shirt henchmen surged forward, brandishing an array of weapons, rushing into the street. Reminiscent of a line from a song, Matsui's crew. Here they come. The moment the first floral shirt crossed the iron flower, Lin Bai seized that foot. Having previously consumed 2 strength-enhancing pills, his grip was immensely powerful. A gentle squeeze rendered the foot's owner paralyzed. Lin Bai hurled him like a bowling ball towards the approaching floral shirts. With a series of collisions, that floral shirt sent 4 or 5 individuals sprawling before crashing to the ground. Those struck rendered incapacitated, lying limp like discarded clay. The remaining gangsters hesitated, momentarily unable to comprehend this unexpected turn of events. What the hell are you waiting for? We knew he was formidable before coming here. Why the surprise? I am eager to witness the extent of his strength. The delicate butterfly spoke with remarkable composure. Let's have a few more. Thus, the second wave of Matsui's team arrived. As before, the moment the first person's foot crossed the iron flower, Lin Bai swiftly seized him and, akin to the previous encounter, flung him away, resulting in 4 or 5 more flowered shirts tumbling down. Regrettably, he could not achieve the coveted 10 points, consistently scoring only 4 to 5. Lin Bai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Had he consumed another dose of chaotic strength, he might have reached 10, but excessive force risked causing harm. And he had no desire to be a murderer. Just a light-hearted jest would suffice. The flowered shirts were incensed, fiercely defending the dignity of the Golden Bamboo Gang, unaware that their adversaries viewed them merely as objects of amusement. The third wave of Matsui's team charged forth, fueled by indignation. Embodying the notion that a grieving army is destined for victory, their momentum unwavering. Lin Bai remained indifferent to their fervor, casually capturing the swiftest among them and tossing him aside. This time, he employed his strength judiciously, toppling 6 foes. Jia, witnessing his prowess, felt her initial trepidation dissipate, clapping her hands in exuberance. Haha, 6 points. A new record. Oh yes, a respectable lady would likely tremble at such a display, even amidst triumph. Yet, Jia was no ordinary woman. She laughed freely. Lin Bai glanced at his watch, surprised to find that his recent actions had accrued over 200 points of wicked power. Since he was now fighting with the core principle of protecting the Demon King's territory, his victories increased his malevolent force. A sudden thought struck him. Why not alter his perspective? Indeed, reframing his mindset to protecting the residents of this street from the clutches of the underworld invigorated him. No longer fixated on the iron flower on the ground or whether anyone had crossed it, he effortlessly seized another flowered shirt and hurled him away. Jia cheered from behind. This time it's 5 points. Lin Bai checked his watch, confirming that this time he had indeed garnered righteous power. He became increasingly certain that the line between justice and malevolence was not so distinctly drawn. A single act might bear various interpretations, contingent upon the intentions of the heart. For what are you fighting? For justice or for evil? Do you aspire to be a hero or a fool? Was this not a trivial matter? Naturally, he preferred the mantle of a hero. Lin Bai unleashed a punch that sent a bald man flying, who subsequently knocked down 2 flowered shirts, causing his righteous power to surge. Yet, being a hero was exhausting. Occasionally, one must indulge in a whimsical folly. Lin Bai seized a long-haired man and tossed him out, again toppling 2 flowered shirts, his wicked power surging once more. Xiao Bai, you look incredibly dashing today. Jia shouted from behind. Ha, even a loser can shine at times. Lin Bai executed an iron headbutt, sending a short-haired man sprawling, while simultaneously flattening the nose of another flowered shirt. Be careful, the butterfly has drawn her gun. Jia suddenly let out a piercing scream as she witnessed Hua Dai draw a pistol from his bosom, aiming at Lin Bai, who was obliviously pummeling several floral shirts into the ground, utterly unaware of Wadi's nefarious actions. With a resounding bang, the gun fired. Hua Dai stood a few meters away, the pistol leveled, smoke curling from the muzzle. Jia was terrified. Despite Lin Bai's apparent prowess in combat, no one could withstand a bullet. Surely, at such a close range, Hua Dai could not possibly miss. In an instant, tears streamed down her face, her vision blurred. She hastily rubbed her eyes and wiped away the tears, only to discover that the female demon had somehow appeared on the scene. In that electrifying moment, she had pulled Lin Bai back a couple of steps, evading the bullet. Everyone was momentarily stunned, as though the world had paused for a fraction of a second. Then, Hua Dai laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You can dodge the first day of the month. But can you evade the 15th? This time, He shifted his aim from Lin Bai to the female demon and fired again. She reached out, attempting to catch the bullet. But Lin Bai pushed her aside, disrupting her audacious feat of catching a bullet barehanded. "For heaven's sake, fight like a human," he exclaimed. The female demon tilted her head, and the third bullet shot past her, grazing her hair. The floral shirts, witnessing her evade 3 shots, were left in awe, while the onlooking flying women gaped widely, as if one could fit a goose egg in their mouths. Unable to contain himself, Hua Dai glanced down at his gun, suspecting it might be malfunctioning. To quell the suspicions of the onlookers, Lin Bai stepped forward, addressing the crowd with a gentlemanly air. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be overly astonished by her extraordinary combat abilities, nor should you doubt her humanity. She is the chief operative of our nation's elite special forces, now retired." Yes, such characters abound in urban military romance novels. Do indulge yourselves in reading them. As Lin Bai spoke, Hua Dai, in a fit of frustration, fired 3 more shots, yet failed to graze the female demon even slightly. She could easily dispatch all the floral shirts, but she hesitated, contemplating her methods. Since Lin Bai insisted on a human-like combat style, her devastating spells, such as the 50-meter Thunder Strike, the 20-meter Ice Ring, or the 20-by-5-meter Firewall, were all rendered unusable. Catastrophic magics like meteor showers, blizzards, earthquakes, and tsunamis were off the table as well. Upon reflection, it seemed that human combat was reduced to mere fistfights and kicks, devoid of regal elegance. The female demon stood there, dejected and immobile. "Hey Xiao Bai, I have no moves left. Punching and kicking are not suited for me." Lin Bai produced a brick from seemingly nowhere. "This is perfect for you. High-end, atmospheric, understated yet luxurious, simple and stylish with an international flair." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud thud echoed as Hua Dai was struck by the brick, a rectangular mark of blood appearing across his face as he staggered backward. Defeated. The female demon lord wielded a brick as a concealed weapon, sending the flower butterfly sprawling to the ground. She clapped her hands, exclaiming, "This weapon is quite impressive. Procure another for me. Pray, do pay attention to the proper use of a brick, meant for striking foes, not for frivolous endeavors," Lin Bai remarked, somewhat discontented. As a revered artifact among the lower echelons, the brick deserved respect from all. It should not be dismissed as a mere tool. However, Jia Jia held a different perspective, eagerly scurrying to retrieve another brick to present to the demon lord. With a casual flick, the demon lord dispatched another flower-patterned shirt wearer, leaving a rectangular red mark on their face as they collapsed. Jia Jia rejoiced, offering yet another brick. In the face of these 2 unremarkable women, Lin Bai cast a glance towards the far end of the street, where another flower-patterned shirt wearer attempted to cross the iron flower. Just as he contemplated intervening, the demon lord, without turning, threw the brick with uncanny accuracy, covering an entire street distance of several hundred meters, toppling the intruder. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Lin Bai sighed. "My dear lady, I have implored you to engage in combat as a human would, yet with such a brick in play, I find myself concocting tales to appease the crowd." Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not be alarmed by the extraordinary distance the brick traveled. This woman has undergone the nation's most advanced genetic modifications during her time in the Special Forces, endowing her with strength far surpassing that of a typical human. I encourage you to delve into urban tales of military heroes and school beauties, where such individuals abound." The demon lord cast him a disapproving glance. "The mortal realm is truly vexing. Everything must adhere to some semblance of logic. I am disinclined to continue fighting." In truth, she was the sole combatant remaining. The flower-patterned shirt wearers had ceased their aggression the moment she dodged bullets, unwilling to confront a creature capable of such feats. The peripheral flying women hastily retreated, while a handful of flower-patterned shirt wearers, embodying chivalry, shielded the fleeing flying women. Addressing the remaining flower-patterned shirt wearers who had not yet fled, the demon lord commanded, "Kneel, and do so in an orderly fashion. Today, there are enough of you to form both a horizontal and vertical line." One flower-patterned shirt wearer, attempting to flee, was swiftly knocked down by the demon lord's brick and then subjected to a relentless barrage of kicks, leaving their face a gruesome mess. Another, seizing the distraction, attempted to escape but found themselves on the ground, bloodied and battered. 3 more tried to take advantage of the situation, yet as they lifted their feet to flee, The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. Their calves had been shattered by an unseen force. The remaining flower-patterned shirt wearers, now too frightened to flee, obediently knelt as instructed, forming a neat rectangular formation of 72 individuals. Those of greater stature were urged to lower themselves, while the slender ones bore bruised faces indistinguishable from their more corpulent counterparts. One particularly bald individual disrupted the symmetry of the formation, prompting Jia to place a cluster of wild grass atop their head, bringing the arrangement to perfect order. Lin Bai could hardly endure their frenzied behavior and reluctantly interjected, "Let it go. There's no merit in bullying a mere lackey. Why not simply drag the butterfly out and give her a good thrashing instead of creating such a ruckus?" Even Uncle Zhang, who sells soy milk and fried dough sticks, has peeked out from his house several times. We wouldn't want to alarm the neighbors. The female tyrant, perched elegantly in her rattan chair with her long legs crossed, replied, "The butterfly has already fled. It is hardly your place to deal with her." "Fled?" Lin Bai exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the kneeling butterfly. "Isn't she right here?" The female tyrant laughed heartily. "That is precisely the point. The butterfly is a cunning criminal, while you, my dear, are but a foolish simpleton. This so-called butterfly is merely a decoy. The real one escaped among those flying women moments ago, and she is an exceptionally lovely lady." Lin Bai gaped in astonishment. As the Jinju gang sensed defeat, a small faction began to retreat. Logically, a gang without a leader would scatter in disarray. Yet, they carefully shielded the group of flying women, methodically rounding a corner and escaping in a van. The female tyrant chuckled. "If the most beautiful among them is not the butterfly, then I shall take your surname." "How can you let them escape?" Lin Bai queried, bewildered. "I am merely safeguarding my territory. As long as they do not intrude, there is no need for me to pursue them. Why chase them down several streets?" The female tyrant replied with a smile. "I am no champion of justice. It is unnecessary to eradicate all evil." Suddenly, Lin Bai's face twisted into a wicked grin. "The decoy just mentioned wanting to capture you for some rather unsavory acts. Don't you feel incensed by such words? Surely, it would be appropriate to capture the real butterfly for retribution. Chasing down a van should be a trivial matter. Why not pursue her? I could, with some reluctance, assist you in exacting revenge tonight, ensuring she pays dearly for her words. I guarantee she will be begging by dawn." "You truly lack shame," the female tyrant responded, feeling a chill. However, Jia was distinctly displeased. "Xiao Bai, if you desire a woman, you have me. Why chase after the butterfly? My skills far surpass hers. And I can assure you a delightful evening, though I fear you may not last until dawn." Lin Bai turned pale with fright, swiftly retreating behind the female tyrant. When he lost his sense of propriety, even the female tyrant felt apprehensive. Yet, when Jia shed her modesty, Lin Bai was terrified. In this world, it was a matter of survival of the fittest. A hapless man would invariably submit to the charms of a beautiful woman. Suddenly, sirens blared as several police cars raced toward them. A female officer leaped from her vehicle. Witnessing the neatly arranged rows of men in floral shirts kneeling in the center of the street, the officers were taken aback. They had come to rescue innocent civilians and combat the nefarious underworld, only to find the gang engaging in some form of performance art. The female officer cast a glance at the female tyrant seated before the kneeling assembly, her expression shifting to one of realization. She turned to her fellow officers, stating, "That woman is a formidable force from the Special Operations Unit. Check her profile, and you will understand. It appears she has dealt with the scum of the Jinju gang." The police were finally relieved of their doubts, realizing that a Special Forces soldier was present. No wonder the flamboyant shirts had been subdued so thoroughly. The combat prowess of such soldiers is boundless, and the officers, being avid readers of military-themed novels, were well aware of this fact. After making a call for assistance, it wasn't long before 2 large buses arrived to transport the flamboyant shirtwearers to the police station. Much like schoolchildren boarding a bus, once all the flamboyant shirts and police had departed, the old street seemed to rejuvenate instantly. A multitude of shops simultaneously opened their doors. Uncle Zhang, who sold soy milk and fried dough sticks, set up his stall in a mere 5 minutes, while Old Chi, the cigarette vendor, displayed his wares. Grandma Zhang's rice noodle stall officially commenced operations. "Xiao Bai, well done." Uncle Zhang exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Today's soy milk and fried dough sticks are on the house. Come and enjoy." Xiao Bai, have a smoke. Old Qi tossed a pack of Chow Tian men over to Lin Bai, who examined it in the sunlight, discovering a cosmic watermark. However, Grandma Zheng's gaze was less than friendly. She slammed her heavy broom down on the ground, declaring, "You are not allowed to eat at Grandma Zheng's noodles until you clarify the situation regarding that blind girl." In Lin Bai's mind, Grandma Zheng was far more formidable than the Jinju gang. Even 10 doses of supernatural strength would not match her. Meanwhile, the sanitation worker collected the scattered bricks and neatly stacked them back in the flower beds, angrily scolding Jiajia for half an hour. No one dared to reprimand the female demon king, as she was a special forces soldier with a formidable presence. Even Grandma Zheng opted to ignore her, directing her ire towards the blind girl instead. Lin Bai knew that unless he clarified the situation with the female superhero, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high in front of her. Lin Bai fully grasped the meaning of kindness begets bullying. Superheroes are often taken advantage of by the public, yet it is unheard of for a demon king to be mistreated in such a manner. He understood that while the populace might befriend superheroes, they would never align themselves with a demon king. Human beings do not necessarily act with malice when they bully their friends. A frail, middle-aged man wearing glasses approached Lin Bai and the female demon king. This man, seemingly as weak as a feather, was a resident of the old street, known for being the most reclusive of homebodies. He often indulged in writing nonsensical online novels, having abandoned 32 unfinished works, earning him the nickname 32 Gong Gong. With an ingratiating tone, he addressed Lin Bai and the demon king, Xiao Bai. "Could you elaborate on what happened with the flamboyant shirts? I'm currently writing an urban military novel and would love to draw some inspiration from your experience." The female demon king dismissed him entirely, heading straight home, but Lin Bai was quite excited. Those who enjoy showing off often seek an audience, and it was a fortuitous moment for 32 Gong Gong to appear. He promptly fetched 2 chairs to sit down, while Jiajia served tea beside them. Lin Bai recounted the recent altercation with a floral shirt enthusiast with embellishments. Of course, his prowess was not enhanced by any mystical elixir. Rather, it was the result of decades of rigorous training that had significantly bolstered his internal strength, allowing him to traverse the meridians of his body. His singular technique, the palm of the Tathagata, was eagerly noted by the 32 onlookers, who eagerly scribbled down these eclectic details in their notebooks. Lin Bai harbored doubts about whether such a chaotic narrative could indeed be transformed into a novel, suspecting that the book might ultimately fail, leading to the 32 onlookers needing to rebrand themselves as 33. Once the tale concluded, a throng of elderly neighbors had gathered around. One whispered, "Xiao Bai, is that girl truly a special forces operative? She has already crossed paths with the Jinju gang once. Will they not return for a second encounter? What will happen if she is no longer around? Why associate with someone so perilous? If something were to happen to you, how would Qian manage?" This inquiry echoed the sentiments of many, who wouldn't prefer a life free from the harassment of underworld figures. Yet, with immense pressure comes inevitable backlash. Should she depart or falter, none could predict the ensuing calamity. As Lin Bai prepared to reassure them, Jiajia preemptively interjected, "What are you afraid of?" "I fear not. I have indeed offended the Jinju gang gravely this time, and since I am no upstanding citizen, their retribution will be far harsher towards me than towards you. Worry not, for when my body floats along the Jia River, then you may concern yourselves." In an instant, the crowd dispersed like startled birds, leaving only old Lady Zheng, who brandished her broom with authority and scoffed. "The Jinju gang is hardly formidable. 30 years ago, when I ruled the rivers and lakes, there was no such name as the Jinju gang. Xiao Bai, Jiajia, should you ever find yourselves overwhelmed, seek out a man named Lu Tai's Ho and inquire if he remembers the name Zheng Hongxiu. If he does, then send a few hundred men to the old street to pay their respects." With that, the old woman strutted away, broom in hand. Her stature instantly elevated in Lin Bai's mind. He silently thanked his younger self for never daring to misbehave before old Lady Zheng. Otherwise, he might have met a grim fate. Who was Lu Tai's Ho? Lin Bai, with little knowledge of the martial world, turned to Jiajia for enlightenment. The seasoned sister of the rivers and lakes shrugged. "I wasn't even born at that time." Such was the folly of seeking knowledge from the uninformed. Lin Bai thought it prudent to capture the butterfly and interrogate her. If she refused to answer, all the better. He would ensure she was rigorously questioned. At that moment, his phone rang abruptly. It was Old Man Lu. The elderly voice on the other end exclaimed, I've heard the Jinju gang is causing you trouble. Do you need me to bring some suited men to assist? Lin Bai chuckled. No need. I've already settled the matter. However, I have prepared the medicine you requested. You may come to collect it. Old man Lu's delight was palpable. Just wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Suddenly, Lin Bai felt a spark of realization. Lu, could you be the infamous Lu Taizhou who roamed the rivers and lakes 30 years ago? Old man Lu laughed heartily. You jest. My name is Lu Guiqiang. A respectable businessman, such as myself, would never engage in such affairs. But enough of this. I shall hurry over to procure the medicine. Before long, old Lu's Bentley surged forward like a Formula One race car, kicking up clouds of dust as it screeched to a halt before Lin Bai. The piercing sound of brakes echoing in the air. Without a flicker of concern, old Lu tossed down the cash, a staggering 100,000 yuan, alongside 10 pills, before hastily departing, seemingly preoccupied with some pressing matter. Lin Bai, feeling somewhat disinclined to inquire, carefully pocketed the money and stealthily made his way to Qian's residence, intending to stash the cash discreetly in her boudoir. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the formidable female antagonist appeared, ruthlessly snatching the purse from his grasp. You deranged woman, may you never fall into my hands. Lin Bai cried out in despair. The neighborhood elders suddenly transformed into amateur masons, erecting 2 half-human high flower stands at either end of the street, neatly placing iron flowers at their centers. This endeavor, albeit a tad disruptive to the aesthetic of the area, went unnoticed in the dilapidated old street, where no one would question the initiative. The local authorities commended the residents for their voluntary contributions to municipal development, urging them to replicate such flower stands across the nearby streets to enhance the overall beauty of the district. However, the elders were taken aback by this request, for they feared the reach of the formidable woman would expand too greatly. With only a single enforcer, Xiao Bai, at her disposal, managing this street was already a formidable task. Overseeing an entire district was simply beyond their capabilities. Consequently, the neighborhood collectively rejected the street office's plea, steadfastly refusing to construct another flower stand. Determined to learn something substantive from the formidable woman, Lin Bai resolved to abandon his haphazard approach, recognizing that such a lifestyle would keep him perpetually impoverished and forever single. With Qian now attending university, the time was ripe for him to enhance his skills, lest she be swept away by a wealthy suitor. While Qian was not particularly materialistic, she, like many women, was drawn to a man of talent. Lin Bai felt confident that he could compete with affluent heirs, yet he feared being overshadowed by one who possessed both wealth and intellect. Unbeknownst to him, 100,000 yuan was already with Qian. Had he been aware, he might have raised his aspirations to 200,000. Upon returning to the shop, he found the formidable woman leisurely indulging in a lavish cake, a brownie ice cream sandwich, as she charmingly informed him. It's not expensive, just don't ask the price. She teased. Lin Bai immediately interjected. I fear that knowing the price might provoke me to act inappropriately, and I would surely find myself shackled. The woman's smile grew even more enchanting. Teach me something of substance, Lin Bai implored, producing the tome of the Demon King. Forget about those breast enhancement pills. I seek genuine magic that can be of real use. Desiring to learn something serious? Then you must first master the language of the demon clan. Must I endure the same absurdity as before, learning phrases like grass mud horse, and I bought a watch last year? Absolutely not. The female demon king took a bite of the brownie, a satisfied smile gracing her face. In the past, I casually taught you a few spells to ignite your interest in magic. However, when you truly desire to master the Demon King's Codex, you must commence your studies with the demon language. A solid foundation is essential for comprehending and applying the spells within the entire tome with ease. Very well. I shall learn, Lin Bai conceded. Having lived for so long, it was rare for him to genuinely wish to learn something. It was imperative to establish a strong foundation. Aimlessly grasping at various spells without systematic learning would surely lead to failure. Yet, he lacked confidence in his foreign language abilities. Having never passed an English exam in high school, once he had written no 3 no 4 instead of the correct phrase in an English composition, nearly driving his teacher to despair. Sitting beside the Demon King, shoulder to shoulder, she produced paper and pen, beginning to write some letters and phonetics of the demon language. Lin Bai followed suit, recognizing each letter. The atmosphere suddenly became quite heartwarming. No previous teacher had offered him such individualized guidance. Teachers typically wore disdain for struggling students, unlike the Demon King, who seemed to take a personal interest in his learning. For the first time in his life, Lin Bai discovered that acquiring knowledge could bring joy. Why the sly smile? The Demon King huffed. If you do not study diligently, I shall bind you at the mouth of a volcano and turn you into smoked sausage. Her words revealed her fierce nature. Considering her a good teacher was a grave error. Lin Bai covered his face, wishing she would refrain from speaking and allow him to experience the care of a beautiful instructor in silence for a while. The remaining hours of that day passed swiftly. Lin Bai memorized dozens of letters and a handful of words, only to look up and realize dusk had arrived. His aptitude was rather dull. Protagonists in other novels often had photographic memories, while Lin Bai struggled to remember even a few characters after a day of study. And he was sure he would forget half of them by morning. This life was becoming unbearable. Across from him, Jiajia's beauty salon was unusually quiet. Many of the staff had fled, while the few remaining contemplated escape, fearful of meeting a similar fate as Jiajia at the hands of the river. It was inevitable that her business would become a shell of its former self, but Jiajia was undeterred. Without the Jinju gang to collect protection fees, she was capable of sustaining the shop alone, though it would be arduous, as she would have to manage every customer on her own. Excessive labor could take a toll on a woman's body. In the barber shop, Lin Bai extended his hand to the Demon King. I want 10,000 yuan. What do you intend to do? The Demon King inquired with curiosity. I wish to get a hairstyle at Jiajia's place. Don't think I'm unaware. Though her establishment is called a beauty salon, she is utterly incompetent at hairstyling. The Demon King chuckled. Are you planning to pay her for a rendezvous? You needn't bring money. She would be willing to share a bed with you, and I assure you, it won't last just 5 minutes. Lin Bai retorted. Mind your own business, just give me the money. If you refuse, I shall confront you. Oh dear, how terrifying. The female Demon King's eyes brimmed with mockery. However, despite her derision, she handed 10,000 yuan to Lin Bai. It was perplexing what thoughts occupied her mind throughout the day. Lin Bai could never fathom her true intentions. With the money in hand, he swaggered out the door and, as he was about to cross the street, he spotted Qian returning from afar. Her backpack slung over her shoulder. Clad in athletic wear, she exuded youthfulness and vitality, a beacon of sunshine on the old street, a jewel cherished by the neighborhood. For over a decade, the townsfolk had speculated that if this old street were to produce a successful child, it would undoubtedly be Qian. The 32-year-old man was deemed unworthy, too reclusive to achieve anything. Lin Bai himself had been a mischievous child, never excelling academically. Only Qian held the promise of rising above. Her presence illuminated the twilight streets, making them seem as bright as day, with all the neighbors waving at her. Upon seeing Lin Bai with a stack of money heading toward the opposite street, she gasped and covered her mouth, her radiance dimming slightly. Go home and sleep. Children should not meddle in adult affairs, Lin Bai retorted. I am merely 3 years younger than you. I am no child, Qian exclaimed. You are friends. You cannot use that money to seek her out. It would hurt her feelings. Anyone can visit Sister Jiajia, but not you. Do not rush to shout. Just watch from home through the window, Lin Bai said, pushing her back indoors, forbidding her to come out again, before making his way back to Jiajia's beauty salon. Jiajia stood at the entrance, eyeing him and the money in his hands. Decided to take care of your sister, have you? Lin Bai scoffed. If I were to seek anyone, it would be a college girl for companionship. I have no interest in a madam. Jiajia chuckled. Ah, so you wish to indulge then? I want to charge you. I could even return the favor with a red envelope. Enough nonsense, Lin Bai replied, knowing Jiajia intended to frighten him away with her crude jokes. However, this time, she had miscalculated. He had resolved to act, and no one could deter him. Over the years, he had contemplated rescuing Jiajia from her plight countless times, but he lacked the means. Now that he possessed the ability, it was time to act. Lin Bai retrieved a chair and wedged it in front of Jiajia's salon, sitting down with an air of audacity, blocking the entrance entirely. He raised the money in his hand, 1,000 yuan to change the sign from Jiajia Beauty Salon to Jiajia Barbershop, and the remaining 9,000 is for my hairstyle. Sister cannot do hairstyles. I care not whether you can. You must meet the needs of your customers when accepting their money. I desire a hairstyle fit for a rising male film star. Lin Bai did not know why he had chosen such a hairstyle. Perhaps he believed it was impressive that he could transform the goddess Zhang Jiji into various forms. Such fantasies were the realm of the impoverished, who could only dream while awake, too afraid to even imagine. Thus, it must be extraordinary, and his own hairstyle would surely be the most appealing. Perhaps then, a female celebrity might take a liking to him as well. Jijia smiled wryly. Xiao Bai, I appreciate your goodwill, but truly, I cannot do hairstyles. If this shop becomes a barber shop, no one will come anymore. You may assist me for a moment, but can you support me for a lifetime? I cannot promise to assist you for a lifetime, but I shall help you for as long as I can, Lin Bai said earnestly. While I am still able to support you, you must fervently contemplate shifting to another business. Amongst everyone on this street, I am the most foolish and incapable. I lack the acumen for commerce, but you must possess some understanding, do you not? First, let us focus on your hairstyle. Even if it takes the entire night, we shall make it work, leaving you no time for anything else. At that moment, the bald, middle-aged man, who had previously taken just 5 minutes, happened to pass by the door. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, he quickly turned and fled, disappearing in an instant. Jijia sighed with a wry smile. Look, your longtime patron has been scared away by you. I doubt he will dare to show his face for several days. Can he not deliver you 9,000 yuan in that time? Lin Bai retorted, Now, I'm the principal client. If I am not attended to properly, I shall bring ruin upon your shabby establishment. Jijia retrieved a comb and a hairdryer. Despite the salon's name being Beauty and Hairdressing, it was equipped with only these 2 tools, revealing a startling lack of professionalism. She awkwardly attempted to style Lin Bai's hair, blowing it haphazardly with the dryer. How does one create a hairstyle? It was a thought she had never entertained. Resorting to some hair gel and styling spray, she sprayed them liberally and continued her chaotic efforts. An hour passed, and instead of achieving a hairstyle, Lin Bai's hair was even more disheveled. Never mind. Just wash my hair and let us try again, Lin Bai insisted, resolved to remain there. During the hour, several customers had entered, only to flee in disarray under his penetrating gaze. After rinsing his hair, the situation did not improve. Another hour later, Lin Bai's hair resembled a bird's nest. How on earth does one achieve that charming and captivating hairstyle? It was a puzzle. Jijia's movements slowed, and she eventually discarded both the comb and the dryer, realizing she could not produce a hairstyle. Even if they worked through the entire night, the outcome would inevitably be a bird's nest. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Not even when threatened by the most formidable members of the Jinju gang had she shed a tear. Since embarking on her journey in beauty and hairdressing years ago, she had vowed never to cry in front of others. My sister will change her career and cease her beauty business tomorrow, Jijia sobbed. That's exactly right. Lin Bai chuckled. That's exactly right. Qian, who had been peering in through the window, cried. That's exactly right. Many neighbors outside the window were also observing. Fools, why not come and seek my assistance? A single spell could resolve everything. Tomorrow, Jijia will become the wealthiest person in Shuangqing City, perhaps even the wealthiest in the entire world. The methods of the underprivileged are truly remarkable. The sorceress nestled into her bed, her head barely touching the pillow before she slipped into slumber. In this street filled with fools, she could sleep soundly, easily undisturbed, unlike in the realm of the astute, where she would awaken multiple times each night. The following day, Lin Bai awoke as midday approached. Descending the stairs and pushing open the rolling shutter, he intended to raise his middle finger towards the street across, uttering his daily phrase, only to discover that Jijia's beauty and hairdressing had vanished. At least the sign was gone. Instead, a brand new sign now adorned the storefront, Jijia's barbershop. Jijia had already risen early, dressed in a dignified manner today, eschewing her previous flamboyant attire reminiscent of a seductress. Yet, her face remained heavily made up, as she still dared not present her true self. Upon encountering Lin Bai, she immediately raised her middle finger and jested. Opening the door so late, how unfortunate for you. Thus, a new day commenced, indulging in the expensive Western cuisine summoned by the female overlord, while revisiting the letters and words learned the previous day and acquiring a few new ones. To Lin Bai's surprise, someone arrived to repair the computer today, filling him with excitement, as it had been many days since he engaged in substantial work, which was quite a rarity. The technician was a certain Mr. Heir, whose keyboard had been rendered inoperative by a fist force. He had transformed the events of the previous morning into a novel titled The Overlord Flower and Little Bai, which garnered significant readership upon upload, reportedly amassing 500 followers on the very first day. In a fit of enthusiasm, Mr. Sanshur Heir had smashed his keyboard in excitement, resulting in injuries to his own hand, now bound in thick bandages, indicating he would be unable to work for several days. It remained uncertain whether the newly acquired readers would remain loyal during his hiatus. Lin Bai exerted tremendous effort to repair the keyboard, relying solely on his technical skills without resorting to dark resurrection magic, dedicating a full hour and a half to the task, ultimately earning a modest reward of 20 yuan. As he wiped the sweat from his brow while clutching the money, a sense of pride swelled within him. This was money he had earned himself, entirely independent of the female overlord or the superwoman, to whom he would not relinquish a single coin. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the female overlord glided past, swiftly snatching the 20 yuan from him, ensnaring it in a crevice. She regarded Lin Bai with a provocative gaze, akin to a female mantis enticing a male, warning that whoever succumbed to her allure would meet a grim fate. "You scoundrel! You would steal 20 yuan? How utterly deranged! If you wish to rob, why not take from my pockets instead? I still haven't spent the 500 you previously gave me." Lin Bai began to lose his composure. That 20 yuan was imbued with my sweat and effort, laden with my hopes. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Bai felt a pang of guilt and conceded. For in the past, living alone in this dilapidated abode, he faced little temptation and found peace within. Recently, however, he experienced considerable distress as the female overlord, clad in scant attire, fluttered about before him, even spending the night next door without locking the door. Heaven help us! May the Justice League swiftly dispatch a few superheroes to capture the female overlord. Lin Bai prayed, invoking the deities of both Eastern and Western traditions, before finally resigning himself to sit back at the table and continue studying the language of the demon tribe. Throughout the day, Jejia's hair salon remained devoid of customers, as the locals were well aware of her lack of skill, understanding that a visit could result in the loss of an ear or a patch of scalp. By evening, a balding, middle-aged man returned, only to be met with a flying kick from Jejia, propelling him back out the door. Hence, Lin Bai approached the female overlord once more, requesting 10,000 yuan, and sauntered over to the entrance, resolutely declaring, "Jejia, come style my hair." "Really? Again with the hairstyle?" Jejia felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Could she perhaps opt for a simpler style? How about a center parting? In the 43rd chapter, the most significant person in the old street, Lin Bai, rose early today, awakening just as dawn broke. Yesterday, he had slept in and was surprisingly outpaced by Jejia. Today, he was determined not to be outdone by that vixen. After dressing meticulously, washing his face, and brushing his teeth, he was ready while the female tyrant remained blissfully asleep, her snow-white thighs exposed beyond the covers. This woman was clearly doing it on purpose. As soon as her nefarious influence waned, he would make her understand the taste of a night raid and see if she dared to extend her legs again. Lin Bai pulled open the roller shutter, intending to defiantly gesture to the opposite street, only to find Jejia leisurely standing across, already with her middle finger raised, smugly declaring, "Opening so late, aren't you ashamed? Damn, are you this free now? Stealing my fun every morning," he retorted. Indeed, sister is quite free. There was no reasoning with this woman, and Lin Bai sat down in frustration. Suddenly, Kai de Buzai appeared, striding in the morning light, his prominent belly resembling a Mithriya Buddha. However, this Mithriya moved with surprising agility, ushering Jejia swiftly into Lin Bai's shop, then whispered, "Be cautious," after the butterfly of gold bamboo escaped. "She has vowed vengeance and intends to employ even more formidable tactics against you." Jejia was startled, but Lin Bai remained unfazed. Mere humans posed no struggle against a demon king. Whatever tricks the gold bamboo gang employed were of no concern. Lin Bai suddenly noticed a regal composure beginning to manifest within him. At least in the face of adversaries, he could maintain a serene heart, though he found it impossible to restrain his salivation in the presence of beauty. Kai de Buzai continued in hushed tones, "The butterfly is not a traditional gangster. She seldom engages in direct confrontation, preferring to resort to underhanded tactics. If she were to target the most important person in the old street before he could finish." Lin Bai leapt up, his regal composure vanishing. "Damn it, butterfly, you're courting death." After a furious outburst, he dashed out like the wind. Kai de Buzai was perplexed. Where is he going? Jejia frowned. The most vital person on the old street is undoubtedly Qian. She represents the hope of the neighborhood. a white lotus amidst the mud. The dregs of this street see little hope, and she is the only university student. If something were to happen to her, the entire old street would be devastated. Moreover, she must attend school daily and lacks the protection of the overlord flower when outside, rendering her exceedingly vulnerable. Naturally, Lin Bai would be frantic. He had to be off to serve as Qianqian's bodyguard. Kai de Buzai rubbed his belly and remarked, "You all think too deeply." In truth, the most crucial person is the overlord flower. If she were to be ambushed, who could possibly stand against the gold bamboo gang? Why would they bother with a little girl like Qianqian? Jie replied, and Kai de Buzai raised his hands. I have heard that the gold bamboo gang has hired a sniper to take out the overlord flower from a distance. I came to share this information. Lin Bai was unaware of the truth, and now he was consumed by anxiety. If the butterfly were before him, he might indeed commit the dreadful act of seduction followed by murder. He would no longer hesitate between the path of righteousness and that of wickedness. He could simply plunge into darkness without remorse. Fortunately, the butterfly was not present, and he lacked the time to seek retribution against it. He checked the demonic tome and the enchanted items in his pocket, ensuring he had a few formidable talismans on him, thus securing his safety. He had no inclination to knock and wait for Qianqian to answer the door. Instead, he took out his key and strode straight into her boudoir. Upon seeing Lin Bai enter, Mr. Octopus was so frightened that it nearly lost control. The last encounter had left it with a severed tentacle, which, though it would grow back in due time, still made it tremble in fear as it curled up in the fishbowl. Qianqian, sitting up in bed, wrapped in her duvet, looked at Lin Bai in astonishment. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? I'm not dressed. You need to leave. Normally, such a statement would evoke panic in any woman, but when Qianqian said it to Lin Bai, it came off more as a playful tease. Lin Bai did not leave. Instead, he inspected beneath the bed, the wardrobe, the ceiling, and even opened the drawers of the vanity, pulling aside the penholder to peer inside, ensuring no hidden assassins lurked in the room. Only then did he exhale in relief. Why are you so anxious? Qianqian was utterly baffled. Lin Bai could not explain because there were many matters she remained oblivious to. She had never encountered the sordid aspects of this old street. No neighbor would allow her to touch those filthy things. He could only scratch his head and say, "Last night, I observed the heavens and discerned a malevolent spirit that may pose a threat to you, which is why I rushed here at the break of dawn to exorcise it." Qianqian was instantly terrified, forgetting her lack of clothing, and jumped up, her face pale. "Are you saying there's a ghost in my room? No wonder you had to check even the penholder." Lin Bai turned away, unable to bear the sight of her innocent form. "Quick, get dressed. What do you think you look like jumping around in front of a man like that?" Although her cheeks flushed, she was not excessively embarrassed. If another man were present, she might have reached for a weapon, not to harm him, but to take her own life. However, with Lin Bai, it was different. They had often swum together as children, both without clothes. The excuses they used to deceive themselves over the years had led to their peculiar relationship. Dressing swiftly, she did not need to deliberate over what to wear, for her wardrobe contained only a few outfits. This made her infinitely more charming than those women who took hours to change. With a simple hair tie, she gathered her long hair into a ponytail, presenting herself in a fresh and tidy manner. Throughout the process, Lin Bai remained by her side, allowing her to temporarily forget her fear of the ghost, focusing instead on her shyness. When she entered the bathroom, Lin Bai stubbornly stood at the door, which was a bit too much for her. "Don't follow me in here," she scolded. Lin Bai remained unfazed. "Close the bathroom door properly. I cannot see inside, so why must I stand far away?" The sound escaped, leaving Qianqian utterly embarrassed. "I've heard the sound of you passing gas. What could possibly be wrong with the sound of urination?" Lin Bai unflinchingly dismissed Qianqian's protest. "And what about the night your parents died in a car accident? You collapsed in the bathroom, overwhelmed with grief, soiled yourself. And I was the one who bathed you." This incident occurred when Qianqian was 13 and in her first year of junior high, while Lin Bai was 16 and in his first year of senior high. Her parents perished in the accident, leaving her in utter devastation. Unable to care for herself for over 2 months, Lin Bai took a 3-month leave from school to care for her and assist with her studies. Consequently, he fell behind in his own studies and became a poor student, sacrificing his future for her without a hint of regret. Qianqian was left speechless, and after a moment's pause, she quietly inquired, "What is peculiar about today?" Lin Bai replied earnestly, "You need not concern yourself. Today, I will accompany you." Qianqian understood. She was certainly in danger, Otherwise, Lin Bai wouldn't behave this way. Although she had been raised like a flower in a greenhouse, her intellect surpassed Lin Bai's expectations, and she was not easily deceived. She had only been so because Lin Bai, who adored her dearly, had been the one to indulge her. His charming demeanor made him appear more handsome than the popular star, Chen Shi. "What do you want me to do?" "I will heed your every word," Qian Qian said softly. Typically, women do not express such sentiments to men. Should such words be uttered, a man could easily toss her onto the bed in a multitude of poses. Yet those who entertain such thoughts rarely hear a woman say them. This is a paradox. Women are full of contradictions, and logic often eludes them. "Just continue with your studies as usual," Lin Bai insisted. "Nothing must interfere with your education, or the neighbors will have my skin, particularly old lady Zheng. I cannot withstand her wrath." After Qian packed her bag, they left together. Lin Bai surveyed the street like a bodyguard, scrutinizing everyone around them, imagining that the vendor selling soy milk and fried dough sticks was a hitman. In reality, it was Uncle Zhang, a familiar face. As they passed his stall, Uncle Zhang handed them 2 pieces of fried dough. Lin Bai caught them and stuffed one into his mouth. If Uncle Zhang had indeed been a hitman, Lin Bai would have met his demise due to his lack of vigilance, a rather feudal protector. As they passed by the elderly woman selling rice noodles, old lady Zheng's gaze was bright, clearly pleased. Little Bai should be walking alongside Qian. They're a fine match, she thought. That cursed blind vixen better not show her face again, or I'll break her legs. Let her know how formidable Zheng Hongxiu was 30 years ago. The so-called blind vixen, also known as the female hero, stood a kilometer away on a rooftop, clad in dark red leather and masked, her battle attire. Presently, she awaited to rescue someone, as a sniper was soon in need of salvation. However, she would not rescue the female Demon King. If the Demon King were to fall to a sniper's bullet, what need would there be for the League of Justice? The sniper ascended to the rooftop, carrying a leather case. He was known as Shi Dalin, the most renowned marksman in the underground world of Shuangqing City, capable of hitting any part of a target from a kilometer away, regardless of the weather, be it fierce winds, heavy snow, or torrential rain. His shots were always executed flawlessly. Unbeknownst to him, the female warrior was lurking just behind the wall, for she did not require her eyes to monitor him. Her ears were sufficient to lock onto a sniper hidden from view, setting up his beloved sniper rifle. He adjusted the digital scope and glanced at the wind radar. Today was an auspicious day for killing. Visibility was high, and the winds were low. Peering through the scope, he observed Kai de Buzai and Jia seated on the first floor of the computer repair shop. They were not his targets and warranted no further attention. Shifting his aim upward, he looked into the second-floor window, where an enchanting woman lay asleep on the bed. Her fair feet peeked out from under the covers, prompting the sniper to swallow hard. If only she were not the target. Capturing her alive would indeed be the ideal course of action. Alas, such a vixen must meet her demise from a kilometer away. What a waste. Shaking his head, he cast aside these unprofessional thoughts. A killer must possess a tranquil heart, lest he become like Lin Bai, drooling at the sight of beauty. Such a demeanor is unbecoming of a cold and proud assassin. He aligned the crosshairs of his scope with the head of the female demon and, without hesitation, squeezed the trigger. The 44th shot was fired. The bullet left the barrel at approximately 700 meters per second, while the speed of sound traveled at about 340 meters per second. Thus, at a distance of 1 kilometer, the bullet would arrive at its target before the sound of the shot could be heard. Such a projectile was unavoidable. Even the most skilled Special Forces soldier could not evade it, provided the sniper did not miss. The target, however, was not a Special Forces soldier. In the scope, Shi Dalin clearly witnessed the female demon reach out and grasp the M118 special round mid-air, appearing bewildered by its presence, as if she had never seen such a thing before. She examined it closely, even biting into it. Half of the M118 crumbled under her teeth, which she then chewed and swallowed. Shi Dalin immediately convulsed, foam spewing from his mouth as he collapsed. After toying with the half-bullet, the female demon, utilizing her magic, extracted all its information. Muttering to herself, she remarked, "So this is the bullet used by snipers. No wonder it is so large. It lacks flavor. The brownie is far more delectable." With a casual flick of her wrist, she hurled the half-bullet out of the window, sending it soaring through the old street and traveling a kilometer back towards the convulsing Shi Dalin. The female superhero, known for her courage, swiftly emerged from side. seizing Daling and leaping back with remarkable speed. The bullet missed its target, yet astonishingly, it executed a mid-air turn and resumed its pursuit of Daling, displaying an unexpected tracking capability that rendered evasion impossible. A direct confrontation was inevitable. With a fervent shout, the female superhero infused all her righteous power into her guiding cane, channeling her energy into a powerful strike. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the bullet was finally brought down, but she was left drenched in sweat, nearly drained of her strength. In her relentless fight against evil within the Marvel realm, she had expended over 15,000 units of hard-earned righteous energy in that single blow, teetering on the brink of returning to an ordinary, powerless existence. Fortunately, having just saved the sniper's life, she regained a modest 100 units of righteous energy. Otherwise, she would have lacked the strength to escort him to the police station. With the newly acquired energy infused into her cane, she regained her capacity for movement, letting out a wry smile as she lifted Daling. Was it worth exhausting her righteous power to save a villain? For Lin Bai, undoubtedly not. He would never engage in such folly. Yet for the principled female superhero, it was indeed worthwhile. She firmly believed in the mantra, do not commit evil, no matter how small, and do not neglect good, no matter how minor. She was convinced that the righteous energy lost could be replenished through further good deeds. But a human life, once lost, could never be reclaimed. The female superhero trudged toward the police station, for she recognized the law as the only true embodiment of justice. Even above herself. TCH, just a bunch of nonsensical individuals, she mused. Her actions could not escape the notice of the Dark Queen. Should she choose to teleport, she could easily eliminate the female superhero. However, such an action would be devoid of purpose. Even if the superhero fell, Spider-Man would rise, and should he perish, Iron Man would follow. Even if they all perished, another generation of heroes would inevitably emerge, perpetuating the unending struggle against the forces of darkness. The dichotomy of good and evil remained an eternal theme. This reality struck the Dark Queen as profoundly foolish. She could not comprehend why the previous generation of villains opposed the Justice League. This battle would never conclude, not in this lifetime, nor in 100 lifetimes, nor 1,000. It was utterly meaningless. Better to return to slumber, she thought, as she nestled back into her bed. Suddenly, Jeja burst in, exclaiming, Sister Queen, the Golden Bamboo Gang has hired a sniper to kill you. We don't know when the assassin will arrive. You must find a safe place to hide and avoid open spaces. This matter? The Dark Queen chuckled, rolling over to find a comfortable position buried in her pillow. With her eyes closed, she declared, It's already been taken care of. You need not concern yourself. Allow me to indulge in another nap. Meanwhile, Lin Bai and Qian exited the old street, waiting at the bus stop on the main road before boarding a vehicle bound for the university town. The university town is one of the satellite cities of Shuangqing City. A decade ago, it was merely a desolate area, but in recent years, esteemed institutions of higher learning, previously thriving in the city, inexplicably decided to relocate to the outskirts. With a multitude of schools established in close proximity, they have transformed this forlorn land into a bustling satellite city. In this place, universities abound. On the left, a university. On the right, another. In front, yet another. And even a step back would lead one to collide with the walls of university, evoking a sense reminiscent of the urban landscape depicted in a certain scientific railgun. This concept is not derived from the aforementioned work. It is simply a reflection of the reality that Shuangqing City indeed boasts a university town, which readers can verify online. Within the university town, one is surrounded by fellow students, fresh women in front, seniors behind. If one were to toss a handful of stones into the crowd, it is likely that at least 5 beauties would be toppled, making it a veritable paradise on earth. However, this paradise has its drawbacks, characterized by an aura of sophistication and intellect that inadvertently repels the socially inept youth, leaving them feeling inadequate and hesitant to approach. Lin Bai, in particular, felt intimidated. He never accompanied Qian to school, nor picked her up, fearing the judgment of her peers who might wonder why she associated with someone of his status. Yet today was different. He was prepared to venture into the proverbial lion's den. No matter the intellectual or majestic atmosphere surrounding the university, it was no match for Lin Bai's protective instincts. He hoped that the frivolous girls would keep their distance. Otherwise, he would make an example of one. ensuring she understood why flowers bloom so vibrantly and why the pot is forged from iron. The bus was sparsely populated, primarily with university students. Strangely enough, although Lin Bai was only 23, he was distinctly categorized apart from the students, with everyone, including the driver, seemingly excluding him from their ranks. Whispers circulated, with some referring to him as Qianqian's lackey, others as her rural cousin. The most ludicrous claim was that he was her guardian, which he could not tolerate. He shot a fierce glare at the bespectacled student who had uttered it, his aura of discontent sending the young man scrambling to disembark at the next stop. Upon arriving at the university town, caution remained paramount. Every passerby could potentially be a kidnapper sent by the Jinju gang. Lin Bai regarded them with a fierce intensity, ready to confront anyone who dared to cross his path. Within 3 months, tales of Lin Bai's exploits spread throughout the university town, recounting how a local ruffian had brazenly paraded a pure-hearted student through the streets. Ironically, he had intended to dismantle the criminal underworld, only to be mistaken for a member of it himself, an issue undoubtedly stemming from his hairstyle. Had Jieja styled his hair, such misunderstandings could have been avoided. Suddenly, a tall, athletic woman clad in a blue dress appeared before him. Lin Bai had no time to examine her face, his focus fixated on her hands and shoulders. It is said that when humans prepare to strike, they first engage their shoulders before their hands. To anticipate whether one is a foe or friend, one must observe the hands and shoulders closely. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the woman exuded a robust strength. Her gait was anything but delicate, even infused with an air of intimidation. She was undoubtedly a female assassin in disguise, possibly the infamous butterfly herself. Lin Bai made a motion as if to pounce and drag her into the nearby thicket. The woman sensed his unusual demeanor, halted, and coldly remarked, "I perceive your posture is amiss, as if you intend to ambush me." Her voice rang a bell, and as Lin Bai's gaze traveled from her waist upward, he was startled enough to take a step back. Upon reaching her face, he gasped, lo and behold, it was a female police officer. Lin Bai chuckled awkwardly. How could I possibly ambush a police officer? The officer smirked disdainfully. If I were not a police officer, would you truly dare to leap upon me? In previous times, Lin Bai would have fled at such a confrontation. But today, with the weighty responsibility of safeguarding Qianqian upon him, he steadfastly refused to retreat. Even if he faced defeat, he would shout a warning and confront the enemy valiantly, willing to perish alongside them. Lin Bai had some experience in dealing with this officer. He gathered his courage and shamelessly declared, "You are simply too captivating today. I couldn't help but want to leap at you." The officer's mood brightened, for she despised lecherous men, yet she could forgive those who did not regard her with disdain. She replied softly, "Your words are rather insincere. After taking the medicine you sold me this morning, I shall return to my former self by tomorrow morning." Although she found his words somewhat hollow, her tone lacked irritation, indicating she was in high spirits. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai recalled that the officer had mentioned purchasing medicine from him for a class reunion in 3 days. It was clear that today was the day of the reunion, conveniently held at their alma mater, which explained their encounter here. "Officer, recently, members of the Jinju gang have been attempting to kidnap Qianqian. As a police officer, shouldn't you intervene? Send a contingent of officers to provide round-the-clock protection for her. I cannot bear this burden alone. I have not received such intelligence, so do not fret unnecessarily. I have only heard whispers of a sniper targeting the flower of the underworld. You should be more concerned about that matter, as snipers are elusive and the police are powerless against them. Forget about the flower of the underworld. She is not in any danger. My sole concern is Qianqian." Curiously, the officer inquired, "Who provided you with this intelligence?" Lin Bai hummed in response, "Kai, from Universe Pharmaceuticals." The officer laughed. "Do you truly believe what he says? His products are more fabricated than my own chest." Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words. There was no reasoning with this woman. He preferred to err on the side of believing the information rather than dismissing it. Qianqian's safety was paramount. Lin Bai rolled his eyes at the officer as they brushed past each other. The students on the street cast Lin Bai furious glares, appalled that this disgraceful gangster was escorting an innocent young woman, and even dared to roll his eyes at a stunning beauty. However, after Lin Bai shot them a fierce glare in return, they all fell silent. Upon reaching the entrance of Shuangqing University, a fearless individual finally appeared. A girl with twin ponytails sprinted toward them at breakneck speed. Could this be the butterfly? It may not seem so, yet one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility. Lin Bai cast a fierce glare, causing the young girl to nearly burst into tears. However, she mustered her courage, grasped one of Lin Bai's arms, and shouted at Qian Qian, "Qian Qian, run quickly. I will hold this villain back." With a solemn expression and a bright smile, Lin Bai found himself astonished, questioning, where do I resemble a villain? Under the clear blue sky, walking in the sunlight as a guardian of beauty, he had never felt so earnest in his life. At that moment, he resembled the most virtuous knight, standing by the side of goddess, determined to eliminate any potential threats to her beauty. The priest sought to compose an epic ballad in his honor, ensuring that his tale is sung for 1,000 years. The maidens of the grasslands should play the dombra for him, draping a pristine hada around his neck, exclaiming Zaxi Delier. Why then did a seemingly unromantic girl emerge to label him a villain? Qian Qian suddenly burst into joyous laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. Wen, he is not a bad person. He is my friend, Xiao Bai. Lin Bai understood that Qian Qian reserved such laughter for those she held dear, such as himself, Granny Zheng, and Jia Jia, but not for Uncle Zhang, the soybean milk vendor, or Old Qi, the cigarette seller. Now, there was also Wen. A pang of sadness struck him. From kindergarten to high school, he was acquainted with all of Qian Qian's friends, and she knew all of his. However, since entering university, she had ventured into a new realm, and the disparity in their academic pursuits had created a chasm. The world of the university was one Lin Bai could not enter. "Hello, Lin Bai," he stammered, awkwardly greeting Wen after having just glared at her. Yet, Wen, with a graceful demeanor, shook his hand lightly, her twin ponytails swaying in unison, exuding youthful exuberance. So you're Xiao Bai? I am Zhang Siwen, a friend of Qian Qian." She circled around Lin Bai twice, clapping her hands in delight. "Qian Qian tells me every day that she will marry you after graduation, so I have long been familiar with your name." Lin Bai was taken aback, retreating 3 steps, while he harbored a subconscious belief that only he was worthy of marrying Qian Qian. Hearing such words directly still filled him with astonishment and joy. His blood surged, and gravity seemed to reverse, as if he might float away. Why does an apple fall? Not merely due to gravity, but because the apple is discontented. Such nonsense. Qian Qian blushed, covering Wen's mouth with a playful pout, her expression filled with jest but devoid of anger. Yet, a group of boys nearby felt a surge of indignation. Though Qian Qian was a girl of modest means, possessing scarcely 2 outfits, her appearance was charming. Coupled with her gentle kindness and understated elegance, she stood out as the most beautiful among the ugly ducklings. While the impoverished boys dared not aspire to the wealthy heiresses, they were filled with intrigue for a Cinderella like Qian Qian, hailing from a humble background. To speak in exaggerated terms, she is the goddess of impoverished students, the embodiment of their aspirations, their pursuits, their hopes, their dreams, and their fanciful illusions, ultimately representing their utmost ambitions. Yet, such a splendid ideal has been branded with a label, leaving one to ponder the state of this world. "What skills do you possess?" An irate, bespectacled boy stormed forth. "I shall vanquish you with your own expertise and prove my worthiness for Qian Qian. I am proficient in 2 foreign languages. My grades hover near perfection across all subjects, and I am on the verge of acquiring 3 degrees. Apart from lacking financial resources, I possess everything else. Just draw the line, and let us see who excels." What is my specialty? Lin Bai pondered earnestly for quite some time. Aside from his financial shortcomings, he realized he had little else to offer. Thus, he sheepishly replied, "My talent lies in fabricating nonsense. Let us compete in that." The bespectacled boy let out a wail, collapsing to the ground, convulsing in despair, unable to rise for an extended while. The other boys glared menacingly, seemingly poised to pounce upon Lin Bai and crush him. If he had been a wealthy and handsome gentleman, these boys would likely have retreated, feeling utterly inadequate. Yet he bore the unmistakable air of a down-and-out individual, reminiscent of a certain repairman in the university town, which rendered their disdain all the more palpable. The prospect of defeating such a pitiable figure to win the affection of the ugly duckling or Cinderella was too enticing to resist. Qian Qian wished to express her anger, but her frustration was stifled, and she could only call out anxiously, "You cannot treat Xiao Bai this way." Wen also yearned to unleash her wrath, but her temper was scarcely fiercer than Qian Qian's. In a moment of desperation, she spread her arms to shield him, exclaiming, "Qianqian's fiancé, you must flee. I will hold him off." The moment she uttered those words, the boy's eyes turned a shade of green with envy. The term fiancé bore a devastating impact, shattering the hearts of several boys, compelling them to resolve to confront Lin Bai with fervor. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, two figures clad in black suits parted the crowd, declaring, "Clear the way. What is this throng obstructing the school entrance? Make way. The young lady must enter." The boys parted as if swept by a tide, evidently recognizing the formidable presence of this young lady, whose influence among them surpassed that of Qianqian, instantly redirecting their attention. The bespectacled boy, who had been trembling on the ground, struggled to crawl to the side, determined to yield the path for her arrival. Fortunately, he remained uninjured. Otherwise, the ground would have borne witness to the tragic sight of a long trail of blood. In an instant, Qianqian transformed from the queen basking in the limelight to a consort cast into the shadows. Lin Bai, filled with rage, was unperturbed by the prospect of a brawl with the boys, for it merely signified Qianqian's allure, bringing him a sense of joy. However, who was this young lady? Even before her arrival, her subordinates had eclipsed Qianqian's brilliance entirely. Should she choose to appear, he would ensure she left looking like a battered mess. After all, he was no gentleman. He felt no shame in confronting a woman. While everyone else yielded, Lin Bai boldly stepped into the path, his eyes wide and unyielding as he scrutinized the two figures in black suits, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had encountered them somewhere before. A girl of exquisite elegance and opulence emerged from behind a figure clad in a black suit, her appearance truly remarkable, adorned in luxurious and vibrant attire. The cost of her ensemble was undoubtedly steep, complemented by sparkling jewelry that exuded sophistication and grandeur. Viewed from any angle, she unmistakably embodied the essence of a wealthy heiress. The men surrounding her cast adoring glances, as if winning her favor would grant them instant elevation. Indeed, to bask in the comforts of a rich young lady would surely expedite their ascent. Such women are beyond the reach of the common folk. Even the most beautiful among the ugly ducklings remains merely an ugly duckling when confronted with a graceful swan, destined to suffer complete defeat without a chance for retaliation. The affluent beauty dismissed the male admirers entirely, her radiant gaze unexpectedly fixating on Lin Bai, followed by a sweet smile that revealed a set of pearly white teeth. "You still dare to smile? I was just about to come over and give you a taste of humility, thinking your white teeth are something extraordinary. Knock them out, and you'll be left with nothing but a draft. Oh, are you intimidated, attempting to charm me with that smile, hoping to dissuade my hand? That is utterly impossible. I am merciless in my pursuits, targeting those women who attract more attention than the likes of you." Before I could even raise my fist, the girl entwined her arm around mine, her demeanor one of admiration. "Mr. Lin, what a surprise to see you." She used the respectful form of address, leaving the surrounding boys astounded, their faces pale as they retreated several steps. Who is this impoverished soul? Why does the foremost heiress of Shuangqing University address him so deferentially? One should not overstep. Having already captured the attention of the university's Cinderella, must she now pursue the first heiress as well? Such audacity is truly unconscionable. Yet Lin Bai, perplexed, responded, "And who might you be?" No need for familial connections. In truth, even familial ties would not deter him. Today he was determined to humble her. "It's me." The girl, radiating an air of grandeur, blinked her large eyes. "I am Lu Guoqiang's granddaughter. You treated my grandfather at the hospital and even saved us at KFC. Have you forgotten?" She glanced at Qianqian, realization dawning upon her. "Ah, I see. You are here to escort Li Qianqian to school." This was unfortunate. She had indeed established a connection, making it less convenient to act. Lin Bai felt considerable frustration at discovering this woman was the granddaughter of the old man Lu. Why couldn't she simply recover from her cold at home? Why come to school to overshadow Qianqian? Surely her cold must have healed by now. I should just push you into the fountain and let you catch another cold. Lin Bai began to look around anxiously, searching for a fountain. One would expect such a prestigious institution as Shuangqing University to feature one at its entrance. Yet none was in sight. His eager scanning caused the granddaughter of the old man to misinterpret his intentions. "Mr. Lin, since you are here, why not stay a while and enjoy the school?" "Oh, I apologize. My cold hasn't fully subsided." "Your cold hasn't fully subsided? This is splendid news. It should be far worse. Lin Bai exclaimed, "What cold medicine are you taking?" The granddaughter, bewildered yet recognizing the prowess of the healer before her, felt compelled to respond to his inquiry regarding her medication. With utmost reverence, he presented a box of medicine to Lin Bai, stating, "This is the medicine I take, called Red and Black, which is said to be remarkably effective." Lin Bai snatched the box and tucked it into his pocket, declaring, "This medicine is counterfeit. It will not suffice. Wait here. I shall procure a proper remedy for you." With that, he dashed out of the school. Just outside the gates, he discovered a pharmacy, seized several boxes of cold medicine, and held them up to the sunlight, ultimately locating one that bore the cosmic watermark. He hurriedly purchased it and raced back to the school gates, placing the medicine into the hands of the ailing girl. "Take this, I assure you. It will hasten your recovery." The girl was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you are a person of great significance, capable of curing severe ailments. And yet you would go to such lengths for my minor cold. I cannot express my thanks adequately." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. This girl, a favored child of fortune, naturally surrounded by affection. Why then was she so moved by such a trivial gesture? Lin Bai was perplexed. Meanwhile, the girl's two bodyguards in black suits stood off to the side, making a phone call. "Old Liu, the esteemed healer has personally fetched cold medicine for the young lady." He ran several hundred meters, breathless, to bring it. Old Liu, upon receiving the call, was momentarily stunned. Though the ailment is minor, the sentiment is profound. As Lin Bai lowered his gaze to check his watch, he was unsurprisingly met with a rise of 5 points in his evil prowess for deceiving the girl with fake medicine. It was disheartening to see such a meager gain. It seemed that even counterfeit medicine devoid of poison was inadequate. If only it contained a touch of malevolent poison, he could have garnered at least 50 points. He resolved to advise Kaida Duzi to refrain from using flour, lotus root powder, and sesame paste in the next batch of counterfeit medicine, suggesting instead lime powder, arsenic, and black gunpowder. "Qian, let us depart," Lin Bai said, leaving the ailing girl behind, casting a haughty silhouette. The boys nearby no longer dared to provoke him. His association with the Liu family was evidently substantial. He could not possibly be a mere commoner. He must be a wealthy heir, feigning humility, presenting himself as an unassuming technician, merely to amuse himself at their expense. The ailing girl waved goodbye to Lin Bai with reddened eyes, her bodyguards joining in the farewell, creating a poignant scene reminiscent of bidding farewell to a loved one. The boys nearby were genuinely mournful, each with tear-filled eyes. Qian politely acknowledged the ailing girl before following Lin Bai. When one, pouting, remarked, "Qian, why is your man attempting to charm the eldest daughter of the Liu family? He delivered medicine to her with such enthusiasm. You must be cautious. Though she may not possess the nature of seductress, her status is undeniable. She could easily lure away your man with a mere beckon, leaving you in despair." Qian softly replied, "That will not happen. I know Xiao Bai better than anyone else in this world. The medicine he provided to the eldest daughter of the Liu family was amiss. Although I cannot pinpoint the flaw, I can see that he was delightfully mischievous, undoubtedly leading her astray." In the midst of this, Lin Bai, reveling in the thought of the eldest daughter of the Liu family enduring her cold for another 10 days or so, envisioned Qian rising to prominence and claiming the title of the most esteemed beauty at Shuangqing University, garnering the admiration of all the boys. Although such actions may potentially invite romantic rivals, Lin Bai remains unconcerned. When one genuinely cherishes another, they yearn for their beloved to ascend to greater heights and bask in the limelight. Qian and one were softly conversing about today as topic. They were to visit an experiment conducted by a biology professor. Lin Bai faintly heard that this professor, surnamed Yi and named Xiao, was the most esteemed expert in biology at Shuangqing University. It was said that his research was extraordinarily advanced, transcending human technology and venturing into the realm of futuristic science. Professor Yi, in his 30s, was not only handsome and charming, but also remarkably accomplished, having developed projects that astonished the world, a quintessential diamond bachelor. Woman wore a starry-eyed expression. I wonder if he would be open to a teacher-student romance. Qian's cheeks flushed slightly. "What are you saying?" One retorted with a playful scoff. "You, with your Xiao Bai, certainly have no need for other men, but I do not share the same luxury. How about you let me have Xiao Bai, and I'll give you Professor Yi, for once." Qian displayed a rare look of anger. How could Professor Yi possibly be compared to Xiao Bai? Lin Bai himself felt that there was no basis for comparison. The former was a diamond bachelor, while he was merely a struggling pauper, not even within the same league. In terms of who could urinate the farthest, however, Lin Bai felt a modicum of confidence, but in all other respects, he fell short. When one, wary of inciting Qian's ire, recognized that her friend rarely displayed anger. When she did, it signified something amiss, and the world could be on the brink of collapse. Thus, she hastened to show her submission. A large group of people, both men and women, some unattractive and others beautiful, strolled ahead. Though not particularly old, they were dressed in an ostentatious manner, suits and vibrant colors that suggested they were not upstanding individuals. Rather, they seemed unmistakably unstudent-like. Upon spotting a female police officer walking among them, Lin Bai realized this was a gathering of alumni returning for a reunion. He caught up with the officer, jesting, "Officer, you're truly formidable today." The officer shot him a stern glare, signaling him to refrain from frivolous remarks. "You must be alumni from this institution?" One astutely discerned their origins and asked candidly. Immediately, a suave man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a successful individual, approached one with grace. "Indeed, the younger sister is quite lovely. It has been years since we left school. We are unaware of what remarkable sights the campus now holds. Might you guide us?" Complimenting a woman upon first meeting. Such intentions are suspect. Lin Bai harbored disdain. However, one found him rather appealing, as it seemed that men whom the impoverished despise often garnered the affection of women, a nearly immutable truth of the world. One clapped her hands in delight. "Today, there will be a public experiment by Professor Yi Xiao, which is said to be remarkable. You should certainly attend." At the mere mention of Yi Xiao, the female officer's demeanor intensified tenfold. A gust of wind surged around her, startling Lin Bai. He leaned closer to inquire what was amiss, only to receive a whispered confession that her last blind date had been with this Yi Xiao, resulting in her humiliation as she felt utterly belittled. For those who have forgotten, you may refer back to Chapter 22. Lin Bai was laughing uncontrollably, realizing the reason for the 50-point surge in malevolent power during that incident. As he reveled in his mirth, he suddenly noticed the malevolent power on his watch escalating, having increased by 120 points within mere minutes. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that the Rose Knights were at work, presumably employing this drug to commit murder, likely eliminating not just one target, but potentially the victim along with their bodyguards, thereby earning him the 120 points of malevolent power as an accomplice in supplying the drug. The Dark Queen was indeed correct. Profiting from providing drugs to amass malevolent power was an efficient strategy, requiring no personal involvement, conserving both energy and effort, and sparing one's mood. When a female assassin came seeking more drugs, he would gladly offer her another batch. The female officer was currently bellowing at her classmates. "Let us go. We must witness his experiment." Lin Bai recognized her deception. Her true intention was to flaunt her bosom to Yi Xiao rather than to observe his experiment. The dynamics of their relationship needed to be clarified. A throng of students surged towards the experimental building, where a considerable number of students had gathered, accompanied by a large contingent of security personnel maintaining order. In the open space before the building stood an immense iron cage, within which a large macaque squatted. The dashing and suave Professor Yi Xiao, clad in a white lab coat, stood nearby. Lin Bai noted that he ought to stand closer to the macaque, as it would enhance his own appearance. The audience for the experiment comprised not only students, but also several members of society, including the granddaughter who had just parted ways at the school gate, now standing prominently in the front row, seemingly a sponsor. A significant number of elites from the field of biology, professors, and graduate students were present, suggesting that today's experiment would be quite remarkable. Lin Bai, filled with malice, secretly wished for the handsome professor's experiment to fail. Yi Xiao was in high spirits, his face aglow, and he began with a loud self-introduction, exchanging pleasantries before steering the conversation towards the main topic. Today's experiment is based on a genetic reconstruction project of the most mysterious organism in our homeland, the Tai Sui. "What is Tai Sui?" Lin Bai, the illiterate, immediately inquired. Yi Xiao was not offended. Rather, he was invigorated by the engagement, responding, "Tai Sui is a mysterious organism that humanity has yet to thoroughly study. Ancient texts have cautioned against disturbing it, warning that one would be courting death. In the Compendium of Materia Medica, Tai Sui is referred to as meat Ganoderma, while contemporary academia generally recognizes it as a complex of large slime molds, comprising various fungi and bacteria. Primarily composed of gelatinous material, with a notable content of PQQ, or pyrroloquinoline. Lin Bai struggled to comprehend, but the others were clearly captivated, erupting in waves of admiration. Overcome with melancholy, he realized that such a high-tech environment was beyond his reach, and he withdrew from the crowd, standing at a distance. Qian gently approached and stood by his side, saying, "Xiao Bai, there's no need to feel dejected." Lin Bai shook his head. "In my youth, I was thoughtless and neglected my studies. Now, it is too late for regrets." Qian gently caressed his face, stating, "In truth, few among that crowd comprehend what pyrroloquinoline truly is. They merely feign understanding, not much more astute than you. Yet, amidst such a multitude, only you do not masquerade as one who comprehends. You are the finest man, the most genuine man." Lin Bai's spirits immediately lifted. They truly do not understand? Ha ha ha. The opinions of others were of little consequence. What delighted Lin Bai most was Qian's praise of him being the best, and that was sufficient. Yi Xiao raised his hand, and the clamor subsided, the atmosphere becoming so silent that a pin drop could be heard. He continued, "The subject of my research over the years has been the extraction and refinement of special substances from Tai Sui to create a drug capable of altering genes. By injecting this drug into other organisms, we can produce extraordinarily powerful new life forms." A wave of applause erupted, as even those lacking understanding felt compelled to join in, fearing being perceived as ignorant. Only the female officer refrained from pretending to understand, deliberately swaying her chest to catch Yi Xiao's attention, but he was too preoccupied to notice. Yi Xiao then sliced a piece of Tai Sui with a small knife. The organism was indeed peculiar, resembling a large mushroom, but far less aesthetically pleasing, with an unappealing hue and an unusual viscous liquid oozing from the cut. He collected the liquid in a test tube and placed it into a nearby, colossal machine, which began to spin rapidly. Various strange substances, green, blue, white, and transparent, flowed through tubes into the final mixer, where they amalgamated with the Tai Sui's viscous fluid, triggering a chemical reaction that transformed into a dark red liquid, which was subsequently drawn into a syringe. With a solemn expression, Yi Xiao approached the large iron cage, wherein a macaque was already terrified, its pleading eyes fixed on him, silently imploring him not to inject the syringe into its body. Yet, the path of scientific experimentation was paved with the noble sacrifices of countless monkeys. Regardless of their desires, contributing to the advancement of human science was their fate. And this macaque was no exception. Lin Bai covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight, and the kind-hearted Qian felt similarly. The dark red liquid was entirely injected into the macaque's body, and applause erupted once more from the spectators. Heaven knows why they clapped. For Lin Bai could not derive any joy from the torment of a monkey. The macaque began to howl in agony, crashing against the iron cage with relentless force. Yet Yi Xiao seized the moment, eager to introduce his technology before the drug fully took effect. This macaque's skin will soon harden like leather, and its vitality will become as resilient as that of Tai Sui, impervious to blades and flames. The crowd erupted into applause again. At that moment, Lin Bai sensed something amiss. The ambient temperature appeared to be dropping, an eerie, malevolent aura pervading the space, reminiscent of the atmosphere that surrounded the female Demon King when angered. However, the Demon King was a homebody, likely fast asleep at her residence, and would not be wandering about aimlessly. How could such an ominous energy manifest? The great macaque suddenly let out a thunderous roar, grasping the iron bars of its cage, as thick as a human arm, and forcefully twisted them, creating a gaping hole. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the macaque pounded its chest, its eyes gleaming with a wicked red light, and strode purposefully out of the cage. Screams erupted in waves. Even those with cognitive impairments could discern that something was amiss with this formidable macaque, let alone the astute mind surrounding it. The closest, Yi Xiao, was the first to leap away, diving into the nearest flower bed, while his graduate students fled with a speed surpassing that of Lucien. This group of individuals, while retreating, instructed the security personnel to capture the rogue macaque. Was the role of security merely to clean up after chaos? The guards, clearly disgruntled, had no choice. They could not allow the macaque to harm the students, or their livelihoods would be jeopardized. A burly security guard approached, wielding a rubber baton, contemplating whether to coax the creature back into its cage with gentleness or to employ force to subdue it. However, before he could finalize his plan, the macaque had already made its decision. The macaque's paw struck the guard's face, sending him soaring through the air, performing an elegant 5.5 somersault before landing, his visage swollen beyond recognition. The remaining guards erupted in a frenzy, brandishing their rubber batons in unison. The macaque leapt upwards, effortlessly evading all strikes, then executed a stunning spinning kick that felled the guards one by one. This was no ordinary macaque. This was akin to the legendary son Wukong. Nonsense. It was the six-eared macaque. Students shrieked and scattered, and the sponsors began to disperse as well. Even the elderly Lu's granddaughter, afflicted with a cold, was fleeing, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, flanked by two loyal bodyguards in black suits. Due to her proximity to the chaos and the macaque's affinity for shiny objects, the opulently adorned granddaughter became the new target. With a shriek, the macaque charged towards her. The two bodyguards confronted the macaque, delivering vicious blows aimed at its vital points, truly lethal strikes. Yet, being a female macaque, she felt no psychological burden from such attacks. With ease, she leapt to avoid their assault and promptly knocked one bodyguard to the ground. The other, realizing he was outmatched, abandoned resistance, desperately lunging to embrace the macaque's waist, exclaiming, "Miss Run!" He might as well have shouted, "Fire at me!" The macaque clasped its fists together and struck down upon the back of the bodyguard, who fell dramatically to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his fate uncertain. Lin Bai had discerned the truth. This macaque was not merely genetically modified or a biochemically altered beast. It was engulfed in a dark aura, reminiscent of an enraged demon queen, clearly a creature from the realm of magic. However, it was originally intended to be a horse monkey of the mortal realm. The problem lies with that peculiar creature known as the Tai Sui, which may very well be an odd entity from the demon world. It is no wonder that humanity has failed to decipher its mysteries despite millennia of research. They have learned to regard it with reverence and to refrain from disturbing the earth beneath the Tai Sui, an ancient rule passed down through generations. This indicates that our forebears possessed far greater wisdom than modern individuals, for at least they did not dare to conduct genetic experiments upon the Tai Sui. The granddaughter, afflicted with a cold, was granted a fleeting moment of respite under the protection of a man in a black suit, allowing her to flee to safety. In her eyes, the safest haven was behind Lin Bai. The memory of him fiercely battling the Golden Bamboo Gang in a KFC still occupies a significant chapter in her heart. Hence she resolved to rely on this skilled individual. Yet upon arrival, she discovered that Lin Bai was already accompanied by another, Qian Qian. Thus, the esteemed daughter of Shuangqing University cast a disdainful glance at the ugly duckling, Cinderella. This was not an attempt to steal a man. Miss Lu had not yet sunk so low as to covet another's partner. Rather, it was a struggle for a secure territory. For a woman's instinct to claim ground is as fierce as a man's, particularly when life is at stake. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, a woman behind him sought to usurp Qian Qian's position. Had he been aware, he would have turned around and rendered the ailing granddaughter into a pig's head. He pondered how best to confront this horse monkey. Should he rely on strange powers or don superhero briefs? A glance at his watch revealed that his evil energy stood at 580, while his righteous energy was at 430, both accrued from his previous encounter with the Butterfly Gang's minions. Wearing superhero briefs would grant him an array of formidable abilities at his disposal. Yet the thought of being photographed in such attire and splashed across the front page of the Shuangqing Daily was a disconcerting prospect. Consuming strange powers would enhance his strength, albeit marginally increasing his speed as well. However, he doubted whether he could successfully land a blow on the agile horse monkey, which could prove to be a perilous misstep, potentially leading to his own demise. While Lin Bai wrestled with his thoughts, a new adversary emerged to confront the horse monkey. A strikingly beautiful woman stood defiantly before the creature, clad in a sky-blue dress. Such a paragon of beauty ought not to engage with the horse monkey, yet she bore the duty of a proud police officer, compelled to protect innocent students without fear of adversity or sacrifice. From behind a flower bed, a male classmate in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, shouted, "Zhou Yu Run? Don't engage with the horse monkey." The female officer dismissed him entirely, merely casting a scornful glance in his direction. The horse monkey, disliking the police officer for her lack of glimmering adornments, found the ailing granddaughter more to its aesthetic liking, and thus swung its paw to strike her. This was not a place for combat. Those who dared to fight would meet their demise. The police officer, incensed, could hardly believe that the horse monkey dared to attack her. What if it missed? Human strength surges when fueled by anger, a phenomenon validated by the lore of Dragon Ball. Consequently, her power transcended human limitations, allowing her to deftly evade the monkey's strike and retaliate with a powerful kick. To her astonishment, the horse monkey was struck, screeching as it leapt back in surprise. A solitary figure and a monkey engaged in a fierce confrontation. The female officer, fueled by indignation, fought valiantly for her dignity, each strike executed with precision and ferocity. The monkey, battling for its very existence, fought back with equal vigor, showcasing its prowess. However, after several exchanges, the officer found herself at a disadvantage. The monkey possessed an extraordinary resilience, its body as tough as iron, rendering her attacks largely ineffective. Conversely, its blows were heavy and formidable, capable of inflicting grievous injury. A mere brush against the officer had already left her with a substantial bruise. Lin Bai realized he had to intervene, and mere brute strength would not suffice. The officer's agility surpassed his own, making it exceedingly difficult for her to land a hit on the monkey. Lin Bai could not afford to hesitate. Transforming into Superman was his only viable option. Qian, retreat to the restroom in the back of the school building. Keep your head down and do not look outside. The demon monkey can sense human gazes. Whoever looks at it will become its target. What about you? She asked. I'll hide in the men's restroom. Surely. You wouldn't want me to enter the women's restroom? Qian was at a loss for words. Was that logic truly sound? Nevertheless, trusting Lin Bai's judgment. However implausible it seemed, she complied. She had heard that the restroom walls were among the sturdiest in a building, providing safety during an earthquake. It appeared this monkey posed a similar threat, and that was likely Lin Bai's intent. She hurried into the school building's back area, followed by her ailing granddaughter, and a group of others, including a seriously injured man in a black suit, and a bespectacled impoverished student. Lin Bai felt reassured knowing Qian and the others were together. Now, he needed to find a secluded spot to transform into Superman. He scanned the surroundings but found no telephone booth or similar refuge. Spotting a restroom nearby, he resigned himself to entering it. Lin Bai dashed into the restroom with the speed of a sprinter, finding a solitary stall to change. He donned the Superman briefs over his casual pants and glanced down at his appearance. The sight was too surreal for him to bear. There was no way he could emerge like this. A photograph would spell disaster. He needed to mask his identity, so he tore off a strip of his sleeve to cover his face. However, given that his attire had recently been seen by many, he feared he would still be recognized, even with a disguise. Reluctantly, he decided to remove his shirt, leaving only his pants. As the Superman briefs had to remain on the outside to function properly, a fact he had already tested, he dampened his casual pants to mold them into a tighter fit, hoping this would make him less recognizable. Yet, the absurdity of his appearance intensified, making him even more reluctant to look at himself. Meanwhile, the female officer found herself in peril as the monkey relentlessly attacked, leaving her struggling to defend herself. Where was the backup? Surely, a police station was located in the university town, and they must have received the distress call. They should be racing towards her in police cars. She needed to hold out until reinforcement arrived. She could not allow the monkey to harm the students. The officer threw a punch at the monkey's abdomen, but it felt as hard as iron, causing her fist to recoil painfully. With a swift kick, it struck the monkey's calf, yet it merely emitted a faint squeak and seemed unperturbed. Suddenly, the monkey's tail ensnared the female officer's leg, causing her to lose her balance and nearly topple over. Alarmed, the officer sensed impending doom as a powerful monkey fist hurtled towards her. She closed her eyes, bracing for the misfortune that would mar her face. The blue dress she wore was already torn in several places, fluttering chaotically in the wind, rendering her a vision of beauty akin to a battered flower amid a tempest. Just as her visage appeared, doomed to be ruined, she lamented that it had never been admired by a man. A sudden realization struck her. The moment of reflection had stretched too long. Logically, she should have already felt the impact, yet she sensed nothing. Upon reopening her eyes, She discovered a peculiar figure standing between herself and the monkey, an odd man with his face obscured, bare-chested, and wearing his underwear on the outside. Was this some circus clown that had escaped from a show? A circus clown versus a circus monkey, an innate rivalry devoid of any flaws. The monkey's fist was firmly grasped in the man's hand. With an exaggeratedly solemn tone, chuckled Amit Ba. Well done, well done. Mischievous monkey, no matter how far you leap. You shall not escape the grasp of the Buddha. The 48th strike, subduing the Monkey King. A righteous hero ought not to make such an entrance. Yet the entrance of a valiant yet unassuming hero has never been marked by grandeur. Instead of the cheers of students, he was met with a chorus of disdainful glances from those concealed behind school buildings, flower beds, and in the shadows of gutters and manhole covers. Many students sneered, even suggesting that Lin Bai was merely another monkey infused with the genes of a mischievous spirit, his covered face rendering him human-like. However, Qian chose not to look outside. She was obedient to Lin Bai's words. When he instructed her not to look out, she dutifully focused on her toes. There was nothing particularly captivating about her toes, so she continued to gaze at the floor tiles, resolutely avoiding the outside world. One person recognized Lin Bai. It was the granddaughter of a patient. She had long known of his eccentricity in wearing his underwear outside. On the night when he cured her grandfather's cancer at Shuangqing Hospital, he had appeared in a similar outfit outside the emergency room. Had she not known him to be a skilled doctor, she might have thought him mad. Yet, upon learning of his extraordinary abilities, she perceived his unusual fashion as the whimsical expression of a noble hero, an avant-garde performance art. Indeed, the merit of performance art does not lie in the act itself, but rather in the individual who performs it. For instance, if Lin Bai were to hold a lunchbox and beg on the street, others might assume he was genuinely in need. Conversely, if Bill Gates were to do the same, it would be recognized as performance art. The same principle applies to wearing underwear outside. When done by a fool, it is seen as madness. When executed by a master, it becomes art. It is my sincere advice to the impoverished not to indulge in such artistry. No matter how hard they try, they cannot succeed. Instead, they should strive to amass wealth before exploring the realm of performance art, where they might truly excel. Despite this lengthy reflection, only the briefest of moments had passed. Suddenly, the monkey launched a kick towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai's body floated away gracefully, and no one would believe he was kicked out. It was evident he had leapt on his own accord, utilizing the momentum from his backward jump. He lifted the female officer and carried her away from the perilous vicinity of the monkey creature, gently placing her on a distant bench. Having just consumed a potent concoction, his strength was formidable. Fearing he might inadvertently harm the officer, he held her with utmost delicacy, anxious not to cause her any injury. The female officer sensed his goodwill and pondered why this creature exhibited such tenderness. Had she suddenly recalled the renowned tale of Beauty and the Beast? Perhaps this monster had taken a fancy to her. Lin Bai dashed back before the monkey once more, the blink of an eye barely passing. His extraordinary speed was apparent, and the monkey felt the righteous energy emanating from him, instinctively retreating with a squeak of trepidation. Just as Lin Bai could sense the magical aura radiating from the enraged female demon, the monkey too could perceive the superhuman abilities exuding from Lin Bai, which instilled fear within it. The two locked eyes for a fleeting moment before the monkey abruptly turned to flee. However, escape would not be so simple. Even the female officer could strike it, and with Lin Bai having activated his super speed, there was no reason to let it escape. With a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of the monkey, forcing it to fight back. Its blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity as it lashed out at Lin Bai with its paw. To Lin Bai, the monkey's movements appeared as if played in slow motion, making it easy to evade the strike. With calm composure, he sidestepped the attack and delivered a powerful punch to the monkey's abdomen. A dull thud echoed as Lin Bai felt his hand collide with something as solid as stone. Though the monkey was slower than him, its body was as hard as iron, rendering his attack ineffective. It seemed even a brick would not suffice. From a distance, the female officer called out, "The monkey is incredibly tough. Just hold it off until my reinforcements arrive with firearms." Yet, firearms were not infallible. Whether bullets could harm such a beast remained uncertain. Lin Bai popped another potent pill into his mouth, feeling the effects double his strength. He unleashed a mighty punch against the monkey's chest. Another resounding thud resonated, and the monkey was forced back 3 steps but remained steadfast, showing no signs of injury. Though its grimace revealed the pain it endured, it realized it could not overpower Lin Bai. Yet its magically altered mind began to strategize. Lin Bai's masked disguise did not deceive the monkey. It could sense who this superhero was and remembered that he held a particular human female in high regard. Consequently, it turned its head and charged towards the school building where Qian Qian was hiding. This was sheer folly. Had it sought to capture other students as hostages, Lin Bai might have considered letting it go. Instead, it foolishly aimed to seize Qian Qian as a hostage to threaten Lin Bai, revealing its lack of intelligence and understanding of human emotions. Utilizing what the enemy cherishes most as leverage could, at times, hasten one's own demise. Lin Bai was consumed by rage. In his fury, he lost all reason and neglected the wisdom of frugality, devouring an entire bag of strange and supernatural substances. In an instant, he felt an extraordinary surge of strength, multiplying his power 8 or 9-fold. Moreover, he amplified his incredible speed 5 times over, reaching velocities that could rival the speed of sound. In a flash, he appeared behind the monkey, seizing its legs with both hands, and, akin to Li Yuanba tearing apart Yuan Qingdu, he exerted force, rending the creature asunder. The monkey was torn into 2 parts. Its blood and entrails splattered across the ground. Yet his anger was not appeased. He hurled the severed monkey carcass to the ground and stomped down with colossal force. Left, right. His feet bore strength several times greater than that of a steamroller. With such a relentless assault, the remnants of the monkey were crushed into fine particles, embedded within the cement. But this was not sufficient. Sun Wukong must be imprisoned beneath the 5-Finger Mountain. Was there a mountain here? Lin Bai turned to see a massive fake mountain 500 meters away. He dashed over, grasped the foam mountain with both hands, and, with a mighty shout, lifted the heavy structure of several tons. Striding purposefully back to the monkey's remains, he positioned the fake mountain atop it. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted, and a new mountain adorned the front of the Shuangqing University Laboratory building, a monument that would remain undisturbed for a decade. The entire university fell silent. The students who had just scoffed at Lin Bai now rendered speechless with fear. A few timid girls fainted, their eyes closing in terror, while bolder boys rushed to support them, taking the opportunity to enjoy the pleasant sensation of their touch. The only one unperturbed was Qian Qian, who continued counting the floral patterns on the tiles. At last, she discerned the details: 10 floral lines on each tile, with 5 flowers on each line, an observation she had never noted before. The granddaughter, excited and trembling from her cold, recalled witnessing the miraculous feats of her grandfather at KFC, where he had effortlessly lifted a tile. Now, she was witnessing an even more formidable display. A foam mountain weighing over 10 tons being raised and sprinted across 500 meters in an instant. Her grandfather, though claiming to be a martial arts master, certainly possessed internal strength that had been cultivated for centuries. Lin Bai clapped his hands, picked up a sheet of A4 paper from the ground, and casually grabbed a pen to inscribe the 6-character mantra Home, Mommy, Mommy, Home, which he affixed to the fake mountain. This would ensure that the Monkey King would be thoroughly subdued. 500 years hence, if a monk were to release the monkey, he would need to remove this seal to free the great sage equal to heaven, marking the climax of the journey to the west. Having completed his tasks, he laughed heartily 3 times, relishing the moment, and then stuffed the tai shui into his pocket, intending to take it home for further study. After all, such a perilous entity could not be left at Shuangqing University. Who knew what kind of transformed creatures might emerge next, be it mutated mice, rabbits, or huskies? Could Qian Qian continue her studies here? From within the flower bed, Yi Xiao cried out in despair. Put down the tai shui. That is my experimental material. Lin Bai completely disregarded him and dashed out of the school gate, only to swiftly re-enter through another entrance, making a large detour to the back of the laboratory building. He slipped into the restroom from behind the trees. This slight inconvenience was necessary to conceal his true identity. After all, he could run at remarkable speed, covering several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Unless someone was paying close attention, no one would notice his presence. By the time he returned to the restroom, his pants were nearly dry. The swift running had allowed the wind to dry them quickly. After putting on his clothes and taming his tousled hair, he acknowledged that while the missing sleeve made him look less than presentable, it was of no consequence. He could easily explain it away as having snagged it on a branch while evading a monkey, a perfect cover. When Lin Bai emerged from the restroom again, He had transformed back into the unassuming computer technician, Little Diao. Glancing at his watch, he noted that although he had consumed 300 units of justice power through 6 uses of his extraordinary speed, he had ultimately gained 620 units. Was the monkey truly worth that much justice? Oh no, it was due to the gratitude of the many students he had saved, which had significantly boosted his justice power. All in all, he had earned quite a bit, though he lamented the loss of 8 units of extraordinary strength, valuing them at a hefty 8,000. He wished he could regain them, and he resolved to avoid anger in the future. Students, teachers, professors, and security personnel who had previously scattered began to slowly converge, each cautiously approaching the rockery, not daring to breathe too loudly. Qian had followed them out, unaware of what had transpired outside. Nevertheless, with the danger past, she wore a cheerful smile. Lin Bai walked towards Qian amid the crowd. She smiled back and gently took his hand, whispering, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Bai replied. "I was just hiding in the men's restroom." What a humiliating experience. Thankfully, it was quite safe in there. Qian giggled. The women's restroom is also very safe. The ailing girl gazed at Lin Bai with admiration. However, possessing good etiquette and a sharp mind, she sensed that interrupting Qian's moment would be unwise. It could lead to unfortunate consequences. Therefore, she decided it was best to refrain from causing a scene. Suddenly, her phone alarm went off, signaling it was time for her medication. She hurriedly retrieved the cold medicine Lin Bai had purchased for her, joyfully taking a pill. In truth, the esteemed healer had treated her well, personally providing her with the medicine. She felt immensely fortunate. Alas, she was unaware that the medication was from the cosmic brand. An eerie silence lingered for a considerable duration as the cautious students formed layers around the rockery. Some peered beneath the rock formation, hoping to ascertain whether the strange monkey had indeed been crushed. However, visibility was limited. Most gazed upwards at the A4 sheet affixed to the top of the rockery, attempting to discern the text written on it. Unfortunately, the letters were penned with a fine-tipped marker, rendering them illegible from a distance. Then, the brave student council president stepped forward and climbed atop the rockery to examine the 6-character incantation penned by Lin Bai closely. "Hush, mama, hush." The student council president recited the text aloud, feeling a sense of the bizarre, scratching his head in deep contemplation. Is it truly the case that the Buddha subdued son Wukong with such incantations? A bespectacled, impoverished student, who boasted of soon acquiring 3 degrees, stepped forward with an air of superiority and proclaimed, "It should be Om Mani Padme Hum, shouldn't it?" Can the president not even pronounce the 6-character great mantra? He might as well relinquish his position. The student council president, pointing at the A4 printed sheet in indignation, retorted, "You come up here and read it yourself." Consequently, the bespectacled young man ascended the platform and, upon scrutinizing the document, collapsed in a disheartened manner. What transpired just moments ago? Inquisitive voices arose from the crowd. The council president responded earnestly. A moment ago, Sun Wukong emerged to create havoc, and the Buddha appeared, veiled, to rescue the populace. After vanquishing Sun Wukong, he re-imprisoned him beneath the 5-finger mountain, leaving behind the 6-character great mantra to contain him. Our previous understanding of the mantra was erroneous. Now, the true Buddha has manifested to elucidate and has inscribed the authentic 6-character great mantra. Hom Mami Mami Hom is the correct phrasing, whereas Om Mani Padme Hum is a fallacy. A chorus of students exclaimed, "The president is indeed wise. Wise as a basket of vegetables." Lin Bai felt a chill run down his spine. He had mistakenly believed the 6-character great mantra to be Om Mani Padme Hum. Had he known, he would never have scribbled Hom Mami Mami Hom. If anyone discovered that he was the author, the stigma of illiteracy would undoubtedly cling to him for life. Yi Shao emerged from the flower bed. Though he had been rather disheveled moments ago, he now regained his dashing and suave demeanor, resembling a charming bachelor of refined taste. Climbing to the summit of the artificial hill, he seized a loudspeaker and proclaimed, "My experiment has succeeded." Although the genetic modification was somewhat excessive and nearly caused chaos, the experiment itself was a triumph. It has successfully transformed an ordinary macaque into a super macaque. As you all must have witnessed, it is impervious to weapons, agile in movement, and possesses immense strength. I take great pride in my research. Once I acquire a new specimen, I shall resume the experiment, this time with a reduced dosage and more robust enclosures to ensure no further incidents. Are you still intent on continuing? The students erupted in fury. Do you wish to endanger us all? Who desires to perish beneath the fists of a monkey? The students hurled various projectiles at Yi Xiao, an assortment of peculiar items soaring towards him atop the artificial hill, including half-eaten steamed buns and partially gnawed corn cobs. Even when one, who had contemplated a romantic involvement with Yi Xiao, contributed a half-apple to the barrage, Yi Xiao was battered into a state of disarray, tumbling down the artificial hill. The student council president narrowly escaped the fray, managing to shield his face just in time, preserving his handsome visage. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Now, our predicament lies in identifying the hero who defeated the monkey." "President, are you certain that was a hero?" Someone called out. "What kind of hero dresses like that?" The president replied, "Yes, there are heroes. Superman wears his underwear on the outside." "Superman is merely a fictional character from television. He does not exist," came a retort. "No one would be foolish enough to run around in their underwear. That was not a hero, but rather a scientific aberration. Indeed, it must be Frankenstein, a being of genetic manipulation." The bespectacled young man rose once more, a serious expression gracing his features as he stated with conviction, "If the genes of a macaque can be altered, then surely those of humans can be as well. It is not improbable that a mad scientist has already conducted a similar experiment, transforming an ordinary individual into a creature akin to Frankenstein, perhaps that very individual we just encountered. Regrettably, despite his remarkable abilities, he is a lunatic. The six-character mantra he inscribed is undoubtedly nonsensical. There cannot exist a Tathagata." He remained troubled by the earlier incident, resolutely refusing to acknowledge the validity of the whimsical Hong Mommy Hong. His remarks garnered substantial agreement among the majority, as the concept of a Tathagata manifesting is patently absurd. University students, being the enlightened youth of a new generation, have been nurtured in the light of materialism since childhood, rendering them skeptical of such mystical nonsense. At this juncture, the president of the student body, unable to refute the argument, adeptly shifted the discourse. "In truth, I too am aware that that individual could not possibly be a Tathagata. Such a being does not exist. Thus, the six-character mantra is equally non-existent. What distinguishes Om Mani Padme, Hum from Hong Mommy Hong? There is no correctness to begin with, so naturally, there is no question of error. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Dear friend, you are clinging to illusions." The bespectacled youth collapsed to the ground once more, this time unable to contest the wisdom of the president, who indeed proved to be no ordinary individual. Chaos reigned as police officers scurried about. The female police officers' gathering was abruptly curtailed, encircled by a throng of officers inquiring about the earlier events. She lamented the lost opportunity to showcase her assets, unwittingly disrupted by Macaque. Several colleagues from the precinct, startled by her appearance, fled several meters in panic, initially fearing that she too had undergone genetic alteration. Only upon ascertaining her mental stability and her allegiance to the virtuous order did they dare approach her cautiously. The granddaughter, afflicted with a cold, departed as well. A cadre of individuals clad in black suits hastily arrived to escort her into a luxurious vehicle, transporting two injured associates on stretchers, vanishing swiftly as if carried by the wind. The disarray at Shuangqing University rendered classes impossible for the day, and normalcy in academia would not resume for at least a week. Lin Bai could accompany Qian home and was relieved of his duties as a bodyguard for the week, yet he felt discontent, knowing her studies would be adversely affected. Not only he, but even the local residents, upon learning of Qian's academic troubles, would surely move mountains to rectify the situation. On the bus home, filled with students, many animatedly discussed the recent events, yet only those from Shuangqing University believed wholeheartedly. Others remained skeptical. Even when videos of the occurrence were produced, skepticism lingered, with some asserting the footage was fabricated. Thankful for this society marked by a deficit of integrity, where deception permeates all aspects, Lin Bai secretly wished others would dismiss the incident as a fabrication. Although he relished in grandiosity, he preferred not to do so clad only in his undergarments. As Lin Bai disembarked, he observed a blind girl seated by the street, holding a white cane. It was none other than the valiant superheroine. Unable to restrain himself, he approached her and remarked with exasperation, "What are you doing here? There's a commotion with monkey demons over by Shuangqing University." This is precisely the moment when a hero should step forth, yet you choose to languish here, causing me to be perceived as a scientific aberration. The superheroine replied with a tinge of melancholy. My powers of justice have been depleted. I am merely an ordinary girl now, incapable of confronting any monkey demons. Lin Bai retorted, Then what purpose does your presence here serve? You ought to be out doing good deeds. I am doing good deeds, she lamented. I wish to assist a few elderly women in crossing the street, accumulating my powers of justice from humble acts. Yet, alas, each time I approach the curb with my cane, someone rushes ahead to pull me across the street, only to be yanked back by another. Lin Bai could hardly contain his laughter. This was the mortal realm, and particularly in Xuanqing, where good-hearted individuals were as abundant as the stars in the sky. How could a blind person be expected to assist the elderly? The blind were meant to be the ones receiving help, not the ones providing it. Your mission is formidable, Lin Bai said sympathetically, patting her shoulder. Keep persevering. Suddenly struck by a thought, he inquired, How could your powers of justice be exhausted? This morning, I faced the Demon King, she replied, a shiver of trepidation in her voice. Truly, she is formidable, with a mere flick of her wrist. She dissipated over 15,000 units of my justice energy. Alone, I cannot contend with her, nor can I restrain her from further misdeeds. I have already contacted the Justice League. They will dispatch stronger heroes to assist me. You must be cautious. Being undercover under her reign is perilous. One must not act impulsively, but rather accumulate sufficient strength to gain her trust before delivering a decisive blow. She recounted the incident of rescuing a sniper that morning, but Lin Bai was unconvinced. That sniper brought his demise upon himself. It is hardly worthy of sympathy to expend over 15,000 units of justice energy to save him. You might as well dedicate your life to aiding elderly women across the street. That task suits you far better. Refrain from rescuing those scoundrels from the Golden Bamboo Gang in the future. Why not save them? She countered. Though they are villains, they should not be left to the mercy of the Demon King. Justice should be administered by the law. There are times when the law cannot hold the wicked accountable. If the law could address everything, why would you even need to be a superheroine? I do not exist to transcend the law. I strive to fill the gaps of its inadequacies, she asserted with righteous fervor. Regardless, we hold no authority that supersedes the law. You truly are a good person, Lin Bai remarked, handing her a card that proclaimed her goodness, sincerely hoping she could achieve her ideals. However, he mused, the justice energy earned from aiding an elderly woman across the street could hardly amount to a single point. He wished for her sake that she would not spend her entire life in such a pursuit. Qianqian was unaware of the identity of the blind girl. Yet she felt a deep sympathy for the sightless and believed that all of Lin Bai's friends deserve assistance. Thus, she gently said to her, If you encounter any difficulties, come to the old street to find us. Lin Bai was taken aback. The members of the Justice League must not be permitted into the old street, lest they incite a colossal confrontation with the Dark Queen. However, since Qianqian had already spoken, he could not oppose her decision. Reluctantly, he accepted the potentiality of the heroes dining alongside the Dark Sorceress, letting out a soft grunt as he took her hand and swiftly departed. Upon returning to the entrance of the old street, they first settled into the old lady's noodle shop, since she was with Qianqian and not some blind vixen. Their entry was unhindered. The heavy broom remained unutilized, and instead, 2 bowls of fragrant pickled vegetable and shredded pork noodles were presented before them. Adding a couple of spoonfuls of chili oil transformed the dish into a vibrant red, exuding an air of celebration. With chopsticks in hand, Lin Bai eagerly slurped the noodles, the spiciness of the oil igniting a warmth throughout his body, a profound sense of happiness and satisfaction coursing through him. It would be a matter of life and death if he were to go without the old lady's noodles for several days, he mused with a deep sigh. Old Lady Zheng let out a soft grunt, clearly implying that if that were the case, he should refrain from provoking the vixen, lest he jeopardize his sustenance. Her gaze shifted to Qianqian, instantly softening. Good child, eat more. Were you two getting married? Once again, the topic arose, yet Lin Bai remained silent, as did Qianqian. It seemed that the old woman was eager for Lin Bai to whisk Qianqian away to the bridal chamber, oblivious to the fact that young people often need to flirt and experience romance, unlike their elders who hastily wed strangers, only to discover their appearance on the day of marriage, be it a pockmarked face or a crooked mouth, leaving no room for regret. Lin Bai resolved to strike back. Old Lady Zheng, It occurs to me that I have only ever seen you toiling alone in the shop. Where's your husband? Your son or daughter? Could it be that you have never been married? Old lady Zheng huffed. In my youth, I was quite the beauty in the Jianghu. Who doesn't know Zheng Hongxiu? 30 years ago, that wretched Liu Taizhou refused to heed my advice to cease his violent ways, insisting on wielding a watermelon knife against others. In my fury, I left him, taking our son with me. I was curious to see how he would fare in his endeavors without me. Lin Bai gasped, goodness. Old lady Zheng exudes an aura of formidable power. She is certainly not to be trifled with. To have run off from an old lover in a fit of pique for 30 years, what would become of me if I were to be caught by her? I could be pursued for 30 years by that 800-pound broom. Did you never seek him out? Lin Bai inquired cautiously. Old lady Zheng scoffed. Seek him out? Not a chance. He would need to come looking for me first. I even went so far as to disguise myself, residing here in the old street under the name Zheng Chunhua, running a noodle shop. He would never suspect that the legendary Zheng Hongxiu has become this. Ha ha ha. It has been 30 years, and he is yet to find me. Impressive, isn't it? As she reached the end of her tale, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Why on earth couldn't that heartless man find me? Lin Bai and Qian both broke into a sweat, moved by her poignant story. Is it safe to consume rice noodles soaked in sweat? The two individuals discreetly shifted away from the bench and, seizing the moment when Grandma Zheng was momentarily distracted, slipped out. However, they had scarcely ventured far when a resounding thud echoed behind them. Grandma Zheng had collapsed. At her advanced age, what was the purpose of her tears? While others fainted in restrooms, she had chosen to faint in a noodle shop, a rather peculiar choice. The pair promptly returned, assisting Grandma Zheng to her feet and helping her regain her composure. After some time, it became evident that she could no longer manage the noodle shop alone. Aging has rendered her increasingly fragile, and the daily task of moving tables and chairs was a significant strain. Suddenly, Lin Bai had a brilliant idea. Grandma Zheng, would you consider hiring a free helper? The individual would gladly assist the elderly woman, performing tasks without expecting a single coin in return. Grandma Zheng was astonished. Is there truly such a person in this world? Absolutely, Lin Bai replied, rushing out to the street where he found the downtrodden female superhero sitting on the curb. This unfortunate girl had been escorted across the road only to be brought back 3 times in a brief span, leaving her quite dizzy. Upon hearing that a lonely elderly woman required care, the female superhero beamed with joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. However, Grandma Zheng was furious upon seeing her. Xiao Bai, how dare you bring your little woman here? The heavy broom was poised to be brandished once more. But then she recalled Qian's presence and was taken aback. How could this child tolerate Xiao Bai's affection for women? Qian simply smiled gently. Her smile was the most festive sight on the old street, drawing invitations for celebrations of births and marriages alike. Just her presence could rival dozens of red flowers or the sound of 50 firecrackers. Recognizing her misunderstanding, Grandma Zheng finally calmed down. But this girl is blind. How could she assist me? Is it not the old lady who must help her instead? The female superhero confidently replied, although I cannot see. My ears are as acute as radar. Nothing escapes my auditory perception. Grandma Zheng remained skeptical and swung her broom, but the female superhero adeptly dodged it, avoiding the chair behind her and simultaneously catching a pair of chopsticks that had fallen from a table. Grandma Zheng was taken aback. 30 years prior, during her prime, she had never possessed such agility. The female superhero then demonstrated various skills, lighting a fire, boiling water, cooking noodles, and seasoning, executing each task with remarkable proficiency. It was hard to believe she was blind. Consequently, Grandma Zheng decided to retain her services, even offering her a monthly wage of several hundred yuan. However, the female superhero refused the money, asserting that accepting payment would transform their relationship into a mere transaction, rather than an act of goodwill, thus depriving her of the righteousness she sought. She resolutely declined any form of compensation. As Lin Bai and Qian departed the noodle shop, the female superhero had already become a competent assistant, bustling about, serving tea and water to other patrons with great enthusiasm. Upon reaching their doorstep, they encountered the female demon and Jiajia, who had set 2 wicker chairs outside, leisurely stretching their long, fair legs in the warm glow of the evening sun. The sight of the 2 enchantresses sitting side by side created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Jiajia waved and said, Xiao Bai, Today, there was an assassin attempting to kill the queen's sister. Lin Bai responded with an intrigued "Oh." Jia found it quite perplexing. Is that all? Aren't you worried that queen's sister might suffer losses? Lin Bai, utterly unconcerned with trivial inquiries regarding the dark sorceress's well-being, merely chuckled. Poor assassin. The assassin had been unceremoniously delivered to the police station by a mysterious figure, unceremoniously dropped at its entrance. Jia remarked, "People in the underworld say it was Liu Tieshou's doing, as he has recently been clashing with the Jinju gang." Lin Bai nodded. "I too believe Liu Tieshou is involved. Everyone is eager to blame him. Naturally, he would lend a hand. After all, the illustrious Liu Tieshou has dominated the underworld, and he has already caused old lady Zheng 30 years of wasted time. If not him, then who? We cannot let it be known that the female, super-courageous hero went mad to rescue a villain. Thus, it seemed the assassin's target was the dark sorceress, not Qianqian." Lin Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to shadow Qianqian obsessively. In truth, he disliked trailing her like a pesky shadow, as it would intrude upon her normal life and deprive him of time to study magic. After sending Qianqian home, he settled himself in a rattan chair between the dark sorceress and Jia, instinctively placing his hands on the long legs beside him, only to have his hand sharply swatted away when he attempted to touch the sorceress. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand and, in utter frustration, muttered, "I just wanted to touch a leg." Defeated, Lin Bai acknowledged that he could never outwit Jia in the realm of flirtation. "Let us speak of more serious matters," he said, retrieving the tai sui from his pocket and handing it to the dark sorceress. "Please take a look at this." The sorceress held the tai sui in her hand, laughed heartily, and promptly placed it in her mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. Lin Bai felt a chill run down his spine. Actually ate it? Oh my goodness. Jia, we must flee. This woman is about to unleash her fiery wrath. The dark sorceress waved her hand dismissively, instructing Jia to return to her hair salon. Jia, ever perceptive and understanding, recognized that they had matters to discuss and quickly departed. Only then did the sorceress speak. "Stop your nonsensical chatter. This is one of the most precious medicinal herbs from the demon realm, cherished by all magical beings. It has the power to transform ordinary creatures into demon beasts, awakening their intelligence. For those already classified as demon beasts, it can grant formidable magical abilities, even enabling certain lesser beings to ascend in rank. Such items are quite valuable in the demon realm. That particular piece is worth a diamond the size of a pigeon egg. Naturally, I must consume it swiftly before you realize its worth and attempt to sell it instead of offering it as a tribute." Upon hearing that it was valued at a pigeon egg-sized diamond, Lin Bai sprang up in shock, pointing at the sorceress with trembling fingers. You must spit out. A diamond of that size could fetch tens of thousands. In truth, a diamond of that magnitude would weigh at least 20 carats, easily selling for millions, but Lin Bai, lacking knowledge of the diamond's true value, thought tens of thousands was substantial. He would hardly be pleased to spend that much on a mere stone. What are you babbling about? A mere few tens of thousands? Why not sell a few of those supernatural treasures? Next time you come across such a fine item, bring it to me. The female demon lord was, in truth, unaware of the value of diamonds in the human realm. Thus, she did not contest the figure of several tens of thousands. She had little affinity for glittering objects, preferring the dark and somber, like her eternal set of leather attire. The things she consumed were akin to water spilled from a vessel, irretrievable. Lin Bai felt a fleeting sense of melancholy, but his spirits soon lifted. After all, it was merely a matter of several tens of thousands. He resolved not to dwell on it further and redirected the conversation to a different inquiry. "You mentioned that tai sui is a medicinal herb from the demon realm. But why does it exist in the human world?" The demon lord chuckled. "The human and demon realms are interconnected. It is entirely normal for certain flora and fauna to traverse between the two. Otherwise, how would I have arrived here?" Lin Bai, intrigued, asked, "What precisely is the nature of this connection?" The demon lord beckoned him, leading Lin Bai to the second floor and into her chamber, ensuring the doors and windows were secured against prying eyes. She muttered a casual incantation, gesturing in the air to draw a circle, and a shimmering portal of purple light materialized, reminiscent of the teleportation gates conjured by mages in World of Warcraft. "Is it truly that simple?" Lin Bai exclaimed, his brow slick with perspiration. "Should we venture through?" Sensing a hint of mischievousness in the demon lord's voice, An unsettling feeling crept into Lin Bai's heart. He swiftly turned to flee, but before he could even lift his foot, the demon lord pushed him from behind, causing him to stumble forward and tumble into the portal. Chapter 51. Is this the demon realm? Cursed demon lord, how could you lead me to such peril? Lin Bai soared through the dark tunnel of the portal, venting his frustrations with fervent curses. Do not let me return to the human realm, or I shall make you suffer. Such invectives were a daily occurrence. Especially after the demon lord had pilfered his money, a reprimand was always warranted. This incident, however, was far worse than mere theft. He was hurtling toward the vast unknown of the demon realm, where terrifying monsters might lurk. One could only imagine a dreadful flower demon lying in wait, ready to devour him the moment he emerged from the portal. Yet, another possibility lingered. Perhaps a beautiful flower demon was bathing, and he might as well indulge a while in the demon realm. In a flurry, Lin Bai donned his superhero undergarments, a vital safeguard, casting aside any concern for embarrassment. However, upon reflection, he mused that in the demon realm, shame was a relative concept. One must first have an audience to feel shame. Glancing down at his appearance, he found the sight too exquisite to behold. Never mind, he thought, even in the demon realm, one must maintain a semblance of dignity. This is the fundamental difference between humans and demon beasts. He tore off the remaining sleeve to cover his face, now reduced to a sleeveless shirt. The visage of a Jiaoxi superhero was undoubtedly distressing. If the original Superman were to witness his appearance, he would surely be horrified. Lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, Lin Bai suddenly felt his feet grow heavy as he landed on solid ground. Surrounding him was a pitch-black void. He appeared to have been transported into a confined box, not overly spacious, requiring him to crouch in a tight ball. The posture was quite uncomfortable. Yet Lin Bai dared not make a single move. Until he grasped the surroundings, he resolved to remain still, like a stone curled up in a corner. For that was the safest course of action. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted towards him from the box, an enticing aroma that seemed to transport one into a dreamlike state. Of course, a destitute individual would be oblivious to such nuances. This was the scent of Chanel No. 5, a subtly luxurious perfume. Lin Bai reached into the box and felt a piece of fabric. After rubbing it between his fingers, he discerned it was akin to silk. Astonishingly, even the demon realm possessed silk-weaving techniques. Suddenly, voices emerged from outside the box, female voices. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Bai. Could it be that witches were lurking outside? He tightened himself into a ball, softening his breath. Although he wore superhuman undergarments and possessed almost 1,000 points of justice power, he hardly considered himself formidable. The prowess to stride confidently in the human realm might not suffice in the demon realm. There were multiple women outside, engaged in conversation. Yet Lin Bai could not comprehend their words. It took him a while to realize that their language was English. To his astonishment, the women of the demon realm conversed in English. Surely, they should be using the demon tongue. Suddenly, amidst the English chatter, a phrase in Chinese emerged. You all know the Huaxia language, but I prefer to use my mother's linguistic heritage over my father's. The voice sounded familiar, though Lin Bai could not place it. From her words, he deduced she was of mixed heritage. As if responding to his thoughts, the women's voices transformed into Huaxia, which Lin Bai could understand. A beguiling voice remarked, "You are quite troublesome. Although we all speak several languages, Huaxia is the most challenging to master, and none of us speak it very well." Indeed, the woman's Huaxia was imperfect, with several mispronunciations rendering her statement rather peculiar. Imperfect is still usable, the familiar voice continued. Only at times like this do I get the chance to practice my mother's language. We should all practice. It will surely come in handy one day. The women outside fell silent for a brief moment, seemingly uninterested in continuing that topic. Then the alluring voice resumed. The medicine you brought back this time is indeed effective. It has rendered my figure utterly perfect. That wealthy man was utterly captivated after just one glance. When I poured into his cup, he could not help but gaze at me with a lecherous grin. It is a pity that such a marvelous concoction lasts only 24 hours, if only it were permanent. Good dreams are fleeting. Beautiful things are always ephemeral. To have 24 hours is already a cause for gratitude. And of course, one must also thank Mr. Lin Bai for providing us with the medicine. One of the women even mentioned Lin Bai's name. This revelation sent a chill through Lin Bai. Why was his name being spoken in the demon realm? Moreover, they seemed to be discussing some form of medicine. What manner of place was this? Suddenly, The voice of the mixed-blood woman resonated within his mind, aligning with a figure he recognized, the female assassin. This was the voice of the mixed-blood assassin, indicating that outside was a gathering of female assassins, the Rose Knights. Lin Bai exhaled in relief. It was fortunate that he was not in the demon realm. That wretched female demon lord had played a cruel joke on him, teleporting him to the headquarters of the Rose Knights. What a perilous trap this was. Thankfully, he recognized some familiar faces outside, and he could explain his presence adequately, just as he was about to push open the box and emerge. It was unexpectedly open from the outside. A bare-skinned woman lifted the lid, revealing herself to be a mixed-blood assassin, a 15-year-old girl of striking appearance. She reached into the box, presumably to retrieve something, and their eyes met, both startled by the encounter. The young assassin was understandably taken aback. Discovering a man in her luggage was certainly unexpected. What intensified her shock was the sight of him wearing a mask. Donning a pair of men's underwear over his clothes, while holding a pair of her own silk panties, an unequivocal sign of a pervert. Lin Bai was equally astonished. Upon emerging from the box, he noticed 4 more bare-skinned women standing outside, each boasting a devilishly attractive figure. Even the 15-year-old mixed-blood assassin exuded an allure that belied her age, her physique far from the innocence typically associated with youth. However, it was evident that this was not their natural form. From their earlier conversation, it was clear they had recently taken some sort of enhancement, and by tomorrow, they might well appear completely different. This must be the women's changing room of the Rose Knights. The sound of rushing water from the adjacent room indicated a bathhouse nearby. It seemed this group of young women had just returned from a mission and were preparing to dress after bathing when Lin Bai had stumbled into their midst. Upon spotting him, their reactions were swift and intense. "Damn it!" the blonde assassin exclaimed, drawing her firearm and aiming it at Lin Bai's head. "Bakayuru!" shouted the black-haired assassin, unsheathing a katana from the wall. The flaxen-haired assassin raised a massive sniper rifle, questioning its suitability for close quarters. "You scoundrel!" The only one Lin Bai recognized, the mixed-blood assassin, brandished a dagger. Rather than covering themselves, the assassins instinctively reached for their weapons upon the appearance of a man, demonstrating their commitment to their craft. The 4 women glared at Lin Bai, their eyes filled with a fierce desire to obliterate him. In a sense, this place was akin to the demon realm, or perhaps even more terrifying. The demon lord had not misplaced him. She had intentionally ensnared him in this predicament. Lin Bai managed a wry smile. "This is a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain." "Shut up," the blonde assassin retorted angrily. "Silence," the black-haired assassin echoed fiercely. "There's nothing to explain. You've already sealed your fate by spying on us while we change," the mixed-blood assassin stated, sounding most coherent, as her words were the only ones Lin Bai could comprehend, albeit reluctantly. "You're not dead yet, but only because we wish to ask you some questions." The mixed-blood assassin frowned. "I believe you must understand that this is the headquarters of the Rose Knights, a place where not just anyone can intrude and pry into our affairs. How did you manage to enter? How many individuals have joined us? Why do you wear your underwear outside in such an eccentric manner? And why are you clutching my undergarment in your hand? First, lower your weapons. Do not point guns and knives at me. Let us discuss this matter calmly." Lin Bai, sweating, remarked, "If a stray shot were to accidentally end my life, you would find yourselves in prison." The female assassin scoffed, stating, "The Rose Knight Brigade has never been one for reason. We only speak the language of power. Should you perish, no one would face imprisonment. And should you kill us, it would be the same. Quickly explain why you are here, or rest assured, even after we dispose of you, your corpse shall yield satisfactory answers." Her words rang true. This was the headquarters of assassins, where logic held no sway. The strongest voice prevailed, and no one would report crimes. Lin Bai suddenly found this place quite intriguing. Silently activating his super speed ability, he blinked and said, "Sister, it is you who spoke of reason. Do not blame me." The female assassin began to retort, but her words faltered. In an instant, Lin Bai vanished, and before the mixed-blood female assassin could adjust her sight to track his whereabouts, she felt a sudden pinch on her cheek, and her dagger was snatched away. Lin Bai's form flickered throughout the room with every blink, and several female assassins felt the same pinch on their cheeks. The blonde assassin was about to pull the trigger when Lin Bai seized control of the handgun's trigger, swiftly taking it from her grip. The flaxen-haired assassin intended to do the same, but to her astonishment, her sniper rifle had transformed into a broom resting in the corner. Just as the dark-haired assassin swung her katana, it was abruptly sheathed, replaced by a pair of silk panties, the very ones belonging to the mixed-blood female assassin, imbued with the subtle scent of Chanel No. 5. As they regained their composure, they beheld Lin Bai seated comfortably, wielding all their weapons, grinning mischievously. I quite enjoy places where reason is cast aside and strength reigns supreme. You are all my captives now. Obediently present yourselves, or it shall cost you your lives. Lin Bai surmised that this was indeed the true intent behind the female demon king's summoning, compelling him towards mischief. Engaging in wicked deeds to harvest malevolent power was something he found rather enjoyable. The four female assassins simultaneously gasped in astonishment. What had transpired in that fleeting moment? The masked figure was overwhelmingly powerful. Despite the absurdity of wearing underwear on the outside, his overwhelming strength instilled a chilling dread within them. The assassin's world revered strength above all. Even a madman could earn respect and fear if he possessed sufficient power. An inescapable sense of helplessness surged from deep within, an unprecedented terror enveloping their entire beings. In the past, regardless of how formidable their adversaries appeared, they always believed they had a fighting chance. Yet, confronted with this incomprehensible entity, moving with such blinding speed, what were they to do? Only the mixed-blood female assassin had once been intimidated by the female demon king with overwhelming power. As the saying goes, what is strange is not strange. She remained relatively composed. Since the dagger in her hand had already been seized by Lin Bai, she simply covered her chest and certain key areas with her hands, displaying a far greater composure than the other three female assassins, who were too frightened to move. However, this left Lin Bai somewhat dissatisfied. As he could see little of her beautiful form, Lin Bai reiterated, "Come here and present yourself in various poses, or else you shall pay with your life." The black-haired female assassin was the first to succumb, her body weakening as she knelt before Lin Bai, trembling as she spoke in broken Huaxia. "Please, don't kill me. I could do anything for you." "Oh, really?" Lin Bai exclaimed with delight. "You are from Fusang, aren't you?" The black-haired assassin nodded, trembling. Lin Bai joyfully declared, "Then let me hear you call out. If it pleases me, I shall let you go." The black-haired assassin doubted her ears. Was it truly that simple? Yet, adhering to the principle of it doesn't hurt to try, she summoned her courage to call out in perfect Japanese with the most enchanting voice. "Yeah. Ah, splendid. Simply exquisite." Lin Bai was moved to tears, having heard a real-life rendition of you for the first time. His life felt justified. As for any further mischief, Lin Bai had no intention of proceeding. His virginity was not something to be casually given away. Countless attempts by Jia to deceive him had been thwarted, and he would never surrender it to these chaotic assassins. In his eyes, these killers were far less pure than Jia. His earlier words had merely been a means to intimidate these women, especially since they had threatened him with knives and guns. "All right, I shall spare you. Quickly put your clothes back on. Running around naked in broad daylight shows a complete disregard for public decorum. I only stepped out for a leisurely stroll after dinner, and you insist on passing by me in the nude, then blame me for stealing a glance at you changing. How utterly unreasonable." Lin Bai rambled on, absurdly claiming that a leisurely stroll could lead one into the changing room of the Rose Knight's headquarters. The four female assassins were nearly compelled to confront him about his audacity, yet in a world where strength ruled, Lin Bai's words were accepted as truth beyond reproach. The four female assassins began to dress, displaying remarkable professionalism as they donned their garments in the blink of an eye, though how long a blink was precisely measured in 17 moments. In any case, the time felt ethereal, and before Lin Bai could fully indulge in the view, their key areas were thoroughly concealed, leaving nothing visible. Once clothed, the intelligence of women seemed to surge. The mixed-blood assassin offered a wry smile. "You are masked, indicating a desire to conceal your identity, and we do not dare to inquire. However, I believe that someone as formidable as you would not visit the Rose Knights without reason. You must have something significant to discuss with us. Please, state your terms. We will do our utmost to fulfill them." This statement left Lin Bai at a loss. How could he confess that he had been lured here by an even more powerful figure? Upon uttering those words, he pondered where to place his dignity in front of such an expert. After much contemplation, he dejectedly waved his hand and remarked, "I have nothing to discuss with individuals like you." The four women exchanged glances, realizing that their status was insufficient to engage in direct conversation with such a formidable figure. The mixed-blood female assassin hastily replied, "Please wait here for a moment. We shall notify the captain to welcome your esteemed presence." The four assassins hurriedly exited, leaving Lin Bai alone in the vacant changing room. However, it was not entirely empty. The floor was strewn with numerous silk undergarments, all of which Lin Bai had brought from his suitcase. They were stylish and uniquely designed, yet the clash between Lin Bai's character and the lingerie left him feeling displeased, rendering him indifferent to their presence. He discovered an unopened bottle of perfume on the table, substantial in size, but seemingly of low quality. As it belonged to the assassins, he casually pocketed it. Patting his backside, he contemplated what to say to the leader of the Rose Knights, but found himself at a loss for words. Just as frustration began to set in, a portal suddenly manifested in the air before him. Lin Bai exclaimed in gratitude, "Thank the heavens and the Demon King," and promptly leaped through it. His intuition was correct. This was the portal conjured by the female Demon King to bring him home. He hurriedly discarded his Superman underwear, although he sensed that the Demon King might already be aware of its existence. Nevertheless, it was prudent to avoid direct confrontation regarding it. Upon traversing the portal, he returned home, immediately placing his hands on his hips and vociferously chastising the Demon King. "Hey, you've gone too far this time. Don't think you have me at your mercy. Be wary. If I decide to go on strike and refuse to earn money, you won't have any funds for your brownies." This threat, though ancient and timeless, bore no effect. The Demon King appeared unfazed, chuckling. "I merely wanted you to experience the magic of the portal. Quite fascinating. I assent it. With diligence, you two may wield it in the future." Lin Bai promptly donned a beaming expression. "This magic is indeed delightful. How many times can one utilize it?" The Demon King extended 5 fingers, 5,000. Lin Bai was taken aback. "Why don't you seize it for yourself?" The Demon King retorted, "You ought to address that to the Demon King's codex." She raised her hand holding the black codex and stated earnestly, "When I first learned this magic, I too found it unreasonable. The original Demon King did not consider the struggles we, the successors, endured to accumulate evil power. Thus, the Demon Lord and her heir sat side by side, passionately critiquing the original Demon King for half an hour, condemning every conceivable offense, including the grave accusation of betraying their master. They particularly lambasted the affronts to the original Demon King's family, questioning whether it could be deemed incestuous. Eventually, after their tirade, the Demon King handed Lin Bai $10,000, saying, "Here, take this. It's time for you to get your hairstyle done at Jiji's." She unexpectedly took the initiative to propose this, causing Lin Bai to regard her with newfound respect. Perhaps this woman was not as malevolent as she appeared, at least not towards Jia. However, her treatment of him was utterly outrageous, akin to that of a slave master. And it was only a matter of time before the tables would turn, and she would find herself in the position of the most wretched of slaves. Let her indulge in her daily play with candle whips. Strolling through the old street, Lin Bai settled in front of Jiji's hair salon and snapped his fingers, requesting a new hairstyle. Jia approached with a pair of enormous scissors, typically lacking confidence during such moments. Yet today, she brimmed with assurance, exclaiming, "Did you not see the film today? The latest blockbuster, Shaolin Monk, features a bald monk." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai turned on his heel and fled. Meanwhile, the matriarch of the Rose Knights, accompanied by a throng of female assassins, hurried to the changing room to greet the masked master, only to find it deserted, devoid of any presence. "Are you certain a master just defeated you here?" The matriarch's anger flared. She felt utterly deceived. Indeed, the 4 female assassins fervently insisted, recounting the events with relentless repetition, detailing the critical moments of the battle. They even reenacted their movements and expressions, particularly the black-haired assassin's anguished cry that echoed the gravity of the moment. The matriarch approached the clothing trunk and inhaled deeply, discerning the lingering scent of a man. Observing the disarray of the scene, she finally acknowledged that her 4 trusted subordinates had not lied. "This individual is formidable," she mused, her brow furrowing. None of the guards stationed outside witnessed anyone entering or exiting. If he slipped in while we were negligent, that would be one thing. However, I immediately redeployed the guards upon receiving your report, and this place is fortified as tightly as a drum. How could he have managed to escape? The faces of all the female assassins turned pale. With such a person among them, could they ever rest peacefully at headquarters again? The thought of being awakened in the middle of the night by someone creeping into their beds was utterly dreadful, especially if that person merely compelled them to cry out in despair before releasing them. How could one endure such humiliation? A woman's dignity was at stake, and if one were truly assaulted, at least tears could flow. In this situation, there was no reason to weep. The matriarch, seasoned by numerous trials and tribulations, had not only weathered the storms of time, but had also gained profound wisdom. After much deliberation, she reached a conclusion. This individual did not pose a threat to the Rose Knights. Otherwise, the four of you would already be dead, and I might have been assassinated as well. His sudden appearance and equally abrupt departure were merely demonstrations of his prowess, aimed at establishing leverage for future negotiations. His abilities surpassed ours, and his brief foray was likely intended to position himself as a potential ally, charging a fee for his assistance when needed. A common tactic employed by solitary assassins to promote themselves. For instance, we occasionally showcase our prowess before affluent individuals, compelling them to willingly finance our lethal endeavors. The female assassins suddenly realized the truth. The tranquility of life. A new day has dawned, and each day in the old street remains serene and harmonious. Most fervent and impassioned tales tend to overlook the mundane lives of heroes, for a life that remains unchanged day after day, year after year, is deemed unworthy of narrative. However, Lin Bai believes this perspective is misguided. The lives of the Jiao sisters are perpetually calm, and without chronicling such tranquil existence, there would be little to narrate about them. Thus, Lin Bai comprehends why the Jiao sisters have never taken center stage in any story. Today, he rises exceptionally early, his alarm set for 5 in the morning, while the world outside is still shrouded in darkness. After getting out of bed, he slips into his pajamas and rushes outside, neglecting to wash his face or brush his teeth, for that wretched woman, Jia, is insufferable. If he does not rise early enough, she will seize his lines. Upon opening the roller shutter, Lin Bai is greeted by Jia's middle finger. You're up so late. You're fortunate to be alive. You're the one who is up too early. It's still dark outside. Lin Bai retorts in anger. I've been awake, waiting for you to emerge. Jia boasts with delight. Now I can go to sleep, since I have nothing to do during the day. I can nap at my leisure. Ha ha ha. There's no reasoning with her, Lin Bai exclaims. This is cheating. Jia laughs. You have only one way to defeat me, and that is to hold me while you sleep at night. Then I one tea be able to rise before you. With that, she unexpectedly licks her lips, as if intending to devour Lin Bai whole. What a terrifying vixen. Lin Bai retreats in disarray, securely closing the roller shutter, vowing not to venture out until she has fallen asleep at home. Outside, Jia's voice calls out, Xiao Bai, you can't possibly spend 10,000 every day at my place. If you're willing to hold me while you sleep, I'm prepared to be your woman. But since you just rejected me, I've decided to close the barbershop and pursue a legitimate business. Oh, Lin Bai realizes she was testing him. It appears she had been waiting by the door all night, not only to steal his lines, but also for more profound motives. Regardless of her intentions, Lin Bai resolves to reject Jia, as he considers her a close friend, someone for whom he would go to great lengths. But he would never share a bed with her. What sort of legitimate business do you plan to pursue? Perhaps selling some counterfeit mobile phones. What do you think? Goodness. Selling counterfeits hardly qualifies as a legitimate business. Lin Bai opens the roller shutter and steps outside. Can't you be a bit more serious? Selling pancakes would be more respectable than selling counterfeit goods. Jia chuckles, but Uncle Zhang's soybean milk and fried dough sticks are already on this street. Would it be appropriate for me to sell pancakes and compete for breakfast business? Then how about selling noodles? There's already an old lady selling rice noodles. Anyone who dares to sell noodles here is courting disaster. The neighbors would certainly spit on me. Hot pot is out of the question as well. For their Sanchin hot pot, Lin Bai found himself at a loss. Apart from making pancakes, noodles, and hot pot, he was uncertain about any other business ventures. This epitomized the plight of those like him, eager to engage in something meaningful yet clueless about where to invest. The elderly, too, faced similar dilemmas. Possessing wealth yet lacking opportunities for investment, they often fell prey to fraudulent schemes when con men appeared. Rest assured, selling counterfeit mobile phones is not deemed illegal. One would not be incarcerated for such an endeavor. Jejia smiled and remarked, "At least it's preferable to beauty and hairdressing. Wouldn't you agree?" "All right. Since you put it that way, what can I say? When do we begin? I wish to be your first customer." Jejia replied with a grin. "We commence today. First, we must close the hair salon and post a notice for subletting the premises. A few days later, I will wash off my makeup and return in a more demure manner, and then I shall appear as a respectable woman." Originally, she did not wish to divulge this plan to him, contemplating a change in identity to charm him, perhaps even win his virginity. However, she didn't want to deceive him, as he was the only one she wished to be honest with in this world. Her voice carried a hint of regret, as if it had been a formidable decision to make. Lin Bai felt a pang of anxiety. She had mentioned this before, and he had assumed it was a jest. The realization that she was indeed serious was unsettling. Given her adeptness at seducing men, the likelihood of her success in this endeavor was substantial. Fortunately, she had not lost her sanity and had forewarned him, alleviating his fears. He decided to regard any girl approaching him in the coming days as a potential seductress, thus avoiding being ensnared. As dawn broke, a large moving truck arrived, loading all of Jejia's belongings from the salon. Standing in the heart of the old street, she called out to the neighbors, "Thank you all for your support over the years. Jejia is returning home and will no longer visit this old street. Farewell." Although Lin Bai knew she would soon return, he believed her words to be sincere. Jejia truly intended to leave. The person who would return in a few days would not be the same Jejia, the one adorned in heavy makeup who had been eyeing his virginity. Instead, she would transform into a seemingly innocent yet fervent nine-tailed fox spirit, a being far more formidable than a mere seductress. Many neighbors came out to bid Jejia farewell, including Qian, Granny Zheng, Big-Bellied Kai, Uncle Zhang, and Old Man Qi. Yet numerous others refrained from attending, for Jejia was not regarded as a respectable woman by all. The female overlord did not descend from her quarters. She was still asleep, as parting and grief were not befitting of her. Furthermore, Jejia's little ruse could not deceive her. The female superhero also remained absent from the farewell, her keen hearing allowing her to eavesdrop on Jejia and Lin Bai's whispered conversations. At that moment, she was preparing to open her rice noodle shop, and, as the moving truck departed, she quietly murmured, "May you cleanse your heart and start anew." One man displayed the utmost sorrow. A balding middle-aged man clung to the truck driver's leg, refusing to let him drive away, lamenting loudly, "Jejia, don't go. I am willing to marry you." Alas, Jejia did not harbor any affection for him. He was merely a customer in her eyes. In this world, there exist countless misguided affections. There are ordinary men who mistakenly fall for ladies of high standing, such as the bald man enamored with Jejia, and ladies who err in their affections for common men, like Jejia's affection for Lin Bai. The denouement of such tales is often far from idyllic. After the truck driver shoved the bald man aside, he revved the engine and departed, leaving the bald man kneeling on the ground, weeping for an extended period. Ever since that day, he has refrained from returning to the old street. Following this minor episode, the old street resumed its usual rhythm. Uncle Zhang began to hawk soy milk and fried dough sticks. Elder Qi started selling cigarettes, and the old woman continued her noodle business as usual. The grocery store, hot pot restaurant, and hardware shop opened their doors in succession. The world continues to function smoothly in the absence of anyone, and certainly, it does not lack a seductress. Lin Bai sat at the entrance of the shop, basking in the warm embrace of the morning sun, with vocabulary cards in hand, studying the language of the Demon King. His mind was exceptionally lucid, learning swiftly. Letters that had seemed obscure the previous day became clear today. He understood the reason behind this clarity. Jejia had finally mustered the courage to break free from her past and stride boldly forward. And he too was determined to take a few steps alongside her. Lin Bai was not inherently foolish. He merely tended to be lazy. Today, however, he eschewed indolence. And thus his mind became clear. "You will undoubtedly succeed. Charge forward with courage. I am destined to be of use. You're the best." He hummed a tune to uplift his spirits and delved back into the language of the Demon King. In truth, this language was not overly complex. It comprised merely over 40 letters, slightly more challenging than English. Once he acclimated to the various arrangements of these letters and memorized the plethora of vocabulary cards bestowed upon him by the female Demon King, Lin Bai discovered he could handle simple sentences. He retrieved the Demon King's grimoire and perused it slowly. He could now comprehend the simplest spells at the beginning. such as the Dark Rebirth spell, being able to restore each letter rather than merely recalling the pronunciation. I bought a watch last year. As he followed the incantations within the grimoire, he skipped over those he could not comprehend. Suddenly, he stumbled upon something intelligible and studied it intently. It was an alchemical formula for concocting a potion known as copper skin, iron bone, which rendered the consumer impervious to blades and fire for an hour. Lin Bai could not help but feel elated. A protective potion for Qianqian was indeed a splendid idea. He resolved to prepare 1,000 or so doses for her, ensuring her safety from harm. When it came to Qianqian, Lin Bai became decisively resolute, never lingering in indecision. He sprang to his feet and began to gather the ingredients for the copper skin, iron bone potion. 1 pound of copper and 1 pound of iron were easily sourced, found amongst the refuse in his home. The final ingredient, the leaves of the iron sword orchid, posed a question. A trip to the flower market in the northern part of the city revealed it to be a rather common plant, easily purchased for a modest sum. Since he was already out, he decided to procure additional materials to replenish his stock of various potions. Lin Bai knew that engaging in combat could lead to overexertion, as evidenced by his previous encounter with a monkey monster, where he consumed 7 or 8 potions. He anticipated that such a scenario might occur again. Thus, he could not afford to be remiss in his preparations. Moreover, he needed to ensure he had a reserve, as the demand from the Rose Knight Brigade would undoubtedly be considerable. Due to the malevolent forces at play, the price of the watch has inexplicably risen once again, and it is certain that they have resorted to their nefarious means once more. Lin Bai has procured some octopus tentacles. Yet acquiring rhinoceros horns and bear paws presents a considerable challenge, for those items are illicit and cannot be easily obtained. The last time he attempted to purchase them, he nearly broke his legs, exhausting himself with endless flattery. Even now, despite borrowing money from Qianqian, he is at a loss regarding where to make such a purchase. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he reached for his phone to call Old Lu. Old Lu, I wish to acquire a batch of bear paws and rhinoceros horns. Do you have any channels for this? Old Lu's voice was tinged with uncertainty. How many do you need? If it's too many, I fear it may not be possible. For decades, I have conducted legitimate business, and my connections for illicit items are limited. Lin Bai desired 10, which he realized might be excessive, so he cautiously replied, I need quite a few. Is that too much? Old Lu seemed taken aback. I truly cannot procure many of these. Perhaps you should reduce your request. I can manage 500 pounds. Lin Bai nearly faltered, but quickly corrected himself. No need for that many. Just 10 rhinoceros horns and 10 bear paws will suffice. 10? What channel would that require? Old Lu inquired, perplexed. I will send someone to deliver them to you. They will arrive in an hour. Ah, how effortlessly the wealthy conduct their affairs. Lin Bai felt an overwhelming frustration, pondering why he languished in poverty. In truth, he should not be destitute. His earning capacity had surged recently. If it weren't for that accursed sorceress interfering and persistently seizing his funds, he would have already amassed a fortune. Cursed be it. Tonight, he must launch a nocturnal assault on her. An hour later, a black-suited figure arrived in a Bentley, yet Old Lu was not present. He seemed to have been particularly busy of late. Instead, his granddaughter, who was ill, came to deliver the goods. Presenting Lin Bai with a large package of bear paws and rhinoceros horns, her face beaming. Mr. Lin, thank you for curing my cold. After taking the medicine you provided, I was well by that very night. Lin Bai found this rather astonishing. Could the cosmic remedy made from flour, lotus root powder, and sesame paste truly have cured her? This woman possessed remarkable vitality. What constitution did she have? Upon reflection, he realized she had outrun a giant monkey, sweating profusely, and that simply sweating could alleviate a cold. Alas, this woman could no longer be referred to as the cold-stricken granddaughter. She shall be addressed as Miss Lu henceforth. Miss Lu appeared genuinely intrigued by Lin Bai's humble abode, reaching out her delicate, snow-white hand to touch the slanted sign. The dazzling silk gloves she wore immediately collected a layer of dust, and Lin Bai felt a pang of regret. How much did those gloves cost? Yet Miss Lu seemed unconcerned, seemingly enamored with Lin Bai's dilapidated sign. He suspected that if he turned his back, she would whisk the sign away. With a smile, Miss Lu remarked, Indeed, the esteemed and noble prefer to remain hidden amidst the bustling streets. Who would have thought that within the realm of computer repair lay a significant figure? Am I a significant figure? Lin Bai immediately dismissed the notion, recognizing that she was undoubtedly referring to the infamous Ba Wanghua. It appeared that the news of Ba Wanghua's dominance over this old street had spread, even reaching the ears of the Liu family, who were engaged in legitimate business. Miss Liu tiptoed through the shop, casting her gaze left and right, greatly pleased with the chaotic array of computer parts. She believed that true heroes should embody such disheveled charm, deliberately transforming their homes into a disarray reminiscent of a chicken coop, a manifestation of a humble demeanor that concealed their immense strength. Truly remarkable. She began to contemplate adopting the guise of a lowly girl, so that when others looked down upon her, she could reveal her identity as Miss Liu, thus executing the legendary tactic of feigning ignorance to outsmart her adversaries. The idle wealthy often engage in inexplicable antics, drawing the ire of the common folk, as exemplified by Lin Bai's indignation. Curiously, she inquired about the price of those bear paws and rhinoceros horns. Lin Bai was aware of their considerable value, and uncertain if Qianqian's funds would suffice. He would need to ask the female overlord for some money shortly. Miss Liu smiled and declared, "How could I accept your money? These are a gift for you." Lin Bai was elated. Gifts? These items were worth tens of thousands. Befriending the affluent had its advantages. Associating with the impoverished merely yielded small benefits, while forming connections with the wealthy could lead to significant gains. It would be wise to cultivate more friendships with influential individuals for future advantages. However, one must not be remiss in reciprocity. Accepting gifts necessitated some form of return. After surveying the room, he found nothing suitable to offer. Surely he could not present her with a mere 20 yuan mouse. As he rummaged through his pockets, his hand brushed against a large bottle. This was a bottle of perfume he had casually acquired from the headquarters of the Rose Knights, the brand unknown to him, the label adorned with unfamiliar letters. Perfume was typically contained in smaller, more elegant bottles, yet this one was housed in a colossal vessel, embellished with a ring of acrylic faux diamonds. While it might not hold much monetary value, it was the finest gift a lowly individual could offer. Initially intending to reserve the perfume for Qianqian, he reconsidered. She was a girl who needed no fragrance, naturally possessing a scent reminiscent of orchids and musk, the legendary aroma of youth that Lin Bai adored. Applying perfume might render her overly commonplace. This particular fragrance suited Miss Liu, who appeared as a typical affluent beauty, yet was not as exquisite as Qianqian. Lin Bai retrieved the perfume from his coat and placed it in Miss Liu's hands, stating, "This is my token of appreciation. My gift may be trifling, but alas, I'm not affluent." Miss Liu gazed at the perfume bottle, nearly petrified upon recognition. Clive Christian No. 1, limited edition, Royal Essence. The name of this fragrance was astonishingly lengthy, sounding remarkably prestigious. Surely it must be worth several hundred yuan, Lin Bai mused, reasoning that anyone who would spend hundreds on a bottle of liquid was a fool. Miss Liu was nearly overwhelmed. The price of this perfume was an astounding one. 15 million, with each drop meticulously crafted from white sandalwood, Indian jasmine, German rose, and a total of 170 floral essences, the intricate synthesis taking 6 months to complete, resulting in a fragrance that was exquisite and long-lasting. Moreover, the exquisite bottle of this perfume is crafted by the illustrious crystal house, Baccarat. The neck is adorned with a golden collar embellished with 5 carats of white diamonds. The Liu family is certainly capable of affording such luxury. However, it symbolizes royal dignity, a treasure unobtainable by mere wealth. No matter how much money a commoner offers, it will not be sold to them. The Liu family, though formidable within the realm of Shuangqing, boasting a history of over 30 years, pales in comparison to the venerable European families with centuries, if not millennia, of lineage, whose titles and fortunes amount to hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of dollars, thus qualifying them to procure a bottle of such rarity. In truth, this bottle of perfume is a remnant taken by female assassins after eliminating their targets, rendering it a rather unsavory object. Upon observing her peculiar expression, Lin Bai mistakenly thought the item was of little value and awkwardly smiled. "I apologize. This item is not particularly valuable." Miss Liu murmured, "It is not a matter of money." "As long as it is not about money," Lin Bai sighed with relief. "When someone discusses money with me, I become rather irritable. Those without money desire a life. Mentioning finances only leads to conflict." Miss Liu was profoundly touched. Indeed, discussions of wealth should be set aside. It is the sentiments that should prevail. Lin Bai ascended the stairs with bare paws and rhinoceros horns, and shortly thereafter returned with everything transformed into pills, an array of potent concoctions, along with a new medicine, copper skin, and iron bones. He contemplated testing the efficacy of the drugs. However, with Miss Lu stationed there, it was rather inconvenient. Thus, he resorted to pulling out his vocabulary cards, settling at the door to study the language of the demonic clan. To his surprise, Miss Lu comfortably brought a wicker chair to sit beside him. Eagerly listening to his recitations of vocabulary, which was quite absurd, Lin Bai felt compelled to inquire, "Are you truly so idle? You see, there are disturbances at Shuangqing University with monkey demons. An masked hero has been wreaking havoc with the rockery, making it reminiscent of a fantastical novel. Consequently, classes are suspended for 3 days." Miss Lu propped her chin in her hands, smiling at him, and said, "I have nowhere else to go. Why not earn some money instead? Your family is a lineage of merchants. Surely, you have taken on a portion of the family business from a young age." "Indeed, I have taken over the family's clothing enterprise," Miss Lu replied earnestly. "However, there is little to manage. I merely check the reports weekly, and the company operates smoothly. Isn't neglecting management a recipe for disaster? You'll run them into the ground." Lin Bai nearly extended his middle finger, feeling such a gesture would be in poor taste and might frighten the young lady, so he restrained himself. At that moment, Qian emerged, also free from the obligations of school. On such days, she relished visiting Lin Bai's shop, and today was no exception. She placed a wicker chair next to Lin Bai, thus flanking him with 2 beautiful women, both elegantly crossing their long, slender legs. Qian on the left, Miss Lu on the right. Had the female demon king and Jia been present, Lin Bai would have daringly reached for their thighs. But with these two, such liberties were out of the question. He feared that any indiscretion would lead to a severe reprimand from the 2 innocent girls. However, he was mistaken. As soon as he made a move, Qian would undoubtedly respond favorably, and while it might take a bit more effort with Miss Lu, the chances were still promising. These 2 girls were, after all, considerably more approachable than the Demon King and Jia. Lin Bai wore a troubled expression and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing much. Just watching you memorize vocabulary." "All right then, I shall continue with my vocabulary." Lin Bai persisted in shaking his head and reciting the language of the demon tribe. "What language is this exactly?" Both girls could not help but ask. This is Nicaraguan." The 2 girls were momentarily taken aback. "The language spoken in Nicaragua is Spanish." "This doesn't resemble Spanish at all." "Darn." Lin Bai tumbled off the wicker chair, realizing that deceiving intelligent individuals was exceedingly challenging. These 2 young women were aware that Spanish was the official language of Nicaragua. The level of knowledge among today's university students was indeed formidable. With such profound scholarship, why would they bother to engage with someone as unlettered as himself? In truth, it was not the university students who were intimidating, but rather these 2 young women. One had benefited from a privileged background, receiving the finest education, and had traveled extensively in Europe, thereby acquiring a wealth of knowledge. The other, hailing from a humble family, bore the hopes of her community and was resolute in her aspirations, thus becoming a true academic prodigy. For Lin Bai, a mere semi-literate, to attempt to impress them was indeed a formidable task. With newfound courage, Lin Bai declared, "All right, I shall speak the truth. This is the language of the indigenous people." Now the 2 girls were intrigued. There were numerous indigenous languages, and even Americans themselves often struggled to comprehend them, no matter how accomplished an academic. This would pose a challenge. Lin Bai's endeavor to learn such a language elevated his image significantly, leaving Miss Lu in awe. Although Qian felt a tinge of confusion, she also thought it beneficial for Xiao Bai to expand his knowledge, as it would enable him to converse with indigenous individuals when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, the trio heard a series of muffled sobs emanating from across the street. Lin Bai turned to gaze and saw Aunt Qin, the owner of the hot pot restaurant, sitting at the entrance, weeping profusely. It was no wonder the residents of the old street were largely illiterate. Business owners often named their establishments after themselves. Like old ladies' rice noodles, Xiao Bai's computer repair, Jia Jia's beauty and hair, and Aunt Qin's hot pot, which directly reflected its proprietor. Observing her distress, Lin Bai curiously asked, "What is the matter with Aunt Qin? Should we inquire?" Qian whispered, "I know. Aunt Qin just came to borrow some tools from my house. Her electric meter is broken, and she called the power company, but they won't be able to come today." "Oh, a power outage means she cannot open for business." Lin Bai quickly grasped the situation. Moreover, the frozen ingredients in her refrigerator would spoil. Qian expressed her concern. This loss could be significant. Lin Bai stood up, brushing off his pants. Then it's my turn to step in. You all think I only repair computers, but that is a misconception. Lin Bai, can fix various electrical appliances. A mere electric meter is no challenge at all. He relished the opportunity to showcase his skills, eager to step out and impress. Every individual in the old street has a story to tell, and Aunt Qin is no exception. Over a decade ago, Aunt Qin was a robust matron in the prime of her life. Though perhaps an imperfect description, she had indeed possessed a matronly physique since her youth. Her imposing stature, reminiscent of a mountain, had frightened off countless suitors, ultimately leading her to marry a meek and unassuming man who became a fixture in their home on this old street. She served as the backbone of the family. Her husband, lacking any remarkable skills beyond serving tea and washing dishes, relied entirely on her industrious spirit. Aunt Qin single-handedly bore the weight of their livelihood. Lacking the business acumen of old Lu or substantial capital, she propelled their hot pot restaurant forward through sheer hard work. For a decade, the establishment had not amassed great wealth, yet it had not faltered either, becoming an inseparable part of the old street's fabric. Beneath her coarse exterior lay a tender heart. Whenever Lin Bai, Qian, Zhang Shu's son, and the daughter of the Song family, Sanjin, returned from play, Aunt Qin would discreetly offer each of them a piece of rock candy. Should any of them be bullied by children from outside, the formidable Aunt Qin would wield a spatula and scold them at the street's entrance, her imposing presence silencing even the bravest of the neighborhood's children. When Qian experienced her first menstruation and found herself alone without parental guidance, it was Aunt Qin who comforted her throughout the night. Without Aunt Qin, Lin Bai and Qian, these parentless children would have struggled to grow up. Some bonds of affection need no words. They are etched in the hearts of those who share them. Carrying a toolbox for computer repairs, Lin Bai crossed the street, followed closely by Miss Lu and Qian, who resembled devoted companions. In truth, it was Miss Lu and Qian who appeared as the masters, while Lin Bai took on the role of an eager servant. Aunt Qin, I have come to repair your electric meter, Lin Bai proclaimed, thumping his chest confidently. With teary eyes, Aunt Qin glanced at Lin Bai and responded, Lil Bai, while you may be adept at fixing computers, I fear you lack experience with electric meters. Those devices carry voltage. If you connect a wire incorrectly, you might electrocute yourself. Your good intentions are noted, but I must insist you return home. Lin Bai laughed. The construction of computers and electric meters is quite similar. The components inside are fundamentally the same. This assertion startled Aunt Qin. I have heard that computers are high-tech, with components produced only in America. How can they be compared to electric meters? Lin Bai shrugged precisely. If I can repair high-tech computers, surely I can manage a mere electric meter. The logic is irrefutable. Qian frowned, while Miss Lu contemplated Lin Bai's cleverness, recognizing that he was masking his true capabilities with whimsical reasoning to avoid revealing his talents. Aunt Qin was convinced. Honest individuals are often easily deceived. The adage that a gentleman can be misled by reason illustrates that good-hearted people are more susceptible to trickery. When contemplating whom to deceive, one should first consider the good, leaving the ill-intentioned to thrive, while the virtuous are left bewildered. A plump young lady emerged from the hot pot restaurant. She is the second generation of Madame Qin, merely 16 years of age, yet already matured into a figure reminiscent of a matron. Given time, she shall undoubtedly uphold the legacy of Qin's hot pot establishment. She has inherited the reins of the family business from her mother, and the name need not be altered. It shall continue to be known as Qin's hot pot, unlike the elderly woman's rice noodles, which would require renaming to Blind Girl's rice noodles if passed down to a female daredevil. This illustrates Madame Qin's astuteness. She has considered cultural heritage while raising her daughter, thus sparing the hassle of renaming at the commercial bureau. Brother Bai, over here. The second-generation Madame Qin beckoned Lin Bai as they entered the house, illuminating the electric meter with a flashlight. It's pitch dark here. Could it pose a risk of miswiring? I should fetch a few more flashlights. Lin Bai, with remarkable confidence, waved his hand dismissively. No need. I've been practicing blind repairs lately. I can accurately connect even the thinnest wires without a hint of light. The second-generation Madame Qin was utterly impressed, while Lin Bai feared she might offer herself in gratitude, though he misjudged his allure. Her affections lay with a chubby classmate, leaving Lin Bai devoid of any interest from her. In the enveloping darkness, Pretended repairs on the electric meter were accompanied by a whisper of "I bought a meter last year," knowing that the shadows would conceal any mischief. Before Madame Chin, he employed a touch of magic. With a mere 15 points of dark energy, he successfully repaired the meter, simultaneously garnering 30 points of righteousness for assisting the Chin family through their plight. A rather profitable venture indeed. All fixed, he proclaimed, pushing the circuit breaker, illuminating the entire hot pot restaurant as the refrigerator's compressor hummed to life. Blind repairs can be so swift? The second-generation Madame Chin was taken aback, and for a moment, her interest was genuinely piqued, causing the image of her chubby classmate to fade. Earlier, when she had called him for help, he had confessed his inability to repair the meter, falling short of Lin Bai's prowess. Noticing her peculiar gaze, Lin Bai was startled and quickly made his escape. Madame Chin patted Lin Bai on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You truly excel, my dear. My affection for you has not been in vain." She then turned to the second-generation Madame Chin, adding, "Lin Bai is Chin's. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts." The entire neighborhood acknowledged Lin Bai and Chin as a couple. Anyone who dared to interfere would face consequences, even if it were their own daughters. Lin Bai laughed heartily, declaring, "From now on, my computer repair service shall be rebranded as Little Bai's Computer and Electrical Repairs, expanding my offerings for a touch more income." Chin shared in his delight. She was not concerned about his finances, but rather his ambition. However, Miss Lu pondered that an extraordinary person should not lack for money. After all, he had casually gifted her a perfume worth tens of thousands of dollars. The female tyrant on the second floor shook her head, muttering, "Fool, wouldn't it be wiser to repair high-end items or perhaps establish an auto repair shop?" In gratitude for Lin Bai's assistance, Madame Chin resolved to treat him to hot pot, for that was the only fare she could offer. Lin Bai perceived this as a splendid opportunity to introduce the female demon lord to the delights of conventional cuisine, steering her away from the lavish yet insubstantial Western dishes she often indulged in. If he could cultivate her fondness for hot pot, it would indeed be a considerable financial relief. Reluctantly, he retrieved the reclusive demon lord from her abode. She had little inclination to venture outside, finding even a brief walk across the street a daunting task. The previous incident with the Jinju gang had ignited her ire, primarily because it compelled her to step beyond her comfort zone, a distance far exceeding what a homebody should traverse. However, upon the arrival of the hot pot, her demeanor transformed with excitement. Hot pot is a celebrated culinary tradition of Shuangqing City, renowned across the nation. Such a delicacy was non-existent in the demon realm, and even in the human world, only Shuangqing's hot pot could be deemed authentic. This marked her inaugural experience, and she found it utterly delightful. With her long chopsticks, she eagerly scooped up tripe, blood pudding, enoki mushrooms, tofu skin, quail eggs, and slices of meat, her face radiating with joy. "Enjoy yourself." Lin Bai maliciously encouraged her to indulge further. Miss Lu, however, ceased after just 2 bites, finding the hot pot unpalatable. Her grandfather, Lu Lao Tu, had established his fortune through a modest hot pot restaurant with merely 3 tables, and now, the Lu family's establishment was one of the most prestigious hot pot venues in Shuangqing. By comparison, Anchin's hot pot fell significantly short in quality. Chanqian observed the female demon lord and Miss Lu with curiosity, brimming with questions, yet ultimately refraining from voicing them. She sensed a profound change in Lin Bai recently, particularly in the company he kept. The man who had never attracted women's attention was now surrounded by them daily. Yet, she was not one to pry into others' affairs, nor did she possess the right to feel jealous. Should Lin Bai reveal that he had fallen for someone else, she would silently wish him well, never resorting to clinginess. As Lin Bai's family savored their hot pot in blissful harmony, the personnel at the Shuangqing police station convened in a meeting. The grand hall, capable of accommodating hundreds, had its curtains drawn and a projector displayed a video on the screen. In the footage, Lin Bai was seen lifting a boulder weighing several tons, resting atop the carcass of a monkey. The image was profoundly shocking. Despite the knowledge of its authenticity, many officers questioned its legitimacy, replaying it multiple times in astonishment. The female officer, as a key witness and the sole individual who had confronted the monkey, stood on a platform elucidating the situation. At that moment, the monkey's paw was a mere 0.01 centimeters from my face, but within a minute, it would be completely subdued. "Please, present your account in a more conventional manner," grumbled the seasoned police chief, Lu Fei, expressing dissatisfaction with the young officer's exuberance. What has become of the steady and composed virtues of the Chinese people? The female officer, compelled to adhere to a serious tone, pointed to the video and recounted the events. It was indeed true that the genetically modified monkey had wreaked havoc at Shuangqing University, injuring several security personnel and causing the bodyguard of Miss Liu to spit blood, narrowly avoiding harm to an innocent student. An older officer furrowed his brow in response. Indeed, the female officer earnestly remarked, "Do not underestimate that macaque. My fists are of no consequence to it. A mere brush from it left me with a considerable bruise." She rolled up her sleeve to reveal her forearm, which bore a substantial contusion. "Is your combat proficiency too lacking?" Someone sneered. "How dare you? Step up for a one-on-one challenge." The officer retorted in fury. "The macaque is already deceased. Let us not dwell on it. The pressing concern now is that masked figure." Another officer interjected. "His ability to vanquish the macaque indicates he is also a product of genetic modification. Look at that foam mountain. It weighs at least several tons and requires a crane to lift. Who could possibly carry it for hundreds of meters? Surely, no one believes that foam mountain is made of foam." He spoke true, as several younger officers were on the verge of claiming it was a foam structure but thought better of it. The officers felt a heavy pall, their expressions shifting. The existence of such an aberration poses a grave threat to public safety and must be contained swiftly, though this individual is not an enemy and has committed no transgressions. It should still be monitored by the state. Additionally, the notion of genetic modification technology is exceedingly concerning and warrants thorough investigation. Speaking of genetic modification technology, I have a lead, a young officer stated. Recently, we apprehended a significant number of members from the Golden Bamboo Gang, among whom a faction was captured at the old street corner, where they were kneeling in a synchronized display of performance art. This incident resonated with many of the officers present. The young officer continued. The members claimed that the flower of the tyrant hurled a brick that soared several hundred meters, striking another member at the opposite end of the street. Lin Bai had pompously explained that the flower of the tyrant underwent genetic modification in the military. The officers suddenly understood. Indeed, let us investigate this matter further and expedite her file retrieval. The file was swiftly brought forth, revealing that the flower of the tyrant was a retired Special Forces soldier who had undergone cutting-edge genetic modification techniques, granting her strength and speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. However, upon delving deeper into the relevant technology, they discovered that the file bore a top-secret label, inaccessible without proper authorization. "We lack the requisite clearance," an older officer declared. "Military matters are beyond our jurisdiction. Let us cease this investigation. That masked figure may very well be a skilled operative dispatched by the military." Professor Ye's genetic modification experiments were undoubtedly conducted under military oversight. Should any complications arise, it is only fitting for the military to send an expert to rectify the situation. The officers had no choice but to withdraw, bringing the matter to a close. As they finished their hot pot, darkness enveloped the sky. The stars twinkled above, and the night breeze swept through the old street, lending an air of desolation. Ever since Jiajia's shop closed, the old street had lost its vibrancy. It felt as though it had reverted to the medieval times of rising with the sun and retiring at sunset. As Qianqian and Miss Liu prepared to take their leave, Lin Bai, with a swift thought, produced a generous handful of copper skin and iron bones from his pocket. He bestowed upon Qianqian a substantial portion, akin to distributing candy, while he begrudgingly offered Miss Liu merely 3 pieces, making his favoritism glaringly evident, yet undeterred by any potential jealousy she might feel. Qianqian, receiving the ample supply of medicine, remained indifferent, unaware of its true nature. In contrast, Miss Liu, having received only 3, wore a radiant expression. She was certain that the elixir from a revered master was of great value. The peculiar powers her grandfather had acquired from Lin Bai were now treasured possessions at home, off limits to all, with anyone who dared touch them facing the wrath of his cane, regardless of their status, even that of his only beloved grandson. This was due to Lin Bai's insufficient supply, leaving the old man lamenting the missed opportunity to indulge in the medicine leisurely. Lin Bai cautioned the 2 girls to consume the medicine should they encounter peril, as it might very well save their lives. He then urged the female demon king back home, needing to propel her forward, as she was intent on relishing the delectable hot pot all night long. This was unacceptable, for if she did not return home, Whom would Lin Bai ambush under the cover of darkness? Upon arriving home, the female demon king commenced her bath. Her clothes and hair imbued with a potent aroma of hot pot. She vigorously applied shampoo and body wash, and just as the foam obscured her vision, Lin Bai forcefully kicked open the bathroom door and lunged at her, seizing any opportunity to overpower her. Naturally, the Demon King was not clad in attire during her bath. The Demon King's codex was likely not at hand, and Lin Bai had long deemed this the optimal moment for a surprise attack, waiting until today to execute his meticulously laid plans for a decisive blow. Regrettably, Lin Bai overlooked a crucial detail, even in the absence of the codex. The Demon King was no ordinary being. She was a sorceress, possessing an innate magical prowess that rendered her formidable, far surpassing that of a mere demonized monkey. With a swift motion, she struck Lin Bai in the eye, subsequently sending him flying with a well-placed kick. Lin Bai had but a fleeting glimpse of beauty before darkness enveloped him, his swollen, reddened eye persisting even into the following morning. The path of resisting the Demon King was fraught with challenges, yet Lin Bai persevered in his quest. Miss Lu, riding home in a Bentley, clutched her 3 pieces of copper skin and iron bones tightly, eager to boast her grandfather, aspiring to emulate him by safeguarding the precious medicine, forbidding anyone from touching it, with threats of retribution for any transgressors. As the vehicle approached the Lu family estate, merely a kilometer away, they encountered an obstruction at an intersection. A massive trailer lay across the road, rendering Miss Lu's car unable to pass. The driver, clad in a black suit, had no choice but to halt the vehicle, while another suited individual exited to assess the situation. However, as he stepped out, a floral shirt-clad assailant emerged from the roadside, striking him in the back with a steel pipe, causing him to collapse limply. The driver, alarmed, quickly shifted into reverse and pressed the accelerator, hoping to flee. With a resounding crash, the car's window shattered as another floral shirt-clad attacker leaped forth, wielding the steel pipe to mercilessly strike the driver. The suited man screamed in agony, suffering a blow to the forehead, blood spilling forth as he fell unconscious, bringing the vehicle to a standstill. Miss Lu, a figure in a floral suit, emerged from the shadows, feigning politeness as he bowed to her. Poor Miss Lu was utterly terrified. A beauty like her falling into the hands of a gang would mean her innocence could never be restored, even if she were ransomed. She simply could not allow herself to be captured. After finally recovering from her illness, she looked forward to a few days of solace. Who would willingly become a hostage? In a moment of desperation, she recalled Lin Bai's advice. Take a pill when in danger. If this wasn't too perilous, what was? Miss Lu swiftly took a copper-skin pill and placed it in her mouth, feeling it dissolve instantly, a wave of unprecedented calm washing over her. She was unaware of the changes occurring within her body, only that she needed to escape immediately. Quietly dialing her grandfather's number, she tucked her phone into her pocket, flung open the car door, and dashed her home. The girless running away. Ha ha! 2 men in floral shirts laughed heartily. A dozen more floral shirts emerged from the roadside, fanning out to encircle Miss Lu. One of them blocked her path, reaching for her arm. In response, she drew a fruit knife from her bosom and plunged it into his hand. He yelped in pain, retreating 2 steps, clutching his bleeding hand. Furious, "Don't think I want to hit a woman." He swung his fist at her face. The punch landed squarely, and Miss Lu braced for the impact, expecting her face to be bruised, but to her astonishment, she remained unscathed. The man crouched on the ground, cradling his hand, feeling as though he had struck a block of iron, unyielding and solid. Miss Lu, momentarily stunned, began to comprehend the pill's effect. This was indeed the so-called invulnerability technique. Remarkable that one could attain such prowess without training, simply by consuming a pill. With no time to spare for the fallen man, she darted past him and continued her flight. "That girl's abnormal. Don't hit her with your fists." One of the crouching men shouted desperately. "Use the pipes." 2 men in floral shirts brandished steel pipes, blocking her path, swinging them fiercely toward her shoulders. The clashing sound echoed as if steel met steel, both pipes rebounding violently, leaving their wielders stunned, their hands numbed and palms bruised as the pipes slipped from their grasp and fell to the ground. Miss Lu felt a twinge of pain, but it was not the kind that signaled broken bones or bruised flesh. Rather, it felt akin to being struck lightly with a rolled-up magazine. Marvelous. Her desire to flee dissipated. Once confidence surged within a person, their demeanor transformed. She instantaneously shifted from prey to predator. Bending down, she picked up a steel pipe, weighing it in her hands. It was manageable, thankfully not a burdensome weight. She could not have lifted an 800-pound hammer, even with her newfound resilience. What was going on? The floral shirt men were thrown into disarray. Forget the details. Charge. The man in the floral suit commanded angrily. A group of floral shirts charged forward, wielding steel pipes. Young Miss Lu disregarded the pipes swung at her, focusing solely on retaliating with her own strikes. You hit my leg? Very well. I shall strike yours in return. Consequently, her opponent collapsed, clutching their leg in agony, while she remained unscathed. You dare to strike my abdomen? Very well. I shall return the favor. As a result, her adversary doubled over, retching uncontrollably, yet she stood resolute. How dare you strike my face? Do you not realize that a maiden's visage must remain unblemished? Enraged, young Miss Lu retaliated, and soon, the floral shirts lay strewn across the ground. The pipes are ineffective. Use knives? Someone shouted. Thus, the watermelon knives made their entrance. The madness of this world was palpable, as blades were brandished against a blossoming maiden. To call this insanity would be an understatement. Yet, an even more bewildering event unfolded. The young lady appeared impervious, as the knives failed to mar her delicate, silken skin. Was she truly a maiden, or a creature from a nightmare? Young Miss Lu dispatched several of her opponents wielding watermelon knives. Although her ironclad physique remained unharmed, her clothing could not withstand the onslaught, leaving several tears that exposed her fair, smooth skin. This infuriated her. Thankfully, the damage was not in a critical area, or she would have surely rendered everyone present blind. With the steel pipe resting on her shoulder, she stood amidst the fallen floral shirts, exuding an air of formidable authority reminiscent of Zhao Zilong's valiant charge at Changban Slope. Alas, this comparison seemed unfit. It was more akin to Mu Ging leading the 12 widows into battle. An inspiring yet sorrowful spectacle for a young maiden to evoke such widow-like ferocity. In a fit of rage, one of the floral shirts brandished a pistol. I refuse to believe you can withstand even this. Bang! A gunshot echoed from a distance. Before the floral shirt could fire a shot, he was felled by a bullet as a throng of suited figures rushed to young Miss Lu's side. An elderly gentleman, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "Oh, my dear granddaughter, are you unharmed?" Young Miss Lu laughed heartily, plunging the steel pipe into the ground with theatrical flair. What can these petty villains do to this heroine? However, the pipe failed to embed itself in the concrete, rendering her attempt at bravado unsuccessful. In the 57th assault, the representative of Lin Bai, it is said that parents play a pivotal role in a child's education. Nearly all children unconsciously emulate their parents' behavior. Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. This is the essence of the adage that a mouse's offspring will burrow. Young Lu's grandfather, once known as Lu Tai's Ho, changed his name to Lu Guoqiang 30 years ago after a heartbreaking event, retiring from the martial world to open a modest hot pot restaurant with 3 tables, which eventually blossomed into the Lu Group, valued in the billions. Though he had turned his back on his former life and sought redemption, the aura of the martial world still lingered about him. He yearned for gallantry and possessed a chivalrous spirit, traits that he passed on to his son, who in turn bequeathed them to his daughter. Miss Lu was nurtured in such a manner. Although in her generation, she could no longer ride horses, shoot arrows, lift an 800-pound copper hammer, or even wield a sword without fearing the sight of blood. The deep-seated yearning for chivalrous heroes and a love for swift retribution still lingered within her soul. At present, Miss Lu's blood ran hot. Having just taken down a throng of floral shirt foes, a surge of ambition welled up inside her. All that was missing was a flowing green garb, a long sword, and a dashing young hero standing beside her to achieve perfection. Old Lu, observing that his precious granddaughter seemed unscathed and still possessed the spirit to pose, felt his anxious heart ease somewhat. Upon hearing the shouts of the Jinju gang calling to capture you over the phone, my heart sank, he expressed. What on earth is happening here? Miss Lu, brimming with pride, declared, this heroine has summoned the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. My inner strength is profound, and I am impervious to blades and bullets. I can take on 10 foes at once. Although her tongue stumbled in her excitement, she managed to recount the events that had transpired. Only then did old Lu realize that it was Lin Bai who had come to her aid, and, full of curiosity, he inquired, and what of the invulnerability potion? My heavens, let me see it. Miss Lu opened her palm to reveal two copper-skinned orbs that spun effortlessly. This potion, of an ancient bronze hue, shimmered with a peculiar metallic luster. After all, its primary components were copper and iron. Could it not possess a metallic sheen? Old Lu's eyes glimmered with desire as he reached out, but Miss Lu quickly tightened her grip and withdrew her hand. Grandfather, surely you wouldn't snatch away your granddaughter's toys? Old Lu, in a frenzy akin to a monkey, scratched his head in impatience. I merely wished to take a glance. Absolutely not. Miss Lu resolutely rebuffed her beloved grandfather's request. In the past, she would acquiesce to whatever he said, yet today, she stood firm, carefully concealing the potion close to her. If you want it, you shall seek out the seller yourself. I cannot part with these two. Old Lu's face fell into a frown. The price he sells it for feels far too low. Each time I purchase it, I feel as though I am taking advantage of him, which leaves me feeling rather embarrassed to ask. I would gladly raise the price to feel better about it. But he insists on being unyielding with anyone who tries to haggle. He lamented, sighing deeply 3 times, immersed in endless melancholy. Miss Lu then produced a bottle of perfume. Smiling as she said, "Look, this too was a gift from him. The limited edition #1 series from Clive Christian, valued at $15 million. A treasure that money cannot easily procure." Old Lu, struck with dismay, squatted on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. What shall I do? I cannot repay such a gift. Let's not speak of money. What do we possess that could catch his eye? Meanwhile, the men in black suits were busy subduing the floral shirt adversaries, hoisting them one by one for punishment. The leader among the floral shirts had sustained a gunshot wound to his thigh, though it was not life-threatening, so the 2 men in black lifted him, using him as a punching bag, thoroughly enjoying their exercise. A few others were tending to the 2 bodyguards of Miss Li, creating a fervent scene filled with camaraderie. Suddenly, Miss Lu had a brilliant idea. "Grandfather, if you wish to purchase the potion, why not speak with Li Qianqian? I believe she could serve as a spokesperson for Lin Bai, and with her, one could discuss the financial matters." Old Lu was overjoyed. Upon waking in the morning, Lin Bai felt a profound sense of disappointment, for Jiejia's shop had vanished. He could no longer express his disdain by raising a middle finger across the street. Nor did he know when that enchanting vixen would return. Her absence brought an immediate sense of loneliness, a feeling he had not anticipated while she was present. Approaching the entrance of Jiejia's shop, he glanced at the notice of the shop being up for rent and felt an overwhelming urge to call and inquire about Jiejia's well-being. However, he restrained himself. Jiejia was currently undergoing a significant transformation. Once she emerged from her trials, she would embark on a new chapter in her life. Anyone who dared to disturb her at such a pivotal moment would face dire consequences, himself included. A middle-aged man strolled down the old street and, upon seeing the advertisement for the shop, his eyes lit up as he seemed eager to jot down the phone number. Lin Bai shot him a fierce glare, declaring, "I have already rented this shop." The man, sensing the intensity of Lin Bai's demeanor, hurriedly retreated, recognizing that Lin Bai was not to be trifled with at that moment. Returning to his own shop, Lin Bai settled into a wicker chair and began to study vocabulary. Just then, the lady of the house, a formidable figure, descended the stairs with a serpentine grace, standing by the street and casting her gaze towards Aunt Cheen's hot pot restaurant across the way. "Why is this place not open? I had intended to indulge in hot pot for breakfast," she declared. Lin Bai retorted with annoyance, "Who eats hot pot for breakfast? Are you out of your mind? Go enjoy your bird's nest soup instead." It was quite peculiar that such a delightful delicacy was off limits for breakfast, and the shop remained closed. What an oddity indeed. The lady huffed and returned upstairs, promptly resuming her slumber. It was amusing how she had risen only to retreat back to bed, for she was undoubtedly the most eccentric of all. No one in the town could rival her peculiarities. Suddenly, a mixed-blood female assassin arrived, stepping lightly into the morning light, and took a seat beside Lin Bai in the wicker chair. She appeared exhausted, and upon closer inspection, her dark circles hinted at many sleepless nights. Once a captivating presence imbued with exotic charm, she now resembled a weary panda. "What has brought you to this state?" Lin Bai inquired, intrigued. "I have been unable to sleep peacefully, constantly fearing an odd man with his underwear worn outside might invade my space. Alas, even if he were to approach openly, we would be unable to defend ourselves. The women in our organization are all restless, and our unique circumstances prevent us from reporting such incidents to the authorities. We must endure this situation," she sighed. This life has become unbearable. Lin Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had never intended to disrupt the slumber of such lovely women. What if they began to develop wrinkles? He offered some words of comfort. Perhaps that man will not return. Here are 30 pills. Take them home and rest assured. Have a good sleep. The assassin accepted the bag of medication, then stated, I will borrow your room for a while. I am certain I will still struggle to sleep at home. Do not worry. I shall only sleep during the day and will return your bed by night. Lin Bai found it difficult to decline such a request. In truth, he wished to suggest that she need not return the bed at night, that they could share it, each occupying half. However, he felt a pang of guilt, for he was the reason she was deprived of sleep. To take advantage of her distress would have been utterly inappropriate. Thus, he replied, I will not mind at all, but I fear you may not wish to sleep in a man's bed. The female assassin chuckled bitterly, stating, I am hardly a delicate flower. I have slept in dog kennels to fulfill my missions. Why should I fear your pigsty? Lin Bai, incensed, retorted, How do I resemble a pig? Pigs lack my intelligence. The female assassin chose not to engage with his dialectical materialism-laden inquiry, instead ascending the stairs and curling up on Lin Bai's bed. No sooner had her head touched the pillow than she succumbed to slumber. Navigating through the shadows of the world brings its own tribulations when adversity arises. There are no law enforcement officers to safeguard her, which is truly heart-wrenching. If she were to discover that her protector was that masked pervert, she might very well lose her ability to sleep. After a while, the female officer arrived, dragging a wicker chair beside Lin Bai and sitting down with an expression tinged with melancholy. The last dose of medicine was wasted. It cost 5,000. I hadn't even had the chance to showcase it before the monkey ruined everything. Lin Bai felt an immense sympathy for her. The female demon's malice was evident. She freely dispensed medication to the affluent Rose Knights while demanding 5,000 for the impoverished female officer, which was utterly unreasonable. Thus, he extracted a pill from his possession and offered it to her. Allow me to be a good Samaritan and gift you one. The officer's eyes flickered with suspicion. Don't presume that such an expensive gift will win my affection. You need not love me, Lin Bai replied with utmost seriousness. The female officer erupted in fury. On what ground should I not like you? What is so objectionable? Realizing that provoking a woman was indeed his error, Lin Bai presented her with another pill. Her anger dissipated, and she cheerfully remarked, 2 pills for free, worth 10,000. What brings you to me? Surely it's not to discuss breasts? Oh, right. I came to seek Buenghua regarding genetic modification. No need to find her. I can answer such inquiries. The officer scrutinized Lin Bai for a moment before finally conceding. Very well, considering you are Buenghua's husband, I shall share this with you. I wish to inquire about the current state of genetic modification technology in the military. If the streets become populated with modified monkeys and humans, what use will we officers have? Lin Bai pondered the matter earnestly before responding. There is no need to worry about modified creatures flooding the streets. The technology is not yet widely implemented. Most genetically modified individuals perish swiftly, with only a rare few managing to survive, and those fortunate enough to endure often suffer from cognitive impairments, rendering them incapable of normal existence. Take Buenghua, for instance. Even at this hour, she remains asleep, which is indicative of genetic malfunction. Without my care, she would have perished from hunger long ago. The officer suddenly understood, that explains why that modified individual wears their underwear outside. Lin Bai fell to the ground, intending to mock the female demon, but inadvertently ensnaring himself in the quagmire. The officer rose to take her leave, saying, I must be off. Lastly, I have a piece of news for you. The Jinju gang has recently escalated their conflict with Lu Taizhou. Both sides are resorting to extreme measures. Just last night, members of the Jinju gang attempted to kidnap Lu Tieshou's granddaughter, but fortunately, Lu Taizhou acted swiftly and rescued her before she could be subjected to disgraceful treatment. Given your ties to Buenghua and the Jinju gang, exercise caution. Hello, shouldn't the police be protecting us at a time like this? The female officer cast him a disdainful glance and replied, If you were still on the side of righteousness, we would certainly offer you protection. However, as long as those 2 iron flowers stand at either end of the old street, you and the flower of the overlord are merely factional criminals, and we will not squander our precious resources to assist those who occupy territory unlawfully. With a dismissive wave, she vanished at the end of the old street, leaving not a cloud in her wake, but rather 2 capsules for breast enhancement. In the realm of humanity, the sunlight remains perpetually bright, a stark contrast to the gray skies and foul winds of the demon realm. Here, sunlight and rain nurture life, and birds sing among the fragrant flowers. People continue to live contentedly, enjoying a tranquil and ordinary existence. Granny Zhang was irked by the lack of patrons at her noodle shop. Aunt Qin fretted over her daughter's early romance with a chubby classmate. Old Chi had been caught selling counterfeit cigarettes and had to pay 20 yuan to settle the matter. And the 32-year-old man in the neighborhood was lamenting his desire to become a deity, his frenzied keystrokes echoing through the window. Lin Bai sat in a wicker chair at the entrance of the shop, casually crossing his legs while studying vocabulary. The female demon lord lounged on his back like a doting wife. I feel like you haven't been focused on making money lately. Just a few days ago, you were so eager to earn, but now you seem as lazy as a maggot, she teased. Lin Bai rolled his eyes at her. Every yuan I earn gets taken by you, so what's the point? Right now, I'm only focused on one thing, becoming powerful enough to defeat you. After that, any money I make will be mine alone. Anyone who tries to take it will face my wrath. Don't be like that, the demon lord cooed, wrapping her arms around his neck in a playful manner. I enjoy seeing my man work hard for money. I am not your man. We have a marriage certificate. Mentioning the certificate ignited a sense of indignation in Lin Bai. Could a marriage certificate conjured by magic really hold any weight? Being bound by chains upon stepping in a bed hardly constituted a marriage. The last time he barged into her bathroom, he nearly lost his eyesight. Just wait. The day my strength surpasses yours, I will indeed become your man, and your resistance will be futile. Lin Bai threatened her, as usual. Feeling unsatisfied, he added, I will display all manner of appearances, and once I am done, I will abandon you and sell you to a beauty salon. The demon lord chuckled, unperturbed by his verbal jabs. Regardless of how Lin Bai sought to gain the upper hand with words, she remained unfazed. However, once he laid a hand on her, he would surely face consequences. Lin Bai had come to understand that it was best to refrain from physical confrontation with her, opting instead to outwit her verbally, which felt quite safe. The hot pot restaurant across the street is open. Shall we go for lunch? The demon lord pulled Lin Bai toward Aunt Qin's establishment. Lin Bai felt exasperated. Aside from breakfast, both lunch and dinner had become hot pot for an entire week. He could practically breathe fire at this point, feeling as if he were turning into a little red child. Had he known, he would never have introduced her to hot pot, although Western cuisine was pricier. It wouldn't lead to such fiery consequences with every meal. As the two individuals entered the hot pot restaurant, Mr. Liu promptly knocked on Qianqian's door. His departure was quite ostentatious. 3 vehicles led the way in front of his Bentley, while another 3 followed closely behind. The men in black suits, numerous as ants, wore serious expressions, as if they were preparing for battle. Lin Bai could not fathom why a respectable businessman would create such a spectacle. Qianqian was taken aback by Mr. Liu's visit and hurriedly invited the elderly gentleman inside. Once settled on the bamboo sofa, she served him tea. The bamboo sofa creaked under their weight, revealing its age, prompting Qianqian to apologize, saying, I'm sorry, I cannot afford a new sofa. Mr. Liu, however, was unfazed. He was not born into wealth. 30 years prior, his life was no better than Qianqian's. Sitting on the bamboo sofa brought him a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his youth. After sipping a cup of subpar Eagle tea, he smiled and said, Miss Li Qianqian, I am here to discuss business with you. Business? Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. What business could I possibly have with you? She was merely a poor girl, while Mr. Liu was a billionaire. She could not fathom what they could discuss. Aside from her modest home and her beloved octopus, though she knew the octopus held no real value, only to her was it a treasure, much like how some people cherish their mutts. Mr. Liu, with great eagerness, inquired, I heard from my granddaughter that Mr. Lin provided you with a substantial quantity of a medicinal herb called famous copper, ironbone. Could you sell it to me? In the future, you could procure the herbs from Mr. Lin, and I would buy them from you. Why not discuss this with Xiao Bai? Qianqian felt puzzled. Mr. Liu replied awkwardly, Mr. Lin is a man of high principles, serene and detached, treating wealth as mere refuse. As a businessman, I dare not approach him, fearing I might tarnish his refined demeanor. The bamboo sofa beneath Qianqian creaked ominously, almost collapsing. Mr. Liu was referring to Xiao Bai? That was simply implausible. The Xiao Bai she knew was avaricious and lecherous, far from the serene and disinterested character described. Surely, she must have misheard due to an improper awakening that morning. However, upon further contemplation, Qian found solace in the notion that businessmen often spoke in flattering tongues, praising even the iron tree for blooming. Mr. Liu must have been merely indulging in idle flattery, not speaking earnestly. Moreover, Xiao Bai had mentioned that the flower in his home was after his money, which is why he dared not bring cash home. The previous million remained untouched with her. He must have intentionally sent Mr. Liu to her, seeking her assistance in managing his business for profit. With these thoughts solidified, Qian regained her confidence. She resolved to assist Xiao Bai with his business endeavors. After taking a sip of tea to steady herself, she said, "Mr. Liu, I am not well versed in the value of the herbs. How do you intend to purchase them? If the terms are agreeable, I shall facilitate a connection between you and Xiao Bai. 50,000 per piece," he stated. Liu Laotu spoke with a hint of insecurity, suggesting that if the price was deemed insufficient, they could negotiate further. Qian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Fortunately, her extensive reading and broad knowledge prevented her from succumbing to the pressure as Lin Bai might have done, who would likely have been frantically searching for a quick remedy. "Wait a moment, Liu Laotu. I need to consult Xiao Bai," she declared. Qian hurriedly dashed out the door, sprinting down the old street and entering Aunt Chin's hot pot restaurant, where she found the fierce Boangahua sitting across from Lin Bai, enjoying their meal. Given Boanghua's presence, she had to tread carefully with her inquiries, lest she reveal to her that Xiao Bai was making money and risk losing her opportunity. Thus, Qian cautiously asked Xiao Bai, "Is it difficult to make that medicine called copper skin and iron bones? Is the cost high?" Lin Bai pondered for a moment before responding, "With a pound of copper, a pound of iron, and a single leaf of iron sword orchid, the difficulty is minimal and the cost is quite low." He smiled, adding, "Why do you ask, Qian?" After glancing at the female overlord, Qian feigned innocence. "I was just wondering if I could enjoy it as a treat." Lin Bai then pulled out a generous handful of the medicine and placed it in her hands, saying, "Feel free to indulge." He was willing to share anything with Qian, even his old house, for which only she had the key. A few pills were of no consequence. "Just let me know when you need more," he added. Qian, believing she had grasped his implication that she could sell to Liu Laotu, hurried back home in swift strides. Sitting before Liu Laotu, she reserved a few pills for herself in case of emergency and placed the remainder, a substantial pile, on the table. "Let us stick to the price we discussed earlier. I will notify you when Xiao Bai has new stock in a few days." Liu Laotu was overjoyed, counting the pills. He found 30 and promptly signed a check for 1,500,000, leaving in high spirits, tugging at his beard with delight. Recently, he had been thoroughly enjoying these peculiar medicines, even hosting a gathering of elder gentlemen to demonstrate his internal strength, making the pine trees tremble with a single strike, which had startled their beards into a frenzy. Now, he could showcase his prowess by smashing stones with his chest and demonstrating the golden bell and iron shirt techniques. Spending money for such entertainment was truly worthwhile. With the check trembling in her hands, Qian felt a rush of emotions. Xiao Bai was thriving. Last time it was 1 million, and now 1,500,000. He had become a self-sufficient man capable of supporting a family, while she remained an unaccomplished girl. As he strode confidently forward, she couldn't help but worry. What would happen if he no longer needed her in the future? As Lin Bai and the female overlord exited the hot pot restaurant, a luxurious convertible sports car unexpectedly rolled into view along the old street. Its fiery red hue, when driven by a glamorous woman of wealth, would radiate heat and excitement, igniting a fervor in the hearts of ordinary men. Conversely, if a wealthy young heir were at the wheel, it would seem ostentatious, provoking a desire to lash out. Lin Bai felt a surge of anger as the opulent vehicle halted at Qian's doorstep, the well-dressed heir stepping out and elegantly knocking on her door. Lin Bai began to roll up his sleeves, but the female overlord chuckled. "What justification do you have to interrupt their pursuit of Qian?" Lin Bai chuckled softly, proclaiming, "I'm her brother." However, he soon realized the absurdity of his assertion. If he were truly her brother, how could he ever hope to marry her? It seemed he could no longer refer to himself as a brother, but rather as a neighbor. Yet, this designation stripped him of any authority in the matter. No legal doctrine ever sanctioned a neighbor to meddle in another's romantic affairs. Ultimately, he resorted to a boastful claim. "I am the new generation of the Demon King." When the Demon King rages, countless fall before him, heedless of reason. The female Demon King erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Well said. That's precisely the spirit. If you wish to strike him, do so without justification. Not far away, an old window creaked open, revealing the head of the wise old man, who remarked, "Lin Bai, you cannot confront him just yet. According to the conventions of novels, the affluent heir should first encounter Qian, ostentatiously flaunting his prowess to belittle you. Only then may you retaliate, demonstrating your superior strength to win the fair maiden's heart. Such a narrative is destined for success. He has yet to even see Qian. If you strike him now, you will disrupt the established order." Lin Bai cracked his knuckles, retorting, "A brother is not one to adhere to conventions. By the way, has your conventionally written novel found success?" The wise old man shook his head, lamenting, "No, it flopped, merely one of my 32 failed works." As Lin Bai burst into laughter, he tossed a peculiar charm into his mouth and strode confidently to Qian's doorstep. He seized the affluent heir by the collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The heir, taken aback, realized his opponent was no mere mortal. With one hand, he was hoisted aloft, rendering resistance futile. Trembling, he exclaimed, "What do you want?" Lin Bai replied with a smirk, "I am about to announce to the world that this girl belongs to me." "What, pray tell? Is your purpose in knocking at her door? You may visit again, but do so without your flashy car or designer attire. Come clad in a burlap sack instead." The heir, incensed, retorted, "Your approach to wooing is misguided. Women despise such brutish tactics. They desire fair competition to recognize a true gentleman." "Nonsense. Why should I heed your opinion? Qian is fond of me just as I am," Lin Bai declared dismissively, tossing the heir back into his convertible. Then, he positioned himself at the rear of the vehicle, exerting all his strength as he shouted, and propelled it forward. The car sped away as if pressing the accelerator to its limits, akin to a high-octane racing machine. The heir, gripped by fear, dared not touch the brakes. Clinging to the steering wheel as he abruptly swerved right at the streets in to avoid crashing into a nearby lamppost, Lin Bai smirked and raised his middle finger towards the street's end, exclaiming, "Behold my strength. I can maneuver a rickshaw faster than your convertible." Whether the rickshaw exuded an air of desperation was of no concern to him. Thunderous applause erupted from the old street as the neighbors rallied behind Lin Bai in his bid to win Qian's affection, celebrating his triumph over the affluent heir. Old Lady Zheng waved her heavy broom with glee, announcing, "The old lady's rice noodles shall no longer welcome that wealthy heir." Aunt Qin chuckled, "There's no way my hot pot will be to his liking." Lin Bai understood that the other party had no intention of partaking in such fare. After a brief interlude, the affluent young man unexpectedly returned, this time draped in a burlap sack, his face smeared with black, resembling a beggar. Lin Bai was taken aback. Was he so fervently intent on claiming my woman? The wealthy heir sighed wryly. "I'm not here to take your woman. I've come to deliver invitations. My affections lie with Miss Liu from the Liu family. As for classmate Li Qian, she is merely a representative student I wish to invite." "Then why speak of fair competition?" Lin Bai retorted. "I initially intended to impart some wisdom on how to woo women, but it appears you have gone mad." Lin Bai responded with a nonchalant "Oh," feeling somewhat awkward. But the proud heir of the Demon King never admits fault. A mere nod sufficed. Consider it forgotten. I shall spare you this time." This time, the wealthy heir dared not knock on the door, nor did he have the courage to face Qian. He slipped the invitation through the crack at the bottom of the door and executed an agile escape, leaving behind a trail of dust, truly moving like a startled rabbit. Once he vanished, Qian emerged, holding the invitation. She had watched the scene unfold through the door crack, her heart elated. The rebellious charm of Lin Bai was quite appealing to her. "Qian, what kind of invitation is this?" Lin Bai inquired, somewhat apprehensive. "It's an invitation from a technology company called Tianshu Technology Company, allowing me to represent Shuangqing University at their latest research project presentation." Qian replied with a smile, "And I can bring a companion. Come along with me. It would be rather dull to attend alone." Lin Bai was not fond of places teeming with intellectuals. "There's also a banquet," Qian added, "featuring beautiful ladies in evening gowns with low-cut necklines." "I'm in," Lin Bai declared without hesitation. "I have a profound interest in science, tirelessly pursuing the trajectory of human advancement, and I hold great respect for those scientific inventions that have made significant contributions to humanity." The entire neighborhood of the old street raised their middle fingers at him. The banquet was set for 3 days hence, and the next 2 days would require preparation. Lin Bai surmised there was little to prepare, merely a t-shirt, casual pants, and sneakers. The t-shirt bore a graphic of a ghost on the front and a couple S slogan on the back. The casual pants were olive green, adorned with numerous pockets and peculiar straps. The sneakers were particularly ludicrous, emblazoned with a Nike logo, yet crumpled and worn, clearly not authentic. He also intended to carry the Demon King S Codex and a pair of Superman underpants in his pockets, to avoid tearing his sleeves. Lin Bai had even prepared a mask, resembling someone ready to rob a bank. This ensemble left Qian astounded. Lin Bai, you cannot attend the banquet dressed like this. But I have no money for new clothes, he lamented. Qian found it peculiar. After all, Lin Bai had 250,000 stored with her. Why claim he was broke? Ah, right. He had solemnly stated that those funds must remain a secret from the spendthrift. Hence, he could only feign poverty. The perceptive Qian, understanding the situation, chose not to reveal the truth. In order to safeguard Xiao Bai's finances, she suggested, Xiao Bai, let me buy you a new suit. Xiao Bai, unembarrassed, thought to himself that Qian would eventually become his wife. Thus her money would also be his. He felt no qualms about utilizing it. Even if she never became his spouse, a suit costing a few hundred yuan was of little consequence. Consequently, Qian ventured out and returned with a luxurious Yakushi suit valued at 17,000 yuan, complete with a shirt, tie, leather shoes, and even a crocodile leather belt. The entire ensemble cost nearly 100,000 yuan, a detail Qian chose to withhold. As for Xiao Bai, he was unfamiliar with the Yakushi brand, knowing only the flashy Playboy label, rendering him oblivious to the true value of the attire. To him, the outfit was merely worth 500 yuan, and with some bargaining, he believed it could be acquired for 400. Qian herself dressed modestly, for she had no money. The 2 million yuan belonged to Xiao Bai, and she did not consider it hers unless the day came when he would marry her. Until then, it would always be Xiao Bai's. A girl without wealth would look best in a simple, pure white dress, adorned with no jewelry, allowing her long hair to cascade down her back without styling, gel, or lipstick, unrefined yet undeniably beautiful. In Xiao Bai's eyes, Qian surpassed all others in elegance. He felt relieved that the perfume had not been given to her. Otherwise, he would have missed the delicate fragrance of youthful femininity that lingered around her. As they stepped out, Xiao Bai intended to take the bus, but Qian, fearing that his suit might become wrinkled and cause him embarrassment in front of others, called for a taxi. Though she typically avoided such luxuries, she made an exception for Xiao Bai. Seated in the back, they gazed out the windows, watching the vibrant city of Shuangqing glide past like a fleeting dream, leaving behind only a sense of wonder. The city had transformed significantly over the past decade. Yet the boy and girl who had once played house together remained as innocent as ever, never contemplating abandonment. The taxi arrived at the entrance of Tianshu Technology Company Limited, a colossal and modern corporation. The headquarters soared at least 50 stories high, evoking a sense of vertigo when viewed from the ground. The building exuded the essence of a tech company, its design infused with a fantastical flair, shimmering with metallic brilliance. As the doorman approached to open the taxi door, the first to alight was the unpretentious Qian. He mused to himself, could this be a couple of impoverished students? This girl is truly lovely. Her natural beauty surpasses that of any affluent young lady. However, when Xiao Bai emerged, he dazzled the doorman with his designer attire, radiating vitality. The only aspect detracting from his demeanor was his shifty gaze, which was fixated on seeking out the fabled low-cut evening gowns. The doorman lamented inwardly. This girl should be a refined beauty, yet she wears what appears to be street market fare. This man, who should embody sophistication, instead possesses a pair of dubious eyes. What has become of this world? The true affluent class often adorn themselves in bespoke suits, each costing hundreds of thousands, far surpassing the attire of Lin Bai, whose current appearance is already ostentatious enough. Upon entering the banquet hall, he mingles among a throng of businessmen, indulging in drinks without a hint of embarrassment. However, the exquisite Qian, despite her beauty, is dressed inadequately, leading some to maliciously speculate that she is merely a financially struggling student being supported by Lin Bai. After a polite handshake, a wealthy heir inquires, "This brother seems unfamiliar. May I ask where you hold a position? Are there potential business collaborations we might explore?" Lin Bai, with a smirk, replies, "There is no need to associate with me. I'm just a penniless fellow, and this outfit is a gift from her. He gestures towards Qian, adopting the demeanor of her subordinate. The wealthy heir, startled, nearly drops his glass, having assumed Lin Bai was a high-flying gentleman supporting a struggling student, only to realize the truth. It is the affluent young woman who is sustaining the handsome young man, albeit her attire is rather unremarkable for one of her status. Lin Bai's gaze roams the banquet, where most women clad in low-cut evening gowns are middle-aged socialites, hardly captivating. The wealthy men often keep dazzling mistresses in their gilded cages, yet in such formal settings, they are obliged to present their long-standing wives. The mistresses, forever yearning to unseat the legitimate spouses, remain hidden from public view, a poignant irony in their glamorous lives, forever striving to overshadow those who hold the rightful place. After an hour of searching, Lin Bai finally spots a young beauty in evening attire, his spirits lifted as he unabashedly gazes at her décolletage. When he finally meets her gaze, he is astonished to discover it is none other than Miss Liu. Noticing his lingering glance, she shyly recoils, yet soon graces him with a smile, elegantly showcasing her long, fair legs as she saunters towards him, caught in the act of surreptitiously admiring her. Lin Bai prepares himself for judgment. However, Miss Liu bears no ill will, cheerfully clinking glasses with him and sipping her drink with poise, embodying the essence of a true lady. Indeed, she hails from a lineage that produces refined gentlemen and ladies only after 3 generations of wealth, and she, as a 3rd-generation heiress, embodies such sophistication. Her aura is formidable. Even a simple act of drinking is transformed into a display of grace and charm. This woman, not a siren but surpassing one, captivates by her very essence and status. It is a truth universally acknowledged that, regardless of intent, men are drawn to her allure. Lin Bai, however, remains impervious to her charm, for Qian is by his side. Other women may capture his gaze, but none can seize his heart. His curiosity piqued. He yearns to know the name of the wine Miss Liu is enjoying, yet dares not inquire for fear of utter embarrassment. Mr. Lin surprisingly expressed interest in attending this technology product launch. Miss Liu remarked with astonishment, "I had assumed Mr. Lin was quite traditional, preferring ancient martial arts and the meticulous practice of alchemy, showing little interest in high-tech innovations." Lin Bai, of course, could not disclose that his motive was to admire a different aspect altogether. He improvised, "I am quite intrigued by advanced technology as well. Have you forgotten that I repair computers?" Miss Liu then realized that true mastery lies in the ability to bridge the past and the future. One must not only cultivate ancient martial arts and hone the body to its peak, but also remain attuned to the pulse of the times, fully grasping high-tech advancements to avoid being left behind. Her admiration for Lin Bai grew threefold. Such a person embodies both offense and defense, devoid of any flaws. Nearby, a wealthy 2nd-generation youth gazed at Lin Bai with a sense of melancholy. He was the one who had driven his convertible to deliver an invitation to Qian just 3 days prior. His heart belonged to Miss Liu, yet it appeared she was now captivated by that rude and arrogant man, which was profoundly disheartening. He yearned to weep inconsolably in the restroom. He lacked the courage to confront Lin Bai directly. Despite his seemingly harmless appearance, Lin Bai could be fearsome, capable of propelling a sports car faster than its own capabilities. The wealthy youth found himself lacking the valor to engage in a confrontation, instead hoping for a more formidable rival to emerge and distance him from Miss Liu. The farther the better. Suddenly, the lights in the hall dimmed, and a bespectacled middle-aged man appeared at the podium. He exuded an air of refinement and intellect. Qian quietly introduced him, saying, "This gentleman is Wang Zhengyu, the CEO of Tianshu Technology Company. He is exceptionally talented, having developed numerous projects that surpass the technological standards of our time, earning him the title of a master of future technology." Lin Bai discreetly touched the Superman underwear in his pocket, pondering, in superhero films, all the tech maniacs eventually turn into villains. I must remain cautious around this individual and be prepared to don my Superman underwear, if necessary, to deliver a decisive blow. Wang Zhengyu gracefully delivered some courteous remarks before pressing a button. The floor of the podium split open, revealing a rotating platform upon which rested a suit of armor. It appeared capable of enveloping a person entirely, rendering them akin to a robot. Wang Zhengyu announced with great enthusiasm, "Behold our main attraction for today, the extreme environment wear protection armor. This suit not only boasts impenetrability against blades and bullets, but also offers protection against fire, electricity, frost, and water. Furthermore, it is designed ergonomically, ensuring that the wearer's mobility remains unaffected. Henceforth, humanity can work in adverse environments such as volcanoes, the depths of the ocean, the polar regions, and stormy areas without fear of harm. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause as a test subject clad in a tight-fitting suit ascended the stage and donned the protective armor, transforming into a futuristic warrior. Subsequently, someone wielding a flamethrower took the stage, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the future warrior, followed by electric and water guns in succession. The armor, indeed formidable, emerged unscathed despite enduring a barrage of varied assaults. The hall erupted in even more fervent applause. Lin Bai, taken aback, widened his mouth in astonishment. Have our human technologies advanced to such heights? Miss Lu leaned closer to Lin Bai, her voice a delicate whisper in his ear. Mr. Lin, there is no need for surprise. Your medicine is quite remarkable as well. Her tone was soft and gentle, like a fragrant breeze brushing against Lin Bai's ear. Nearby, a wealthy heir watched with a mix of jealousy and resentment, yet Lin Bai remained oblivious, dismissively using his pinky to scratch his ear, clearly displeased by Miss Lu's proximity. Suddenly, a flat-chested policewoman appeared, astonishingly not clad in an evening gown, but rather in a tailored suit, as if she understood the potential discomfort of wearing formal attire. Mr. Wang, your protective armor seems more akin to military gear than that of a laborer, she remarked. Wang Jingyu smiled in agreement. This lady is correct. This attire can indeed serve military purposes. It exists in both civilian and military versions. The model before us is the civilian variant, stripped of all weaponry and lacking any enhancements for strength or speed, designed solely for protection. He paused before continuing. The military version, known as the Universal Soldier Armor, boasts exceptional defensive capabilities and includes a compact strength amplifier, enabling the wearer to overturn tanks with a single blow. Additionally, it features an accelerator for swift movement. Enhanced strength allows soldiers to wield heavier weaponry, while increased speed enhances their agility. However, military armor is not intended for display. The affluent attendees were taken aback. If such a device were to be deployed, would it not revolutionize the nature of warfare? Wang Jingyu chuckled. Not quite. This armor is prohibitively expensive, with a cost equivalent to that of the latest American stealth fighter jet, making widespread militarization impractical. Our Tianshu technology company has only managed to produce one civilian prototype and one military prototype, and we are far from mass production. However, given time, this technology will undoubtedly transform the landscape of warfare. The applause resumed, and Lin Bai joined in, recognizing the impressive nature of the invention. It was no wonder the company named itself Tianshu Technology. The creation indeed bore an air of the extraordinary. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, no one would have believed such a marvel existed. The remainder of the evening unfolded as a stage for merchants, with many affluent individuals approaching Wang Jingyu, seemingly eager to invest in Tianshu technology. Product launch events often serve the purpose of attracting investment to elevate the company to broader horizons. Of course, it was not without its share of opportunistic women seeking to ensnare wealthy bachelors. One woman, adorned in a floral dress and exuding a siren-like charm, nestled close to Wang Jingyu, speaking in an overly saccharine tone. It appeared that with a mere beckon, Wang Jingyu could find himself that very night, entangled with her, exploring the technologies of future generations. This aligned perfectly with the mission of Tianshu Technology, for they were dedicated to the research of the future. However, the technology to create future beings encompasses a multitude of projects. It is said that even the 18 forms are merely a fraction, not to mention the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, the 36 styles of Dongshuanzai, and the 48 techniques of the Great Edo. One cannot ascertain how many of these skills Wang Jingyu possesses. The woman in the floral dress undoubtedly surpasses him in this regard, leaving Lin Bai to feel that even the enigmatic technology of Tianshu must bow in humility. Feeling a tinge of boredom, Lin Bai noted the scarcity of captivating beauties in low-cut evening gowns within the banquet hall. This gathering seemed to be a wasted endeavor. Although he stood beside Miss Lu, familiarity restrained him from acting too freely, and even stealing a glance at her décolletage felt slightly inappropriate. Thus, he gently tugged at Qianqian's hand and suggested, "Shall we make our exit?" Qian smiled sweetly and followed him. However, they had scarcely reached the door when they were intercepted by old Lu. Today, old Lu was clad in a traditional Chinese kung fu outfit, complete with soft-soled cloth shoes and his hair styled into a bun. Such an appearance, if worn by an ordinary person, would surely invite ridicule. But amongst the affluent, it was deemed a respectful homage to cultural customs, worthy of great advocacy. Come with me to a gathering of elderly gentlemen, old Lu cordially invited. Lin Bai felt it would be impolite to decline, especially since old Lu had previously bestowed upon him a bear paw and rhino horn. Lin Bai, being a person of loyalty, recognized the debt he owed to old Lu and was inclined to grant him the courtesy he deserved. Thus, old Lu led the way with Lin Bai Qian, and Miss Lu following closely behind, traversing the hall until they arrived at a modest reception room. Upon entering, they were greeted by a gathering of elderly men, some relatively young, others of average age, a few quite old, and a couple exceedingly ancient. In essence, apart from the three of them, all present had an air of otherworldliness. In a corner stood a charming young girl of about 10 years, adorned in a beautiful Western princess dress, radiating cuteness. The sole flaw in her enchanting appearance was the chainsaw she held in her hands, which marred her overall aesthetic. Lin Bai instinctively wished to keep his distance from such a fierce little girl who treated a chainsaw as a mere toy, and thus refrained from inquiring about her name. Old Lu was disinterested in introducing each individual. Instead, he casually gestured toward a few and stated, "These are my friends. This gentleman is the largest real estate mogul in Shuangqing City. This one is a culinary tycoon, and this gentleman here is the CEO of the largest electronics company, and this one oversees the telecommunications firm." As he continued the introductions, Lin Bai found himself in the presence of formidable figures, each intimidating in their own right, making it difficult for him to maintain eye contact. In truth, these men bore kind expressions, but Lin Bai's subconscious played tricks on him. It appeared that the individuals in the main hall were mere minnows compared to the true giants residing in this reception room. Notably, old Lu intentionally omitted Lin Bai's introduction, as he was merely a junior, and the elderly gentlemen showed little interest in the younger generation's antics. They were content to engage in their own merriment, enjoying the essence of their elder years. One rather portly elderly gentleman grunted, "Old Lu, you have arrived rather late. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your performance. That golden bell and iron shirt technique you mentioned over the phone yesterday, I refuse to believe such a skill truly exists in this world." In the 61st episode, the elderly Hao, a portly gentleman, grunted, "Old Lu, your arrival is rather tardy. Everyone has been eagerly anticipating your display of extraordinary skills. That golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt you mentioned over the phone yesterday, I refuse to believe such a technique exists." His words elicited a chorus of agreement from the assembled old men, each puffing their cheeks and widening their eyes in disbelief. Old Lu merely grunted in response, adopting the demeanor of a martial arts hero as he clasped his hands behind his back and turned away. He discreetly retrieved a pill from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, deliberately concealing his active medication from the old man, while only the three youths standing behind him were privy to the truth. Unfazed by their observation, Lu exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Bai, conveying a silent message. "Observe how I impress with the aid of your medicine." Lin Bai and the young lady Lu had no particular thoughts on the matter. But Qian pondered, 50,000 for a single pill, consumed just like that? All for a bit of amusement for the old men. The whims of the affluent are indeed inscrutable. Once the pill took effect, Lu exuded newfound confidence, striding boldly to the center of the small parlor, discarding his martial attire to reveal his bare torso. His frail limbs, gaunt and covered in wrinkles, were hardly a sight to behold. Not a trace of muscle was visible as he thumped his chest and called out, "Bring me a stone." The elderly men erupted in laughter. "Old Lu, do not jest. While we engage in this elderly amusement, let's not take it too far. Be careful not to laugh so hard that you lose your breath and slip away into the void." Old Lu, aware of the impending mockery, remained undeterred. He understood that playing the fool would ultimately allow him to showcase his true prowess, a delightful reversal of expectations. If he were to write a web novel, he would undoubtedly eclipse the likes of 32 princes. Thus, he maintained a resolute expression, demanding, "Bring the stone quickly." Before long, a man in a black suit procured a stone, and old Lu lay down on the ground, the stone positioned across his chest. requesting the suited man to strike it with a hammer. This terrified the other elderly gentleman, with the portly one being the first to leap forward, grasping the suited man's arm to prevent the blow. Old Lu, cease this folly. One strike could spell your demise. My circle of friends at this age is rather limited. As the others watched, teary-eyed, old Lu dismissively waved his hand, declaring, "Behold the might of my golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt." When a person is determined to court disaster, no one can intervene. The other old men, with tears in their eyes, witnessed the hammer descend upon the stone with a resounding crash, shattering it into two pieces. Old Lu rose, brushing off the debris and dust from his chest, brimming with pride. The elderly men, who moments ago had worn somber expressions, now appeared exuberant, their beards puffed out and eyes wide as saucers. One elder, overwhelmed, nearly succumbed, prompting his bodyguard to hastily thump his chest to revive him, taking some time to pull him back from the brink. Indeed, this elderly amusement had flirted dangerously with peril, causing even Lin Bai to cover his face in disbelief. "Old Lu, that stone of yours, it cannot be specially crafted, can it?" The rotund old man has now regained his senses and begun to doubt the authenticity of the stone tablet. In a society plagued by a lack of integrity, one can never be too certain of the truth. Even in the realm of leisure, the old man must adopt a serious and cautious demeanor. The other elderly gentlemen are no less astute. They have all spent a lifetime navigating the marketplace and are quite shrewd, immediately suspecting that the props may be flawed. Old Lu dismissively retorts, "What do you take me for? Am I capable of fabrication? If you possess a fruit knife, draw it forth and stab me yourself, rather than delegating the task to another." To his surprise, the rotund old man indeed produces a fruit knife, albeit hesitantly. He grasped old Lu's hand and carefully pricked the back of it, only to discover that the aged, wrinkled skin felt as unyielding as metal. This revelation brought him some relief, and he turned the knife around, tapping it against old Lu's forearm like a chisel, producing a series of rapid sounds. My heavens, it truly is impervious to blades. Thus, more old men joined in, each brandishing a fruit knife and tapping against old Lu, the cacophony reminiscent of a telegraph. Old Lu burst into hearty laughter. "I have diligently practiced the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt for 30 years, abstaining from the company of women, and now I have finally achieved mastery." The others scoffed and returned to their seats, well aware that 30 years prior, his wife had left him, and indeed, the legendary prowess he claimed was formidable. Even knives could not pierce his skin, despite their outward disdain. The old men felt a twinge of admiration for the apparent reality of his skills, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Lin Bai understood the situation, but had no desire to expose the truth. He simply watched with amusement. At that moment, a fierce little girl wielding a chainsaw approached from the corner. Upon closer inspection, Lin Bai found her surprisingly adorable, her chubby cheeks inviting a playful pinch. However, the viciousness of her weapon, reminiscent of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, made it impractical to entertain such thoughts. The little girl pouted and said, "Grandpa Lu, we've seen that you are impervious to blades. How about we try the chainsaw next?" This remark startled old Lu. While he felt as tough as iron after taking his medicine, the chainsaw was an entirely different beast, capable of cutting through steel. The chainsaw in her possession was a specially designed, high-frequency model from Tianshu technology, far more terrifying than a standard chainsaw. Even with his formidable physique, old Lu dared not confront it and had no choice but to flee, covering his face in defeat. Lin Bai stifled his laughter, finding it utterly hilarious. Miss Lu leaned closer to him and whispered, "Thank you for your medicine. Grandpa has been much happier since taking it." "Who is that little girl?" "Oh, that's Wang Jingyu's daughter, the CEO of Tianshu Technology. Though she's only 12, she is a prodigy in business and remarkably adept in technological research." Lin Bai chuckled inwardly. "Fierce little girl, your brilliance is of little consequence. Your father is currently entangled with a temptress in a floral dress. Would I disclose such matters to you? Perhaps tonight, you will find yourself with an additional stepmother." The era of carefree indulgence has seemingly come to an end, as the gathering has shifted towards leisurely tea drinking, casual conversation, and idle chatter. The portly elder appears to have forged a close rapport with old Lu. Drawing near to engage in conversation before inquiring, "Old Lu, I implore you to assist me in locating that miraculous physician. Have you managed to find him?" Old Lu gestured towards Lin Bai, stating, "The individual has been summoned, though I cannot ascertain whether he will agree to treat you." He invited Lin Bai to take a seat and formally introduced him. "Allow me to present. This is the esteemed physician Lin Bai, a master of ancient Chinese martial arts, possessing profound inner strength capable of shattering stone and quelling mountains. He can even heal ailments with his internal energy. Truly remarkable. My own skills were imparted to me by him." This introduction felt somewhat implausible, causing Lin Bai himself to feel a twinge of embarrassment. However, recalling his past experiences of embellishing his abilities to earn a few extra coins while repairing computers, he managed to maintain composure. The portly elder, brimming with delight, extended both hands to grasp Lin Bai's right hand, expressing deep respect. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, akin to thunder echoing in my ears. My name is Hao Jian, and I dabble in real estate." "How in real estate?" Qian was taken aback and leaned closer to Lin Bai, whispering, "This man is extraordinary. Are you familiar with Longhe Real Estate Company, Limited? He is the founder, far wealthier than old Liu. Longhe's annual revenue approaches 500 billion. 500 billion? Lin Bai felt his heart race. This was the epitome of affluence. Just days ago, he contemplated befriending a few wealthy individuals. And here stood a veritable magnate. How splendid it would be to benefit from this encounter. Hao Jian rubbed his hands together, eyeing Lin Bai with eager anticipation. "Esteemed physician, old Liu and I share a friendship spanning over a decade. I assure you, I am a trustworthy ally. I do have a minor ailment that I cannot seem to remedy. Might you be able to assist me in treating it? The fee is certainly negotiable." "A fee?" "Naturally. Treatment is to be expected." Lin Bai refrained from inquiring about the specifics of his condition, as he knew he would not comprehend the details anyway. Instead, he casually asked, "Is your ailment more severe than old Liu's?" Hao Jian suffered from diabetes, and his condition was grave. He required daily injections of insulin to avert dire consequences. This was no mere trifling ailment, but a serious affliction. The most frustrating aspect was that diabetes could not be cured, regardless of the fortune invested. It tormented him, imposing dietary restrictions that rendered him unable to enjoy various foods. A slight misstep could lead to hospitalization, though it would not directly threaten his life. Compared to old Liu's advanced cancer, his plight was less severe, prompting him to humbly concede, "It is far less serious than old Liu's condition." Less severe than old Liu's? Lin Bai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Old Liu merely had a cold. If Hao's condition was even less serious, how could he justify charging a fee? Nevertheless, considering the impressive annual revenue of 500 billion, it would be unwise to demand too little. Thus, he feigned a thorough examination of the elder, pretending to take his pulse, and casually remarked, "Ah, your ailment is indeed diagnosed. It is merely a trifling issue, even less severe than a cold. Therefore, I shall charge you 300 yuan. Let us agree on this. No haggling. Whether you choose to proceed with treatment is your decision. But if you attempt to negotiate, I will take my leave immediately." 300 yuan? Hao Jian was somewhat taken aback. His portable blood glucose meter cost no less than 300 yuan. Elder Liu quickly approached and remarked, "The divine physician embodies integrity and virtue, a living Buddha who, while healing the sick, shows little interest in monetary matters. A few coins merely serve as a token of celebration. Old Hao, do not be so astonished. The last time a divine physician treated me, he only charged 500. For your ailment, 300 will suffice. Once you are cured, simply present the physician with some local specialties as a gesture of gratitude." Hao Jian soon grasped that a reduced or waived medical fee was not an issue. He could send a substantial gift once he was cured. It appeared that the divine physician's methods indeed bore an ancient charm, unlike contemporary hospitals that demand payment up front, often casting patients out if they cannot provide a deposit. The physician's practice was to accept a modest fee and only request a token of appreciation if the treatment was successful. It was said that ancient healers operated in this manner. With a smile, old Hao agreed, "Very well, 300 it is," having settled the price. The treatment was to commence. However, Lin Bai hesitated to don his superhero underwear in their presence. Suddenly inspired, he proposed, "Might I trouble you to prepare a small room with a curtain in the middle? I shall stay behind the curtain while old Hao remains on the other side. This will enhance the effectiveness of the treatment." Elder Liu and Hao Jian were momentarily puzzled, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind this suggestion. After some time, they recalled that ancient imperial physicians would often treat empresses through a curtain, employing the method of pulse diagnosis, an extraordinary practice. They hesitated to inquire further, fearing it might reveal their ignorance. Much like Lin Bai had refrained from asking Miss Liu about the foreign wine she held, driven by a sense of inferiority and insecurity. Being at the headquarters of Tianshu Technology, the two elderly men could not act recklessly. They sought the assistance of the fierce little girl, who, despite her youth, proved highly capable. She swiftly arranged a small room for their discussion, complete with a curtain in the middle. Lin Bai stepped behind the curtain, leaving the two elderly men and the young ladies on the other side. The little girl was also intrigued, but was not permitted to follow him behind the curtain. As Lin Bai hurriedly donned his superhero underwear behind the curtain, he reflected on his dapper appearance in a tailored suit. Though he was already a charming young man, capable of enchanting the ladies, the sight of superhero underwear over his trousers was simply too comical to behold. Not daring to look, he reminded himself to focus on treating old Hao, calling out, "I am ready. Old Hao, please step in front of the curtain. I shall commence the treatment from behind it." Old Hao, filled with confusion, pondered what kind of technique the divine physician was employing. He stood before the curtain, a wave of unease washing over him. Would two streams of warmth soon flow into his meridians, traversing through his body? Or perhaps the divine physician would employ golden needles, performing acupuncture from a distance, an ancient art said to have been lost to time. A sudden anxiety gripped him. What if this healer turned out to be a charlatan, leaving him with nothing but disappointment? Yet Lu Guiqiang, a longtime friend, was known for his reliability. He would never recommend a fraud to deceive him. Miss Lu's eyes widened in anticipation. The last time her grandfather received treatment, she had been outside taking a phone call, only to return to find him lively and well. She had missed the entire healing process and was determined to witness it this time. The fierce little girl beside her exhibited skepticism. As the future leader of Tianshu Technology, she had grown up surrounded by advanced technology and placed her faith solely in science. While she did not dismiss traditional Chinese medicine outright, her trust was tempered by its lack of scientific validation, relying instead on anecdotal evidence, which was difficult for a science enthusiast to accept. Moreover, was this practitioner truly employing traditional methods? Internal energy healing? Preposterous, more far-fetched than the tale of a carp leaping over the dragon gate to become a dragon. Qianqian wore a puzzled expression. No one knew Xiao Bai better than she did, and she was certain he lacked any healing abilities. Just then, the curtain parted, and Lin Bai emerged, placing something into his pocket as he declared, "It's healed." Healed? Hao Jian felt utterly bewildered. Lin Bai shrugged and extended his hand. "Whether you feel anything or not, it's undoubtedly healed. 300 yuan. After receiving the payment, he advised, "You should go to the hospital for a checkup. A full examination would prove that the 300 yuan was well spent." Hao Jian found his reasoning sound. A visit to the hospital would reveal the truth. Given his status, who would dare deceive him? If he were indeed tricked, he had countless means of retaliation. He hastily placed the 300 yuan on the table, exited the small room, and instructed his subordinates to bring testing equipment. He pricked his finger to extract a droplet of blood, which he absorbed with a test strip before inserting it into the blood glucose meter. The concentration value immediately flashed on the screen. After a brief glance, he exclaimed, "Prepare the car. I'm going to the hospital." Everyone but old Lu had their fill of the spectacle, particularly the fierce little girl, who blinked in confusion as the event concluded, uncertain of its authenticity. She believed in science and preferred not to judge based on subjective impressions. Until results were in, she refrained from labeling Lin Bai a fraud. Quietly, she exited the room and instructed her subordinates to prepare a vehicle to accompany Hao Jian to the hospital. Old Lu and Miss Lu soon bid their farewells and followed suit, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Bai scoffed at their departing figures, musing, "What a spectacle. Everyone's left, and I was hoping to catch a ride home to save on taxi fare. Now it seems I'll have to cover the fare myself." Sigh. Qianqian tugged at his sleeve with a smile. "Thinking of taking advantage of others? We won't need a taxi to get home anyway. We can squeeze onto a bus without worrying about wrinkling our clothes." Two individuals emerged from the building, laughter dancing on their lips, and fortuitously beheld Wang Zhengyu, the CEO of Tianshu Technology, along with a woman clad in a floral dress, as they entered a luxurious vehicle. Such matters were of no concern to Lin Bai and Qianqian. They were not part of a pack of sycophants. Wang Zhengyu was neither their friend nor their relative, and his penchant for associating with alluring women was his prerogative, provided that his young daughter, who had a peculiar fascination with chainsaws, did not take drastic actions against these women. Lin Bai gazed enviously at the luxurious car as it vanished from sight, his heart heavy with melancholy. The affluent lived a charmed life, with beautiful women readily drawn to them. He mused that once he acquired wealth, he would frequent lavish gatherings, bringing home one stunning woman after another, indulging in whimsical pastimes, such as using a slingshot fashioned from a lady's undergarment to target the glass of a salon across the street. Alas, that was a fleeting thought, as his friend Jujia had since changed her profession, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Qian shot him an exasperated glance. Are you envious? Lin Bai chuckled, indeed. I am contemplating how I too shall live such a life when fortune smiles upon me. In a hushed tone, Qian remarked, you already possess a fair amount of wealth. If you truly desired such a lifestyle, it wouldn't be unattainable. In Xuanqing, household with over 2 million in cash are a rarity. I consider you quite an exceptional man, already capable of charming, beautiful women. Though she privately hoped Lin Bai would not pursue such endeavors, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Lin Bai laughed heartily. You only speak sweet nothings. Where would I procure such funds? I barely have a few hundred yuan on me. This paltry sum is hardly sufficient to woo a woman. If anything, it is more likely to be me who is wooed. Speaking of which, Qian, you are the most astute individual in our old street. Why not embark on a grand business venture and transform into one of those affluent tycoons we just saw? Once you amass your fortune, you can support me. I've heard that wealthy women enjoy sponsoring handsome young men. My name is Lin Bai. My face is indeed suitable for that role. Qian gasped in disbelief. Was that truly what it meant to be a young pretty boy? Was it her literary skills that faltered, or was it Lin Bai's reasoning that was amiss? Even if young pretty boys were not universally admired, they at least possessed an appearance that did not resemble that of a mere impoverished individual. Unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, she could only respond with a bemused smile. What nonsense! I lack the capital. How could I start a business? Lin Bai replied, capital is indeed a conundrum. How about this? I shall toil to earn some money, and you can manage it for our business endeavors. It need not be a large sum, right? 29 years ago, old Lu started with a humble hot pot restaurant featuring just 3 tables. And now he boasts a fortune in the billions. If we pool our resources, securing 3 tables should pose no challenge. You are clever, so you will manage the operations, while I, being the simpleton, will handle the finances. What do you think of this plan? He retrieved 300 yuan, freshly earned, and added 400 from the allowance bestowed by the formidable woman in charge, totaling 700 yuan, which he presented to Qian. This should suffice for 1 table. If you contribute for 2 more, we will have our 3-table establishment. In 29 years, we will be the esteemed enterprise of Xuanqing. By then, I will be a sprightly 52, hosting events and charming beautiful women to join me in my luxurious vehicle. Qian, holding the 700 yuan, could only smile in disbelief. What era were they living in? The hot pot restaurant with merely 3 tables has become unviable. Lu Lao's success was merely a confluence of extraordinary circumstances, a unique opportunity that cannot be replicated. After a considerable pause, realization dawned. What Xiaobai meant was for me to invest his 2 million yuan as capital. He didn't genuinely intend to open a 3-table establishment. He simply lacked the clarity to articulate it. This matter warrants contemplation. Although 2 million yuan may not suffice for a grand venture, it is adequate for a modest enterprise. The university town, a newly constructed area over the past couple of years, brims with potential business opportunities. Lost in thought, Qian boarded the bus home. The vehicle was indeed crowded, bodies pressed against her from all sides. Despite being deemed the ugly duckling at the banquet, today she radiated beauty, akin to a pristine lotus amidst mud, and no one dared to speak loudly within a 3-meter radius. The individuals around her made subtle attempts to encroach upon her space, causing Lin Bai to feel quite displeased. He wrapped his arms around her, prompting those nearby to hastily retreat. This scene should have been laden with romantic tension, young lovers embracing on a bus, often a hallmark of cherished memories. In a Korean drama, the camera would slow to capture their gaze, accompanied by stirring music, and fleeting romantic recollections would flicker like a lantern. Yet, while girls enamored with Korean culture might swoon at such a moment, Lin Bai was preoccupied with thoughts of how to spend newfound wealth, while Qian was earnestly contemplating business endeavors. Their minds were consumed with trivialities, causing them to miss the moment entirely. In truth, even without their distractions, Romance might have eluded them. After over a decade of shared bus rides, life is not a Korean drama, devoid of such enchantment. The habitual jostling on the bus had become second nature to them, and with their shared memories spanning over 10 years. If each reminiscence were to flash by in a second, it would take 100 episodes to capture them all, rendering the series unwatchable. Suddenly feeling drowsy, Qian leaned against Lin Bai, swaying with the bus's motion, and gradually drifted into slumber. As Lin Bai carried the sleeping Qian to the old street, a resplendent moon hung in the sky, illuminating the now deserted street where neighbors had succumbed to their dreams. A striking iron flower stood proudly in a street-side flower bed, symbolizing the sovereignty of the area. Lin Bai had inquired of the flower market about its name. It was called the Measuring Rod of Heaven, a name both imposing and majestic. Had an ordinary woman carelessly discarded such a flower, Lin Bai would have mocked her for her lack of self-awareness. However, when the formidable woman, the Queen of Demons, tossed the Measuring Rod of Heaven, it commanded a begrudging respect. She indeed possessed the capability to gauge the heaven's height and the earth's depth. Yet her laziness kept her confined, unwilling even to step outside. Recently, she had ceased visiting the hot pot restaurant and instead instructed Aunt Chin to deliver hot pot to her home, managing to heat it with an induction cooker. This audacious act of treating hot pot as takeout was utterly outrageous, were it not for Aunt Chin residing across the street. Such indulgence would have been intolerable. Lin Bai found himself baffled by how she had come to be known as the Queen of Demons. Before stepping into the realm shrouded in iron flowers, a figure adorned in a blend of red and blue descended before Lin Bai. This was an individual clad in a mask, tight-fitting attire, and leggings embellished with spider motifs, whose mask bore two enormous compound eyes. "Spider-Man has arrived," Lin Bai exclaimed in astonishment. "The foremost of all superheroes." "Indeed, I am Spider-Man," the figure replied, his voice low and resonant, yet unmistakably aged, despite his attempts to disguise it. Fortunately, this venerable tone carried a hint of righteousness, rendering it less unpleasant. "I have come to vanquish the Demon King, and I require your assistance." Lin Bai was taken aback, having anticipated that this generation as Spider-Man would resemble a beautiful heroine akin to Superman, only to find himself confronted by an elderly gentleman. Having already encountered numerous elderly figures that day, he would soon face another upon returning home, a rather unfortunate turn of events. "Eradicating the Demon King is indeed paramount," Lin Bai proclaimed, adopting a tone reminiscent of a leader addressing his subordinates. "That wretched woman incessantly robs me of my money. She must be dealt with. I propose you ensnare her with your webbing and then leave her to me. I shall ensure her plight is such that she cannot escape nor find solace." Ha ha ha. His laughter was laced with an unsettling lewdness, startling the old Spider-Man. Rumors had circulated that this individual was a successor to Superman. Why did he then appear as a villain? The elder Spider-Man spoke earnestly. "Oh, new generation of heroes. You have lingered too long in the Demon King's vicinity, seemingly tainted by her dark essence. You must guard your heart and not succumb to the shadows." Throughout the lengthy history of Superman's legacy, there was once a descent into darkness, embodied by an evil Superman known as the Ultimate Man, who brought great suffering to humanity. Lin Bai dismissed this concern, believing the dichotomy of justice and evil to be trivial. He adhered to his own principles, occasionally embracing righteousness, at times indulging in mischief, and sometimes generously allowing others to benefit. He believed such complexity constituted a complete individual. Absolute justice and absolute evil existed solely in the realm of comics and had no place in the mortal world. Enough of this prattle, he interjected decisively. "Are you confident in defeating the Demon Queen?" "Uncertain. Winning has never been a consideration for a hero of justice. I only ponder whether it is right to act." The aged Spider-Man responded with utmost seriousness. "Will you assist me?" "Absolutely not," Lin Bai retorted with conviction. "I only engage in endeavors where success is assured. I will not recklessly embark on a futile quest. You may confront the Demon King alone. I have a sleeping Qian to escort home." Lin Bai deemed an ambush on the Demon Queen to pose minimal risk, as the worst outcome would merely be an entanglement with a dark chain. However, colluding with the Justice League for an assault might incite her wrath, leading to dire consequences. For the sake of safety, it was prudent not to ally with the Justice League. Spider-Man embodies the quintessential virtue shared by all just heroes: the willingness to sacrifice oneself for the greater good without implicating others. Lin Bai, respecting this noble intent, did not compel him to stay, but softly suggested, "Perhaps you should take cover for a moment. I shall confront the Dark Lord at once." Upon uttering these words, Spider-Man flicked his wrist, launching a web that secured itself to the eaves of Uncle Zhang's house, and swung into action. Lin Bai urgently called out, "Wait!" But before the words could fully escape his lips, Spider-Man plummeted to the ground, as the eaves were unable to support even a single person's weight, breaking under him and sending him tumbling. Determined, he shot another web to grasp the eaves of Old Man Chi's house, hoping to gain leverage for another swing. However, that eve too gave way, and he found himself once more on his back. As he dusted himself off, he regarded Lin Bai with a forlorn expression. "Are the structures here truly so fragile?" Lin Bai nodded in affirmation. "This is the old street, not New York City. I suspect your combat prowess here is diminished to a mere 5. Spider-Man acknowledged this. No wonder the Dark Lord chose this place as her new lair. "It seems she intends to limit my capabilities." Lin Bai concealed his face in exasperation. He did not believe the female Dark Lord selected this location specifically to counter Spider-Man. The true reason was his own ill-fated April Fool's post, a matter too foolish to articulate. Should it be revealed, Lin Bai, the Dark Lord, and Wonder Woman would all appear ridiculous. Thus, Spider-Man resolved to walk, an audacious departure from convention. Throughout the ages, he was the only Spider-Man to approach his adversary on foot, a level of unremarkable audacity that even surpassed Peter Parker, the original Spider-Man. Lin Bai waved at his retreating figure, admiring his tenacity. After watching Spider-Man enter his home, Lin Bai retrieved his keys and cautiously opened Qianqian's door. He gently carried her into the bedroom, reminiscent of the many times he had done so in their childhood, often assisting her out of her dress before tucking her into bed. During the 3 months following her parents' tragic accident, he had even bathed her, but now that they had grown older, such acts were no longer appropriate. Until he was prepared to marry her, he could not treat her in that manner. As he had once conveyed to the Dark Lord, Qianqian was not to be trifled with. The Dark Lord, however, could be cast aside. With Qianqian, the stakes were higher. If he were to touch her, he must marry her, and marriage entailed a lifetime commitment, a weighty notion Lin Bai was not yet ready to bear. Gently placing her, dress and all, onto the bed, he meticulously tucked her in with the blanket. Ultimately, he could not resist the urge, and bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead. She slept soundly, her breathing steady, her tranquil visage radiating beauty. Not daring to gaze too long, Lin Bai moved a chair outside, sitting in front of his own home. He observed the structure sway, clearly indicating that 2 monsters were engaged in a fierce brawl within. A wall bulging as though struck by a colossal hammer. Then, a section of the wall bulged outward. From the outside, Lin Bai's house resembled a face suddenly afflicted with a multitude of adolescent blemishes, with lumps protruding haphazardly. One could scarcely imagine the state inside. It was likely that all the furniture and appliances had been reduced to ashes. This aged Spider-Man was formidable, certainly far superior to Wonder Woman. While the latter succumbed to a single blow from the Demon King, leaving her gravely injured, this old Spider-Man endured for quite some time. It appeared that his age had not been spent in vain. One could only ponder how much righteous power he had accumulated throughout his long life. After a full half hour, the glass of the second-floor window shattered, and the old Spider-Man tumbled out, landing on the ground, incapacitated. The face of the Demoness appeared at the window, casting a fleeting glance at Spider-Man before vanishing. Then, a dark mist enveloped the entire house, and, as the mist dissipated, Lin Bai's home returned to its former state of normalcy. Lin Bai paid no heed to the injured Spider-Man lying on the ground and hurried back into his home, discovering that everything within remained intact, as if no fierce battle had ever transpired here. Previously, he had been unaware of the fact that, after learning the dark regeneration magic, he understood that restoring a 2-story house required immense malevolent power. The Demoness must have expended considerable energy. Ascending to the second floor, he pushed open her bedroom door, only to find her sprawled on the bed, her snow-white legs extending beyond the covers. "You simply sleep like this? Aren't you going to clean up?" Lin Bai inquired, perplexed. "That old man is utterly infuriating. I was enjoying a delightful slumber when he disturbed me, and he leapt about, making him difficult to catch, wasting much of my time. Insufficient sleep affects one's complexion." The Demoness waved her hand dismissively. "You can deal with that old man. Just take him to the river and dispose of him like you did with Wonder Woman. The tone of her statement was peculiar. Lin Bai immediately grasped that she had long known he and T killed Wonder Woman. Yet, she seemed indifferent, appearing solely concerned with the comfort of her lair and what she would dine on the following day. Lin Bai began to doubt whether she truly was a demon king, or if she had any intentions of world destruction. Perhaps she was an exceedingly incompetent demon, just as he was an exceedingly inadequate superhero. Exiting, Lin Bai hoisted the injured Spider-Man onto his shoulder and trudged towards the river, where the rocks jutted out ominously and the water flowed with a relentless roar. Not long ago, he had dealt with Wonder Woman here and subsequently with Daredevil. Now he was to address old Spider-Man. Perhaps this place should bear a banner proclaiming it a disposal site for superheroes, which would lend it an air of dominance. Do you require healing powers? Lin Bai inquired. No need. That would squander your righteous energy. The old Spider-Man spat blood. I possess formidable regenerative abilities. If I lie here quietly for a while, I will be able to move again. Thus, Lin Bai settled on a rock, patiently awaiting his slow recovery. Why do spiders possess the ability to regenerate, unlike earthworms? This perplexed Lin Bai immensely. While watching the film The Amazing Spider-Man, he longed to pose this question, yet his curiosity has since waned. After all, individuals hailing from the Marvel Universe are notoriously unreliable, and even their superpowers lack credibility. Moreover, the female demon lord from the underworld is equally dubious. It seems that only those from the human realm can be deemed trustworthy. Having recovered, the elderly Spider-Man rose to his feet, borrowed Lin Bai's watch, and examined it. I still possess 12,000 units of justice power. I can continue to fight. I must once again confront the demon lord. The man was utterly pathetic. Even a device to measure power was beyond his reach, leaving Lin Bai feeling utterly disheartened. Retrieving his watch, he remarked, enough of this. A mere 12,000 is hardly enough to withstand a single slap from the demon lord. No, for the sake of justice, I must continue to battle. At that moment, the elderly Spider-Man's phone rang unexpectedly. To Lin Bai's astonishment, he discovered an old-fashioned mobile phone tucked away in the pocket of his spandex suit. Upon answering, Lin Bai could hear furious shouts emanating from the receiver, though they were in English, a language he did not comprehend. The elderly Spider-Man, visibly embarrassed, exclaimed, "Oh dear! I must quickly deliver a pizza to a customer. I cannot deal with the demon lord right now." Lin Bai interjected, "You really are a busy man." In a rapid-fire manner, the elderly Spider-Man replied, "I cannot juggle delivering takeout while confronting villains from the Marvel Universe and the demon lord from the human realm. Just managing the Marvel world is enough to keep me occupied. It seems necessary to find a successor here in the human realm." The Spider-Man suit comes in two versions, one for men and one for women. I have already taken a male version for myself, so I must find a woman to don a new generation of Spider-Man suit. Look, I am quite busy. I shall entrust this matter to you, and I will hand over the female spider suit to you later. Hey, Lin Bai exclaimed, drenched in sweat, do not be so irresponsible. The elderly Spider-Man then produced a peculiar device resembling a bomb detonator. With a mere touch of his finger upon the activation button, he vanished into thin air, leaving Lin Bai before a bewildering distortion of time and space. It appeared that this device could traverse between the Marvel Universe and the human realm. Furious, Lin Bai struck out at the void with a punch, muttering, "As if I would assist you in finding a successor." The next morning, as Lin Bai sat at the doorway, memorizing vocabulary, an alarming delivery from the same city arrived. Upon opening the package, he discovered, as anticipated, a female spider suit, red and blue, made of rubber, exuding an aura of utter absurdity. Accompanying it was a letter, scrawled in an untidy hand. "Please find it a just and selfless owner. With great power comes great responsibility." "What nonsense!" Lin Bai retorted, gesturing rudely at a spider hanging from the eaves, venting his frustration on the creature. Just then, real estate mogul Hao Jian, passing by, was taken aback by Lin Bai's actions. Why is the doctor cursing a spider as insane? Could there be a groundbreaking medical discovery that spiders can cure insanity? "Oh, Mr. Hao," Lin Bai, upon the arrival of a wealthy patron, felt compelled to extend a warm welcome. After all, befriending affluent individuals could yield substantial benefits. He discreetly pushed a delivery box behind him and, with a beaming smile, inquired, "What brings you here, Boss Hao?" Old Hao chuckled heartily, "Divine healer. I visited the hospital yesterday for an examination, and lo and behold, My health is impeccable. The ailments that have plagued me for years have vanished, allowing me to indulge in whatever I desire. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he picked up a candied hawthorn and savored it, recalling his previous diabetes that had rendered him unable to enjoy sweets. Now, with his illness seemingly behind him, he was eager to relish the treat. The portly elder, relishing the candied hawthorn, presented a sight that was far from dignified. Lin Bai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the entourage of subordinates behind shielded their faces, unable to bear the spectacle. Only a small, fierce girl remained unfazed, wielding a chainsaw in her right hand while happily licking her own candied hawthorn. She was the same ferocious girl he had encountered the previous day. Old Hao, still in high spirits, declared, "I have brought some local specialties for the divine healer as a token of my appreciation. I heard from old Lu that you enjoy bear paws and rhino horns, so I procured 100 pounds of each for you, along with some trifling items." The trifling items were hardly worth mentioning, for the bear paws and rhino horns were indeed treasures. Lin Bai was overjoyed. He had treated a relatively minor ailment, yet received gifts worth hundreds of thousands. Befriending the wealthy certainly had its perks. He hastily arranged to have the items brought home, then returned to host his guest with a cheerful demeanor. To Lin Bai's surprise, Old Hao had come prepared, bringing several exquisite rattan chairs from his vehicle, crafted with exceptional skill and an air of antiquity that far surpassed Lin Bai's worn chairs. Hao settled into one. The fierce girl took another, and Lin Bai was offered a third, as the three of them reclined comfortably at the shop's entrance, surrounded by a throng of subordinates. Akin to a leadership conference, I heard from old Lu's granddaughter that the divine healer enjoys sitting on the street in rattan chairs, so we must adhere to local customs. Old Hao noted. Lin Bai was at a loss for words. While such behavior might be acceptable when unobserved, with Hao's secretary, healthcare aides, bodyguards, and the fierce girl's entourage present, the scenario was hardly conducive to casual lounging. Yet, considering the generous gifts of bear paws and rhino horns, he decided to overlook the discomfort. After all, the local residents would likely find amusement in the spectacle. Today, the fierce girl appeared less menacing. Perhaps the chainsaw was hidden beneath the table, and her cherubic visage was quite endearing, prompting an urge to pinch her cheeks. "How did you manage to cure old Hao? It seems miraculous." Lin Bai chuckled awkwardly. "It was an internal energy therapy." "Nonsense," the fierce girl retorted. "Have you ever seen the promotional slogan used by Tianshu Technology in their advertisements on television? We only believe in science." Lin Bai pondered the ads he had seen. "Indeed, we only trust in science." The fierce girl pouted. "I can articulate the most complex programs with the simplest language. Command robots to weld circuits with a mere line of code and breach firewalls to infiltrate servers, and you dare mention internal energy therapy?" Internal energy therapy? Lin Bai, to be honest, do you possess some cutting-edge technology, such as invisible nanobots concealed behind a curtain, that silently cured Mr. Hao's ailment? What exactly are nanobots? As a layman, Lin Bai felt a considerable amount of pressure. Is Northeast Pearl rice truly delectable? Perhaps you're employing some form of radiation? Radiation? Lin Bai inquired with curiosity. Why not use arrows instead? Puffed. The little girl burst forth a sip of her drink. Her wicker chair toppled over, and she lay on the ground, convulsing, unable to rise for quite some time. It appears that one cannot be overly clever. Once intelligence exceeds a certain threshold, one becomes vulnerable to defeat by the foolish. Lin Bai expressed his regret towards the little girl. Mr. Hao, observing the two youngsters in jovial banter, felt it inappropriate to interject. Bored, he stood up and said, "Divine Doctor, I shall have a word with Miss Li Qianqian regarding those trifles." Lin Bai mused that Qianqian was also present during the treatment yesterday. Evidently, this affluent gentleman intended to present her with a small gift, a matter in which he felt no obligation to involve himself. As he watched Mr. Hao knock on Qianqian's door and enter, he resumed his previous activities. Qianqian was also puzzled by the wealthy gentleman's visit. However, out of politeness, she invited him inside to take a seat on the bamboo sofa and prepared some tea for her guest. Mr. Hao, somewhat portly, settled himself upon the bamboo sofa with a rather alarming creak, causing one to wonder if the unfortunate piece of furniture might collapse immediately. "Miss Li Qianqian, I have heard from old Lu that you're Mr. Lin's spokesperson, managing his mundane affairs," Mr. Hao stated with utmost seriousness. "The divine doctor possesses noble character and is untainted by material wealth. I dare not broach such topics in his presence. Hence, I must discuss them with you. Qian nearly fainted once more. Why was Lin Bai being described in such a manner again? Old Liu had done the same during his visit, and now Mr. How echoed those sentiments. Businessmen could be exceedingly slick. They spare no flattering words for even a mere nobody. Lin Bai ought not to engage with them. Excessive conversation might lead to a tongue as slick as theirs, and indeed, her previous caution was justified. You are aware that I am involved in real estate. Aside from properties, I possess little of value to present. Thus, I must bestow upon the divine Dr. Avila, and I kindly request you to facilitate its acceptance. Mr. How produced a property contract. Upon examining the details and layout of the villa, Qian felt as though she had been struck by a hammer. This villa was situated atop Nanshan, a modest hill to the south of Shuangqing City, not at all remote. One merely needed to descend to the foot of the hill to find oneself in the bustling southern district of the city, a location of considerable prestige. Consequently, Nanshan serves as a favored retreat for the residents of Shuangqing during weekends, where many young couples ascend the hill on Saturdays, staying at the agritourism lodges to enjoy the serene mountain air. The following day, they might wander through the Nanshan flower garden, returning to their daily lives only at dusk. Acquiring a villa on Nanshan is not a pursuit for the average citizen. Only those of considerable wealth can afford such luxuries. Qian wiped her fragrant sweat. This gift is far too extravagant. Not at all. It is hardly burdensome, Mr. Hao replied. Old man Hao chuckled, saying, My diabetes is truly an incurable affliction. I cannot repay the kindness of the divine physician with anything of value, so I can only offer this dilapidated house in exchange. If you ever require my assistance again, do not hesitate to call upon me. You have diabetes? Qian was taken aback, hearing about Old Man Hao's condition for the first time. So, there's no need for pleasantries, Old Man Hao replied with a hearty laugh. Once this ailment is gone, everything will seem delightful, and food will taste exquisite. I was nearly driven to despair, but now I believe I can live another 20 years. Qian's mouth gaped in astonishment. How could Xiao Bai possibly treat diabetes? It seemed utterly absurd, a condition that modern medicine struggles to address. In her moment of confusion, she recalled that Lin Bai had mentioned starting a small business. With a prominent real estate magnate before her, could she not seek his help in securing a storefront? This would be the first step in her entrepreneurial journey. Hastily, she said, Old Man Hao, since you have offered, I shall reluctantly accept. However, the villa on Nanshan is of no immediate use to Xiao Bai. He has a leisurely disposition and a deep affection for this old street. He is unlikely to move away easily. Accepting the villa would only result in it collecting dust throughout the year, which would be a tremendous waste. Might we consider a trade? Of course, anything you desire can be arranged. Old Man Hao laughed heartily. On every street of Shuangqing City, there are properties from Longhe Real Estate. Whatever you wish for, we can provide. After much contemplation, Qian finally suggested, then I would like a storefront, preferably in a university town, to embark on a small business venture. She had pondered this last night on the bus, caught between dreams and reality. Given her and Lin Bai's limited capital, they could not afford a large enterprise, and lacking management expertise, the risk of failure was high. It would be prudent to start small, investing around 30 to 50,000 to test the waters and acquire some management knowledge before scaling up their next venture. As for a modest business, a beverage shop would be ideal, catering to the tastes of university students, selling bubble tea and snacks, perhaps with a photo booth outside. A space of around 10 square meters would suffice. Old Man Hao then picked up the phone and commanded in an authoritative tone, Prepare a storefront for Miss Li Qian in the prime location of the university town. What? You say there are no larger spaces available? Only some 10 to 20 square meter shops? Nonsense. Tear down all the partitions of those small shops and combine them into a spacious area of over 200 square meters, exquisitely decorated with gold and silver embellishments. Get it done immediately. Qian gasped, instinctively tightening her grip, nearly breaking the armrest of the bamboo sofa. Yet, she did not refuse. Since it was a gift meant for Xiao Bai, the more extravagant the better. She had no reason to decline. After presenting the gifts, Old Man Hao departed with a throng of his subordinates. The young girl lingered at the computer repair shop, insisting that Lin Bai reveal the latest scientific advancements he had employed. Her intentions were not to pilfer knowledge of cutting-edge medical techniques. Rather, she sought to dispel her own confusion. All she required was for Lin Bai to disclose the methods he had utilized, without the necessity of delving into intricate technical details. Alas, despite her relentless coercion and tempting offers, such as brandishing a chainsaw or promising 10 beautiful companions for the night, Lin Bai remained resolutely silent. Though he harbored a desire for those 10 beauties, it was a wish he could not fulfill. As May approached its midpoint, the season of summer had already begun in Shuangqing, with daytime temperatures soaring to 27 degrees Celsius. The sun grew increasingly fierce, and cicadas began their incessant cries from the trees. Even sitting at the doorstep, one could easily break into a sweat without engaging in any activity. Lin Bai had made considerable progress in mastering the demon tongue, capable of conversing in numerous phrases. The female demon lord occasionally spoke to him in that language, and they would exchange several sentences before Lin Bai's forgetfulness would bring their dialogue to a halt. The clothing of women had become increasingly scant, and Lin Bai found himself beset by a restless fire within him. In the quiet of the night, he resorted to watching Zhang Ziji's films repeatedly. Eventually, the repetition grew tiresome. She ought to release a new film, for the current one had grown stale with its limited repertoire of moves. Lin Bai contemplated the prospect of wielding a camera one night, utilizing his superhuman flying abilities to capture fresh footage outside her window. The spider suit lay tucked away in a box, untouched by anyone. Though he had a desire to gift it to Qianqian, he ultimately refrained after careful consideration. Qianqian was not only preoccupied with her studies, but was also intent on exploring small business ventures. She seemed eager to wisely invest the 700 yuan she had, constantly mulling over various ideas. She was already burdened with enough fatigue. To impose the weight of the Spider-Man mantle upon her might lead to her ill health. Peter Parker, the original Spider-Man, had been utterly exhausted, even unable to spare time for his girlfriend, and Qianqian could not follow in his footsteps. Life at home had become increasingly difficult. Lunch consisted yet again of hot pot. Aunt Qin, the second generation, brought the hot pot to Lin Bai's home, placing it on the induction stove, and then wheeled in a cart brimming with ingredients: tofu skin, enoki mushrooms, tripe, pig's blood stew, rice cakes, sliced pork, kung fu beef balls, and a specified brand of luncheon meat, Mei Lin, along with a designated brand of ham sausage, Wang Zhongwang. The female demon lord had developed a discerning palate, now aware of which dishes paired well with specific brands. Had it not been for Mei Lin's luncheon meat, she would have spat it out upon tasting. Aunt Qin chuckled, proclaiming, "This is the mark of a connoisseur. We can easily satisfy ordinary fools with standard luncheon meat, but only seasoned experts like Sister Bawanghua can appreciate the quality of Mei Lin." Lin Bai covered his face with his hand. Such skills need not be flaunted, and was it not already embarrassing enough? Surrounded by a multitude of women at the hot pot table, including Qianqian, the female demon lord, the fierce young girl, the female assassin, the policewoman, and himself, Lin Bai found his ears overwhelmed as they would easily discuss the minutiae of trivial matters for hours on end. Qianqian carefully cooked the tripe, placing it gently into Lin Bai's wrist. In truth, Lin Bai was also cooking for her. The policewoman and the female assassin were convinced that Lin Bai and the domineering flower were indeed a couple, as they even possessed a marriage certificate. They were utterly astonished by Lin Bai's audacity to prepare food for another woman in front of his wife, rendering them speechless. It was quite shocking that such a delicate girl as Qianqian would dare to flirt with the man of the domineering flower. At least they would not dare to engage in such behavior, fearing a violent backlash. To avoid provoking these two, the female demon queen feigned ignorance, wearing a jealous expression as she coldly remarked, "You cook for her, she cooks for you, and in the end, it's still one piece for each of you. You might as well cook for yourselves. How pretentious." The fierce lowly nodded in agreement, stating, "From a results-oriented perspective, your actions are equivalent to cooking for yourselves, lacking any practical significance and merely complicating the process. If the programmers at Tianshu Technology were to code this way, I'd have my father fire them." Lin Bai had nothing kind to say to the two, letting out a cold snort. "You are not even human. You cannot comprehend the delicate emotions of humanity." The female demon queen did not dispute this statement, but the fierce lowly was quite dissatisfied. "Though I have yet to reach adulthood, I am undoubtedly human." Lin Bai scoffed. "Do you know what quantifier people use when referring to lowless? 1 lowly, 2 lowless, 3 lowless. Do you think such quantifiers are fitting for humans?" The fierce lowly conceded defeat, realizing that engaging in banter with Lin Bai was a futile endeavor. Despite his foolishness, her intelligence was off the charts. Yet she lost every time they exchanged words. Only by resorting to her chainsaw could she hope to turn the tide. However, when she brandished it, everyone at the table was outraged, forcing her to relent. Lin Bai rolled his eyes. Let's focus on the main issue. Why are you here eating in my house? With an alluring vixen around, it was unbearable to witness my father being all lovey-dovey. The fierce lowly tossed a quail egg in her mouth. I'd rather play here. I'm still waiting for you to confess the truth about your illness. Oh, that woman in the floral dress is about to become your stepmother? Lin Bai found it amusing. Not yet. The fierce lowly smirked. I can tell that dad hasn't succeeded yet. That woman is quite a character, captivating his soul, but refusing to sleep with him. Now that's a real skill. Ever since mom passed away, dad has often gone out to entertain women, tossing one aside after another. But this time he hasn't been able to, so he hasn't discarded her either. Ha, serves him right. Though it was the height of summer, Lin Bai was covered in a cold sweat. What kind of lowly was this? Understanding such matters at the age of 12, what would become of her when she grew up? After a long moment, he realized he had strayed from the main point and quickly returned to the previous topic. That doesn't justify your presence in my house. Whether or not you have a vixen in your family is of no concern to me. You can't just mooch off me without consequence. Is hot pot free? The fierce lowly slammed a stack of money onto the table, declaring, this meal is on me. Lin Bai suddenly recalled that she was an incredibly wealthy young lady, with a family running a substantial technology company involved in both civilian and military sectors. It was likely that her family possessed even greater wealth than old Liu. With that in mind, he thought there would be no issue. The little princess was free to indulge. Lin Bai's demeanor shifted instantly as he reached for the stack of money, only to realize that the female overlord had already placed her hand atop it, casting him a sidelong glance that was both playful and mocking, prompting him to withdraw his hand. With no outlet for his frustration, he turned his attention to the flat-chested female officer, inquiring, what's your situation? Are you here to mooch again? There are no free supplies for you today. The flat-chested officer shrugged and replied, I suspect the Jinju gang will be making significant moves soon, so I'm here to lie in wait. Lin Bai covered his face with his hand, exclaiming, who doesn't he know that the old street is protected by 2 iron flowers? The only place in the entire Shuangqing city where the Jinju gang cannot be found is the old street. And you come here to lie in wait? Can you focus on the main issue? The flat-chested officer retorted with a smirk. The old street is the most likely target for an attack by the Jinju gang. So lying in wait here is far better than running around aimlessly. See, I even applied for a gun, showcasing the firearm holstered at her waist. This woman was serious. Lin Bai scoffed, thinking that with the female overlord present, it was not her place to engage in a police and thief shootout. As if they were in a 1970s Hong Kong action film. Did she think she was a hero like Xiao Ma? Turning his gaze to the female assassin. Before he could speak, she preempted him, stating, I'm here to sleep. It has little to do with hot pot. This dish is too spicy for my taste. So don't worry about me eating you out of house and home. Rest assured, as before, I shall only sleep during the day and return to bed to you at night. A lecherous grin immediately appeared on Lin Bai's face as he teased, mixed blood young lady. Don't you feel cold sleeping alone all the time? Wouldn't it be better to find someone to keep you company? Suddenly, a flying knife whizzed past Lin Bai's face, embedding itself in the door behind him. The mixed-blood female assassin remarked earnestly, if you were more serious and less lascivious, your chances of charming women would significantly increase. A chorus of agreement erupted from the other women, except for Qian, who chuckled, you don't understand Xiao Bai. He does this intentionally because he never actually considers pursuing women. This deliberate rejection of women showcases his innocence. Her confident assertion, accompanied by a smile, left the other women sweating profusely. How could she perceive innocence in Lin Bai? Was innocence synonymous with lewdness? How is your little business venture coming along, Qian? Lin Bai decided to inquire about his 700 yuan investment. The storefront is currently under renovation, Qian replied cautiously, omitting that it was a gift from old Hao. Fearing the female overlord would seize it, she continued, I've already ordered tables and chairs, as well as pots and pans. I've also procured a photo booth machine and established supply channels for milk tea and snacks. We're just waiting for the renovation to complete before opening. Lin Bai smiled and asked, what is the total investment? Over 22,000. Indeed, establishing a shop cannot be accomplished with such a modest investment, primarily because no funds were expended on the premises. Even the renovation costs were borne by old Hao. It merely required gathering a sum to purchase some furniture and equipment. leading to a total expenditure of just over 20,000. Lin Bai took out a calculator and began tapping furiously, chuckling. My 700 yuan constitutes 3% of this. If I can earn 5,000 yuan each month, I shall receive 150 yuan. Haha, enough for some cigarettes. The women collectively gasped in disbelief. One may be impoverished, but to such an extent is simply unacceptable. Perhaps it is futile to reason with Lin Bai. Better to focus on enjoying the hot pot. Qian Qian yearned to inform him that all that money was indeed his, and that he possessed a 100% share. Yet the avaricious female tyrant beside her rendered her silent. As they were indulging in their meal, a large truck suddenly pulled up outside, and numerous dark-skinned workers jumped down. The leader retrieved a key and unlocked Jiejia's hair salon, promptly beginning to unload their tools. Their movements were efficient, within mere minutes. They had tidied the shop and commenced painting the walls. Some were nailing the counter, while others busily cut glass. Lin Bai felt a surge of excitement. Jiejia had finally returned. However, Qian Qian, oblivious to the truth, peeked across the street with a sense of longing, lamenting, Sister Jiejia has become a part of history. We will have a new neighbor now. I wonder how well we will get along. Lin Bai reassured her, fear not. I have a premonition that this new neighbor will be a warm-hearted individual, someone easy to get along with. Just then, a taxi arrived, and from it emerged a woman clad in a black shirt and black tailored shorts. Her figure was alluring, exuding an intoxicating charm, yet she possessed a frigid demeanor. Her unadorned face bore no expression, resembling an ice sculpture, with her hair neatly pinned back, devoid of any embellishments. This was a quintessential office lady, rigid, aloof, and entirely lacking in warmth. She strode into the midst of the renovation workers, her expression stern as she began to berate them. One moment scolding an individual for their sluggishness, the next chastising another for their lack of skill, truly a female tyrant. Lin Bai firmly believed she embodied the essence of a female demon, in stark contrast to the gluttonous and money-driven woman beside him, who bore no resemblance to a tyrant whatsoever. The group of women pointed at the icy beauty and remarked to Lin Bai, "Is this the so-called warm-hearted individual you spoke of? Extremely easy to get along with? It must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps it was the manner of her rising this morning that had gone awry." Lin Bai gazed at the icy beauty, feeling a sense of trepidation. She resembled Jiejia in physique, yet her countenance was perplexing. Where had the cheerful, accommodating woman who used to greet customers with a smile disappeared to? Could such a cold visage sell subpar mobile phones? One might as well frighten away the clientele. Upon scrutinizing her face, he noted the absence of makeup, akin to Qian Qian's natural beauty. Yet while Qian Qian's visage radiated warmth, hers emanated a chilling aura, repelling those who approached. Lin Bai rose from his seat, placing the bowl in his hand down, and remarked with a chuckle, "Do not be hasty. This woman, though seemingly aloof, possesses a heart as fervent as fire. I am certain she is quite agreeable. If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate my enthusiastic engagement with our new neighbor." After making his grand declaration, Lin Bai strutted across the street with an air of arrogance, trailed by a throng of women who craned their necks in anticipation of his performance. Upon reaching the icy beauty, Lin Bai flashed a cheerful smile and said, "Greetings. I am Lin Bai, the proprietor of the computer repair shop across the street. From now on, we shall conduct our business in proximity, so let us coexist harmoniously." With that, he winked and signaled with a glance. The frosty beauty, Yi Qing, coldly stated her name, dismissing Lin Bai's gesture. She cast a glance at the computer repair shop across the street, where, in broad daylight, a group of women were congregated, seemingly engaged in a hot pot gathering, which hardly appeared to be a legitimate business. A flicker of skepticism crossed her eyes as she inquired, "Is your shop genuinely for computer repairs?" Lin Bai thought to himself, "Feign all you like," yet replied with a grin, "It is indeed a bona fide computer repair establishment. Should your computer encounter any issues, feel free to bring it over for repairs." Yi Qing frowned, expressing her skepticism, "No matter how I perceive it. Your shop resembles a beauty salon. Is it not true that by nightfall, you will remove the computer repair sign and replace it with a sign for Shao by Beauty and Hairdressing, with pink lights illuminating the interior? While those women don vibrant attire to attract customers, your standards seem rather low, considering there is a young girl, no more than 11 or 12, involved in such business. Beware of divine retribution. And those two burly men standing nearby, are they your enforcers?" With a sigh of exasperation, she lamented, "What misfortune have I brought upon myself? Having to operate a small business directly across from a beauty salon? How terribly unlucky." Lin Bai, unable to contain himself, erupted in laughter, spewing a piece of tripe he had just consumed. The women across the street simultaneously burst out with laughter as well, expelling fish balls, mushrooms, and gourmet sausages from their mouths. The female assassin, radiating an aura of menace, retorted, "How dare you imply that I am a beauty salon worker? You are courting death." The fierce little girl, in a fit of rage, brandished a chainsaw, exclaiming, "It is unjust to presume I, a minor, partake in such business. A flawless procedure must undergo rigorous testing to yield accurate results, and conclusions drawn without clear conditions must be corrected." The female police officer drew her firearm, inspecting the bullets within, declaring, "I am an esteemed officer of the people, and how dare you label me as a lady of the night? I shall charge you with defamation and have you imprisoned for a month." Qian, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, fell silent, while the female overlord laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed. Hypocrisy at its finest. "You cannot disdain the beauty industry simply because you no longer partake in it," Lin Bai whispered nervously as he edged closer to the icy beauty. "Sister Jejia, please stop. You've gone too far. The women across the street are coming over with murderous intent." "Jejia?" The icy beauty scoffed. "I am not acquainted with anyone by that name. I am Yi Qing. Why are you inching closer? If you come any nearer, I shall call the authorities." "Well, you're not Jejia. I am referring to Sister Yeching. Please stop this charade." "Hello, is this the police station? There's a man harassing me, casually calling me sister, and he clearly seems unsavory. Could you please send a few officers to apprehend him?" The icy beauty surprisingly initiated a call to the authorities, startling Lin Bai. Was this truly not Jejia? Had he mistaken her identity? "No need to involve the police. I am the one you seek." A female officer appeared before the icy beauty, displaying her badge, and firmly grasped Lin Bai's shoulder, escorting him back to his doorstep. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Lin Bai's expression. Was this the individual you described as aloof in appearance yet fiery in spirit, easy to engage with? What happened to the amiable exchanges with the neighbors? Lin Bai concealed his face with his hands, conceding, "All right, I admit my approach this morning was flawed. After a good sleep, I shall certainly be different." The following day, Lin Bai rose early, opening the roll-up door to a cascade of golden sunlight. It was a splendid day, with temperatures likely to surpass 30 degrees. Clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt and oversized shorts, he appeared even more casual than the flamboyant shirts worn by the members of the Jinju gang. Glancing across the street, he noticed that the sign for the shop opposite had been hung. Unlike the illiterates of the old street, the icy beauty had chosen a name of considerable sophistication for her establishment, a Heart of Ice, with a modest inscription "Mobile Phone Store" emblazoned beneath in smaller letters. This sign was a stark departure from the street's usual aesthetic, revealing the owner as a cultured individual. Qing Grandma Hot Pot, Old Lady Rice Noodles, and Xiao by Computer Repair clearly did not align with the Heart of Ice. Lin Bai began to doubt whether his morning routine was once again amiss. It was indeed a mobile phone store. It must belong to Jejia, yet everything, from the exterior to the essence, seemed transformed. The shop was ready for business after merely a day of renovations, having undergone only a fresh coat of white paint and the arrangement of the display counters. Unlike the shops on a main street, those on the old street did not require grandeur. Even a cultured owner would deem such minimalistic decor satisfactory. Lin Bai extended his hand towards the female tyrant, who had just descended the stairs. "Hand over the money. I need to purchase a phone." The female tyrant chuckled. "You were just thoroughly dealt with by her yesterday. Is it truly wise to now patronize her business? I promised Jejia I would be her first customer. A man of his word must uphold his promise. But she is not Jejia. She is Yeching." The female tyrant playfully draped her arms around Lin Bai's neck. Why bother with her? Rather than engage with a mysterious woman, why not indulge in some affection with your dear wife? We should occasionally nurture our relationship. Insanity. If I reach out for affection, I would find myself bound by dark chains. I refuse to fall for that trick. Just give me the money. I am determined to purchase a phone from that store. The female tyrant produced 10,000 yuan and placed it in Lin Bai's hands. "You ought to acquire a decent phone to maintain appearances. Every time you pull out that Nokia 8250, it brings shame upon me, the one who is supposedly your wife." "You're not my wife." Lin Bai snorted softly and, clutching the money, crossed the street. The newly opened mobile phone store was still permeated with the scent of fresh renovations, a melange of paint, varnish, and new wood. It was rumored that lingering too long in such an environment could lead to leukemia. Fortunately, unlike typical residences, this establishment boasted a large entrance and ample ventilation, allowing the odor to dissipate quickly. Within 10 days, it would be no more, rendering any concerns about leukemia moot. The icy beauty sat behind a glass counter, with a myriad of mobile phones displayed in the glass showcase. Lin Bai found it difficult to discern whether these phones were legitimate or counterfeit, though he suspected a majority were the latter, with just a few genuine items to appease any surprise inspections. Noticing a customer enter, the icy beauty rose, donning a professional smile, but upon recognizing Lin Bai, her expression transformed back to one of frosty indifference. "You again? I scrutinized your shop last night. It is indeed not a beauty salon, as there were no red lights and the girls did not venture out to attract customers. I apologize for my earlier misjudgment, but I have no intention of befriending you, so please refrain from disturbing me in the future." Lin Bai's confidence in whether this woman was indeed Jia had waned. Yet this did not deter him from fulfilling his promise. He had vowed to be the first customer of this shop, and he intended to uphold that commitment. "I am here to purchase a phone. You wouldn't chase away a customer, would you?" The icy beauty's professional smile returned. "Ah, customer. That changes everything. Please feel free to browse. I recommend this Mountain Star phone. 43 inches of glorious display, dual-core processor, top-notch performance, and a 5-megapixel camera that captures stunning photos. All for just 1,000 yuan. Lin Bai covered his face with his hand, recognizing the icy beauty as a fraud. Indeed, an absolute charlatan. Despite her seemingly earnest demeanor, she was clearly a temptress. Not a single word she had uttered was credible. "Did you just say a 43-inch screen qualifies as large? And a dual-core processor is top-notch? A 5-megapixel camera is only fit for photographing a basket of vegetables. I may not be well-educated, but you cannot dazzle me with your empty rhetoric. I am a computer technician, after all, and I possess a modicum of understanding regarding technology. Such a piece of junk is hardly worth 1,000. With a pout, Lin Bai declared, "I require a phone with a display of at least 55 inches, a processor with 4 cores or more, ideally 8 cores, and a camera with no less than 13 megapixels. Otherwise, I shall not consider it." A flicker of doubt crossed the icy beauty's face. "The specifications you desire will be quite expensive. You won't be able to get one for less than 3,000 or 4,000. Her gaze swept over Lin Bai's tattered t-shirt and shorts, taking in his shabby appearance. "Are you truly intent on purchasing such a device?" "Indeed, I am," Lin Bai asserted, slamming 10,000 yuan onto the counter with an air of bravado. "I have money. Treat me well, and I shall ensure your business flourishes in the future." Although he couldn't shake the feeling that she might be Jia, he resolved to treat her as a stranger for the time being. It seems that those who possess little money often feel the need to flaunt it when they do. The icy beauty felt a pang of annoyance at his ostentatious display. What was a mere 10,000 yuan after all? Would it not be more impressive if he had $1 million to flaunt? Reluctantly, I picked up the latest model of the Shanxing Note 4 and handed it to Lin Bai, saying, "Take a look at this. It should meet your requirements. By the way, there's also the Li Z6 Plus, Huawei Mate 7, and Xiaomi 4, all of which align with your needs." Ultimately, Lin Bai chose 2 Huawei Mate 7 devices, dismissing the Shanxing and Li Z as foreign goods. Although these foreign brands may appear impressive upon disassembly, their components reveal nothing more than standard motherboards, chips, and memory modules. Yet, they are priced at twice that of domestic products, a classic case of branding driving exorbitant costs, which Lin Bai scoffed at. Well, let us not overanalyze. The truth is that he simply couldn't bring himself to spend excessively. The elegant yet frustrated Ice Mountain beauty found it ironic that, despite operating a store specializing in gray market phones, the first sale was for 2 Huawei devices, which were legitimate. There are no gray market domestic phones. These 2 were entirely genuine. This was a rather ironic start to what was supposed to be a clandestine business venture. Could they still boldly claim to sell gray market goods? Upon returning to his own store, Lin Bai found the female demon sitting at the entrance, elegantly holding a brownie chocolate cake in her left hand and a latte in her right. She always appeared graceful, except when indulging in hot pot. "So, how was your interaction with the new neighbor?" Quite smooth, I presume. Ha ha ha. You must tell me, is that woman really Jia Jia? You surely know. Why should I divulge that to you? The female demon chuckled, resembling a cunning fox, for indeed, she was one. I take great delight in watching you squirm. I will never reveal the truth. You'll have to ponder it yourself. There was no point in reasoning with her. Lin Bai shot her a disdainful glance and tossed her a phone. Here, this one is yours. I have no need for a phone. The female demon replied with a mischievous grin. No matter where you are, you can transmit your thoughts directly to my mind. But I can't send anything back to you. It's a one-sided conversation. Lin Bai grumbled as he inserted a SIM card into the phone, one he had set aside, and simply handed it over to her. After quite some time configuring the two new devices, Lin Bai found his contact list sparse. Only about 20 or 30 numbers, mostly of old neighbors. The female demon fared even worse, with Lin Bai as her sole contact, staring at the solitary line of numbers in her phone book. She froze for a moment, an odd sensation rising from deep within her. The brownie and latte were cast aside as her mind seemed to drift back to the demon realm, a drizzly day under a bleak sky, surrounded by dark mountains and lurking monsters. In her childhood, she had hidden in a small cave, gazing out with terror at the horrifying scenes outside. Outside the cave, a colossal demon flower looms, its gaping maw voraciously consuming a petite sorceress, the sole companion of the demon queen. The two had ventured out together in search of sustenance, only for her to become the flower's unfortunate meal. The young sorceress weeps, her tears cascading as her head slowly succumbs to the flower's belly. The demon queen longs to rescue her, yet feels utterly powerless. From that fateful day onward, she is left without friends. Cursed be the demon flower. The demon queen exhaled deeply, and as her mood soured, the air was suffused with a chilling, oppressive aura, heavy as a mountain and terrifying to the bone. Lin Bai, perplexed, stood by with his phone in hand, unaware of the turmoil unfolding. The demon queen recognized her descent into madness and hastily glanced at her phone, where a single number remained. Her gaze softened, and the chilling, terrifying presence gradually dissipated. She ascended the stairs, and within moments dialed Lin Bai's number. Crazy. Why are you calling me from upstairs? Lin Bai shouted into the phone. I merely wish to test this human invention. The demon queen replied softly. Even when you are not beside me, hearing your voice makes it feel as though you are here. There is a saying, though miles apart, we are as neighbors, which perfectly encapsulates this situation, does it not? That saying does not refer to phone calls. We are truly neighbors. No, we are family. Closer than mere neighbors, Lin Bai retorted, still shouting. Do not waste your phone credit. In truth, the phone call was not the crux of Lin Bai's ire. He feared the waste of money more than the madness of their conversation. The demon queen, initially inclined to anger, found herself softened by the notion of family, her strength waning as she reclined on the bed, unable to muster even a finger's movement. With a sultry voice, she murmured, Darling, if you come upstairs, I shall attend to you in every conceivable manner. Stop deceiving me. The moment I ascend, I shall be ensnared by those black chains. And I will not fall for your tricks, Lin Bai retorted before hanging up. The demon queen chuckled heartily, rolling on the bed, her gaze slightly dazed as she mused. I brought this upon myself. I had bullied him too much in the past. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. At noon, the household was once more set for a hot pot feast. A raucous assembly of gluttons gathered once again. This time, however, there was a slight variation. The ferocious Loli was absent, replaced by the esteemed Miss Lu. Miss Lu clearly had no fondness for Aunt Chin's hot pot, consuming only a couple of bites before halting. Lin Bai, incensed, remarked, Miss Lu, how could you be dining at my home? Without a hint of reservation, Miss Lu replied, My grandfather has been exceedingly busy lately, coming and going at odd hours with a throng of bodyguards. When he returns home, their attire is often stained with blood. I have no idea what he is up to, but I feel restless at home, so I came here to spend some time. It's lively and full of people, which I enjoy. The flat-chested policewoman cast a disdainful glance at her, pondering, does this child even realize her grandfather is a gang leader? Forget it. Since he won't tell you, what business do I have as an outsider? Lu Tai's Ho retired from the martial world 30 years ago to become a respectable citizen. Yet the Jinju gang has forcibly dragged him back into the fray, which is truly exasperating. Do they think we, the police, have nothing better to do? Why didn't that young girl come today? Lin Bai felt quite vexed, yesterday that young girl treated everyone, and it would have been wonderful if she had come again today to do the same. Miss Liu whispered, I heard that Wang Jingyu from Tianshu Technology has gone missing. Perhaps she went to find her father. Missing? This startled everyone. Miss Liu continued, recently, a woman in a floral dress has been persistently following Wang Jingyu. This matter is no longer a secret within the circle. Wang Jingyu seems quite taken with her. It is said that they went for a drive to the outskirts yesterday afternoon, but did not return home that night. By this morning, there was still no sign of them. If anyone's father were missing, they wouldn't have the appetite for hot pot either. Lin Bai suddenly understood and couldn't help but chuckle. The seductress has finally ensnared her prey. Huh, what age are we in, yet we still witness such elopements. The fierce young girl might very well be wielding a chainsaw in search of her father right now. Ha ha ha. In the outskirts of Shuangqing City, Silver Knife Gorge. Silver Knife Gorge is a renowned tourist destination, a national quad-A-level scenic area, situated 90 kilometers from the city center, just over an hour's drive away. At an elevation of 880 meters, it features attractions like the Hidden Knife Cave and the natural bathing area of the Central Gorge. With its steep cliffs, majestic mountains, clear waters, and numerous waterfalls and pools, the area boasts remarkable natural beauty. Wang Jingyu, the CEO of Tianshu Technology, walked hand in hand with a young woman in a floral dress as they entered the Hidden Knife Cave, enveloped in romance. The enchanting lady smiled charmingly, captivating Wang Jingyu's very soul. His phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket, with calls from the fierce young girl, yet he had no inclination to answer. With such a beguiling siren by his side, who had the time to concern themselves with a girl who fancied wielding a chainsaw? Wang Jingyu, somewhat entranced, chuckled Xiao Mei. You promised me this time you wouldn't stand me up. The floral-dressed enchantress giggled. I know, I want to play tricks on you this time. Let us find a secluded spot in the cave to enjoy some intimate moments. Hee. I do love places like this. Wang Jingyu felt his resolve weaken under her charm. A few burly bodyguards forged ahead, leading the way deeper into the cave. As they ventured further in, they were surrounded by unusual stalactites. Yet Wang Jingyu had no interest in admiring them, his focus solely on the beauty beside him. Suddenly, the leading bodyguard grunted and collapsed to the ground, prompting the others to shout in alarm. Shadows flitted within the cave as a group of men clad in floral shirts emerged from the darkness, brandishing steel pipes and firearms. Caught off guard, the bodyguards were swiftly overpowered in an instant. Wang Jingyu was terrified. What do you want from us? He possesses a certain elegance, even in this dire moment, as he does not hesitate to pull the alluring femme fatale behind him, using his own body as a shield. Suddenly, he feels something hard pressing against his lower back. She is wielding a petite handgun. So, you were in cahoots with him? Wang Jingyu realizes he has fallen into a cleverly orchestrated trap set by nefarious individuals. No wonder this woman was so forward in her advances, yet tantalizingly distant, maintaining an exquisite tension that was evidently a calculated maneuver. Allow me to reintroduce myself, the woman in the floral dress says, lifting the hem of her skirt with one hand and lightly curtsying. The fabric flutters gracefully, illuminated by the dim light of the cave, resembling a delicate butterfly in flight. I am the leader of the butterfly squad of the Golden Bamboo Gang, known colloquially in the underworld as the Flower Butterfly. The Golden Bamboo Gang? Wang Jingyu gasps. Taken aback, this notorious syndicate has recently been on a rampage, targeting prominent figures across various locales. Just in Shuangqing City alone, several incidents have occurred, with famous actor Zhang Zhizhi and business mogul Lu Guoqiang among their victims. He never imagined they would extend their reach to Tianshu Technology. You seek a ransom, I presume? Wang Jingyu feigns composure. As long as you do not harm me, I shall offer a satisfactory sum. The flower butterfly smiles. Of course, we desire money, but we require something far more intriguing. She pauses. Our gang has recently incurred the wrath of a formidable adversary. She is a special forces soldier, a genetically modified individual who can evade bullets. Even the snipers sent to eliminate her have inexplicably been rendered inept. Thus, we need a powerful piece of equipment to confront her. Yes, the versatile individual armor currently under development at Tianshu Technology. Not the civilian version, mind you, but the military-grade one. The scene shifts to the following day at noon, where the exuberant little girl, known for her eagerness to pay the bill, finally arrives at the hot pot restaurant. Lin Bai is overwhelmed with emotion, quickly ushering the fierce little girl to a seat, pulling out a chair with a smile. Little princess, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. You'll be treating us today, won't you? The fierce little girl nonchalantly tosses a stack of money onto the table, her lavishness endearing her to Lin Bai. Unlike Lin Bai, who fixates on trivial sums, she is focused on more significant matters. "I can't help but laugh," she exclaims. "Dad tried to flirt with a femme fatale, but ended up being outsmarted, falling victim to a scam that cost him 50 million in ransom. Now he's at home, dejectedly answering police inquiries. How can you still laugh?" Lin Bai feels a chill run down his spine. 50 million is an enormous loss. If that money were mine, I would escape the life of a loser and ascend to greatness. Your family lost such a fortune, and you find it amusing? Be serious. The female officer, absent from the hot pot gathering, is likely at Wang Jingyu's residence, while the female assassin beside them chuckles. 50 million is trivial. That armor is the true treasure. Mr. Lin, please focus on what truly matters. The Jiao characters have always struggled to grasp the crux of matters. Lin Bai was preoccupied with cash and had not taken the time to ponder the value of the armor. Upon hearing a remark, he exclaimed, "Ah, indeed. That armor is far more valuable. If it were in my possession, I would sell it in an instant. Enough of your laughter. If you continue, I shall retaliate." The ferocious little girl laughed so hard she could barely breathe. "What do I have to be upset about? My father has been indulging in affairs to the point of forgetting my deceased mother. Now, having learned his lesson, why shouldn't I find amusement in this?" The little girl laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground until tears streamed down her face. Curled up in a ball, she cradled her head in her hands, appearing utterly tormented, murmuring, "If only you hadn't passed away, mother. Since your departure, father has been gallivanting with women, and now he finally faces the consequences." Qian promptly lifted her into her arms, unsure of what words could offer solace. The group had lost all interest in the hot pot, except for the female demon king, who remained unaffected, happily scooping up bean curd skin and munching away. Before long, the female police officer arrived. The hot pot appeared untouched, with numerous plates of vegetables still resting at the edge of the pot, unscathed. The officer, at ease, picked up enoki mushrooms and tossed them into the pot, adding a couple of rice cakes. "Are you here to enjoy some leisure time?" Lin Bai inquired, curious. "Shouldn't you be investigating at Wang Jingyu's place? Hurry and pursue the Jinju gang." The officer's face flushed momentarily, perhaps embarrassed by the implication of idleness, but she quickly regained her composure and replied seriously, "I am here to investigate. A significant crime occurred last night, prompting the mobilization of police across the city. Indeed, the victim is right here in Qian's embrace, and we are well aware of the events leading up to this. What brings you to the old street for your investigation?" Lin Bai retorted, "Only trivial matters occur here, like a pickpocket snatching a wallet, or old cheese selling counterfeit cigarettes, or the 32-year-old plagiarizing someone else's novel, infringing on copyright. An amount as substantial as 50 million could buy the entire old street. What major case could possibly unfold here?" The officer shook her head, stating, "After thorough questioning about the incident, we discovered that the one who kidnapped Wang Jingyu is the Jinju gang's butterfly flower." She explicitly stated that the armor was intended to deal with the Overlord flower. Thus, the old street has become a pivotal location for the entire case, and butterfly flower could strike at any moment. Where else would I conduct my investigation, if not here? How frightening. Lin Bai scoffed. The ferocious little girl emerged from Qian's embrace, wiped her tears, and earnestly inquired, "Is it true? Will butterfly flower attack this street?" The officer nodded. "The likelihood is quite high." "Excellent. She had better come soon. I intend to make her regret it." The fierce little girl leapt to her feet and called to her driver, "Hurry, take me back to the Tianshu Technology Building." In an instant, both the girl and the car vanished from sight, leaving one to wonder what her intentions were. The female assassin stretched languidly and remarked, "It seems this place is not suitable for slumber at the moment. I shall take my leave. This matter does not concern our Rose Knights." Miss Lu's countenance darkened as she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I will return to consult my grandfather and see if he can assist you." Having spoken, she vanished like a gust of wind. At the hot pot table, only Lin Bai, Qian, the female demon lord, and the female officer remained. A flicker of panic crossed Qian's face, yet Lin Bai chuckled softly, patting her shoulder reassuringly. "Do not fear, we are safe. Pack your belongings and head to Shuangqing University to stay for a couple of days. Do not rush back. I shall call you once the butterfly is captured." "How can that be?" Qian protested, desiring to share in Lin Bai's tribulations. "It is perfectly fine," Lin Bai replied with a grin. "This gives us a chance to streamline our little business. My investment of 700 yuan will soon yield dividends." In truth, Lin Bai did not perceive any danger in the old street. With the female demon lord stationed there, no armor would suffice. Anyone entering the realm of Iron Flower would undoubtedly be ground to dust. However, the chaos of blades, flames, and flying bullets, combined with the spectacle of people being captured and lined up in submission, was best kept from Qian Qian's innocent gaze, which he hoped would remain untainted for eternity. Qian Qian obediently packed her belongings and departed. There were still 3 individuals at the hot pot table. Lin Bai glanced sideways at the female officer. "Are you truly intent on staying?" They possess impenetrable armor, immune to fire and water, resembling futuristic warriors. It is said they are augmented with devices enhancing speed and strength. I suspect they are merely a weakened version of Iron Man. What use will you be here with just a small handgun? If the butterfly were to attack, you would scarcely be able to withstand a mere kick. The female officer laughed heartily. "Since I am here, countless police officers must be lurking in ambush around the perimeter of the old street. How could it rely solely on me?" Lin Bai conceded, yet upon reflecting on the notion of invulnerability, he doubted the efficacy of the surrounding police. Undoubtedly, once the battle commenced, the assailants would swiftly breach the old street. And those peripheral officers were not there to fight. They were merely there to witness the spectacle of genetically modified beings clashing with future Iron Titans. In truth, the Flower of Overlord is not particularly captivating. Allow me to regale you with her methods. Lin Bai tapped his chopsticks against a porcelain bowl, providing his own accompaniment as he sang loudly. "She has horns upon her head and a tail behind. No one knows the secrets she hides." The female demon lord shot him a glare, but surprisingly refrained from intervening. His naive melody drifted through the old street, where the astute residents quickly sensed the disturbance. Someone inquired about the commotion, and the news swiftly spread, prompting the townsfolk to return home and secure their doors. The elderly lady at the rice noodle shop locked up. Aunt Cheen closed her hot pot establishment, and Old Chi seized his tobacco stall. As pedestrians noticed the shop's shuttering, they discerned the brewing trouble and hastened to leave. In an instant, the old street was deserted. However, Lin Bai soon spotted the 32-year-old man lurking in the street, inexplicably wielding paper and pen, attempting to conceal himself behind a utility pole at the corner. He certainly lacks the art of stealth, as evidenced by his inadequately concealed figure, with a gaunt backside protruding from behind the telephone pole. "What on earth are you up to, 32? Lin Bai couldn't help but inquire. "I'm gathering material to incorporate this scene into my work, The Queen of Flowers and Little Bai. That book is bound to be a hit. I have numerous readers eagerly following it. Once it is published, subscriptions will pour in. Haha, I am on my way to becoming a literary deity." 32's face gleamed with pride, willing to forego his very life in pursuit of that ambition. Aside from 32, there was also a blind woman on the street, the audacious heroine, armed with a white cane and clad in a dark crimson leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, standing resolutely by the iron flower bed at the end of the street, as if guarding the territory for the female demon king, leaving Lin Bai utterly perplexed. The female officer clicked her tongue, remarking, "This street is teeming with hidden talents. Although that unscrupulous writer is utterly useless, the blind woman at the entrance possesses remarkable prowess. I can discern it at a glance." Lin Bai, fully aware that the phrase hidden talents did not include him, burst into laughter. "I never imagined my concealment was so profound that you could see through it." He continued, "By the way, the Jean Bamboo gang is audaciously disregarding the police. How brazen." The policewoman sighed. "There's nothing we can do. They can easily use their lackeys as scapegoats. For instance, if a lackey in armor were to attack, once we apprehend him, he would take full responsibility for all crimes, leaving the elusive butterfly and the higher-ups of the Jean Bamboo gang completely unscathed, allowing them to roam freely." Lin Bai, after a moment of silence, could not help but assert, "If I were a police officer, I wouldn't care about scapegoats. I'd simply confront the butterfly and eliminate her with a single shot, then do the same to the leader of the Jean Bamboo gang. No matter how many people they bring forth to take the blame, it would be futile. That's precisely why you cannot become a police officer." The female officer shrugged. "You place personal will above the law. The phrase heroes break the law with their martial prowess aptly describes individuals like you. Your methods do more harm than good to society, and are not worthy of endorsement. The complexities surrounding personal will and the law are profound. If all matters were to be strictly governed by the law, there would always be some nefarious individuals exploiting its loopholes, evading justice. However, if we were to disregard the law entirely and punish these evildoers without trial or evidence, it would ultimately disrupt the precious order we strive to maintain. If one person acts thus, soon everyone will follow suit, leading to the collapse of society itself. This dilemma is intricate. Even the wisest individuals in the world cannot resolve it. What right does Lin Bai have to engage in such discussions? He chose silence, only to softly inquire, "What does justice mean to you, officer?" With earnestness, the policewoman replied, "Honor, bravery, sacrifice." "Oh!" Lin Bai erupted in laughter. At that moment, a peculiar ringtone pierced the air. "I am proud of my flat chest. I save fabric for my country." The Liu family is under attack. The absurdity of the lyrics nearly sent Lin Bai soaring. Goodness, whose ringtone is so outrageous? The female officer retrieved her phone from her pocket, scoffing. "What does your expression signify? My ringtone is rather ordinary, isn't it? What is there to be astonished about?" Lin Bai was taken aback. Ordinary? Cold sweat trickled down his back. Once the officer concluded her call, her demeanor shifted dramatically. "We've been deceived. The butterfly is indeed cunning." She informed Wang Jingyu that she would confront the flower of the overlord with armor, yet she has donned it to assault old Liu's residence, leading us all astray. Now, the Liu family estate has transformed into a stronghold for future warriors. Lin Bai exclaimed, "Doesn't that spell trouble?" The female demon king, however, appeared unfazed, laughing heartily. "It's quite sinister. The butterfly style is fascinating, and I find it delightful." The officer sprang to her feet, declaring loudly, "Everyone, let's head to the Liu residence immediately." Suddenly, police officers emerged from every nook and cranny, streets, alleys, rooftops, and behind trees. It was a mystery how they had concealed themselves. They must possess stealth techniques. Police officers employing such skills were unstoppable. Dozens of police cars sped away, the female officer and her colleagues vanishing in an instant. Lin Bai furrowed his brow deeply. "This is dire. We must assist old Liu." The demon king shook her head. "Not going. I'm too lazy to move." "If you won't go, I shall," Lin Bai asserted. Though impoverished, he was loyal. The demon king chuckled. "By the time you arrive in a taxi, you'll only be staring at ruins." Lin Bai paused, suddenly realizing, and shook the demon king's shoulders. "Open a portal for me." "Why should I help old Liu?" The demon king replied, her tone playful. "I am not a superhero dedicated to rescuing others. I have no habit of performing good deeds." Despite her words, she grasped Lin Bai's hand and led him inside the house, ascending to the second floor, where she waved her hand in the air, conjuring a magnificent door. As Lin Bai prepared to dart through, the demon king halted him, seemingly tenderly adjusting his collar, adopting the tone of a wife bidding her husband farewell. "That armor is formidable. You cannot rely solely on brute strength and resilience to combat it. Remember to wear your Superman underwear at the first opportunity." "You actually know I possess Superman underwear," Lin Bai replied, somewhat unsurprised. "I knew those little tricks wouldn't escape your notice. You are quite peculiar. Had I been in your position, I would have eliminated this disobedient heir long ago." The demon king playfully draped an arm around his neck, producing a red marriage certificate. Her voice dripping with affection. "You are my husband. How could I consider murdering my own spouse?" "Enough of this play. Let us proceed," Lin Bai retorted, raising his fist in frustration before leaping into the portal. Once he departed, the demon king casually retrieved a cloth doll from a cabinet, uttering an incantation. With a pop, the doll transformed into a human, mirroring Lin Bai's features, demeanor, and that unmistakably ridiculous aura. The demon king, holding the doll by its neck, descended the stairs, settling into the rocking chair on the porch. The doll, like Lin Bai, unexpectedly sang. She has horns atop her head and a tail behind. None can fathom the multitude of secrets she harbors, her raspy voice indistinguishable from Lin Bai's. Liu Laotu's residence is perched atop a modest hill in the northern outskirts, encompassing a sprawling expanse of land that belongs entirely to his family. The air here is crisp and the shade abundant, making it an ideal sanctuary for rejuvenation. However, the household is sparsely populated. The elite descendants of the Liu family are scattered throughout the city, managing various branches of the family enterprise. Only the elderly Liu Laotu, who has largely relinquished his responsibilities, and his granddaughter Lu Dazhao, who is yet to graduate from university, reside here, accompanied by a throng of men in black suits. Not long ago, Lu Taizhou re-emerged in the fray, clashing with the Jinzhou gang, and this abode has since transformed into a stronghold, with the number of black-suited guards doubling and the security becoming increasingly stringent. Upon returning home, Lu Dazhao rushed into Lu Laotu's study. Although referred to as a study, it contained not a single book, nor even a bookshelf. Instead, a weapon rack stood in the corner, adorned with an array of 18 different weapons. Lu Laotu stood in the center of the empty room, clad in martial arts attire, attentively watching a video on Bahua Yushanzhong projected on the screen. Lu Dazhao broke into a sweat. Could this video truly be of any use? It merely showcased tricks akin to street performances, visually appealing yet practically futile. The older Lu became, the more he seemed to relish these inexplicable pursuits. "Grandfather, there's trouble," Lu Dazhao exclaimed urgently. "The Jinzhou gang's flower butterfly has kidnapped Wang Jingyu and extorted him for Universal Soldier exosuit. They're about to assault the old street. No matter how formidable Mr. Lin may be, he cannot contend with advanced weaponry. Do you have any means to assist him?" Lu Laotu was taken aback. "That exosuit is formidable. Even a rocket launcher cannot breach it. If it falls into the hands of the Jinzhou gang, it spells disaster. I must swiftly gather a force to aid the divine doctor at the old street." As he spoke, a furrow formed on his brow. Years of navigating the underworld had honed his instincts, and he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Are they announcing their intentions before attacking? This isn't the work of the infamous flower butterfly. She is the strategist, the true mastermind. Lu Laotu suddenly leaped to his feet. This could very well be the Jinzhou gang's actual target. "My dear grandson, you must hide in the cellar." As he spoke, the sound of gunfire erupted from outside. A man in a black suit shouted, "Old Lu, the Jinzhou gang is upon us." Lu Dazhao hurried to the cellar, while Lu Laotu donned a bulletproof vest, popped a strength-enhancing pill into his mouth, followed by a copper-skinned, iron-boned one, and then crashed through the window, leaping outside. Below, an entity resembling a futuristic armored warrior, clad in an odd military green exosuit that refracted no sunlight, approached with the imposing presence of a humanoid tank, brandishing a submachine gun as it strode up the hill. Numerous men in black suits opened fire on the futuristic warrior, but the bullets merely ricocheted off its surface. Trouble was indeed brewing. Lu Laotu was acutely aware that the men in black suits were no match for the futuristic warrior. A mere handgun could not penetrate the armor of such a formidable opponent. At the very least, armor-piercing rounds would be required to inflict even minor damage. Yet the Lu family had no access to such ammunition. Engulfed in urgency, he grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Everyone retreat. You cannot contend with this creature." The futuristic warrior charged up the hill, astonishingly producing a rocket launcher from behind, and pulled the trigger aimed at Lu Laotu. Lu rolled aside just in time, as the rocket struck the grand Lu family residence with a thunderous explosion, causing half of the structure to collapse. Debris and bricks flew chaotically, with several pieces striking Lu Laotu. Fortunately, his ironclad physique spared him from injury, but the immense force of the explosion left him with a stinging sensation. It seemed that one dose was insufficient. Lu consumed several more of the copper-skin iron-bone pills, and upon taking the 11th, he realized that his defensive capabilities had reached their limit. This particular remedy could only stack its effects tenfold. Alchemy, after all, was merely an introductory aspect of magic, and its efficacy was limited. The futuristic warrior then hurled a grenade, which exploded beside Lu, sending shrapnel flying. Several fragments struck him, and even with 10 layers of copper-skin iron bone, he struggled to withstand the assault, resulting in several gashes on his skin, from which blood flowed profusely. Rolling behind a crumbling low wall, Lu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "This medicine is called copper-skin iron bone. It appears its effects are somewhat lacking. If only it were named steel-reinforced iron bone, perhaps I would withstand this without injury." The futuristic warrior kicked over the low wall, sneering, "Lu Taizhou, how dare you oppose our Jin Bamboo gang? Today marks your demise." In a moment of desperation, Lu swallowed 9 pieces of the monster power pills, bellowing as he leaped from the rubble, his fist crashing into the chest of the futuristic warrior. The impact produced a resounding boom, sending the warrior several meters backward until he collided with the Lu family's garage. Yet, the futuristic warrior emerged unscathed. The tremendous force merely propelled him away, while the armor's energy dispersal mechanism ensured the soldier within remained unharmed. Rising to his feet, the futuristic warrior laughed heartily. Lu Taizhou, your internal martial arts are indeed formidable, but such skills are outdated. In the face of advanced technology, you are left with no avenue for survival. Simultaneously, 2 grenades were thrown in Lu's direction. He rolled close to the ground, but the grenades exploded nearby, inflicting 2 more wounds upon him. As the smoke began to dissipate, the futuristic warrior suddenly appeared before him. This armor not only boasted exceptional defensive capabilities, but also included enhancements for strength and speed, rendering it immensely powerful and remarkably agile. The warrior's fist connected with Lu Laotu's chest, propelling him backward and creating a human-shaped hole in the grand residence. Following closely, the futuristic warrior leaped onto Lu, raining down blows like a relentless storm. A single punch, or even a couple, might not pose much of a threat. With a body as resilient as his, he could endure. However, as the relentless barrage of blows fell upon him like a torrential downpour, even his ironclad physique began to falter. Old Lu felt his bones creaking under the strain, and the internal organs were starting to suffer from the impacts. He attempted to retaliate, but his opponent deftly evaded his strikes. Striving to rise, he was instead pinned down by the force of his adversary's fists, rendering him unable to stand. Indeed, the might of science should not be underestimated. As the punches continued to rain down upon him, old Lu's once invulnerable body was nearing its breaking point, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. It seemed that Lu Taizhou would meet his end here. A bitter smile crossed his face. After decades of navigating the tumultuous waters of life, he had lived fully, with the lone regret of never having found the wife who left him 30 years ago. He reflected on his past misdeeds. In those days, I was wrong not to heed your words. After having a child, I foolishly brandished a knife in wrath. When you fled, I turned my life around, investing our savings into a modest hot pot restaurant with just 3 tables. For the past 29 years, I have labored diligently, and now I have become a legitimate businessman with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Our granddaughter is already 20. Why have you not returned? As he spat out fresh blood, in the headquarters of the Golden Bamboo Gang, the Butterfly of Flowers sat before a monitor, witnessing this unfolding scene. A future warrior, equipped with a miniature camera, transmitted every detail back to the headquarters via a high-end 4G network. Her brow furrowed deeply. She was not fond of taking lives. Yet the gang leader sat behind her, leaving her no choice but to ponder silently. When will I be able to extricate myself from this organization that regards human life as mere fodder? Lu Tieshou's internal martial prowess proved formidable, allowing him to withstand the relentless onslaught of the future warrior for several blows without perishing, a feat that would have flattened an ordinary person. Unable to contain her frustration, the Butterfly of Flowers inwardly chastised the old man for his foolishness. Could he not feign death? Grandfather! Lu's granddaughter wept inconsolably before the surveillance screen in the cellar. She longed to rush out and confront the enemy, but the door had been trapped under the collapsed structure, leaving her helpless to escape. All she could do was clutch the monitor and sob heart-wrenchingly. At that moment, an unexpected foot emerged from nowhere, delivering a precise kick to the future warrior's chest, sending it hurtling backward and crashing into the Lu family's greenhouse. A man clad in red undergarments worn outside and a mask covering his face suddenly appeared on the scene. After dispatching the future warrior with a kick, he did not pursue immediately. Instead, he leaped onto a high wall, striking a pose he deemed impressive. Before gesticulating dramatically and proclaiming in a theatrical tone, "She was once my everything, but they took her away, along with my kindness and compassion. They have committed an unforgivable error. For now, all that remains of me is a heart encased in ice. Doubt is their breeding ground, fear their sustenance. These despicable and odious creatures have withered the world. Yet, ultimately, they shall be annihilated by my own hand." The surveillance screen cannot be gazed upon directly, for the visuals are too enchanting. The Butterfly of Flowers dares not look. Who is this fool? What on earth is he saying? The Butterfly of Flowers remains oblivious. Yet in the cellar, Miss Lu is acutely aware that this man is Lin Bai. With one hand covering her mouth, tears cascade down her cheeks. Mr. Lin has arrived. How splendid. Perhaps grandfather might be saved. Indeed, this individual is Lin Bai, and, as a hero must, he feels compelled to put on a show. Lin Bai initially intended to recite a few verses of poetry, but regrettably, his knowledge is insufficient to conjure them forth. Though he can still recall the opening lines of the bright moonlight before my bed, it seems inappropriate here. He also knows a stanza from Man Jiang Hong, but alas, his opponent is a robot, not the Hulu, making it an unsuitable choice. Ultimately, he resorts to borrowing a line from the League of Legends character Lucian, delivering a grandiose proclamation filled with mystery. Noticing that his adversary fails to comprehend his words, Lin Bai places his left hand on his hip and points dramatically at the future warrior. I speak of you and the Golden Bamboo Gang. You shall ultimately be obliterated by my own hand, you fool. The future warrior bellows in response, hurling 2 grenades. How outrageous! Using such devices in a brawl is nothing short of cheating. Lin Bai, now equipped with 825 points of righteous power, cannot afford to hesitate. He swiftly expends 100 points to amplify his speed to extraordinary levels. The grenades appear to slow mid-air, and Lin Bai bends down to lift the Elder Lu, leaping backward and vaulting over a low wall, placing the Elder safely behind it just as the grenades touch down. Boom! The grenades explode harmlessly, leaving the future warrior momentarily stunned. This enemy's movements are astonishingly swift. The butterfly of flowers at the headquarters of the Golden Bamboo Gang is equally taken aback, urgently shouting. Replay that segment and slow it down. Miss Lu shouts towards a monitoring screen. Mr. Lin, go for it. Unfortunately, Lin Bai cannot hear her. Had he done so, he would surely have asked her to replace go for it with steel bar, as it would sound far more exhilarating. The butterfly of flowers completes the slow-motion replay, her mouth agape in disbelief. How can a mere mortal move at such speed? Could it truly be lightness skills? Ah, indeed. This is the eccentric who recently subdued a demon monkey at Shuangqing University with a rock formation, rumored to be a military genetic enhancement. The versatile single-soldier armor is a new development by Tianshu Technology for the military, which the Golden Bamboo Gang has seized. It is quite reasonable for the military to dispatch personnel to reclaim it. Intelligent individuals often err by speculating in directions they deem correct. Sometimes, it is better to be like a fool, free from such convoluted thoughts, for at least they do not misdirect themselves. Lin Bai launches a kick at the future warrior. His doubled speed far beyond what an ordinary person could evade, so swift that it is challenging even to perceive. Yet, the future warrior unexpectedly activates a speed enhancement, and the vents on his armor expel puffs of white vapor, reminiscent of a steampunk automaton. A jet of flame erupts from his feet, propelling him backward with the velocity of a jet aircraft, deftly avoiding Lin Bai's assault. Lin Bai's kick meets only air, and he cannot help but exclaim in surprise. The future warrior raises his submachine gun, unleashing a flurry of bullets towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai was taken aback. When he activated his super speed ability, the bullets flew as slowly as ping-pong balls, allowing him to evade them effortlessly. However, when a barrage of ping-pong balls came at him, evasion became a challenge. He had no choice but to enhance his super speed ability twice more, making his velocity even greater while rendering the bullets even slower. Yet, the rapid fire of the submachine gun posed a significant challenge, as continuous dodging proved to be quite difficult. Suddenly, the voice of the female demon king echoed in his mind. Do not rely solely on one superpower. Activate multiple abilities. The reason Superman serves as the brain of the Justice League lies in his comprehensive skill set, enabling him to adapt to various situations. Hastily, Lin Bai rifled through his mental menu and discovered a new option, Iron Body Superpower, costing 100 points. Having expended 200 justice points on the 4 uses of super speed, he had 625 remaining. He allocated another 100 points to Iron Body, feeling an immediate enhancement beyond that of mere tough skin. His body felt extraordinarily resilient, as if nothing could harm him. Yet, he still felt a tinge of insecurity, prompting him to spend another 100 points to stack the Iron Body ability once more. Just as he finished stacking, a stray bullet struck his shoulder, the projectile attempting to penetrate his flesh. However, his iron-like body was impervious to such attacks. The bullet was deformed and fell harmlessly to the ground. The future warrior was taken aback, as was the butterfly warrior. Meanwhile, Miss Lu, watching from the cellar, exclaimed in excitement, "Incredible! Mr. Lin is indeed invincible. How many years of inner strength would it take to deflect a bullet like that?" Though Lin Bai was not entirely unscathed, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Although the bullet did not penetrate, the shock from the impact still caused him harm. As if his shoulder had been struck by a heavy hammer, sending waves of pain through his bones and muscles. Unable to contain his anger, Lin Bai swiftly dashed forward and swung his fist at the future warrior's chest. The future warrior emitted a plume of white smoke and flew backward, narrowly escaping Lin Bai's punch. Damn it, even with quadruple super speed, I still couldn't hit it. Lin Bai was somewhat astonished. The technology of this entity was far beyond the norm. Was this advanced technology truly reflective of Earth's capabilities? He almost mistook it for Iron Man, fully aware that Iron Man was indeed significantly more formidable, at least several hundred times more so. Thus, he concluded, he was simply too weak. Reluctantly, he activated another twofold enhancement of super speed and finally matched the future warrior's pace. With a powerful fist, he struck its chest, unleashing the immense force granted by the 10 monstrous powers, sending it hurtling backward and crashing into several ginkgo trees. Yet, the future warrior remained unharmed, rising to aim its machine gun at Lin Bai once more. Lin Bai managed to evade most of the bullets, but several still struck him, echoing painfully against his bones, leaving him with several bruises. This is troublesome. Lin Bai felt a sense of helplessness, possessing merely 375 points of righteous power, which rendered him incapable of unleashing any remarkable super abilities. Without decisive offensive capabilities, he could not penetrate the armor of the future warrior. He could only blame his past lack of ambition for not accumulating sufficient righteous power. Otherwise, he could have activated some truly formidable super abilities. The strength of a primordial Superman was unparalleled, capable of moving the very earth itself. If Lin Bai had enough righteous power to unleash those genuinely potent abilities, a mere piece of armor would be easily crushed. He charged forward, seizing the future warrior's foot, swinging him like a sack and slamming him into the ground repeatedly, creating a multitude of craters in the earth. Yet, the armor remained unscathed, with only the outer coating slightly marred. This is infuriating, Lin Bai exclaimed in frustration, pinning the future warrior to the ground and stomping on him. Although he could not budge the iron mass, the act of trampling it provided some relief. Observing from behind the screen, the butterfly flower's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite the masked figure failing to damage the armor, the ability to hoist it like a sack and stomp on it demonstrated superhuman strength. What genes had this individual fused to attain such power? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, that of the Demoness. Enough of playing with that iron lump. Your current strength cannot harm it. It is a waste of energy. Stand down, and upon your return, I shall provide you with a toy guaranteed to obliterate that wretched armor. With a huff, Lin Bai kicked the future warrior away. Seizing the opportunity, the butterfly flower hastily commanded the future warrior, retreat from the Liu family. Do not engage with that peculiar figure. Our current weapons cannot harm him. We need to prepare superior equipment. The future warrior fired a volley of bullets, then activated his jet boots, rocketing skyward and vanishing into the heavens. The monster has escaped. The men in black erupted in cheers. Elder Liu peered out from behind a half-collapsed wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. The divine physician is indeed formidable. In the cellar, Miss Liu could not contain her exuberance, exclaiming, "Wonderful! We have finally won. Mr. Lin is so impressive." Yet Lin Bai alone remained discontent. His eyes reddened as he scanned the surroundings, howling, "Damn it! My power is insufficient. Where are the good deeds to be done?" The saying goes, one regrets not having enough knowledge when the time comes to use it. And now, at this critical moment, he felt the inadequacy of his righteous power. Lin Bai regretted his earlier negligence in not diligently accumulating more strength. How could he allow the enemy to escape? In the 71st assault, the future warrior targeted the old street. Lin Bai, filled with indignation, returned to find Elder Liu gravely injured, bloodied, and slumped against a low wall. A pang of concern gripped his heart. During their time together, Lin Bai had come to regard him as a true friend, being a person of deep loyalty. He could not bear to see his friend in pain and promptly cast a healing super ability. It cost him 25 points of righteous power, but yielded a return of 60 points, indicating that the elder had indeed suffered severe injuries. Upon closely observing the watch, it became apparent that the force of justice was continuously on the rise. It turned out that he had driven away the future warriors, saved the Liu family, and also rescued Miss Liu and the gentleman in the black suit. The lives of these individuals were preserved, and their gratitude towards Lin Bai would be counted as part of the force of justice. The force of justice surged to 1,000 points, indicating that the confrontation had resulted in no losses, but rather a gain. This was somewhat embarrassing, as he had come to assist a friend in battle, not to accumulate points of justice. The phrase unintentionally nurturing willows seemed to embody this sentiment. Had he understood this years ago, he might not have failed his high school literature class. Old Lu grasped Lin Bai's hand, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, divine healer." Divine healer? I am hardly a divine healer. At the moment, Lin Bai was clad only in undergarments, a rather comical sight. If he were to acknowledge himself as a divine healer, it would be tantamount to admitting he was a madman for wearing his underwear outside, a shame too great to bear. Upon hearing his denial, old Lu felt relieved, perceiving him as a noble divine healer who performed good deeds without expecting recognition, embodying the true essence of kindness. He believed that the masked savior wished to keep this act of heroism discreet, and he only needed to cherish the healer's goodwill in his heart without spreading the word. Old Lu bowed slightly. "Understood. You are not a divine healer, but I must have a title for you." Lin Bai pondered seriously. "You may call me the masked hero." Old Lu found this title quite fitting, choosing to overlook the peculiar attire. "Masked hero, I beseech you to assist my granddaughter once more. She is trapped beneath the rubble of a collapsed house. While a construction team could extricate her, it would be distressing for her to remain buried for too long." Old Lu rubbed his hands together, adding, "I do not even know which cellar she is in, as our home has several." "Oh, rescuing someone? That is a noble endeavor." Lin Bai was eager to perform more good deeds and readily agreed. He selected the power of X-ray vision from his menu of abilities and cast his gaze into the depths below, quickly locating Miss Lu in the cellar. This X-ray vision proved quite remarkable, allowing him to see even through clothing. Lin Bai discreetly admired her figure for a moment, noting the charming curves, and wondered why he had never thought to utilize his powers in such a manner before. However, he swiftly averted his gaze. Miss Lu was already considered a good friend, and exploiting such an advantage was not in his character. With her location confirmed, Lin Bai took the lead in excavating. The immense strength bestowed by his supernatural abilities made digging far more efficient than any excavator. There was no need to seek help from Jinan's Blue Sky Academy. Old Lu, still endowed with his extraordinary strength, joined him with a shovel, and together they unearthed several tons of earth with each scoop, swiftly breaking through to the cellar. As Miss Lu was liberated from her confinement, she leaped forth like a fledgling returning to its nest, aiming directly for Lin Bai's embrace. Perhaps she had miscalculated her landing and should have sought the comfort of her grandfather instead. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback, enveloped in the warmth and softness of her presence, a most delightful sensation. Though she had yet to fall in love with Miss Lu, a man would not refuse the embrace of a beautiful woman. A nefarious hand stealthily glided over Miss Lu's waist, a truly exquisite figure, devoid of any excess flesh. The headquarters of the Golden Bamboo Gang is situated at the confluence of two great rivers in Xuanqing City, a location naturally conducive to trade and commerce. By occupying this vital area, the Golden Bamboo Gang secures the lifeblood of Xuanqing City. In the hall of the headquarters, the butterfly sat, her face a mask of frustration. She had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the genetic modification technology. Even bullets could not pierce that genetically enhanced being, likely fortified with the genes of a turtle, rendering its skin as hard as armor to deflect projectiles. A sinister middle-aged man lounged on a nearby sofa, sneering coldly. That may not necessarily be the result of genetic engineering. Perhaps he possesses superhuman abilities. Look at his red underwear worn on the outside. I am nearly certain he is a descendant of the Justice League. I never imagined their reach extended this far. This man, named Chi Fei, was the leader of the Golden Bamboo Gang, shrouded in mystery, as if he had sprung forth from stone. One day, he appeared in Xuanqing City, conquering all the underground gangs and consolidating them into smaller factions, such as the Butterfly Group, the One-Eyed Group, and the Scar Group. The Butterfly harbored a deep fear of him. In truth, she had no desire to serve as a strategist for the Golden Bamboo Gang, but rather yearned for a life of freedom. Previously, she had led a small gang, surviving through smuggling, coexisting peacefully with other factions. However, her modest gang was swiftly obliterated by the Golden Bamboo Gang, which executed several of her loyal subordinates before her eyes. Terrified, She had no choice but to submit to Chi Fei, becoming a part of the Golden Bamboo Gang's intellect. Even after several years, her fear of him remained etched in her very bones. She had long realized that Chi Fei was not the ultimate leader of the organization. A more formidable figure orchestrated from behind the scenes, with the Golden Bamboo Gang merely a pawn in that person's game. This revelation deepened her terror, leaving her even less inclined to rebel. Chi Fei coldly instructed, tell that armored warrior not to return to headquarters, but to fly directly to the old street and attack the flower of the Overlord. The butterfly gasped. After the recent battle, we have discerned that the genetically modified individual possesses the ability to withstand bullets. We must equip our warrior with more powerful weaponry. We cannot allow him to assault the flower of the Overlord unprepared. Chi Fei scoffed. I've already stated that it may not be a genetically modified being. He could very well be a superhero. Do not question further. I will not explain. Hurry and issue the order. While the superhero is at the Lu residence and the police are occupied, command the warrior to fly straight to the old street. This will catch them off guard. If the superhero cannot return in time, we shall have the opportunity to eliminate the flower of the Overlord. The butterfly exclaimed in alarm. Boss, the flower of the Overlord may be even more formidable than that superhero. This strategy is far too perilous. Chi Fei chuckled. She may indeed be weaker than Superman. Strength and weakness are merely a 50-50 chance. If we win this gamble, we shall regain a measure of dignity. The butterfly remarked. Should we lose, we risk losing a loyal warrior. Chi Fei waved his hand dismissively. There are plenty of loyal warriors. They are not particularly valuable. I would wager even with a mere 1% chance, for it would at least allow me to gauge the prowess of the flower overlord, aiding in the formulation of my next strategy. The old street still retained an eerie tranquility, disrupted only by the foolish melody sung by the doll. Lin Bai. She has horns atop her head, a tail behind her. None know the secret she keeps. The dark sorceress was displeased with this false Lin Bai, for aside from its silly song, it possessed no other capabilities. How could it compare to the genuine Lin Bai, who was a source of amusement? The true Lin Bai could tell jokes, offer witty remarks, show playful charm, and exhibit a delightful foolishness, greed, and a penchant for romance. Yet he was steadfastly loyal. Though he appeared simple-minded, he was profoundly relatable, perpetually bringing joy to the dark sorceress and reminding her of her existence and the happiness it entailed. Her current life was 1,000 times more joyful than her time in the demon realm, all thanks to the antics of this lovable fool. From behind a utility pole, the head of a 32-year-old man emerged. Little Bai, do you think the Golden Bamboo Gang will attack? Even the police have departed. Could it be they will not come? The dark sorceress kicked the doll, which promptly declared, they will come. They're on their way. The 32-year-old rejoiced. Splendid. Little Bai, you must fight valiantly. I intend to document the entire event, crafting an extraordinary novel. My ascent to greatness in the literary realm hinges entirely on you and the Flower Overlord. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed from the street's end, as a futuristic warrior-like mech descended, leaving 2 deep imprints in the concrete. Brandishing a submachine gun, though it ought to be termed an assault rifle, this 32-year-old's literary skills were regrettably lacking, leading him to mislabel it in his writing. If he were to become a literary giant, Lin Bai would surely ascend to the role of CEO in a tech company. The futuristic warrior activated a loudspeaker. Bellowing into the old street, Flower Overlord, I am about to enter the domain of Iron Flower. Let us see if you can defend your territory. Ha ha ha. The dark sorceress scoffed disdainfully, reclining in her wicker chair, unmoved. Despite the apparent invulnerability of the machine, Lin Bai was powerless against it. However, should it dare cross into the realm of Iron Flower, the dark sorceress had myriad ways to vanquish it. As the futuristic warrior took a step toward Iron Flower, a shadowy crimson figure obstructed its path. It was the heroic daredevil, poised in a combat stance, holding a guiding staff, and earnestly warned, do not proceed. Crossing this threshold means certain death. For the sake of your life, do not enter the domain of Iron Flower. Remove your armor, and allow me to escort you to the police station. Do not venture into the old street to meet your demise. The future warrior chuckled coldly. A blind person dares to cause trouble? Begone. However, the daredevil woman did not retreat. In recent days, she had been assisting the elderly woman at the noodle shop during the day and stealthily returning to the Marvel Universe at night to combat evil. Accumulating several hundred points of righteous power, thus gaining the strength to fight. She was determined to save the warrior encased in armor, unwilling to let him step into the reach of the Iron Flower. Although this warrior was undoubtedly malevolent, the daredevil woman felt compelled to rescue him. A manifestation of her pathological sense of justice, perhaps a common flaw among the heroes of the Justice League. She earnestly declared, "If you wish to enter the domain of the Iron Flower, you must first defeat me." The future warrior raised his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets toward the daredevil woman. She leaped aside, rolling on the ground as the bullets pockmarked the concrete beneath her. Then, summoning all her righteous power, she transformed into a fierce panther, lunging at the future warrior. Thud! Her cane struck the future warrior's chest, forcing him back several steps. "Good grief!" exclaimed the butterfly of the Golden Bamboo Gang headquarters, astonished that beyond the formidable flower overlord, there existed such a powerful blind fighter in the Old Street. At the entrance of the Old Street, a thrilling battle of futuristic proportions unfolded, with the armored figure grappling against a blind woman. The neighbors watched from their homes, peering through windows, while the 32-year-old man hurriedly scribbled notes behind the nearest utility pole. The onlookers wished to advise this fool to record the incident on his phone, allowing him to relive it later at home, but by then, the 32-year-old man was in a state of extreme excitement, impervious to their suggestions. Fools delight in witnessing others act even more foolishly, bringing joy to the entire street. The daredevil woman adeptly evaded the future warrior's firearms, circling closely to him, denying him the opportunity to unleash his gunfire, while her fists and feet relentlessly struck him. Each blow pushed the future warrior back, distancing him from the Iron Flower. However, the combat prowess of the daredevil woman was relatively weak within the Justice League, and her accumulated righteous power was insufficient, rendering her attacks ineffective against the future warrior. Though she could stagger him, she could not harm the soldier within the Golden Bamboo Gang's armor. Conversely, the future warrior was unable to inflict damage upon the daredevil woman. She moved like a nimble fish, darting around the robotic figure, rendering his strength futile as he failed to grasp even a single hair of hers. "Fool, do not allow her to circle you," the butterfly scolded. "Just toss a grenade at your feet, and that will resolve it." The future warrior suddenly understood, promptly hurling a grenade to the ground beneath him. The daredevil woman gasped in surprise and swiftly leaped aside. The grenade detonated, unleashing a fierce shockwave beneath the feet of the futuristic warrior. Shrapnel ricocheted off his armor, scattering in all directions, yet the soldier within remained unscathed. In stark contrast, the female daredevil was not as impervious. Several shards grazed her body, tearing through her dark red leather attire and slicing into her alabaster skin, from which crimson blood flowed. She rolled behind a nearby utility pole, taking a moment to recuperate. The futuristic warrior, clutching a grenade, laughed heartily, taunting, "Come on, dare to try again." The female daredevil, feeling somewhat helpless, lamented the inadequacy of her powers of justice. Otherwise, what fear would such a trivial iron object invoke? The futuristic warrior unleashed a barrage of bullets from his submachine gun towards her. The projectiles struck the utility pole, sending fragments of concrete flying in all directions. He then tossed a grenade beside the pole. The female daredevil's heart sank, realizing the impending danger. At that moment, another armored futuristic warrior descended from the sky. This one bore no firearm, but wielded a massive chainsaw. With a thunderous crash, it landed before the utility pole, the impact creating 2 deep imprints in the ground. It positioned itself as a shield between the female daredevil and the explosion of the grenade, which sent shrapnel flying, all of which harmlessly deflected off its sturdy armor. Raising the chainsaw high, the new arrival activated a loudspeaker, declaring, "Return my father's stolen multifunctional personal armor, you brigand." The voice was crisp and clear. Within the armor was none other than the ferocious Lowly. This armor was originally produced in 2 variants, a military-grade version stolen by the Jinju Gang, and a civilian model, which had been showcased previously, the very one the ferocious Lowly now donned. "Well, look what we have here." The futuristic warrior guffawed. "A civilian suit daring to challenge my military-grade armor." The ferocious Lowly retorted with a scoff, "Do not forget, I am from Tianshu Technology. No one understands the differences between these 2 armors better than I do. The military armor merely possesses enhanced power and speed augmentation devices. In terms of defense, they are identical. Your weapons cannot harm me in the slightest." The futuristic warrior replied with a smirk, but the ferocious Lowly raised the enormous chainsaw, grinning wickedly. But this chainsaw can indeed hurt you, believe it or not. It is a high-frequency, super-alloy chainsaw, specifically designed for cutting the armor plates of your suit. The futuristic warrior took a step back, clearly intimidated. Fool, she's just trying to scare you. A voice from the sidelines interjected angrily. You have speed augmentation. You move faster than she can. Besides, she is merely a little girl with nearly zero combat experience. She could never saw through you. What is there to fear? Realizing the truth, the futuristic warrior regained his composure. Of course, as long as he acted quicker than her chainsaw would never reach him. There is no point in engaging in such a futile battle, as it would only serve to waste time. The flower butterfly commanded, push her aside, and then step into the realm of iron flower. Attempt to eliminate the overlord flower. If you succeed, that would be splendid. If not, it suffices to create chaos within her territory and return unscathed. This would amount to trampling the overlord flower's dignity into the ground, rendering her incapable of uttering threats about the demise of intruders in iron flower's domain. The future warrior, having received the order, let out a fierce roar and delivered a powerful punch toward the ferocious lowly standing before him. She swung her chainsaw to intercept his fist. However, the future warrior's speed was evidently superior, causing her to stagger backward from the impact. Although she was uninjured, the chainsaw missed its intended target. Gritting her teeth, she rose and lunged once more, chainsaw in hand. In the street, two future warriors clashed violently, fists and chainsaws flying in a blur that was mesmerizing to behold. Yet the demon queen displayed no interest in the spectacle. Instead, she nonchalantly picked up her newly acquired Huawei Mate 7 and dialed Lin Bai. Hello, darling. Someone is attempting to invade our territory, hoping to trample on this queen's face. Aren't you going to return and protect your delicate wife? What nonsense. Lin Bai, currently at the ruins of the Liu residence, with one arm around Miss Liu, surreptitiously taking liberties, responded irritably while holding the phone with his other hand. What do you mean, delicate? I'm quite busy. Handle it yourself. The demon queen, adopting a sultry tone reminiscent of Taiwanese accents, teased. Aren't you just busy taking advantage of beautiful women? Her waist is not even as slender as mine. What is so enticing about her? Hurry back. The future warrior that just fled from you has now made its way to Old Street. Aren't you eager to eliminate it? Lin Bai's spirits lifted. That scoundrel has arrived at Old Street? Damn it, I truly want to take it down, but my strength is insufficient. The demon queen chuckled. Return quickly, and I shall provide you with a means to defeat it, allowing you to vent your frustrations. Elated, Lin Bai momentarily forgot his earlier mischief, as his pride was at stake. The embarrassment of allowing the future warrior to escape lingered in his mind, making it imperative to eliminate it first. As for the beauty, she was not Qian. A few casual touches would suffice. There was no need to cling tightly. The demon queen sweetly suggested, find a secluded spot. I will open a portal to bring you back. She took hold of the doll resembling Lin Bai, which was still singing about her horns and tail. Annoyed, she kicked it, prompting the doll to finally close its mouth and follow her back home, where they ascended to the second floor together. Lin Bai released Miss Liu and utilized a stealthy technique to slip into the small woods nearby, where no one was around. Before he could inform her that the portal was ready, it appeared before him. Without hesitation, he dove into the portal, and after a brief distortion of space, he found himself back home. To his astonishment, he stood face to face with himself, as if gazing into a mirror. The shock stemmed not from the sight of another version of himself, but rather from the realization of how utterly pathetic he appeared from an outsider's perspective. Clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, he looked even worse than the most destitute of thugs. The female demon lord chuckled as she playfully struck the false Lin Bai on the head, transforming it back into a doll that lay quietly on the ground. This magic was truly remarkable. Lin Bai found the trick amusing. If employed for nefarious purposes, it could serve as an alibi. Next time, he could use this false Lin Bai to accompany the flat-chested policewoman for hot pot while his true self engaged in misdeeds, completely evading suspicion, which was an exhilarating thought. However, such fanciful musings remained just that, mere thoughts, as he dared not act upon them. It seemed the demon lord could see through his mind as she giggled and said, All right, it's time to prepare for dealing with that broken armor. Go fetch a knife. Lin Bai did not inquire about the purpose of the knife, trusting that it would surely be useful. After all, this woman was too lazy to indulge in pointless endeavors. He descended the stairs in search of a knife, realizing that a fruit knife would be inadequate, being too small. A watermelon knife would have been quite impressive, But unfortunately, he did not possess one. After rummaging about, the most reliable knife he could find was a kitchen knife. With the kitchen knife in hand, Lin Bai ascended to the second floor, recalling a song from his childhood. From a martial arts film he had watched. The theme song proclaimed, "With a lone lamp and a single blade, I stand proud in the martial world." He thought to himself that the lyrics could use a slight alteration. Little Bai with a kitchen knife, proud in the old street, which was not half bad. The demon lord cast a glance at the kitchen knife, covering her face with her hand. Could you not be a little cooler? What are you trying to achieve with a kitchen knife? Lin Bai shrugged. This is the only knife I have. Suddenly, the demon lord laughed. This foolish demeanor is actually one of your charms. I quite like it. She murmured an incantation and gently tapped the knife, causing a swirl of green wind to encircle it, as if the spirit of the wind were dancing. Lin Bai felt the kitchen knife grow lighter in his grip, and he too felt a sense of buoyancy. What kind of magic is this? This is enhancement magic, the demon lord replied with a smile. I have imbued my magical power into this kitchen knife. It is no longer merely a kitchen knife, but is transformed into a demon blade. Lin Bai was elated. An enchanted blade. He had often encountered such items in games, like the infamous demon blade Muramasa, and had always found them impressive. He never imagined he would possess one, albeit its appearance was somewhat lacking. The demon lord cheerfully instructed, "Take this blade and slay the future warrior. Oh, and remove Superman's underpants. With my treasure, they will no longer be necessary. You naughty one, do you not feel a pang of guilt for constantly mingling justice and evil?" Lin Bai pouted. Why must justice and evil be so distinctly defined? I think you and the Justice League are rather pretentious. With the 73rd strike, the swift kitchen knife in hand, Lin Bai ventured onto the streets, his face still concealed. However, there was no need for Superman's underpants anymore. The demon lord had assured him they were no longer required, and he believed her without question. This trust was irrational. After all, she was undoubtedly a source of evil, theoretically prone to deceit. Yet, Lin Bai found himself placing his faith in her. He also trusted old lady Zheng, Aunt Qin, Qianqian, Jia, and all the familiar faces in the old neighborhood. His unwavering trust in others is both a virtue of his own and a shared quality among the longtime residents of the old street. It is this trust that allows the community to exist in harmonious unity. The kitchen knife he holds is remarkably light, requiring no effort to lift, infusing him with a sense of buoyancy. He feels the wind swirling around him, igniting a desire to soar, as if the very ground beneath his feet propels him forward. The effect of his mask is minimal. As soon as he steps onto the old street, the 32-year-old man points at him and exclaims, "Little Bai, what are you masquerading as, a masked hero? How could you recognize me at first glance?" Lin Bai gasps in astonishment. "You exude an unmistakable air of mediocrity. How can I not identify you? Just wait. After I deal with the future warrior, I shall return to settle scores with you. Little Bai, don't act rashly. Can you truly contend with that robotic monster?" The elderly Mrs. Zheng, Aunt Qin, and Uncle Zhang all peer out from their windows. Lin Bai's disguise is utterly futile before these familiar faces. Any resident of the old street could recognize him instantly, his aura of mediocrity too glaring to conceal. Unless he were to entirely change his attire, there is no way to fool them. Frustrated, Lin Bai brandishes the kitchen knife, declaring, "You ought not to underestimate me. I possess a magical blade." The residents respond in unison, raising their middle fingers. "Take that kitchen knife home and keep it safe. If it breaks, you'll have to buy another one." Do you think kitchen knives come for free? There is no reasoning with this crowd. They would quibble over the price of a mere kitchen knife, destined to live a life of poverty. Lin Bai snorts in irritation and strides towards the battlefield. After a few steps, he begins to worry about his knife. It is crafted from high-quality stainless steel and cost him $23, a significant loss if damaged. Wait, he had just resolved to trust the female demon king. Perhaps he could use that $23 as an act of faith, reinforcing his conviction. He grips the kitchen knife tightly and advances with unwavering determination. Two robots are engaged in a fierce battle, their mechanical fists striking with fervor, chainsaws whirling about. Yet, the fierce girl is clearly at a disadvantage. Civilian-grade armor cannot compete with military-grade protection, and the disparity in power and agility is insurmountable. The future warrior delivers a kick to the fierce girl's chest, sending her, along with her armor, flying 10 meters, nearly crashing into a flower bed by the street. The future warrior sneers, "No one can stop me now. I shall soon enter the realm of the Iron Flower." "Blossom, are you still reclining in your chair? Too cowardly to intervene?" The demon queen cannot be bothered to respond, casually sipping her coffee and basking in the sunlight. The weather is splendid, the sun shining brightly. On days like this, her spirits are always elevated. The discordant sounds around her cannot dampen her mood, and she feels no need to pay attention to the man's incessant chatter. He remains oblivious to the fact that not a single bullet from his submachine gun can breach the barrier surrounding the Iron Flower, and a shrapnel from grenades fails to enter the old street. An invisible wall stands firm in the air, repelling all threats to the old street, a fact the demon queen finds no interest in explaining. The future warrior suddenly found himself confronted by a man clad in short sleeves and shorts, his face obscured, wielding a kitchen knife. The appearance was rather flamboyant, evoking an urge to mock, yet the future warrior had pressing responsibilities and no interest in deriding a mere passerby. He raised his firearm, intending to unleash a volley, only to discover that it was devoid of ammunition. Discarding the submachine gun, he swung his iron fist towards his adversary. Lin Bai brandished the kitchen knife. No, in truth, it was the knife that propelled Lin Bai forward. Thus the previous statement is deemed invalid. Let us begin anew. The knife manifested Lin Bai. He seemed to transform into a gust of wind, whirling past the future warrior with a swift rush. The flash of the blade vanishing in an instant. Lin Bai appeared behind the future warrior, striking a pose as if sheathing the knife, but alas, no scabbard adorned his waist, and no one in the world would craft a sheath for a kitchen knife, rendering his gesture far from impressive. The future warrior's movements had come to a standstill. The soldier within desperately attempted to regain mobility, yet the armor appeared to malfunction, utterly incapacitated. No matter how he urged it, it remained immovable. Then, with a sharp crack, numerous gashes appeared on the armor, resembling a shattered vase, disintegrating into fragments that fell away from the soldier's form. A warrior from the Jinju gang emerged before the crowd, clad only in a pair of square-cut underpants, standing amidst a heap of scrap metal. Without the armor, the onlookers could now see that while the man's physique was robust, his visage was rather unfortunate. This unsightly figure stood in a stupor, unable to fathom the events that had just transpired. His once invulnerable armor, impervious to blades and fire, had been sliced apart by a mere kitchen knife with a single stroke. Not only was he dazed, but even the ferocious Loli, who had just regained her footing, was equally astonished. No one present understood the formidable nature of this armor better than she. It was crafted with the utmost effort by the Celestial Book technology, forged from an ultra-durable alloy that could withstand even rocket fire, yet now lay in tatters before them. The excited 32 grandfather eagerly took up his pen, scribbling furiously. The flower of Overlord and Little Bai, for this provided fresh material. Little Bai, wielding a kitchen knife, had unleashed a long-lost ultimate move, the Gale of the Kitchen Knife, merely a single strike that felled the future warrior. How many rewards would this garner if inscribed in a novel? The neighborhood elders opened their windows, applauding fervently. Lin Bai laughed heartily. "Did you see that? This is Brother Bai's prowess." Having finally seized a moment to display his bravado, Lin Bai would not let it slip away. With the kitchen knife in hand, he struck a cool pose, relishing in the admiration of the onlookers. The ice queen of the Bingxin mobile phone store, Yi Qing, also opened her window, yet she offered no particular reaction, merely gazing deeply at Lin Bai without uttering a word. In the headquarters of the Golden Bamboo Gang, the delicate flower butterfly was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "This is impossible." However, the gang leader, Chi Fei, maintained his composure, remarking, "There is nothing impossible. Indeed, this world harbors superheroes. These incessantly meddlesome beings from the Marvel realm have pursued us relentlessly. We ventured into the human world to evade them, only to find they have followed us here." Confused, Flower Butterfly inquired, "What is this Marvel world? The human realm? What are you talking about?" Chi Fei coldly retorted, "You lack the qualifications to know. Depart at once." Dazed and bewildered, Flower Butterfly stumbled out of the headquarters, standing at the street corner, grappling with her disorientation. The formidable nature of their adversaries exceeded her comprehension. A mere kitchen knife had effortlessly severed high-tech alloy armor. Was that individual even human? Yet Chi Fei, witnessing the scene, appeared unfazed. Could it be that he, too, was not entirely human? From where did these beings originate? Forcing herself to halt her spiraling thoughts, she sighed and hastily departed. Alone in the desolate headquarters, Chi Fei remained motionless for a considerable time before rising to extract the recent video footage, transferring it onto a USB drive. He needed to return to the Marvel world and present the information to the shadowy overlord, compelling the headquarters to devise a new plan for invading the human realm. However, just as he completed this task and turned to leave, he felt a grip on his nape and a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. Chi Fei struggled to maintain his composure, stating, "Whoever you are, kindly lower the dagger. We can have a civil discussion. Any misunderstandings can surely be clarified." Behind him stood a half-blooded assassin, her voice low and menacing. "The audacity of the Golden Bamboo Gang to target our esteemed guests of the Rose Knights. There is no need for dialogue between us. The moment your future warriors were dispatched to ambush Old Street, your fate was sealed. You shall perish in my hands." Assassins are not known for their penchant for negotiation. They prefer to simplify complexities with swift and decisive actions. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced across Chi Fei's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the surveillance screen's crimson. He gasped, desperate to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips. The female assassin lightly patted his face, coldly saying, "Farewell." She then deleted all the data on the computer, seized Chi Fei's USB drive, and, with a hefty box containing the ill-gotten sum of 50 million from Wang Jingyu in hand, vanished into the night. As Chi Fei felt the encroaching darkness engulf him, he realized he had formidable backing, supported by the malevolent organization of the Marvel world. If only a glimmer of negotiation had been possible, perhaps his life could have been spared. Yet he had not anticipated such brutality from his foe, who had granted him no opportunity for a second word. No matter how powerful his allies, they could not preserve his life. It seemed that even in the human realm, there existed merciless entities. Flowers, applause, music. Lin Bai stood proudly in the middle of the old street, shouting with exuberance. Though there was a smattering of applause, no flowers adorned his presence. And the music played was utterly incomprehensible to the crowd, which was largely illiterate in English. In this context, Lin Bai, a mere high school graduate, was considered highly educated. With Qian absent, no one was there to indulge his pretentiousness. Instead, countless middle fingers were raised in his direction, signaling their disdain. In the distance, the wail of police sirens echoed as the beleaguered officers of the Golden Bamboo Gang, distracted and weary, were rushing towards Lu's residence. However, upon receiving new information, they hastily turned back to the old street, panting heavily as their wheels spun furiously. Upon hearing the sirens, Lin Bai's heart raced with anxiety, but he was relieved that he had been masked earlier. Aside from the locals, no one outside should recognize him. He hurriedly approached the fierce young girl before him and whispered, "Little girl from the Wang family, shall we come to an agreement? Speak." The fierce girl, still in shock, regarded Lin Bai with wide eyes, her interest piqued. Lin Bai continued, "When the police arrive, you must say that this robot was destroyed by your chainsaw, and do not mention my involvement. I would find it quite bothersome to have the police hovering around me. You, however, are a person of stature, with wealth and a legal team at your disposal. You can navigate the police as you wish, unconcerned about media scrutiny, but I cannot endure that kind of attention." The fierce girl pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. The armor was manufactured by my family, and it has caused trouble for everyone. Thus, I shall take responsibility for the aftermath. However, I would like to discuss your knife technology in detail afterward." Lin Bai shrugged. "Feel free to come and talk, but do try to do so around mealtime. You can cover the cost of the hot pot." The fierce girl replied, "The 74th attack. What gives you the audacity to act so recklessly?" The conflict had already subsided, and the heroine, known as the super brave girl, had hidden away in the impoverished quarters behind the old street. It would not be long before she shed her dark red battle attire and returned as an ordinary person. Unlike Lin Bai, she was not familiar to the locals, as long as she donned a disguise. No one would suspect that this figure capable of challenging future warriors was the pure and beautiful blind girl from the noodle shop. The startled warriors of the Golden Bamboo Gang were paralyzed with fear, trembling in their spots. The knife in Lin Bai's hand emanated an overwhelming presence, instilling a sense of dread akin to that of an ominous beast watching them, causing their hearts to nearly cease beating. This was undoubtedly due to the dark powers bestowed upon the knife by the female Demon King, which targeted the warrior with an aura of lethal intent, rendering him immobile. Lin Bai called out to the crowd. Everyone, I need your assistance. When the police come to investigate, you must all say that the future warrior was cut down by the little girl's chainsaw. It is not my affair. I have already reached an understanding with her, and she will handle the aftermath. Laughter erupted from the old street. No problem. The locals would not betray Lin Bai, just as he would not betray them. The fierce girl whispered, your trouble lies with the female owner of the Ice Heart mobile phone store. She has been on this street for less than 3 days and may not be inclined to help you. Would you like me to assist you in resolving this? Lin Bai was not particularly worried. If the icy beauty was indeed Jia, she would never betray herself. If she were not Jia, he could still enlist the aid of the female demon king to manipulate her memories. In any case, there was no threat to him. However, it would be prudent to have the fierce lowly inquire. It presented an excellent opportunity to discern whether she was Jia. He chuckled softly and said, go and handle it for me. The fierce lowly nodded, striding purposefully toward the mobile phone store in her civilian armor. The metallic soles of her boots echoed against the concrete ground with a resounding clang, each step resonating with an air of menace. The massive chainsaw in her grasp reflecting the sunlight ominously. The local residents held their breath, for the scene appeared to foretell violence. Surely, this ferocious girl would not use the chainsaw to cleave the icy beauty in twain. Although she had not yet integrated into the old neighborhood, she was not a villain. Such a brutal approach seemed excessively harsh. The icy beauty appeared startled, hastily closing the small window on the rolling shutter. The fierce lowly came to a halt at the entrance of the mobile phone store, raising her chainsaw high. Just as everyone assumed she would use it to slice through the shutter, she unexpectedly declared, a hush fee of 100,000 yuan. Thud! The street was filled with the sound of townsfolk collapsing in disbelief. The small door on the rolling shutter swung open immediately, and the icy beauty stepped out, her expression as cold and impassive as ever. You underestimate me, Yi Qing. Since Lin Bai is engaged in the noble pursuit of eradicating evil and upholding justice, I shall certainly assist him in keeping things under wraps. This is not a matter of money. Even without a single cent, I would not divulge a word. Astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had not anticipated this facet of her character. It was quite admirable. Suddenly, Lin Bai rushed over with remarkable speed, one hand on his hip and the other brandishing a kitchen knife, exclaiming in exasperation, listen up, you wealthy lowly. I want a hush fee. Prepare 100,000 yuan immediately, or I shall sell myself to the police. Thud! This time, the fierce lowly fell to the ground. A multitude of middle fingers were raised toward Lin Bai. Even the pure-hearted second-generation Aunt Qin could not restrain herself from gesturing impudently, only to be promptly admonished by the original Aunt Qin. What is the point of a young girl making such gestures? Mom, you started it. Finally, the police arrived, the female officer's face etched with fatigue. She had made a fool of herself this time, running here and there only to find nothing. Caught in the fateful cycle akin to a 1970s cop and robber film, always arriving after the fact. As she leaped from her vehicle, she urgently questioned the townsfolk. Have the Golden Bamboo Gang's thugs been here? Were there any casualties? The townsfolk collectively pointed toward the street, indicating a gang member clad only in a pair of shorts, shivering in the open, surrounded by scattered armor fragments. He bore no resemblance to a futuristic warrior. Rather, he looked like a future beggar. The fierce lowly stepped forward to clarify, I arrived just in time in my civilian armor and used my chainsaw on this guy. The faces of the police were marked by an extraordinary expression. When could civilian equipment ever triumph over military gear? Doubt it. The ferocious lowly brandished a chainsaw, challenging anyone to a duel. Only a fool would dare confront a future warrior. The officers swiftly stepped aside, unwilling to stand before her formidable chainsaw. The warriors of the Golden Bamboo Gang were handcuffed and dragged into police vehicles, while the officers dispersed to investigate and gather evidence along the old street, recording the testimonies of the locals. To a person, they recounted how 2 future warriors had clashed, with the ferocious lowly demonstrating superior skill, using her chainsaw to execute the legendary 9 swords of Dugu, thereby subduing the military armor. This incident later wrought serious repercussions, prompting a transformation in the training regimen of the Huashan military. Soldiers began to learn the Shaolin martial arts, Wudong techniques, and Huashan swordplay, each armed with a chainsaw, resulting in miraculous feats of chainsaws slicing through tanks on the battlefield. This passage is an excerpt from the masterwork The Overlord Flower and Little White by the esteemed author. and bears no basis in reality. Any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental. Once the police departed, the old street returned to tranquility. Naturally, the ferocious Loli also made her temporary exit, needing to visit the station to provide a formal statement. The locals resumed their daily routines, opening their shops for business. Old Lady's Rice Noodles, Aunt Sheen's Hot Pot, and the Ice Heart Mobile Store all commenced operations. Despite the recent occurrence of a battle of future caliber, the residents of the old street were largely unaffected. Aside from a few neighbors animatedly discussing the earlier events, most continued their lives as usual. Lin Bai sat in a wicker chair at his doorstep, his expression despondent. I need that 100,000 hush money. Why won't they give it to me? The female demon lord, with her long legs crossed, smirked. Oh, come now. It's merely 100,000. Why wail as if you've lost your dear father? Lin Bai retorted, I was just an infant when my father passed. I couldn't even cry out. The female demon lord laughed heartily. Infants are often the loudest criers. Perhaps you were wailing at that very moment. Lin Bai found no fault with her statement. Upon reflection, he felt a sense of filial piety. His father must have been heartbroken, truly grieving, a far cry from those who feign sorrow while kneeling before their parents' spirits. The female assassin appeared, her mixed-blood beauty gliding towards him from the street corner, resembling a painting, so exquisite that one might wish to drag her into a secluded alley. But this artwork bore thorns, and not just anyone was worthy of such desecration. She approached Lin Bai and tossed him a USB drive. Upon receiving it, he noticed it stained with blood. Had Qianqian produced a bloodied USB, he might have assumed it was merely mosquito blood. However, coming from the assassin, it was undoubtedly human blood. The assassin calmly stated, I have taken a life and must lay low for a time to avoid drawing the police's attention. Rest assured, I executed my task with precision, and my target was no innocent. They are unlikely to report it, so my departure is merely precautionary. Lin Bai's mouth fell agape. This young girl spoke of murder with such nonchalance. No, I must shatter your composure. Otherwise, I shall appear a fool. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, Ever since you left, my bed has lost its allure. By day, you slumbered within it, and by night, holding the blanket felt akin to embracing you. How delightful! Before Lin Bai could finish his sentence, the female assassin scoffed and stormed off in a fit of rage. The female demon king chuckled sweetly. Do you know whom she has slain? Lin Bai pouted and replied, I may not be astute, but I am not a fool. As long as my intellect surpasses that of an imbecile, I comprehend that she has assisted me in eliminating the mastermind behind the Jean Bamboo gang. The Rose Knights are rather honorable. I appreciate that. He paused momentarily. Alas, what I truly desire is for her to capture the butterfly flower alive. That will be a source of great amusement. My temper has been rather volatile of late. The Demon King pointed towards an ice-hearted mobile phone store across the street, laughing. There lies a block of ice that could quell your ire. Lin Bai glanced at the icy beauty within, who was promoting a phone with an exceptional camera to a bumbling customer, sparing him the need to document battles with a pen. If she were truly Judgia, Lin Bai would never dare seek her out for solace, for that vixen had long coveted his virginity. He could not allow her to seize it. If she were not Judgia, then seeking her for relief was even more out of the question. This world is fraught with entanglements, driving one to madness. When would he finally shed his virginity? The Demon King, with her long legs playfully swaying, teased, You needn't perpetually feign lewdness. After spending time with you, it becomes evident that you are exceedingly innocent. Even if someone were to capture the butterfly flower and lay her bare upon your bed, you would hardly dare to pounce. What a pretender. Men are not cowards in this regard. And Lin Bai, filled with indignation, retorted, Stop rambling. If you dare, ascend to the bedroom and lie down. Let us see if I would not dare to leap upon you. The Demon King huffed but truly stood and climbed the stairs. Lin Bai followed, finding her reclining on the grand bed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Come, my dear. Emulating her earlier demeanor, Lin Bai huffed and lunged forward. Once more, the dark chains materialized, ensnaring him like a cocoon. Although immobilized, he laughed joyfully. Are you frightened? Ha ha ha. The Demon King, infuriated, leaped up, cursing, Why is this? You dare not approach Qianqian, nor Judgia, yet you consistently unleash your wrath upon me? Lin Bai replied with a grin. I've long stated that I can treat you with abandon. I feel no psychological burden. The 75th assault, Lin Bai's scheme. The Demon King was exceedingly vexed. Upon rising early the next morning, she sat before the computer repair shop, legs crossed as she sipped sweetened bird's nest, only to find it bitter. How dare this humble delicacy oppose me? Casting aside the bird's nest, she picked up a cup of coffee, only to erupt in fury once more. How could the coffee be bitter? Ah, but coffee is inherently bitter. It was not an intentional affront. Why must I be the one to abandon and forsake? What wrong have I done to you? Did I not merely take a little of your money? The female demon lord furiously stomped her foot on the ground, declaring, I did not come to steal from the treasury of the United States, but rather to confront you, which shows my regard for you. From a second-floor window, Lin Bai poked his head out and inquired, Hey, have you seen my underwear? Not the superhero kind, but the ordinary ones. I can't seem to find any this morning. The demon lord retorted with a smirk. All of them have been repurposed into a mop. For you dare to provoke my wrath. A mop fashioned from a pair of colorful underwear appeared in the demon lord's hand, flamboyant in its hues. As the wind blew, one corner of the mop's underwear unfurled, creating a rustling sound. Lin Bai sighed, realizing that reasoning with this woman was futile. He donned a pair of casual shorts and descended the stairs, feeling the wind rush through the wide openings of his pants, a refreshing chill that was indescribable. The demon lord cast a glance at his comical appearance and found herself unexpectedly amused, exclaiming, My husband looks so handsome. Lin Bai was utterly perplexed about what made him appear handsome. Surely, her aesthetic sense was a bit skewed. I wish to enhance my powers of justice and evil, and no longer squander my days aimlessly, Lin Bai suddenly declared with a serious demeanor. The demon lord was not taken aback. She chuckled and replied, Although I think you need not engage in such endeavors, as being lazy at home is quite fine, a man should not be overly weak. It is essential to possess some means of self-defense. I hope my husband can be a dependable strong man. It is appropriate for you to seek out a substantial amount of justice or evil power, but do not exhaust yourself in the process. Avoid causing chaos for the sake of wrongdoing, and do not tire yourself out for the sake of doing good. That is not like you. Lin Bai grunted, Do not underestimate me. I have devised a plan. To her surprise, he produced a piece of paper inscribed with several lines, the first of which read, Evil Power Enhancement Plan. 1. Free gifts to the Rose Knight Order. 2. Forceful observation of the women's bathhouse. 3. Publicly teasing young girls. 4. Punching the South Mountain Nursing Home. 5. Kicking the North Sea Kindergarten. The demon lord erupted into uncontrollable laughter, rolling on the floor. Please, could your plans for villainy possess a touch more elegance befitting a king? Oh dear, I can't breathe, my stomach hurts. Upon glancing at the subsequent section labeled Justice Power Enhancement Plan, Lin Bai noted, 1. Beat up the Golden Bamboo Gang. 2. Help an elderly woman cross the street. 3. Assist elementary students with their homework. 4. Locate missing cats and dogs. 5. Return lost items to the police officer. Huffed. The demon lord continued to laugh uncontrollably, rolling on the floor again. This is utterly devoid of sophistication. What kind of plan is this? I can't take it anymore. Lin Bai, maintaining a serious expression, retorted, Damn it, I pondered this all night. No laughing, be serious. The demon lord finally managed to compose herself, standing up from the floor. Aside from delivering medicine to the Rose Knight Order and beating up the Golden Bamboo Gang, the rest of your ideas are unworthy of consideration. Moreover, the task of delivering medicine is already in progress, so there is no need to enumerate it. Regarding the thrashing of the Golden Bamboo Gang, a figure emerged from the back streets, bearing news that could be deemed either fortuitous or ominous. Lin Bai turned in surprise, witnessing the iron gate at the corner of the street being pushed open. This gate served as a passage between the old street and the impoverished back alleys, where the inhabitants were even more destitute and illiterate than those in the old street. Within those confines operated the nefarious counterfeit drug dealer, Kai Shinzi, known as Kai the Big Belly, who had established an illicit drug factory. Kai the Big Belly stepped through the door, striding directly toward Lin Bai. Upon nearing him, he whispered, I bear good news. Last night, the leader of the Golden Bamboo Gang, Chief Fei, was assassinated at headquarters. A swift cut to the throat rendered him lifeless, with blood spurting several meters away. His trusted lieutenants met the same fate, all stabbed to death with daggers. This morning, during a meeting of the gang's officials, chaos erupted as dozens of leaders refused to yield to one another, ultimately resulting in a brawl. The morale is shattered. The Golden Bamboo Gang has splintered into numerous factions, each vying for power, and the turmoil is quite lively now. The police have mobilized, seizing this opportunity to eradicate all gang influences, promising the citizens a brighter future. Lin Bai's mouth fell agape. What? I intended to strike the Golden Bamboo Gang to bolster the forces of justice. But now, whom shall I target? After delivering the news, Kai the Big Belly waddled off, his steps light and buoyant, free from the threat of extortion now that the gang was in disarray. Naturally, he felt a swell of pride. Lin Bai was momentarily dazed, but soon had an epiphany. Perhaps toppling this purveyor of counterfeit drugs could indeed be a commendable act, contributing to the cause of justice. He contemplated calling out to Kai the Big Belly to halt his departure, but reconsidered, feeling that striking him would lack honor. He retrieved a cigarette, lighting it to aid his contemplation. After taking a couple of deep puffs, he recalled that this pack was from the Cosmic brand. By the heavens, Kai the Big Belly, your demise is imminent. With that, Lin Bai delivered a swift kick to his rear, sending him tumbling to the ground. After expelling his frustration, Lin Bai considered heading to the supermarket to purchase a few pairs of underwear for emergencies. Just as he was about to step out, a familiar Bentley business car sped into view and halted at the entrance. Lu Laotu and Miss Lu disembarked, standing before Lin Bai. A debt of gratitude does not require words of thanks, the elders stated, foregoing pleasantries. Today, I come to greet the divine doctor. We shall soon be neighbors. You are moving to the old street? Lin Bai inquired. Indeed. I hastily purchased an empty house in the old street last night and will be relocating here from today onward, Lu Laotu replied cheerfully. As you know, the Lu family mansion has become nothing more than ruins, uninhabitable. Naturally, I must find a new abode. I plan to settle in the old street and reside here until my last days. Even if the mansion is restored, I shall not return. Lin Bai covered his face with his hand. People of your wealth should not dwell in such a dilapidated area. Why not acquire a new villa? He gestured toward Miss Lu, adding, such a noble and beautiful lady should not reside amidst the filth of the old street. Lu Laotu chuckled. If someone as esteemed as yourself can reside in the old street, what prevents me from doing so? To Lin Bai's astonishment, Miss Lu chimed in. The filthy water can simply be cleaned up. Before she could finish her sentence, a throng of individuals clad in black suits surged forward to clean the streets. These people exhibited an unparalleled dedication, surpassing even that of the sanitation workers. They diligently swept away every speck of dirt, washed the ground with hoses as thick as a bowl, and meticulously scraped the sludge from the gutters, ensuring not a single patch of moss was left behind. In no time, the old street sparkled brilliantly, almost as if it were gilded. Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words. It was as if a phoenix had intruded upon a sparrow's nest. What could the sparrow possibly say? Old Lu declared with grandiosity, having just arrived. One must certainly pay homage to the mountains, rivers, and ducks. Tonight, I shall host a feast, inviting all our neighbors to indulge in a hot pot dinner at Aunt Chin's restaurant. I entreat the esteemed divine physician to grace us with your presence. Could one truly obtain a meal in such a manner? Lin Bai was elated. Splendid. I shall certainly attend dinner tonight. Witness. It is said that associating with the affluent is advantageous. His arrival had already secured him a meal. Lin Bai's perception of old Lu improved significantly, and even Miss Lu beside him seemed to radiate enhanced beauty. Old Lu felt a swell of joy. The divine physician exhibited no airs, accepting his invitation to dine, which he perceived as a gesture of respect. The phrase divine physician suddenly sparked an idea within Lin Bai. Indeed, a new plan to accrue righteous power had emerged. With so many patients languishing in the hospital, if he treated them, wouldn't he experience a substantial surge in righteous power? This seemed far more reliable than merely returning lost items to the police or assisting elementary students with their homework. However, he was wary of haphazardly treating patients. Should he happen upon those suffering from common colds or fevers, consuming 25 points of righteous power to earn back only 1 or 2, wouldn't that be a devastating loss? After a few contemplative moments, he devised a promising scheme. Lin Bai patted old Lu on the shoulder, adopting a serious and compassionate expression, and said, Old Lu, I wish to do something for the citizens of Xuanqing. How well do you know the hospital? Could you perhaps arrange for them to send over some terminally ill patients for me to treat? As the saying goes, saving a life is akin to constructing a towering pagoda. I wish to erect a few pagodas for myself and accumulate some merit. Upon hearing these words, old Lu was utterly awed, having long known the divine physician to embody true goodness and virtue. This further solidified his belief in the noble character and morals of Lin Bai. He promptly thumped his chest and declared, "This is a simple matter. I have some connections with the director of Xuanzhang Hospital. I should make a call right away." The individuals clad in black suits began rummaging through a mound of phones, revealing to Lin Bai that old Lu possessed numerous devices. One phone incessantly rang, and Lu's secretary answered each call with cold indifference before swiftly hanging up. Finally, a black phone was extracted from a heap, its casing adorned with a note reading, "Not important." Lin Bai observed as old Lu sifted through the seemingly insignificant phone for some time before finally locating a number to dial. The call connected almost immediately, indicating its importance. Old Lu intentionally activated the speakerphone so that Lin Bai could hear the conversation. A male voice on the other end exclaimed, "Ah, Lu Lao, you finally called. Please, instruct me on how I may assist you. It is my honor to be of service." Old Lu replied, "Do you recall the divine physician who cured me while I was waiting to meet my end at your hospital?" The voice on the other end of the line hurriedly remarked, "I remember. How could I forget that miraculous physician? Unfortunately, he has not returned since." The old man Lu responded, "As long as you remember, it will be manageable. He intends to assist you with some terminally ill patients." The voice on the other end grew somewhat urgent, accompanied by the sound of heavy, labored breathing akin to a bellows. "Lu, where are you and the miraculous physician? I shall come immediately." Lu casually provided the address before disconnecting the call. The men in black brought over rattan chairs and a table, arranging them at the street corner in front of Lin Bai's home. The furniture exuded an antique elegance, finished in a deep mahogany hue. Individuals of Lu's generation often favored the rich heritage of Chinese culture and the aesthetic of traditional Chinese furnishings. However, Lin Bai was not particularly fond of them, as such pieces were exorbitantly priced. A single well-crafted wooden table could cost tens of thousands, an expense far beyond the means of someone of his financial standing. Seated comfortably in the high-end rattan chair, Lin Bai pondered how he might cunningly acquire this set of furniture. Lu seemed quite generous. Perhaps if he were to ask for it, Lu might oblige, albeit with some difficulty in maintaining face. The female demoness, sitting nearby, cheerfully remarked, "This rattan chair is quite nice. It is very comfortable." Lu immediately replied, "If you like it, I shall gift it to you." Lin Bai was taken aback. It turned out that there was no need to ask. A mere compliment was sufficient to obtain it. He had learned another trick. It appeared that the elegance of the king was indeed beneficial, particularly when it came to requesting favors, as it preserved one's dignity. The four individuals settled into their rattan chairs around the round table, with the female demoness holding a cup of latte. Lu chuckled and said, "Boanghua, it seems you have a fondness for Western cuisine. Even your drink is of the Western variety. Why do you not appreciate traditional Chinese fare? I believe our ancestral tea surpasses coffee." The demoness smiled silently. Lin Bai internally scoffed, recognizing that this woman likely had no understanding of the treasures of Chinese culture, probably never having tasted tea. The demoness, a figure from Western mythology, had only been exposed to Western traditions. Yet, her enigmatic smile concealed her ignorance from others. This was indeed a skill. Had it been him, he would have made a fool of himself. The art of elegance possessed by the king was profoundly intricate. With a snort, Lin Bai seized the coffee cup from the demoness' hands and set it aside. "Let us not indulge in this for now. Let us see what treasures Lu has brought." Lu's subordinates promptly arranged a splendid tea set on the table, which even someone as unrefined as Lin Bai could recognize as extraordinarily valuable. It was imbued with antiquity, the surface intricately carved with the four gentlemen of the plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, accompanied by a small poem. "The fragrance of tea awaits your arrival. Spring fills the pot, leaving guests inebriated." Alongside the poem were engravings of the four beauties, with minuscule inscriptions detailing their life stories in an ancient script that was both elegant and exquisite. The female demoness gasped softly, seemingly intrigued by the art of tea. Lu personally took out a small kettle to boil water, and as he gradually arranged the purple clay teapot and celadon cups, the antique and noble essence of the tea ceremony completely captivated the demoness. She is a woman who revels in a life of refinement and elegance, perfectly harmonizing with the grace of the tea ceremony. Old Lu grasped a handful of tea leaves and placed them into the teapot. The first infusion was merely a rinse, which he discarded, while the second was gently poured into the exquisite celadon cups before Lin Bai and the female overlord. As he introduced, This is Wui Mountain to Hong Pao. Though regrettably not from the mother tree. The female overlord lifted the delicate celadone cup, and even before taking a sip, the aroma intoxicated her senses. After a gentle sip, she closed her eyes in silence, savoring the moment. After a considerable pause, she suddenly reached for a coffee cup and flung it far away, laughing. I shall no longer drink coffee. From tomorrow onward, we shall indulge in this, shall Bai. Old Lu felt a swell of accomplishment as he had successfully converted a coffee drinker into a tea aficionado, marveling at the profound influence of culture. Indeed, it should be further propagated. However, Lin Bai's expression darkened. Good heavens, this is exponentially more expensive than coffee. Could you not opt for something like orange juice? That is something I could enjoy with you. As they continued the tea session, upon reaching the third infusion, Lu gifted the tea tray to the female overlord. At which point Lin Bai realized that the tray alone cost over 10,000 yuan. He dared not inquire about the price of the accompanying purple clay teapot and celadone cups, and he pondered how to serve the female overlord in the future. Suddenly, he recalled the old hawk tea used by Qian Qian for entertaining guests. It was essentially dried leaves from old trees, and for 50 yuan, one could procure a large bowl of it, sufficient to brew hundreds of cups. He resolved to offer her that. The hawk tea, paired with high-end tea ware, would complement each other splendidly, creating a delightful experience. A sedan rushed into the old street at a swift pace, reminiscent of old Lu's initial visit when he sought medicine from Lin Bai, like a dream four-wheel drive, a top-notch racer, or a Formula One car. Upon arriving at Lin Bai's doorstep, the screeching brakes drew the attention of everyone on the street. A bespectacled middle-aged man leapt from the car. He appeared to be in his 40s, scholarly and genteel, yet his expression betrayed a sense of urgency. Where is the divine doctor? Please introduce me to the divine doctor. Lu. What followed was a series of introductions, handshakes, pleasantries, and flattery. Once this self-proclaimed director of Shuangjiang Hospital, Huang Pei, settled at the table and lifted a cup of tea, he finally broached the main topic. The divine doctor appears much younger than I had imagined. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Before addressing the matter at hand, he felt compelled to pay a compliment, then continued. I heard from old Lu that the divine doctor intends to help our Shuangjiang Hospital rescue a group of patients with terminal illnesses. Lin Bai replied with a smile. Indeed, that is the intention. However, let me clarify. I only treat terminal illnesses. I shall not concern myself with those ailments that your hospital can manage. Saving a life grants me 100 points of righteous power, while each instance of healing through my abilities earns me 25 points. Thus, for every individual rescued, I gain 75 points. Those patients your hospital can treat surely do not amount to 100 points. The profit from treating them is minimal. Moreover, one must be benevolent and not encroach upon the livelihood of other doctors, lest a throng of unemployed physicians wield their scalpels against themselves. Taking on terminally ill patients is a different matter. After all, the doctors are unable to cure them, and it does not affect their livelihoods. Director Huang felt his heart racing. How confident must a miraculous healer be to utter such words? To solely treat terminal illnesses sounds rather impressive. But how exactly does one go about this? What percentage of the medical fees would the healer demand? Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively, stating, I will not charge a fee. My sole purpose is to save lives. To save a single life is akin to constructing a grand pagoda. In truth, it was not that Lin Bai was unwilling to accept payment, but rather that any money received would be seized by the female tyrant. Why work for her? It would be far better to forego payment and earn righteous power to enhance his combat abilities, ultimately becoming the master himself. When the female tyrant could no longer overpower him, he could still earn money then. Oh my! Director Huang slid under the table. His feelings mirrored those of old Lu. Lin Bai's image suddenly soared in grandeur. One should not expect gratitude for kindness. True goodness exists in the world. Before him stood someone who, despite appearing as a mere impoverished individual, was indeed a great man. His only concern was whether this great man possessed the skill to tackle peculiar and rare terminal illnesses, such as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Marfan syndrome, or rabies. Could this miraculous healer truly handle them? Since I do not accept payment, your hospital must not charge either. Lin Bai asserted. Do not let your interference tarnish my merits. Director Huang nodded vigorously. No charges, absolutely none. Successfully treating terminal patients in our hospital and then sending them out would serve as the best advertisement, more effective than any payment. If we can heal a few more cases, our hospital will gain worldwide renown, and the influx of patients will be so great that we shall never worry about earning money again. I certainly do not wish to jeopardize the healer's merits. However, we cannot prevent the patient's families from offering local specialties to the healer. Local specialties? Lin Bai crossed his legs and pretended to ponder. Well, that need not be discouraged. Very well, without further ado, you should return to the hospital and prepare a sealed room for me. It must be devoid of any surveillance equipment, with a curtain hung in the middle. Once prepared, send a car to bring me over. I shall perform my healing behind the curtain, while the patient remains outside. This request was peculiar, yet Director Huang did not refuse. Just days prior, the miraculous healer had cured old Liu of terminal cancer. The surveillance footage showed him merely pointing at old Liu to eradicate that dreadful illness. If he wished to perform his healing behind a curtain, so be it. After all, for terminal patients, desperate measures are warranted, and the hospital would incur no loss. Director Huang departed in a flurry, and Lin Bai understood that preparing a room would not take long. The hospital would soon dispatch a vehicle to fetch him. Meanwhile, he intended to take advantage of this time to buy some undergarments, as wearing hollow shorts was quite uncomfortable. He stood up to bid farewell to old Liu and Miss Liu. Lin Bai declared with indignation, "You enjoy your tea. I shall head to the supermarket for some supplies." Initially wishing to keep a distance from Miss Liu, he was taken aback when she stood up blushing and softly proposed, "I shall accompany Mr. Lin on a shopping trip." Lin Bai felt an overwhelming pressure. She was fully aware that he was about to purchase that embarrassing item. So why must she tag along? As Lin Bai walked alongside the affluent beauty, he felt immense pressure. This pressure did not stem from his own insecurities. He was thick-skinned and could care less about appearing disheveled or poor. In fact, he sometimes took pride in his humble status, boldly displaying an air of "I am proud to be poor." Rather, the pressure emanated from the elderly residents of the neighborhood, who unanimously believed Lin Bai and Qian were a couple. Anyone daring to disrupt this perception would face their wrath. Thus, when they witnessed Lin Bai strolling with the beautiful heiress, their discomfort was palpable. Uncle Zhang waved a fried dough stick in his hand, laughing heartily. "Little Bai, today I shall treat you to some youqiao." With a flick of his wrist, the dough stick flew through the air like a dart, not as a genuine offer to treat Lin Bai, but rather an attempt to slap him with it. Fortunately, a bodyguard clad in black stepped forth valiantly to protect him. Although Lin Bai was not the primary concern, shielding him was equivalent to guarding the master. The bodyguard met the flying youqiao with his own face, resulting in a loud smack, and retreated with an oily visage and a resentful gaze. Seeing the seemingly menacing bodyguard defending Lin Bai, Uncle Zhang dared not be brazen, grumbling as he retreated behind his stall. Miss Liu, with her cheeks flushed, remarked, "I did not intend to look. My gaze merely happened to wander in that direction." Lin Bai covered his face with his hand and nodded in dismay. Such a tragic predicament. If he were a woman, he could cry, cause a scene, or even threaten self-harm to extort some compensation for emotional distress. Yet, as a man, there was no way to extract money even if a woman had gazed upon him. Being a man truly seemed a poor bargain. Miss Liu was equally troubled, for as a refined lady, discussing such matters felt rather odd, requiring immense courage. "Mr. Lin, you perform great deeds without seeking reward, treating ailments without charging a fee, living a life of frugality to the point of not affording even underwear. I simply cannot bear to witness this." Lin Bai felt his pride weighing. What did she mean by not being able to afford underwear? This was a matter of dignity. He would rather die than succumb. He declared loudly, "It's not that I cannot afford underwear. It's merely that the bawang flower has an unfortunate habit of using them to mop the floor. Who can I turn to for justice?" Indeed, using underwear for mopping was an unseemly habit. Miss Liu, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Mr. Lin has assisted me on numerous occasions. Allow me to contribute as well. I shall pay for a large quantity of underwear, and let us see how many mops she can make." "Oh, you wish to pay?" Lin Bai exclaimed with delight. Underwear is not inexpensive. A box of men's cotton underwear costs 30 yuan for 2 pairs, a substantial sum, enough to buy 3 packs of premium cigarettes. Was someone willing to spend such money? This was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. "See how splendid it is to befriend the wealthy and reap benefits." He quickly responded, "Very well, let's go buy them now." Lin Bai had firmly resolved to purchase several pairs, and since someone was willing to pay, he thought it prudent to buy 10 at first, effectively saving himself 150 yuan. However, just as he was about to indulge in laughter, he realized that Miss Liu was leading him in a direction that was decidedly not towards the supermarket. "Where are you taking me?" he inquired. "To the specialty store, of course," she replied. Lin Bai was taken aback. "Is there really a specialty store for underwear? Who on earth is so peculiar as to open a shop solely for undergarments? Let us rather proceed to the supermarket." Miss Liu was equally astonished. "Does the supermarket even sell underwear? I thought they only offered snacks." This left them at an impasse, as their vastly different lifestyles rendered their thoughts no longer in sync. Ultimately, Lin Bai conceded. After all, it was Miss Liu who was footing the bill, and one must follow the one who pays. On the main street stood the specialty store, its expansive facade adorned with an English name. Lin Bai stared at the row of letters for a while. He recognized the letters of Armani, but the meaning when combined was utterly lost on him. What a trivial brand, too timid to even print a Chinese name on the sign, he scoffed, inadvertently causing the lobby manager, who stood at the entrance, to momentarily falter. Though this man appeared rather unrefined, the woman trailing behind him, adorned in luxurious attire, was anything but ordinary. It was evident that he was playing the fool to ensnare the unsuspecting. Few in the city of double celebration would dare to dismiss Armani as a mere trifle. Rumor had it that true affluent individuals shunned brands like Armani, opting instead for tailored garments from Savile Row in England, costing hundreds of thousands, pounds, no less. Could this man belong to that echelon? The lobby manager's composure was swiftly shaken. Lin Bai's discerning eye set him apart from the ordinary. A typical person would not dare to stride into an Armani store with such arrogance. Lin Bai had every right to be haughty as his gaze, when level, fell upon the price tags attached to the garments. Suits costing tens of thousands, trousers exceeding 1,000. This place was not suited for the likes of him. Ignorance was bliss. And by raising his head, he could avoid the disquiet of exorbitant prices. The ceiling is rather exquisite. That chandelier must be quite valuable. Perhaps one night I could stealthily enter and take it home to adorn the lobby of Xiao Bai's computer repair shop. That would certainly be a statement. Miss Liu's attention was fixated on the men's underwear. But being a refined lady, her discreet glances were imbued with elegance, rendering her furtive observations utterly unblemished. The lobby manager, recognizing that the lady in question was indeed of high standing, was further perplexed that she was acting as an attendant to the man in front of her, appearing almost anxious to please him. "My goodness, who is this distinguished gentleman? Let us start with 10 of this style," Miss Liu declared, selecting a pair in a blue cotton fabric. Lin Bai quickly glanced at the price tag, 750 yuan for a single pair. This was beyond unsettling. How could a small piece of cotton, fashioned into a simple shape, be worth such an exorbitant sum? It was outright extortion. Though it was Miss Liu's money, he could not allow such blatant exploitation, especially since they were at least acquaintances. He hastily interjected, "Surely 10 pairs are excessive. 2 or 3 would suffice." Miss Liu blinked her innocent eyes and remarked, "Are we not supposed to make mops? Surely 2 or 3 will not suffice. We need at least 20 or 30 to form one properly. Moreover, we cannot settle for merely crafting a single mop." Before she could finish her thought, a thud echoed from beside her, and the lobby manager collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing. At last, he bore witness to the true demeanor of the affluent. It was no wonder this man deemed Armani a mere shabby brand, yet still ventured to purchase items here. It turned out he intended to use them for mops. The sales clerks in the boutique could not suppress their tears, having once believed that working in such an esteemed establishment was a grand achievement. Now they realized that their products were destined to serve as mops. Had they not been sufficiently resilient, they might have collectively succumbed to despair. Lin Bai entered the changing room, donned a pair of 750 yuan underwear beneath a 25 yuan pair of street market shorts, smirking at his cleverness. Finally, he could enjoy the comfort of not having a chilly breeze upon his rear. Ordinary folk would only perceive the superficiality of his 25 yuan exterior, oblivious to the value of his 750 yuan interior. This exemplified the depth of a true connoisseur. At this moment, the Double River Hospital was in utter disarray. The first order of business for Director Huang upon his return was to prepare a small room for Lin Bai's treatment, complete with curtains. The second task was to begin compiling a list of terminally ill patients in the hospital. The 5 major terminal illnesses include amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, cancer, AIDS, leukemia, and rheumatoid arthritis. Double River Hospital had patients suffering from all these conditions, but not every patient resided within the hospital's walls. Those afflicted with ALS typically lived at home, while AIDS and rheumatoid arthritis patients usually did not require hospitalization unless their conditions became dire, allowing them to roam freely. Only cancer and leukemia patients were consistently present in the hospital. Director Huang summoned his trusted deputy to instruct him to gather all existing terminal patients and prepare to escort them to the small room one by one. Unfortunately, the deputy was not particularly discreet, and this news swiftly spread among the medical staff. The director had mentioned that a miraculous doctor would arrive to address the terminal patients. What nonsense! If a terminal illness can be cured, it wouldn't be termed terminal, would it? Truly, it is said that he cured old Lou, someone scoffed. I know about old Lou's case. That night, during my shift, a mysterious doctor entered the hospital, quietly slipped into old Lou's room, and with a mere wave of his hand, cured his cancer before vanishing without a trace. You jest. I heard he left with 500 yuan. 500 yuan can cure cancer? What you heard is pure folly. The miraculous doctor came with empty sleeves and departed the same way. Most doctors did not question this news, as the miracle surrounding old Lou's case was well known among them, filling them with anticipation for the arrival of the miraculous doctor. However, the perspectives of the patients diverge significantly. Patients are inherently contradictory beings. On one hand, they yearn for the miraculous skills of physicians to cure their ailments. On the other hand, they often harbor suspicions that hospitals are deceiving them, believing their attending physicians to be incompetent and merely seeking to exploit their medical expenses. This sentiment is particularly palpable among those afflicted with cancer, who simultaneously hope for a miraculous recovery while being acutely aware of the terminal nature of their condition. Recognizing the slim chances of a cure. When word spreads of a renowned healer purportedly capable of curing terminal illnesses, the immediate thought that crosses their minds is, this person must be a charlatan. Before long, a cacophony erupts in the ward as numerous cancer and leukemia patients, along with their families, gather in a sizable assembly. Over 100 strong, a veritable legion of relatives, all engaged in fervent discourse that fills the air with an unsettling intensity, rendering the entire intensive care unit nearly unbearable. Some family members, having received urgent calls, hastily travel from afar to join the throng. As the crowd swells, a multitude of relatives encircle the outpatient building, their clamor escalating to such a degree that even the vice president of the hospital is compelled to intervene, prompting the director, Huang, to hastily attend to the matter, taken aback by the commotion. Upon arrival, he is greeted by a large sign prominently displayed in front of the building, inscribed with, "Oppose the hospital's exploitation of terminal patients for monetary gain. Oppose the hospital's use of terminal patients for unverified experimental treatments. Oppose quacks masquerading as healers to defraud patients." The sight leaves Director Huang both amused and bewildered. The scene is one of palpable unrest, with numerous relatives vocally protesting, some even climbing the ginkgo tree in the garden, perching on its branches while waving a large banner that boldly proclaims, "Condemn the unscrupulous hospital for taking advantage of terminally ill patients." The branches of the ginkgo are not particularly sturdy, unable to support the weight of a person, and creak ominously with each movement, threatening to snap at any moment. The vice president, standing beneath the tree, waves his hands frantically and implores, "Dear family member, please come down. If this continues, you may find yourself in need of hospitalization as well, specifically in orthopedics." The individual in the tree retorts angrily, "Are you cursing me with the prospect of breaking my limbs? If I fall, I will deliberately land on my head. There's no way I'm going to orthopedics." The crowd below is taken aback. The audacity of this individual is enough to intimidate onlookers who dare not meet his gaze. A throng of doctors and nurses rushes to the scene, arms outstretched in readiness to catch him should he fall, prompting the person to climb even higher, causing the ginkgo tree to sway dangerously, striking fear into the hearts of many. Oppose the hospital's exploitation of terminal patients. Resound a rallying cry, echoed by the throng. The vice president, overwhelmed, exclaims, "Everyone, please remain calm. The hospital does not engage in arbitrary charges. I have yet to receive specific instructions regarding the fees charged by the healer, and we must deliberate further." Director Huang realizes his error. He had neglected to inform the vice president that the healer does not charge for his services. Consequently, the vice president mistakenly believes the hospital intends to continue its previous practice of exorbitant fees for terminal illnesses, a notion that, under the circumstances, seems reasonable. However, the patients harbored skepticism about the possibility of curing terminal illnesses. When the exorbitant medical fees were mentioned, it was inevitable that chaos would ensue. Director Huang took a deep breath, grounding himself, and bellowed, "Everyone, listen to me." Despite his appearance, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of sophistication, his voice resonated powerfully, silencing the previously raucous crowd. Not a single soul dared to utter a sound. Even the infants in their cradles were rendered mute by his commanding presence. Since ancient times, we have likened formidable entities to those capable of silencing the cries of children at night, and it seemed Director Huang was akin to a great wolf. The wolf, revealing its sharp fangs, surveyed the faces of a flock of sheep, causing them to tremble in fear. With an air of calm authority, he declared, "For this treatment of terminal patients, our hospital will not charge a single penny, nor will the esteemed physician seek any payment from you. Mark my words, not a cent will be collected." The crowd gasped, and the wolf transformed instantly into the benevolent Guanyin, the bodhisattva of compassion. Concerns over the efficacy of the treatment faded, as the prospect of free medical care quelled the unrest. The individual perched in the tree obediently descended, while several doctors rushed forth to secure him, fearing he might ascend again. Even if he could withstand it, the ginkgo tree surely could not. When Lin Bai returned home clad in his newly purchased undergarments, the vehicle dispatched by the hospital had been waiting for quite some time. The doctor at the wheel was none other than Lu Laotu's attending physician. Upon seeing Lin Bai, the doctor respectfully bowed, his face alight with admiration. "So you are the masked, miraculous healer. It is truly a pleasure to finally meet you." Lin Bai, seemingly carefree, responded with a smile. "No need for formality. Please come in for tea." He found it quite delightful to host guests with Lu Laotu's tea, particularly since it didn't cost him anything. "We have no time for tea. The hospital is on the brink of being overturned by the patients' families. Please, we must hurry." The doctor replied pragmatically, preferring to dispense with superfluous conversation, which suited Lin Bai's temperament well. Lin Bai hopped into the car, and Lu Laotu squeezed in beside him. "I want to witness the spectacle as well." The vehicle sped forth, swiftly arriving at the hospital entrance. Lin Bai peered out the window and was taken aback by the throng of people gathered outside. They did not resemble patients, but rather relatives of the afflicted. A veritable assembly of aunts and uncles, all craning their necks in eager anticipation for the miraculous healer's arrival. It reminded him of the meerkats he had only seen in Animal Planet. If a falcon were to descend from the sky, the meerkats would instinctively retract their necks and swiftly burrow into their holes. Lin Bai felt an urge to lean out of the car and shout, "The water truck is coming," to see their reaction. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, the meerkats surrounded them, and one voice rang out, "Where is the miraculous healer who charges nothing? The esteemed divine physician. You do not charge for your medical services, and regardless of the outcome, our family is profoundly grateful to you. We are not fearful of expenses. If you can truly cure my daughter's cancer, we would pay any amount. Esteemed divine physician, here is a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. I kindly ask you to indulge while taking care of my father." This scene left Lin Bai utterly astounded, as he had no experience in handling such situations and felt an overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, the family members of the patient mistook him for someone else, and when Lin Bai exited the vehicle, no one paid him any heed. The young man in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, clearly a technician, was overlooked, while the elderly Lu exuded an imposing presence. His expressions alone revealed his stature, and given his age, he was unmistakably an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. A throng of people surged forward, encircling Lu in a protective barrier. Lin Bai attempted to enter the hospital, but was unceremoniously brushed aside by two robust women. He reached out for the pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, yet the individual adamantly refused to hand it to him, insisting on offering it to Lu instead. There was no reasoning with this group, and Lin Bai could not help but feel infuriated. How absurd! Lu, however, remained unflustered. Having previously conducted press conferences surrounded by ravenous reporters, he handled this minor inconvenience with ease. Raising his hands, he commanded silence among the family members, asserting, "Please, everyone, do not crowd us. If we cannot enter the hospital, we'll tend to your loved ones." Instantly, the crowd parted, creating a passageway as if a red carpet had been laid out. Lu signaled to Lin Bai and strode forward with purpose. Lin Bai, with a rueful smile, followed like an attendant, feeling quite vexed. Yet, within moments, Lu handed him the pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, instantly uplifting his spirits. Cradling a box, he rubbed his face against the luxurious cigarettes, ecstatic at having never smoked such a premium brand before. Wait, what? Upon inspecting the sunlight, he noticed the cigarette box bore a cosmic watermark. Goodness gracious, who dares to deceive the divine physician with counterfeit cigarettes? This could jeopardize your patient's life. Finally managing to squeeze into the hospital and into a private room, Lin Bai settled behind the curtain. The patient soon realized he was indeed the divine physician, and those who had mistakenly flattered him felt great remorse, fearing his ire might prevent them from receiving treatment for their loved ones. Dressed in his superhero undergarments, Lin Bai was soon greeted by a cancer patient accompanied by a horde of anxious intern doctors, all eager to witness how the divine physician would administer treatment. To their astonishment, as the patient stood before the curtain for merely 2 seconds, Lin Bai's voice resonated from behind. Cured. Next. Was this a joke? The crowd outside was left in disbelief. This is what I call efficiency. Do you understand nothing? Lin Bai shouted towards them. The family outside is about to start their tirade once more, yet the cancer patient, reminiscent of the former Mr. Liu, suddenly springs up from his bed, ready to commence the 7th set of radio calisthenics. Now, let us begin the first segment, warm-up exercises 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Oh my goodness. Quickly take this patient for an examination. Utilize all the equipment available. A throng of doctors screams as they rush out. The patient had intended to complete the entire routine, but was forcibly pulled away by the doctors, unable to escape. His anguish cries echoed down the corridor. Let go of me. I haven't moved for months, and now that I can finally do calisthenics, please allow me to finish. Woe is me. Joyful tears streamed into the x-ray room as the patient continued to wail, while his family in the hallway erupted into frenzied sobs. Their cries intermingled with laughter, a cacophony of both mirth and despair, akin to a group of madmen. Lin Bai listened quietly to these sounds, feeling a surge of happiness within. Why did he feel joy at the recovery of someone else's ailment? The intricacies of human nature are indeed complex. It is not solely the acquisition of wealth or the allure of beauty that brings happiness, but also the profound sense of fulfillment derived from aiding others. Why is this so? Humans are inherently social creatures. Being part of a community, there exists a tender affection reserved for one's kin, assisting one another, saving fellow beings, and fostering a happy existence for the entire community is an innate quality of social animals, a trait only absent in the most despicable of individuals devoid of humanity. Glancing at his watch, Lin Bai noted that he had expended 25 points of righteous energy, yet in return, he had gained 100 points. Treating a terminally ill patient netted him a profit of 75 points, but he felt no joy at this gain. Rather, he was genuinely elated for the patient and their family. It dawned upon him that he truly was a good person. Lin Bai issued himself a card proclaiming his goodness. Then, a middle-aged voice called out from beyond the curtain. Divine healer, it is I, the man who brought you the soft Chinese cigarettes. The next patient is my father. I kindly ask for your consideration. Lin Bai, infuriated, retorted, What? It's you? How dare you come here after I have yet to settle the score with you? Someone, throw him and his cigarettes out. In an instant, Lin Bai transformed from a benevolent figure into a villain. It seems that being a good person is no simple task. The man who brought the soft Chinese cigarettes quickly realized why he was not favored by the divine healer and fell to his knees outside, weeping. Divine healer, I was wrong. I will never dare to bring fake cigarettes as gifts again. I implore your mercy. Save my father. Lin Bai scolded him sharply. You fool. I am treating patients for free. It matters not if you bring me gifts. Why must you attempt to deceive me with counterfeit cigarettes? Do I appear to be someone who could be easily fooled? Enough with the tears. I merely expelled you and your cigarettes, not your father. Ultimately, he remained a good person. Leaving an elderly man suffering from cancer behind was not an option. Thus, he tapped into his extraordinary abilities. And the elderly gentleman rose from his bed, stretching his arms and legs, his face alight with joy. He burst from a room to deliver a sound thrashing to his ineffectual son. I told you not to buy fake cigarettes to give away. How dare you? You ungrateful wretch. All right, that's enough. Fake cigarettes are still cigarettes. Having something to smoke is preferable to having nothing at all. Lin Bai, with a mischievous grin, said, "Toss that fake cigarette behind the curtain. I want it." The atmosphere was tinged with a sense of romantic absurdity. One by one, patients were ushered into a peculiar little room devoid of any medical equipment. The only division was a simple curtain that split the room in two. Each patient entered with a look of bewilderment, only to moments later flail their arms and legs, bouncing around the hospital like rabbits. In the corridors of the hospital, many were in tears, patients, their families, and even their attending physicians and nurses. For instance, when a little girl suffering from leukemia was healed by Lin Bai and dashed out, her doctor and nurse could not help but weep. Some people outside bowed before the curtain where Lin Bai concealed himself, while those of considerable means were on the phone arranging to bestow lavish gifts. Others stood silently, gazing at the curtain with tear-filled eyes. Lin Bai imagined, should Xian fall victim to an incurable disease and be healed by a miraculous doctor, he too would be outside bowing desperately, refusing to rise until his forehead was bruised. His heart stirred, touched in the most profound way, filled with a medley of emotions that defied articulation. After treating 16 terminal patients, his righteous power surged by over 1,200 points, combining with his previous total to exceed 2,200, a significant increase in strength. Yet, this joy paled in comparison to the recent emotional uplift. He lit a dry grass cigarette, the familiar taste invigorating him, while others would cough from the smoke. Lin Bai, accustomed to years of fake cigarettes, found it to sharpen his mind. He tucked his superhero underwear into his pocket and emerged from behind the curtain, only to be surrounded by several family members of patients, their lips trembling, struggling to express their gratitude through choked voices. No one regarded the elderly Liu as a miraculous doctor anymore. Everyone recognized that this seemingly unremarkable young man was the true healer. They understood the age-old lesson that one should not judge by appearances. Lin Bai felt he had enlightened the ignorant masses, a truly noble achievement. Regrettably, no patient's daughter approached him with offers of affection or devotion, a lamentable oversight. Just as he pondered this, a woman's voice called out, "You saved my father. I have no way to repay you except to offer myself." Lin Bai turned in delight, only to be met by a woman whose appearance was even more daunting than Feng Jie's. Reality often proves unforgiving, while heroic tales promise beautiful maidens offering themselves. In actuality, only the likes of Feng Jie engage in such acts. Terrified, Lin Bai fled, calling out to Director Huang, "Notify me of any terminal patients in the future." The character of the esteemed healer was beyond reproach. As he evaded the chase of a formidable pursuer, he remained intent on aiding more patients. Tears of gratitude flowed from the doctors, nurses, patients, and families within the hospital. Without a doubt, in their limited lifetimes, they had encountered the kindest soul in Lin Bai, an individual whose nobility was unparalleled. Lin Bai hastily exited the hospital, pursued by Feng Jie. Soon, he returned outside, and before Feng Jie could catch up, he exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth? I arrived with a car to pick me up, but why is there no car to send me off? Is there such a thing as burning bridges?" Only then did Director Huang come to his senses, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, "Quick, prepare a car to escort the divine physician from the clutches of the female dinosaur." After narrowly escaping Feng Jie's grasp, Lin Bai found himself alone, having lost the old man Liu in the process. Upon returning home, he discovered two women seated outside, enjoying tea. The female overlord was already brewing her 45th cup, relentlessly indulging in her newfound obsession, much like her current preference for hot pot for both lunch and dinner. Lin Bai suspected that in the days to come, she would consume countless cups of tea without ever growing weary of it. The other woman was, of course, Miss Liu, who was imparting knowledge of tea ceremonies to the female overlord. To her surprise, she discovered that the female overlord was a quick learner, retaining information with extraordinary prowess. If she were to pursue academic studies, she would undoubtedly excel at Xuanqing University. Truly, as a formidable figure from the military, she was beyond reproach. Miss Liu sighed, casting a discreet glance at the female overlord's chest, hips, and her slender waist, feeling a twinge of disheartenment. Her intuition told her that such a captivating creature had yet to win Lin Bai's affections, making her own pursuit seem all the more challenging. Why was it that Qianqian, an unremarkable girl from a humble background, could monopolize Lin Bai's heart? It was utterly perplexing. Certainly, it must be due to their childhood bond, the advantage of proximity. Now that she had also moved to the old street, she could encounter Lin Bai at every turn, and she refused to believe that time would not cultivate affection. Just as Miss Lu pondered this, Lin Bai returned, prompting her to rise eagerly. "You're back. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet," Lin Bai replied weakly. It was terrifying. I was chased for 2 whole streets by Feng Jia. The female overlord chuckled, playfully toying with her celadon teacup. "Why not just eat hot pot? Have Aunt Sheen send some over." Lin Bai shouted no. "If I eat more hot pot, I might breathe fire." "You go ahead. I'll grab some rice noodles from that old woman." "I'll go for the rice noodles too," Miss Lu quickly chimed in, only to ask afterward, "Is that a famous snack?" A few minutes later, Miss Lu began to regret her decision. The renowned old street delicacy, the rice noodles from the old woman, was served in a dilapidated establishment with a leaky roof, featuring 5 old wooden tables surrounded by long benches. A battered chopstick holder sat on the table, filled with a handful of glossy, questionable chopsticks. Oil, salt, sauces, and vinegar were carelessly arranged on the tables for customers to use at will. A blind girl served tea and water inside, while a white-haired old woman boiled water and prepared the noodles and condiments. The ambience here was far from opulent, clashing with the refined elegance of Miss Lu. She suppressed her discomfort as she sat at the table, her shoulder brushing against Lin Bai's. The female superheroine leaned closer to Lin Bai and whispered, "You have quite the audacity, bolder than even me, the superheroine." Lin Bai asked, "Where have I been bold?" The female superhero whispered, "You are well aware that Granny Zheng detests seeing you with any woman other than Qian. Yet you dare to bring Miss Lu here for rice noodles? I fear you are in for a world of trouble today." This statement startled Lin Bai. Having been disoriented by Feng Jia earlier, he had completely overlooked this vital detail. Now he felt doomed. If the 800-pound old woman swung her broom at him, there would be no place to hide. Just as he sprang to his feet, he heard Granny Zheng's shrill voice. You young girl, it's over for you." Granny Zheng was fiercer than a futuristic warrior. Lin Bai grasped Miss Lu's hand, intending to flee, but Granny Zheng shouted, "You look exactly like my younger self. Are you by any chance surnamed Lu?" "What?" Both Lin Bai and Miss Lu were taken aback. Miss Lu inquired, "I resemble you when you were young? What a coincidence." "First, answer me. Are you surnamed Lu?" Miss Lu, perplexed, replied, "Yes. I am indeed surnamed Lu. How do you know? Is your grandfather named Lu Tais Ho?" Granny Zheng exclaimed, her excitement palpable, her eyes reddening. Miss Lu nodded, saying, 30 years ago, my grandfather was indeed called Lu Tais Ho, but he has since changed his name to Lu Guoqiang. He never told me before, but he recently confided in me after some events unfolded. It's strange. How do you know something I didn't even know?" Suddenly, Granny Zheng collapsed to the ground. Miss Lu gasped in shock. How could the old woman faint mid-conversation? Lin Bai, however, quickly understood the situation. He hurried to support Granny Zheng, patting her back and helping her breathe, while urging Miss Lu, "You must find your grandfather and ask if he remembers the name, Zheng Hongxiu. If he still holds on to that name, he should come here immediately. Oh, and bring something weighing a pound on your back. What is it called?" "Ah, yes, carrying a burden to atone." The female superhero covered her face, exclaiming, "Xiao Bai, it's carrying a thorn to apologize." "That's right. Carrying a burden to atone. My pronunciation is correct. Isn't it?" Lin Bai retorted. It was futile to reason with this illiterate, so the female superhero turned away. After a while, Lu Laotu was summoned, indeed carrying a thorn. Unlike Lin Bai, Lu Laotu was more cultured and did not confuse thorn with burden. He exhibited a proper attitude of contrition. Upon entering the shop, he knelt before Granny Zheng, weeping, "Hongxiu, I have searched for you in vain these 30 years. You fool, how could you not find someone?" Granny Zheng cried, tears streaming down her face. "Why did you change your name?" Granny Zheng lamented. "Had you not changed it, I would have found you by the 15th year. Lu Laotu, also in tears, responded, "You urged me to turn over a new leaf. If I hadn't changed the name Lu Tais Ho, my brothers on the street would have constantly bothered me. Changing my name was the only way to start anew. Yet, why could I never find you?" He continued, "After becoming wealthy, I spent a fortune hiring people to check the household registrations, searching for every Zheng Hongxiu in Xuanqing City. But to no avail." Granny Zheng smiled bitterly and replied, "That is because I too changed my name. I am now known as Zheng Chunhua, Lu the Elder and Zheng the Old Matron. In recent days, the old man and the old woman have unknowingly brushed past each other countless times. Yet the passage of time has rendered their appearances a blur. Even if they stood face to face, without uttering their names, they would not dare to acknowledge one another. Once handsome youths and beautiful maidens, they are now but gray-haired elders. A certain Su Dongpa once penned a verse stating that after 10 years of separation, two souls become indistinguishable. Even if they meet again, dust covers their faces and their hair turns to frost. This illustrates that after a decade apart, recognition fades. And after 30 years, it is unnecessary to say more. The old couple gazes at each other in silence, tears flowing like a river. They hold hands, their eyes brimming with tears, yet words fail them. How fascinating is ancient poetry, where different verses convey the same sentiment. The love story of the stubborn old man and the obstinate old woman is little appreciated. Lin Bai, with one hand grasping Lu the young lady and the other holding the brave girl, stealthily exited the old woman's rice noodle shop, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of disturbing them. Only after they had ventured far did Lu the young lady exclaim, tears glistening, "How romantic!" Lin Bai rolled his eyes, retorting, "Romantic? 30 years, quite the bitter tale." That evening, Qin the matron's hot pot restaurant was filled with local townsfolk. The number of tables was just sufficient to accommodate all the neighbors. A few days prior, when the lady demon had visited, Qin the matron purposefully acquired an extra chair. Subsequently, when the brave girl took up residence in the old street, another table was added. Now, with both Lu the elder and Lu the young lady joining, Qin the matron opted for yet another table. As for the Lu family's relatives, who hurried to pay their respects to their matriarch, they found no seats available and had to set up a few tables on the street outside, which they had to bring themselves. Lu the elder and Zheng, the old matron's biological son, was the first to greet his long-lost mother, followed by a throng of cousins and grandchildren. With tears and smiles, Zheng the old matron helped them to their feet and directed them to sit at the tables outside. With this familial connection to Zheng the matron, Lu the elder and Lu the young lady quickly gained acceptance from all the local neighbors, ensuring they would now share the same street for sustenance, no longer divided. In contrast, the icy beauty from the Ice Heart mobile phone store, who had arrived before the Lu family, still seemed out of place. Is this woman truly Jia Jia? Lin Bai remained uncertain and invited her to join his table, seating her next to the lady demon. Their table now comprised Lin Bai, the lady demon, Qian Qian, the 32-year-old elder, Uncle Zhang, old man Shi, and the second-generation Qin matron, making a total of 8. The lady demon resumed her voracious eating shortly after the dishes arrived. She devoured 3 pieces of tripe, 5 quail eggs, and 3 sheets of tofu skin, now eyeing other delicacies, poking the mushrooms in the pot with her chopsticks, causing them to swirl in the crimson broth, her saliva nearly dripping onto the table. Is this the elegance of royalty? Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words with the woman, patiently curling a slice of pork for Qian Qian, then gestured towards the second-generation Aunt Qin. Young lady from the Qin family, I've heard whispers of your early romance. Is it with the chubby class representative? Isn't it a tad premature to be involved in such matters at your age? The second-generation Aunt Qin possessed a matronly figure and a robust demeanor. Huffing in response, I'm merely experiencing puppy love. It's nothing serious. You and Qian Qian used to share baths and sleep under the same blanket when you were just little kids. Far more scandalous than my current hand-holding escapade. So you're hardly in a position to judge me. Lin Bai was momentarily silenced, while Qian Qian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, the image of a chubby child and a little matron walking home hand in hand was rather endearing. As Lady Lu would put it, quite romantic. Lin Bai deftly sidestepped the issue. Turning to the Ice Queen, stop frowning all day, smile a little. Otherwise, the neighbors will think you're an outsider. The Ice Queen replied with a stern expression. I'm an outsider, aren't I? Do you expect me to consider myself one of your own? When did our relationship evolve to that point? Lin Bai fell silent once more, while the female tyrant burst into laughter. Engaging with this group of women was futile. Conversing with men was far more comfortable. He leaned towards the 32 grandfather. How's that wretched novel of yours coming along? If it falls flat again, you may as well rename it to 33 grandfather. This time, it will definitely not fall flat, the 32 grandfather boasted proudly. My readers have already surpassed 5,000. Once it goes live for purchase, I shall ascend to greatness. Listen to the title, The Queen of Domination and Little Bai, Doesn't it sound formidable? And the content is drawn from real life, offering a profound sense of immersion. Lin Bai inquired curiously, what exactly does the book entail? The 32 grandfather replied with glee. It narrates the tale of a poor fellow named Xiao Bai, who was kept as a pet by a queen known as Queen of Domination. Lin Bai exclaimed, good heavens, you're in for it now. He raised a piece of sausage and playfully slapped it against the 32 grandfather's face. The meal stretched on longer than anticipated, and Lin Bai unintentionally drank a bit too much. As he exited Aunt Sheen's hot pot restaurant, he found himself swaying unsteadily, attempting to walk straight, yet veering towards the diagonal opposite side. The entrance to Xiao Bai's repair shop was right ahead, yet after 4 failed attempts to enter, he either collided with a nearby wall or stumbled into a roadside ditch. Thankfully, the Liu family's black suit had rendered the ditch clean enough to sustain tropical fish, so a fall into it would not be catastrophic. In the past, Qian Qian would always assist him home when he was inebriated, but this evening, she too had succumbed to the effects of alcohol and had left early to retire for the night, unable to endure until the banquet's conclusion. Thus, Lin Bai became a lost soul, meandering through the streets like a headless fly. After several missteps, he ultimately found himself slumped in the ditch, seemingly resigned to spend the night there. The mischievous female tyrant, of course, would not come to his aid, instead sitting at the window on the 2nd floor, chuckling at his predicament. However, the Ice Queen across the street could no longer remain passive. She dashed across the road, pulled Lin Bai up from the ditch, and draped his arm around her shoulders, laboriously helping him towards home. The pungent scent of alcohol continuously emanated from Lin Bai's mouth, invading the nostrils of the Ice Queen. Yet, she did not so much as furrow a brow, summoning all her strength to finally bring Lin Bai back to his home. After shutting the roll-up door behind them, the Ice Queen leaned against the table, gasping for breath. Her black shirt was wrinkled from Lin Bai's antics, and even her feminine suit skirt had become creased, resembling an office lady who had just been mistreated. Suddenly, the sultry voice of the demoness echoed in her ear. Haven't you always desired his virginity? This presents an excellent opportunity. Take advantage of his inebriation, swiftly undress him, and lay him upon the bed. You know he is a responsible man. Upon awakening and discovering he has shared such intimacy with you, he will undoubtedly recognize you as his woman. Even if he does not marry you, he will surely support you. The Ice Queen emitted a bitter smile, replying, Sister Queen, please refrain from mocking me. You are well aware of my past. I am unworthy of such a fine man. The demoness scoffed. What makes you unworthy? Should anyone utter a word against you, I would eliminate his entire family. The Ice Queen shook her head, gesturing towards Lin Bai's heart, and sighed. There is no place for me there. The demoness contemplated this matter seriously, wanting to convey that there indeed was a place for her, one that was substantial, but ultimately, the words remained unspoken. The Ice Queen undressed Lin Bai completely and dragged him into the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon filled the air. The demoness leaned in closer, observing as the Ice Queen applied body wash onto Lin Bai's body and slowly began to lather him. While many women might feel bashful in such a scenario, the Ice Queen exhibited no shyness whatsoever. Even Lin Bai's little elephant trunk was thoroughly cleaned. After changing him into fresh underwear, she noticed the brand was Armani, causing her to pause momentarily, a hint of tears glistening in her eyes. However, she brushed away the tears, carefully placed Lin Bai onto the bed, tucked him in, and then exited the room, closing the door behind her. Fool! The demoness shook her head. The Ice Queen left Lin Bai's home without a backward glance and returned to the mobile phone shop across the street. The moon had risen, its pale light illuminating the sign of the shop, casting a glow upon the 4 characters that spelled Ice Heart. All fools, the demoness reiterated, shaking her head once more before burrowing into her own blankets. Meanwhile, the elderly noodle shop, operated by Granny Mi, had temporarily closed its doors. Granny Zheng and the Supergirl of Courage had moved into a new house recently purchased by Old Liu, under the supervision of several men in black suits. The noodle shop, which had stood for decades, was raised by a massive excavator. In no time, a group of bricklayers came together to construct a new building with a neat black-tiled roof, and both the interior and exterior painted in white. The sign, of course, was new as well, crafted from fine wood, with the words Granny Mi's Noodles embossed in gold, shimmering under the sunlight. The once dilapidated house has transformed into the finest residence on the old street. Akin to Cinderella, metamorphosing into Snow White overnight. The only lament lies in the fact that Granny Zheng, this version of Cinderella, has aged somewhat, and old Lu, our prince, has also seen the passage of time. Otherwise, their tale would undoubtedly become an enduring love story, celebrated through the ages. Granny's rice noodles have officially merged with the Lu Group and will henceforth serve as a significant branch of the enterprise, standing alongside Lu's Hot Pot. The ambition is to establish chain stores throughout the entirety of Shuangqing, ensuring that every old street and alley boasts a branch. For every resident must savor a bowl of Granny's rice noodles before they can truly call themselves a Shuangqing native. This vision may be beyond old Lu's generation to fulfill, yet Miss Lu is eager to inherit this romantic legacy. As long as the Lu family endures, this dream shall one day materialize. A new chapter begins for the old street, heralding a promising future, a cause for celebration among the community. Residents united in presenting flower baskets to the new noodle shop, and Lin Bai performed a song at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, with lyrics that proclaimed, "You will surely succeed, bravely forge ahead. I am destined to be of use. You are the finest." Following his performance, many attendees raised their middle fingers in jest, vowing to refrain from listening to his music for 6 months, lest they be reminded of Lin Bai's ear-piercing melodies, which could induce nausea with just a fleeting thought. The modest ribbon-cutting ceremony attracted numerous magnates from Shuangqing's business realm, including Old Hao from Longhe Real Estate and Wang Jingyu from Tianshu Technology. Their presence, standing in a line before the noodle shop and exchanging celebratory remarks, created a significant ripple effect. The following day, the Shuangqing Morning News, Shuangqing Daily, Shuangqing Evening News, Shuangqing Times, Shuangqing Business Journal, Shuangqing Talent Report, Shuangqing Entrepreneurial Journal, Shuangqing Children's News, and Shuangqing Technology Report all covered this astonishing event, with reporters from television stations also arriving for interviews. Consequently, in the days that followed, individuals from 100 miles away drove to sample the unique offerings of this noodle shop. The old street was teeming with people and vehicles, with the Ice Mountain Beauty's mobile phone shop thriving, Anqin's hot pot bustling, Uncle Zhang's soy milk and fried dough sticks flourishing, and even Old Cheese counterfeit cigarettes selling well. The only establishment that remained uninspired was Xiao Bai's computer repair shop, as no one ventured out for noodles while carrying a computer. Lin Bai gazed wistfully at these unreasonable folks, pondering why the entire old street was thriving while he was not. Fortunately, Qian brought him delightful news. His investment of 700 yuan for a 30 stake in the snack shop had finally opened. Today, Lin Bai intended to visit his snack establishment, accurately described as a shop in which he holds a minority share. This marked his inaugural venture into investment, necessitating careful consideration. Thus, he rose early, completing his morning routine before dawn. Naturally, he donned Armani underwear, as it was the only suitable choice, while maintaining his customary ensemble of 25 yuan shorts and a 15 yuan short-sleeve t-shirt, an attire that radiated cheerfulness. Qian found this quite agreeable, having grown up watching Lin Bai dress in such a manner, believing there was nothing amiss. As the two individuals stepped out side by side, they had barely taken 2 steps when the illustrious Miss Lu appeared ahead of them. Despite the oppressive heat of the summer morning, before the sun had even risen, she radiated elegance and grace, standing resplendent in the dim morning light. Her ability to don a dress of such caliber in sweltering heat was indeed commendable, unlike Lin Bai, who perpetually exuded the demeanor of a panting dog, drenched in sweat. With a smile, Miss Lu inquired, "Are you heading to the university town?" "I too am off to school. Let us go together." Lin Bai immediately displayed a smug grin, pleased to have gained an advantage. "Great, we have a car." Miss Lu, with a hint of melancholy, mused, "So, I am merely here to provide transportation?" Upon entering the vehicle, Lin Bai fancied the idea of seating Miss Lu in the front, while he and Qian occupied the back. But this wicked notion was thwarted by Miss Lu, who insisted on pushing Lin Bai to the front next to the driver in black attire, relegating the back seat to herself and Qian, where they could exchange whispers of feminine intimacy. The driver in black maintained a stoic expression as the two women engaged in hushed conversation, punctuated by occasional light laughter. Feeling somewhat out of place, Lin Bai retrieved a withered cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the driver. "Brother, have a smoke, soft Zhonghua." The driver, unable to divert his hands from the steering wheel, leaned over to take the cigarette, which Lin Bai lit for him. After just one puff, The driver was overwhelmed by the acrid scent of burnt leaves, erupting into a fit of coughs that nearly caused the vehicle to collide with a nearby telephone pole. Lin Bai was taken aback. Is it really that severe? I smoke this daily without such a reaction. The driver, on the verge of tears, pleaded, Brother Bai, could we switch to my yushi? It's in my jacket pocket. Feel free to take some if you must share. Peering out the window, Lin Bai indeed spotted another vehicle trailing behind, filled to the brim with more men in black suits, Miss Liu's bodyguards. Ever since the last incident where Miss Liu was attacked, the number of bodyguards had swelled to an entire carload, such as the distinction of the affluent, where bodyguards are counted by the vehicle. Lin Bai felt a surge of delight. All right, once we park, I'll hand each of them a cigarette. After expressing his intent to share, he felt bold enough to indulge in the driver's cigarettes. He swiftly extracted a yushi from the driver's pocket, held it up to the sunlight, and confirmed the absence of any counterfeit markings, feeling reassured as he lit it. The flavor, a taste he had savored for over a decade, finally revealed the true essence of a cigarette-esque aroma. Thus, the pack of yushi was not returned to the driver's pocket. Instead, with an air of nonchalance, Lin Bai tucked it into his own. Upon arriving at the university town, the group disembarked and all the men in black lit their withered, soft Zhonghua cigarettes, knowing full well they could not refuse the offerings for Brother Bai, for they understood better than anyone the esteemed position he held in the hearts of both old Liu and Miss Liu. The scent of burnt leaves wafted ominously through the streets, deterring ordinary folk from approaching. Such an aroma was typically only encountered during the festive season, when households burned sausages and cured meats. Lin Bai walked at the forefront, smiling at passers-by as he reassured them, do not worry, although this smoke is pungent, it is devoid of nicotine. Liu, the young lady, was a renowned figure in the university town, attracting admiring glances wherever she went. Though Qianqian's fame was not as pronounced, she was nonetheless a beloved Cinderella in her own right. Walking alongside them placed Lin Bai under immense pressure, as onlookers instinctively regarded him as a mere servant, subordinate even to those clad in black suits. The group arrived at a snack shop, and Lin Bai was taken aback by the enormous roll-up door. Just by looking at it, he could tell that the interior space must encompass at least 100 square meters, prompting him to exclaim, Qianqian, what kind of snack shop is this? It's surprisingly vast. Not at all. It's quite small, Qianqian replied as she produced a key to unlock the roll-up door. With a loud clattering, Lin Bai peered inside. The spacious establishment, measuring over 200 square meters, utilized less than 10 square meters for its operations. In the center stood a modest counter adorned with pearl milk tea, chocolate beverages, and orange juice, while a few tables and chairs were scattered about. In comparison to the vast emptiness of the shop, these meager offerings resembled an oasis in a desert. Qianqian gestured towards the tables and chairs, saying, see, it's not large at all, it's just this little bit. Lin Bai felt compelled to inquire whether Qianqian had perhaps rented an excessively large space, given that only 10 square meters were in use while 200 remained vacant. However, he reconsidered, I am universally acknowledged as the village fool, while Qianqian is recognized as the most cultured and intelligent person here. How could I possibly fathom her reasoning? Never mind, I shall refrain from questioning her. Qianqian began her preparations for the opening, donning an apron and a headscarf. Just as she finished, her close friend Wenwen arrived. Lin Bai recalled this young lady, who seemed to harbor feelings for Professor Yi Xiao, though he was unsure if her affections had borne fruit. Wenwen greeted Lin Bai with a smile before slipping into her work attire, putting on a headscarf as well. Together, they placed the sign for Oasis Snack Shop outside, wiped down the tables and chairs, ignited the stove, and retrieved meat skewers from the refrigerator to simmer in the pot, releasing a savory aroma. In mere minutes, the industrious young women completed their preparations. Before long, customers began to trickle in. Most were students from nearby schools, entering to purchase a skewer and a cup of milk tea to take with them to class. Some, having acquired breakfast, headed towards the internet cafe. Lin Bai saw reflections of his former high school self in them, skipping classes to indulge in gaming, leading to a bleak future. With a hint of malice, he cursed them. Sooner or later, you too shall become like me, a mere jiaoxi. As the peak business hours waned, Qianqian and Wenwen swiftly shed their work attire, brought the sign inside, and closed the shop. At that moment, they transformed back into students, dashing towards Shuangqing University with their backpacks. If they hurried, they might make it to their first class on time. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Bai's gaze brimmed with admiration. These two young women balanced their entrepreneurial endeavors with their academic pursuits, a feat that far surpassed his own capabilities. Had he been in their shoes, he would have likely abandoned school altogether. Such a person as Qian is destined to soar to great heights and transform into a phoenix. And Lin Bai feels somewhat unworthy of her. Standing nearby, Miss Lu gazes admiringly at the retreating figure of Qian, remarking, "She truly is an extraordinary girl." Lin Bai, taken aback, exclaims, "Oh, Miss Lu, why aren't you chasing after her? Skipping class?" Miss Lu shrugs nonchalantly. "Even if I were to miss an entire class, I could still attain my degree." Lin Bai responds, "Well, the notion of equality is merely a hollow phrase. Life is inherently unequal. A virtuous girl like Qian can become a phoenix through her endeavors, while Miss Lu, without effort, is already akin to one. Those who proclaim equality should visit the Oasis snack shop to witness the struggles of Qian and Wenwen, and then observe Miss Lu, who idly comments from the sidelines. Perhaps this would illuminate reality for them." The snack shop won't reopen until noon. "Let us utilize this time to visit the amusement park," suggests Miss Lu. "Absolutely not." Lin Bai expresses his disdain for this capitalist corrupted lady. "I'll treat you," Miss Lu counters. "Then I'm in." Lin Bai unhesitatingly succumbs to the allure of capitalism. Thus, a procession of black suits clears the way, as the elegant and poised Miss Lu accompanies a seemingly inconsequential individual to the amusement park, drawing astonished glances from numerous passersby. The university town boasts a unique culture where the walls of various colleges permit student graffiti, particularly at the Double Celebration Academy of Fine Arts, which serves as an outlet for aspiring artists. The school encourages creativity by never hindering their artistic expressions. Only poorly executed works are erased. Lin Bai notices a peculiar mural on the outer wall of the art academy, depicting a bizarre figure wearing underwear over his clothing, his face obscured, engaged in combat with a large monkey, set against the backdrop of a rock formation reminiscent of a five-fingered mountain. The figure is rendered with uncanny detail, exuding an unmistakable air of absurdity. Lin Bai, incensed, points at the mural and exclaims, "What a travesty! This does not resemble him at all. I recall him as handsome, valiant, and imposing, truly a remarkable man. How could he be depicted in such a ludicrous manner?" His voice raised, he inadvertently draws the ire of nearby students, who collectively gesture in disapproval. Nonsense! This artwork is indeed lifelike, profoundly capturing the essence of the moment. Although outsiders may not believe such events transpired, the students of this university town recognize the truth. Heroes do exist in this world, emerging from the common folk. Lin Bai continues forward, only to discover that a culture of heroism is currently in vogue within the university town, as murals of masked heroes clad in their underwear abound, all engaged in battles against the large monkey. For instance, a fruit shop ahead boasts a sign stating, "The demonic monkeys favor bananas," flying off the shelves. A clothing store advertises, "Heroic-style red underwear, 20 off." Meanwhile, a doll store displays a gigantic fabric monkey at its entrance, accompanied by the slogan, "Fabric Big Monkey. Take it home and beat it up to satisfy your heroic urge." Students are the most receptive to new experiences. Even if the world doubts the authenticity of that day's battle, their belief suffices. Miss Lu suddenly linked her arm with Lin Bai's and whispered, "If the girls in the university town knew that this hero was out shopping with me, they would be utterly envious." Lin Bai, grinning, asked, "Am I quite popular among the ladies?" Miss Lu nodded affirmatively. Lin Bai, elated, thought to himself that perhaps he could win the admiration of several infatuated female students, delighting in the notion of making them conform to his whims. Just the thought of it stirred a sense of excitement within him. As they strolled through the amusement park, Lin Bai and Miss Lu indulged in 2 cups of DQ ice cream, an extravagant treat they had long desired but hesitated to purchase. Both opted for the classic Blizzard with Oreo flavor, relishing each bite to the fullest. Naturally, they took 5 exhilarating rides on the bumper cars, ventured through the haunted house 3 times, and rode the roller coaster 10 times. Having never had the means to enjoy such luxuries in his youth, Lin Bai reveled in the experience, especially since someone else was footing the bill, while Lin Bai reveled in the fun. Poor Miss Lu felt dizzy from the relentless thrill. Were bumper cars truly for girls? Was 10 times on a roller coaster suitable for them? The haunted house was particularly taxing, leaving her pale and disheveled. The elegant Miss Lu emerged from the amusement park as though she had been through 100 ordeals, her expression utterly woeful. Fortunately, her bodyguards in black suits were by her side throughout, ensuring no misinterpretation arose regarding Lin Bai's intentions. Otherwise, they might have rushed to confront him. Upon returning to Qianqian's snack shop at noon, the atmosphere was far more lively than in the morning. Business had surged exponentially, with every table occupied by students joyfully savoring spicy and sour noodles. Many patrons purchased drinks and settled against the walls, engrossed in novels or games, creating a relaxed ambience. Qianqian and Wenwen were busily attending to orders, sweat glistening on their brows, yet neither complained of fatigue. They were determined to maximize their earnings during the bustling lunchtime before closing to attend classes in the afternoon. Lin Bai intended to converse with Qianqian, but soon realized she was too occupied to spare a moment. After a ride back in Miss Lu's car, Lin Bai noticed an inexplicable surge in his watch's power, which inexplicably jumped several hundred points. En route, he received a call from Director Huang of Shuangjiang Hospital, informing him that several terminally ill patients, having heard of the hospital's miraculous capabilities, were being brought in by their families, along with a few transferring from other hospitals. Lin Bai instructed his bodyguard to drive to Shuangjiang Hospital, thereby accumulating additional points of righteous power. The steady increase in strength filled Lin Bai with a sense of happiness and fulfillment. Upon returning to the old street, it was once again mealtime, and Miss Lu invited him to enjoy a bowl of the renowned grandmother's rice noodles. Accompanying a girl other than Qianqian into the old lady's noodle shop always sent shivers down Lin Bai's spine, as he feared he might be swept out the door by an 800-pound broom. Yet, Granny Zheng merely chuckled at the sight of Lin Bai walking alongside her granddaughter, not bothering to chastise him. It dawned on Lin Bai that this old woman had betrayed him. Indeed, her own granddaughter held a greater appeal. Henceforth, dining on noodles with Qianqian might prove perilous. What a shameless old hag. After finishing their noodles and strolling down the old street with Miss Lu, Lin Bai realized that the traitorous sentiment extended beyond Granny Zheng. All those neighbors who shared a closer bond with her had defected to Miss Lu's side. The old neighborhood had split into two factions, the Qianqian camp and the Miss Lu camp. What transpires from this point forward remains uncertain. Yet a tempest of conflict is undoubtedly on the horizon. The female demon lord sat at her doorstep, sipping tea from elegant furnishings, tables, chairs, tea trays, teapots, and cups befitting a refined lady. Yet she partook of the least esteemed old hawk tea, which Lin Bai had deceived her into believing was of high quality. Amused, he took a seat beside her and quaffed a cup of the old hawk tea. The demon lord regarded him with disdain, stating that he lacked the grace of a true monarch, as tea should be sipped delicately to convey nobility. Indeed, this tea, known as old hawk tea, is emblematic of the king of the skies, perfectly suiting your stature and should be savored with elegance. Lin Bai pretended to take a dainty sip, relishing the triumph of having outsmarted the demon lord, reveling in the fact that even a cunning woman like her had to consume his footbath water. Miss Lu, having discerned Lin Bai's prank after just a small sip, chose not to expose his scheme and gracefully excused herself, returning home with a smile. Lin Bai continued to drink with the demon lord, filling his belly with water and making several trips to the restroom. The ferocious little girl arrived, clad in a pristine white Gothic Lolita dress and wielding a chainsaw, a perfect blend of innocence and violence that was both startling and beautiful. It was said that she had not always favored chainsaws. However, due to her overly cute appearance, she had been subject to unwanted attention, with unseemly adults pinching her cheeks since she was 3 or 4 years old. In a fit of rage, she adopted the chainsaw, transforming into the ferocious little girl, never again to have her cherubic face pinched. This exceptionally intelligent little girl had not abandoned her pursuit of the knife's technique and visited daily, either to indulge in hot pot or to mooch tea from the demon lord. Intriguingly, she could not distinguish between old hawk tea and premium tea. To her, all teas were merely dried leaves steeped in water, with little difference. This is perhaps a common trait among high-tech talents, who often lack sensitivity to the subtleties of taste. Today, you must reveal to me the secret behind that knife's technique. The ferocious little girl demanded, pounding the table with her fists and glaring with intensity. Should Lin Bai fail to elucidate, she might very well resort to arson. Lin Bai leaned closer to the demon lord, whispering, "The magical enhancement on that knife has surely expired, hasn't it?" "Long expired," she replied with a smile. "It had only an hour of efficacy." Lin Bai was filled with delight as he returned to his room, retrieving a kitchen knife and placing it before the ferocious little girl. I shall sell you this knife for 100 yuan. Take it and study it, and do not trouble me again. The fierce little girl beamed with joy, tossing a red bill in his direction before swiftly departing with the knife in her hands, abandoning even her beloved chainsaw. Lin Bai held the bill with a triumphant expression, thinking, this is enough to purchase 4 new kitchen knives. What a windfall. Deceiving even a little girl was indeed a sign of madness, yet Lin Bai felt no shame. The female demon lord shook her head in resignation. Your vision is too limited. You should have priced it at 100 million. She would have bought it. Huh? Lin Bai scoffed. That would be tantamount to ruining her. I merely wished to pull a little trick, not to lead her to her doom. Lin Bai was neither a good nor a bad person. He occasionally indulged in mischief, but never to an extreme. This quality was something the demon lord found appealing, though she would never admit it. Had Lin Bai truly offered the little girl a price of 100 million, the demon lord might have grown wary of him, unable to feel at ease in his abode. On what began as a sunny day, an unexpected cloud suddenly drifted over, not particularly large, but perfectly positioned above the old street. The summer in Shuangqing often witnessed such rains, which scientists refer to as showers, while the locals fondly called it passing rain, signifying a brief downpour. The cloud seemed to have squatted over the old street like a makeshift toilet, and with a surge of energy, it unleashed a torrential downpour. The heavens and earth were obscured by countless lines of rain, rendering even the objects across the street indistinct. A blur of white. Lin Bai retreated beneath the eaves to listen to the rain, quite at leisure. The demon lord, with a grim expression, hurried to rescue her cherished tea table, tea tray, teapot, and teacups, hauling them from the street back into the house. She had been in high spirits, basking in the warm sun while elegantly sipping her regal eagle tea, only for the sudden downpour to ruin her mood, forcing her to sequester herself indoors. This king despises rain. I shall simply blow the rain clouds away with wind magic. The demon lord grumbled as she began to chant her spell. Wait, don't act recklessly. Lin Bai quickly covered her mouth. Natural weather is vital for agricultural prosperity. Those creatures from your demon realm do not farm, but the humans do. Do not alter the weather at whim. Be mindful of the farmers in the suburbs who might weep in despair. And what do their tears have to do with me? The demon lord retorted stubbornly. Lin Bai felt a surge of frustration, but then had a sudden epiphany. You do realize that tea grows on tea trees, right? If it doesn't tea rain, the tea trees will perish, and you will have no eagle tea to drink. The demon lord was taken aback. This was a grave matter, and she reluctantly abandoned her intention to change the weather, unaware that the farmers in Shuangqing did not actually grow tea trees, as nearly all tea was imported from afar. Gloomily, she gazed at the curtain of rain outside. This king loathes rain, for the demon flowers adore to frolic in such weather. Lin Bai had heard her mention demon flowers before and sensed an untold story between the queen and these flowers, prompting him to jest. Could it be that you have been pursued and bitten by demon flowers on a rainy day? What began as a casual remark took an unexpected turn when the female demon lord stiffened, an ominous and chilling aura suddenly enveloping her. Her body began to tremble, curling inward as her breath quickened. The demon flower must die. Lin Bai was taken aback, questioning what this condition could be termed. Was it psychological trauma? Perhaps it is known as post-traumatic stress disorder? It appeared even the demon lord could fall prey to afflictions, specifically mental ones. Unsure of how to console her, Lin Bai swiftly wrapped his arms around the demon lord, whispering soothingly, "Fear not, there are no demon flowers in the mortal realm," gently stroking her back. He waited patiently until she gradually calmed down. The demon lord murmured, "You won't be devoured by the demon flower, will you?" Lin Bai exclaimed in dismay. "Is this a curse?" Yet he replied softly, "Rest assured, there are no demon flowers here. How could I possibly be consumed? It's all right now." Slowly, the demon lord regained her composure, only to suddenly realize she was nestled in Lin Bai's embrace. Rage surged within her. "How dare you take advantage of me? You are doomed." Black chains materialized behind Lin Bai, poised to ensnare him. But at that very moment, she hesitated, and the chains vanished without a trace. The demon lord nestled comfortably against Lin Bai, relishing the sensation. If Lin Bai were to kiss her now, she would have a 5 chance of acquiescing, while the remaining 95 would invoke the black chains. Lin Bai, oblivious to the earlier appearance of the chains and their subsequent disappearance, gently patted her back. Suddenly, Footsteps echoed through the curtain of rain as a woman adorned in a floral dress approached, holding a delicate little umbrella. She moved with an elegance that resembled a butterfly dancing amidst the downpour. Lin Bai recognized her as the woman who had flirted with Wang Jingyu at the Tianshu Technology Press Conference. She was the butterfly of the Jinju gang. For the first time, Lin Bai scrutinized the butterfly closely. She was strikingly beautiful, possessing a unique aura. The seductress persona she had exhibited previously was clearly not her true self. Now, she revealed her authentic nature, confident, composed, and graceful, like a butterfly gliding through the rain-soaked old street. She was the sole splash of color in this ink-wash landscape. Approaching Lin Bai and the Demon Lord, she gracefully seated herself and smiled. The names of the Overlord Flower and Little Bai had become well known throughout the underworld of Xuanqing. Shall we sit down and converse? The Demon Lord chuckled. Negotiate? The butterfly nodded. I believe you have now attained the standing to converse with me as equals. The Demon Lord laughed heartily. However, I do not believe you possess the qualifications to speak with me as an equal. A subtle change flickered across the butterfly's face. I have stated before, the territory of the Iron Flower is my domain. Any gang members who dare enter will meet with certain death. Have you forgotten this warning? The female Demon Lord smirked and commanded, Xiao Bai, take this woman upstairs, arrange her in various poses, and let her kneel and serve until you are satisfied. Do not let her leave the bed until you are done, and afterwards, dispose of her. Her expression was calm, as if she were casually addressing an inconsequential matter, akin to telling a husband to bring home a wild boar for dinner. A wicked smile crept onto Lin Bai's face as he rubbed his hands together. Oh, really? That sounds quite enjoyable. Do you dare? The butterfly woman flipped her wrist, causing the hem of her skirt to flutter. Beneath her skirt, on the inner thighs, were two holsters from which she drew exquisite, compact pistols, aiming one at Lin Bai and the other at the Demon Lord. Although she was reputed to be an intelligent criminal, she possessed a degree of combat capability, at least not being a defenseless woman. However, the Demon Lord was unfazed by her bravado. In the blink of an eye, both pistols were in the Demon Lord's grasp, each pressed against the butterfly woman's temples. The butterfly woman trembled. Having observed the prowess of the Tyrant Flower and Lin Bai before, the first-hand experience was far more terrifying. The speed was such that, before she could even contemplate resistance, her visual nerves had relayed the enemy's actions to her brain, which then took too long to issue commands to her body. The opponent's swiftness was so great that they could finish bathing and brushing their teeth in the time it took her to react. Any attempt at struggle would be futile. She had anticipated this situation and whispered, in war, one does not harm in voice. Fool, the Demon Lord chuckled. I have never adhered to those absurd rules. Xiao Bai, why are you still dawdling? I have incapacitated her. Hurry and take this woman upstairs to have your way before killing her. The butterfly woman's expression shifted. Please, don't do this. I'm not that kind of woman. The Demon Lord scoffed. I have no interest in what kind of woman you are, Xiao Bai. Lin Bai's lascivious smile vanished, and he replied earnestly, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? To take advantage and then kill would provoke outrage from both gods and men. I cannot condone such actions. The Demon Lord was not surprised by Lin Bai's reaction. Her previously stern face suddenly broke into a grin. I knew you had the heart of a rogue, but lacked the courage. You speak lewdly, yet your heart has never entertained such thoughts. Alas, I truly chose the wrong successor. Her tone was regretful, yet her face was beaming, making it seem as if she had not erred at all. Lin Bai snatched the two pistols from her. Do not play with guns in the street. Although the heavy rain obscures distant views, it would still be troublesome if someone were to see. Store them away properly. Then he turned to the butterfly woman. You need not mention negotiations. The Tyrant Flower and I have been living peacefully on this old street, never provoking anyone, and we have no direct conflict with the Underground Syndicate. Although there have been a few encounters, they were initiated by you. We have never retaliated. You, being an intelligent criminal, should understand that the Tyrant Flower and I are harmless. Therefore, you do not need to negotiate with us. You are here seeking our assistance, correct? Xiao Bai, have you taken some medicine? Why are you suddenly so clever? The female demon king appeared as if she had witnessed the sun rising from the west, or perhaps a night blooming, Sirius blooming in broad daylight. Old Chi was not one to sell counterfeit cigarettes, and the second-generation Aunt Chin was a woman of unparalleled beauty. The 32-year-old eunuch expressed a level of astonishment akin to moral integrity. as Lin Bai's words completely overturned her perception of him. Lin Bai chuckled, asserting that he was indeed quite intelligent, though he typically refrained from utilizing his intellect. Only when confronted by beauty did he engage in contemplation. The female demon king recognized that Lin Bai was speaking nonsensically. He generally preferred not to exert his mind, unless it was to protect those he deemed important. The butterfly flower represented a latent threat to the old street, jeopardizing the safety of all its inhabitants, particularly Qianqians. Thus, when she appeared, Lin Bai's mind began to race, his usual foolishness vanishing in an instant. He transformed into a true man, a fact that the female demon king found quite appealing. The butterfly flower, evidently struck by Lin Bai's words, felt her previously gathered confidence dissipate entirely. Stripped of her pretense, she softened before Lin Bai, adopting a humble demeanor. Indeed, I have come to seek your assistance. No help. The female demon king dismissed her outright, too lethargic to even inquire about the nature of the assistance needed. She was a profoundly lazy woman, unwilling to step even a foot away from her doorstep, let alone assist others. Merely refraining from complicating others' lives was a blessing in her eyes. The butterfly flower felt a pang of despair. In her view, the overlord was the leader, and Little Bai was merely her subordinate. Since the overlord had declared not to assist, she presumed Little Bai would follow suit, leaving her at a loss for words. Suddenly, she heard Lin Bai say, "Ignore her. Speak to me. If you present a suitable reason and conditions, I might consider helping you." The female demon king conceded. "You may continue your discussion. What are you dawdling for? Let us address the matter at hand." The butterfly flower regained her focus. After Qi Fei's demise, the Jinzhou gang has fractured into numerous factions vying against one another. The police are diligently apprehending individuals, and I wish to seize this opportunity to establish my own small butterfly gang, independent from the larger organizations, no longer a mere vassal. However, the Tang gang and Pudding gang continue to eye me covetously, intent on capturing the butterfly group to exploit my intellect in subduing the other factions and reclaiming the Jinzhou gang's supremacy. I am no match for them. Yet I am unwilling to be used again. I seek your assistance. I do not engage in conflicts for underworld organizations. Lin Bai furrowed his brow. This does not align with my interests. I will give you 1 million, the butterfly flower offered. This is all the cash I have. It is yours. Lin Bai's lips curled slightly, a droplet of saliva escaping, but he quickly regained his composure. What use was wealth if it would be swiftly snatched away by the female demon king? After all, it was not his money. Why should he toil for it? Thus, he shook his head, stating, "It is not a matter of money." What, then, is the issue if not money? The butterfly flower took a step back, clutching her chest. "Do you desire my body?" "That I cannot concede," Lin Bai remarked. "The more beautiful a woman is, the more she revels in her own delusions. Who would dare to covet your body? In the university town, countless young women admire me. They come at a mere beck and call. Why should I squander my precious first experience on a woman like you? I might as well give it to Jia Jia." Lin Bai cast a scornful glance at her. "What is it that you truly desire? Speak up, and we can discuss it reasonably." The butterfly flower replied earnestly, "As long as I can liberate my little faction from the control of others and live freely, I am willing to pay any price, except for my body." Lin Bai pondered for a long time, struggling to formulate any conditions. Money was out of the question, and her body was not something he sought. Ultimately, he resignedly said, "You may leave. I cannot find a reason to assist you." The butterfly flower departed, not daring to reclaim her 2 exquisite handguns. However, after walking a considerable distance, she hiked up her skirt and touched the thigh holster, only to discover the handgun securely tucked inside. Her complexion paled instantly. The realization that the weapon had been returned to her skirt without her knowledge left her aghast. Did this imply that if someone were to touch her thigh, she would remain oblivious? Terrified, she nearly felt compelled to verify her virginity. The Overlord Flower and Little Bai were indeed 2 exceptional individuals. Yet their bonds of friendship remained unattainable. The butterfly flower was engulfed in gloom, pondering the uncertain path ahead. Perhaps there was no path left to tread. She possessed cunning, yet lacked formidable subordinates, leaving her powerless against the unreasonable machinations of Pudding Brother and Dang Dang Brother. Meanwhile, Lin Bai and the female demon lord continued to sip tea beneath the eaves. The rain had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before long, the dark clouds had cleared, leaving the old street behind as they moved on to another destination. Perhaps they would linger in the city center or drift towards the university town. The clouds were capricious, more unreasonable than the female demon lord, swayed only by the wind's persuasion. As the sky brightened and the sun emerged, the lingering scent of rain still hung in the air. Yet the female demon lord's mood lifted. She quickly moved the entire tea set into the sunlight, preparing to brew a cup of eagle tea fit for a celestial being. After savoring a sip, she leisurely remarked, "Little Bai, 1,000,000. Had this been before, you would have eagerly accepted. But now, you seem increasingly disinclined to earn money. You have nearly spent all your previous earnings. In just a few days, we shall both go hungry." "Huh, you deserve to starve," Lin Bai retorted. "Why should I earn money when you take everything I make? We might as well starve together. It will be quite romantic." The female demon lord playfully draped her arms around his neck, leaning closer. "Darling, why have you become foolish again? You were so astute just moments ago. It is only natural for a wife to manage her husband's finances. That is not theft, merely a matter of existence in my realm. Have I ever refused you when you wished to retrieve money from me? I thought you would eventually come to understand this, but it seems you remain oblivious." Upon reflection, Lin Bai mused, He used to ask the female demon king for 10,000 every day to give to Jujia, and he once requested 10,000 to purchase a mobile phone. The female demon king would effortlessly produce the money without a furrowed brow. From this perspective, it appears there might be something deeper at play. Goodness, that money truly belongs to me. Lin Bai sprang to his feet, rushing into the street, shouting, "Butterfly, do not flee, leave behind 1,000,000. In pursuit of the butterfly, Lin Bai searched the streets, making 5 laps without spotting her. This woman was astute, skilled in self-preservation, stealth, and disguise, making her elusive. Even the Jinju gang's dang and pudding groups found it challenging to capture her, let alone Lin Bai, who had no intelligence-gathering abilities. He even lifted the manhole covers to peer inside, yet still could not find the butterfly, returning home dejectedly. "My dear wife, your husband is diligently striving to generate income for our family. Please assist by opening a portal to bring me to the butterfly." "Not a chance." The female demon king huffed. "Earning money is a man's responsibility. A woman merely needs to wait at home for the money to arrive. Isn't this a long-standing tradition in Huaxia culture? I have decided to adhere to local customs." "Oh, the traditions of Huaxia women extend beyond merely collecting money. They also involve bearing sons for their husbands. Let us seize the day and, secure those chains." Lin Bai found it futile to reason with this obstinate woman and dialed the female officer's number. "Miss Ping, do you know where the butterfly's lair is?" "Who calls me Miss Ping? I am Zhou Yu." The female officer roared over the phone, her furious voice nearly piercing Lin Bai's eardrum. "What difference does it make? A name is merely a designation. Do not dwell on the minutiae." Lin Bai replied, "Let us discuss serious matters. Where is the butterfly's hideout? Surely, the police must have some knowledge." "I do not know. That woman is the most troublesome among all the small leaders of the Jinju gang," the officer stated gravely. "She appears and vanishes without a trace, and we lack any charges against her. She is quite the conundrum." "Does she not have the charge of extorting Wang Zhengyu?" Lin Bai inquired. A woman resembling her came forward to confess, taking her place in prison. The officer lamented. Even Wang Zhengyu himself could not differentiate between the butterfly and that stand-in. "I am truly astounded by her." "Wow, that is remarkable." Lin Bai expressed his admiration. But upon reflection, he realized it was not extraordinary. A woman could completely transform her appearance with makeup. For instance, Jujia, that vixen. This thought prompted him to glance at the nearby Ice Heart mobile store, where an ice queen was attempting to sell counterfeit phones to a customer, making it impossible to discern if she was Jujia. A woman can indeed become someone entirely different with makeup. Alas, the female officer surprisingly echoed Lin Bai's sentiments. Lin Bai chuckled. "That may not be true. Regardless of how you adorn yourself, I would recognize you instantly." Shuangqing, also known as Mountain City, has a complex terrain and limited flat land suitable for aircraft takeoffs and landings. With that, he hastily ended the call to avoid hearing the impending outburst from the other end. With his head cradled in his hands, Lin Bai pondered deeply for a solution to acquire intelligence, when suddenly an epiphany struck him. He pushed open the massive iron gate of the back street and stepped into an alley even older than the main street. The dilapidated old houses teetered precariously, and the narrow lane was flooded with murky water. Recent rainfall had awakened the moss, making each step treacherously slippery. After considerable effort, Lin Bai finally located the counterfeit drug factory run by Kai Daze. Inside, a few frail children were kneading flour, while Kai Daze slurped noisily from a large bowl of noodles. "I'm looking for the butterfly," Lin Bai stated directly. "Can't find her. I lack the means to track down that wretched woman," Kai Daze replied without lifting his head. "Then I seek the leaders of the Dang Dang group and the Pudding group. You must know where to find them, right?" Xiao Bai, what have you taken? You seem much sharper," Kai Daze exclaimed, taken aback. "Enough with the idle chatter. Provide me with some information, as I owe you a favor." Kai, beaming with delight, said, "Jejia mentioned before leaving that your favors are quite valuable. I only know the whereabouts of the Pudding group's hideout. Make sure to note it down." After the death of Chi Fei, the leader of the Jinju gang, numerous factions engaged in infighting while simultaneously evading police pursuit. Many perished, and others were incarcerated, leading to a complete reshuffling of the underground forces in Xuanqing City. Many once prominent figures now faced a lifetime behind bars, while emerging powers began to rise. The Dang Dang group and the Pudding group became the two most formidable new forces. Previously insignificant, they now attracted a multitude of flashy shirts, evolving into the most powerful gangs. Brother Dang Dang and Brother Pudding, longtime friends, united with a vow to sweep all aside and claim the position of the top boss in Xuanqing. Both lacked intelligence, necessitating the support of shrewd individuals to achieve greatness. Thus, subduing the butterfly became their paramount task, as everyone recognized that she was the most astute person within the Jinju gang. Dark clouds obscured the sky, casting a gloomy pall over the world. The weather remained dismal, as Xuanqing City had been battered by intermittent rain for several days. The mischievous clouds circled above, urinating over the university town one day and defecating in the city center the next, their bladder seemingly endless, having poured down rain for so long without relief. Within the shanty town by the Jiao River, it resembled a hellish landscape. An old dog scurried through the narrow alleyways, emitting low whimpers, while a gaunt cat leaped from the eaves, only to vanish. The stench of the sewers was unbearable, a foul mix of muddy decay and the putrid odor of decomposing animal corpses. This shanty town was a forsaken land, inhabited by the most destitute and helpless individuals. So much so that even the Jinju gang deemed it unworthy of their attention, for there was little profit to be gleaned from such a place. A man clad in a black suit led a throng of individuals in floral shirts into the impoverished enclave, known in the underworld as Pudding Brother. This moniker did not stem from any resemblance to the dessert, but rather from his fondness for it. In his early days, devoid of any significant standing, he was humorously dubbed Little Pudding by the senior figures above him, a title that gradually evolved into Pudding Brother. Once, he attempted to change his name, but when he announced his new alias while collecting protection fees, he was met with indifference. Reluctantly, he reverted to his old name, instilling fear in the gathered crowd. Since that incident, he never broached the subject of renaming himself again. Pudding Brother seized one of his floral shirt's subordinates and grinned. "Are you certain that the flower butterfly is hiding here?" The subordinate nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. My men have tracked the minions of the butterfly group for 7 days, and this location has been pinpointed as their hideout. That house over there, yes, the one you see, is where she is. By now, it's likely that her people have already detected our presence, so we must act swiftly." Pudding Brother chuckled. "This woman is actually quite remarkable, intelligent, and charming. Once we capture her, she can serve not only as a strategist, but also as a source of warmth in the bed." The subordinate laughed in agreement. "Indeed, such a valuable asset must not be overlooked, boss." They exchanged a knowing glance and erupted into hearty laughter. Amidst their mirth, the multitude of floral shirts surged forth from various alleys, encircling the flower butterfly's modest abode. A cacophony of grunts, shouts, and the sharp clinking of steel pipes filled the air, accompanied by the whooshing sound of watermelon knives slicing through the atmosphere. The butterfly group resisted, yet found themselves at a significant numerical disadvantage, swiftly being subdued. Fortunately, Pudding Brother's intent was merely to subdue the butterfly group rather than annihilate them. Thus, their lives were spared. As they drew nearer to the small dwelling, the resistance intensified. The flower butterfly herself emerged, brandishing 2 small handguns, but soon relinquished them in resignation. If she did not wish for her adversaries to fire, she could not be the first to do so. A reckless discharge could spell doom for both her and her comrades, so it was more prudent to wield a steel pipe for the time being. The fierce skirmish raged for half an hour, until the entirety of the butterfly group lay defeated, with the flower butterfly trapped in a narrow alley. Since time immemorial, breaking free has never been an easy feat. Even the invincible Xian Yu struggled with such escapes. With her dress in disarray, she wielded the steel pipe defiantly, engaging in a final struggle like a cornered beast. Putting Brother's men encircled her in layers, resembling spectators observing a caged feline. Putting Brother remarked, "Flower butterfly, cease your resistance. We do not wish to kill you. We merely request your return to serve as our strategist. Why must you push it to this extreme?" The flower butterfly, perspiration dripping from her brow and a strand of hair obscuring her face, hissed, "Do not be foolish. Qi Fei's demise is not the conclusion. There are more formidable forces behind him. Sooner or later, they will descend upon Shuangqing City, and whoever is deemed the leader will face dire consequences. I do not wish to be entangled in that web again. Please grant me a chance to escape." Putting Brother laughed nonchalantly, stating that a formidable dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Regardless of how powerful Qi Fei's backing might be, upon arriving at Shuangqing, he would have to negotiate with them obediently. Together with Brother Dang Dang, they feared no one. If she were to heed the advice of the two brothers, her safety would be assured. Observing his lecherous grin, Flower Butterfly realized what it meant to comply with them. These brothers were not individuals of great ambition, but rather, following them would only lead her to become a mere plaything, ultimately walking towards a tragic end. They were no match for Qi Fei and the forces behind him. Although Qi Fei was a terrifying figure, he was not driven by lust. He had never even contemplated touching Flower Butterfly, merely treating her as one of his subordinates. Akin to how he commanded Scar Brother and One-Eyed Brother, entirely disregarding her femininity and beauty. Qi Fei was resolute and decisive in his actions, never ensnared by the allure of beauty. Such a person truly embodied ruthlessness. Yet, within that formidable organization, he was merely a pawn, holding a status similar to that of Flower Shirt within the Jinju gang. Flower Butterfly did not believe that scoundrels like Putting Brother and Brother Dang Dang, who only sought to toy with women, could possibly contend with that terrifying organization. "I will not heed your words." Putting Brother chuckled. "Is it then that you choose to drink the penalty wine instead of the celebratory one?" Despair flickered across Flower Butterfly's face as her hand brushed against the concealed handgun. At this juncture, she had no choice but to resort to her weapon. If she could not carve a bloody path out, she would perish here. Those who navigate the underworld inevitably face such a day. She had long prepared herself mentally. Death was not frightening. The true horror lay in becoming someone else's plaything, a sorrowful fate for any woman, one she could not accept. At that moment, a brazen voice echoed from a shadowy corner. "Flower Butterfly, can we still discuss that $1 million deal?" Initially, that dark corner should have been devoid of any presence. Yet someone lurked there, their identity concealed in the darkness. The voice, infused with a casual tone, inquired again, "Flower Butterfly, can we still discuss that $1 million deal?" The despair on Flower Butterfly's face transformed instantaneously into joy. Xiao Bai had arrived, offering her a glimmer of hope. She hurriedly replied, "Yes, we can discuss it. That's wonderful." Lin Bai stepped out from the shadows, shirtless, with his clothing draped over his head, obscuring his face entirely. He wore a pair of casual shorts with bright red underpants over them, and on his feet, he sported simple plastic slippers. The scene was too surreal. Flower Shirt dare not look. The sight was too astonishing. Putting Brother could not bear to gaze upon it. Even Lin Bai himself was reluctant to meet his own reflection. Only Flower Butterfly dared to look, her eyes wide with astonishment. She exclaimed, "This is impossible." She vividly recalled dispatching a future warrior to engage in a skirmish with this masked figure clad in underpants at the Liu family mansion, the outcome of which was inconclusive. At that time, Lin Bai had been seated on the old street, singing, his head adorned with horns and a tail behind him. This masked warrior could not possibly be Lin Bai, nor could Lin Bai be the masked warrior. Was it conceivable that he could have somehow split himself? There is nothing impossible. Lin Bai chuckled. "Let us discuss the matter at hand. What do you intend to do with 1 million to hire me for?" The moment Flower Butterfly regained her composure, she realized that this was not an opportune time for idle chatter. The members of the Pudding Group could pounce at any moment. The only reason they had a moment to converse was Lin Bai's striking appearance, which had momentarily stunned them. Once they recovered, it was uncertain how many steel pipes would come crashing down upon them. Flower Butterfly stated, "I need you to eliminate Brother Pudding and Brother Dang Dang." "Absolutely not," Lin Bai decisively rejected. "I am no assassin and have never aspired to be one. While I can accept remuneration for resolving troubles, I cannot go too far. This matter is non-negotiable." "Then let us revise the terms," Flower Butterfly proposed. "All you need to do is ensure that Brother Pudding and Brother Dang Dang no longer dare to trouble me, and 1 million will be yours." Lin Bai's spirits lifted. This condition posed no difficulty. It aligned perfectly with his worldview, as it involved protecting a vulnerable young woman from rogues while conveniently earning a substantial reward. Just as he was about to agree, Brother Pudding burst into laughter. "Flower Butterfly, where did you find such a character? Wear your underwear outside. A t-shirt on your head like some mass superhero. Ha ha ha. And you expect to be paid 1 million? Don't make me laugh to death." Lin Bai turned to Brother Pudding. "Stop laughing and be serious. My appearance is out of necessity. I have my own hardships. You find it amusing? By the way, I have no particular ties to Flower Butterfly. This is merely a business transaction. Of course, I must compare offers. If you are willing to pay more than Flower Butterfly, I would be inclined to assist you in dealing with her." Flower Butterfly's expression changed drastically. If Lin Bai were to switch allegiances now, she would be left utterly powerless. Against Brother Pudding's subordinates, even if she couldn't win, she could at least take her own life, but against the likes of Wang and Xiao Bai, she wouldn't even have that option and would merely become a plaything. However, her concerns were unfounded. Brother Pudding had no idea who this masked figure was before him. How could he possibly offer more than 1 million? He dug into his nostrils, extracting a sizable booger, which he flicked towards Lin Bai while laughing heartily. "Business? What qualifications does a fool like you have to negotiate with me? I am on the verge of capturing Flower Butterfly. Why would I need to pay you? A lump of booger is more than enough to have you crawl around like a dog. Haha." Lin Bai swiftly dodged the projectile. Turning to Flower Butterfly, he said, "It seems I have no choice but to accept your offer." Flower Butterfly was overjoyed. "Wonderful. Accept my offer. Let's sign a contract first," Lin Bai insisted. "I cannot risk completing the task only to receive no payment. Trust is scarce in modern society, and given your notorious cunning, I must proceed with caution. I could easily find myself in the position of a debt-collecting laborer." To her astonishment, Lin Bai produced a crumpled, four-folded A4 sheet from his pocket, looking utterly battered. As the A4 sheet was unfurled, the heading revealed, "Employment Contract. Party A, Employer Butterfly Flower. Party B, Employee Masked Hero. Both parties, in accordance with national and local regulations, and guided by the principles of voluntariness, equality, and mutual agreement, hereby enter into this contract." Below are various contractual clauses, prominently highlighted in bold, indicating a sum of 1 million. Lin Bai produced a pen and began to fill in the most specific clause. His handwriting a chaotic scrawl. "Party B guarantees that Pudding Brother and Dang Dang Brother will no longer dare to trouble Party A." Butterfly Flower, caught between laughter and tears, thought to herself, "Is it necessary to sign a contract for such matters? How could I dare to evade debts with you and the Overlord Flower? Only a fool would consider it." Pudding Brother and his group, clad in floral shirts, were momentarily stunned. What kind of creature was this? Did he not perceive the atmosphere around him? How could he be sprawled on the ground, writing a contract as if we were mere clay figurines? Pudding Brother snorted disdainfully and signaled to his subordinates. Lin Bai felt a rush of air behind him, sensing an impending assault. His extraordinary agility had already activated, making the sneak attack trivial. He merely shifted to the left, witnessing a steel pipe glide past the spot where he had just stood, followed by the menacing visage of a floral shirt. Lin Bai retaliated with a kick, sending the floral shirt flying. "Damn it. I am in the midst of negotiating a $1 million deal, one I've never encountered before, and you dare to interrupt? To obstruct someone's financial prospects is akin to slaying their kin. I shall not relent." Although he proclaimed his readiness to fight, the assailant was already incapacitated on the ground, rendered helpless by Lin Bai's formidable kick. Flying several meters before crashing against the earthen wall of the alley, utterly defeated, Lin Bai paid no mind to the fate of his adversary and continued to fill out the contract. Another 7 or 8 steel pipes came hurtling toward him, accompanied by a gleaming watermelon knife. Lin Bai danced left, right, and forward, then retreated 3 steps, executing a graceful maneuver as all attacks missed their mark. This time, Lin Bai neglected to retaliate, focusing solely on his riding amidst a flurry of blades. The masked hero deftly evaded the enemy's strikes while crafting the contract in a manner reminiscent of a dog-esque scrawl, a scene that could evoke tears of emotion. At last, Lin Bai completed the contract, presenting both pen and paper to Butterfly Flower. You shall sign your name here as Party A. Butterfly Flower, reluctant to appear foolish by signing, wished to convey that she truly could not default. Yet fearing Lin Bai's wrath if she refused, she complied and signed. At that moment, someone finally regained their senses and swung a steel pipe at Butterfly Flower. Lin Bai swiftly dispatched the assailant against the wall. I just stated, this is $1 million deal. No one is permitted to interfere. This brat is too arrogant. We must eliminate him. We must. Countless watermelon knives and steel pipes came swinging towards them, at least dozens in number. However, in a blink of an eye, the crowd realized that Lin Bai and the flower butterfly had vanished. In truth, Lin Bai had swiftly pulled flower butterfly up to the adjacent rooftop, moving with such speed that the flower shirts barely had time to blink. Furthermore, to leap directly from the ground to the rooftop while carrying someone required immense strength. All the flower shirts gazed up at the rooftop, bewildered and at a loss. At last, flower butterfly completed the final stroke of her signature. Exhaling a heavy sigh that released the tension she had been holding, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She understood that she was now invulnerable. Having witnessed Lin Bai face off against future warriors on the surveillance footage, she knew that it was beyond human capability. With his protection, no one in Shuangqing City could lay a finger on her. Confidence, composure, and elegance surged back into her being, transforming her once more into the flower butterfly, who emerged from the rain with her small floral umbrella. Sitting on the rooftop, she hugged her knees, allowing the wind to tousle her long hair like a carefree girl in a floral dress enjoying a picnic on a hillside. With a relaxed demeanor, she smiled at Pudding Brother and said, "Little Pudding, from today onwards, you would do well to cease your pursuits against me, or you shall meet a most dreadful end. You see, I hold a contract in my hand. Anyone who dares to provoke me will find themselves on a path of ruin." "Bullshit," Pudding Brother roared in a fit of rage. "Get that cursed woman down from the rooftop, and make sure to dismember the masked fool while you're at it." Lin Bai stood triumphantly on the rooftop, waving the contract in his hand. "Ha ha ha, I've successfully closed my first major deal, 1 million. Ha ha ha. Am I not destined for wealth now?" His exclamation resonated with an ancient adage. When a petty person gains success, they become incoherent. Lin Bai epitomized this saying, his words tumbling over one another in elation. Unable to resist, Flower Butterfly reminded him, just because the contract is signed doesn't mean you secure the money. You need to fulfill the contract to earn your reward. "Oh, right." Lin Bai slapped his forehead, realizing that it was indeed premature to celebrate. To fulfill the contract, he had to ensure that Pudding Brother and Brother Dang no longer dared to harass Flower Butterfly. Generally, there were several methods to accomplish this, such as persuasion. Believing himself to be quite adept at persuasion, Lin Bai swiftly moved to Pudding Brother's side, evading the flower shirts that attempted to block him. They were too slow to intervene. He appeared before Pudding Brother, digging a booger from his nose and smearing it on his face. This is what you were intending to do to me earlier. Unfortunately, I have a petty nature and a strong sense of vengeance. I must repay you before we discuss serious matters." Pudding Brother's rage was palpable, his lungs nearly bursting. He quickly reached up to wipe his face. Yet, Lin Bai darted to the left, seizing Pudding Brother's left ear and, at a close distance, bellowed, "For the sake of my money, could you please stop targeting her?" His voice was thunderous, echoing with a deafening resonance that Pudding Brother's eardrums struggled to endure. Pudding Brother raised his massive fist, aiming a fierce blow to the left. However, before his punch could fully extend, Lin Bai astonishingly reappeared on his right, seizing his right ear and bellowing, "Will you let her go?" In a fit of frustration, Pudding Brother swung his fist again to the right. He was on the brink of madness, beset by a swift and elusive figure who circled around him incessantly. At one moment, he was yanked by his left ear and shouted at, and the next by his right ear while he exerted every ounce of strength to strike, yet failed to land a single blow on this elusive individual. In sheer exasperation, he turned to his bewildered subordinates and roared, "Attack him. Why are you just standing there?" "Oh, right." Several men in floral shirts finally reacted, swinging steel pipes toward Lin Bai. Yet, as Lin Bai deftly sidestepped, the pipe struck Pudding Brother instead. Fortunately, the floral shirt men tempered their blows, or else they would have surely broken his bones. Nevertheless, even with their restraint, the impact left Pudding Brother howling. Damn it. How dare you bunch of useless fools strike me? Boss, he's right next to you. The floral shirt men nearly cried. We can't make a move. If we miss, we hit you instead. Lin Bai stood uncomfortably close to Pudding Brother, chuckling softly. Why are you so violent? The butterfly was initially going to have me eliminate you and Brother Dang, but since you haven't directly offended me, I chose not to comply. The contract wasn't to kill you. It merely guaranteed that you wouldn't target her. If you do me this favor and allow me to fulfill the contract for $1 million, I might even treat you to an ice cream cone. In truth, Lin Bai was generally a good person. His previous harshness towards the Golden Bamboo Gang stemmed from their provocations. For instance, the incident with Zhang Ziji occurred because Tai Gu attempted to silence him, prompting a vigorous retaliation. The KFC episode was retaliation for an incident involving Qianqian. And the altercation with the floral shirt men arose from their brazen demands for protection money from Jia. Each time Lin Bai erupted in anger, it was due to being wronged first. If left undisturbed, he was quite amiable, and his strikes were far from ruthless. Enough! Pudding Brother roared in fury, swinging his fist once more, only for Lin Bai to evade effortlessly, reappearing at his opposite side. He closed his eyes and flailed his arms and legs wildly, kicking and punching in vain. Yet after a prolonged struggle, Lin Bai remained steadfastly beside him, akin to an unshakable stubbornness. Well, if you spare the butterfly, I won't have to resort to such earnest persuasion, Lin Bai said, spreading his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? Pudding Brother yelled at his subordinates again. Climb the roof and bring the butterfly down. If I can't deal with this freak, I can still eliminate the butterfly directly. Hey, that's rather unfair. If you so much as touch her, my business will be ruined, and according to the contract, I won't receive a single penny, Lin Bai stated earnestly. What I'm offering you now is merely verbal persuasion. Do not compel me to escalate my methods. If Brother Pudding were a slightly smarter individual, he would certainly realize by now that Lin Bai was not to be trifled with. However, consumed by anger and burdened by the mafia's need to maintain face despite losing money and lives, he found himself in an untenable position. To relent to Lin Bai now would mean relinquishing control over his gang of brothers. He bellowed, Go eliminate that woman. I no longer wish for her to warm my bed. She must die. Lin Bai, incensed, retorted, Dare you disregard my counsel? Is it your intention to ensure I earn not a single yuan? What if I refuse to heed you? Do you possess the audacity to strike me? Brother Pudding, truly blinded by fury, had lost all reason. Thus, Lin Bai acquiesced to his somewhat reasonable demand, extending his foot to deliver a resounding imprint of his muddy slipper, a size 43, squarely upon Brother Pudding's face. The result was quite dramatic. The vivid red of the shoe's sole lent an inexplicable aesthetic, sending Brother Pudding sprawling backward, crashing against a low wall, his back sliding down it slowly. Did you truly believe I would refrain from striking you? For $1 million yuan, I would not hesitate to strike my own wife. Lin Bai's claim was not a mere boast. He had no wife to speak of, and thus felt emboldened. Were he to have a spouse, it would be the female demon, a fictitious partner whom he would unleash his most ferocious techniques upon, far more vigorously than he ever would against Brother Pudding, though he had never once succeeded. Reeling from the blow, Brother Pudding's vision swam with stars. His back colliding with the wall felt as if his bones might shatter. Yet, this fool remained undeterred, roaring, Quick! Kill that woman! Eliminate her! A throng of flowered shirts began to scale the building, brandishing their weapons as they clamored towards the rooftop. Targeting the butterfly, Lin Bai deftly maneuvered into the midst of this band of floral shirts, his large fists raining down strikes. The flowered shirts flew through the air like acrobats, some colliding with walls and sliding down, others hanging limply from the eaves, while one unfortunate soul was sent crashing through the mud wall, remaining suspended with his head embedded in it, unconscious. The butterfly, perched atop the rooftop, applauding, felt a sense of security in Lin Bai's terrifying prowess. Previously, when opposing him, his ghostly speed, dragon-like strength, and rock-solid physique had struck fear into her heart, particularly his fearsome cleaver, which now sent shivers down her spine. Yet now, aligned with Lin Bai, she felt utterly at ease, impervious to any pressure, her heartbeat steady. Gazing up at the sky, she observed dark clouds drifting away, the sun striving to emerge, and the dim slums slowly awakening with new life. The summer breeze caressed her face, playfully lifting her long hair, bringing a refreshing sensation that penetrated her very soul. This heralded the advent of freedom. After being treated like a servant by Chief Fei for years, enduring the whims of others, she was on the cusp of liberation as the night before dawn faded away. At last, the butterfly would dance freely beneath the sun. Rising with pride, her skirt fluttering in the wind, she called out, "How many fighters remain in the butterfly squad? Stand up." A faint echo reverberated through the air as a dozen resilient team members rose from the ground. Having just endured a brutal beating at the hands of the pudding group, though their bodies ached, they were not foolish. Undoubtedly, this was the opportune moment for retaliation. "Strike!" the butterfly exclaimed, leaping from the rooftop, her steel pipe slicing through the air with a chilling gust. Yet before her weapon could make contact with the enemy, Lin Bai had already dispatched the assailant with a swift kick. "What on earth are you doing, woman?" Lin Bai bellowed in fury. "Are you attempting to snatch my glory and drive down my price? Damn it, you're not to lay a finger on the enemy. That task belongs solely to me. 1 million, and not a single coin less. We have a contract, and should you dare to breach it, I will ensure you regret it." The butterfly stood there, caught between laughter and exasperation. In a matter of moments, the last of the floral-clad adversaries lay crumpled on the ground, scattered like fallen leaves. While the members of the butterfly group shakily rose to their feet, gathering behind her, relief evident on their faces. Lin Bai crouched before Pudding Brother, a grin illuminating his features. "You have made 3 grave errors. The first was failing to secure a contract with me. Had you offered a bit more, the circumstances would be entirely different. The second mistake was disregarding my counsel. Had you heeded my advice, we could have coexisted peacefully. The third error, I have yet to decide. It seems I initially intended to speak of only 2 mistakes, but my tongue slipped." Pudding Brother, drained of strength and unable to muster any anger, found himself at the mercy of his defeated group. Following this confrontation, his reputation lay in ruins, and the loyalty of his subordinates evaporated, leaving him to face the scorn of others. No longer could he rise to prominence. He was relegated to the status of a mere footnote, mocked by those who once looked up to him. The strength of this masked figure surpassed his comprehension. Was this truly a human? Such a formidable entity. Why disguise themselves as though unhinged? Had he misjudged the capabilities of his adversary? Perhaps. Had Lin Bai appeared in a manner reminiscent of Stallone, a discussion of collaboration might have ensued. "Who are you?" Pudding Brother gasped, as Lin Bai pressed his foot against his face. "I detest being questioned about my identity while clad in nothing but my undergarments." Turning to the butterfly, he was about to speak when she interjected, "Rest assured, I shall never disclose your true identity. Should I let slip even a whisper, you may punish me as you see fit, and I shall harbor no complaint." "Huh, as if I would care to punish you," Lin Bai retorted. "If you dare to betray me, I will adorn you in lace and suspend you outside the Double Celebration TV station." He threatened her with the most creative vengeance he could conjure. "Well then, the pudding group has been dealt with." The butterfly, with a charming smile, playfully suggested, "To ensure your million arrives sooner, let us embark together to the lair of the esteemed Dang Dang. The sooner we settle matters, the sooner I can present you with your funds." The confident expression on Lin Bai's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a foolish grin as he exclaimed, "A million, my dear brother, is here to take you home." In the realm of wealth, each individual's perspective varies significantly. The Huaxiao nation has historically been one of integrity, refusing to bow for mere grains of rice, unmoved by the allure of riches, and maintaining high moral standards, a legacy preserved through millennia. Regrettably, in modern times, the insidious influence of foreign commercialism has muddled our minds, giving rise to individuals like Lin Bai, who, upon hearing of a fortune, finds his pupils transforming into the shape of coins. The butterfly wore a bittersweet smile. The once dashing masked hero now struggled to maintain focus, wandering aimlessly. For no one could walk steadily with coin-shaped pupils. Not even a superhero. "Take me to Dang Dang at once." Why the delay? Lin Bai, in his eagerness, could hardly contain himself. How could one not be anxious in the presence of such wealth? The butterfly instructed her subordinates to attend to their wounds and not to follow, allowing only herself and Lin Bai to exit the slum and enter her vehicle, a striking red Land Rover Discovery 2, valued at approximately $450,000. However, Lin Bai, unfamiliar with the luxury brand, found its design unsatisfactory and scoffed. "You're a woman. Why drive such a clumsy vehicle? Women should be driving sleek red convertibles, donning sunglasses, with their hair flowing in the wind. Now that's the epitome of style." It was futile to reason with him. The butterfly had once admired Lin Bai and the formidable flower of the overlord, perceiving them as enigmatic figures worthy of reverence. Yet now, witnessing Lin Bai's demeanor, she sensed a shift. He seemed more human than divine, and oddly enough, this made him even more endearing. After all, she preferred humans over gods. As the car made its way to Dongdong's hideout, the butterfly concocted a cunning plan and, in a voice laced with temptation, proposed, "Brother Bai, once you secure your million, might you consider renewing our contract for you to serve as my bodyguard? The terms would be most agreeable. Alternatively, you could become a benefactor of the butterfly gang, sharing in our future profits." Expecting Lin Bai, with his avaricious nature, to acquiesce instantly, she was taken aback when he replied without hesitation, "Not interested." "Why not?" she inquired, bewildered. "Aren't you fond of money?" "Foolishness. Is this what you call an intelligent criminal organization? I perceive it as a band of fools." Lin Bai crossed his legs, his oversized flip-flops swaying playfully in front of the Land Rover's dashboard. "Once I secure that million, I plan to indulge in fine dining, revelry, and beautiful women. Why would I want to serve anyone else? From now on, I shall simply enjoy life." The reason why those referred to as jiaos are so labeled is not merely due to their lack of ability. The crux of the matter lies in their complacency and contentment with a modest existence. Lin Bai epitomizes this mindset, believing that as long as there is enough money to spend, there is no need to exhaust oneself in the relentless pursuit of wealth. To put it bluntly, this quality can be deemed laziness. However, in a more flattering light, it can be described as nonchalance. Hua Dai's eyes widened in astonishment, and a wave of admiration arose within her. She finally comprehended the essence of a carefree life. This man before her lived with candor and ease, truly embodying a life of indulgence and pleasure. Upon reflection, she realized that she too shared this disposition, preferring to run her modest butterfly gang, engaging in minor illicit ventures to earn just enough to enjoy life, never aspiring to conquer the world or claim territory. Perhaps, just perhaps, Lin Bai and she were kindred spirits, differing only in the degree of their nonchalance, with Lin Bai embodying a more pronounced sense of freedom. Suddenly, an odd ringtone echoed. "All Jiaos, bravely charge forward. I understand that I am destined for greatness. All Jiaos, bravely charge forward. No one is merely meant to be a spectator." Lin Bai retrieved his phone from his pocket and smiled at Hua Dai, saying, "Oh, let me take this call. You continue driving, don't mind me." Hua Dai felt a slight dizziness. What an outrageous ringtone. Just as Lin Bai placed the phone to his ear, a female officer's urgent voice emerged. "Xiao Bai, where are you? Is Ba Wanghua with you? Quickly, pass the phone to her." "Why call me for Ba Wanghua? Just call her directly." "I don't know her number." "Fine, then I'm hanging up. I'm out here making big money. Don't bother me." "Wait," the female officer implored. "We've encountered a bit of trouble. Can you help us out? Quickly bring Ba Wanghua over. I have a certificate for bravery with me. If you can persuade her to assist, I will immediately fill in your name on it." Lin Bai curiously inquired, "What is this certificate for bravery?" "It certifies that you are a commendable citizen. It's a grand certificate, quite impressive." "Is it just a certificate? Is there any monetary reward?" "No monetary reward. But this certificate is quite valuable. It can enhance your score in civil service examinations during interviews." "Are you out of your mind? Do I seem like someone who could take civil service exams?" The female officer insisted. "How can you think this way? It is wrong to tie everything to personal gain. You should contribute to your country, to the people, to society." Lin Bai abruptly ended the call, unwilling to listen to more. The ensuing dialogue would likely devolve into a lengthy, tedious lecture, and conversing with her felt like a risk to his already modest intellect. He often worried that a simple fall could render him as foolish as the protagonist in Forrest Gump. And now he realized that conversing with the female officer posed a similar peril. The female officer, upon hearing the busy tone on her phone, realized that Lin Bai had hung up. Just as she was about to dial again, a series of rapid gunfire erupted from an automatic rifle, shattering the glass of the police car that served as her shield. Fragments of glass flew in every direction, prompting her to instinctively shield her delicate face with her arms. As someone who relied on her looks to earn a living, She could not afford to mar her beauty before successfully marrying a good man. After days of diligent investigation and the assistance of a compromised witness, she had finally located the hideout of the notorious gang, leading a convoy of dozens of police cars. She surrounded the underground bar where the gang leader and his loyal associates were holed up. To her astonishment, the gang was armed with AK-47s, a firepower that surpassed that of the police. Additionally, they had riot shields, and, as they brandished their weapons, it was hard to discern whether this was a battlefield or a bustling city. Typically, this gang would not dare carry firearms in public. However, cornered by the police, they resorted to retrieving their stored weapons, creating a significant predicament. Once the assailants had emptied their magazines, the female officer seized a megaphone and called out, "You are surrounded. Surrender the hostages and come out. I will plead with the judge for leniency on your behalf." The gang leader, taking hold of the bar's microphone and positioning 2 large speakers at the entrance, sneered, "Don't try to deceive me. The charges against me are severe: illegal arms trafficking, rioting, extortion, fraud, intentional injury, illegal detention, and gambling. If I'm caught, I'm as good as dead. Spare me your pleas to the judge. Withdraw your perimeter and send a vehicle to escort me out of the city, or else all the hostages in this bar will perish." The female officer angrily slammed the megaphone to the ground, exclaiming, "What kind of gang is this? He should be a prosecutor, as he knows the law better than I do. Where is the negotiation expert? Why have they not arrived? I am not skilled in negotiations." Nearby, a junior officer crouched behind a police car, trembling. "Sister Joe, the negotiation expert, is stuck in traffic." Frustrated, the female officer shouted, "What about the armed police?" The junior officer wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "The armed police are also caught in traffic. Our city, known as Mountain City, lacks flat terrain. The roads are winding and uneven, so traffic jams are commonplace." Upon hearing the phrase flat terrain, the female officer felt a surge of frustration and weakly remarked, "Fine, forget the useless negotiation expert. Let us think of a way to rescue the hostages." The junior officer, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "Sister Joe, how do we rescue them with AK-47s guarding the entrance?" The luxurious Range Rover belonging to the socialite, Hua Dai, was unable to proceed any further due to the traffic ahead. The line of vehicles had transformed into a snarl that stretched for miles on the highway, and it would take at least an hour to clear. Countless impatient drivers honked their horns, creating a cacophony that only heightened the tension in the air. Lin Bai was decidedly unsettled. He was en route to the illustrious path of earning $1 million, and yet, how dare traffic impede his progress? Frustrated, he could not remain idle in his vehicle any longer. With determination, he flung open the car door and stepped out. "I'll sprint ahead. You can follow at your own pace to see the outcome," he declared to Hua Dai, not pausing for her response before striding away, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a trace. Hua Dai, momentarily taken aback, hastily exited the car and dashed towards the headquarters of Dang Dang. Upon arrival, Lin Bai beheld a scene reminiscent of the most authentic police and thief gunfight of 20XX. The Dang Dang group was holed up in a dimly lit bar, with a row of riot shields lined up at the entrance. There, a man in a floral shirt recklessly fired his weapon from behind the shields, while a police car parked on the street had been reduced to a mere honeycomb of bullet holes, and many improperly parked vehicles were suffering the consequences. Goodness, are the gangs this formidable nowadays? Lin Bai marveled, halting to express his astonishment. How brazen can they be? He noticed a female officer crouched behind a battered police car, her face etched with helplessness. Nearby, other officers sought refuge behind various cover, none daring to show themselves. The Dang Dang crew, brimming with arrogance, boomed through a microphone, "Officers outside. What are you waiting for? Hurry and send a few vehicles to escort us out of the city, or we shall commence executing hostages. You have 10 minutes. With a sigh, Lin Bai contemplated the prospect of earning a certificate for bravery. According to the female officer, possessing such a certificate would facilitate passing the civil service examination. Should he consider taking the test? "Help! Police, come and rescue us." Lin Bai checked his mask to ensure it concealed his face entirely. With a swift motion, he appeared beside the female officer. His entrance was so rapid that, in the blink of an eye, she felt a presence beside her. Upon closer inspection, she saw a figure clad in a t-shirt concealing his head, revealing only a pair of glistening black eyes. His upper body was bare, while his lower half donned shorts with an additional pair of undergarments worn outside. The absurdity of the sight was too much for the female officer to bear. She averted her gaze, forcing herself not to look, yet her heart swelled with joy. She recognized this peculiar individual, the very one who had rescued her from the clutches of danger at Shuangqing University. Rumor had it he was affiliated with the military, and his genetic modifications had left certain side effects, such as transforming a fierce warrior into a reclusive homebody. However, this man had embraced his eccentricity, sporting undergarments on the outside. While the side effects were indeed severe, enhancing the visual absurdity, they did not detract from his formidable prowess. Lin Bai, deliberately lowering his voice, inquired, "How many hostages are inside? Where are their locations?" In truth, he had already perceived the situation within using his X-ray vision. Yet he feigned ignorance to avoid arousing suspicion. It was imperative he did not appear overly superhuman. He needed to engage in battle as if he were merely an ordinary man. The female officer wasted not a single word, immediately producing a hand-drawn floor plan of the bar, evidently sketched in haste. Pointing to the markings on the diagram, she articulated, "Here is the entrance, and here is a staircase." Upon descending, a left turn leads to the bar's main hall, where approximately 30 hostages are gathered. I cannot ascertain the exact number of assailants guarding them, but I surmise it is not few. Overcoming all adversaries simultaneously while ensuring the safety of the hostages is no trivial task. Lin Bai nodded, feigning profundity as he remarked, "In my view, is not insurmountable." Internally, he swiftly calculated, 30 hostages equate to 30 lives. If he could rescue them all, that would amount to an impressive 300 points. A substantial gain that would significantly elevate his standing in the realm of justice. I will proceed to rescue the hostages. You should prepare to reassure them. What they are armed with AK-47s and bullets rain down like a storm. How do you intend to enter? The female officer inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. In truth, Lin Bai harbored no fear of the AK-47. With his superhuman abilities, mere bullets were nothing more than a tickle. Yet, he deemed it prudent to maintain a semblance of humanity, lest the female officer become unduly frightened. It was already lamentable that she was flat-chested. To further distress her mind would be unwise. "We should adopt a more discreet approach," he murmured. "You instruct all your colleagues to fire at the bar's entrance, creating a diversion to buy me some time." Understood. The female officer, focused on the task at hand, uttered not a single superfluous word. She did not inquire about Lin Bai's identity or origins, nor did she ask how he planned to effect the rescue. In a crisis, every second counted, and there was no room for idle chatter. With both hands firmly gripping her weapon, she called out to her fellow officers on the count of 3. Everyone fires together to suppress their firepower. Several officers raise their hands, signaling an OK gesture. 1, 2, 3, fire. The female officer was the first to extend her hand, her small firearm discharging 3 rapid shots. The other officers followed suit, heads peeking out as their collective gunfire erupted in a cacophony. The bullets flew erratically. While their aim was not entirely lacking, it was also not particularly refined. These were not soldiers, and it was natural for their marksmanship to be less than perfect. The bullets struck the walls at the bar's entrance, ricocheting off the sign and the shield held by a floral-shirt assailant, momentarily halting their assault. And the AK-47 fire ceased as well. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bai dashed forward. The female officer felt a whirlwind whip past her, and when she turned, the masked figure had vanished from her side. Looking back toward the bar's entrance, she found it peculiar that he was not there either. Where had he gone? The other officers were equally bewildered. They glimpsed something, yet it was as though they had seen nothing at all. It seemed that the figure beside the female officer had charged toward the bar, but just as he began his sprint, he appeared at the bar's entrance. And in a blink, he slipped inside, the entire sequence transpiring too swiftly for even a blink of the eye. What strikes one as most peculiar is the figure of Brother Dang Dang, clad in a flamboyant floral suit, standing at the entrance of the bar, brandishing a microphone with an air of bravado. Although the sudden barrage from the police's small firearms startled him momentarily, he remained unharmed behind a shield, intent on hurling further threats at the officers. Should they remain obstinate, he contemplated sacrificing a hostage, believing this would compel the police to dispatch vehicles for his escape from the city. Once beyond the confines of Shuangqing City, he could vanish into the wilderness, where the heavens and earth would stretch infinitely before him, granting him the freedom to soar. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept past him. It felt as though someone dashed by on his left, yet there was no one there. To his astonishment, the microphone he had been holding had vanished. What had just transpired? Lin Bai had snatched the microphone from him and plunged into the underground. Although he was a mere Jiaoxi, he was not foolish. Confronting Brother Dang Dang at the entrance could provoke him to order his men to execute a hostage, resulting in the tragic loss of numerous lives, a burden Lin Bai could not bear. Thus, he set his sights on the hostages below, utilizing his 10-layered super speed ability to descend swiftly. Employing 10 layers of super speed required 500 points of righteous power, a considerable sacrifice. Yet successfully rescuing the hostages could earn him over 3,000 points, a venture worth pursuing. He seemed to transform into a gust of wind, slipping through the bar's entrance and down the staircase, his figure eluding all eyes. Inside the dimly lit underground bar, tables and chairs lay overturned in disarray, while over 30 frightened individuals crouched on the floor, clutching their knees. 12 individuals in floral shirts stood guard over the hostages, 5 of whom wielded handguns, devoid of any heavy weaponry like AK-47s. It appeared Brother Dongdong's arsenal was insufficient. Although he had an AK-47 at the entrance, none were present inside, just a facade of strength concealing a hollow core. Lin Bai seized the microphone, laughing heartily. "I see the hostages. I can save them." The speakers positioned at the bar's entrance transmitted his voice to the surface, echoing his laughter. "I see the hostages. I can save them." This revelation startled Brother Dang Dang. She held faith in the remarkable strength and agility of the formidable figure dubbed the Demon Monkey, who could not be easily subdued by anyone in Brother Dongdong's ranks. Many harbored doubts about Lin Bai's prowess, particularly the 12 floral shirt guards, especially the 5 brandishing firearms. It is said that a person's courage is directly proportional to the strength of the weapon they wield. Primitive humans, clothing mehr Wudenstiegs, would inevitably feel a twinge of fear when faced with a tiger. As time progressed, hunters wielded steel forks, emboldened to challenge the great beast for supremacy over the mountains. Eventually, firearms emerged, allowing humans to capture tigers and confine them within the bounds of a zoo, where families could observe them on weekends. 5 men in floral shirts raised their guns toward Lin Bai. If they were even slightly astute, they would have aimed at the hostages. Yet, even that would have been futile. With Lin Bai standing before them, they found themselves deprived of the opportunity to pull the trigger. His extraordinary speed, a manifestation of tenfold swiftness, was not something one could easily match. Only those endowed with similar supernatural abilities, be they heroes or monsters, could keep up. To the ordinary person, Lin Bai appeared as if he were playing in slow motion. He dashed before the first floral shirt, snatched the gun from his grasp, and delivered 5 resounding slaps before sending him sprawling into a nearby trash bin. Next, he approached the second floral shirt, disarming him and placing a banana from the fruit platter into his hand. Then, he turned to the third floral shirt, redirecting his gun to aim at the thigh of the fourth, while simultaneously altering the aim of the fourth's pistol toward the fifth's leg, and doing the same for the fifth's gun at the third. Completing this series of actions, Lin Bai covered his ears. 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 floral shirts fell to the ground, howling in agony. One was sent tumbling into the trash, leaving only one fortunate floral shirt, who stood bewildered with a banana in hand, his sole reprieve stemming from his rather unfortunate appearance. Lin Bai, feeling sympathy for the man, refrained from punishing him, embodying the principle of kindness in the face of hardship. With all the armed floral shirts down, only 7 unarmed individuals and 1 with a banana remained. Lin Bai, grinning, remarked, "Will you lie down yourselves, or shall I be the one to knock you down?" Though the question was rhetorical, the 30-odd red and green-clad individuals, who had been crouched in fear, suddenly sprung to their feet. With the enemy disarmed, they felt emboldened. 30 against 8 was a battle they could easily win. They had come to the bar for a leisurely drink, to flirt and perhaps find companionship, only to find themselves taken hostage by thugs. Fortunately, a masked savior had arrived to rescue them, sparing them from an uncertain fate. The crowd surged forward, unleashing a brutal assault on the 8 floral shirts. The violence so savage that even Lin Bai dared not watch, retreating 3 steps while covering his eyes. One floral shirt found his pants torn away, his dignity trampled upon in a most humiliating manner. Lin Bai seized the microphone and shouted, "Police! Hurry inside, lives are at stake." His playful cries echoed down the street. "Let us fulfill our contract. Lives are at stake." Lin Bai's antics could be heard by all, prompting a gleeful laugh from his companion. How splendid. A life-threatening situation. Where's the police force with the car I requested? A life-threatening situation is truly unfolding, and hostages will soon be executed one by one. It remains to be seen how you will explain this to your superiors. The female officer's face was etched with disbelief. Had not the masked hero claimed to be able to save the hostages? Why then was death imminent? Lin Bai's voice, akin to a broken gong, rang out. This is terrible. The man in the floral shirt is about to be killed. Oh, how tragic. Blood is splattering onto me. Help. That person is being forced to drink water from the fish tank. He is going to die. Don't swallow the tropical fish. That thing might be poisonous. Floral shirt. Come here quickly. I can protect you from the hostages. Then a loud crash echoed from the speakers, and Lin Bai continued. I said I would protect you from the hostages, but I never claimed I wouldn't hit you. Oh dear, look at your lip. It's bleeding profusely. Brother Dang's expression darkened, sensing something was amiss. This was not right. Judging by the dialogue, it seemed that it was not the hostages being beaten, but rather his subordinate in the floral shirt who was on the verge of death. Damn it. Brother Dang raised an AK-47 and ordered, 2 of you, come with me to take a look. You needn't go in. I've already emerged. Lin Bai suddenly appeared at the staircase, cradling a guard dog in his arms. This was the bar's pet, and Lin Bai noticed that the group of drunken revelers had become increasingly violent, smashing things within the bar, potentially endangering the poor dog. Thus, he decided to rescue it as well. Brother Dang was momentarily taken aback, then raised his AK-47 toward Lin Bai. However, before he could pull the trigger, Lin Bai had already closed the distance, seized the weapon from his hands, and turned it against Brother Dang's head while casting a stern glance at his subordinates. Do not move. I'm not particularly skilled with firearms, and this may inadvertently discharge. No one had witnessed what transpired. By the time they regained their senses, they found Lin Bai cradling the dog in his left arm and aiming the AK-47 at Brother Dang's head with his right. The subordinates were frozen in shock, unsure of how to react. In that moment of hesitation, Lin Bai swiftly confiscated their weapons and kicked away their riot shields before returning to face Brother Dang. Lin Bai spoke earnestly. You must be little Dang, correct? Shall we come to an understanding? Please refrain from troubling the butterfly. Let us coexist peacefully. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to administer justice with my iron fist. Brother Dang trembled violently, foam suddenly bubbling from his lips, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. The pressure of having an AK-47 pointed at his head was overwhelming, causing him to faint. Hey, don't pass out. Make me a promise. Lin Bai kicked aside. Hey, don't play dead. If you faint like this, how am I to conduct this persuasive education? How can we fulfill our agreement? The police officers peeked out from behind their vehicles, bewildered by the scene. After a considerable pause, they finally reacted, rushing forward with the female officer leading the charge. The young officers, previously subdued by the AK-47, have now risen to seize control, brandishing their fists like large bowls as they unleash a flurry of blows upon the floral shirt individuals. Some officers ventured into the bar and soon emerged, rescuing several of those adorned in vibrant shirts. The masked figure was indeed correct. These individuals required salvation, for the situation within the bar was utterly deplorable, with those floral shirts nearly stripped of their humanity. The flat-chested female officer approached and firmly placed her foot upon the neck of a man known as Dang Dang. Disregarding his frothing mouth and rolling eyes, she boldly proclaimed, I hereby arrest you under the charges of illegal arms trafficking, rioting, provoking trouble, extortion, fraud, intentional harm, illegal detention, and gambling. Prepare yourself to languish in prison for a lifetime. Oh, is this individual's guilt so profound that he shall be imprisoned for eternity? Lin Bai inquired with delight. Indeed, a life sentence is mild. He might even face the death penalty, the female officer replied earnestly. Lin Bai was overjoyed, as either the death penalty or a life sentence would suffice. After all, this man could no longer pose a threat to the butterfly, thus fulfilling the terms of their agreement. A million is beckoning to me. His spirits lifted, and he found the once fearsome officer now radiating joy, even her flat chest appearing rather appealing. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Officer, you are truly a goddess of mercy in my time of need. I find you delightful from head to toe. Really? Delightful from head to toe? Lin Bai nodded, quite charming. With that, he turned to leave. However, the officer seemed momentarily paralyzed, as if someone had cast a spell upon her. At her age, it was the first time someone had acknowledged her worth, and tears filled her eyes in an instant. She called out to Lin Bai's retreating figure, "Do not go. Tell me your name, and I shall include it in the certificate of bravery." Lin Bai, clad only in his undergarments, despised being asked his identity, feeling it would humiliate him. Yet, with a windfall of 1 million nearly within reach, he brushed off her words, waving his hand dismissively without turning back. Uncle Lei Feng performs good deeds without ever seeking recognition. With that, he vanished from sight. The officer gazed in the direction of his disappearance, her heart a whirlpool of emotions. The masked figure had aided her twice, yet she knew not his name, a hero who performed noble deeds anonymously, yet bore the peculiar habit of wearing his underwear externally. Were it not for this quirk, he would undoubtedly be the most sought-after man by women. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, the officer was lost in her sentimental musings as he pondered a peculiar thought. If Uncle Lei Feng performed good deeds without leaving a name, how is it that posterity is aware of his many benevolent acts? It was indeed a chilling realization. He glanced at his watch, which displayed Justice Force 5105, indicating that as long as one engages in virtuous actions, someone would always be aware. This watch meticulously recorded every good deed and misdeed of Lin Bai, never faltering. Not even a mask could deceive it. As the ancients wisely stated, above one's head, 3 feet have divine beings. If one wishes to remain unknown, one must cease from wrongdoing. Lin Bai was dreadfully apprehensive that his penchant for wearing his underwear outside might make headlines. Splashed across the front page with a title reading, "Lin Bai, proprietor of the Little Bai computer repair shop, has developed the unsavory habit of donning his underwear outside while performing good deeds." Following this would be a lengthy, elaborate account of 50,000 words, accompanied by his photograph, leaving him utterly bereft of the will to face the world again. As he turned the corner, he spotted the butterfly of flowers, who cautiously peeked around the bend, observing the police escorting the gang, led by Dang Dang, into their vehicles. She hesitated to step forward, for she too was no paragon of virtue, unable to bask in the sunlight, destined to dwell in the shadows. However, even a butterfly in the dark has the right to yearn for freedom, and now she could finally take flight. 1 million, Lin Bai declared, standing before her, brandishing a crumpled A4 sheet. "We have a contract. You must not renege." The butterfly of flowers chuckled softly. "Are you truly intent on adhering strictly to the terms of the contract?" Lin Bai nodded affirmatively. With a playful smile, she replied, "The name inscribed in the contract under Party A is Butterfly of Flowers. Such a moniker lacks legal validity. You cannot prove that I am indeed the Butterfly of Flowers, and thus the court would not compel me to fulfill the obligations outlined in this contract." Lin Bai's mouth fell agape. He had never considered this point when signing the contract. In truth, he had never engaged in any substantial agreements before, and was unaware of such nuances. He had simply thought of her as the Butterfly of Flowers, and thus filled in the name accordingly, her signature mirroring the same. This revelation infuriated him. Damn it. The underworld truly lacks principles. Are you attempting to evade your debts? I shall drag you to the riverside and display you in all manner of ways. The Butterfly of Flowers, with a charming grin, responded, "If I have indeed fallen for you, then I should decisively default on the payment, allowing you to exhibit me in all your imagined forms, thereby securing a superhero as my partner." Lin Bai retorted. The Butterfly of Flowers laughed so heartily that tears streamed down her face. "Regrettably, I only harbor fond feelings for you at present. I have yet to fall in love, so I cannot default. I shall pay you." Lin Bai exhaled deeply. "For heaven's sake, please refrain from such dramatic breaths. You nearly frightened me to death. I have no intention of displaying you in any fashion. My precious virginity is not to be squandered so frivolously. Hurry and pay up." "Oh, so you're still a virgin?" The Butterfly of Flowers laughed even more joyously. "Let me whisper a secret. I am too." "Nonsense. With your siren-like allure. How could you possibly still be a virgin? And what of it? Even little foxes are virgins when they are born." As they exchanged these frivolous jests, they returned to the Land Rover. By this time, the traffic had begun to ease, and the line of cars started to move slowly. The Butterfly of Flowers turned down a side road, extricating them from the jam, and soon they arrived at the Riverside Highway. From beneath the seat, she retrieved a small suitcase and handed it to Lin Bai. "Here is 1 million, all in cash, prepared for you long ago." Upon opening the suitcase and seeing it filled with cash, Lin Bai did not bother to count it. With such a substantial sum, he realized it would take an eternity to tally. Lacking the patience for such meticulousness, he thought it would be far simpler to simply take the money and run. Cradling the suitcase in his arms, it felt as if he was embracing a treasured gem, showering it with affection. As he turned to leave, a soft voice, reminiscent of a butterfly, floated from behind. Collaborating with you has been a delightful experience, far more enjoyable than mingling with those ruthless killers. May I seek your assistance again in the future? Lin Bai chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Silly, I have no habit of allying with rogues. You stick to your path, and I'll tread my own. As long as you refrain from causing trouble in the old street, I won't lay a hand on you. But don't expect me to treat you as a partner. He added, by the way, if your computer malfunctions, do come to my shop for repairs. Every customer, be they good or bad, is a deity in my eyes. With large strides, he departed, feeling buoyant, as if he were levitating. He walked a considerable distance before turning back to ask, by the way, what is your real name? I wouldn't want to mix it up when signing our next contract. The butterfly-like figure smiled gracefully, her floral dress billowing in the river breeze. My name is Li Mingjin. So, she bears the surname Li. Lin Bai laughed heartily. You should have said so earlier. I have a fondness for everyone with the surname Li. This was not mere flattery. He genuinely believed it, for Qian Qian also bore the surname Li. Her full name being Li Qian Qian. With a million in hand, Lin Bai felt as if he were soaring. His steps were light, as if he had inadvertently mastered the art of lightness. Or perhaps it was the magic of the wind that buoyed him. He found a secluded spot to change, shedding his superhero underwear and donning a t-shirt, thus achieving a semblance of decorum. Yet, the suitcase he carried starkly contrasted with his attire, while it concealed a fortune within. Its exterior, crafted from genuine leather, exuded sophistication. In stark contrast, his t-shirt cost 15 yuan, his shorts 25, and his flip-flops 10. If one disregarded the Armani underwear underneath, selling him would not fetch the price of that magnificent suitcase, making him an unlikely bearer of such an exquisite piece. A child playing in the mud by the river pointed at Lin Bai and asked his mother, why does that person look so strange? Appearing impoverished, yet carrying a fine suitcase? The mother, startled, hastily pulled the child behind a rock and whispered, that person is likely a thief, having pilfered someone else's luggage. You must not emulate him. You are a good child. Lin Bai remained oblivious to their conversation. Even if he had heard, he would have brushed it off, having grown accustomed to being maligned throughout his life. As he passed by the newly renovated KFC, he noticed it had reopened, the manager standing at the entrance greeting customers. Upon seeing Lin Bai approach, the manager's eyes brightened, and he hurried over, bowing slightly as he exclaimed, oh my, master, do you remember me? Last time you were here, you dealt with those members of the Golden Bamboo Gang, and you mentioned fixing a spoon atop a floral shirt. I was the manager who handed you the tools. Lin Bai recalled this individual, whose impressive demeanor, with a frying pan in each hand, was deeply etched in his memory. He smiled and remarked, how could I possibly forget you? You are a true brave soul. If I lacked your courage, I certainly wouldn't dare to wield a frying pan to strike a floral shirt. Such audacity is remarkable. The manager, filled with pride at receiving praise from the master, felt that nothing could bring him greater joy. He turned to enter the store and returned with 2 chicken leg burgers, stuffing them into Lin Bai's embrace. I don't have much to offer, but please enjoy these burgers, and here's an old Beijing chicken wrap as well. Lin Bai was elated, having scored a small indulgence. He stuffed the chicken wrap into his mouth and strolled away effortlessly, holding the plastic bag containing the burgers. The manager waved goodbye, watching the master depart, while a line of waitresses regarded Lin Bai with deep respect. As he walked along the old street, he greeted everyone with a smile, regardless of their identity, smiling first and speaking later. Uncle Zhang, who sold soybean milk and deep-fried dough sticks, caught sight of him, and Lin Bai could not resist smiling back. Look at me now, thriving with $1 million in hand, while you remain here, selling your humble snacks, never to amount to anything. He thought, chuckling to himself. Old man Shi, who sold counterfeit cigarettes, also looked his way. Lin Bai shot him a glare, thinking, you'll forever be stuck in your counterfeit trade. I'm moving on to the real deal. Aunt Chin, the second generation, noticed him as well. Lin Bai produced a chicken leg burger, prompting Aunt Chin to scamper over. Feigning sweetness, abandoning her early crush, the chubby class representative, for a mere burger. What could he offer that could compete with such a delight? The old neighbors regarded Lin Bai with astonishment. The once destitute youth, on the verge of wearing rags, was now affording chicken leg burgers? What strange winds had blown in? Returning to his hometown in wealth indeed had a unique flavor. Lin Bai, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. I've struck it rich. I will indulge in lavish feasts and revelry. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of life and marry a beautiful heiress. Don't you dare think of marrying Qianqian, shouted Aunt Qin, brandishing a spatula as she rushed out of her house. Hey, Qin family girl, that's not quite right, retorted old lady Zheng, wielding an extraordinarily heavy broom. Young people should pursue love freely. As elders, we should not meddle. If Xiao Bai has taken a liking to my granddaughter, don't force him to wed Qianqian. The crowd collectively sighed, knowing full well that the very elder who relished meddling was none other than her. Sensing the rising tension in the old street, Lin Bai quickly ducked back into his little haven. The female demon king sat at the entrance, sipping her tea, her eyes glimmering with amusement as she observed him. Lin Bai concealed a box behind him. Must I surrender this? Absolutely not. The female demon king extended her hand, and, almost inexplicably, the box found its way into her grasp, conjured by some mysterious magic. In our tradition, the husband earns and the wife manages the finances. I cannot yield on this. Surely, you must leave me some pocket money. I can spare you 500 yuan. Hey, that's excessive. Did you not promise that I would receive what I needed when the time came? I require 100,000 now. State your purpose. I intend to visit the opulent nightclub, indulging in a fine brandy, while embracing the enchanting princess of the private room, lavishly stuffing bills into her décolletage. This escapade, however, would certainly cost no less than 100,000. Nonsense. The enchantress, with her porcelain legs elegantly crossed, retorted. What merits does brandy possess that can surpass the exquisite taste of my prized eagle tea? Can the princess compare to the ethereal beauty of Qianqian? Tonight, take a cup of eagle tea to Qianqian's abode, wrap your arms around her waist as you savor the drink, and indulge in a few clandestine touches without spending a single penny. Lin Bai mused. There is no reasoning with this tone-deaf sorceress. Embracing Qianqian over eagle tea is an experience incomparable to that of indulging in brandy with the princess. The former encapsulates true bliss, while the latter is mere pretentiousness, two entirely distinct realms of taste. Men are peculiar creatures, desiring both happiness and the allure of ostentation. Neither can be forsaken, lest life loses its perfection. You cannot deter me. I shall visit the opulent nightclub tonight. Lin Bai declared fiercely, if you dare to bind me with chains, I shall harbor a lifelong resentment towards you. This declaration startled the sorceress. She certainly did not wish for Lin Bai to loathe her eternally. Suddenly struck with inspiration, she replied with a smile, very well, I shan't bind you. Instead, I shall cast a firewall spell to incinerate the opulent nightclub. Let us see how you will proceed. Lin Bai exclaimed, you deranged specter. He was nearly driven to madness, pondering for a moment before suggesting, how about granting me 100,000 to purchase a vehicle? A mere 100,000 for a car is utterly inadequate. The sorceress replied alluringly, acquire a vehicle worth 1 million. Only then would it be somewhat presentable. Lin Bai covered his face with his hand. How can I proceed in such a manner? If I buy a car, I won't even have funds for gasoline. The sorceress chuckled. Just consume a potent concoction, and you shall push the car faster than if it were fueled. As they were engrossed in their banter, a group emerged from the Ice Heart phone store across the street, led by a woman in her late 20s, followed by several middle-aged men. Lin Bai instantly recognized the leading lady and waved, exclaiming, oh, is that not Sister Sanjin? It has been years since we last met. How have you fared? The woman's name was Song Chuanxin, a member of the old neighborhood. Her residence was the Ice Heart phone store, and she was generally well regarded, harmoniously coexisting with the neighbors. In her youth, she was a natural leader, caring for the infant daughter of Aunt Qin while entertaining Lin Bai, Qianqian, and Uncle Zhang's clumsy son in playful mud games, earning her the affection of many as the elder sister figure. Due to the last character of her name, which means gold, she was affectionately dubbed Sanjin. Her singular flaw lay in her somewhat avaricious nature, possessing a desire for wealth, her ambition directed towards marrying a prosperous individual. 5 years prior, she successfully wed a small factory owner, transforming from a penniless girl into a modestly wealthy woman, subsequently leaving the old neighborhood. She rented her house to Jiejia, turning it into a beauty salon. In the 5 years since, she had not returned to the old neighborhood, merely calling Lin Bai occasionally. It was unexpected for her to return now, accompanied by several middle-aged men, creating an atmosphere that felt rather peculiar. Sister Sanjin, upon catching sight of Lin Bai across the street, couldn't help but smile, though a lingering sorrow clouded her eyes. Little Bai, after all these years, you've blossomed into quite the handsome young man. My, I could see why Qianqian would be utterly smitten with you. When are you two planning to tie the knot? Such was the quintessential character of the old street folk, playfully teasing Lin Bai about his relationship with Qianqian. Lin Bai retorted, Sister Sanjin, if you were to part ways with your husband, I would gladly forsake Qianqian to pair up with you. Sister Sanjin laughed heartily, with your meager appearance. How could you ever win over an older sister? You do realize my husband is quite wealthy. Lin Bai thought to himself, I may have 100,000, but upon reflection, can my paltry sum impress someone like Sister Sanjin, whose husband has run a factory for years? Feeling dwarfed in her presence, he inquired, what brings you back to the old street today? Surely, you aren't here just to mock me? Sister Sanjin's expression dimmed slightly as she replied, I brought a few people to view the house. I intend to sell the old place. What? Lin Bai gasped in astonishment, and the icy beauty seated in the Bingxin store shared his surprise. As she noticed the landlord approaching with a group, she sensed trouble brewing. Upon hearing the intention to sell the house, she sprang to her feet. In truth, the middle-aged men had already begun inspecting the property, wandering into the phone store, examining it thoroughly as if the icy beauty were merely a piece of decor. Some measured the store's dimensions with their steps, while others gazed up at the staircase leading to the second floor, seemingly intent on exploring. The icy beauty quickly positioned herself at the base of the stairs, coldly stating, the upstairs is the women's bedroom. Please refrain from wandering. Are you a tenant here? One of the men inquired. Indeed, I have a contract with Sister Sanjin, and the lease has 5 years remaining, she replied calmly. You should prepare to move, the man stated in a sardonic tone. Once we purchase this property, we won't be renting it out anymore. We intend to use it for our own business. We will compensate you for breaching the contract, though it won't amount to much. How can this be? The icy beauty was alarmed, moving closer to Sister Sanjin and whispering, Sister Sanjin, selling the house at this time is tantamount to signing my death warrant. The phone store has just opened, and I've invested over 100,000 in inventory. If I'm forced to relocate now, I have no idea where to go. The penalty for breach is merely 10,000, which pales in comparison to my losses. This situation is untenable. The icy beauty felt an overwhelming sadness engulf her heart. After much deliberation, she had resolved to turn her life around, closing her beauty and hair salon to embark on a legitimate business venture. With her savings and some funds from Lin Bai, she had invested in a substantial inventory of mobile phones, opening her shop with joy and feeling as though she had been reborn. Though her new business was far from profitable, barely sustaining her, the dignity it afforded her made her feel as if she had emerged anew, akin to an infant entering the world. Yet now, her world had suddenly crumbled. Should she be evicted, her newly acquired inventory would become a burden. And in such a rush, where would she find another location? Even if fortune smiles upon her and she discovers a new shop, departing from the old street and no longer conducting business opposite Lin Bai, losing sight of his mischievous smile, she feels she has lost the most vital pillar of her existence and cannot bear to continue living. This is not merely a matter of finances. She yearns to kneel before Sanjin, clutching her legs, pleading for her not to sell the house, to grant her a path to survival. Before her knees even bend, darkness envelopes her vision as Lin Bai's silhouette interjects before her, frowning as he addresses Sanjin. Sister Sanjin, what are you doing? Why must you sell the house on the old street? Do you comprehend the significance this house holds? As long as it remains here, you will forever be a part of the old street, embraced by all the neighbors as one of their own. If you sell it, Lin Bai grasped Sanjin's shoulders firmly, imploring her, Sister, during these 5 years of your marriage. Both Qian and I often reminisce about the times you played with us as children. Are you truly selling the old house? Are you planning to leave us forever? His words drew the attention of Aunt Qin from next door. Both the original Aunt Qin and the second-generation Aunt Qin chimed in unison. Sanjin, this house cannot be sold. A flicker of sorrow crossed Sanjin's eyes. There's no choice, Xiao Bai. Your brother-in-law's business is in dire straits. We are already in a state of negative assets and urgently require funds to turn things around. If we do not sell the old house, we cannot overcome this hurdle. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback. You just said brother-in-law was quite wealthy, yet now you're in negative assets? Are you jesting with me? San Jin's eyes were filled with bitterness. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed her words. Children, go play elsewhere. Do not obstruct the adults from discussing serious matters. A middle-aged man approached, casting an unfriendly glance at Lin Bai. Upon noticing Lin Bai emerging from the computer repair shop, dressed in a mere $10 outfit, he surmised he was likely one of the impoverished denizens of the old street, and thus treated Lin Bai with little courtesy. Turning to San Jin and stating, Madam Song, we are quite satisfied with this house. Let us proceed to the housing authority for the transfer. San Jin nodded in bewilderment. The icy beauty, realizing she was indeed selling the house, anxiously clutched Lin Bai's t-shirt, wanting to utter something but failing to articulate a single word, her entire body trembling. Lin Bai, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, focused solely on San Jin, his voice low. Sister San Jin, what price are you offering to them for this house? San Jin replied softly, 1,500,000. Lin Bai responded, that price is exceedingly low. The two-story shop facing the street should fetch at least 2 million if sold gradually. No wonder these middle-aged men are so eager to sign the contract. They intend to cheat you out of 50,000. San Jin smiled bitterly. I have no time to sell slowly. I must acquire cash swiftly. Lin Bai nodded. Sister San Jin, as the saying goes, good water should not flow to outsiders. If the price is the same, surely you would prefer to sell to your own people rather than undercutting yourself for outsiders. Wouldn't you? San Jin's eyes brightened momentarily, only to quickly dim again. Indeed, if a longtime neighbor were willing to offer the same price, I would certainly sell to a familiar face. However, Xiao Bai, you know well that no one on this street can produce 1.5 million in cash, unless you are prepared to sell your own house to buy mine. But does that make any sense? Lin Bai looked up to the sky and let out a bitter laugh. I have purchased this house. Sister, just give me a few minutes. Yes, just a few minutes. With that, he turned and dashed away. San Jin exclaimed in surprise, reaching out to stop Lin Bai, but grasped only air. In her eyes, Xiao Bai remained the same as he had been years ago, loyal and impoverished. How could he possibly come up with 1.5 million in cash? To him, that number was nothing short of astronomical. The middle-aged men nearby could not suppress their derisive laughter. One of them remarked, Madam Song, what kind of performance are you putting on? Are you trying to stage a farce to inflate the price? We agreed on 1.5 million with no room for negotiation. Do you think that enlisting a pauper to play along will elevate the price of the house to 2 million? Don't say we didn't warn you. There are few buyers capable of producing 1.5 million in cash within a day or two for your dilapidated house. Be wary, for if we walk away, your property will remain unsold for the time being. Even if someone expresses interest, it will be through mortgage payments. And you 1TC the money from the bank for a month, your husband's business will. San Jin felt a surge of panic and wanted to speak, but the words eluded her. Suddenly, the icy beauty beside her grasped her hand and whispered, You have known Xiao Bai since childhood. Do you not understand his character? Why the urgency? Since he has spoken, there is hope. Surprised by these words, San Jin felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Xiao Bai was indeed a man of deep loyalty and responsibility. Though 5 years had passed, a saying goes, mountains may shift, but one's nature is hard to change. 5 years had not altered Xiao Bai's steadfast integrity. If he said a few minutes, then waiting a few minutes was of no consequence. Lin Bai hurried back to his home, fixating on the box held by the formidable woman. Without hesitation, she tossed it to him. Lin Bai caught the box, puzzled. Oh, you're so straightforward? I expected to have to negotiate with you. The woman blinked innocently. I am a clever woman. At such a time, if I did not give you the money, I might suffer domestic violence tonight, ending up with a bruised face that would make it impossible to face anyone. Goodness. Lin Bai rolled his eyes. I am the one who has always suffered domestic violence, not you. Disregarding the nonsensical woman, Lin Bai returned to the Ice Heart mobile phone store, taking merely 2.5 minutes. He placed the box on the table and opened the lid, revealing a full box of red bills, each one worth 10,000, dazzling everyone present. San Jin's breath hitched for several seconds, hardly able to believe that Xiao Bai possessed such a sum in cash. The icy beauty, however, maintained a calm demeanor. She was well aware of the significant changes Lin Bai had undergone in recent months. Nothing he produced would surprise her now. Only a surge of joy filled my heart. If this house were to be acquired by Xiao Bai, my storefront would be secure, and I would not be forced to vacate. Moreover, Xiao Bai is purchasing the property for me. Could this be termed as a golden abode for a cherished one? A few middle-aged men were momentarily taken aback. 1 million is not an exorbitant sum in today's economic climate, merely a sequence of zeros in a bank account. However, when converted to cash, it dazzles the eye. After a prolonged pause, one of the men scoffed, "Are you trying to intimidate us with a box full of money? Huh. Do not presume we are unfamiliar with wealth. That box contains at most 1 million, which is still far from the 150,000 you require." Indeed, you are correct. Lin Bai expressed admiration for the man's discernment, as he himself could not differentiate the volume between 1 million and 150,000 in cash. He could only perceive the difference between 10,000 and 15,000. 1 million is sufficient. Sanjin suddenly burst into laughter. "Xiao Bai, you are quite impressive to present such a sum at once. The sister demands 150,000 from outsiders. Yet for you, it is merely 1 million. Truly a sisterly figure. She can easily deduct 50,000 from emotions. With 1 million, her husband's business can regain its footing once it is back on track. That 50,000 will be earned back within a year or so. The old street does not disappoint its own, even after a 5-year absence. The essence of the old street remains." Lin Bai shook his head. What sort of brother takes advantage of his sister? "Sanjin, grant me a few more minutes. I will procure additional funds to meet the requirement." With that, he dashed away towards the old street's end, where the elderly woman selling rice noodles was located. Sanjin's mouth fell agape. Borrow money? Who can lend out hundreds of thousands? The expressions of the middle-aged men darkened, and one angrily remarked, "What manner of conduct is this? Mrs. Song, this is no longer a matter of money. You are undermining our dignity. I am only purchasing your house out of respect for your husband, and I shall never do business with your family again." With hands on her hips, Sanjin summoned the spirit of the old street, thumping the table. "If we are not to do business, then so be it. Do you truly think I am easy to bully? You consistently seek to take advantage of us, employing petty tactics in business. And now you wish to exploit our ancestral home as well. Did you think I enjoyed this interaction? I will instruct my husband to sever all business ties with you." Before their quarrel could escalate further, Lin Bai entered, accompanied by an elegantly adorned young lady of wealth, Miss Lu. She extended her hand to Sanjin with a smile. "Sanjin, I have often heard my grandmother speak of you, referring to you as the leader of the old street. Regrettably, I did not reside in the old street during my childhood, or else you would have been my caretaker." Sanjin shook her hand in surprise. "And you are?" Miss Lu replied with a smile. "Grandma Zheng, the woman selling rice noodles, is my grandmother, so I too am a child of the old street." Sanjin was left speechless. Grandma Zheng was a solitary elder. How could such a distinguished granddaughter emerge? She undoubtedly belonged to a wealthy family. Miss Lu extended her hand backward, and a gentleman in a black suit respectfully presented her with a checkbook. With swift strokes, she pinned a sum and handed it to Lin Bai, saying, "You may take 1 million for now. I can only authorize this amount. I shall consult my grandfather for a larger sum." The monthly rent was set at 4,000. Miss Lu exuded an impressive aura, radiating brilliance that dazzled several middle-aged men. Her effortless signing of 1 million reflected an elegance and grace that unmistakably marked her as a true heiress. In truth, she need not sign any checks. A mere piece of jewelry from her person could send those men fleeing in disarray. Should she summon Lu Tai's Ho, the formidable figure from 30 years ago, it would be unstoppable. Lin Bai, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, "No need to seek out old Lu. This is sufficient." He placed the 1 million check before Sanjin, earnestly stating, "Sanjin, the funds are here. You need not sell me the house. Consider it a temporary loan." Sanjin shook her head. "This money will not return soon. I cannot lend it. Perhaps it would be best to transfer the property to you. When I wish to return to the old street, you can sell it back to me." Lin Bai replied with a smile, "That works for me. I never engage in pretenses with my dear sister." The faces of the middle-aged men began to darken. They were perplexed by the presence of this affluent heiress. After much scrutiny, the man who had previously threatened to sever business ties with Sanjin finally recognized her, exclaiming, "The heiress of the Lu Corporation." Miss Lu smiled. "So you do know me? I hereby formally announce that the Lu family is terminating all business relations with you." Upon hearing this, the man went pale and collapsed onto the ground. The Lu Corporation is a diversified investment holding enterprise encompassing various sectors, including restaurant chains, food processing, logistics, hotel chains, cultural arts, and real estate development. In Shuangqing City, Every industry is intricately linked to the Liu family. Should they choose to blacklist a small enterprise, it would be obliterated. Miss Liu, observing the middle-aged man as floundering, remarked with a hint of disdain. "Spare me," Lin Bai exclaimed, chastising. "You bully my dear Sanjin and even attempt to drive away a beloved mobile phone shop. You are simply asking for trouble." Indeed, angering Lin Bai was unwise. How could one even dare to plead for mercy? Miss Liu stood half a step behind him, her position subtly akin to a devoted wife supporting her husband in a quarrel. She had received an excellent upbringing and had professionally studied the art of being a perfect woman, skillfully managing her role alongside men without overshadowing them while still providing steadfast support. This talent eludes many. Others might seize the spotlight or become a hindrance. Only Miss Liu could embody both offense and defense with such grace. The middle-aged man, weeping, pleaded, "Madame Song, spare me. I shall never offend again. We have no great enmity. Must you bring me to ruin? Although I desired to take advantage of you for 500,000. Acquiring this house could indeed assist your husband in his financial endeavors." Upon hearing his words, Sanjin's heart softened. As he had stated, had it not been for Lin Bai's sudden intervention, this middle-aged man would have been the sole savior of the Sanjin family. Though somewhat disagreeable in nature, he was not entirely devoid of merit. The people of the old street are inherently kind. No one would ruthlessly push an enemy to their demise, especially when this individual could hardly be deemed an adversary. With a soft sigh, Sanjin turned to Lin Bai and said, "Xiao Bai, he has not committed any grave wrongs. We merely exchanged heated words. It is a trivial matter, truly unworthy of such severity. Perhaps you could show him mercy? I shall treat you to dinner." Lin Bai's expression brightened instantly. "Dinner? Ha! In that case, let him go." Miss Liu maintained her role as a dutiful wife, seamlessly chiming in, "As you wish." The middle-aged man realized who truly held the power in this situation. In a moment of desperation, he clung to Lin Bai's leg, weeping, "Father, from now on, you shall be my true father." After kicking away the man who had absurdly claimed him as a father, Lin Bai was pulled by Sanjin to the housing authority to sign the property sale contract. Sanjin was eager to take the money and rescue her husband's small factory. Leaving no time for reminiscing with Lin Bai, she waved goodbye, promising to treat Lin Bai to dinner on another day. Lin Bai, watching her retreating figure, was filled with mixed emotions. Sanjin had always been money-minded and materialistic, intent on marrying a wealthy man. 5 years prior, when she wed that small businessman, whispers circulated among the nearby streets, suggesting that a woman of her nature would abandon him once his wealth diminished, seeking out a richer partner. Even some of the man's friends echoed these sentiments. Lin Bai had confronted these gossips twice in defense of her, nearly losing a tooth in the process. As time revealed, they were mistaken. When that man became destitute, even sinking into debt, Sanjin did not leave his side, dispelling all suspicions. Perhaps she initially chose him for his wealth, but once committed, her loyalty became her greatest virtue, worthy of his fortune. A man without wealth or capability truly lacked the right to claim such a remarkable woman. In the face of adversity, Sanjin proved to be as resilient as grass in a fierce wind. And Lin Bai, who steadfastly believed in her, was indeed that very tempest. I shall henceforth be known as Little Bai of the Gale." Upon returning to the old street with the property deed, Lin Bai was now a figure of considerable esteem, possessing 2 houses. His only regret was the burden of 1 million in debt. He could have purchased the house for 150,000. Yet in an effort to impress, he had spent 200,000, leaving himself financially strained. Upon arriving home and seeing the scheming smile of the female overlord, he felt a pang of discontent. "Are you satisfied now? My aspirations of becoming a millionaire have been thwarted." The female overlord approached with a playful demeanor, looping her arms around his neck. "If you were truly to go, you would not possess the elegance to handle it. Instead, you would be mocked by the princesses of the private rooms, left in disarray. Why subject yourself to such torment? Nonsense. I would be the one teasing them. Have you got it all wrong? You ought to be able to handle them. If you could, you wouldn't have been so easily manipulated by Jia Jia." Lin Bai had no choice but to concede defeat, sitting down to share tea with the female tyrant. The hot tea bore a hint of bitterness, resonating with Lin Bai's current mood. What happened to the promise of wealth? What of the lavish lifestyle? What of indulging in fine food and beautiful women? Alas, a chest full of money had transformed into a mere flimsy property deed, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Judging by the weight of the paper, he was undoubtedly at a loss. Miss Lu approached, wisely bringing her own tea to avoid the hot tea brewed by the sky demon. Is the contract ready? Lin Bai nodded, glancing at his greatest creditor, feeling slightly anxious. If Miss Lu demanded repayment now, he could only contemplate jumping into the river. Even if he were to labor endlessly for her, he wondered how long it would take to repay 1,000,000. If Miss Lu were to suggest repaying with his body, should he acquiesce? Selling his virginity for 100,000 might not seem too unjust, though it would sound quite scandalous. Jia Jia had only just escaped this inferno. Yet Lin Bai was about to leap straight back in. How illogical. Miss Lu, being a refined lady, would certainly not entertain such sordid thoughts. She did not even mention money. Smiling brightly as she said, "Grandmother has sent someone to liaise with Sister Sanjin's husband, hoping to engage in some business with her family to lend a hand." Lin Bai felt a surge of joy, with Zheng Hongxiu, who had roamed the rivers and lakes 30 years ago, stepping in. He no longer needed to worry about Sister Sanjin. Granny Zheng had once been the spiritual leader of the old street, and now she had ascended to economic leadership, uniting all the residents behind her as they marched towards a promising future. To his surprise, the icy beauty also approached, taking a seat at the table. The female tyrant poured her a cup of tea, which she drank without hesitation, before coolly stating, "Mr. Xiao Bai, you are my new landlord, and we need to sign a new lease agreement." Lin Bai stared, trying to discern if she was indeed Jia Jia, but alas, he could not tell. Frustrated, he slammed the table, demanding, "Are you Jia Jia? If so, rent will be waived. If not, not a penny less." The icy beauty remained unfazed, producing a copy of the contract and swiftly signing it. "Monthly rent is 4,000. We will sign for 2 years and renegotiate the rent thereafter. If you have no objections, please sign." "For 1,000? Lin Bai was taken aback. Could they really charge that much? Goodness, even if she were Jia Jia, it wouldn't be waived. How delightful. Henceforth, he would do nothing but lounge at home collecting rent, meandering through life. Had he known he could rent for such a sum, he would have abandoned his trivial computer repair business long ago and rented out the ground floor, living off the proceeds from the second floor. The female tyrant appreciated his lack of ambition. The icy beauty disdainfully regarded him, yet inwardly approved of his desire for a leisurely life. This was how Xiao Bai should be, were he to fixate on ascending the Forbes list. Their paths would never have crossed. Like the wind from the tiger and the clouds from the dragon, only entities with similar traits attract one another. Such is the essence of fate. Miss Lu clapped her hands and laughed, suggesting they should rent out the second floor as well and relocate to the mountains, where they could construct a quaint cottage and lead a hermit's life, which she deemed truly comfortable. A cottage in mountains? Lin Bai broke into a cold sweat. That seemed implausible. After all, he needed electricity and internet access to browse websites and forums. A mountain cottage was simply unsuitable for him, despite his apparent lack of ambition. He indeed had aspirations. At the very least, he sought a place with internet connectivity. In Lin Bai's mind, a mountain cottage conjured images of bamboo fences, mud walls, tattered roofs, paper windows, an old ox grazing behind the house, and a plump pig grunting in its pen, surrounded by the idyllic charm of rural life. However, in Miss Lu's imagination, the mountain cottage resembled a grand villa sprawling across the entire hillside, equipped with seamless access to water, electricity, and the internet, not to mention prized racehorses galloping down the slope. Their conversation came to an impasse, as their visions diverged drastically. The rental agreement was signed with a few swift strokes. Having been schooled by the butterfly woman, Lin Bai diligently scrutinized the names of both parties. This time, the other party had written Yi Qing in elegant script, devoid of any nicknames, indicating the contract's validity. Lin Bai picked up the contract and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I've struck gold. 4,000 every month, ha ha ha." The female overlord could no longer tolerate his exuberance and retorted coldly, "You owe Miss Lu 1,000,000. At 4,000 a month. How many years will it take for you to repay your debt? Think carefully before you laugh." Lin Bai's laughter froze on his lips, his entire being stiffened, harder than stone itself. The city of Tianfu is a close neighbor to Shuangqing City, with high-speed trains making the journey in just over an hour. Despite their proximity, the two cities boast markedly different characteristics. Shuangqing, known as the Mountain City, is replete with hills and slopes, making it challenging to find flat land suitable for an airport. In contrast, Tianfu features flat terrain, an intricate network of rivers, and abundant resources, making it ideal for agricultural production and earning its reputation as the land of abundance since ancient times, which spurred a flourishing trade industry. To this day, Tianfu remains one of the centers of economy, technology, culture, and education in southwestern China. The headquarters of the Huanhua Gang is located on the banks of Huanhua Creek in the western suburbs of Tianfu City. As the largest gang in Tianfu, its leader, Qi Cheng, is the elder brother of Qi Fei. The two brothers control their respective territories, one in Tianfu and the other in Shuangqing, like the two pincers of a giant crab, firmly grasping all surrounding underground forces. Qi Cheng was in a foul mood, for Qi Fei had died, and no one knew who was responsible for his murder or the motives behind it. He struggled to gather even the slightest piece of information. With Qi Fei's death, his entourage had perished as well, leading to the disbandment of the Jinju Gang and the near-total eradication of the underground influence in Shuangqing by the police, effectively severing Qi Cheng's control over the entire region. Qi Cheng reported the incident to the headquarters in the Marvel world, only to be met with a barrage of scolding from the higher-ups. His failure to manage the situation had jeopardized the organization's plans to infiltrate the human realm. The reprimand was deserved, and he found himself unable to defend his actions, vowing instead to reclaim the lost territory as swiftly as possible. The organization behind him is known as Hydra, a long-established criminal syndicate that traces its origins back to Nazi Germany. Subsequently, it betrayed its homeland and established itself as one of the most nefarious and ruthless terror organizations in the world. Initially, the organization's aim was to conquer the Marvel Universe and become the supreme ruler of the entire world. However, their plans were thwarted repeatedly by the Justice League. After a century of relentless conflict, Hydra came to a realization. To seize global dominance, they must circumvent the Justice League. Engaging in malevolent activities within the Marvel Universe makes it exceedingly difficult to evade the Justice League's watchful eye. Consequently, they extended their sinister reach into the realm of humanity, opting not to continue their tumultuous endeavors in the United States, where attracting the Justice League's attention would be far too easy, thus hindering their ambitions. Instead, they set their sights on the nation of China, particularly the southwestern region, a vast country that is steadily rising and gradually gaining the qualifications to rival the United States. If they could gain control of this nation, there would be a possibility of reviving Hydra's influence in the world. Their plan was to first dominate the southwestern region, leveraging its mountainous terrain to establish a secure underground base, and then plot to encompass all of China and extend their grasp over the world. The headquarters of the Marvel Universe could not provide extensive support to Qi Cheng, as the primary forces of Hydra had to remain in the Marvel Universe to combat the Justice League. Thus, they dispatched a group of minions, led by the brothers Qi Cheng and Qi Fei, to the human realm as the vanguard. Their mission was to develop an underground gang, accumulating wealth through robbery, extortion, and other means to pave the way for the arrival of the main force. The plan initially progressed smoothly. Qi Cheng seized Tianfu City, commanding all underground factions there to establish the Huanhua Gang. Qi Fei, in turn, took control of Shuangqing City, similarly rallying all underground gangs to form the Jinju Gang. The two cities, interlinked, effectively controlled the lifeblood of the southwestern region of China. Now, one of their legs has been broken, and they are unaware of the perpetrator's identity. Furious, Qi Cheng slammed his hand on the table. I need to know what transpired in Shuangqing City. Several trusted subordinates promptly replied, we will send someone to investigate the situation in Shuangqing City immediately. Deploy the best scouts to conduct a thorough investigation, leaving no stone unturned. Understood. Shuangqing City was in the midst of summer's peak heat, the sun grinning menacingly in the sky, casting a warped and surreal sensation across the land. It was said that this disorientation was due to the evaporation of moisture in the air. However, Lin Bai had failed all subjects related to chemistry and geography, rendering him somewhat ignorant of such knowledge. The female demon now stood as a striking feature of the old street. Anyone seated on the street under the scorching sun during summer would become a spectacle, and her choice to wear black leather attire only added to her awe-inspiring presence. Lin Bai sat indoors, peering through the plastic door curtain at the female demon outside, feeling the oppressive heat. Humanity is a peculiar species. On a snowy day, if one sees someone strolling in short sleeves, they too would feel a chill. On a scorching summer day, Observing someone clad in leather attire basking in the sun evokes an uncanny sensation of heat. It is astonishing how visual stimuli can convey temperature. I remarked, "Could you not come inside?" Lin Bai responded with exasperation. "Isn't it far more delightful to enjoy the air conditioning? Or are you a sun-dried vegetable? I simply adore the sun. Do you dare challenge me?" The female demon queen, elegantly reclining with her snow-white legs crossed, hummed a peculiar tune beneath the sun. Its lyrics strange. Who knows the secret of the music box? Who can unravel the riddle of the demon queen? In the land of red strawberries, joy abounds. The tale of the rose is to my liking. Ah, so you intend to sing grotesque songs to nauseate me? Lin Bai retorted furiously, channeling his energy, and bellowed outside. You shall surely succeed. Bravely charge ahead. I was born with talent, destined for greatness. You are the best. Xiao Bai, be silent. Is that what you call singing? A chorus of angry shouts erupted from the old street, as countless neighbors prepared to confront him in wrath. While Lin Bai could easily defeat the Jinju gang, he dared not provoke the residents of the old street, opting instead to remain silent. With his left hand, he opened the demon language dictionary, while his right hand perused the Demon King's Codex, methodically studying the spells within. His conversational skills in the demon language had greatly improved, allowing him to engage the Demon Queen daily, significantly aiding his language acquisition. He finally grasped why students studying abroad excel in foreign languages. After all, the environment fosters learning, enabling even the most inept individuals to master a new tongue. Armed with a foundation in the demon language, he could comprehend much of the Demon King's Codex, allowing him to cast several peculiar little spells. For instance, a few days prior, while the Demon Queen bathed, he attempted a clairvoyance spell from outside the bathroom, nearly succeeding. However, the Demon Queen swiftly countered with a blinding spell, causing him to tumble outside the bathroom door. One evening, he stealthily entered the Demon Queen's chamber, casting a binding spell in an attempt to restrain her. Unfortunately, with a mere flick of her wrist, she shattered his chains and ensnared him in black chains, cocooning him thoroughly. He strained against his bonds, but to no avail. Very well, these failures are inconsequential. A loser is destined to fail eternally. I have cultivated a resilient heart and shall never be disheartened by setbacks. With perseverance, I shall one day render the Demon Queen into various forms. Lin Bai turned to the page on ice magic in the Demon King's Codex, beaming as he exclaimed, "There's an ice ring spell here that seems quite useful. If I cast it once, I can freeze the house and save on air conditioning costs." "Fool," the Demon Queen replied without turning her head. "Even the weakest ice ring spell requires 500 points of wicked power. Do you truly believe that a mere electricity bill is more valuable than 500 points of wicked power?" Lin Bai huffed in response, "Electricity costs money. 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 Wicked power comes free." The Demon Queen, exasperated, rolled her eyes at the greedy man. Several business vehicles halted at the entrance of Lin Bai's residence. A ferocious lowly, clad in a gothic Lolita dress, leapt from the car wielding a chainsaw. She cast a curious glance at the sunbathing Demon Queen before darting into Lin Bai's home. Upon entering, the chainsaw roared to life. "You deceive me. The knife you gave me last time was merely an ordinary kitchen knife. I will dismember you." Lin Bai inadvertently glanced at his watch, noting that the sinister energy had surged by several hundred points. Indeed, the last time he had sold a kitchen knife to the ferocious lowly for $100 could be considered a deception, a misdeed that had inadvertently caused her to waste considerable resources and mislead many researchers. This accumulation of sinister energy was to Lin Bai's liking, prompting him to hastily retrieve another kitchen knife from the kitchen. This time, it's absolutely authentic, but the price has increased to 1,000. "Do not deceive me. While 1,000 isn't much, I dislike being tricked," the ferocious lowly retorted. "Hand over the genuine Gale kitchen knife." Lin Bai whispered an incantation, channeling 100 points of sinister energy into the knife. With a gleeful flourish, he swung the blade, cleaving the chainsaw in half with a resounding clang. The ferocious lowly could no longer maintain her composure. She lunged forward, her small hands gripping Lin Bai's arm, clinging to him like a koala. She dared not let the knife leave her sight, fearful of a switch, and cried out, "Give me that knife." Lin Bai scoffed. "What does a mere lowly know of blades, firearms, and chainsaws? Such things are ill-suited for a child like you." The ferocious lowly countered, "Though I am young, I am a genius. I have written countless programs and participated in numerous research projects, far beyond what a mere computer repairman like you can belittle. Hand over the knife, and I shall pay you 1,000 immediately. She fully exploited her advantage as a little girl, capable of throwing tantrums and, if necessary, rolling on the ground in protest. Very well, since you are offering 1,000, the knife can surely be yours. Lin Bai handed the knife to the ferocious lowly, who gleefully clutched it and dashed out. Upon reaching the street, a pang of doubt struck her. She feared being deceived once more. Thus, she brandished the knife at one of the cars. With a sharp clang, the unfortunate vehicle was effortlessly sliced open, the incision as smooth as tofu. The ferocious lowly rejoiced, twirling the knife in her hand like a master swordsman. And soon the car lay in ruins. She laughed heartily 3 times, clutching the knife as she hopped into another vehicle, urgently commanding, "Return to Tianshu technology at once. Have all researchers on standby." The car sped away, leaving behind a heap of automobile wreckage, while several subordinates cleaned up, their expressions sorrowful. Lin Bai sighed, lamenting, "Had I known, I would have preferred the car over a mere $1,000. It would have been better than seeing it reduced to fragments." In the sweltering heat of the midday sun, where the temperature soared to at least 40 degrees Celsius, the iron manhole covers on the streets of Shuangqing City were searing hot, capable of frying an egg. This city, notorious for its fog, mountainous terrain, and now also dubbed a furnace, holds the title of the foremost hot pot location in the Yangtze River Basin. It seems utterly unreasonable for a city to embody such diverse identities, either a mountain town, a fog-laden city, or a furnace, but not all 3 at once. What the citizens of Shuangqing? An age-old adage states that poor mountains and treacherous waters give rise to unrefined people. Lin Bai finally grasped that his peculiar temperament was a product of Shuangqing City. It was not his fault, but rather the inhospitable environment that shaped him. Inside an air-conditioned room, he languidly stuck out his tongue, resembling a lethargic dog. Yet, the female demon king remained unfazed by the scorching sun, obliviously dialing the hot pot restaurant owned by Aunt Chin with her Huawei Mate 7. Lin Bai erupted in frustration, wondering why she could not simply shout across the street instead of making a phone call. "Is calling a phone number free?" he bellowed. With a playful grin, the demon king replied, "I thoroughly enjoy making phone calls. The inventions of the human realm are truly marvelous." When Aunt Chin answered the phone, she could scarcely believe her ears. "Are you certain you want hot pot?" she inquired. "Yes, I want hot pot, just like always, delivered to the street corner," came the reply. Aunt Chin was beside herself with disbelief. Who in their right mind would eat hot pot under a blazing sun at 40 degrees? "You'll end up in the hospital." "It's fine. I want to go to the hospital," the demon king assured, exuding confidence in her physique. Once, during a brawl with a lava dog, her opponent had splashed molten lava on her, and she had emerged unscathed. Compared to her, humans seemed exceedingly fragile. What is the big deal about eating hot pot in the sun? Everyone acts as if they've seen a ghost. I can handle lava. Dealing with this unreasonable woman was futile, and Aunt Chin, tears streaming down her face, begrudgingly brought the hot pot outside to the sun. The demon king savored her meal, eliciting astonished stares from the entire street, as the locals sweated profusely. Lin Bai wolfed down 5 ice creams, yet could not quell the heat rising within him. The neighbors finally understood how the demon king had managed to defeat the Jean Bamboo gang. Could they ever eat hot pot like that? As a slender woman approached from the street, she stopped at Lin Bai's doorstep, gasping at the sight of the demon king devouring hot pot under the relentless sun. Terrified of appearing insane, she rushed into Lin Bai's house to stand in front of the air conditioning unit for 5 minutes until she regained her composure. The after effects of genetic modification were indeed terrifying. The female officer, clutching her heart, remarked, "Eating hot pot in this heat while clad in black leather. What kind of psychological trauma must she have endured to do that? Let us not concern ourselves with her. Let us get to the point," Lin Bai said, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. The officer composed herself and replied, "It's nothing major, really. After 3 months of scrimping and saving, I finally managed to save 5,000 yuan to buy a single one." Lin Bai covered his face, pondering whether it would be prudent to economize and save money for more promising endeavors. The policewoman bitterly replied, "I am at a loss as well. In just a few days, we are to hold a class reunion. What person deceives those around them with a lie? They must weave an intricate tapestry of falsehoods to compensate, and as the fabric of these lies unravels, the weight becomes increasingly burdensome, ultimately leading to their downfall." The policewoman was presently treading this irreversible path, unaware of when she might falter. Surely, it would culminate in a poignant tale of resilience. Lin Bai inquired, typically, class reunions occur every few years, or even decades. Why do you have them so frequently? The policewoman, with utmost seriousness, responded, Are you familiar with the 3 essential elements of a class reunion? I have not heard of them, he replied. The first element is the presence of a classmate who harbors a secret affection for me. The second element is the existence of a classmate for whom I have a secret admiration. The third element encompasses both of the aforementioned points. If any one of these criteria is met, the frequency of class reunions will increase. Otherwise, it will diminish. The policewoman declared with pride at the last gathering. I showcased my charm, and thus someone fell for me. For me, this fulfills the first criterion, while for them, it satisfies the second. Hence, the reunions become quite entertaining. Lin Bai, having just sipped his orange juice, inadvertently sprayed it everywhere. Previously, he had pitted this woman for spending all her money on medicine, perceiving her as desolate. Now he realized that she was not the pitiable one, but rather, it was he who deserved sympathy. After retrieving the medicine and collecting her 5,000 yuan, Lin Bai hastily attempted to shoo her away. However, the policewoman was in no hurry to leave. Instead, she settled in front of the air conditioner, basking in the breeze. Don't be so stingy. It's not easy patrolling the streets in this sweltering heat. Allow me to linger in your shop for a while. After all, there are often nefarious elements like gangsters and female assassins lurking around, and I consider this my workspace. Nonsense. I run a reputable and legitimate computer repair shop. While there may occasionally be female assassins, I assure you, there are absolutely no gangsters, Lin Bai declared emphatically, just as he denied the presence of any gangs. The door curtain was flung open, and a woman known as Butterfly rushed in, dressed in a flowery ensemble, appearing quite disheveled. Although she usually carried herself with the grace of a butterfly, witnessing the policewoman devouring hot pot had caused even her to falter. She entered with her heart racing. Master Bai, my laptop won't boot into Windows. Could you please fix it? Lin Bai remarked, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Whoever coined that phrase certainly possessed a flair for artistry. The policewoman sprang up, hand instinctively resting on her holstered gun. You dare claim there are no gangsters? What is this? Lin Bai shielded his face with his hand. The butterfly glanced at the policewoman and, with a cheerful smile, exclaimed, Oh, there's a police officer here. I heard you recently apprehended the notorious Dang Dang and successfully rescued numerous hostages. Your achievements are commendable, and you have been promoted to captain of the criminal police unit. I shall henceforth address you as Captain Zhou. Quit your jesting, the policewoman retorted angrily. I ought to arrest you for a lifetime. The flower butterfly casually smoothed her dress against her backside, ensuring it clung snugly as she sat down, thus maintaining a sleek appearance rather than a disheveled mess. Her movements were deliberate and unhurried, exuding confidence. Come on, I haven't committed any crime. If you disagree, present your evidence and take me to court. The female officer fell silent, realizing the complexity of dealing with such a woman, whose hands were impeccably clean, leaving no trace for her to grasp. To confront her effectively would require someone like Brother Dang or Brother Pudding, individuals who would bypass reason and resort to brute force. Engaging her with legal discourse and evidence would yield no results. I'm here to repair computers. Don't obstruct my business from this novice, she interjected. The flower butterfly, with a playful smile, handed her laptop to Lin Bai. You mentioned that regardless of whether one is virtuous or wicked, anyone who comes to your shop for repairs is your deity. Your word must hold true. Lin Bai had to concede this point, for the matter of computer repairs was tied to his livelihood, and he could not afford to be negligent. Although his recent life had increasingly drifted from computer maintenance, one must not forget their roots. He could not be ambiguous about his responsibilities. Upon inspection, the laptop revealed no significant issues, merely a malfunctioning Windows system that could be resolved by formatting the C drive and reinstalling the software. Just as Lin Bai reached for a CD from the drawer, the flower butterfly swiftly blocked his hand, grinning. There's a police officer present. Don't expose yourself with pirated discs. Be cautious, lest you be imprisoned for the triviality of piracy, coerced into confessions for life. I possess a legitimate disc. With that, she produced an authentic Windows installation CD and placed it in Lin Bai's hands. The female officer felt a wave of dizziness. This woman was truly meticulous. The police station itself utilized pirated software. It was absurd to think they would apprehend her for such a reason. Thus, Lin Bai found himself in the middle of a peculiar scenario, installing a system with a police officer on one side and a member of the underworld on the other. This was a juxtaposition of extremes seldom experienced by an ordinary man. While repairing the computer, Lin Bai appeared quite handsome, as men often do when engrossed in their work. Though this perception was primarily for the eyes of women, for men seldom recognize each other as appeal. The two women, positioned on either side of him, scrutinized his profile, soon noticing subtle details. The flower butterfly reached out to brush a stray hair from Lin Bai's face, lightly removing it with a gentle touch that elicited a pleasant response from him. The female officer scoffed. "I see now. You are here to curry favor with the flower butterfly and Lin Bai. What ulterior motives do you harbor? Are you attempting to manipulate them for your own gain? I must warn you, do not lead these innocent citizens astray into the realm of the underworld, or I shall see to it that you are imprisoned for life." The flower butterfly covered her mouth, giggling. "You must not be popular with men." Lin Bai was taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation. The female officer slammed the table in frustration. "And that is not even accurate. I'm highly sought after by men. In a few days, I will attend a reunion. Several old classmates are quite taken with me." The butterfly of flowers scoffed, remarking that those who engaged with you superficially might be entranced by your beautiful visage. However, as they become more acquainted, they would soon discover you to be an uninteresting woman, at which point they would all depart. If you doubt this, attend a few more class reunions. Once they become familiar with you, the gatherings will surely falter. The female officer, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is that true? How can I rectify this? Who knows the truth of it? I merely jested." Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words in the presence of these two eccentric women and, lifting his gaze to the street, was suddenly greeted by the sight of Qian entering through the door. Qian was as beautiful as ever, though this perception was confined to Lin Bai's perspective. In the eyes of the ordinary, she paled in comparison to the likes of the female demon and Miss Liu, her features even slightly less striking than those of the female officer and the butterfly of flowers. Yet, to Lin Bai, Qian was the epitome of beauty. With her presence, all other women faded into mere foliage. Lacking any commanding aura, Qian stepped into Lin Bai's small shop, immediately feeling suffocated by the overwhelming presence of the female officer and the butterfly of flowers, sensing no space for herself. Fortunately, Lin Bai's protective aura soon emerged, expanding to shield Qian, effectively cornering the female officer and the butterfly of flowers against the wall. Qian successfully approached Lin Bai, dragging a chair from the corner to sit down, before slowly articulating, "Xiao Bai, I wish to discuss business matters with you in detail." Lin Bai's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "Business? I'm a fool. What could we possibly discuss?" Qian thought to herself, "The profits from this business will ultimately belong to you, so naturally, I must speak with you." However, with the female demon seated outside, she refrained from voicing this thought aloud, instead whispering, "It's best for a man to make the decisions." Lin Bai was elated, recognizing the wisdom in her words. It was indeed his role to make decisions for Qian, and he anticipated being her man in the future. Thus, with a beaming smile, he replied, "All right then, what decision should I make?" Qian responded earnestly, "When one and I have been operating a snack shop for some time now, accumulating considerable experience. We are well acquainted with the intricacies of business, taxation, and local regulations, and have learned much about management. We are prepared to scale our business, especially since our storefront spans over 200 square meters, which we should utilize to prevent waste. With students on summer break, we have a 2-month window to establish our new venture, so when school resumes, our business will be ready to launch." Lin Bai chuckled, "Oh, indeed. That makes sense. Qian is certainly more astute than I, as I had not contemplated any of this." Qian beamed. "Do you agree?" Lin Bai, feeling a curious thrill, pondered his modest stake of 700 yuan and what there was to agree or disagree about. With a radiant smile, Qian declared, "Now, the next question is, what business shall we pursue? We possess a store encompassing over 200 square meters. Such an expanse is ill-suited for trivial enterprises such as snack shops, rice noodle stalls, noodle houses, handicraft boutiques, or fruit stands, as their scale is far too diminutive, requiring merely 30 to 40 square meters to operate, thus leading to a considerable wastage of space. Do you have any commendable suggestions?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bai exclaimed. With 200 square meters, we should undoubtedly establish an internet cafe. An internet cafe is a venture Lin Bai, a computer repair enthusiast, is intimately familiar with. Having spent his youth frequenting such establishments and later maintaining their computers, he has become somewhat of an aficionado in this realm. He articulated his plan with fervor. Firstly, our nation has eased the approval process for internet cafe licenses, creating favorable conditions for their establishment. Although the overall societal trend sees internet cafes declining, university towns remain unique, teeming with students as a reliable customer base, ensuring the internet cafe business remains vibrant, albeit with challenges in securing an appropriate location. However, with a ready-made venue at our disposal, we have effectively resolved the most significant obstacle. In this 200 square meter space, we could accommodate 100 computers, calculating based on 2 square meters per unit, leaving us with some surplus area. Your snack shop could conveniently operate within the cafe, directly serving customers, which would be quite advantageous. Each computer could charge 3 yuan per hour, with an average operational time of 10 hours per day, yielding 30 yuan in daily revenue per computer. Thus, 100 computers would generate an impressive income of 3,000 yuan daily, translating to 90,000 yuan monthly. After deducting 10,000 yuan for electricity, 6,000 yuan for the salaries of the network administrator and cashier, and estimating the rent at 30,000 yuan per month, Lin Bai meticulously calculated and gleefully announced, we could net over 40,000 yuan monthly. Moreover, the presence of the internet cafe would undoubtedly stimulate the snack shop's business, potentially increasing its revenue by an additional 1 to 2,000 yuan monthly, contingent on the cafe's performance. In summary, the collaborative operation of the internet cafe and snack shop could yield approximately 50,000 yuan in pure profit each month. Of course, the investment for the internet cafe is substantial. 100 computers along with their desks would require approximately 450,000 yuan, and renovation costs would amount to 100,000 yuan. We would need to inject an additional 5 to 600,000 yuan, and if all goes well, it would take at least a year to recoup our investment. If business is sluggish, it might extend to a year and a half before we see returns, after which we would finally begin to realize profits. Upon hearing this, the women surrounding him widened their eyes in astonishment. The female police officer scrutinized Lin Bai from head to toe. Are you serious? Xiao Bai, are you really this meticulous? Have you hit your head somewhere? The genuine Xiao Bai must have perished, and now a time traveler or reincarnate is controlling your body. Are you not someone else? Qian Qian was equally taken aback, covering her mouth with her hand and stepping back slightly. If this fellow were truly a time traveler, that would be problematic. She wanted her naive childhood friend back. What fuss over nothing, she scoffed. Lin Bai, brimming with confidence, declared, I have no qualms about sharing this with you. Had I the capital, I would have already opened an internet cafe. This endeavor has occupied my thoughts for many years. Each time I repaired computers for cafe owners, I would engage them in conversation, gleaning insights into the business. Do you truly believe that I, Lin Bai, am a fool? With $1 million in capital, I could establish a chain of internet cafes throughout the entirety of China. In that moment, Lin Bai's stature grew in the eyes of Qian Qian, who was overwhelmed with emotion. Though she adored the simple-minded Xiao Bai, willing to marry him and endure a life of hardship, it was the clever and capable Xiao Bai who truly captivated her. Of course, he need not possess extraordinary talents. A modest display of skill would suffice to enchant her. Xiao Bai, it is settled then. We shall open an internet cafe. That is mere folly. Where would we procure 50 to 60,000 in capital? And that amount is calculated with meticulous thrift. Should we enhance the computer configurations or splurge on renovations, we would need upwards of 60,000, Lin Bai lamented. Just the other day, I had $1 million, but due to the plight of Sister Sanjin, I had to invest that sum. Otherwise, I could have utilized it now. Qian Qian quickly interjected, the issue of money is not a concern. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, Qian Qian had over 2 million stored away, yet he remained oblivious. Hearing her assert that money was no obstacle left him astounded. Is that so? Such a considerable sum is no issue. Salami would not yield that much. Qian Qian cast a glance at the formidable woman by the door, who was skillfully retrieving slices of meat from a hot pot, her long chopsticks deftly navigating through the bubbling oil. With her presence, discussing Lin Bai's 2 million in secret savings became rather inconvenient. For reasons unknown, Qian Qian felt as though she were a concealed mistress aiding her partner in obscuring matters from the legitimate wife. Thus, she proposed, we could borrow 70,000 from Granny Zheng to fund the business. We can repay her within a year. It's entirely feasible. Lin Bai's expression turned sour. I still owe Miss Lu 1,000,000, and now you wish to borrow 70,000 from Granny Zheng? We are effectively selling ourselves to the Lu family. I shall become a servant, tending to Miss Lu's horse, while you become her maid, assisting her with her attire. If we were to have a child, it would merely be a household servant of the Lu family. His humorous take on the situation elicited laughter from the nearby flower butterfly and the policewoman, yet Qian remained silent, her cheeks flushed. She contemplated, we need not owe the Lu family anything. The notion of servitude is absurd. However, having a child would be delightful, ideally a boy and a girl. The boy could assist his father in managing the internet cafe, while the girl could help her mother with the snack shop. After a lengthy pause, Qian finally murmured, then it is decided. I shall resolve the financial matters. Xiao Bai, you should manage the other arrangements. Lin Bai was unaware that the cafe would ultimately belong to him, yet he would equally invest effort into Qian's business. Establishing an internet cafe was not solely about financial considerations. It also required adeptly navigating both the legal and illicit circles, which conveniently lay before him now. Lin Bai produced a bottle containing at least dozens of capsules, and with a decisive thud, placed it before the female officer. The internet cafe requires the support of the legitimate world. This bottle is for you. Assist me in securing approvals from the industry and commerce, taxation, public security, and fire safety departments. Let not the police station perpetually intrude upon my establishment to check for minors or to investigate any illicit activities. The female officer, now the captain of the criminal investigation unit, found such matters to be trivial. However, she held a strong aversion to accepting bribes. Despite her reluctance, she gently nudged the bottle away. As long as you refrain from engaging in any unlawful activities, I will merely have a word with the personnel at the University Town Precinct to ensure they do not intentionally cause you trouble. Obtaining your permits should be relatively smooth, but I will not accept bribes or assist in concealing any wrongdoing. Should I find individuals using drugs in your cafe's restroom, I will be the first to apprehend them. Lin Bai, filled with joy, reassured her, rest assured, I'm a legitimate businessman, and I guarantee that no wrongdoing will occur as long as no one intentionally interferes. He turned to the butterfly-like figure beside him, stating, you have heard that the cafe must remain free of any unlawful activities. Otherwise, Officer Ping will bring trouble upon me. Please inform the local ruffians to refrain from entering Qian's cafe. Anyone daring to loiter in my establishment will find themselves tossed into the Jiajiang River. Originally intending to say they would be fed to the fish, he suddenly recalled the presence of the police officer nearby. Noticing the female officer's eyes widen at half his statement, fearing a charge of intimidation, he hastily amended, they will learn to swim. This alteration somewhat diminished the threat, lacking the desired gravitas. The butterfly figure laughed heartily. It is but a trifling matter. The Jean Bamboo gang has already perished, and both Brother Pudding and Brother Dang are finished. The smaller factions in Xuanqing still owe me, Butterfly, a modicum of respect. With the 96th assault evaded, saving 10,000 yuan, Lin Bai commenced his endeavors with an unprecedented zeal. Since his teenage years, he had dreamt of opening an internet cafe, and now that the opportunity had finally arrived, excitement was inevitable. Eagerly, he retrieved a notebook and began meticulously listing the essentials for establishing the cafe. 100 computers, 100 sets of desks and chairs, routers, switches, 50 spare keyboards and mice, a cash register system, a game update management system, a call system, a surveillance system, restroom facilities, signage, a shift handover protocol, and an employee management system. Establishing an internet cafe was not as simple as merely purchasing 100 computers. It required extensive preparatory work. Entrusting these tasks to an inexperienced individual would only lead to chaos. Fortunately, Lin Bai had spent years researching the industry and had delved into many details, meticulously outlining the requirements from the outset. Naturally, merely listing these items was insufficient. He needed to continually add to his list as new ideas emerged. Upon finishing her hot pot meal, the female Demon King entered the room to find Lin Bai engrossed in his writing, which took her by surprise. Covering her mouth with a hand, she chuckled. What has gotten into you? Are you striving for success? Do you wish to amass great wealth? Oh my, Where has that unambitious Lin Bai I once knew gone? Lin Bai bit the end of his pen and mused, "It's not that I am particularly eager to achieve something. Rather, I have suddenly found an interest that I wish to explore in depth." The female demon queen circled around him twice, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Incredible, simply incredible. Recently, Xiao Bai has become increasingly handsome. What shall I do now that I have fallen for you?" Qian Qian, overhearing this, was taken aback. Her prior concerns about the demon queen stealing Xiao Bai away intensified. "Do spare me. Just a few days ago, you declared your preference for men who are unambitious and lack drive. You must find my current demeanor utterly detestable." Lin Bai decided to disregard her, recognizing her intent to provoke him. He picked up the phone and called the advertising department of Pepsi Cola, deliberately activating the speakerphone so that the women nearby could hear. A sweet-voiced young lady answered the call. "Pepsi Cola? I wish to speak with your business manager regarding a small venture." Lin Bai chuckled. The call was transferred, and soon he was connected to the representative for a small area. With a cheerful greeting, he confidently stated, "I plan to open an internet cafe in the university district, specifically a 200-square-meter establishment in a prime location. If Pepsi Cola would be willing to provide me with a sign free of charge and lend me a refrigerator indefinitely, I assure you, I will not sell any beverages from the Coca-Cola company. And you may print your logo in the bottom right corner of the sign. Rest assured, the refrigerator will be returned once I cease operations." The representative on the other end was elated. This was akin to securing a Pepsi advertisement on the bustling university street for just a few thousand yuan, and it could remain for years until the cafe closed. Such an opportunity was not to be missed, and the agreement was swiftly made. With a mischievous grin, Lin Bai remarked, "Secured a free sign and saved thousands." The demon queen covered her face in disbelief. "Good heavens, you actually managed to save on the sign cost this way? It's a win-win situation. I save money. Pepsi gets advertisement exposure, and everyone benefits." Lin Bai then dialed the advertising department of Shengda Games. "Hello, is this Shengda Games? I intend to open a large internet cafe in the university district, covering 200 square meters with significant reach. If you would be willing to provide me with several free screens, I will allow you to display promotional artwork on them. Additionally, I would appreciate a few hundred recharge cards for customers, along with some merchandise like fans, t-shirts, and hats featuring game characters." Without a moment's hesitation, Shengda agreed. Lin Bai, filled with pride, exclaimed, "Haha, another few thousand saved." The flat-chested policewoman felt utterly bewildered. Who was this person to conduct business with such meticulous frugality? Was this truly the same Xiao Bai who once seemed so aimless? It appeared there were no fools in this world. It merely depended on the endeavors one chose to pursue. Xiao Bai's previous lethargy stemmed from never having embarked on a path he truly cherished. The butterfly, with a cheerful demeanor, sat beside them, seemingly the least astonished, as her limited acquaintance with Lin Bai left her unaware of his past, leading her to believe he had always been an impressive figure. Lin Bai proceeded to dial the number for Juda Computers. "I wish to purchase 100 computers." The voice on the other end belonged to a sweet-voiced young lady, a common choice for large corporations, and Lin Bai, too, had a preference for such charming receptionists. She joyfully responded, "Sir, are you truly buying 100? When will you come?" Lin Bai chuckled mischievously. "I'm bringing a friend to your store. If I do so, it would equate to securing several 100,000 in business for you. Do you understand the arrangement?" The young lady shyly replied, "I understand. As long as you place the order, I'll accompany you for shopping and dining, indulging in whatever activities you desire." Astonished, the butterfly stumbled backward, landing amidst a heap of discarded computer parts, unable to rise for a considerable time. Lin Bai laughed. "Oh, that won't be necessary. I'm a man of integrity. I merely mentioned a commission." The young lady responded with a smile. "If I accept a commission, I won't be able to accompany you anymore." Engaging in banter, Lin Bai retorted, "I have already declared myself a serious individual. Let us say the commission amounts to 100 yuan per unit. Shall we? Deal. I shall come by in a couple of days," he concluded as he hung up the phone, a grin of delight spreading across his face. "Haha, that's a commission of 10,000 yuan. The flat-chested policewoman felt a surge of disbelief, managing to utter, "You're actually taking a commission while helping Qian buy computers? That's utterly outrageous. And you did it right in front of her." Lin Bai replied with a laugh, "You simply don't understand. If I claim I am buying computers for myself, regardless of how much I negotiate, there will always be a limit to the price, say. The configuration I listed can only be pushed down to 4,000 yuan per unit, and no further. However, by stating that I am purchasing on someone else's behalf and intend to take a commission, I can initially negotiate the price down to 4,000. Then reclaim 100 through the commission, effectively making it 3,900 per unit. And of course, that commission is for Qianqian. Do you truly think I'm so heartless as to take money from her? The girls gasped in unison. Goodness, Xiao Bai is becoming increasingly astute. This is unbelievable. Lin Bai felt a swell of pride, reveling in the superiority of his intellect over the girls. You see, you belittle me daily, calling me foolish now. You're the ones left astonished, aren't you? Haha, it's not that I lack intelligence. Rather, I simply choose not to apply it to matters that do not pique my interest. When it comes to seizing small advantages, who else can compete with me? Lin Bai struck a rather impressive pose. Despite knowing this was a manifestation of a petty triumph, Qianqian found it rather endearing. Just then, Miss Lu entered the room. Noticing the group huddled around a piece of paper, excitedly seizing it to glance at its contents. Is Qianqian starting an internet cafe with this configuration? Let me make some inquiries for you. She picked up the phone and dialed Judah Computers, but to her surprise, it was not the sweet young lady who answered, but a middle-aged man instead. Miss Lu reported the configuration with a smile, saying, "Fourth uncle, it seems that Judah Computers is your company, right? My friend wishes to purchase such configurations, 100 units to be precise. Could you perhaps offer an internal price?" The middle-aged man, without a moment's hesitation, replied, 3,500 yuan. The channel price. Alas, is this a branch of the Lu Group? Lin Bai felt as though the air had been let out of him, instantly collapsing into himself. Indeed, this world is devoid of fairness. While Lin Bai toiled and strategized tirelessly, managing to offer Qianqian a rebate of 10,000 yuan. Miss Lu merely had to address the man as fourth uncle to save Qianqian 50,000 yuan. The saying, "The rich feast while the poor perish," rings true indeed. Lin Bai was but a frozen bone, while Miss Lu epitomized the opulent gates of the wealthy. He felt compelled to scorn her fiercely. Had it not been for their acquaintance, he might have dragged her into a secluded grove to vent his frustration. The female demoness emitted a triumphant, eerie laugh and ascended to her quarters to sleep. The flat-chested policewoman chuckled softly, patted Lin Bai's shoulder in a gesture of consolation, and returned to her duties. The butterfly-like figure picked up a laptop pre-installed with Windows, grinning, said, "Xiao Bai, I shall return to repair computers again. Your place is truly delightful." With that, she departed as well. Qianqian blinked her eyes, sensing Lin Bai's desire for solitude, and thus, she too took her leave. Within the small computer repair shop, only Lin Bai and Miss Lu remained. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Miss Lu inquired, "What is the matter? Did I say something amiss?" "You did not err," Lin Bai sulked. "You saved Qianqian 50,000 yuan. I must express her gratitude on her behalf." Miss Lu's cheeks flushed slightly. "Qianqian is Qianqian, and you are you. Why must you express her thanks to me? I would prefer she come and thank me herself." The heart of a young woman is intricate. She found it troubling that he consistently spoke of them as a singular entity, making it difficult for others to interject. Miss Lu felt aggrieved, wishing for a small opening to insert herself. "How dare you disregard my dignity and speak so bashfully? You must be courting disaster." Lin Bai glared at her with fervent eyes, as if he wished to strip her bare and display her in myriad poses. The intensity of his gaze unsettled Miss Lu, yet it also sparked a secret delight within her. He looks at me with such intensity. Does he wish to take me down? Glancing at her reflection in the nearby mirror, Miss Lu admired her appearance. Her ears adorned with dazzling earrings, a shimmering diamond necklace graced her neck, and a white jade bracelet adorned her wrist. The pristine long dress accentuated her purity and serenity, resembling a flower poised to bloom. She was pleased with her appearance. Noticing that Lin Bai seemed quite taken, his breath quickening. Could it be that he could no longer contain himself? Though Miss Lu possessed refined upbringing and was a genuine lady of high status, even in the throes of infatuation, she would not yield herself easily. Even amidst fervent agreement, she would firmly declare her boundaries when it mattered most. How could she withstand Lin Bai's burning gaze? In an instant, she covered her face and fled. "You may be swift in your escape, but should you dare to disregard my face next time, I shall not grant you another chance to flee." Alas, upon reflection, I realize I have inadvertently assisted Qianqian. She bears no fault in this matter. Rather, it is I who am overly petty. Lin Bai suddenly felt a surge of joy. I have saved 50,000 yuan. Miss Lu truly is a commendable young lady. In the city of Xuanqing, there exists a renowned hill known as Geli Mountain. This mountain lies 16 kilometers from the city center, and legend has it that it was named due to the songs and merriment of the people summoned by Dayu during his efforts to control the floods. Geli Mountain is famed for its historical relics from the wartime capital and the White Residence, as well as the Zazidong prison, particularly with the widespread circulation of the lengthy novel red rock throughout the nation. It is often referred to as the first peak of Yushi, a verdant gem of the mountain city. Stationed on Geli Mountain is a unit of the People's Liberation Army of China, designated as the 323232 Troop. This unit is not considered a conventional combat force. Its mission is to train soldiers for other army groups. Thus, it may be referred to as a training unit. The soldiers within typically do not engage in missions, but instead partake in targeted training throughout the day. As twilight descended, a police vehicle approached the encampment of the 323,232 Troop. Lu Fei, the chief of the Xuanqing police, alighted from the vehicle alongside a female officer, hurrying into the military camp. Awaiting them was an officer clad in military attire. The police chief tossed a USB drive to the officer, who furrowed his brow and made a phone call, prompting a large assembly of soldiers to gather from various barracks. The USB drive was connected to a projector, and a crowd of onlookers focused intently on the screen. The video comprised two segments. The first depicted a masked figure battling a monkey, while the second showed the figure storming into a bar to rescue hostages, vanquishing a character known as Brother Dang Dang. Although both clips were brief, lasting only a few minutes, comprehending the events required slowing the playback speed significantly. Regrettably, the footage was not captured in high definition. The first segment was recorded on a student's mobile phone, while the second was derived from the bar surveillance cameras, rendering the images quite blurry. Consequently, even when slowed down, the movements of the masked figure remained indistinct. Chief Lu Fei, a man in his 50s and generally amiable, transformed into a figure of wrath upon encountering disturbances to public order. In that moment, he was indeed a devil, slamming his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "Look at this! This is what your military has unleashed, genetically modified beings. They're nearly transforming into bats. Thank goodness this aberration is on our side. If it were to stray onto the path of evil and oppose us, which officer could contain it?" The commander of the 32322 Troop, visibly troubled as he watched the footage, finally spoke after enduring Lu Fei's tirade. "I say, old Lu, you don't think this video is fabricated, do you? It appears impossible for a human to accomplish such feats." The female officer stepped forward, declaring loudly, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. This video is undoubtedly authentic." The commander fell silent, contemplating her words. Lu Fei slammed the table, declaring, "Stop pretending. I've already checked the archives. Your military has been secretly researching genetic modification technology. Currently, our police have discovered 2 genetically modified individuals, one of whom is this masked figure, and the other is a retired Special Forces soldier known as Flower the Overlord, residing in an old street in Xuanqing. I have come here today to urge the military to keep this genetic modification technology under wraps and refrain from unleashing such aberrations onto the streets. If you must, then at least provide our police force with a couple of these superhuman beings." Ahem. As Lu Fei spoke, his true intentions were inadvertently revealed. He had come here to acquire formidable genetically modified individuals to serve as officers. With such superhumans at their disposal, wouldn't the Xuanqing Police Department soar to great heights? The team leader felt his head swell with confusion. What military genetic modification technology? He had never even heard of such a thing. He quickly retorted, "That is absurd. We are a legitimate training unit. There is no such nonsense as genetic modification here." Lu Fei scoffed. "You want me to pull up the archives in front of you?" The team leader insisted. "Go ahead, let us see." In front of a gathering of officers, Lu Fei opened his laptop and logged into the database with his account. Shortly, he retrieved a folder titled Genetic Modification Project, marked with the label Top Secret. He frantically clicked on the folder, but it stubbornly refused to open. "See? My access is insufficient. Only personnel from your military can unlock this." At that moment, the female sorceress, sipping tea on the old street, suddenly widened her eyes and murmured, "Oh, someone has triggered my magical seal? How amusing. Very well, I shall add a bit more fun for you." She whispered an incantation and resumed her tea. Despite Lu Fei's efforts, the folder remained inaccessible. The perplexed team leader, scratching his head, said, "Is there really such a thing? This folder never existed before." He pushed past Lu Fei, logging into his own account, which had significantly higher permissions, allowing him to access numerous top-secret folders. As he hovered the cursor over the elusive folder, a throng of officers craned their necks to see, while Director Lu and the female officer watched anxiously. With a double click, the folder's opening animation flashed across the screen. The genetic modification project, developed by the Imperial Capital Academy of Sciences, with experimental subject provided by the Huaxia Dragon Group. The crowd's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as a prompt suddenly appeared on the desktop. This is a top-level national strategic secret. The team leader's permissions allow visibility only up to this point. To know what follows, please have the brigade commander click. The onlookers gasped in unison, scattering in all directions. After a considerable time, the female officer struggled to rise from the ground and remarked, "Forget about seeking the brigade commander. I do have a lead on this genetic modification technology. There is a biology professor at Shuangqing University named Yi Xiao who is conducting similar research, albeit at a slower pace. Yet he has not reached the stage suitable for human experimentation. It appears that the Academy of Sciences in the capital has taken the lead. In any case, we can first glean some relevant knowledge from him. Lin Bai has demonstrated an extraordinary capability in the venture of establishing an internet cafe, far surpassing his usual demeanor. He adeptly arranged the placement of computers and chairs, laid down network cables, set up the local area network, installed the cash register system, configured the games, and devised the management plan for the cafe. All tasks he accomplished with the efficiency of several individuals. Qian, on the other hand, found herself entirely incapable of contributing to these matters and was thus relegated to subtly refining the decor style, as well as managing the pricing and procurement of beverages and cigarettes. These tasks were indeed her forte, and she executed them with remarkable organization. The licensing process was expedited thanks to a friendly female police officer, and soon everything was in order, with the word spread by a local informant. There was no fear of any trouble befalling Lin Bai. The progress of the internet cafe was rapid. By the last 2 days of summer vacation, it was nearly complete. Yet they chose to deliberately delay the opening. After all, there would be no business if they opened prematurely, so it was better to inaugurate on the first day of school for a fortuitous start. Lin Bai eagerly counted down the days, anticipating that once school commenced, Qian would earn 50,000 yuan each month. He mistakenly believed that the storefront incurred a monthly rent of 30,000 yuan, thus miscalculating the profits. In reality, the premises had been gifted by the prominent real estate mogul, Hao Jian, to the esteemed physician, with Qian acting as the recipient. Hence, there was no rental fee, and the actual profits surpassed Lin Bai's calculations by an additional 30,000 yuan. All these profits would ultimately belong to Lin Bai, and Qian had never contemplated claiming them for herself. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Bai had unwittingly become a small business owner earning 70 to 80,000 yuan monthly. Regrettably, this small proprietor lacked self-awareness. At that moment, he was clad in shorts, squatting on the steps at the cafe entrance, whistling at passing female students. "Hey, gorgeous, come play at our internet cafe. We're not officially open yet, so it's free." The girls responded with startled shrieks, fleeing in terror. They had arrived at school 2 days before the term began, seeking tranquility, only to encounter such ruffian antics on the street. Could this university town really be a livable place? Lin Bai's behavior warranted disdain, and it was best to ignore him and keep a wide berth. Fortunately, Lin Bai remained undeterred. He had long been accustomed to scaring off beautiful women. With a shrug, he simply turned his attention to the next attractive girl. Sure enough, another beauty appeared in the distance, this time not a mere young lady, but a strikingly elegant woman, tall and graceful, striding towards him with an air of distinction against the radiant sunlight. Her face was obscured by the backlight, but her silhouette was captivating, inciting a desire to draw her into the cafe for some mischief. Lin Bai called out to her, "Beautiful lady, would you care to visit my cafe? I want to charge you a thing. By the way, we're also hiring female cashiers and network administrators. Would you like to give it a try?" The beauty scoffed. "If I didn't know you were all bark and no bite, I would have you arrested for being a lecher right now." To Lin Bai's astonishment, it was Officer Ping. "What brings you here to the university town?" he exclaimed. The officer retorted sharply, "Do not call me Officer Ping. I am here on official business. The female officer had just escorted the chief and military personnel to visit Yi Xiao, and now they were engaged in a lively conversation regarding his dubious gene modification technology. Yi Xiao mentioned that he intended to conduct another experiment on the day of the new semester, to which the military expressed their willingness to provide protection, leading to a harmonious accord between the two parties. Naturally, the female officer was disinterested in sharing these trivial matters with Lin Bai. Instead, she, much like Lin Bai, sat on the steps, failing to exude the elegance expected of a beauty. That masked genetic freak, surely you must be acquainted with him, right? She inquired. Lin Bai, perplexed, replied, "Why do you ask that?" The officer's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded. "That person seems quite handsome. Would you be able to inquire about his name and whereabouts from the flower of the overlord?" "Ahem, I wish to befriend him." Lin Bai felt a shiver. How could the female officer discern handsomeness from that attire? To him, the sight was far too extravagant to bear. Was her sense of aesthetics severely distorted? This was indeed a departure from a human appreciation of beauty. "What are you staring at?" The officer retorted indignantly. "Of course, a useless man like you wouldn't understand. A man's attractiveness lies within, not in outward appearances." I simply find him handsome." Lin Bai adjusted his shorts slightly to display his Armani underwear, saying, "Look, I possess inner qualities too. Am I handsome? Go to hell," she exclaimed, flirting with a female officer in public. "You're doomed." As for the new battle attire of Lin Bai, this year, numerous universities in the college town had collectively decided to commence the new semester on August 23rd. The summer was still in full swing, with the weather remaining moderately warm rather than excessively hot. Following a brief rain shower, the heat began to dissipate, and the streets saw an influx of individuals clad in long sleeves and trousers, although most still donned short sleeves and shorts. This was the most bustling time in the college town, not only with students returning to campus, but also with a multitude of parents accompanying their children. The newcomers gazed with wide-eyed innocence at the small world they would inhabit for the next few years, while returning students sought out the most beautiful freshmen among the throngs. Unbeknownst to some of the freshmen, the moment they stepped into the college town, they had already caught the attention of a pack of hungry wolves. In the ensuing years, while they might not learn much academically, they would undoubtedly acquire skills in self-defense against wolves, or perhaps even techniques for attracting them, thereby laying a solid foundation for a happy life in society. The Silver Dawn Internet Cafe officially opened today, a name conceived by Lin Bai. When he first proposed this name to the residents of the old street, many were taken aback, astonished that he could come up with such a name. They expected him to name it something like Little Bai Internet Cafe or Qian Qian Internet Cafe. So how did he arrive at the impressive Silver Dawn? Eventually, it was the 32nd elder who exposed Lin Bai's true nature, revealing that the name was shamelessly plundered from World of Warcraft. Regardless of the origins of the name, Qian Qian adored it, and thus it was adopted. Lin Bai and Qian Qian stood at the entrance of the store, distributing flyers to passing students. Lin Bai exhibited remarkable shrewdness regarding matters related to the Internet Cafe. For instance, while handing out flyers, he deliberately refrained from approaching students accompanied by their parents, opting instead to target those who strolled alone. In contrast, Qian Qian displayed far less acumen, having several times inadvertently handed flyers to students' parents, earning herself a few ireful glares. Those who dared to glare at Qian Qian were merely courting trouble. Lin Bai shot back a fierce look, his casual shorts enhancing his bravado, reminiscent of a gang member, compelling the parents to relent and refrain from confronting Qian Qian. The occupancy rate of the Internet Cafe swiftly soared to 100%, with students neglecting to participate in the opening ceremony of the new semester, instead reveling in joyous gaming of League of Legends on the very first day. These were indeed aimless youths, whom Lin Bai had previously scorned and even cursed to become as disheartened as himself. However, his sentiments had shifted. He now found a fondness for them, wishing for all students in the university town to embrace this carefree lifestyle, ensuring prosperity for the cafe. The management of the cafe was shared between Qian Qian and Wenwen, both of whom juggled their studies alongside their responsibilities at a snack shop. Without taking turns, exhaustion would surely ensue. Additionally, they had hired 2 cashiers to rotate shifts and enlisted 4 network administrators to manage the cafe. At present, only half of the staff were on duty, each one busily attending to customers, overwhelmed by the demands of the patrons. Today, all the familiar faces from the neighborhood had gathered to celebrate Qian Qian's grand opening. It was only natural for everyone to attend, despite many being oblivious to the functionalities of computers. However, that did not hinder them from congratulating Qian. Aunt Qin assisted in organizing beverages. Uncle Zhang helped maintain cleanliness. And old man Qi checked the stock of cigarettes at the counter, confirming their authenticity. The Ice Queen assisted in inventory, while Grandma Zheng ignited firecrackers at the entrance. To Lin Bai's astonishment, he spotted the Ice Queen, which sent a shiver down his spine. Wasn't this enigmatic woman a homebody? What brought her here? The Ice Queen playfully whispered in Lin Bai's ear. I was sipping tea at my doorstep when Grandma Zheng drove up to me, inviting me into the car and bringing me here. It made no difference to me whether I was at home or out. Lin Bai then comprehended that she was not a recluse, but rather merely indolent. If walking was not required, she had no qualms about venturing out. You may watch the spectacle, but do not cause any disruption, she commanded. Well, my little wife is running a business, and ultimately, the earnings will be overseen by the big wife. So why would I create chaos? Lin Bai retorted, Qian is not my wife yet. Even if she were in the future, she would be the elder, and I the younger. The Ice Queen pouted, she cannot outmatch me, which relegates her to a subordinate position. Lin Bai raised his fist, declaring, thus, I must become stronger than you. Once I am able to defeat you, you shall obediently accept your role as a subordinate, or else I shall make you experience domestic violence. The Ice Queen stuck out her tongue, teasing, you once claimed you would abandon me, yet now you wish to claim me as a little wife? Such a rapid change. Lin Bai nearly forgot his words, and with a light tap on his head, he exclaimed with delight, indeed, you shall never have the opportunity to become my wife, not even in the slightest. Once I surpass you in prowess and force you into submission, I shall open a portal and unceremoniously kick you back to the demon realm. This proclamation caused the Demon Queen's expression to shift dramatically. She could venture anywhere, yet the thought of returning to the demon realm was unthinkable. Her face turned a shade of green, and it took her quite some time to regain her composure. With a playful smile, she remarked, wouldn't it be more prudent to keep me imprisoned as your servant after you manage to defeat me? Why resort to sending me back to the demon realm? Isn't that a waste? Following her words, she deliberately swayed her hips, presenting herself in a manner that invited his attention. Ah, how amusing her words were. Lin Bai stroked his chin, envisioning the scene of imprisoning the Demon Queen, and to his surprise, he found himself somewhat swayed, saliva escaping his lips. Engaging in discussion with this lascivious man was futile. The Demon Queen cast him a resigned glance and retrieved a chair from the internet cafe, settling herself at the entrance. Clad in black attire, her beauty was mesmerizing, exuding a languid charm that was utterly captivating. Many men found themselves transfixed at the entrance of the cafe, circling around her as if she were a living advertisement. Lin Bai couldn't help but contemplate the idea of employing her to attract customers, which might very well lead to the cafe being perpetually bustling. Suddenly, Miss Liu approached bashfully, ushering Lin Bai into her vehicle, where she took on the role of the driver, diligently steering the car into a secluded alley and rolling up the windows. The glass of her car was uniquely designed, allowing visibility from the inside out while obscuring the interior from the outside. The vehicle transformed into an intimate sanctuary for just one man and one woman. The atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous, and Lin Bai found himself lost in fanciful thoughts. What could this mean? Was Miss Liu about to offer herself to me? Oh dear. While the idea was enticing, I have yet to decide to whom I would surrender my virginity. If she truly desires it, I might reluctantly oblige, but I shall not be responsible for the aftermath. As Lin Bai reveled in his daydreams, Miss Liu suddenly produced a bag from the back seat, revealing a set of garments. In a hushed tone, she said, Xiao Bai, I personally crafted a set of battle attire for you. Battle attire? Lin Bai was taken aback, only to remember that Miss Liu had long been aware of his identity as the masked figure. Despite his efforts to conceal this aspect, a few individuals, such as Miss Liu, the butterfly, and the female daredevil, were not easily deceived. Miss Liu unfurled the clothing, revealing a striking crimson bodysuit complemented by a matching hood. The outfit was adorned with yellow lines and accents, making it visually captivating. In a soft voice, she continued, I'm unsure why you prefer to wear a red undergarment on the outside, but it has always seemed rather unappealing to me. Therefore, I designed this battle suit predominantly in red, so that when you don it, even with a red undergarment on the outside, it shall not appear overly conspicuous. for it will all blend seamlessly. Lin Bai was overjoyed. Miss Lu was indeed astute. With the tight-fitting red trousers as a base and the red undergarment layered on top, it would no longer seem foolish. The yellow lines and color blocks on our national flag feature a red background with yellow stars. The combat attire is also red in hue. Thus, I have chosen to embellish it with yellow lines, symbolizing the valor of a hero from the Huaxia nation. Lin Bai was utterly elated, realizing that Miss Lu had indeed rendered him significant assistance. This combat outfit was exquisitely designed, and he adored it. In his excitement, he grasped Miss Lu's hand and shook it fervently. Receiving Lin Bai's praise brought great joy to Miss Lu, her cheeks flushing with delight. Previously, Lin Bai had gifted her perfume, presented her with a robust physique, and rescued her on multiple occasions. She had harbored a deep sense of gratitude, but was uncertain how to repay him. In her view, Lin Bai was not a materialistic individual. His apparent greed was merely a facade to conceal his extraordinary identity. Unable to express her gratitude through monetary means, she devoted her efforts to crafting a suit for him. Now that Lin Bai appreciated it, she felt a surge of happiness. As for her hand being held by Lin Bai, it further heightened her joy. Yet, being a refined young lady, she found such intimacy with a man rather unfamiliar, even if it was someone she cherished. Thus, she discreetly withdrew her hand. "Xiao Bai, let me support your endeavors from now on. Whenever you need to transform into a hero to confront villains, come to my car to change attire." Miss Lu intended to say they could become a heroic couple, but uttering such a phrase felt akin to proposing marriage, which embarrassed her. Instead, she rephrased it to, "Let us become a pair of righteous partners in the pursuit of justice." Lin Bai found her suggestion quite agreeable. Transforming each time was a hassle. The last time, while dealing with a monkey-like foe in the university town, he had been compelled to change in a filthy restroom. How could it compare to the comfort of Miss Lu's fragrant car? "All right, that sounds perfect. In future emergencies, I shall enlist your assistance, and I will change in your vehicle." Lin Bai, brimming with pride, patted the car, pondering. This mobile changing room must have cost a fortune. Sharing secrets with the man she adored filled Miss Lu with immense joy, her face beaming even brighter. As the 99th wave approached, Yi Xiao reappeared. The combat suit remained in Miss Lu's car, concealed within a box under the seat. For confidentiality, she decided that in the future, while doing good deeds, the dapper man in black could not be the driver. The noble Miss Lu would take on that role herself. However, she felt no grievance. Rather, a secret delight blossomed within her. Occasionally, she envisioned themselves enjoying outings in that car, snuggled together in the back seat. But her traditional nature prevented her from contemplating anything beyond that. Like Qian Qian, she was only in her third year of university, with 2 more years until graduation. According to societal norms, graduation would signal the start of courtship and marriage, prompting Miss Lu to think. She had 2 years to nurture her feelings for Xiao Bai. After parking the car, Lin Bai and Miss Lu returned to the street, mingling among the crowd attending the opening ceremony. Occasionally, admirers brushed past, casting admiring glances at Miss Lu, only to turn their ire toward Lin Bai standing beside her. Regrettably, this is not a tale of urban confrontations, devoid of affluent heirs rushing in to disrupt affairs, leaving Lin Bai to retaliate. Upon arriving at the gates of Shuangqing University, a voice blared through a loudspeaker, urging everyone to gather at the laboratory building, as Professor Yi Xiao, the esteemed biology instructor, was poised to conduct a significant experiment before the commencement of the academic term. Lo and behold, Professor Yi Xiao, the very individual responsible for creating the monstrous monkey. What scheme is he concocting this time? The students from sophomore to senior years expressed their indignation, many exclaiming, "Does he intend to endanger us again?" The speaker reassured the crowd, "Fear not. This time, Professor Yi has taken every precaution. The experiment is guaranteed to succeed. Furthermore, this undertaking is under the joint protection of the military and police, with the valiant soldiers from Geli Mountain Station nearby, armed and vigilant. The stunning female officer who previously battled the monstrous monkey is present as well. What exquisite legs she possesses." The upperclassmen exhaled a sigh of relief. With military and police safeguards in place, there seemed little cause for concern. Yet, a wary junior female student called out, "What good is a beautiful police officer? It's only you boys who admire her. If she couldn't defeat the monkey before, what will happen if another one appears? Only a masked hero could ensure our safety." Hearing this, Miss Lu playfully tugged at Lin Bai's sleeve, whispering in his ear, "I'm talking about you. Many girls at Shuangqing University are your fans." Lin Bai scratched the back of his head, embarrassed, and chuckled softly. Were the woman before him a formidable enchantress or a close acquaintance, he might have jested about confronting a couple of girls. However, in the presence of the not-so-familiar Miss Lu, such humor felt inappropriate. He was not as rogue as he imagined, merely accustomed to banter with familiar faces. Yet he maintained a serious demeanor around strangers. New students and their parents, oblivious to the circumstances, inquired about the commotion. A curious freshman asked, "What is happening?" Could any senior shed light on the matter? A group of enthusiastic seniors gathered around, elaborating on Yi Xiao's creation of the monstrous monkey. The freshman's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Professor Yi is remarkable. Although the monkey went berserk, his genetic experiment succeeded. One cannot dismiss his achievements due to a mishap." The parents, intrigued, chimed in, "Indeed, the experiment must be deemed a success, albeit the outcome spiraled out of control. Is he embarking on a new experiment? Let us observe from a distance. As long as we keep our distance, we need not fear the monstrous monkey." These individuals epitomized naivety, yet Lin Bai understood their perspective. Those who had never witnessed an avalanche might believe they could ski through it, just as those unfamiliar with tsunamis might think they could surf through the waves. And those who had never encountered a tornado might think clinging to a tree would suffice for safety. Similarly, students who had yet to see the true monstrosity of the monkey were more driven by curiosity than fear. The crowd began to surge towards the experimental building, and Miss Lu tugged at Lin Bai's sleeve, urging, "Shall we go as well?" Lin Bai chuckled, "I have no interest in handsome men." Lu's delicate face flushed crimson as she whispered, "Let us observe the situation. If Yi Zhao's experiment spirals out of control and endangers our classmates, you must swiftly return to the car and transform. I will drive the vehicle to the rear of the experimental building first." The heart of a young girl is intricate. She does not desire misfortune for her peers, yet secretly yearns for Yi Zhao's experiment to falter, for then Lin Bai would retreat to her car to change. Donning the combat suit, she meticulously crafted to confront the monsters. The mere thought filled her with bliss. Consequently, Miss Lu hastily drove away, with Lin Bai following the throng towards the experimental building. Among the crowd, two men clad in black exchanged glances and stealthily trailed Lin Bai. These men hailed from the Marvel Universe, spies of the Hydra organization, loyal to Qi Cheng. Under Qi Cheng's orders, they arrived in Shuangqing City to investigate the cause of Qi Fei's demise. After days of covert observation, they uncovered that Qi Fei had been battling Lu Taizhou, Bowanghua, and Xiao Bai at the time of his death. Lu Taizhou had been defeated by a future warrior and posed no threat. Thus, he could not be the one to have slain Qi Fei. However, Bowanghua and Xiao Bai remained shrouded in mystery, as all who had opposed them were imprisoned, leaving even the future warrior inexplicably defeated. The video footage of the incident had been seized, leaving them unable to ascertain how the future warrior had fallen. Lacking further information, they resolved to personally investigate these two. Bowanghua presented no challenge to surveil. She spent hours seated at the entrance of an internet cafe, sipping tea without moving an inch, making no phone calls, nor engaging in conversation, as if her existence revolved solely around her tea, rendering her a mere decorative woman. The Hydra spies concluded that Bowanghua was merely a facade, likely Xiao Bai's mistress, devoid of any combat prowess. The true formidable character was Xiao Bai, who employed Bowanghua's name to divert attention while feigning ineptitude, playing the part of a fool to conceal his cunning. Hence, they needed only to follow him. Indeed, it wasn't too long before they discovered he had an affair with Lu Tieshou's granddaughter. This revelation suggested that Lu Tieshou's enmity with the Jinju gang was likely orchestrated by Xiao Bai. Otherwise, how could he, having legally changed his name to Lu Guoqiang and conducted legitimate business for 29 years, suddenly revert to a life of crime? With this assessment, the spies grew increasingly convinced of Xiao Bai's prowess, wishing only to remain close to him for a while longer to discern his personality, temper, and habits, so they could report back to their leader, Qi Cheng, enabling him to adeptly handle this individual, restore the Jinju gang, and regain control over the underworld of Shuangqing City. Lin Bai arrived at the front of the experimental building amidst the throng. The first sight to greet him was an artificial mountain weighing several tons, adorned with an A4 sheet of paper on its summit, inscribed with the whimsical phrase "Hush, Mummy," amusingly topped with a small floral umbrella. The students of Shuangqing University have deliberately raised umbrellas to protect the precious ceiling talisman from the rain. This amusing scene piqued the curiosity of the freshmen, prompting senior students among the crowd to regale them with tales of the legendary battle between humans and monkeys that once transpired here. The newcomers were taken aback, gazing at the artificial mountain with awe, envisioning a masked hero sprinting hundreds of meters to subdue the demon monkeys. However, many remained skeptical. What unfolded next astonished Lin Bai and the students alike. A dozen military trucks and jeeps came to a halt in front of the experimental building, with nearly 100 armed soldiers forming a large perimeter, each bearing a serious expression, clearly on high alert. Police officers patrolled the outer edges to maintain order, including a well-uniformed female officer who, upon spotting Lin Bai, discreetly gestured for him not to acknowledge her, as if to avoid any embarrassment. The school's security personnel had long been relegated to a distant location. Today, their presence was entirely absent. Yi Xiao stood in the midst of the soldiers, exuding buoyancy. His previous experiment had relied solely on a few sponsors, but now he had the formidable backing of both the military and police. Recently, the military had approached him to inquire about the specifics of his genetic experiments, expressing their encouragement and inviting him to voice any requests, to which he had asked for protection. The military's efficiency was remarkable. They promptly dispatched over 100 soldiers to secure the experimental site, while police officers were stationed to ensure order, leaving nothing to chance. With the support of such legitimate institutions, Yi Xiao felt himself a man of success. Observing the scene, Lin Bai mused that while the monkeys might be formidable, they paled in comparison to the versatile individual soldier armor developed by Tianshu technology. With so many armed soldiers guarding the area, even if a demon monkey were to emerge, it would be swiftly subdued by a barrage of gunfire, thus alleviating any sense of worry. Miss Liu approached, whispering in his ear, "The vehicles are parked behind the building." Lin Bai chuckled softly, "I doubt my presence will be required." Liu smiled slightly. Regardless of that, one must always be prepared. The two spies, trailing them, exchanged glances, realizing that Xiao Bai had once again connected with Liu Tieshou's granddaughter. Eager to eavesdrop on their conversation, they slowly maneuvered through the crowd. At that moment, Yi Xiao seized the megaphone and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed students, today marks the opening ceremony of the university town, a splendid occasion. Yi Xiao, have returned to continue my genetic experiments and showcase the latest research achievements of the Shuangqing University Biological Research Laboratory. As you may recall, there were minor issues during the previous experiment, cough cough, but rest assured, this time will be flawless. As you can see, we have 100 soldiers from the People's Liberation Army safeguarding us, ensuring the utmost security for this experiment. Now, let us commence with a new experiment. The first assault, the carnivorous flower." With that, Yi Xiao concluded his opening remarks, prompting his assistant to unveil 2 experimental platforms. One of the tables was familiar from the last visit. It was the station used for concocting genetically modified liquids, adorned with an array of peculiar bottles and a new Tai sway. To ensure that the newly arrived spectators comprehended, Yi Xiao once again elucidated the nature of this extraordinary organism, prompting many of those who feigned understanding to display expressions of feigned enlightenment. Another experimental table was rather peculiar, as it held a flower pot containing a rather strange plant resembling a large mouth. Just as Lin Bai was about to inquire about this unusual mouth plant, Yi Xiao proclaimed loudly, "Last time, our experiment involved a macaque, which resulted in the creature becoming immensely powerful and impervious to harm. Running amok and injuring the security personnel, far too dangerous. Therefore, I have chosen a plant as our subject this time. Ahem, plants, even if genetically modified, are unlikely to behave erratically. At worst, they remain mere grass or flowers." Ha ha ha. The veteran students collectively sighed in relief upon hearing this. That's more like it. Let us avoid unleashing any monstrous monkeys. However, the new students were less convinced, believing the monkeys to be far more intriguing. Yi Xiao continued, "Behold this plant before us. It is known as the Hehe carnivorous flower. It belongs to the orchid family of carnivorous plants, flourishing in the primordial forests and swamps of the Amazon River in South America. Its growing season spans from May to October, and today, being August 20th, falls within that period. During this time of year, its blossoms emit a peculiar odor that deters large animals, while attracting smaller insects drawn by the scent, which then venture into its gaping maw, only to be swiftly ensnared and consumed. At this revelation, the veteran students erupted in outrage. What on earth, Professor Yi? Are you out of your mind? Can we not use something more conventional for our experiments? This carnivorous flower is surely more terrifying than the macaque. Lin Bai also gasped in disbelief. No way, Yi Xiao has truly crossed a line this time. Lady Lu expressed her indignation. The last time, the monstrous macaque nearly injured me. Now you want to experiment with a carnivorous flower? If it inadvertently transforms into a monster, won't it pose a threat to us? Yi Xiao laughed heartily. Everyone, please remain calm. Although this flower is called a carnivorous plant, it exclusively consumes insects and does not prey on humans. Not even rodents are on its menu. Do not let its name frighten you. The upcoming genetic modification experiment will merely enhance its vitality. At most, it might be capable of consuming mice, posing no danger to humans. And should it truly become a monster, with so many soldiers present, what is there to fear from it? The students reluctantly accepted this explanation and quieted down. However, Lin Bai felt a sense of foreboding. The last time, the sorceress had already clarified that Tai Sui was a medicinal material from the demon realm, capable of transforming ordinary animals into demonic entities. This carnivorous flower, being a plant rather than an animal, what transformation could it possibly undergo? The thought was simply too dreadful to contemplate. Wishing to intervene and stop Yi Xiao, Lin Bai was acutely aware of the futility of his words, knowing that his voice would carry little weight. Thus, he gently tugged at Miss Lu's hand and whispered, I sense something amiss. Let us stand back by the vehicle and be prepared to change clothes. Holding Miss Lu's delicate hand brought Lin Bai a sense of comfort. Her soft, smooth skin, especially the back of her hand, resembled fine jade. In contrast, Qian's hands bore the marks of hard labor, having lost her parents at a young age, leaving her little time for self-care. Lin Bai, concerned that his rough grip might inadvertently harm Miss Lu's tender hand, quickly released it. Miss Lu, a shy girl, felt a pang of disappointment as Lin Bai withdrew his grasp. Eager for his touch once more, she bit her lip and extended her hand towards him, murmuring, I am afraid. If you hold my hand, I will feel more at ease. In truth, she had nothing to fear, standing beside a superhero, yet her heart sought solace. The two spies from the Hydra Corps found it inappropriate to draw near, as Lin Bai and Miss Lu stood apart from the crowd. Approaching them would surely arouse suspicion. Thus, they remained within the throng, feigning interest in Yi Xiao's experiment. While their focus remained fixated on Lin Bai and Miss Lu, Yi Xiao retrieved a small knife and, much like before, cut a small piece from the body of Tai Sui, placing it into the apparatus. A multitude of colorful liquids flowed in, and the machine began to stir and refine. After a short while, a vial of red liquid emerged, contained within a test tube. This very red liquid had previously transformed the macaque into a demon monkey, and the students held their breaths, eager to discover Yi Xiao's intentions. Lin Bai's unease intensified, prompting him to shield Miss Lu behind him and gently urge her to step back. Fortunately, Qian was occupied at the internet cafe, tending to business, alleviating Lin Bai's concerns. Miss Lu eagerly nestled against his back, relishing the sensation of being protected by a man. Previously, during the chaos wrought by the demon monkey, Lin Bai had shielded Qian, leaving Miss Lu feeling despondent as she could not occupy the same position. However, this time, she felt a profound happiness, knowing that Lin Bai's protection was entirely hers. Yi Xiao poured the red liquid into a flower pot, stating with a smile, when dealing with animals, we must inject the genetic modification serum into their bloodstream using a syringe. However, for plants, it is far simpler. We merely pour the serum into the pot, allowing the carnivorous plant to absorb it fully. All that remains is to patiently await the moment of witnessing a miracle. Indeed, it was a moment destined for miraculous witness. As the potion was poured into the flower pot, the carnivorous plant began to tremble violently. Its tendrils elongated, and its branches stretched out. What was once merely the size of a palm rapidly grew to the size of a human head. Its colossal mouth gaped open, revealing a row of teeth that emitted a chilling, crunching sound. The students gasped in awe, especially the freshmen, whose cries echoed the loudest. However, the upperclassmen turned pale, recalling the chaos caused by the monkey demon on a previous occasion, and many began to retreat slowly. Fear not, everyone. Yishao lafit heartity. It has merely grown a tad larger. It poses no threat to humanity. Now, let us feed it a little white mouse for experimentation. He produced a cage containing a lab mouse, grasped it by the tail, and suspended it above the carnivorous plant. The plant opened its cavernous maw and snapped upwards. The mouse squeaked in terror, being severed in two, with blood dripping down. The plant, evidently satisfied, commenced its crunching, swallowing half of the mouse with delight. The upperclassman, now even more alarmed, hastily retreated. The student council president, backing away, scolded Professor Yi. Have you lost your mind? Who can endure such a monstrous flower? Dispose of it quickly, lest it grows large enough to consume a human. Yi Xiao chuckled. Rest assured, it could never devour a human. At most, it can only feast on some mice. No sooner had he spoken than the carnivorous plant thrust out a vine, extending it to ensnare a piece of the precious medicinal substance, Tai Sui, that had been partially severed on the experimental table. With a swift motion, it drew the entire piece into its mouth, crunching with unabashed satisfaction. Yi Zhao's expression changed abruptly. What the? I labored hard to obtain that Tai Sui, and this wretched flower consumed it all? Spit it out. I need a portion for my next experiment. He attempted to pry open the plant's jaws, but it was surprisingly strong. Two soldiers rushed to assist him, and together they struggled to lever the plant's mouth open, yet to no avail. The plant continued to chew the Tai Sui, the crunching sound growing increasingly thunderous. Suddenly, its body began to swell at an alarming rate. The months from May to October mark its growth season, and with August 23rd being one of its most critical days. The consumption of such a miraculous herb accelerated its growth astonishingly. In an instant, it surged to over 3 meters in height, transforming from a mere human head-sized flower to one as large as a truck's cab. And still, it continued to grow, ever more colossal. Good heavens! Yi Xiao exclaimed, abandoning the experiment table and fleeing. The surrounding students, paralyzed by fear, retreated far away, forgetting to scream. Over 100 soldiers raised their rifles, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. These brave soldiers of the Liberation Army, who had never flinched in the face of overwhelming adversaries, shouting commands to fire, now felt a primal fear deep within as they beheld the ever-growing carnivorous plant before them. The surrounding officers were utterly astonished, their voices lost in silence. Only 2 individuals exhibited no fear. These were the 2 dark-clad scouts of the Hydra Corps. Their composure was not a testament to their bravery, but rather a reflection of their singular focus on Lin Bai, oblivious to the monstrous entity that loomed nearby. In an instant, the carnivorous flower surged to a height of 5 meters, its gaping maw capable of devouring a cow. What should we do? Awaiting orders from above. A soldier shouted frantically to the commander. The commander wiped the sweat from his brow, instructing, "Do not provoke this monstrous flower. If it poses no threat to us, we shall refrain from attacking." Before his words could fully settle, the flower's tendrils lashed out, weaving between the soldiers to ensnare the feet of the 2 scouts. With a swift motion, it yanked them forward and, with a casual flick, tossed them into its cavernous jaws. The sound of crunching echoed as blood spattered, the scouts barely managing a scream before being reduced to mere morsels within the flower's voracious appetite. Unit 101, summon the tanks. Regardless of whether they were flora, fauna, or humanity, there exists a common instinct to target those who appear vulnerable. The soldiers encircling the flower stood, armed and poised, a formidable presence. Yet, the 2 scouts remained fixated on Lin Bai and Miss Liu, entirely neglecting the perilous flower. While their fellow students fled, they foolishly lingered at the perimeter, inadvertently signaling to the flower that they were unthreatening and thus easily subdued. Consequently, the flower refrained from attacking the soldiers, opting instead to capture the scouts with its tendrils. With a ravenous snap, it transformed them into a bloody feast, accompanied by the sound of gnashing as they were swiftly consumed. By the heavens! Fire! Attack! At this juncture, the soldiers required no further commands. The creature had begun to devour humans, necessitating immediate eradication. The cacophony of gunfire erupted like popcorn. Over 100 soldiers unleashed a barrage upon the flower. Machine guns rattled, pistols popped. The scene became a tumultuous spectacle. As bullets struck the flower, the soldiers anticipated the sight of swaying branches and shattered tendrils. To their astonishment, the bullets merely clanged against the flower's exterior as if striking metal, each projectile flattening and scattering helplessly in all directions. Originally, it was but an ordinary plant, yet after consuming an entire Taishan root, it had transformed into a true monstrosity, its magical potency exceeding that of the previous demon. The last demon had merely ingested a small fragment of the Taishan essence, rendering it impervious to harm. This flower, however, had devoured the whole root. In the demon realm, such a substance is exceedingly valuable, vastly amplifying a creature's magical power. And the effects of consuming it whole were overwhelmingly potent. Bullets are ineffective. Everyone be cautious. Fall back, retreat. Who brought the flamethrower? Surely, this contraption could be classified as a plant, and thus, it should fear fire. Who on earth would carry such a device to work? It's not as if we are at war. Are we not at war now? What about grenades? The soldiers are in disarray. These valiant warriors would never succumb to chaos when faced with drug lords or enemy forces. Yet, when confronted by a 5-meter-tall, carnivorous flower, impervious to bullets, they find themselves in turmoil as the foe surpasses their comprehension. The tactics honed in training, encirclement formations, and squad coordination are rendered ineffective and panic sets in, preventing them from performing at their usual standards. Fall back. I'm throwing a grenade. A soldier shouted as his comrades stumbled backward in confusion. A grenade was hurled onto the flower's tendrils, followed by a resounding explosion. The carnivorous flower quivered violently, shedding numerous shrapnel pieces from its branches. Yet its enchanted skin remained unscathed. The flower lashed out with a tendril, ensnaring a soldier's foot and dragging him towards its gaping maw. The soldier's desperate cries rang out. "Oh no! Save me!" Suddenly, a female officer burst forth from the throng of soldiers. Initially positioned on the periphery, after all, she was merely a detective, lacking the prowess of a seasoned warrior. She found herself charging inward as the soldiers retreated. She upheld the tenets of honor, bravery, and sacrifice, demonstrating greater courage in the face of the monster than the regular troops. With a military dagger in hand, she struck at the tendril that was pulling the soldier towards its mouth. Although the tendril remained unharmed by her effort, it recoiled slightly, reacting to the stimulus. Being a plant, it possessed certain botanical traits, akin to a sensitive mimosa that retracts when touched. Seizing the opportunity, the female officer grasped the terrified soldier and pulled him backward, astonishingly freeing his foot from the tendril-esque grasp, and together they sprinted towards safety. Enraged, the carnivorous flower could not believe that its meal was being snatched away. Its long tendril rose in a display of fury, reaching for another soldier's foot. The terrified soldier, paralyzed by fear, flailed his military dagger frantically, but, fortunately, reacted swiftly enough to evade the tendril and escape to safety. Fall back. Maintain your distance. This creature is a plant. It cannot move, only attack with its tendrils. Let us withdraw and devise a strategy. Gradually, the soldiers regained their composure, establishing a 20-meter standoff with the carnivorous flower. The commander seized Leaf Xiao. "Quickly, tell us how to deal with this thing." Yi Zhao's gold-rimmed glasses had mysteriously vanished, leaving him looking utterly disheveled and forlorn. "I have no idea how to deal with this situation. Fortunately, I utilize plans for the experiment, which, no matter how formidable, cannot move," he lamented. "What a joke. 2 innocent individuals have already been devoured by it." At that moment, Police Chief Lu Fei emerged furiously, exclaiming, "How on earth am I supposed to explain this to the public? Is this a matter of public safety? Who bears the responsibility?" The students in the vicinity had already fled to a considerable distance, and Lu Fei desperately wished to inquire about the identities of the 2 individuals who had just been consumed, but within a radius of several hundred meters. Not a single student or parent was in sight. Everyone had retreated far away. This carnivorous flower was far more terrifying than the previous monkey incident, and no one wished to become its fertilizer. "Damn it, I'll investigate those 2 later. For now, we must address this flower." Lu Fei pointed at the monstrous plant. Cursing, "This thing can't be pierced by bullets, nor can grenades affect it. What are we to do?" The commander retorted angrily. "What else can we do? Call the military district. I want rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles sent over immediately, along with several tanks. If necessary, we'll bombard it with the main guns of the tanks." The mention of tanks being deployed caused the onlookers' faces to pale. Tanks in the city were a serious escalation. Meanwhile, Lin Bai had pulled Miss Liu to safety behind the experimental building, and they both hurried into a vehicle. Lin Bai sighed. Yi Xiao never engages in serious matters. he only creates enormous trouble. This time, he has truly outdone himself. Such a colossal carnivorous flower is impressive, and with 2 people consumed, he is bound to face imprisonment. Miss Liu, still shaken, exhibited a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Lin Bai, a monster has appeared. It's your time to shine. Change your clothes and go defeat the evil carnivorous flower to aid the good and virtuous. Lin Bai frowned. I have no desire to act recklessly. That flower is rooted in place and immobile. I'll wait for the military to arrive with their artillery to handle it. But you are a hero of justice. Miss Liu insisted, her large eyes wide with enthusiasm. How can you not take action in such a situation? Even heroes of justice should not seek the limelight unnecessarily. Lin Bai replied, feeling somewhat exasperated by the admiration the young girl had for heroes. He had no intention of meddling in every affair, lest he become like those who intrude in global matters, adopting the guise of a world police, which is not heroism, but mere pretentiousness, and pretentiousness attracts misfortune. In any case, let us observe the situation from the car window, but we need not rush to assist. If the military can manage this flower, I will remain here. Miss Liu nodded. While she longed to witness a hero battling the carnivorous flower, she reconsidered and felt a twinge of fear. What if Lin Bai were to lose and be consumed? In her moment of excitement, she had not considered the consequences. Now, reflecting on it, she believed it might be wiser for Lin Bai to refrain from intervening. After all, a true hero should choose their battles. And this was no ordinary foe. It was a creature far removed from humanity, best left unchallenged by a hero. She drove the car out from behind the experimental building and parked it under a tree about 400 to 500 meters away from the battle zone, where she could observe the situation without raising suspicion. Soldiers had established a circular defensive perimeter approximately 20 meters around the carnivorous plant, setting up numerous machine guns, while the police erected a second line of defense further out. Everyone stood on high alert, fearing that the plant might cause further disturbances. Fortunately, despite its sinister nature, it remained a plant, rooted in the ground and incapable of running amok like an animal, which provided some relief to all present. See, my choice to use plants for experimentation was indeed correct, Yexiao remarked. Shut your mouth. A soldier rushed over and delivered a spinning kick, sending Yexiao sprawling. Where are the tanks? Why haven't they arrived yet? The commander bellowed into the phone. Commander, the military district is over 20 kilometers away. They can't just appear on a whim. Tanks don't move quickly. Another replied. Exactly, there might even be traffic in the city. Who in the world dares to block the tank's path? Fine, forget I said anything. Have the helicopters come in first and use their cannons to sweep this monstrosity. The situation at Shuangqing University had descended into chaos. Some audacious students lingered near the battle zone to watch, while the more timid fled towards the periphery. Some prudent parents, determined to keep their children safe, chose to distance themselves from the commotion altogether. News soon spread throughout the university town, with eager individuals broadcasting the events through loudspeakers, prompting students from various institutions, such as the Fine Arts University, Transportation University, Normal University, and Military Medical University, to flock towards Shuangqing University. Most of the students, fearless and adventurous, could not resist the allure of witnessing a military confrontation with a carnivorous plant. As for danger, what kind of university student fears danger? The Silver Dawn Internet Cafe quickly caught wind of the commotion as well. Some students hastily settled their bills and dashed off to join the spectacle. However, a small faction remained glued to their screens, engrossed in their online battles. For true gaming enthusiasts, the military struggle against a carnivorous plant was hardly captivating. They preferred to engage in another round of League of Legends. After all, there were carnivorous plants in that game too. Janna, for instance, was a most exquisite representation of such a plant. The cafe, once bustling, now appeared somewhat tranquil, with only about 20 devoted gamers still seated, steadfastly playing. The brave souls of Shuangqing had long been renowned for their courage. One year, a great earthquake struck Sichuan, shaking the very foundations of the earth, causing chandeliers to sway ominously. Most customers at the internet cafe had fled, yet a dozen intrepid individuals remained firmly at their computers. What was there to fear about an earthquake? They were halfway through a dungeon run and would not budge. This is a true story, witnessed firsthand by the 32nd Elder, who was also gaming at the cafe at that time. Qian stood at the cashier's desk, glancing anxiously towards Shuangqing University. Worry gnawed at her. Lin Bai had gone out shopping, But she had no idea where he was now. What if the carnivorous plant were to bite him? Wenwen softly reassured, "It should be fine. The army is here to protect us. He is merely a bystander. If you're worried, you might as well take a look." Qianqian glanced at the 20 or so customers still present in the internet cafe and shook her head, saying, "I cannot leave. There are customers still on the machines. The network administrator and cashier have fled, and with danger looming, I cannot bring myself to stop them. I must personally guard the cafe. This is Xiaobai's business, and I must help him keep it safe." For Qianqian, witnessing the commotion and escaping danger paled in comparison to ensuring the smooth operation of the internet cafe. The talent Lin Bai exhibited when establishing the cafe demonstrated his profound passion for this industry, and Qianqian could not bear to let him down. Wenwen chuckled, "Then keep watch. I shall go enjoy the spectacle." Ha ha ha. She entrusted her duties to Qianqian and swiftly darted out of the cafe, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake. The female demon queen, dozing at the entrance, felt the fragrant air brush past her, causing her hair to flutter. She opened her drowsy eyes in a daze and muttered, "What is happening? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" A seemingly elegant senior approached the demon queen, saying, "My dear beauty, have you not heard? A colossal carnivorous flower has appeared at Shuangqing University, and everyone is preparing to see it. If you're interested, let's go together." Even amidst chaos, his pursuit of romance remained unabated, marking him as a talent in his own right. The demon queen rolled her eyes. "Not going. I am too lazy to walk." "Beauty, if you do not take a stroll, you shall grow plump," the senior persisted with a charming demeanor. "Still, I shan't move an inch and will not gain weight." "What nonsense is this carnivorous flower? Go play elsewhere," she retorted, turning over to assume a more comfortable position, continuing her languid slumber. Just past noon, the sky began to darken gradually, as a few ominous clouds drifted in from afar. Such abrupt changes in weather are commonplace in Shuangqing. Perhaps one moment it is sunny, and the next, a torrential downpour ensues. Fortunately, the rain clouds today appeared thin, suggesting the rainfall would not be severe. The front of the laboratory building at Shuangqing University was already teeming with people. At the center stood a 5-meter-tall, giant carnivorous flower, its lush foliage and enormous blossom facing the sky. At that moment, it remained still, resembling a mere ornamental plant, yet everyone understood that once one entered its attack range, it would mercilessly devour its prey. Surrounding the carnivorous flower were hundreds of soldiers, with even more police officers stationed beyond. Further away, a sea of students had gathered, almost everyone with their mobile phones recording the spectacle, while some wielded DSLR cameras or compact camcorders. The reporters had not yet arrived. Once the professional journalists showed up, more sophisticated photographic equipment would join the fray, bringing with them tripods, reflectors, and other tools. Students whispered among themselves, "Given this weather, it looks like it will rain soon. Did you bring an umbrella? I have a raincoat. Hee. I possess nothing at all. Should I return to fetch an umbrella? Do not be foolish. The military may engage the carnivorous flower at any moment. If you go back for an umbrella, you might miss the thrilling spectacle. Indeed, what does it matter to be caught in the rain? Witnessing a grand performance is the true priority. Why does the army remain inactive? They have already engaged in battle. Currently, their weaponry is inadequate to deal with that carnivorous flower. They are awaiting reinforcements." As the students conversed, they were suddenly greeted by the sound of rotor blades slicing through the air. A military helicopter had finally arrived. Lin Bai leaned out of the car, gazing skyward, where a dark green military helicopter approached with great haste. This helicopter was magnificent, far superior to the subpar models seen in films. Its design exuded a sense of weightiness, unlike the frivolous nature of ordinary helicopters. Surprisingly, it bore 2 small wings on its sides, beneath which hung rocket pods. As a novice in military matters, Lin Bai was astonished to learn that helicopters could possess wings in addition to rotor blades. The location of the cannon remained elusive, but numerous small apertures on the fuselage hinted at its presence. A military enthusiast among the students exclaimed in awe, "Wow, it's the WZ-10 helicopter, codenamed Pilai Fire. I never imagined I would witness it in my lifetime. It's astounding. This is the pinnacle of our Huaxian nation's aviation technology. It features LCD display technology and stealth capabilities, allowing it to operate in adverse weather conditions such as rain, mist, and strong winds. How impressive." The commander seized the radio. "Sky 5, I command you to engage the carnivorous flower immediately." Affirmative. The helicopter traced a graceful arc in the sky, tilting its nose as it surged towards the flower. Countless students raised their phones, capturing every moment as all lenses focused on the helicopter. The thunderous roar of a 23mm single-barrel rapid-fire aircraft cannon echoed, and the rounds it unleashed were far from ordinary. Each bullet was a harbinger of death. The massive crown of the carnivorous flower trembled under the onslaught, its tendrils flailing wildly in the air. However, the helicopter had already received its orders and hovered several dozen meters above the ground, well out of reach of the flower's grasp. Only the tendrils, about the thickness of a wrist, succumbed to the cannon's barrage, sustaining multiple wounds as green sap oozed forth, dripping onto the overturned testing platform and producing ominous plumes of smoke. It turned out the flower's sap possessed corrosive properties. The flat-chested policewoman glanced at the dagger in her hand, reflecting, "I was fortunate not to sever the tendrils with this dagger earlier. Had I done so, the splattered green sap could have cost me my life." What close call! The cannon continued its relentless assault on the carnivorous flower, which seemed to cower in fear, retracting its extended tendrils beneath its enormous crown. The material of the crown was unknown, as it withstood the 23mm rounds, merely causing it to quiver while a cloud of yellow pollen wafted into the air. That pollen. It might be toxic. Cover your mouths and noses. Yelit yeshao. The encircled group retreated several dozen meters, wary of being engulfed by the yellow dust. The commander shouted, "The machine guns are ineffective." An airman aboard the aircraft implored, "Please permit the use of more potent weaponry." The commander, gripping the radio, bellowed, "Authorize the deployment of rockets." The helicopter repositioned, locking onto its target, and with a swift whoosh, the HF-7D 90mm rocket, suspended beneath its wing, soared forth, trailing a plume of white exhaust. Lin Bai wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "This is utterly excessive. Is such force truly necessary for a mere flower?" Miss Lu's complexion turned pale, her voice trembling. "Xiao Bai, this creature is formidable. It is fortunate you did not confront it directly." She now believed that even Lin Bai could not withstand this monstrosity, especially since the machine guns had proven ineffective, and she could only hope that the rocket would yield some result. The military enthusiasts erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Wow, this is incredible. To witness a rocket launch from an aircraft is worth a lifetime." Boom! The rocket struck the stalk of the carnivorous plant, erupting in a violent explosion, with billowing smoke engulfing the area. A massive shockwave surged outward, and the soldiers had long retreated several meters, while the students lay flat on the ground to avoid shrapnel. Yet, the fierce winds still stung their faces. Lin Bai extended his head out of the vehicle, and a leaf suddenly fluttered in the breeze, slapping against his forehead and leaving him quite irked. As the smoke gradually dissipated, everyone widened their eyes in anticipation of the outcome. The once mighty carnivorous plant now drooped its head, evidently unable to withstand the rocket's assault. Its crown and branches were riddled with wounds, and green sap dripped down, mingling with the rising white smoke that corroded the very earth beneath. "Hooray! The rocket was effective. Let us fire more." The students cheered exuberantly. The commander, clutching the radio, commanded, "Continue the assault until the carnivorous plant ceases all activity." Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief and remarked to Miss Lu, "It seems the military can handle this. A few more bombardments and we can call it a day," sparing me from having to assist. Miss Lu grasped Lin Bai's hand firmly, insisting indeed, "Regardless of the military success, you must not engage. That plant is too terrifying. Even if you're a martial arts expert, you cannot defeat it. This time, let's avoid heroics and simply remain safe." At that moment, a sudden drizzle began to fall from the sky, quickly escalating into heavy raindrops. "Rain now? Where are the umbrellas?" The students could not help but curse at the heavens. Most were unwilling to miss the spectacle of the helicopter assaulting the carnivorous plant. And despite the rain beginning to fall, they stood rooted in place, some removing their clothing to shield their phones, cameras, and equipment from the deluge. "Keep firing rockets," one student shouted. "The Wuji 10 is an all-weather helicopter. What do we have to fear from the rain? Attack! Continue the onslaught on that monster." Whoosh! Another rocket soared through the air, once again engulfing the carnivorous flower in a violent explosion. Smoke billowed amidst the rain-soaked haze, and the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. students fervently capturing the spectacle of the 103rd assault with their recording devices. The torrential rain arrived abruptly, yet the streets of a university town remained devoid of pedestrians scrambling for shelter. Most were drawn to Shuangqing University to witness the carnivorous flower, while a few kept their distance. What should have been a bustling university town now lay eerily vacant. The female demon lord reclined on a bench outside an internet cafe, dozing off when a droplet of rain splashed against her face, rousing her from slumber. Irritated, she rubbed her face and sat up. She despised rainy days, for they always stirred unpleasant memories. The flower she loathed most thrived in sunny weather, rooting itself in the earth, devoid of malevolence, merely relying on its plant instincts to capture nearby beings, indistinguishable from an ordinary carnivorous flower, save for its larger size. However, on rainy days, the flower became invigorated, acquiring intelligence, its roots transforming into legs, sprinting with astonishing speed. It would actively pursue and attack, its tendrils sprouting sharp, venomous thorns, and anyone pierced by them would succumb to a swift demise. The female demon lord had often escaped the relentless pursuit of the flower in her childhood, leaving her with indelible, terrifying memories. She gazed up at the rain, her brows furrowing deeply, sensing an odd atmosphere in the air. A familiar demonic aura wafted from the direction of Shuangqing University, unmistakably etched into her very soul. A taste of fear. The flower was awakening in the rain. Why was there a trace of the flower's essence in the mortal realm? Fury ignited within her, her previously serene expression transforming into one of fierce rage. Her eyes ablaze with crimson fire. After finally discovering a semblance of happiness here, how dare the flower threaten to disrupt it? Exhaling heavily, she emanated a potent demonic energy that forcibly parted the downpour, preventing even a single drop from touching her. She strode toward Shuangqing University, each step heavy as lead, the atmosphere resonating with the weight of her footsteps, even the sound of the rain retreating in her presence. The flower must be vanquished. The torrential rain, though sudden, failed to dampen the enthusiasm of the onlookers. As the smoke from the second rocket's explosion gradually dissipated, soldiers, police, and students eagerly awaited the sight of the carnivorous flower shattered into pieces. Yet, when the haze cleared completely, astonishment swept through the crowd. The flower remained intact, seemingly rejuvenated, its tendrils stretching skyward, its immense bloom unfurling to welcome the rain. The downpour cascaded upon its petals and vines, while the gaping wound from the rocket's blast healed at a visibly rapid pace. What on earth is happening? What is it doing? It appears to revel in the rain. Students gasped in astonishment, and the more astute among them began to retreat cautiously. Lin Bai sensed an ominous presence, a familiar dark energy beginning to permeate the air. The carnivorous flower, which had previously lacked this sinister aura, now thrived in it, as if the rain had invigorated it, leading to a thickening miasma that weighed heavily upon him. This was troubling. The creature was about to unleash its fury. Miss Liu, having abandoned the idea of having Lin Bai don his combat attire to confront the carnivorous flower, gripped the steering wheel tightly. That wretched thing could withstand even rocket fire. No matter how skilled Lin Bai was, it would be futile. We must depart immediately and keep our distance, she urged. No, we cannot flee, Lin Bai insisted. Stop the car. I must change into my combat gear to face it. Miss Liu was taken aback. Don't go. That creature is too formidable. Mere martial prowess will not suffice against it. Lin Bai felt compelled to act. He could not allow the corrupted flower to wreak havoc here. This was a place of learning for Qianqian, not a domain for monsters. Should that abomination rampage through Shuangqing University, it would undoubtedly disrupt her studies. And he had a significant investment of 700 yuan in the internet cafe there. I must go. I cannot allow it to destroy the university town. Or else you will all be unable to attend classes, he declared. He refrained from mentioning that Qianqian would be unable to continue her education, instead vaguely referring to you all. Miss Liu misinterpreted this, profoundly moved that Lin Bai would risk himself against the monster to ensure she had a place to study, even though she could graduate without attending classes. Tears of emotion streamed down her face. Lin Bai hastily donned his combat suit. It was a snug fit, and he realized he needed to first remove his t-shirt and shorts. He quickly stripped off his clothing, revealing his bare torso. Miss Liu's face flushed instantly. In the confined space of the car, the man she secretly admired was changing. No woman could remain composed in such a situation. She covered her eyes, yet her fingers involuntarily parted slightly, allowing her to glimpse through the cracks. Lin Bai was now removing his shorts, underneath which he wore Armani. Miss Liu felt a mix of embarrassment and delight. "I bought those for you, little Bai," she giggled. Once clad in the combat suit, Lin Bai noticed the fabric was unknown, yet felt incredibly comfortable and form-fitting. The red base adorned with yellow lines and patches was tastefully designed, showcasing Miss Liu's refined aesthetic sense. Having taken over her family's clothing business and studied fashion design, she had invested considerable effort into creating this outfit, ensuring that every stitch was crafted by her own hands to maintain the secrecy of Lin Bai's heroic endeavors. It was, indeed, a remarkable piece of clothing. Lin Bai slipped on the superhero underwear over his combat suit. Surprisingly, the red long pants paired with the red triangular underwear did not clash. They appeared as a decorative element rather than anything inappropriate. He looked down at his new appearance. While not particularly attractive, he was bold enough to take a glance. "Ha ha ha, this ensemble is simply magnificent." Lin Bai's laughter was so exuberant that his eyes vanished behind his smile. Finally, he could present his fighting stance to the world without fear of being photographed. "Is that so? If you like it, I shall create a few more for you." The young Lady Liu was so elated she seemed on the verge of fainting, her joy reminiscent of a child praised by a teacher, grinning uncontrollably. Dressed in his superhero undergarments, Lin Bai instinctively reached for the tome of the Demon King, only to realize there was no place to stow the tome, as his tight-fitting attire lacked pockets. Yet, the thought of not having this artifact on him left him feeling uneasy, so he murmured, "Next time, let us design a waist pocket for this outfit, one that can accommodate the size of this book." Young Lady Liu promptly took note. In the vehicle, Lin Bai found a length of rope, secured the tome of the Demon King, and affixed it to his waist before hastily exiting the car. No one noticed him emerging from Liu's vehicle, as all eyes were fixated on the fearsome, man-eating flower. In truth, this flower could no longer be merely labeled a carnivorous plant. It had metamorphosed into a monstrous blossom. Dark, malevolent energy emanated ceaselessly from its form, and with the torrential rain, it seemed to come alive, its branches thrashing wildly. Astonishingly, sharp thorns began to sprout from its vine, and after a few tremors, the massive trunk pulled itself upright, uprooting its own roots as if standing on feet. I was aghast. That flower appeared to be animated. Something was amiss. Could it truly be mobile? Just as the students were musing on this, the monstrous flower took a step, covering several meters with a single stride, and with another step, halved the distance to the soldiers who had originally maintained a 20-meter buffer. The soldiers gasped in astonishment and hurriedly retreated. Alas, it was too late. The long vines of the flower lashed out, ensnaring a soldier, while those nearby stared in shock and frantically drew their combat knives to sever the vine. Not long ago, a flat-chested policewoman had employed this tactic to rescue a soldier, but this time it proved ineffective. The vine remained undeterred by the knife-edged strike. In the rain, the monstrous flower was several times stronger than a regular carnivorous plant, and even the slightest provocation was insufficient to deter it from its prey. The vine retracted, dragging the screaming soldier back, and without even a moment's chewing, the unfortunate soldier was swallowed whole by the gaping maw of the flower. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of machine gun fire erupted, and another rocket was launched from the wings of the WZ-10 helicopter. The flower's vine arched skyward, astonishingly ensnaring the rocket from 10 meters away, then flicking it back toward the helicopter. Evasive maneuvers, but it was too late. Boom! The helicopter was engulfed in a fireball, plummeting from the sky. Everyone stood in stunned silence, while the surrounding students began to flee in a frenzy. The majority no longer wished to witness the spectacle, only to escape as far as possible. A scant few students remained, stubbornly wielding handheld cameras to capture the scene from a distance. The warriors in the innermost circle were gripped by fear, yet retreat was not an option, until the commander issued the order to withdraw. They were bound to hold their ground. Moreover, the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the populace. Should they falter, this monstrous flower would undoubtedly wreak havoc across the entire university town. The sound of machine gun fire erupted once more. Grenades were tossed without restraint, and the sinister flower trembled, momentarily halting its advance under the concentrated barrage of firepower. I don't care what methods you employ, just stop it, the commander bellowed, his voice echoing with urgency. After a moment, he seized his phone. Where are the tanks? Damn it, where are they now? Commander, the tanks are still 8 kilometers away. Came to report. Damn, this thing is moving at a snail's pace. Well, Commander, tanks aren't designed for speed, replied a subordinate. Nonsense. The lack of speed will only squander our chances. This indicates a need for redesign. The commander roared, his frustration palpable. The research department is utterly useless, unable to produce anything of merit. Commander, tread carefully. Your words may offend many. Amidst the barrage of grenades, the monstrous flower managed to extend a vine, ensnaring a soldier's waist and pulling him backward. A female police officer lunged from behind, desperately gripping the soldier's shoulder to prevent him from being dragged away. Several soldiers joined her, clinging tightly to the man. Help me! The soldier screamed in agony, as over 20 individuals clung to him, akin to a tug of war. Yet he continued to be inexorably pulled forward, inch by inch, closer to the flower. As the situation intensified, the flower exerted its strength. And despite the combined efforts of the soldiers and the police officer, they remained outmatched. Fortunately, the flower was still suppressed by overwhelming firepower, using only one vine to drag them. Had it employed another, they would have been lost long ago. Closer, closer. They were being dragged, perilously nearing the monstrous flower. The soldier, with a bitter smile, called out, "Brothers, let me go. I don't want to be a burden." "No," the police officer exclaimed fiercely. "We cannot give up. Let me go." The soldier shouted. "Otherwise, we'll all perish." One soldier finally relinquished his grip, followed by a second and a third. Soon, the 20-odd soldiers began to let go, leaving only the police officer steadfastly holding on to his shoulder. Though she was a woman, she embodied unwavering resolve. Honor, bravery, sacrifice. These were her life's tenets, and she would never yield. While merely a police officer, she resembled a soldier more than many of the soldiers themselves. Without the strength of the 20 soldiers, the flower's vine merely tugged lightly, sending both the ensnared soldier and the police officer soaring through the air. Flung towards its gaping maw, gasps of horror filled the air. The gunner ceased fire, and no more grenades were thrown. Students looked up, watching as the two figures traced an arc in the sky, descending towards the flower's ravenous jaws. In the blink of an eye, time can seem to stretch infinitely. Yet in reality, there are no slow-motion moments. 2 lives can plunge into irretrievable despair in but a heartbeat. The policewoman closed her eyes mid-air, fully aware that death was imminent, yet she harbored no regrets. To fight for one's convictions, even unto death, is a worthy endeavor. In her final moments, she thought, why not sing a song? Her repertoire was limited, but her favorite was, "I do not paint my nails with crystal polish. I do not possess long legs or feet. Yet I remain undeniably alluring. I do not chase trends, yet I remain conscious of fashion. Style requires no guidance, for my awareness is keen." At that moment, a figure adorned in red and yellow suddenly leaped into view, soaring high into the air, wrapping his arms around the policewoman's slender waist and pulling her backward with great force. The policewoman recognized that salvation had arrived. She ceased her singing and tightened her grip on the soldier ensnared by the vine, dragging him along as well. The force of this pull was immense. She felt as though she had been yanked by a dinosaur, far more powerful than the combined efforts of 20 men. The flower demon was evidently caught off guard. Its tendrils had barely relaxed, and before it could muster strength again, it found its prey yanked backward, flung several dozen meters away. As everyone regained their focus, they beheld a masked man clad in a tight red suit, adorned with yellow lines and embellishments, standing before them. Both the soldier and the policewoman were saved, as the masked figure gently lowered the policewoman to the ground, allowing her to regain her footing. Applause erupted from the students who had not yet fled. Moments ago, as they witnessed the impending doom of 2 lives, they had held their breaths in anxious silence. Now, with their savior in sight, they cheered exuberantly, unconcerned for their own safety, exclaiming, "Well done. It's the masked hero, the one who defeated the Monkey King last time. I recognize his flamboyant red underwear. Wow, it really is him. His underwear may not be as conspicuous, but it retains the same style as before. He is 100 times more handsome this time. This new look exudes masculinity. Masked hero, I bow to you. Masked hero, I want to bear your children." One girl shouted. All the students pointed their cameras at Lin Bai, who suddenly became the center of attention. Amidst the cheers, he set the policewoman down. Had an ordinary woman faced such peril, her legs would likely have quivered in fear, but the policewoman stood firm, releasing the soldier she had rescued. With a rosy glow on her cheeks, she appraised Lin Bai from head to toe, exclaiming joyfully, "It's you. Your outfit looks so much better now. Although you still wear your underwear on the outside, it's far from unattractive. You look so handsome." Lin Bai was overjoyed. It was the first time his outerwear had been praised as stylish. Tears of joy filled his eyes. With a hearty laugh, Lin Bai struck a rather ostentatious pose, deliberately adopting a raspy voice as he exclaimed, "In truth, I have always been quite handsome. My previous appearances were merely hasty efforts to rescue others, leaving me no time to change my attire. However, today marks a different chapter. This is my perfect form." The students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Yes, hero brother. You are so dashing." One fervent female student shouted, "Hero brother, I am your fan. Please, grant me your autograph. I wish to bear your child." The surrounding soldiers and police officers were momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized who he was. Lin Bai's footage of defeating the Monkey King and battling Brother Dang had circulated within the military and police departments, revealing him as a clandestine weapon of the state. A genetically modified human developed by the Imperial Academy of Sciences. His operations were classified, even beyond the purview of the division leader. Skeptics among the soldiers, who had doubted the prowess of modified humans, were now convinced. Lin Bai alone had matched the strength of the demonic flower's vines, while a typical squad of 20 ordinary soldiers would struggle to contend with a single vine. A female officer joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you for rescuing me. Can you handle this man-eating flower?" Lin Bai shrugged, saying, "We won't know until we try." Quickly glancing at his watch, Lin Bai noted he possessed 450 units of malevolent power, primarily accrued from the assassination efforts of the Rose Knights, and some from selling kitchen knives to a fierce little girl. He also had 400 units of righteous power, largely derived from his various rescue missions and healing terminally ill patients. Having just saved the female officer and a soldier earned him an additional 200 points. Though his current strength was not particularly high, less than that of the female superhero he once admired, his inherited abilities far surpassed hers. With 5,000 righteous power, his capabilities rivaled those of the superheroine, while he also had access to 450 units of dark power, leading him to believe he possessed enough strength to engage the demonic flower. Lin Bai consumed 10 capsules of extraordinary strength and another 10 of ironclad resilience, then activated his rapid superpower with 500 points of righteous energy, followed by 1,000 points to unleash the Iron Body ability. To his surprise, a peculiar option appeared in the superpower menu: clothing protection, 20 points of righteous energy. Indeed, the superheroes on television never seemed to damage their clothing during battles. Thanks to this variability, satisfied with his new battle attire, he promptly activated this power. Utilizing these various abilities depleted a considerable amount of his righteous energy, leaving him feeling a pang of regret. However, for the sake of saving Qianqian School and ensuring Shuangqing University could commence its term, he pushed aside his concerns. The demonic flower scrutinized Lin Bai, curious about the individual daring enough to steal sustenance from its maw. In turn, Lin Bai studied it intently. The two, one human, one flower, locked gazes for a moment. Lin Bai cleared his throat, preparing to speak, while the military personnel, police officers, and students leaned in with eager anticipation, eager to hear the words of this genetically modified hero, certain they would carry significant weight. Lin Bai chuckled. If I were to present such a magnificent flower to a lady, she would undoubtedly be moved to pledge her heart to me, wouldn't she? Far more impressive than gifting 999 roses. The soldiers nearby were left speechless, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Which lady would dare accept such a flower? The students also fell silent, yet their resilience shone through as they quickly regained composure, exclaiming, "Hero brother is so humorous. Hero brother will laugh the enemy away. Hero brother, I want to bear your child." The girl's persistence was truly remarkable. Ahem, enough of that. Lin Bai strode forward with confidence and grace, exuding an air of dominance. Miss Liu had specially crafted a yellow cape for his battle attire. As the wind caught it, it billowed behind him, enhancing his heroic presence. From a distance, Liu watched, utterly mesmerized, while the female officer couldn't help but touch her slender waist, recalling how he had just held her close, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Suddenly, Lin Bai stumbled. He had stepped into a crater left by a grenade explosion, landing in a most undignified manner. All the soldiers and officers buried their faces in their hands. The students fell silent, finally ceasing their adulation for Hero Brother, save for one indomitable voice that cried out, "Hero Brother, I want to bear your child." The surrounding crowd could no longer tolerate it and clamped a hand over the girl's mouth. The enchanted flower quivered with rage, its crown trembling in fury. Having gained sentience through magic, its intelligence was rudimentary, manifesting only in simple emotions. In anger, it shook violently, and 2 flower tendrils surged forth with unparalleled force. Lin Bai deftly sidestepped the assault, swiftly retrieving a military dagger from the ground, and struck fiercely at the tendrils. He had consumed 10 doses of extraordinary strength, his power far surpassing that of an ordinary soldier, yet the dagger failed to sever the tendril, instead chipping a notch into the blade. This creature was remarkably tough, impervious even to rocket fire. "Hero, be cautious. You cannot cut it with a knife." The soldiers shouted in alarm. Lin Bai scoffed, rolling to evade 2 more swinging tendrils. One sharp spike grazed his cheek, narrowly missing him. It was clear that contact with this creature would mean certain death. After rolling, he found himself beneath the flower, launching a powerful kick that struck its roots. The force generated a thunderous crack, but the flower remained unmoved. Its towering 5-meter stature provided it with remarkable stability and overwhelming strength. Lin Bai's kick merely caused it to sway slightly, leaving it unfazed. The massive roots lifted ominously, descending towards Lin Bai's head. Thus commenced the fierce battle against the enchanted flower, heralding the arrival of the new year with the first of many challenges to come. If Lin Bai were merely an ordinary individual, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade the impending danger. Fortunately, he possessed the extraordinary ability of 10-fold speed, allowing him to swiftly escape the confines of the root's grasp. In the wake of his departure, a resounding crash echoed behind him as the monstrous flower's foot struck the ground, creating a deep crater. The debris that scattered forth bore tremendous force, surpassing the lethality of shrapnel from a grenade. Thankfully, having consumed 10 copper scan iron bone pills and activated a 10-layered iron body, Lin Bai was well protected, and thus the flying stones did not harm him. However, the incessant clattering of impacts resonated against his body, causing him considerable pain. Just as Lin Bai had evaded the crushing blow, he had yet to catch his breath when 3 tendrils lunged at him. He swiftly sidestepped, but to his astonishment, the flower's vines curved mid-air and pursued him anew. Simultaneously, the flower's crown charged at him, its gaping maw exuding a foul stench, evidently intent on swallowing him whole. Despite its colossal size, the creature's agility exceeded Lin Bai's expectations. His 10-fold speed could easily allow him to handle the likes of scoundrels, yet the flower's tendrils managed to keep pace, trailing just behind him. He discerned that their sluggishness was merely a consequence of their massive form, which hindered their flexibility, had they been of a size comparable to his. The outcome might have been uncertain. Lin Bai leapt backward to evade the creature's bite, but 2 tendrils relentlessly pursued him. He yearned to amplify his speed further, but reaching the pinnacle of 10 layers left him perplexed. Why could he not exceed this limit? Wasn't a superhero supposed to move at the speed of light? Why was he confined to merely the speed of sound? Hero, do not falter in your struggle. Soldiers, are you merely spectators? Hurry and assist our hero. The students clamored. Police, what good are you? The soldiers and officers exchanged bemused glances, uncertain how to provide aid, for they were but ordinary people, not monsters. Yet, amidst the chaos, one individual, undeterred by the beast, resolved to assist Lin Bai, the flat-chested female officer, armed with a military dagger in her left hand and a small handgun in her right. She charged at the monstrous flower, shouting, "This creature must have weaknesses. Every monster has vulnerabilities. Strike at its critical point, and we shall vanquish it. Captain, this is not a fantasy. Where do you find monsters that expose their weaknesses for you to strike?" The surrounding officers and soldiers hastily attempted to dissuade her. Yet the female officer was swift, darting to Lin Bai's side and proclaiming, "I am here to help," before her words could fully register. The flower's tendrils struck once more with blinding speed, imperceptible to the human eye. Realizing the female officer could not even react in time, Lin Bai instinctively scooped her up and leaped aside with all his might. Two flowering vines lashed out at the spot where Lin Bai and the flat-chested female police officer had just stood, and deep furrows immediately appeared in the ground. Seizing the moment as the monstrous flower turned to search for him, Lin Bai snapped, "Stay back. Don't distract me while I take care of you." The female officer, still shaken, insisted, "No, I am a proud police officer, tasked with protecting the people and combating evil. Enough with the nonsense. To fight evil, one must possess the requisite ability. Without that, your efforts are futile." With a sudden leap, Lin Bai darted backward, swiftly covering over 30 meters, placing the female officer beneath a tree at the periphery. He then swayed and re-entered the fray. The monstrous flower trembled in fury, realizing that this new adversary was not easily dismissed. Yet, before its towering 5-meter frame, Lin Bai was merely a small creature, audaciously daring to disrupt its feeding, thus courting disaster. In the realm of low-intelligence flora and fauna, feeding is of utmost importance. For instance, a domesticated dog may obediently heed its owner. But should the owner interfere while the dog is eating, it may very well bite. The defiant flower demon was no different. Any disruption to its feeding was an affront, inciting its wrath as it lashed out with its tendrils, countless vines striking from all directions. Lin Bai surveyed his surroundings, but found no openings. Tendrils attacked from every angle. Even above, with no chance to evade, he yelled and charged straight to the right, where 2 vines came at him. He reached out, gripping one with all his strength. Yet, an overwhelming force surged through his palm, and despite consuming 10 strange power-enhancing fruits, he was unable to withstand it, sliding backward upon impact. In haste, he opened his superpower menu and found a strength-augmenting ability that required 50 points of justice power. Without a moment's hesitation, he stacked this ability tenfold. Finally, with newfound strength, Lin Bai flung the vine aside, just as others approached from different directions, quickly leaping out of the encircling grasp. However, as he emerged, several vines struck simultaneously. Onlookers, soldiers, police officers, and students stood in stunned silence. Even the least perceptive among them could see the masked hero was in dire straits. Merely dodging the onslaught of vines consumed all his energy, leaving no room for counterattack. The flower demon was cheating. Each vine was akin to an arm, while the hero had only 2 hands. Indeed, how could 2 fists contend against 4 arms? Lin Bai felt a chill. Even a semi-literate high school graduate like him understood that this was not the true meaning of the phrase. Were the university students' academic standards really that low? In that moment, the flat-chested female officer suddenly shouted, "Masked hero, you must find a way to sever its vines, or this battle will only end in defeat." Lin Bai was struck by a sudden epiphany and echoed back, "Give me a weapon." The flat-chested policewoman hastily threw the military dagger in her hand, prompting other soldiers to follow suit and toss their own daggers. In an instant, the air was filled with flying blades like dancing floral tendrils. Many daggers were intercepted, yet 2 managed to fall near Lin Bai. He swiftly picked one up and, with all his might, struck at the advancing floral tendril. The sound of impact resonated like a clash against steel. The blade failed to pierce the skin of the monstrous flower. Even with Lin Bai's extraordinary strength, he could not breach its exterior. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What to do? The monstrous flower was impervious to blades. Even the hero could not inflict harm upon it. The commander seized the phone once more, shouting furiously, "Where are the tanks? How much longer until they arrive? If the tanks are slow, send helicopters. I need several anti-tank rocket launchers immediately. And what about various types of armor-piercing rounds? Are there any capable of penetrating battleship armor?" "What? You say there aren't? Get lost. What kind of logistics department are you running?" Lin Bai had shattered 3 daggers, yet still could not harm the tendrils of the flower. The creature's attention had entirely shifted to him, redirecting all its tendrils and ignoring the soldiers of the People's Liberation Army who had been distracting it. Faced with dozens of tendrils, thick and thin, long and short, aimed directly at him, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming pressure. Evasion was becoming increasingly difficult. If he did not sever them quickly, he would inevitably be cornered. It was apparent that mere reliance on his supernatural abilities would not suffice. He glanced at the dagger in his hand, and then at the Demon King's codex hanging at his waist. To enhance the dagger's sharpness, he realized that a mere human-made blade could not cut through the monstrous flower. However, with the aid of magic, he could sever its tendrils. just as he had previously sliced through a soldier's armor. Without hesitation, Lin Bai began to chant an incantation. The bystanders watched in confusion as the masked hero suddenly halted, standing motionless as if engaged in a silent prayer. A few anxious students shouted, "Hero, don't just stand there. The tendrils are coming. Move to your left." A tendril, as thick as an arm, lashed toward Lin Bai's left side. Yet he remained still, continuing his incantation, leaving the crowd in a state of panic. The flat-chested policewoman could no longer contain herself. With a cry, she rushed into the fray, her small handgun firing 3 rapid shots at the monstrous flower. The bullets struck the flower's crown, but were easily deflected by its iron-like skin. The flower held a disdain for the policewoman, casually lashing out a tendril that ensnared her leg, dragging her toward its gaping maw, eliciting gasps of horror from the onlookers. At that moment, Lin Bai's enhancement spell was finally completed. He had infused his ordinary military dagger with 1,000 points of malevolent power. The once mundane blade now radiated an eerie red light as it swung towards the vine, which was a mere second away from striking his face. Lin Bai thrust the dagger forward with great force. The vine, which had previously seemed as unyielding as iron, was effortlessly severed by the dagger's strike, releasing a spray of green sap that rose from the ground, creating tendrils of smoke. The severed piece of vine was flung away, landing amidst soldiers and police, where it rapidly withered into an ordinary dry branch. At that moment, the flat-chested female officer was once again on the verge of being engulfed by the monstrous flower's maw. Lin Bai swiftly appeared before her, slicing through the vine that ensnared her calf. He instinctively lifted her, exclaiming in irritation, "I told you to stay out of it. Why'd you rush back in? I need a long sword for the 106th strike." The female officer, held securely in Lin Bai's grasp, showed no signs of embarrassment. In such a perilous moment, to be concerned about modesty would indeed be absurd. Her face flushed with exasperation. She shouted, "I thought you were frozen in place, about to perish, so I came to help you. You fool. Don't leap into the fray again next time." Before they could exchange further words, the vine lashed out once more. Lin Bai tossed the female officer backward, her body tracing a graceful arc through the air, landing safely among the soldiers, who reflexively reached out to catch her, preventing any injury. Lin Bai, however, darted forward, the dagger dancing in his hand as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Several vines targeting him were simultaneously severed, with green sap splattering everywhere, corroding the ground and releasing clouds of white smoke. A few droplets of sap splashed onto Lin Bai, but fortunately, he had activated his protective ability in advance. His striking yellow and white attire remained untouched by the corrosive substance, as if enveloped in an invisible shield that warded off the sap upon contact. "Wow, the hero is formidable." The crowd cheered, laughter echoing as they witnessed the vines being cut down. The students rallied in applause, with even soldiers and police joining in the enthusiastic cheer. "I want to bear your child," echoed the voice of the girl from earlier. Lin Bai felt a surge of joy within him. Indeed, the enhancement spell was remarkable, transforming a mere dagger into a weapon of divine prowess. With such power at his disposal, what was there to fear? He would cut down any vine that dared to approach. Though he lacked formal swordsmanship, he wielded the dagger with a fluidity akin to the blooming of a flower. With chaotic yet rapid movements, fueled by his extraordinary speed, he created a veritable storm of blades around him, rendering his immediate vicinity impenetrable. Any vine that dared to lash out was swiftly severed, green sap flying in all directions. The intelligence of the demon flower is rather limited. Were it a creature of higher intellect, it would have surely devised alternative methods to attack Lin Bai. However, being a plant, even in its corrupted form, it possesses less wit than a mere dog, failing to comprehend the need for tactical variation. It continued to lash its flower vines relentlessly. After several minutes of frenzied slashing, Lin Bai successfully severed all the demon flower's vines. The ground was littered with withered tendrils, and the earth was marred by strange patterns etched by the corrosive sap, reminiscent of a child's soiled bedsheet. With a hearty laugh, Lin Bai pointed at the severed vines and the now bare demon flower, teasing, "Oh, do continue to whip me with your vines. It seems you have run out of tricks." The demon flower, incapable of speech, could only open and close its gaping maw, its teeth clashing ominously to produce a chilling cracking sound. While this noise had once instilled fear, it now merely resonated as the dying wail of the creature. Lin Bai had no intention of granting the demon flower a moment's respite. He charged forward with his dagger in hand, channeling all his strength. He thrust the blade into the flower's main stem, and green sap erupted like a fountain, splattering before him only to be parted by the air, cascading to either side as billows of white smoke rose from the ground. However, after this thrust, Lin Bai's brow furrowed slightly. The dagger was too small to penetrate deeply. Standing at an imposing 5 meters, the demon flower's trunk was thick enough to require several people to encircle it. Its colossal bloom was larger than the front of a truck. Surely, a mere few inches of steel could not deliver a fatal blow. Creating a small hole in its trunk was utterly pointless. Quickly retracting his dagger, Lin Bai attempted to retreat, but the demon flower had already raised a foot. With tremendous force, it delivered a kick to Lin Bai's lower back. The impact felt as though he had been struck by a locomotive, the overwhelming power nearly shattering his sturdy frame. Pain radiated through his body, causing him to lose control and be hurled backward. He flew several dozen meters, beyond the soldier's defensive line and directly into the second line set by the police. Upon landing, Lin Bai collided with a police vehicle, the sound of the crash echoing as the unfortunate car was crumpled into a heap of scrap metal. Gasps erupted from students. The soldiers and police, however, could not afford to be distracted. They immediately opened fire on the demon flower, the sounds of machine guns and grenades ringing out once more. They had no time to ascertain Lin Bai's fate. All they knew was that he had been flung by the creature, and they needed to restrain it swiftly. Otherwise, should it break free, chaos would ensue. A determined female officer dashed over, reaching into the wreckage of the police car to assist Lin Bai. "Are you all right? How are you holding up?" she implored. For an ordinary person, being kicked by a monster and sent flying several dozen meters, only to crash into a car, would likely result in shattered bones. Though the female officer recognized that the masked hero was no ordinary individual, concern washed over her, and her eyes glistened with urgency. Long before their initial encounter with the demon monkey, the flat-chested female officer had developed a certain fondness for the masked hero. Later, when she was engaged in a confrontation with the notorious Brother Dang, it was this very hero who came to her aid. Once again, during the battle against the demon flower, he saved her life. To assert that she was not moved by these acts would be utterly disingenuous. Regrettably, their previous meetings had been fraught with urgency, leaving her no opportunity to express her feelings. Now, as the fate of the masked hero hung in the balance, her resolve remained unyielding. Otherwise, tears would have surely streamed down her face. The onlooking students, lacking the fortitude of the flat-chested officer, were visibly distressed, with some succumbing to tears. The girl who had just moments before proclaimed her desire to bear Lin Bai's child fainted, and her peers quickly rushed to support her. The students were in disarray, yet those who remained were bold enough not to flee. As the flat-chested officer pulled Lin Bai from the wreckage of the police vehicle, he felt a searing pain in his lower back, as if his bones might shatter. Nevertheless, after moving his limbs, he realized they remained intact. The resilience of his body, akin to layers of copper and iron, proved formidable. He grasped the officer's hand to rise, nearly losing his balance, and upon taking a step, the world spun around him, causing him to lean precariously. The flat-chested officer quickly caught him, his face inadvertently resting against her chest. She did not protest the masked hero's actions. In such a critical moment, Lin Bai was gravely injured. Her thoughts were far removed from any romantic implications, nor did she blame the hero for taking advantage of her. Instead, she anxiously asked, "What happened to you? Are your bones all right?" Lin Bai managed a wry smile. "It's quite cozy. Your ribcage is pressing against my face." He exclaimed dramatically, "I feel faint. Just let me be." The flat-chested officer promptly pushed him to the ground. As he rose, he steadied himself, realizing his earlier unsteadiness was due to a mild concussion. After resting in her embrace for a minute, he felt significantly better. His skeletal and muscular systems appeared unscathed, and his circulation was normal. He shook out his limbs, declaring, "I'm fine now. By the way, your flatness has a charm. If you were more ample, I might have suffocated just now." The flat-chested officer merely stared at him, and Lin Bai glanced at the small dagger in his hand, grimacing. "This knife is too small. Do you have a larger one?" The officer, momentarily lost in thought, recalled his earlier comment about her flatness. She snapped back to reality and asked urgently, "How big do you need?" Lin Bai gestured toward the demon flower, which was roaring amidst a hail of bullets, and remarked, "Look at that massive trunk and its flower crown the size of a truck's front. I need a sword long enough to slice it in half, at least several meters in length." The flat-chested officer sighed. "Where am I supposed to find a sword that large? In ancient times, acquiring a great sword would have been simpler. However, we now find ourselves in an era dominated by firearms, where armies across the globe no longer equip their soldiers with broadswords. Instead, every soldier possesses merely a military dagger." Lin Bai pondered this notion carefully and realized its validity. Modern military forces have indeed abandoned the broadsword. He quickly scanned his surroundings, seeking any object that could serve as a weapon. Hero Brother rose to his feet. He appeared unscathed. "There is still a chance for us to triumph." The onlookers erupted in thunderous cheers upon witnessing Lin Bai standing as if nothing had happened, while the girl who had just fainted lay on the ground, her body limp and unable to rise. Weakly, she called out, "I want to bear your child." After searching for a considerable time without finding a suitable weapon, Lin Bai decided to leave the matter to his fellow students. He called out, "Dear classmates, is there anything nearby that could serve as a longsword? This dagger in my hand is far too small. I require a blade capable of cleaving the demon flower in two." "A longsword? Hero Brother demands a longsword. Quickly, go find one. A sword capable of such a feat? Where can we possibly find one that size?" The students murmured among themselves, their voices a cacophony of uncertainty. Suddenly, the student council president shouted from the crowd, "The Xuanqing Museum possesses such blades: Tang Dynasty's foreign swords, Song Dynasty's horse-cutting sabers, and Ming Dynasty's dual-purpose long swords. I have seen them at the Xuanqing History Museum. They can certainly be used to sever the demon flower. How far is the museum? We won't make it in time." Just then, Miss Liu emerged, cupping her hands around her mouth to amplify her voice, exclaiming, "The helicopter's rotor blades." Her delicate frame made her voice barely audible, but nearby students quickly chimed in with their booming voices, "Hero Brother, the rotor blades of the helicopter can serve as a longsword." Lin Bai turned to look. The Wuji 10 helicopter, previously struck down by the demon flower, was still ablaze on the lawn in front of the experimental building. A long rotor blade had been blasted several dozen meters away, resembling a gigantic longsword. With a swift motion, Lin Bai dashed across several hundred meters, reaching down to retrieve the rotor blade. The Wuji 10's rotor was crafted from composite materials, not particularly hard and inferior to genuine alloy steel blades, rendering it unsuitable as a weapon for cutting or slashing in ordinary circumstances. However, when it accumulated sufficient kinetic energy, it could transform into a lethal instrument. For instance, a spinning rotor blade would undoubtedly shred any creature that became ensnared within it. Having consumed 10 doses of the peculiar, strength-inducing substance, Lin Bai possessed 10 layers of extraordinary physical prowess, which would provide the rotor blade with ample kinetic energy. Moreover, he could bestow magical enhancement upon it, ensuring that even if it lacked sharpness, it would transform into a formidable longsword. "I like this," Lin Bai exclaimed, lifting the rotor blade with both hands, swinging it a few times, and feeling the rush of air, indeed experiencing the sensation of wielding a sword. At this moment, the soldiers were struggling to contain the movements of the monstrous flower. Although it had lost all its tendrils, it still possessed a massive trunk and a crown of blossoms, along with roots that enabled it to traverse the ground. It lunged forward, charging towards the soldiers' defensive line. "Open fire. Quickly, throw the grenades. Raise that individual rocket launcher." The soldiers employed every means at their disposal, a relentless barrage of explosions reverberating against the creature's trunk, while bullets poured forth as if they were free. Despite its apparent invulnerability, each bullet and bomb carried kinetic energy. While a single bullet's force was minimal, the combined impact of hundreds rendered the flower's advance faltering. It had once been capable of strides spanning several meters, but now it could only slowly shuffle forward, soon reaching a perilous distance of 7 or 8 meters from the soldier's line. Fortunately, its tendrils had all been severed by Lin Bai, or else soldiers would have been swept away. "Captain, it's drawing closer. We cannot completely immobilize its movements." The monstrous flower aimed its enormous crown at the soldiers, shaking it forward, releasing a cloud of yellow dust. Although rain poured from the heavens, knocking much of the dust to the ground, a small quantity still drifted among the soldiers. Several men cried out in agony, collapsing and writhing on the ground. "It's highly toxic. Quickly, don your gas masks. Lin Bai, wielding a long spiral wing, intended to charge forth and slash at the flower, but was momentarily taken aback by the cloud of yellow dust. Poison gas? How does one combat this? Though he was resilient and not easily deterred from blows, the gas could penetrate the body directly, potentially incapacitating him like the unfortunate soldiers. He swiftly accessed his powers menu, scanning for abilities to counter the poison. The soldiers were also devising strategies. They had brought only a limited number of gas masks, with just a few soldiers donning them and rushing into the dust to drag their poisoned comrades from the ground, writhing in agony. The monstrous flower emitted a cacophonous series of crackling sounds, as if mocking the futile efforts of humanity. The afflicted soldiers were wailing in despair, indicating the potency of the toxin. At long last, Lin Bai discovered an ability capable of countering the gas, super breathing, requiring 100 points of justice power. With a triumphant laugh, he positioned himself before the yellow dust, inhaling deeply before forcefully exhaling. A violent whirlwind erupted from his mouth, rapidly forming a bizarre cyclone that enveloped the monstrous flower, drawing all the yellow dust upwards into the sky. The flower's crown spread towards the heavens, howling furiously in the tempest, but to no avail. All the pollen was thoroughly consumed by the peculiar wind. Lin Bai extended his right hand, forming a victorious V shape. "Oh yeah, let us see how you spray poison now." The students were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. "Wow, our hero is so cool." Hero Brother swiftly dispelled the toxic gas with a single breath. To everyone's astonishment, he was capable of conjuring a whirlwind. Truly remarkable. It seemed the unimaginative girl could only utter that one line. Unlike the students, the soldiers and police were not merely seeking a moment of excitement. Witnessing Lin Bai unleash a whirlwind evoked a profound sense of awe. They were not just thinking, "Oh, he has finally dealt with the gas," but rather, "My heavens, is it possible for someone to achieve such a feat?" The spectacle left them utterly stunned, speechless in their astonishment. "Your turn has ended. Now it is mine," Lin Bai proclaimed, raising the spiral wing with both hands, empowered by 1,000 points of dark energy. The diminutive dagger he had wielded was no longer necessary, yet it too had been imbued with 1,000 points of dark power. Discarding it seemed wasteful, as its enchantment would not fade for several more minutes. Thus, Lin Bai casually tossed the dagger to the flat-chested female officer. Although she was unaware of the tricks the masked hero had performed on it, she recognized its value, especially after witnessing Lin Bai sever dozens of floral vines with it. She grasped it tightly, appreciating its significance. Lin Bai hoisted the spiral wing over his shoulder like a longsword. He recalled a manga titled Berserk, in which the protagonist often carried a massive sword in a similar manner, exuding an air of flair. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his own bravado, Lin Bai struck a pose, reveling in the moment. This was a favorite pastime of the underdog. The yellow cloak billowed behind him, and the sight of him striding confidently toward the monstrous flower was undeniably striking. Lady Lu felt herself mesmerized, while the flat-chested police officer sensed her heart racing, her pulse quickening with excitement. "Damn you, monstrous flower. Take this." Lin Bai, like any fervent hero from an action-packed animation, shouted the name of his technique before unleashing it. Brilliant diamond cyclone shattering overlord slash. The name sounded impressive, filling Lin Bai with pride. The spiral wing, imbued with an unstoppable force, descended fiercely upon the monstrous flower. The floral vines had already been severed, leaving only the thick branches to counter his assault. These branches, as robust as barrels and adorned with sizable green leaves, appeared formidable enough to serve as shields. As Lin Bai's blade struck the leaves, the resilient foliage crumbled instantly, and the blade continued its path, severing the stout branch with a single stroke. Overjoyed, Lin Bai increased his force, aiming to cleave the flower's main trunk in two. However, the monstrous flower was no easy adversary. Another branch swept toward him, and Lin Bai hastily withdrew his blade to evade the attack. Retracting the several-meter-long spiral wing was not a swift endeavor. He was a moment too late, and the branch struck him with the force of a solid wall, sending him hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, he collided with a military jeep, reducing it to scrap. The students, having cheered for his successful severing of the branch, were about to erupt in celebration once more, but upon witnessing Hero Brother's fall, their excitement plummeted. Many sighed in disappointment. Their spirits momentarily dashed. The flat-chested policewoman sprinted towards Lin Bai once more, pulling him from the contorted wreckage of the jeep. However, this time she had learned her lesson. She refrained from allowing Lin Bai's head to rest against her chest, instead supporting the back of his head with her arm. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Lin Bai exhaled a heavy breath. "This damn flower is tougher than I anticipated." The policewoman, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, "After you strike it, jump away immediately to avoid its counterattack. Don't just stand there posing." Lin Bai shot her a disdainful glance. What is the point of not posing when fighting? As an ancient saying goes, a head may be severed, but hair must not be disheveled. Blood may flow, but shoes must remain polished. In this world, we must first and foremost prioritize our coolness and style. Matters of face are paramount. I would rather perish than submit. Wealth and power can be forsaken. The flat-chested policewoman replied, TSK, you've got to admire that, right? I do, but that saying doesn't seem ancient, considering shoes have existed since antiquity. Haven't they? Lin Bai thought it futile to argue with a woman so fixated on details. With a scoff, he rose from her embrace, hoisting the spiral blade upon his shoulder, and advanced once more towards the monstrous flower. The policewoman, armed with a magically enhanced dagger, followed closely behind, unable to shake off her concern for the masked hero, wishing to lend her strength. The flower's crown fully unfurled before Lin Bai, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, interspersed with bits of flesh and blood, presenting a truly ghastly sight. It yearned to swallow Lin Bai whole, and, with its limited intellect, pondered its tactics. Lin Bai took a decisive step forward, covering several meters in an instant. Harnessing his waist strength, he executed a spinning slash, the spiral blade cutting through the air with a fierce gleam, aimed at the flower's main trunk. Towering at 5 meters, with a trunk as thick as an elevator shaft, the flower's bulk rendered it rather unwieldy. Evading Lin Bai's blade was nearly impossible. It attempted to deflect the attack with one of its branches, but this effort proved futile. The long blade severed the branch effortlessly and struck across its main trunk. Unfortunately, the branch's defense absorbed a significant portion of the blow's force, leaving Lin Bai's strike insufficient to cleave it in two. It only carved a few feet deep into its flesh before halting. Lin Bai hastily withdrew his blade, eager to strike again. Just then, the ground abruptly split open, and several long roots emerged from the earth, ensnaring Lin Bai's ankles. Though the flower's intelligence was limited, ensnaring foes with roots was instinctual for plants, and this surprise attack caught Lin Bai off guard, binding him tightly. The flower emitted a triumphant cackle, its gaping maw lunging towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai's heart raced with foreboding. He realized the monstrous mouth was about to descend upon him. He should have evaded, but the roots held him fast, rendering him unable to muster any strength to escape. With a forceful upward thrust, Lin Bai felt his feet remain firmly planted. The foul stench emanating from the maw of the monstrous flower wafting toward him, mingled with the heavy scent of blood. Cursing under his breath, Lin Bai raised his hands, left with no option but to brace himself with his weapon. To his surprise, the creature, lacking in intelligence, did not retreat from the gleaming blade. Instead, its cavernous mouth clamped down, inadvertently trapping Lin Bai's spiraled sword between its jaws. He found himself half ensconced within the creature's gaping maw, aware that a mere snap of its jaws could sever him in twain, yet it could not quite manage to do so. The beast, enraged, thrashed its floral crown, attempting to dislodge the sword, but to no avail. It was firmly ensnared. Desperate for escape, Lin Bai crouched to pull at the roots, ensnaring his feet. Yet they were wound too tightly to yield. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced his thoughts. "Masked hero, quickly move your hands." It was the voice of the flat-chested policewoman. Reflexively, Lin Bai shifted his hands aside, only to see her lunging forward, dagger in hand, slicing through the roots with ease. The blade, infused with Lin Bai's magic, severed the tendrils effortlessly, granting him immediate release from the entrapment of his left foot. The policewoman swiftly turned her attention to the roots binding his right foot. At that moment, the monstrous flower shook its crown violently, finally dislodging the spiraled sword, which fell several meters away onto the grass. It opened its gaping maw once more, intent on swallowing both Lin Bai and the policewoman whole. Panic surged through Lin Bai. "Hurry!" The policewoman, equally frantic, replied, "I'm moving as fast as I can." The last root was finally severed just as the creature's maw descended upon them. Without hesitation, Lin Bai scooped up the policewoman and leaped forward. As the monstrous flower's jaws crashed down onto the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a 2-meter-wide crater. They tumbled together, rolling to safety, both covered in dirt and disheveled. To their embarrassment, they soon realized Lin Bai's left hand rested against the policewoman's chest, while his right gripped her rear. The policewoman, equally flustered, had one arm draped around Lin Bai's neck, her other hand inadvertently clutching at his waist. In their frantic bid for survival, instinct had taken over. Neither intended to take advantage of the situation, yet the awkwardness lingered as they hastily withdrew their hands and scrambled to their feet. Onlookers erupted in raucous banter. "Hey, policewoman, what are you doing with our hero? Shameless, trying to seduce our hero. Oh no, our hero has been sullied." The girl who had once clamored about wanting to bear Lin Bai's child shifted her tune, but after a brief lament, she declared, "But I still want to have your child." This left the surrounding students in fits of laughter. Having composed his emotions, Lin Bai expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." The flat-chested policewoman replied softly, "I should thank you for rescuing me." "No more words. Quickly retrieve your weapon." Both had lost their blades and now stood defenseless, ill-equipped to confront the demon flower. Lin Bai, however, was swift. In a flash, he retrieved the spiral wing from several meters away, but the small dagger lay at the feet of the demon flower, beyond the flat-chested policewoman's capability to reclaim. Lin Bai pushed the policewoman out of the combat zone. "Stay back. The demon flower poses too great a danger for fragile humans. I can withstand a few strikes, but a single hit would mean death for you." The flat-chested policewoman bit her lip in silence. Lin Bai took a couple of deep breaths, gathering his thoughts. He was not inherently a good person, but at his core, he possessed a kindness that wished to prevent further loss of life to the demon flower. He understood that the flat-chested policewoman was a stubborn woman. If he were to face peril again, she would undoubtedly rush to his aid, even at the cost of her own life, eager to contribute. He could not let her fall into danger again. Lin Bai's gaze suddenly sharpened. Though he often appeared carefree and flippant, when it came to his friends, he became intelligent, decisive, courageous, and resolute. Over the past few months, he had come to regard the flat-chested policewoman as a friend and could not bear to watch her struggle against the demon flower time and again. The demon flower must perish. There could be no further mistakes. Lin Bai hoisted the spiral wing once more and stepped deliberately toward the demon flower, moving slowly and heavily, no longer striking poses. Every nerve in his body was taut, his focus heightened to an unprecedented level. The flat-chested policewoman observed his back and suddenly felt a sense of reliability in him. Although the masked hero had consistently displayed formidable strength, he had often appeared somewhat frivolous during battles against the demon monkey and Don Don. This time was different. She sensed the gravitas in the masked hero's demeanor. He was no longer the somewhat carefree champion, but had transformed into a steadfast warrior. The students ceased their raucousness, sensing an unusual atmosphere. The soldiers and police officers fell silent, all eyes fixed on Lin Bai as he advanced step by step toward the demon flower. Lin Bai began his run, and as he did, he became a blur, his movements too swift for the eye to follow. He refrained from shouting any battle cry, as such distractions would only undermine his focus. Instead, he unleashed his full strength, swinging the long blade with a force that cut through the air like an imperceptible wind, sweeping past the demon flower. All the flower's tendrils lashed out simultaneously, but fell apart midway, scattering in all directions. The blade's light sliced through the flower crown, the size of a truck, cleaving in two, which then collapsed helplessly to either side. A thunderous roar followed. The colossal demonic flower crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, stirring up a cloud of dust as its verdant sap sprayed several meters high, corroding the earth within a radius of several meters, where tendrils of green smoke began to rise. Lin Bai plunged his long blade into the earth, then placed a foot upon the corpse of the monstrous bloom. The torrential rain continued to pour, yet the ominous aura of malevolence gradually dissipated amidst the downpour. After a considerable moment, the onlookers finally comprehended that the demon flower had been vanquished. Stunned for a brief instant, they erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. "Hooray! We have triumphed! Our hero is so dashing!" Lin Bai exhaled heavily, releasing a cloud of pent-up breath. Though his strike had been formidable, it had also left him weary. He had exerted every ounce of strength and concentration, and that single blow felt akin to having delivered dozens. His muscles and bones creaked in protest, fatigue enveloping him. The police and soldiers, equally elated, tossed their weapons skyward, proclaiming, "Victory! We have finally defeated the man-eating flower. Ha ha! We have triumphed at last." Tears glistened in the eyes of the flat-chested female officer. She longed to rush forth and embrace the masked hero, but felt a twinge of reluctance, thinking, "I'm not that kind of woman. However, should he come to embrace me, I might graciously acquiesce." The captain and the police chief strode forward together, both wishing to shake Lin Bai's hand, yet momentarily at a loss for words. In an effort to alleviate the situation, Lin Bai waved at them with a smile, saying, "No need for formality. We are all serving our nation as colleagues. Ahem, I'm an agent of the Dragon Team." The Dragon Team? The captain and the police chief exchanged glances, recalling the whispers they had heard about a clandestine force within Huaxia, composed of the nation's most elite special forces, some of whom were rumored to possess supernatural abilities. Was this unit truly real? Lin Bai cared little for the existence of such a team. What mattered was that it kept them from investigating him, thus sparing him from unnecessary complications. Turning to the students, he smiled, "Thank you all for your support. The demon flower has been defeated, and I shall now return home to rest." "Wow, hero, may I have your autograph? I want to take a picture with you. I want to have you, child." Lin Bai raised his hands, smiling as if addressing the masses. "Ahem, we heroes must maintain a sense of humility. Yes, humility is the true path. As for photographs, I am amenable, but you must ensure that I appear handsome in them. Unflattering images are strictly prohibited." "Ha ha!" He glanced at his watch, observing the surge of righteous energy akin to a stopwatch counting time, its value escalating dramatically. This battle against the demon flower had directly or indirectly saved countless lives, also preventing the university town from being ravaged. His righteous energy must surely have increased by thousands, if not tens of thousands. Regrettably, having utilized 2 magical enhancements, he had expended 2,000 points of malevolent energy, which could not be regained. He had no inclination toward wrongdoing, making the acquisition of malevolent energy far more arduous than that of righteous energy. "I'm off now." Lin Bai intended to flee swiftly, harnessing the speed of sound to transform into an ephemeral shadow. By merely circling the experimental building, he could quietly return to Miss Lu's vehicle, undetected by the keen eyes of those around him. However, before he could even lift his foot, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The students seemed to share this sentiment, collectively falling silent. Furrowing his brow, Lin Bai noticed that the dissipating malevolent energy had suddenly intensified, and a colossal pressure enveloped the world, more terrifying than before, casting a foreboding aura that weighed heavily upon the surroundings, making it difficult to breathe freely. This oppressive force did not emanate from the demon flower, but surprisingly from behind the crowd of onlookers. Students in the periphery began to jeer loudly. "Hey, officer, what are you doing to our hero? Shameless, enticing our hero. A wicked woman besmirching our hero." The girl who had been clamoring to bear the hero's child suddenly altered her tune, though after shedding a few tears, she added, "But I still want to have a child with you." The nearby students collapsed in laughter. After regaining his composure, Lin Bai expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me earlier." The flat-chested police officer replied softly, "I should thank you for saving me. Enough talk. We need to retrieve our weapons." Both had lost their blades and were now defenseless, unable to combat the demon flower. Lin Bai, however, was swift. With a flicker of his body, he retrieved the spiral wing from several meters away, yet the small dagger lay at the feet of the demon flower, far beyond the flat-chested officer's reach. Lin Bai pushed the officer out of the danger zone. "Stay back. The demon flower is far too perilous for fragile humans. I can endure a few blows, but one strike could mean your demise." The flat-chested officer bit her lip in silence, taking a couple of deep breaths to steady himself. Lin Bai acknowledged that while he was not inherently virtuous, his heart was fundamentally kind, unwilling to let anyone else perish at the hands of the demon flower. He recognized the officer's stubbornness. Should he find himself in peril again, she would undoubtedly rush to his side, willing to sacrifice herself to contribute. He could not allow her to be ensnared in danger again. Lin Bai's gaze sharpened suddenly. Although he often jested and lacked seriousness when it came to his friends, he transformed into someone astute, resolute, and courageous. Over the past few months, He had come to regard the flat-chested officer as a friend. He could not bear to watch her struggle against the demon flower time and again. The demon flower must be vanquished, and there could be no room for error. Once more, Lin Bai hoisted the spiral wing and approached the demon flower step by step. This time, his movements were slow and deliberate, devoid of any pretense. Every nerve in his body was taut, and his focus was sharper than ever before. The flat-chested policewoman gazed at his silhouette and suddenly perceived a newfound reliability in this individual. Despite the masked hero consistently demonstrating formidable strength, whether confronting the demon monkey or battling the formidable Dondongo, he had often exhibited a somewhat frivolous demeanor, as if he were merely indulging in a game. However, this instance was markedly different. She sensed a weightiness in the masked hero's aura. He was no longer the somewhat capricious hero, but had transformed into a composed warrior. The students ceased their raucous antics, attuned to the unusual atmosphere that enveloped them. Soldiers and police officers fell silent. All eyes fixated on Lin Bai as he approached the demon flower step by step. Lin Bai commenced his run, and as he did, he became a blur, his movements too swift for anyone to discern. He refrained from shouting any fervent battle cries, for such exclamations would only serve to distract. Instead, he exerted all his strength into a single, sweeping strike with his long knife. The blade cut through the air like an imperceptible gust of wind, passing just in front of the demon flower. In unison, the flower's numerous branches lashed out, but midway through their strike, they shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. The blade then glided over the flower crown, the size of a truck's front end, cleaving it in two, which tumbled to the ground in a defeated manner. With a thunderous crash, the massive demon flower collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust and sending green sap spraying several meters high, corroding the earth within a radius of several meters, with smoke rising ominously. Lin Bai planted his long knife into the ground and placed a foot atop the demon flower's lifeless body. The torrential rain continued to pour, yet the terrifying magic energy in the air gradually dissipated. After a considerable pause, the onlookers realized that the demon flower had been vanquished. They stood momentarily stunned before erupting into a deafening cheer. "Yay, we won. The hero is so dashing." Lin Bai exhaled a heavy breath. Although that strike was undeniably imposing, it had also left him quite fatigued. He had poured every ounce of strength and focus into that blow, as though he had wielded the power of dozens of strikes. His muscles and bones creaked in protest, leaving him utterly drained. The police officers and soldiers, too, were filled with exhilaration, tossing their weapons into the air, exclaiming, "We won. We finally defeated the man-eating flower. Ha ha, we've triumphed." Tears welled in the eyes of the flat-chested policewoman. Her desire to rush forward and embrace the masked hero was tempered by her sense of propriety. "I am not such an indiscriminate woman. Yet if he were to approach and embrace me, I might reluctantly acquiesce." The team leader and the police chief walked out side by side, both eager to shake hands with Lin Bai, yet at a loss for words. To alleviate his own discomfort, Lin Bai simply waved at them, smiling, no need for formalities. "We are all serving our country, colleagues in this endeavor." "Ahem, I am from the Dragon Team." "Dragon Team?" The leader and the police chief exchanged glances. Both had previously heard whispers of a clandestine unit within the Huaxian nation, known as the Dragon Team, composed of the most formidable special forces soldiers, some of whom were even said to possess extraordinary abilities. Could it be that this unit truly existed? Lin Bai was indifferent to the existence of such a group. As long as they refrained from investigating him, it was for the best, saving him a great deal of trouble. He turned to students and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for your support. The demon flower has been vanquished, and now I must return home to rest." "Wow, hero, may I have your autograph? I want to take a photo with you. I want to bear your child." Lin Bai raised his hands, humorously adopting the demeanor of a leader as he chuckled. "Ahem. As heroes, we must embrace humility. Yes, humility is the way to go. As for photographs, that can be arranged, but you must ensure I look dashing. Non flattering shodzayuba." Ah. He glanced at his watch and observed that his righteous power was surging dramatically, reminiscent of a stopwatch ticking away, the values climbing rapidly, leaving him uncertain of how high they would ascend before halting. This battle against the demon flower had directly or indirectly saved countless individuals and prevented the university town from being ravaged. So his righteous power was bound to increase by thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. Regrettably, he had utilized magic enhancements twice, expending 2,000 points of evil power, which could not be replenished. He detested engaging in malevolent deeds, making the acquisition of evil power far more arduous than that of righteous power. I'm off. Lin Bai intended to make a swift exit. By employing sonic speed, he could transform into an ethereal shadow, merely needing to circle the experimental building before quietly returning to Miss Lu's car, a feat unseen by the keen eyes of those surrounding him. However, before he could lift his feet, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The students seemed to detect something amiss as well, collectively falling silent. Lin Bai furrowed his brow, for the dissipating demonic aura had suddenly intensified, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the world, a terrifying presence more formidable than before. This weighty force did not emanate from the demon flower, but rather from behind the gathered crowd. The 109th Assault, a frenzied demon lord, was a new monstrosity approaching from the outside. The immense, mountain-like pressure sent chills down the spines of all present, soldiers, police, students, and Lin Bai alike, compelling them to turn their gazes towards the periphery. The students, as if driven by some unseen force, instinctively parted ways, creating a passage through the throng. From this gap, a dark silhouette emerged. The demoness had arrived. She approached slowly, exuding an aura of terror. Clad in black leather attire, her garments billowed without the slightest breeze, raindrops parting around her head, failing to dampen a single strand of hair. Her eyes burned a blood red, filled with fury and menace. Haunting memories from her childhood torment her fragile soul. Fleeing in the rain, pursued by a monstrous flower, she witnesses her dearest friend consumed by it. The term monstrous flower is nearly synonymous with blood and sorrow. It feels as though she is trapped in a realm of darkness. Her entire being is icy, and she struggles to breathe. The human realm must not harbor such a creature. The female demon king mutters in a voice filled with dread. The monstrous flower must perish. The monstrous flower must perish. Everyone is taken aback by her appearance. Soldiers and police officers instinctively raise their weapons, nervously aiming at the demon king. A flat-chested policewoman urgently shouts, "Everyone, lower your weapons. She is one of us. She is the Overlord Flower. One of us? Are you certain she is one of us?" Soldiers and officers tremble, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Though the woman before them seems unremarkable, her aura is far more terrifying than that of the monstrous flower. The chilling and fearsome atmosphere threatens to overwhelm them. The monstrous flower must die. The demon king lets out a fierce roar and leaps forward, gliding several dozen meters to stand beside Lin Bai. Lin Bai exclaims, "Control your emotions. The monstrous flower has already been slain." The demon king pays no heed to his words. The corpse of the monstrous flower lies at her feet. Although lifeless, its massive form, sharp teeth, and gaping maw evoke an intense sense of vitality within her. Fear engraved deep within her soul that must not be touched or uncovered, for it would unleash a torrent of pain. The demon king raises her fist and brings it down forcefully upon the corpse of the monstrous flower. Boom! The entire world seems to tremble as she creates a massive pit, 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep, sending dirt flying like a sandstorm that obscures the vision of all onlookers. The soldiers nearest to her lose their footing and fall to the ground. Students in the distance cry out, "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" The monstrous flower's body crumbles to pieces under a single blow, green juice spilling everywhere, scattered fragments of leaves and vines littering the ground. The demon king raises her fist once more, striking down again. Boom! The world shakes again. The pit expands to 20 meters wide and 10 meters deep. Both Lin Bai and the demon king plunge into the depths of the pit, while those outside dare not approach. The demon king mechanically raises her fist to strike again, but Lin Bai rushes in, embracing her tightly. "Stop. No more. The monstrous flower is already dead." The demon king shakes her body, attempting to throw Lin Bai off, roaring, "The monstrous flower must die. It is dead." Lin Bai shouts in her ear, gripping her shoulders with all his strength, surprisingly managing to hold on. "Do not obstruct me, or I shall slay you as well." The demon king's eyes blaze crimson, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Lin Bai was unafraid as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. "Snap out of it. Do you think I fear your threats? You've threatened me countless times before, and I am no longer intimidated by you. However, the slap did not yield the desired effect. The dark energy surrounding the female demon lord persisted. She let out a deafening roar and began to chant a lengthy incantation, taking a full 5 seconds to merely scratch the surface. Having learned the language of the demon realm, Lin Bai understood a portion of her spell. That understanding, however, filled him with dread. She was reciting a strategic-level magic known as infernal conflagration, which required an immense amount of wicked power to unleash, 5 million units, to be precise. Should she complete her incantation, a fiery inferno would engulf a 50-kilometer radius, reducing the entire city of Xuanqing to ashes. She had gone mad. Lin Bai struck her face repeatedly, desperate to halt her chanting. "Stop it. Don't continue. For heaven's sake, cease your incantation." Yet, the demon lord paid him no heed, her focus unwavering as she continued to chant, unaffected by Lin Bai's slaps, her face showing no sign of red. An idea struck him. Cover her mouth. He quickly clasped his hands over her lips. But this proved futile. Even with her mouth sealed, one could still silently chant or even sing. The demon lord persisted, showing no intent to stop. "This is your doing," Lin Bai thought, as he grasped her face and seized her luscious red lips in a fierce kiss. A muffled sound escaped her as Lin Bai's wicked tongue invaded her mouth. Their tongues brushed lightly against one another, interrupting her spell. A warm sensation emanated from him, devoid of malice, anger, selfishness, or coldness. Only care and affection. Such warmth was absent in the demon realm. The demon lord suddenly awakened to the realization that she was in the mortal world. Her rigid body began to relax, and the once dominant dark energy receded, dissipating the terror that hung in the air. It was only then that she noticed she was cradled in Lin Bai's arms, his hands gently holding her delicate face as he kissed her fiercely. How dare he take advantage of me? She thought, wanting to be angry but finding it impossible. As her body softened, she could not regain her previous stiffness, overwhelmed by a sense of melting happiness. "No, I am the demon lord, the ruler of the demon realm. I cannot succumb to defeat over a mere kiss. You wish to make me a captive of love? That shall not happen." She attempted to push Lin Bai away, but found herself reluctant to part with the warmth of his tongue. She even felt her own delicate tongue yearning to entwine with his. "This cannot be," she thought, desperately seeking a reason to refuse him. "His eyes are wide and fierce. I do not like that. When kissing me, you must not glare." The female demon king finally discovered a reason to refuse, albeit one that was not particularly compelling. Nevertheless, she resolved to accept it. With a forceful thrust of her hands, she propelled Lin Bai several meters away, her voice laced with fury. "You seek death. Daring to violate this sovereign?" Lin Bai managed a wry smile. "Am I truly violating you?" "I am, for heaven's sake, saving the city of Xuanqing." "Nonsense. You are indeed violating me. Do not drag the matter of saving Xuanqing into this," the demon king retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson, a hue more vibrant than that of the evening glow, despite having endured numerous slaps from Lin Bai without so much as a mark. "Look at your own hands. Do you possess the righteous power that saved millions?" A sudden realization struck Lin Bai. Indeed, he had ostensibly saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Hastily, he glanced down, only to see his watch displaying a meager 17,300 units of righteous power. It appeared he had not saved the entirety of Xuanqing after all. He had merely rescued soldiers, police officers, and students from the clutches of the demon flower. If he had genuinely saved millions, he certainly would have amassed a greater sum. A colossal, oppressive weight enveloped the atmosphere, instilling a sense of dread among all present, soldiers, officers, students, including Lin Bai. They instinctively turned their gazes outward, as if driven by an unseen force, the students parting to form a passageway through the crowd. From this opening emerged a shadowy figure, the demon king herself. She approached, exuding an aura of terror. Clad in black leather, both jacket and skirt seemed to defy the wind, while raindrops, distorted, parted around her, leaving not a single strand of hair dampened. Her eyes were a blood red, filled with rage and malice. Haunting memories from her childhood tormented her fragile psyche, fleeing in the rain, pursued by the demon flower, witnessing her best friend consumed by its grasp. The very mention of a demon flower was synonymous with bloodshed and sorrow. She felt as though she were in the demon realm, cold to the bone, unable to breathe. The human world must not allow the existence of the demon flower. In a chilling whisper, she murmured, "The demon flower must die. The demon flower must die." Her presence startled everyone. Soldiers and officers instinctively raised their weapons, trembling as they aimed at her. A flat-chested female officer shouted urgently, "Everyone, lower your weapons. She is one of us. She is the flower of Overlord." "One of us? Are you certain?" The soldiers and officers quaked, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. The woman before them, though seemingly unremarkable, radiated a more terrifying aura than the previous demon flower. The frigid, ominous energy threatened to overwhelm them, inciting an involuntary urge to fire. "The demon flower must die." With a thunderous roar, the demon king leapt forward, gliding effortlessly across dozens of meters to Lin Bai's side. Lin Bai shouted urgently, "Control your emotions. The demon flower has already been vanquished." The dark sorceress was utterly oblivious to any spoken words. The corpse of the demon flower lay at her feet. Although lifeless, its massive form, jagged teeth, and gaping maw exuded a vividness that instilled a profound terror within her soul, an anguish too painful to confront, too visceral to touch. With a swift motion, the sorceress raised her fist and struck down forcefully upon the carcass of the demon flower. Boom! The world seemed to shudder as her punch created a massive pit, 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep, sending up a cloud of earth akin to a sandstorm, obscuring the vision of all onlookers. The soldiers closest to her stumbled and fell, while distant students cried out, bewildered, "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" The demon flower's remains were shattered with a single blow, green ichor spilling across the ground, mingled with fragments of leaves and vines. The sorceress raised her fist once more, bringing it down again. Boom! The earth trembled anew, the pit expanding to a 20-meter radius and 10 meters in depth. Both Lin Bai and the sorceress fell into the gaping chasm, while those outside dared not approach. Mechanically, she lifted her fist again, poised to strike. But Lin Bai lunged forward, enveloping her in an embrace. "Stop! Cease your attack. The demon flower is already dead." The sorceress violently shook her body, attempting to throw him off, bellowing, "The demon flower must die. It is dead." Lin Bai shouted fiercely in her ear, gripping her shoulders tightly, refusing to be cast aside. "Do not hinder me, or I shall slay you as well." Her eyes were blood-red, blurring the lines between friend and foe. Undaunted, Lin Bai raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. "Snap out of it. Do you think I fear your threats? You've threatened me countless times. I'm no longer afraid." This slap bore no fruit. The dark energy surrounding her remained potent. She threw her head back and unleashed a thunderous roar, commencing a lengthy incantation. Lin Bai, having grasped some of the demonic tongue, realized with dread that she was invoking a spell requiring 5 million units of malevolent power, Inferno of the Abyss. Should she complete her incantation, a firestorm would engulf a 50-kilometer radius, leveling the entire city of Xuanqing. She has lost her mind. Lin Bai struck her face repeatedly, shouting, "Stop! Do not continue. For heaven's sake, halt this madness." Yet the sorceress remained unresponsive, her chanting unwavering, impervious to his slaps, her cheeks unmarked. In a moment of clarity, Lin Bai thought, "Cover her mouth." He quickly clasped his hands over her lips. However, such an obstruction is futile. Even if one's mouth is sealed with tape, one can still engage in silent recitation, or even sing. Feel free to test this theory. The female demon lord continued to utter her incantations, showing no signs of pausing. "What on earth? You have forced my hand." Lin Bai grasped the demon lord's face in his hands and pressed his lips fiercely against her luscious red ones. She let out a muffled sound. Lin Bai's wicked tongue audaciously slipped in her mouth, and, as their tongues brushed, the spell was immediately severed. She felt a warm breath emanating from the man's lips, void of malice, anger, selfishness, or calculation, only an overwhelming sense of care and affection. Such warmth was non-existent in the demon realm. The demon lord suddenly awakened to the realization that she was in the human world. Her stiff body gradually relaxed, and the haughty demon energy began to retract, dissipating the terrifying and eerie aura that had pervaded the atmosphere into nothingness. Only then did she notice that she was cradled in Lin Bai's arms, his hands gently holding her delicate face, kissing her fiercely. "How dare you take advantage of me?" The demon lord wanted to be angry, yet the anger eluded her as her body softened, succumbing to an overwhelming sensation of bliss. No, I'm the Demon Lord, the sovereign of the demon realm. How can I lose myself and concede to a mere kiss? To be reduced to a captive of love? Absolutely not. She attempted to push Lin Bai away, yet she could not bear to part with the warmth of his tongue, her own delicate tongue yearning to intertwine with his. How could this be allowed? She must find a reason to reject him. Ah, his eyes are wide and fierce. I do not appreciate such gazes when he kisses me. The Demon Lord finally discovered her reason for refusal. Although it was not entirely compelling, she resolved to act upon it. With a forceful push, she sent Lin Bai flying a few meters away and declared fiercely, "You seek death, daring to violate me." Lin Bai chuckled wryly. Was I really violating you? I was saving the city of Xuanqing. Nonsense. You were indeed violating me. Do not divert the conversation to saving Xuanqing. The Demon Lord's cheeks flushed rapidly, turning a shade as vibrant as the evening glow, despite having received countless slaps from Lin Bai earlier without a trace of redness. Check for yourself if you possess the righteous power of having saved millions. Lin Bai was taken aback. Indeed, he had likely saved hundreds of thousands. He quickly looked down, only to see his watch displaying a righteous power of 17,300. Clearly, this did not equate to saving the entirety of Xuanqing, but merely reflected the soldiers, police, and students he had rescued from the demon flower. If he had genuinely saved millions in Xuanqing, the righteous power should have escalated to at least hundreds of millions. What on earth is happening? Lin Bai felt utterly perplexed. The female demon king, blushing with indignation, exclaimed, "It is impossible for me to complete my incantation. At the critical moment, I will inevitably awaken. I have lost control in the demon realm several times before, but each time, I regain my senses just in time. Therefore, there is no need for you to rescue Xuanqing City. You shall not obtain the power of justice." Lin Bai observed as the flush on the demon king's face gradually faded, indicating a stabilization of her emotions. With a cold huff, she continued, "Now we must settle the score for your transgression against me. How audacious of you to steal my first kiss. Pray tell, how shall you compensate for this? Shall I beat you to death or leave you half dead? This is utterly unreasonable. Now, let us agree on no slapping, shall we?" Lin Bai found himself subjected to a barrage of playful blows from the Demon King, curiously aimed at non-painful spots. Despite enduring several minutes of this, he felt no pain at all. What on earth was happening? The Demon King, with a couple of dismissive huffs, clasped her hands behind her back and effortlessly leaped out of the pit, declaring, "I'm done with that. My anger has subsided. In truth, I do not care for my first kiss. It is of no consequence. I shall not play with you any longer, for I must return to my slumber." With that, she gestured dismissively and strolled toward the crowd of onlookers. The soldiers, police, and students who had witnessed the flower of destruction and the masked hero fall into the abyss had been too intimidated by the overwhelming aura to approach. Now, seeing the flower of destruction emerge, and sensing the eerie atmosphere dissipate, they finally exhaled in relief. A flat-chested policewoman rushed forward with urgency. "Flower of destruction. What transpired just now? What happened to you?" The Demon King replied with a grin. "The monster was not entirely dead. I merely came to ensure its complete demise." "Is that true?" "Indeed. After being cleaved in two, the creature was not truly dead and nearly transformed into a more formidable monster. That is why an even more terrifying aura lingered. But fear not, it has all been resolved." The Demon King spoke these fabrications without batting an eye, knowing full well no one could contradict her. No one questioned her words, for they were already bewildered by the events that had unfolded. The policewoman, disregarding the Demon King, rushed to the edge of the pit, peering down with her hands braced on the ledge, where she spotted the masked hero scratching his head, seemingly puzzled by an unresolved matter. "Are you all right?" The tremor in the policewoman's voice revealed her lingering fear from the last surge of dark energy. Even someone as fearless as she felt a flicker of trepidation, as she chastised herself for her momentary weakness, anxious about the masked hero's well-being. Lin Bai was deep in thought, pondering, how strange. Why did she strike me for so long without causing any pain? Could it be that the Demon King is no longer my adversary? That seems too simplistic. The policewoman's call drew him back to reality, and with a wave of his hand, he smiled and said, "I'm fine. The issue here has been resolved. I must take my leave now. Please convey my regards to the military and the police, and tell them we shall meet again. Please don't leave without at least giving me a phone number." The flat-chested female officer's voice lingered in the air. Suddenly, a masked hero leaped from the pit, soaring effortlessly from the bottom to the ground, a staggering height of at least 10 meters. His remarkable agility was astonishing, and in an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing behind the experimental building. The female officer stared in the direction of his disappearance, her heart heavy with an inexplicable sense of loss. Lin Bai hurried to the rear of the experimental building, accelerating to supersonic speeds. With a few deft movements, he returned to the car of Miss Liu, who had also just settled back inside. Intentionally leaving the door ajar, she awaited Lin Bai's return, feeling a gentle breeze sweep into the vehicle, causing the door to close behind him. Lin Bai appeared in the back seat. Miss Liu clapped her hands in excitement. "Xiao Bai, you were incredible. You actually defeated that monster. How amazing." Lin Bai chuckled heartily. "Let's not dwell on that just yet. We need to change back into our original attire and take a stroll around." "All right, we must conceal our identities," Miss Liu replied, hastily retrieving Lin Bai's casual t-shirt and shorts. As Lin Bai began to change, she quickly covered her eyes with her delicate white hands, pretending not to look. However, her fingers slightly parted, allowing her to sneak a glance at the muscles on his back and legs. The physique of a man exuded a sense of strength that was distinctly different from that of a woman. How wonderful it would be to grasp that power, she mused. She felt a flush of embarrassment over her shameless thoughts, realizing that her years of ladylike education seemed wasted, prompting a reconsideration of her lessons. Once Lin Bai had changed, he tossed his combat suit into Miss Liu's hands. "Please keep this safe. By the way, remember to add a pocket for books. Also, it would be beneficial to design a small communicator within the helmet. When you shouted for me earlier, a communicator would have saved you the effort of yelling." Miss Liu quickly noted these suggestions in her notebook. "Got it. Adding a pocket is easy. I can sew one on. As for the communicator in the helmet, I can have Tianshu Technology provide one." Wang's younger sister excels in technological innovations. Lin Bai was startled. "Just don't expose my true identity to her." The thought of the fierce girl who wielded a chainsaw reminded him of past deceptions involving a kitchen knife. He could not allow her to have any leverage over him. Miss Liu pondered for a moment. "I think it might be beneficial for her to know. With her assistance, we could have many advantages in the future, at least not having to worry about a lack of weapons. She could even help you create a formidable alloy longsword. Tianshu Technology is incredibly powerful. They're the best in the domestic tech field. Let us save that discussion for later," Lin Bai replied as he straightened his t-shirt and shorts, then pushed open the car door and stepped outside. Outside, students were animatedly discussing the events that had just transpired, even as the rain continued to fall from the sky. The students, drenched like fallen chickens, remained utterly indifferent, animatedly discussing their experiences. One student had brought an umbrella, which ended up sheltering several individuals beneath it. As they eagerly replayed the footage from earlier, a girl weaved through the crowd, repeatedly calling out, "Where's Hero Brother? Why has he disappeared? I want to bear his child." This was the very girl who had been shouting about wanting to have a child with Hero Brother, and Lin Bai felt a swell of pride, an admirer of his indeed. Such a girl was an opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. He mused that on a day of interest, he could don his battle gear and approach her, undoubtedly securing her affection with ease. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this girl was actually Qianqian's close friend. Lin Bai was taken aback. This complicated matters significantly. He turned to seek out the female overlord and found her surrounded by a throng of soldiers and police officers. Initially, they had intended to engage in conversation with the masked hero, but he had vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving them with no choice but to encircle the female overlord, all speaking at once, creating a cacophony that rendered any coherent communication impossible. Ultimately, it was the police chief, Liu Fei, who, with his adept questioning skills, managed to quiet the crowd and gently inquired, "Miss Overlord, could you kindly answer a few questions for us?" The female overlord smiled cheerfully. "What do you wish to know?" Typically indifferent to such inquiries, her current mood was inexplicably buoyant, as if the dreary rain had been replaced by the warmth of the sun upon her skin. Perhaps it was due to her recent victory over Lin Bai, or perhaps a certain kiss, though she would never admit to that. In any case, her good spirits made everything seem pleasant, and she was inclined to engage in a few more exchanges with the officers. The chief whispered, "Who exactly is that masked figure? His prowess is astonishing. He even defeated the carnivorous flower that could withstand a rocket." Moreover, you are quite formidable yourself, creating such deep craters with just 2 punches. What is the nature of your alliance? The female overlord chuckled. I'm afraid your clearance is insufficient. I cannot divulge too much. Just know that both the masked individual and I are agents of the Dragon Group, dedicated to the safety of our nation. This should suffice. She produced an unusual identification from her pocket, which Lin Bai was certain was conjured through magic, yet it appeared impressively authoritative. The chief glanced at the document and, realizing its significance, accepted her identity with a resigned smile. The Dragon Group truly exists. I thought it was mere rumor. The female overlord shrugged. The existence of the Dragon Group was of little consequence. It undoubtedly existed now, and she had no qualms about manipulating records as she pleased. In a playful spirit, she decided to recite a slogan, feigning a dignified demeanor, and proclaimed, for the party, for the motherland, for the people, we dedicate our lives. This is the ideal of the Dragon Group. Well, I can only divulge this much. For further inquiries, you will need to seek permission from the central authority. Indeed, the masked hero is an active agent of the Dragon Group. While I have retired as of April 1st of this year, should any troubles arise, do not seek me out. Director Liu remarked. Didn't you pledge to dedicate your life to the party, the nation, and the people? How can you retire at such a young age? It's utterly bewildering. Yet, Director Liu dared not voice his thoughts. The lady before him was nothing short of extraordinary. Who would dare to criticize her? Lin Bai approached the female demon queen. The soldiers surrounding her, noticing his somewhat disheveled appearance, extended their hands to block his path. Sir, please maintain a respectful distance, they cautioned. Lin Bai shrugged. I am acquainted with that woman. The soldiers exchanged skeptical glances, incredulous that this man claimed familiarity with the formidable flower of war. Had they not just witnessed her deliver a blow that created a 10-meter wide and over 5-meter deep crater? A man of his stature could hardly withstand her strength. As the soldiers contemplated expelling him, they suddenly heard the demon queen cheerfully beckoning. Darling, you've arrived. The soldiers staggered back like a row of dominoes. With a wry smile, Lin Bai approached and grasped the demon queen's hand, gently pulling her away. Let us go home. Don't create more chaos here. This area is bound to be sealed off, with both police and military conducting various investigations. You shouldn't linger. The flat-chested female officer regarded Lin Bai with a look of suspicion. The more she understood about the flower of war's prowess, the more perplexed she became about how a man like Lin Bai could have won her heart. Upon closer inspection, she noted that Lin Bai and the masked hero were of similar height and perhaps even physique. Could it be him? No, that was impossible. The last time the masked hero battled the Golden Bamboo Gang's future warriors, Lin Bai had been serenading on the old street. This was an indisputable fact. The police had concrete evidence that they could not be the same individual. The flat-chested officer could only lament that a beautiful flower had been wasted on a pile of dung. A woman of the caliber of the flower of war deserved a partner like the masked hero. But what of her own fate if that hero wed the flower of war? Suddenly, the officer felt a pang of relief at the thought of Lin Bai marrying the flower of war. What a perfect match of talent and beauty. Suddenly, the skies cleared. The rain ceased its descent, the clouds dispersed, and warm sunlight bathed the surroundings. Lin Bai held the demon queen's hand as they navigated through the crowd. Shortly thereafter, Miss Liu joined them, walking alongside. The trio remained silent, simply moving forward as chaos reigned in the university town. People were running in all directions, some toward Shuangqi University, others fleeing away. Armored vehicles and tanks appeared on the streets, accompanied by soldiers wielding heavy weaponry. The military presence heightened the panic, and soon the streets were devoid of people. Yet, Lin Bai, the demon queen, and Miss Liu strolled leisurely along the sidewalk, seemingly unaffected by the tumult surrounding them. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the Silver Dawn Internet Cafe that Miss Liu could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "That was truly exhilarating. I'm so happy. It was absolutely thrilling." In her brief 20-year existence, Miss Liu has lived a carefree life under the protective aegis of the Liu family conglomerate. She has been accustomed to having her needs met without effort, clothes at her command, meals served at her beckoning, and surrounded by drivers and bodyguards whenever she steps outside. At school, she is encircled by attentive teachers and classmates, and when she desires to indulge, a mere swipe of her card suffices. Yet, for one who has known such ease since birth, this lifestyle has grown tiresome. Human beings are creatures that require goals to propel them forward. without purpose. Life becomes a monotonous drift, a state few would embrace, least of all Miss Lu. Born into comfort, she yearns to confront adversity, desiring a goal worth striving for. Today, she has finally discovered that aspiration, to support a noble hero. The sensation is exhilarating, her spirits lifted as if she might take flight. With delicate hands, she entwines her arm with Lin Bai's, almost melding into him, but her 20 years of genteel upbringing restrain her from any unbecoming behavior, allowing her to maintain the decorum befitting her status. The female antagonist observes Miss Lu with keen interest, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "What are you so gleeful about? Little Bai isn't yours." As they approach the internet cafe, she warns, "Once Li Qianqian shows up, you'll be in for it." Instantly, Miss Lu's countenance pales. The female antagonist revels in her mischief, finding joy in the discomfort of others. Miss Lu bites her lip, retorting, "Don't get too smug. When Li Qianqian arrives, you'll feel the same." The female antagonist shrugs, "I haven't sunk to the level of competing with you for his affection." Miss Lu realizes that this woman is not easily dealt with. Devoid of desires, she is unassailable. Yet, she is mistaken beneath her composed exterior. The female antagonist craves the simple joys of life: sunlight, gentle breezes, flowers, birds, insects, and the intricate emotions of humanity: joy, anger, sorrow, and elation. Turning a corner, they arrive at the Silver Dawn Internet Cafe, where Qianqian stands at the entrance, anxiously scanning the direction of Shuangqing University. She longs to discover what has transpired, but cannot abandon her post at the cafe. Upon spotting Lin Bai and his companions, her anxiety dissipates, replaced by a radiant smile. "Xiao Bai, you're back. Is everything all right? I saw a multitude of soldiers heading towards the school, along with armored vehicles and tanks. I was so worried." Lin Bai responds with a gentle smile, "It's just another mess caused by Yi Zhao's reckless inventions. There's no need for concern." Their exchange is unremarkable, devoid of the fervor of passionate love or the melodrama of romantic tales. Yet, it is this simplicity that instills in Miss Lu a profound sense of unease. For enduring love flows steadily like a gentle stream, far more lasting than diamonds. With a sense of frustration, Miss Lu releases her grip on Lin Bai's arm, realizing she cannot compete. As soon as Li Qianqian made her appearance, Miss Lu had no choice but to shift from the role of the protagonist to that of a supporting character, a predicament that seemed unchangeable. The female overlord reclined back in her chair, murmuring to herself, "A bunch of fools," before closing her eyes to bask in the warmth of the sun. With the sun shining brightly, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy, wishing to do nothing but enjoy the sun's embrace. Lin Bai ventured into the internet cafe's counter to check the cash register and soon exclaimed with delight, "Wow, just in the span of one morning, we made over 500 yuan. Running an internet cafe truly is lucrative." Qianqian chuckled softly, "It should be more than that." The cafe was already bustling with patrons. But then everyone settled their bills and left for Shuangqing University to enjoy the festivities, resulting in just over 500 yuan in earnings. Had it not been for that commotion, our revenue would likely have exceeded 1,000 by now. Lin Bai's mouth watered at the thought, his eyes transforming into the shape of coins with square pupils at the center. "Qianqian, your business is remarkably profitable. If you strike it rich in the future, remember to take care of me," he said, still oblivious to the fact that he was the true investor behind the cafe, believing instead that it was Granny Zheng who had lent money to Qianqian to establish it, with no share for himself. Qianqian longed to reveal the truth to him, but upon glancing at the female overlord lounging at the entrance, she ultimately bit her tongue. Instead, she reached into the cash register and pulled out the freshly earned 500 yuan, stuffing it into Lin Bai's pocket. "Here, take it and spend it wisely." Lin Bai chuckled with glee, now possessing 500 yuan in pocket money. Was this what it meant to be taken care of? If Qianqian requested my company tonight, should I accept or decline? It felt like a shame to refuse, yet accepting would entail a lifetime of responsibility. What a conundrum. Suddenly, a throng of students surged into the internet cafe, each clutching mobile phones, cameras, and camcorders, all clamoring to get on a computer. Qianqian was taken aback and hurriedly assisted them in booting up the machines. In an instant, all 100 computers in the cafe were occupied, with many others left waiting at the entrance. The students connected their devices to the computers, eagerly uploading videos online. Without exception, These videos capture the masked heroes battling the man-eating flower, culminating in the black-clad overlord delivering powerful blows that sent the foe into a pit. The recordings varied widely. Some were clear, some were blurred, recorded from different angles, and even from treetops. The durations also differed. Some began recording from the onset of the experiment, while others captured the action midway, and some even started filming only when the attack occurred. This incident was far more significant than the previous one involving the demon monkey, which, despite its ferocity, appeared rather ordinary. In contrast, the man-eating flower was formidable. The simultaneous upload of such a large volume of videos to the internet promised to set the news world ablaze that evening. Lin Bai wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he was now clad in a new battle outfit. Had he still been in his previous disheveled state, he would have been too embarrassed to show his face. With this thought, his admiration for Miss Lu grew, and he turned to give her an encouraging glance. Miss Lu was filled with overwhelming joy during Qianqian's presence. Even Xiao Bai would cast flirtatious glances her way. This was a significant victory. It was merely a matter of time before she could claim him from Qianqian. Persevere, persevere. Just then, Wenwen returned, appearing somewhat lost and disheartened, her demeanor ethereal. Qianqian rushed to support her. Wenwen, what is wrong? Who has wronged you? Wenwen, in a daze, responded. The masked hero who battled against the monkey last time has reappeared. This time, he is even more handsome than before. I have realized that I have fallen in love with him. I want to bear his child. Lin Bai felt a pang of unease upon hearing this. Qianqian gently patted Wenwen's back, urging her, Wenwen, snap out of it. What you're feeling is merely infatuation. That masked hero doesn't even know you. How could you possibly have his child? Wake up. No, I am resolute in my feelings, Wenwen declared, her face brimming with obsession. I will gather all information about him. I must find him and become his woman and bear his child. Just the thought fills me with bliss. Lin Bai and Miss Lu covered their faces in disbelief. Qianqian softly reassured her, Wenwen, don't be so foolish. What if that masked hero turns out to be of poor character? You hardly know him. Do not hastily fall for someone so unknown. Wenwen shook her head firmly. Qianqian, you have Xiao Bai, your childhood sweetheart, a fiancé with whom you share a deep bond. So it is understandable that you are not interested in other men. But I'm not as fortunate as you. Next door, I only have a 200-pound sloth of a man. There are no dashing gentlemen suited for me. I must strive for my own happiness. She broke free from Qianqian's grasp and approached the student council president, her gaze fixated on the camera he held. Among all the students, only the president's camera was clear enough. Quickly, show me the footage of the masked hero. I must see if he bears any distinct features. I am determined to find him amidst the sea of faces. There was no reasoning with this infatuated woman. Qianqian, with a furrowed brow, accompanied Wenwen in watching the footage. As the video progressed, particularly when the fierce heroine made her entrance, Wenwen suddenly had an epiphany and dashed to the internet cafe's entrance. She grasped the shoulders of the fierce heroine and shook her vigorously. Sister Boanghua, you know that masked hero, don't you? Please, help me contact him. I want to go on a date with him. I want to have his child. The fierce heroine was both amused and bewildered. Throughout the realms of demons, the human world, and the Marvel Universe, none had dared to treat her with such disrespect, except for Lin Bai, who often ambushed her, a behavior she had grown accustomed to. This girl was the second person bold enough to shake her, yet the fierce heroine was not angered. Lingering on her lips was the memory of Lin Bai's kiss, which put her in a good mood, and she dismissed the slight offense with a pout, saying, State secret. You little girl should not pry. Be careful, or you might find yourself locked away. Woman exclaimed, I care not for state secrets. I want to bear his child. Sister Boanghua, please, just give me his phone number. I will only speak to him for a moment, just a few words. The Dark Queen, Lin Bai and Miss Lu slowly retreated, shielding their faces, eager to distance themselves from Wenwen. However, Qianqian stepped forward, gently tugging at Wenwen's sleeve. Do not cause trouble for Sister Boanghua. She has declared it a state secret. Be cautious in your inquiries, lest you be captured and confined. After a prolonged tug-of-war, Qianqian finally managed to lead Wenwen away. Suddenly, a police car sped down the street, and a flat-chested female officer leaped out with agility and grace, resembling a female leopard. She approached the Dark Queen, seemingly prepared to ask a question, but her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered for a moment before summoning the courage to utter, Boanghua, may I inquire about the phone number of that masked hero? Ahem. Could you provide it to me? The utterance left those nearby in a state of disbelief. The flat-chested officer blinked in surprise, surveying the sprawled figures on the ground. What is the matter with you all? How does my request for the masked hero's phone number concern you? Returning to tranquility, everyone boarded Miss Lu's car on the way home. The driver, clad in a black suit, took the wheel, for when Lin Bai did not require a disguise. Miss Lu refrained from driving herself. She wished to maintain her dignity as a lady, believing that driving was beneath her. Moreover, she needed to uphold an equal standing with Qianqian. If she were to drive while Qianqian and Lin Bai were merely passengers, it would diminish her stature in the fierce competition for affection. Such subtle thoughts were lost on Lin Bai. With the addition of a suited driver, the car felt somewhat cramped. Lin Bai and the driver occupied the front seat, while a row of beauties filled the back. Among them, the Dark Queen, Miss Lu, Qianqian, and Wen. Fortunately, the flat-chested officer had returned to the police station and did not follow them, for otherwise, the rear would have been utterly insufficient. As it was, the four were already pressed uncomfortably together, with Qianqian and Wen nearly embracing as they were squeezed against the door. The other two women's formidable presence left the two weaker girls no choice but to lean aside. Wen was adamant about accompanying them, determined to stay temporarily in the old town and persuade the Dark Queen to procure the masked hero's phone number. Qianqian, unable to resist her resolve, reluctantly agreed to let her stay at her home. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Miss Lu to seek conversation. Qianqian, aren't you all supposed to be at the internet cafe tonight? Qianqian replied with a smile. There are night shift workers overseeing the cafe. Wen and I will return tomorrow morning. Miss Lu furrowed her brow. Running an internet cafe truly demands great effort, remaining open 24 hours. Unlike ordinary businesses that can close at night, Qianqian smiled but did not respond. The hard work was worthwhile, as it was all for Xiaobai's enterprise. Her struggles were justified. Years ago, in her first year of junior high, while Lin Bai was in his first year of senior high, her parents perished in a tragic car accident. Overwhelmed by grief, Qianqian lost her ability to care for herself. Lin Bai, in his devotion, took 3 months off school to tend to her. By the time he returned, he could no longer keep pace with the curriculum, and those 3 months had irrevocably altered the course of his life. Qianqian felt that any effort she made for Lin Bai was merely her due. His lack of education, inability to secure a good job, or earn substantial money mattered little to her. She will take his place to study diligently and conduct business with utmost care. In the future, the money earned will be given to him, and she will shoulder the responsibility for his future. This is what Qianqian thinks in her heart, though she would never voice it. Over the years of their acquaintance, neither Qianqian nor Lin Bai ever uttered the word love, for it could scarcely encompass the profound bond they shared. Watching Lin Bai from behind, she observed him conversing with a man in a black suit, his mouth occupied with a fake cigarette, his cheeks bulging as he inhaled vigorously. Unable to restrain herself, she extended her delicate hand and snatched the cigarette from his lips, exclaiming, "Stop smoking." Although this cigarette lacks nicotine, inhaling smoke from dried grass can't be good either. Lin Bai could only watch as she tossed the freshly lit cigarette out of the car window. Anyone else would have faced a severe beating for such an act. Yet, when Qianqian took it, he had no choice but to acquiesce. The car radio was broadcasting news. This morning, a shocking incident occurred in the university town. A renowned biology professor, Yi Xiao, experienced an accident during a genetic experiment, resulting in an ordinary carnivorous plant transforming into a colossal monstrosity. The scene was chaotic, with 1 soldier and 2 unidentified men consumed by the plant. The identities of the 2 men are still under investigation. Qianqian gasped, "How tragic. That soldier and those 2 unidentified men are truly unfortunate." At the Huanhua gang headquarters in Tianfu City, the vanguard of Hydra, Qi Cheng, sat before the television, where Tianfu News was relaying a video from the internet. The footage displayed an enormous carnivorous plant, swinging its long tendrils, crushing 2 men in black and swallowing them whole. The middle of the screen was pixelated due to the excessively bloody and terrifying nature of the scene, rendering it unfit for broadcast. Furious, Qi Cheng crushed the glass in his hand, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is this? The 2 scouts I sent have inexplicably perished in the jaws of this creature. Such a thing exists in the human realm? It's even more outrageous than our Marvel world." One of his subordinates approached quietly, saying, "Brother Qi Cheng, the existence of such monsters in the human realm is beyond our expectations. This world may be even more perilous than the Marvel world." We should request assistance from headquarters and ask them to send formidable individuals to aid us. Chi-Ching nodded. Go ahead. Contact headquarters and request that they send over some truly powerful figures. As evening descended and the sun set, the streetlights on the main avenue illuminated the surroundings. Yet the old street remained shrouded in darkness with only a few lights flickering. Every household in the old neighborhood had their televisions tuned to the same channel. The Shuangqing News Channel, which had been broadcasting videos of masked heroes battling the monstrous flower for the past 7 to 8 hours from various angles and devices, portraying the epic showdown from all perspectives. That night, Shuangqing News garnered a staggering viewership rating of 999. It was rumored that the station director had been hospitalized due to overwhelming joy, leading to a heart issue. Lin Bai and the female Demon King were also at home watching television. The Demon King pointed at her on-screen image and remarked, "I do not appear very attractive on television." Lin Bai shrugged his shoulders, stating that to appear beautiful on camera, one must wear heavy makeup. A bare face could never look appealing. However, in reality, heavy makeup often appeared frightening, while a natural look was far more attractive. This contradiction left the female overlord quite displeased. Her lips pursed in frustration for quite some time. By the way, should you give your phone number to that girl named Wenwen? TSK, a pure young lady crying and begging to bear your child. How thrilling, isn't it? Lin Bai couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Thrilling my foot. It's merely a colossal headache. If the masked hero's number in Wenwen's phone is the same as the one in Qianqian's, won't that immediately expose my identity? You are indeed a fool. The female overlord retorted sharply. Why not just buy another phone and use a different number? Lin Bai pondered thoughtfully. The idea had considerable feasibility. Possessing 2 phones would lend him the air of a successful individual. TSK. In the future, when young girls admire me, I could simply give them another number and then find opportunities to showcase them in various ways. Ha ha ha. A wave of wicked thoughts swirled in his mind. Ultimately, however, he shrugged and said, forget it. I have no intention of causing trouble for young girls, and Wenwen is Qianqian's friend. If I hurt her, Qianqian would be saddened as well. I'm far more interested in causing you trouble. Would you like to bear my child? Get lost. The female overlord waved her hand, and a black chain shot out, binding Lin Bai like a cocoon. Previously, Lin Bai would have been furious at being restrained, but now he had grown accustomed to it. After rolling on the ground a couple of times, he crawled over to the female overlord like a footless maggot. Darling, do you enjoy SM? Otherwise, why do you always tie me up? The female overlord was at her wit's end. Although she appeared alluring and seductive, akin to a vixen, deep down she retained a sense of innocence. Lin Bai's crude jokes were simply too much for her to bear. Flustered, she fled to the second floor, locked the door tightly, and slowly burrowed into her blankets. Embracing the covers, she closed her eyes and began to reminisce about the kiss from earlier that day. The sweet sensation washing over her once more, and before she knew it, she drifted into slumber. Lin Bai softly recited a spell, causing the black chains that had ensnared him to vanish. In the past, being bound by such chains meant he could only lie on the ground for the night. Now, however, he had long since mastered the magic to release himself. Slowly rising, he made his way back to his room for sleep. As he passed the female overlord's door, he couldn't help but chuckle quietly. She used to leave her door open at night and deliberately extend her fair thighs beyond the covers to entice him. Yet, in recent days, she had ceased such behavior, now covering herself thoroughly each night and locking the door tightly. This woman was indeed changing, though whether for better or worse remained uncertain. In the following days, life seemed to return to its usual rhythm. The rumors of the masked hero and the female overlord continued to be sensationalized, yet the lives of the townsfolk resumed their normal pace. The old lady's rice noodles remained popular. Aunt Chin's hot pot was lukewarm. Uncle Jean continued selling his soy milk and fried dough sticks. And old Chi persisted in peddling counterfeit cigarettes, while Lin Bai spent his time repairing computers. Occasionally, I visit Shuangjiang Hospital to treat a few patients with terminal illnesses. Qianqian and Wenwen manage an internet cafe and a snack shop, while Wenwen makes daily trips to Lin Bai's home, persistently inquiring about the contact information of the masked hero. Young Miss Liu oversees the family clothing business, occasionally engaging in small talk with Lin Bai. It appears that the novel The Flower of the Overlord and the Little White by the 32nd Prince has been released, and subscriptions seem promising, suggesting that this book may not need further censorship. The female Demon King, as usual, sits by the street sipping her old Eagle tea, but today, she has barely taken a few sips before being recognized. A young man, having just purchased a counterfeit phone from shop across the street, suddenly points at her and exclaims, "Oh my, it's the flower of the overlord." His loud shout attracts countless gazes, and soon, a throng of men and women gathers around, encircling the female demon king and her beloved tea table in layers. One might fear that an ordinary woman would be overwhelmed by such attention, yet the female demon king remains unfazed, calmly sipping her tea, disregarding the chaotic crowd. After all, this is merely a spectacle. During her time in the demon realm, she was once surrounded by hundreds of thousands of demons chanting her name without so much as a furrowed brow. This is the elegance of a ruler. Regardless of the crowd's curiosity, none dare to lay a finger on her for her extraordinary combat prowess, evidenced by her ability to create a sinkhole with just 2 punches, instills a healthy fear in all. Some fans seek her autograph, while others wish to take photographs with her. Soon, reporters arrive, capturing her from every angle, and even a wealthy heir presents her with a large bouquet of flowers. The crowd eagerly anticipates a word from Miss Flower of the Overlord, yet she remains silent, her tranquility and reserve enchanting many. It is only after a lengthy pause without any movement that someone dares to approach for a closer look, only to discover that the Flower of the Overlord has fallen asleep with her eyes wide open. Clearly, for her, slumber holds greater importance than seeking the limelight. Following the revelation of the Flower of the Overlord's appearance in the old street, the area buzzed with activity for over a week, as throngs of visitors came to catch a glimpse. However, upon realizing her lethargic demeanor, they dispersed in laughter. This fleeting excitement arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As September rolled in, the crowd ceased their commotion in the old street. Meanwhile, someone approached Lin Bai, a middle-aged man with striking features and an air of sophistication. He did not engage with the Flower of the Overlord at the entrance, but entered the computer repair shop instead, presenting a business card to Lin Bai. Upon examining the card, Lin Bai noted the name of the company, Shuangqing Film and Entertainment Media Company, Limited, and the title of the individual, Talent Agent. Zai, a talent scout? Such a profession sounds impressive. Lin Bai grinned and asked, "Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? Are you looking to discover me as a star?" "Well, while I do possess a certain charm, almost tragically handsome, if I may say so, I prefer to portray characters with depth and substance. Just to clarify, I have no interest in being a mere decorative idol." Zhao, he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Lin Koff, I'm not here to recruit you as a star. Rather, I wish to invite Miss Bawanghua to join our company. We are prepared to invest significant resources in her promotion, elevating her to the status of a top celebrity." Lin Bai, visibly displeased, retorted, "What? You want Bawanghua? Then why come to me?" Zhao Yi's face was a portrait of exasperation. "Miss Bawanghua is often in a daze. Out of 10 encounters, I found her asleep under the sun 5 times. It is only with great difficulty that I manage to converse with her when she is awake, and even then, she ignores me. This renders any negotiation impossible. I notice that you live with her and appear to manage her affairs, so conversing with you would be just as effective." Lin Bai shook his head, asserting she is as indolent as a maggot. She wouldn't desire to be a star. Logically, a woman so lethargic should not attract attention. Lin Bai mused that he would be a more suitable candidate for stardom. Zhao Yi responded earnestly, "What does her laziness matter? With her innate beauty and the formidable strength capable of creating massive craters with a single punch, she is already a well-known celebrity in Shuangqing. Within her lies an inexhaustible potential, and that is no mere exaggeration. She is genuinely asleep, and her potential indeed remains dormant." Zhao Yi then produced a contract and placed it upon the table. "Mr. Lin, let us do this. Why not shoot a small advertisement as a trial collaboration? This is a contract for a Meng mattress advertisement. We simply need Ms. Bawanghua to rest on the mattress and turn over, appearing relaxed and comfortable. There are no other demands, and the advertisement fee is 100,000. 100,000? Lin Bai exclaimed with delight, rubbing his hands together. "All right, I will take this job for her." Just as he was about to sign the contract, a thought struck him. What if this contract contained some hidden traps? I must consult someone knowledgeable about contracts. He quickly grabbed his phone and dialed Hua Dai. In Lin Bai's eyes, Hua Dai was exceptionally skilled in contract matters. Within 10 minutes, her Red Land Rover Discovery arrived, and she emerged in a floral dress, exuding confidence and grace as she walked like a butterfly in flight. She greeted Lin Bai with a sweet smile, evidently pleased to have received his call. After exchanging pleasantries, she picked up the contract and scrutinized it meticulously. Zhao Yi gestured towards her and whispered, "Mr. Lin, who is this?" Lin Bai replied with a hum, "This is my personal legal advisor." Zhao Yi was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw. This Mr. Lin, who appeared to be a mere commoner, turned out to be quite a formidable figure. Could an ordinary person afford a private legal advisor, especially one as stunning as this? His instincts hinted an unusual relationship between this wealthy individual and a beautiful legal consultant, suggesting an intimate connection. After reviewing the contract, Hua Dai let out a cold snort and slammed the contract on the table. "Mr. Zhao, there are pitfalls in your contract. You have insidiously included a clause in fine print that prevents collaboration with other agencies for 5 years. How devious. Are you trying to ensnare Bowanghua in your company? Remove this clause. Otherwise, don't expect us to sign." Zhao Yi, with a forced smile, replied, "Your keen eye is impressive. I will remove this clause and print a new contract immediately." The butterfly of flowers exposed the contractual trap. Yet he showed no signs of embarrassment and hurried off to the printing shop to handle the contract. It was then that the butterfly settled in front of Lin Bai. Beaming as she said, "Xiao Bai, the Overlord flower has recently become quite the sensation. Her videos are circulating all over the internet, and soon, numerous companies will undoubtedly seek her for advertisements and even films. You are on the verge of making a fortune." Lin Bai shrugged dismissively. "Come on. Even if she appears in a commercial rolling on a mattress, that's one thing. But for anything else, she would never agree. With her lazy demeanor, no one can rely on her to become wealthy." Suddenly, the butterfly lowered her voice. "Actually, you are quite popular too, albeit in a different capacity. If you were to emerge as the masked hero for advertisements, you might just rake in substantial earnings." She recognized Lin Bai's dual identity, instantly identifying him as the masked hero on television. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. "Am I really famous? Can I also appear in commercials? Like, for 100,000 in ad fees?" The butterfly nodded, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Of course you are famous. It's just that when you appear masked on television, no one knows who you are and cannot find you. They can only seek the Overlord flower. Would you like me to help you make connections for advertising? Let me be your agent, and we can split the profits. I'll take 30, you take 70. Lin Bai suddenly grew cautious. "You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I'm quite wary of signing contracts with you. I might end up selling myself." The butterfly giggled. "How could I dare to deceive you? I'm involved with the underworld, and without the protection of law enforcement, if I were to annoy you, I would have no recourse for injustice. People are genuinely afraid of you. Please do not bully me." Despite her words of fear, the breath escaping her lips tickled Lin Bai's ear, revealing a boldness that seemed to challenge him. Lin Bai was a straightforward individual, easily understood by those around him. After 2 encounters with such a shrewd woman as the butterfly, she recognized that he was a principled man, one who would never take advantage of the weak. As long as she remained respectful, Lin Bai would treat her with the same courtesy. In business, he was undoubtedly more reliable than anyone else. "Very well," Lin Bai replied. "Since that is the case, there is no need for a formal contract. We can simply agree verbally. You take 20 and I'll take 80. Together, we'll film advertisements and earn a fortune. Ha ha ha." As they concluded their discussion, Zhao Yi returned with the contract for the Simmons mattress advertisement, prepared in duplicate. The butterfly meticulously reviewed it, finding no discrepancies. Lin Bai then carefully lifted the drowsy female overlord, clumsily pressing her small hand to leave a thumbprint before returning her to the wicker chair. Such an act of imprinting while someone is asleep could be deemed utterly reckless. However, Lin Bai understood that if the female overlord were unwilling, even in slumber, no one could approach her. The fact that he had successfully brought her over to leave a thumbprint indicated her tacit approval. She merely lacked the energy to express her consent. She had descended into a realm of laziness that ordinary individuals could scarcely comprehend. Once the contract was signed, Zhao Yi dashed away as if propelled by wings, needing to contact the Simons Company. He also had to recruit a photographer and other essentials. Only when everything was in place could the advertisement shoot commence. The butterfly, with a playful grin, remarked, "I too must take my leave. I'm off to solicit advertisements for the masked hero. It's quite lucrative. No need for illicit dealings. All the earnings are clean." Lin Bai couldn't help but inquire, "What business do you usually engage in to earn money?" The butterfly shrugged her shoulders, smuggling. To put it simply, I specialize in trafficking illicit goods, and I also deal in contraband. The merchandise at that Ice Heart mobile phone store across the street likely came through my network, transported from the Yangtze River. Albeit she doesn't source directly from my subordinates, but rather from a lower-tier channel, which undoubtedly inflates the procurement cost. Lin Bai chuckled. So it's just smuggling? It doesn't sound particularly nefarious. I had assumed your butterfly gang was akin to the Golden Bamboo Gang, a malevolent syndicate engaged in the trafficking of women and children, committing heinous acts. The butterfly couldn't help but smile ruefully. It's precisely because I detest such actions that I had to sever ties with the Golden Bamboo Gang. Without any rationale, Lin Bai found himself believing her words. Although not particularly astute, he possessed a keen intuition that allowed him to discern the essence of a person. Sensing that the butterfly was genuinely good-hearted, far removed from the depraved. Since we broached the subject, could you do me a small favor and procure the lowest price goods for that mobile store across the street? The butterfly glanced over, scrutinizing the icy beauty seated within the shop. Xiao Bai, who is that woman to you? Why assist her in obtaining discounted merchandise? Could it be that she is your little secret across the street? You have quite the audacity, with a formidable wife like Ba Wang Hua at home, yet you dare to frolic about. Are you not afraid she might deliver a fatal blow? A mischievous smile graced her lips, a common expression among women when indulging in gossip. Nonsense. Lin Bai raised his hands in exasperation. I am but a penniless drifter. How could I possibly afford a mistress? Ordinary women wouldn't glance my way. Spare me your wild conjectures. The butterfly laughed heartily, lightly leaping out the door. Xiao Bai, do not underestimate yourself. I find men like you quite appealing. Perhaps you are unexpectedly favored by women. If you ever contemplate keeping a mistress, I might just consider it. As she spoke, she hopped in her Land Rover, revved the engine, and sped away, making a sharp turn at the street corner, disappearing from sight. She departed in such haste that Lin Bai couldn't even voice his final thoughts. Instead, he extended his middle finger toward her retreating figure, muttering, Damn it. Everyone comes to toy with me. I want to fall for your tricks, you vixens. Am I not aware of my own worth? I'm not the kind of man who attracts women. The only one who genuinely cares for me is Qian Qian. You vixens are merely here to deceive me. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The sentiments he once held were not entirely accurate. Both Jia and Miss Lu treated him with great kindness, and it appeared that the so-called female demon lord was not as unkind as he had presumed. She simply lacked the finesse in expressing her emotions. Yet beneath that facade lay a remarkably endearing woman. Lin Bai gazed up at the clouds drifting across the sky, finding himself enveloped in deep contemplation. Previously, he had cavalierly suggested that the female demon lord could be easily cast aside after a fleeting dalliance, without any psychological burden. However, his perspective had since shifted. He had come to perceive the female demon lord as a fragile soul, incapable of withstanding even the slightest setbacks. Should he truly abandon her, she might very well succumb to despair, her eyes turning crimson, losing the capacity for rational thought, reminiscent of her reaction upon encountering the demonic flower. Among all the women Lin Bai had known, she possessed the greatest strength in battle, yet her inner vulnerability was unparalleled, evoking a profound sense of sympathy within him. The female demon lord, reclining on the chaise, abruptly turned over, murmuring in her sleep, demonic flowers, come forth, destroy them all." Her body trembled as a chilling aura began to emanate from her. Lin Bai approached her, wrapping his arms around her, resting her head upon his shoulder. Her flowing dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her tightly shut eyelids were adorned with long, delicate lashes. He softly hummed a tune near her ear, unaware of the melody he was producing, perhaps a lullaby. Gradually, she began to calm, her arms encircling Lin Bai's waist, a sweet smile gracing her lips. It seemed her nightmare had transformed into a beautiful dream. As for the weather in September, it could no longer be described as hot. The streets were no longer filled with individuals clad in short sleeves and shorts. Most had donned long pants and shirts, while jackets were typically reserved for October. Today, Lin Bai presented himself with remarkable flair, dressed in the suit that Qian had previously purchased for him. His trousers were tailored, and he wore a white shirt from a brand unfamiliar to him. Thus he did not concern himself with its name. Regrettably, the weather was still too warm for the stylish jacket, which would have enhanced his appearance even further. It was a rare occasion for him to look so dapper. emerging from the dilapidated computer repair shop, creating a stark contrast akin to a peacock emerging from a doghouse. Across the street, the aloof beauty Yi Qing, who worked at the mobile phone store, was taken aback by his new look. She scrutinized him closely, her gaze betraying a flicker of admiration, though she quickly reined in her emotions. She harbored affection for Lin Bai, but felt unworthy to express it, believing that had she not chosen the path of beauty and hairstyling years ago, she might have dared to compete with Qian for his affections. Yet now, she felt undeserving, perceiving herself as tainted, despite having moved on. Thus, she dared not approach, choosing instead to silently wish him well from afar. Lin Bai's ostentatious attire was not without purpose, as today marked the day for filming an advertisement for the Simmons mattress. Although the female demon lord was the star of the show, he hoped to snag a minor role for himself, hence the necessity of presenting himself attractively. Pride was at stake, and he held it in high regard. The advertisement company's vehicle soon arrived, but the female demon lord languidly refused to budge, no amount of persuasion swaying her to step outside. Were she an ordinary actress, such audacity would have resulted in her being replaced long ago. However, the reputation of the female demon lord was formidable. After the last video aired, she and the masked hero became household names, compelling the advertising agency to concede. The agency promptly relocated all their photographic equipment to the old street, setting up a mattress, cameras, and reflectors right at Lin Bai's doorstep. When the makeup artist approached to style the Queen of Demons, she shot a fierce glare, exuding an aura of intimidation that left the artist trembling and hesitant to come closer. Lin Bai had no choice but to coax her. "Dear wife, this is a $100,000 deal. Can't you cooperate a little?" The Queen of Demons draped her arms around Lin Bai's neck. "Xiao Bai, you usually refer to me as that wretched woman and often threaten to portray me in all sorts of humiliating ways. Now, when you need my help to make money, I suddenly become your beloved wife. Is it not a bit too mercenary of you?" Lin Bai chuckled awkwardly, realizing she was deliberately provoking him. Nevertheless, in light of the financial stakes, he capitulated. "Oh dear, you jest. I cherish you more than you know. I would pluck the moon from the sky for you. How could I ever insult you? You must have misheard." Aware that he was merely embellishing the truth, the Queen of Demons nevertheless felt pleased in the demon realm. No one spoke to her in such a manner. She retracted her threatening demeanor and commanded the makeup artist to proceed with the styling. The artist, trembling with trepidation, applied powder to her face, shaped her brows, and tinted her lips. The process took quite a while, and eventually, the Queen of Demons succumbed to slumber. When it came time to shoot the advertisement, no amount of shaking could rouse her. Since it was a mattress commercial, even a sleeping star could suffice. Lin Bai gently lifted her and placed her onto the mattress. The camera began to roll incessantly, capturing the scene, and Lin Bai nudged her to turn over, allowing her to roll around on the mattress. Days later, the television aired an advertisement featuring the stunning Queen of Demons asleep atop the mattress. Her performance was so convincing that it appeared she was genuinely in slumber, her posture languid as she rolled about blissfully, a feat that no novice actor could replicate with such authenticity. Of course, Lin Bai knew she was truly asleep. The screen displayed the advertisement slogan, "The mattress loved by the Queen of Demons. Come roll with her." Available at major supermarkets nationwide, and currently at a 20% discount. Lin Bai exclaimed in disbelief. "What do you mean by rolling with her? This is taking advantage of the Queen, and they're even offering her at a discount." The Queen of Demons was incensed by the advertisement's wording, slamming her hand on the table and declaring, "I shall burn down the advertising agency." Lin Bai quickly restrained her. Advertisements need to be captivating, after all. Ahem, let's not dwell on such trivial matters. After much commotion at home, Lin Bai exerted immense effort to calm the female demon king down. Unbeknownst to them, in the ensuing days, this advertisement would gain immense popularity, leading to a significant surge in sales for the Simmons mattress. Other companies quickly began to take notice of this super celebrity, and advertisements soon flooded in like snowflakes. However, that is a tale for another time, so we shall set it aside for now. The butterfly flower made her entrance once more every time she appeared. She deliberately exuded an aura reminiscent of a butterfly. Her floral dress fluttered in the wind, her long hair billowed gracefully, and she even took the time to tousle her locks to enhance her elevated demeanor. Lin Bai, observing her antics, felt a surge of irritation. "Hey, What with your two subordinates blowing air at you? We walked from the street to my doorstep for over 10 minutes, and you've struck dozens of poses. Is all this really necessary? The butterfly flower pouted, showing no signs of embarrassment. What can I say? There's no win today. To exhibit my butterfly-like grace, I had to enlist my subordinate's assistance. Lin Bai covered his face with his hand. What brings you here today? The butterfly flower giggled. I've spoken to my subordinate in charge of the gray market wholesale. I'm here to help you connect with your little romantic interest. Lin Bai felt a surge of joy. Though he could never be certain if the iceberg beauty was indeed Jia, it was always good to assist her. He quickly led the butterfly flower to the mobile phone store across the street. Recently, business at the Ice Heart mobile store had been rather poor. With the scorching summer heat, fewer pedestrians graced the streets. The iceberg beauty sat listlessly in the store, contemplating the month's profits. Selling a phone yielded a profit of around 50 to 100 yuan. With a monthly rent of 4,000 yuan, she needed to sell at least 2 phones a day just to cover the rent. In reality, during slow business periods, she often struggled to sell even 1 phone, leaving her unable to meet this month's rental obligations. The struggle was indeed arduous, yet she felt no regret. Although her earnings had dwindled compared to before, she found solace in her independence. Perhaps she would never afford a home in Shuangqing, but at least she could stand tall. A lack of property mattered little to her. The house she currently resided in had been purchased by Lin Bai for her, giving her a sense of being cherished, even though she knew Lin Bai did not harbor such intentions. Nevertheless, this thought brought her joy, and she found herself smiling unconsciously. Suddenly, she noticed 2 figures entering the store, and upon closer inspection, she realized that the one in the lead was Lin Bai. She quickly suppressed her smile and donned a cold expression. What brings you back here? Her acting skills, honed over years in the beauty and hairdressing business, served her well. Despite her intense affection for Lin Bai, she feigned impatience as if she were encountering a fly. Lin Bai, startled by her demeanor, replied, "Hey, I haven't done anything to provoke you. Why do you always look so grim when you see me?" The iceberg beauty huffed. "Just say what you need to say. Are you here to collect rent, perhaps?" Lin Bai pulled Hua Dai out from behind, smiling cheerfully as he introduced her. "This is Miss Hua. Do get acquainted. She has access to remarkably inexpensive gray market phones, all procured via the Yangtze River, offered to you at the lowest possible cost." Hua Dai retorted with annoyance, "Don't call me that. When did I become Miss Hua? You make it sound as though I were captured by the Japanese invaders. My name is Li Mingjin. You may call me Li's sister, Mingjin or Jinjin. Please refrain from concocting absurd nicknames." After dismissing Lin Bai's antics, she turned her attention to the icy beauty, scrutinizing her from various angles. After a prolonged gaze, a subtle smile crept across her lips as she leaned closer to the icy beauty's ear, whispering, "I initially thought you were Xiao Bai's little lover. Turns out it's Jia." The icy beauty, startled, quickly replied, "Who are you? How could you recognize me? Please don't tell Xiao Bai." Hua Dai laughed heartily, winking to reassure her, and then raised her voice, "I am Hua Dai from the Butterfly Gang. Since you deal in gray market phones, you ought to know that all goods at Kaoshiman Dock are somewhat affiliated with my Butterfly Gang." The icy beauty was perplexed, unable to fathom how Hua Dai had developed a rapport with Xiao Bai, especially considering their past enmity. Hua Dai had even led an assault on the old street, and Lin Bai had once threatened to capture her for humiliation. Jia's beauty salon had closed following that skirmish. Now, it seemed as though she and Xiao Bai were the best of friends. Could it be that Xiao Bai had indeed subdued Hua Dai, bending her to his will? Surely, he could no longer be a virgin? Alas, it would be fitting for Xiao Bai's innocence to be entrusted to a worthy woman, rather than one such as myself, who has traversed a less respectable path. Hua Dai tossed a note, inscribed with a phone number, saying, "Call this number and mention my name to Jinya Zhu for your supplies. Henceforth, your purchase price will be the lowest throughout Shuangqing City." The icy beauty, with a conflicted heart, tucked the note away. Hua Dai patted Lin Bai on the shoulder, declaring, "My mission is accomplished. I shall take my leave. Enjoy your conversation." With a wave, she departed in haste. Once the bright presence of Hua Dai was gone, Lin Bai and the icy beauty engaged in a profound gaze. Lin Bai sought to discern whether this woman was indeed Jia. The icy beauty, however, had words she wished to share with Lin Bai, yet after much contemplation, she struggled to find the right moment to speak. After a prolonged silence, the icy beauty finally lowered her head and inquired, "Mr. Lin, May I delay my rent payment for a few days this month? Business has been rather slow. Surprised, Lin Bai reveled in the moment, realizing that even the once untouchable icy beauty found herself in a vulnerable position. Having purchased this property for $2 million, he still owed Miss Liu $1 million in external debts. Initially displeased, he now found satisfaction in the role of landlord, relishing the power dynamic that had shifted. Even the lofty icy beauty was compelled to lower herself to plead for leniency. Look, I force you to kneel and sing my praises, he thought with amusement. Lin Bai chuckled mischievously. That depends on whether you truly are Jiajia. As I mentioned previously, if you are indeed Jiajia, your rent shall be waived. However, if you are not, you cannot be late for even a single day. Should you fail to pay the rent, you may resort to offering your body in exchange. The icy beauty's eyes lit up momentarily. Is it possible to settle the rent with my body? Yet, the spark in her gaze quickly faded as a wave of self-doubt engulfed her. She felt unworthy of engaging with Lin Bai. Biting her lip, she seemed to resolve herself. Very well, if you do not mind, I shall use my body to pay the rent. Though I may not be pure, my mouth has never been sullied in service to any man. I can assist you with it. After uttering those words, her head drooped even lower. She had thought herself beyond shame, capable of committing any brazen act or uttering any shameless words. Yet, she now realized her error. When she resolved to do something for the man she admired, she still felt a pang of embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, she dared not lift her head. Strangely, after a considerable pause without hearing Lin Bai's voice, she finally looked up only to find he had fled the shop, standing in the middle of the street, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, what on earth is happening in this world? Is toying with a virgin truly amusing? You women treat me like a mere plaything. One day, I shall set you all straight." Lin Bai felt a deep sense of frustration, surrounded by seductresses. Was there no respite? He began to suspect that this woman might indeed be Jiajia. Yet since Jiajia was known to be unashamed about crude jokes, he doubted her identity. Women were simply too perplexing. Regardless of whether she was Jiajia or not, Lin Bai could not accept her. Meanwhile, the female demoness had set up a tea table at her doorstep, watching Lin Bai with a knowing smile. She appeared to know everything, yet chose to remain silent. Such women were the most exasperating. Suddenly, a small van arrived in the old street, and Sister Sanjin hopped out, followed by her husband, the small boss. The couple seemed to have weathered their difficulties, their faces beaming with joy. Lin Bai smiled at her. "Sister Sanjin, you still owe me a meal." Sister Sanjin's face lit up with delight. "Xiao Bai, I have returned to treat you to a meal." Lin Bai was elated. Another opportunity to enjoy a meal. Which grand restaurant are we dining at? Quanjude, Shunfeng 123, Taranju, Yufeng Hall, Kazianguan, Zaiwiakan, or Wudumi. Lin Bai enumerated the grand eateries he longed to visit but could not afford, saliva pooling in his mouth. Sister Sanjin retorted playfully, "Do you think of me as a cash cow? We are practically siblings. It feels too formal to dine out. Today, I shall personally prepare a meal for you." "Cut out. Such low standards," Lin Bai complained, only to see Sister Sanjin brandishing a stainless steel spatula dare to insult my culinary skills. "And you shall face dire consequences." Lin Bai, startled, quickly covered his head and fled, while Sister Sanjin chased him down the entire length of the old street. The street buzzed with excitement as many locals leaned out of their windows, cheering for Sister Sanjin. Well done. The little rascal must be taught a lesson with the spatula. Finally, lunch that day was not a hot pot feast, but rather a delightful home-cooked meal prepared by Sanjin. Lin Bai could not help but shed tears of joy. His lips blistered from the previous indulgence. If hot pot continued to be the fare, he would surely meet his demise within 2 months. The arrival of Sister Sanjin was akin to the bodhisattva of compassion, rescuing him from suffering. The female demon lord watched with keen curiosity as Sanjin busied herself in the kitchen and could not help but inquire, "What is she sautéing and frying?" Lin Bai replied with a chuckle, "You, who grew up on Western cuisine, wouldn't understand. Sanjin is preparing traditional dishes from our Huaxia culture. Your time in the mortal realm has been brief. Having eaten Western food and hot pot, you have yet to experience the authentic flavors of Huaxia. Today, I shall broaden your horizons." The female demon lord, filled with anticipation, eagerly craned her neck to observe. For her, the most crucial aspect of life was food, followed closely by sleep. With delicious food before her, she could not remain composed. The first dish presented at the table was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. the eggs fried to a glorious yellow, and the tomatoes radiating a cheerful red. Speckled with green scallions, the aroma wafted through the entire room. One need not even taste it. Merely gazing upon and inhaling its fragrance revealed its extraordinary nature. The female demon lord's mouth watered profusely as she reached out, only to be stopped by Lin Bai. Use chopsticks. In a flurry, she grabbed a pair of bamboo chopsticks, scooped a generous serving of the eggs and tomatoes, and tossed them into her mouth. There was no need to ask if it was delicious. Her expression alone spoke volumes, radiating pure bliss and satisfaction across her face. The female demon lord beamed. Wow, this is exquisite. Huaxia's home-cooked dishes surpass Western cuisine. Enjoy while you can. This is the only meal you'll have like this. Once Sister Sanjin leaves, you won't have another opportunity, Lin Bai teased. He added, this dish cannot be ordered for delivery. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes is a family secret of the Huaxia people, strictly not available for takeout. This remark startled the female demon lord, causing her to leap up and rush into the kitchen, exclaiming, quick, teach this king how to prepare this dish. Thus, Sanjin's voice resonated from the kitchen. This dish is quite simple. First, crack the eggs into a bowl and whisk them thoroughly. Yes, just like that. Wash the tomatoes, peel them, and cut them into pieces. Now add oil to the pan. Oops, too much. Less is better. Lin Bai felt a swell of pride. The wicked female demon lord had been lured into the kitchen, and it was a gratifying achievement. The Lin family's kitchen had remained dormant for years. When Lin Bai lived alone, he was too lazy to cook and relied on takeout. Even after the female demon lord joined him, they still ordered food. For years, the kitchen had been devoid of even the slightest hint of smoke. This was how it ought to be. In Tianfu City, at the headquarters of the Huanhua gang, Brother Qi Cheng furrowed his brow, his mind preoccupied with recent events. The occurrences in Shuangqing City had become too murky to investigate thoroughly. Since the dissolution of the Jinju gang, Shuangqing had completely severed ties with the Hydra Legion. The cause of Qi Fei's death was now untraceable, despite the fact that the two spies he had dispatched had seemingly grasped some leads. However, before he had the chance to repay the favor, he was devoured by the man-eating flower. When misfortune strikes, even sipping cool water can lead to a toothache. He felt his intellect was insufficient, particularly when confronted with such bewildering and uncertain circumstances. Why had the organization not dispatched reinforcements yet? Suddenly, the space around him began to warp, and after a flash of blue light, two figures appeared beside Qi Cheng. One was a scholarly figure clad in a suit and sporting glasses, clearly a schemer with malicious intent. Qi Cheng recognized him as Sula, a member of the Hydra Legion strategic group, who held a higher rank than Qi Cheng himself. His arrival signified that he was to assume command of the invasion of the human realm. The other figure was a fearsome warrior, towering at least 185 meters, with a robust physique and a grim demeanor. Most terrifying of all was his left arm, a mechanical limb that emitted a sinister, cold gleam, instilling dread. Qi Cheng gasped and exclaimed, "The Winter Soldier?" The Winter Soldier was a lethal assassin for the Hydra Legion, comparable to the elite heroes of the Justice League. He was a legacy of formidable assassins, his mechanical arm powered by malevolent forces, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. The original Winter Soldier had once fought to a standstill against the original Captain America, underscoring his ferocity. Cold sweat trickled down Qi Cheng's brow as he cautiously inquired, "Lord Sula, why has the organization dispatched the Winter Soldier to the human realm?" Sula chuckled darkly. The organization intends to launch a full-scale assault on the human realm. The Marvel Universe is nearly under the dominion of the Justice League, with evil reeling in defeat. Our Hydra Legion has forged alliances with the likes of the New York Foot Clan, the Fusan Hand Association, the Joker, Dr. Octopus, the Shadow Warriors Alliance, the False Spider-Man, the Green Goblin, Electro, the Lizard, and the mad scientist Lex Luthor. In summary, all malevolent organizations have resolved to unite and form an evil alliance, launching a concerted offensive on the human realm. Let the Marvel Universe be governed by the Justice League. If we gain control over the human realm, we can thrive just the same. Qi Cheng was elated, I see. Finally, we can display our might in the human realm. Sula snorted. We have already reviewed the video you provided to the organization. The masked hero and the man-eating flower depicted in that footage are undoubtedly elite heroes of the human realm. Since our evil alliance aims to seize this domain, we must first eliminate its champions. The Winter Soldier is specifically here to eliminate them. Hee hee. The man-eating flower only threw a couple of punches at the end, appearing rather unimpressive, but that masked hero fought brilliantly against the man-eating flower. He will be a formidable adversary and must be dealt with. Chi Chung hurriedly said, "What about the revenge for my brother, Chi Fei?" Sula replied coldly, "There is no need to investigate the matter regarding your brother too thoroughly. His demise is undoubtedly intertwined with the old grudges of the Jinju gang. Guided by the principle of better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one go, we shall eradicate all the gangs in Xuanqing City. Once we eliminate the remnants of the Jinju gang, your brother's enemies will inevitably be dealt with." Chi-Ching couldn't help but gasp. How many must we kill? The circumstances in the human realm differ significantly from those in the Marvel Universe. Excessive killings here will attract national scrutiny, leading to complications. Sula laughed heartily. You need not worry about that. Given that the Evil Alliance intends to launch a full-scale invasion of the human realm, chaos will soon ensue worldwide. The Huaxiao nation will hardly have the capacity to manage a few gang factions. Maintaining a smile, despite reassuring himself that he had done nothing to provoke danger, Chi Chung still felt a tremor of fear. The way these individuals spoke left Zhao Yan with little inclination to offer further warnings. After all, he could not ascertain what might transpire upon entering the ancient city of Duobao. For a chef, nothing is more fulfilling than having one's culinary creations acknowledged. Wang Tianxing reluctantly accepted this reality. If it were a natural progression of events, it would be one thing, but deliberately seeking trouble would be unwise. With a dejected demeanor, he prepared to exit the temple, only to notice a group of 5 or 6 individuals in black approaching stealthily near the wheat field. A significant maneuver was underway. The Bailey group was making moves, especially as the Longting group had been gaining prominence and capturing considerable market share. The way the obstructing figures conversed was reminiscent of envy, as if they were longing for their own 7 brides. Ordinary people often overlook those who fall or become ill, possibly choosing to ignore the plight altogether. The more benevolent might call for help or offer assistance, while the fearful would avoid the scene, concerned about attracting trouble, quickly forgetting the incident the next day. Convinced of the world's peace, no objections, Chun Xiaoshan, having received another slap to the forehead, learned his lesson and fell silent. I indeed have something of great importance to discuss with you. It was inconvenient during the day, which is why I waited until now. Just grant me 2 minutes of your time. Do not impose upon others what you do not wish for yourself. Kong Yutong was not one to force others against their will, yet she found herself with no choice in this matter. Yang Qi's battle spirit was the thunderstorm beast, capable of wielding the power of thunder. The sky-splitting wind thunder spear complemented his spirit perfectly, allowing him to wield it with ease and amplify its power through the thunderstorm beast's might. Examining the 3 strands of energy in his hand, Ji Tian felt somewhat disheartened. However, every little bit counts. With these 3 strands, along with the remaining 1 from before, he had precisely enough to initiate 2 realms of creation. Yet, based on the words of Kyle and Morgana, it could be surmised that only by advancing to the Golden Warrior level could one learn the intermediate techniques and sprout wings. "Hello," came the soft voice of Town Nana from the other end, evoking a sense of sympathy in the listener. Now, Sorrow regards Rushiu as his sister, and this sentiment evokes a uniquely delightful feeling within him. The bond of sibling affection is the most profound. Sorrow is not inherently malevolent. With this understanding, if the Tang Master has something to convey, let us sit down and discuss it. Yinlu, please inquire with Master Jihai for some spring water. I must serve the esteemed Tang Master and the Red Sleeve Immortal Emperor with fine tea. Gentlemen, please take a seat, Iron Nuteo remarked, spreading his hands. Behind the dragon spirit, a magnificent blue luminous tree stood tall, its roots embedded deep within the earth, casting its protective shade over the entirety of Jinsaking. In the deep of night, the realm of the undead appeared quite eerie, with spectral beings wandering aimlessly. Fortunately, these entities do not initiate attacks on the students, allowing Sorrow to feel secure. To the north of the city lies a desolate expanse of crumbling structures, ancient edifices in such disrepair that they had long succumbed to decay, littered with ruins and tombs, shrouded in an unearthly mist that instilled dread. Meanwhile, on the television, a new advertisement was airing, featuring the female demon lord as the star. With elegant poise, she brewed a cup of tea, lifted it to her lips, and took a delicate sip, subsequently gracing the camera with a subtle smile, exuding an air of tranquility and grace. Accompanying her image, a tagline emerged: the favorite of the king of flowers, a May mountain cloud and mist flower tea, offering you a dreamlike experience akin to clouds and mist. Lin Bai, pointing at the television, erupted in fury. Fraud. This advertisement is deceptive. The demon woman's true favorite is clearly Eagle Tea. How can such a fraudulent advertisement command a fee of 150,000 yuan? It's outrageous. The most egregious part is that I receive none of it. It has all been snatched away by that wretched woman. I shall expose the truth to the media. The demon lord, cheerfully enjoying a homemade dish of tomato, scrambled eggs over rice, retorted, "Oh please, your envy over my earnings is utterly unfounded. I don't need to toil for this wealth. I could simply create a portal to the treasury of the United States and take as much gold as I desire. Do you truly think I covet such a trivial sum? However, witnessing your jealousy and frustration does make earning a little amusing." Lin Bai, dejected, slumped back into his chair. Truthfully, I could utilize my powers to rob a bank and acquire funds, but the money gained that way is ultimately useless. At heart, I am a good person, and I disdain such unscrupulous methods. Just a few days prior, he had visited a hospital to treat terminally ill patients, intending to announce a fee for his services. However, upon seeing their pitiable conditions, his heart softened, and he decided to treat them for free. Aside from the immensely wealthy, how many families with terminal illnesses can bear the burden of exorbitant medical costs? Lin Bai, witnessing the plight of those on the brink of bankruptcy, found it impossible to demand payment from them. As for the wealthy individuals afflicted with terminal illnesses, they're not easily accessible. These magnates are perpetually occupied, their time worth hundreds of thousands of yuan per second, leaving no room for illness. Lin Bai hastily dialed a phone call to Butterfly Flower. "Hello, Miss Flower. Did you not promise to assist me in liaising for the advertisement? Why have I yet to receive any news? Is the mask-wearing hero's reputation less appealing than that of the Overlord Flower? The last time we confronted the Demon Flower, it was evidently the mask-wearing hero who exerted more effort. The Overlord Flower merely swooped in to reap the rewards. Please call me Jinjin, or my birth name, Li Mingjin. Just do not call me Miss Flower." Butterfly Flower teased him lightly before responding earnestly. "It's quite a challenge. The core issue is that you're masked, while the Overlord Flower is not. The appearance of the Overlord Flower is widely recognized. Only she can represent the brand in advertisements. However, the mask-wearing hero is another matter entirely. Anyone could impersonate him for an ad. I have contacted several manufacturers regarding advertising opportunities, yet they all doubt my ability to secure the genuine mask-wearing hero. They even remarked that even if I did manage it, it would be a waste of advertising funds. Any employee could don a similar costume." Lin Bai replied, "Indeed, the imitation skills of our people are undoubtedly maxed out. Duplicating the attire of the mask-wearing hero would be no trivial task." Lin Bai fell silent. Butterfly Flower suggested, "Tune into the 6th channel of Shuangqing Satellite TV. There happens to be an advertisement featuring the mask-wearing hero." Lin Bai quickly switched to the channel, and indeed, an advertisement was airing. The protagonist was the mask-wearing hero, clad in a red and yellow bodysuit, soaring through the sky. The special effects were impressive, rendering the wires completely invisible. As the mask-wearing hero descended to the ground, he delivered a powerful punch towards the Demon Flower, which was merely a prop. However, the punch proved ineffective, and the Demon Flower retaliated by kicking him away. Then, the mask-wearing hero rose from the ground, seized a bottle of beverage, and enthusiastically drank from it. With a magnetic voice, he declared, "My favorite drink is my dong. It revives me in critical moments. After drinking it, my strength surges, allowing me to defeat the Demon Flower with a single blow." "Goodness, this is utterly absurd," Lin Bai exclaimed, pointing at the television. "My voice does not sound that dreadful. Moreover, I have no fondness for my dong at all." "Calm down." Butterfly Flower advised from the other end of the line. "You know our country's circumstances. Why not take matters into your own hands and smash the My Dong factory? Then give that fake mask-wearing hero a good beating. Warn them not to infringe upon your likeness rights. With your abilities, such a task would be trivial. Though such actions might befit a gangster, Lin Bai was reluctant to follow through. If he truly vandalized the My Dong factory, would he be regarded as a superhero or a supervillain? The distinction was utterly unclear. Xiao Bai quickly switched to the 4th channel of Shuangqing Satellite TV. Butterfly Flower urged, "There's more here as well." Lin Bai promptly changed the channel, and once again, the mask-wearing hero appeared. This time, he was not soaring through the air, but rather lifting an enormous stone, clearly a prop made of foam, which he effortlessly placed onto a large truck. The screen then displayed an advertising slogan, Sheafing brand trucks, carrying capacity as powerful as the mask-wearing hero. Strong, strong, strong. Lin Bai crouched down, cradling his head. This is simply unbearable. The flower butterfly chuckled. Xiao Bai, why not join the butterfly gang? I can offer you the position of vice leader. Together, we could dominate the world, much like Lu Taizhou and Zheng Hongxiu did 30 years ago. Though they no longer roam the Jianghu, their names still resonate within it. If we emulate them, we too could carve out our own grand reputation. Lin Bai covered his face with his hand. Stop the nonsense. Lu Taizhou and Zheng Hongxiu were a married duo. What are we? The flower butterfly laughed. With my beauty, you will inevitably fall for me. If you behave well, I might even come to love you in return. Then we would become the new Lu Taizhou and Zheng Hongxiu. Everyone's taking advantage of my innocence. I'm done talking. Phone bills are exorbitant, Lin Bai said, hanging up. He thought of the advertisements he had seen on television, gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming down his face. Why was it so difficult to earn a little money? As evening approached, the setting sun dipped behind the mountains, casting a golden hue across the landscape. The Maidong beverage factory had reached closing time. The machines in the workshop were silent, and employees trickled out of the factory. Among them was Zhu Yukong. At 25, Zhu was of average height and build, resembling the recently popular masked hero, further complemented by his melodious, magnetic voice. Thus, the factory chose him to portray the masked hero in their advertisements. Despite his plain appearance, once masked, no one could discern his looks. Initially, Zhu Yukong was reluctant to play the masked hero, considering it an infringement on another's right to likeness and quite unethical. However, when the company offered a reward of 5,000 yuan, he relented. After all, donning the hero's garb and uttering a few lines while pouring a bottle of Maidong beverage for 5,000 yuan was an opportunity too good to pass up. In recent days, he had filmed a series of Maidong commercials dressed as the masked hero, and several had already begun airing with positive reception, significantly boosting the company's beverage sales. Zhu had earned over 20,000 yuan in bonuses, nearly equivalent to half a year's salary, which greatly elevated his spirits. Even the evening sun appeared exceptionally beautiful to him. As he passed through a small grove beside the company, he suddenly spotted a peculiar figure ahead. The figure was tall and foreboding, and most bizarrely, its left arm was a mechanical prosthetic, lending an air of menace akin to a villain from the movies. Zhu Yukong instinctively took a step back. Who are you? What do you want? I have no money. The terrifying figure spoke in a chilling tone. I am the Winter Soldier. You are the masked hero on television, correct? Shall we exchange a few blows? A chill ran down Zhu Yukong's spine. His instinct screamed that this person was dangerous. He turned and ran. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck him in the back, propelling his body forward before he crashed to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the grass a deep crimson. TCH. Another worthless fool. The Winter Soldier furrowed his brow, exclaiming in frustration about the incessant encounters with counterfeit goods. The absurdity of the human realm was overwhelming. At the Double Celebration police station, the flat-chested female officer felt as though her head might explode under the pressure. As Chief Lu Fei bellowed at her, in just one short week, we have experienced 5 homicides, 5, all of them gun-related. How on earth are you managing as the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit? He had just been reprimanded by city officials, questioning his competence as a police chief, and now he vented his frustration upon the beleaguered female officer. The poor flat-chested female officer, feeling utterly dejected, could only respond earnestly. I assure you that I will solve the case as swiftly as possible. Assure? What good is an assurance? Get moving. She was dismissed. With a heavy heart, she returned to her office where several detectives were analyzing the case details. She joined them in a discussion, stating the identities of these 5 victims are remarkably peculiar. One is an employee from a beverage factory, another from an automotive plant, and a third is a temporary actor. There appears to be no connection among them, making this case exceedingly troublesome. Could it be that the perpetrator is a random killer? A young officer stood up and declared, Captain, this is not a case of indiscriminate murder. We have found a common thread among these suspects. What? The flat-chested officer exclaimed with joy, slamming her hand on the table in excitement. Where is this commonality? Discovering a connection among the victims could unveil the killer's motive, greatly aiding the investigation. The young officer replied with utmost seriousness. The commonality among these victims is that they have all portrayed masked heroes in advertisements. Look, this individual named Zhu Yukong appeared in a beverage commercial. The automotive employee starred in a West Wind truck ad, and the temporary actor was featured in a shoe advertisement. The female officer gasped in disbelief. Is that the reason? The young officer nodded, stating, "We have reason to suspect that the murderer may be the masked hero himself." Angered by these individuals infringing upon his likeness and tarnishing his reputation, prompting him to eliminate them as a warning to other companies against exploiting his name. The flat-chested officer, furious, slammed her palm on the table, insisting, "Stop spouting nonsense. The masked hero is a good person. He has battled the monkey demon, defeated the champion, and fought against the flower demon. How could someone like him commit murder?" The young officer took a step back, intimidated by her fervor, yet firmly responded, "Moreover, we have no other leads on the killer's motive. The masked hero has indeed performed good deeds, but being a good person does not preclude one from committing evil acts. You surely know this. Furthermore, I merely suggested a possibility, not confirmed that the masked hero is the perpetrator. This matter requires further investigation and evidence gathering." The flat-chested officer's breathing grew heavy as she pounded the table, declaring, "Deploy all personnel to monitor anyone in the city who has portrayed a masked hero. We must track them 24/7 to ensure we capture the true culprit." The young officer bowed respectfully and hurriedly exited, setting off a wave of activity throughout the entire criminal investigation unit as a multitude of officers rushed out. The flat-chested female officer sat quietly in her office, deep in thought, furrowing her brow for an extended period. Suddenly, a notion struck her. There exists a possibility that someone may be intent on assassinating the masked hero. Yet, she was unaware of the hero's true identity, leading her to conclude that she must eliminate any potential suspects. This, indeed, served as a motive for murder. However, the masked hero was exceptionally formidable, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary individuals, which is why her subordinates had not entertained this line of thought. The female officer leaned more towards this latter hypothesis. How audacious it was for someone to target the masked hero. Such a villain must be apprehended immediately. The city of Shuqing appeared tranquil, with ordinary citizens continuing with their daily lives. Yet, the police were on high alert as a series of homicides persisted. During their investigation, 2 more masked heroes had been brutally assassinated, and the manner of their deaths was particularly gruesome. They were not merely shot. Instead, they had been savagely beaten before being dismembered. This indicated that the perpetrator had transformed into a psychopathic killer, seemingly fueled by an escalating rage with each act of violence. Among the officers handling the case, whispers circulated, with many suspecting that the masked hero himself was behind these killings. The reasoning was that too many had infringed upon his likeness rights, leading him to eliminate one after another, resulting in a growing tally of victims. These counterfeit enterprises were utterly despicable, relentlessly impersonating the masked hero. Anyone in his position would inevitably become increasingly enraged, and the violence against these impostors would intensify. Although the officers did not condone acts of personal vengeance, they harbored a certain schadenfreude regarding the demise of the fakes. Only the flat-chested female officer remained resolute in her belief that the masked hero was not responsible for these events. As the body count mounted, her heart grew heavier with concern. It was imperative to locate the masked hero swiftly and inform him that his life was in jeopardy. Amidst the officers' frantic efforts, another significant incident unfolded. A fresh wave of chaos erupted as members of the former Jinju gang were systematically assassinated. In the span of a week, dozens had met their demise. In the impoverished shanty towns near the Kaoshiman dock, lifeless bodies adorned in floral shirts were discovered daily. Some belonged to former Jinju gang members who had since renounced their criminal ways. Others had joined emerging factions after the Jinju gang's dissolution. And some had no ties to the gang whatsoever. In summary, any gang member faced ruthless extermination. The once diminished Pudding Brother, having been severely weakened by the masked hero's previous actions, fell victim in this latest assassination spree. His body was discarded in a concealed gutter, where it lay undiscovered for 3 days, becoming unbearably foul. This incident was swiftly classified by the police as a gang conflict. Many seasoned officers believed it unnecessary to intervene. opting to let the gangs engage in their own brutal infighting. They reasoned that once the gangs had thoroughly depleted one another, the police could step in to clean up the aftermath. After all, the demise of gang members posed no detriment to the general populace and could, in fact, be beneficial. However, the captain of the police force, a flat-chested female officer, was reluctant to handle the situation in such a manner. She believed that, even if the outcome were favorable, it was unacceptable to indulge the gangs in their reckless violence and brawls, as this did not reflect a healthy societal atmosphere. Thus, while allocating a significant number of personnel to investigate the series of murders, she also had to dispatch officers to address the gang-related cases, leaving her stretched thin and truly overwhelmed with the mounting pressure. As October arrived, the air had turned crisp with the onset of autumn. Passers-by on the streets began donning their coats, and Lin Bai finally had the opportunity to wear the suit that Qian had purchased for him. Priced at a staggering 100,000, the ensemble was impeccably tailored, and he appeared vivacious and dapper. In truth, he was quite handsome, but his usual attire had not done justice to his appearance. Once properly dressed, he rivaled even the most celebrated stars on television. October 7th marked Lin Bai's 24th birthday, and from this day forth, he officially entered his zodiac year. The impoverished denizens of the old street typically did not place much importance on birthdays. However, a birthday in one's zodiac year was held in high regard. It was said that this year was particularly inauspicious, with the ruling Tai Sui bringing misfortune. Lin Bai had previously been skeptical of such beliefs, but this year he found himself somewhat convinced, having learned of the terrifying nature of Tai Sui, which could indeed lead one to calamity. Moreover, with a female demon residing in his household, it was hard to dismiss such omens. Thus, Lin Bai dressed impeccably, procured 10,000 yuan from the female demon, reserved a hot pot restaurant run by Aunt Qin, and invited all the neighbors to indulge in a feast, hoping to dispel the ominous energy of his zodiac year with their collective joy. Qian did not attend to the internet cafe today. Instead, she instructed the hired cashier and internet manager to work diligently while she remained at home, a rather astonishing decision for the industrious Qian. Nevertheless, Lin Bai was not surprised, as she consistently set aside her responsibilities each year on this date to spend it by his side. The neighbors did not bring gifts, as such customs were not observed in the old street. In fact, they openly expressed their intent to take advantage of Lin Bai's generosity. For instance, the 32-year-old man had reportedly not eaten since the previous night, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to feast at Lin Bai's expense. However, the newcomer, Old Liu, presented a lavish gift, a Rolex watch, the value of which was uncertain. Lin Bai proudly donned it on his wrist, feeling it complemented his suit perfectly, and reflecting on the benefits of befriending the affluent. Miss Liu also gifted him a Qingli 6P phone, whispering into Lin Bai's ear that he could use it to contact her when he transformed into a masked hero. Previously, the female demon had insisted that Lin Bai use 2 phones, but he had hesitated to spend the money. To his surprise, Miss Liu had procured this globally sought-after Qingli model for him, demonstrating her thoughtful nature. Gazing at the phone's back cover, marked by a bite from a pear, Lin Bai felt his status elevate, dressed in a tailored suit, adorned with a Rolex, and wielding a Qingli phone. He felt like a successful individual, and his confidence surged. Who would dare to label him as a mere pauper now? The fierce loli has arrived, bringing with her a computer motherboard as a gift. The specifications are remarkably advanced. Yet Lin Bai cannot afford the corresponding CPU. This contraption can only serve as a mere ornament, seemingly a deliberate trap laid for him. By the time he amasses wealth sufficient to purchase the CPU, this motherboard will likely be obsolete. To Lin Bai's surprise, the female demon lord also presented him with a gift, having used her advertising funds to acquire a luxurious crocodile leather wallet for him. Exquisite and quite valuable. He placed all his possessions into the wallet, totaling over 200 yuan, yet something felt amiss. The icy beauty, Yi Qing, also gifted him something, leaving Lin Bai astounded. Wasn't he this woman known for her bitter demeanor and lack of kindness towards him? Yet here she was, presenting him with a beautiful box. With great excitement, he opened it, only to find 4,000 yuan inside. The icy beauty remarked, "I'm merely repaying the rent you were owed." There was no reasoning with this enigmatic woman. Why wrap her in a box? Qian's gift was the least valuable, a hand-woven red string, but it was Lin Bai's favorite. He tied it around his right wrist and clasped his hands together, finding the red string more beautiful than the Rolex on his left wrist. It is said that wearing a red string during one zodiac year wards off evil, a function the Rolex lacks. Halfway through their hot pot meal, the flat-chested policewoman arrived. Looking haggard, perhaps having gone days without sleep. Her dark circles were more pronounced than those of a panda, and her troubled expression was evident even to the typically oblivious fierce lowly. She squeezed into a seat at Lin Bai's table, down a glass of alcohol, and finally spoke slowly. I've been extremely busy lately, Xiao Bai. I didn't bring you a gift, so don't glare at me. Lin Bai scoffed. You dare to come here and mooch without a gift. The flat-chested policewoman ignored him. Turning to the female demon lord, I need the contact information for the masked hero. The demon lord chuckled and shrugged. That's a state secret. I cannot disclose it. This woman, rather than learning proper conduct in the mortal realm, indulged in the meaningless jargon of bureaucracy. The flat-chested policewoman slammed her hand on the table, causing the cups to leap into the air, spilling their contents. I don't care about state secrets. Someone is targeting the masked hero, having committed 8 serial murders already. Everyone who has portrayed the masked hero on television has been killed. I must warn him to beware of his enemies, so you need to give me his contact information. The demon lord regarded the flat-chested policewoman with a knowing smile, her tone laden with implication. I can relay the message to him. You need not speak to him directly. Your desire for his contact information surely harbors ulterior motives. Doesn't it? TSK. Are you perhaps infatuated with him and seeking a date? The flat-chested policewoman's cheeks flushed crimson, but quickly paled again. That is utterly absurd. I am a natural beauty. Suitors line up from the magic city to the demon city. How could I possibly entertain such notions? The demon lord laughed. I never would have guessed you were so sought after. Was it after indulging in ample bosoms? Or was it before? The flat-chested female officer was momentarily struck, nearly losing her balance. The female demon king succinctly hit the nail on the head, acknowledging that while many pursued her, those admirers only approached her after she had taken medication, attending matchmaking events and gatherings, in her usual state of unremarkable appearance. She lamented the unfortunate truth that no one sought her out. Confronted by the female demon king, she felt utterly powerless and could only express her frustration, saying, "Please relay to the masked hero that someone is out to kill him, and that the assassin is highly skilled. He must exercise utmost caution. Though he is formidable, one can never be too careful. Being ambushed and perishing would be a grave misfortune. I will apprehend the perpetrator swiftly, but until then, he should maintain a low profile and avoid public visibility." After uttering these words, the flat-chested officer hurried away, overwhelmed with urgency and devoid of time for idle chatter. The female demon king gestured towards the departing figure and remarked to Lin Bai, "Did you catch what she said?" Lin Bai nodded in affirmation. "I did. Someone wishes to take my life." The female demon king, with a playful smile, crossed her pristine legs before Lin Bai. "What are your thoughts on this?" Lin Bai shrugged. "To be honest, I would be quite pleased if those impersonating me on television met their demise. Yet, upon hearing that they are truly dead, I find myself feeling uncomfortable." The female demon king playfully draped an arm around his neck. "Humans are indeed complex. Were I in charge, I would take immediate action against those who dare impersonate me, ensuring their demise without waiting for an assassin to finish them off. Yet here you are, feeling sorrow for them. How perplexing you are. But let us return to serious matters. How do you intend to deal with this assassin?" Lin Bai replied with a smile. "I want to deal with him. The police are already investigating. Why should I concern myself with a mere nuisance? I am not the defender of global justice. Those who were killed have no ties to me, and they have even infringed upon my right of publicity. So I have no obligation to intervene. As long as the assassin does not come after me, I will remain indifferent." The female demon king chuckled. "That is quite commendable. If you were to seek vengeance for those individuals, I would indeed lose respect for you. Being excessively righteous is not a virtue. Such individuals are foolish. And I have no fondness for fools." Lin Bai chose not to respond further, contemplating silently. "This year of my birth is indeed off to a grim start. On my 24th birthday, I learned that someone intends to kill me. The ancient saying about the year of the zodiac being fraught with misfortune rings true. The ominous beginning of his year was evidently not limited to this single incident. In the dead of night, a fire suddenly erupted in the back street, fiercely spreading through the impoverished area along the Jiao River, resembling a hellish beast of molten rock. Before long, half of the back street was engulfed in flames, illuminating the night sky and sending tremors throughout the entire Shuangqing city. The old street and the back street were merely separated by a wall. Pushing open the large iron gate at the corner allowed one to enter the back street, highlighting their interdependent relationship. As the fire raged, the residents of the old street sprang from their beds, grasping basins, buckets, and hoses, rushing fervently to extinguish the flames. Observing the fierce blaze, Lin Bai suddenly recalled the dilapidated cosmic pharmaceutical factory run by the rotund Kai. Nestled deep in a back alley, this crumbling establishment, which concocted its remedies from flour, lotus root powder, and sesame paste, had caused Lin Bai to suffer years of feigned smoking. Yet, Kai was not entirely despicable. Lin Bai owed him a debt of gratitude. With no time to don his battle attire, Lin Bai simply slipped on his superhero underwear over his pajama bottoms. He fashioned a pillowcase into a makeshift mask to cover his face, presenting a rather amusing sight. However, no one had the leisure to notice him, as all eyes were drawn to the raging inferno. Lin Bai, clad in his unconventional attire, sprinted down the old street for several meters without raising an eyebrow. Upon activating his superhuman strength, Lin Bai plunged into the alleyway. Half of the back street was engulfed in flames, with narrow passageways flanked by roaring fire. As the fire had erupted in the dead of night, many were fleeing in nothing but their undergarments, some clutching towels to shield themselves from the smoke. In such dire circumstances, Lin Bai's appearance in his underwear seemed less peculiar and rather commonplace. Ahead, the alley had been barricaded by flames, deterring anyone from advancing in that direction. As Lin Bai rushed forward, an elderly man, caught in the chaos, shouted, "Young man, don't go that way. There's no escape." Without turning back, Lin Bai replied, "Elder, you should flee first. I'm going in to rescue a friend." With that, he charged through the searing flames and into the heart of the blaze. The old man shook his head, muttering, "What a fine young man. Such a pity." Indeed, Lin Bai's ironclad physique rendered him impervious to the flames, yet he still felt the heat, sweat cascading down like a fountain. The cosmic pharmaceutical factory loomed just ahead. With a powerful kick, he sent the iron door flying and entered the premises. Fortunately, the fire had broken out in the dead of night, and the impoverished workers were absent. Activating his X-ray vision, Lin Bai scanned the blazing ruins and soon spotted Kai, huddled beneath a stone basin. While shielded from the direct flames, the surrounding fire had depleted the oxygen, causing Kai to succumb to suffocation and lose consciousness. Lin Bai hoisted him onto his shoulder. The weight was staggering, akin to carrying a pig. This compelled Lin Bai to unleash his immense strength, for otherwise, he would have struggled to bear him. This rotund man had caused Lin Bai considerable expenditure of his heroic powers, and he resolved to reclaim some of his losses later. Initially intending to retrace his steps, Lin Bai reconsidered upon observing the fiery blockade. While his iron physique allowed him to traverse the inferno, Kai would not fare as well. He would be charred to perfection the moment he entered the flames. With a heavy sigh, Lin Bai reluctantly activated his flight ability, depleting another 200 points of justice power, and soared into the night sky, carrying Kai. Shielded by the cover of darkness, he went unnoticed until he reached the riverbank, where he gently set Kai down. Removing his superhero underwear and mask, Lin Bai splashed cold river water onto Kai's face. He sputtered and coughed, gradually regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Lin Bai, he blinked in bewilderment before bursting into tears. "Xiao Bai, save me. Xiao Bai, please." Lin Bai swiftly slapped his face. "Stop your blubbering. I've already rescued you from the flames." Kai Daze continued to weep. "No, it's not just the fire. Someone is after my life." I sensed danger swiftly and hid beneath the water tank, narrowly escaping with my life. "Someone intends to kill me." "What?" "Be clear. Tonight, while I was asleep at home, I suddenly felt an ominous presence. My sixth sense, which is quite accurate, led me to believe that the police were coming to raid me. So I took refuge beneath the water tank. A group of men in black entered my factory, each armed with guns equipped with silencers. One of them fired a volley at my bed. Had I been there, I would have surely met my end. They searched every corner of my home, failed to find me, and then set my factory ablaze. I was paralyzed with fear, and although the flames grew fiercer, I dared not move, eventually fainting from the smoke. "How did you manage to rescue me?" Lin Bai furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Men in black, coming to kill and set fires in the dead of night? This is straight out of a Hollywood script. Are there truly such ruthless assassins in modern society? Patting Kai Dazue on the shoulder with a sardonic smile, he remarked, "You must have crossed paths with some significant figure through your counterfeit drugs." Now they've come to exact their vengeance on you. Not only have you dug your own grave, but you've also endangered all the neighbors in the alley. This time, you've truly put lives at risk without any recompense. If I were to reveal the truth to those individuals, you wouldn't need to worry about your enemies finding you. They'd tear you apart themselves. The old street comprised 52 households, and this fire had left them all destitute. Lin Bai seethed with anger, though he would not lay the entire blame at Kai Dazue's feet. While the sale of counterfeit drugs was indeed reprehensible, the true villains were those men in black. Their methods were appallingly indiscriminate. While Lin Bai wholeheartedly supported the notion of punishing Kai Dazue, the devastation inflicted upon the surrounding residents was undeniably excessive. Let's return to the old street, Lin Bai said, kicking Kai Dazue lightly. You should rent a place there for the time being. As long as you remain within the territory marked by the 2 iron flowers, Bawanghua will ensure your safety. Do not wander about. We shall speak once these arsonists are apprehended by the authorities. Kai Dazue nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Together, Lin Bai and Kai Daze made their way back to the old street, where fire trucks had already arrived, hoses spraying water onto the alley. The street was filled with residents who had fled from the alley, their faces covered in soot. Those living in the alley were poorer than those in the old street, and their lives were already fraught with hardship. Now, with their homes reduced to ashes, it felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Among them were several impoverished children who worked for Kai Daze, their faces blackened by smoke, clinging to their parents' legs and wailing. Kai Dazue surveyed the scene, relieved to see. Thankfully, all 52 households managed to escape. Lin Bai shot him a glare. What good is it that they escaped? Most of them likely have no savings, right? Once they lose their homes, how will they survive? This is all you're doing. Kai Dazue's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, Alas, I have implicated them. I must take responsibility. He swaggered with his protruding belly before the soot-covered residents of the alley, proclaiming loudly, Brothers, Kai, am the wealthiest among you. In light of the recent fire disaster, I cannot stand idly by. I shall distribute 30,000 yuan to each household as temporary relocation assistance. Take this money and rent a place. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. My phone number is well known, right? With over 1 million yuan at his disposal, the cash flowed freely from his lips. Lin Bai realized that Kai, with his ample girth, possessed considerable means. It appeared that the trade of counterfeit goods was quite lucrative, albeit fraught with peril. Respectable individuals seldom attracted the deadly wrath of murderers in the dead of night. It was only those like Kai, who tread the treacherous path, that encountered such dangers. Lin Bai felt fortunate for having lived a life of integrity, mostly upright and virtuous, save for occasional minor mischief. For over 2 decades, his existence had been devoid of calamity. Though he had not amassed great wealth, he enjoyed peace and joy. Even with a demon residing in his home now, he felt no sense of impending danger, a testament to the belief that good deeds are rewarded. Kai's generous act garnered widespread acclaim from the alley residents. A few elderly individuals even grasped his hand, weeping profusely. Xiao Kai, we used to look down on you for selling counterfeit medicine, but now we see you are indeed a good person. Kai appeared somewhat uncomfortable, his face betraying his unease. Lin Bai nudged him from behind and whispered, You fat fool, you have so much money. Why not offer a little to your savior? Kai chuckled. Last time, I helped you find the butterfly, and you made 1 million. You owe me a favor. Your recent act of saving me cancels it out. Lin Bai kicked him playfully in the rear. Several alley residents glared at Lin Bai, clearly displeased with his treatment of their benefactor. If they were aware that the fire was ignited by Kai, they might have turned against him. Let the alley's affairs be resolved by its residents. Lin Bai decided to retreat to the old street. Suddenly, he spotted Qian, her face smeared with soot, her hair singed at the tips, and her pink cotton pajamas soiled with char. He gasped in shock and grasped her hand. What happened to you? You look like you've been through a war. The fire was in the alley, not the old street. Qian smiled broadly, her darkened face accentuating her gleaming white teeth. I was helping to extinguish the flames. I saw a little cat trapped in the fire and rushed in to rescue it. The poor thing lost patches of fur. Lin Bai's heart ached as he noticed the burns on her hand, and he couldn't help but hold it tightly. If you were saving people, I would understand. But why a cat? It's not worth risking your safety for a single life. Qian replied earnestly, A cat is a life too. I couldn't bear to leave it. Don't worry, I consumed the iron bones you provided me, so I was unharmed. Well, whatever Qian decided to do, Lin Bai would never genuinely oppose, though a lingering fear remained in his heart. Not long ago, he rushed to rescue Kaitaduzi, and in the blink of an eye, Qian Qian had already ventured into the fire scene. To put it more starkly, she had taken a tour of hell. Such an occurrence had never transpired during her childhood, for back then, she always trailed behind Lin Bai like a little shadow, following him to the east when he went east and to the west when he ventured west, never straying from his sight. Occasionally, when Lin Bai was absent, she would curl up at home, reluctant to emerge. However, she has matured now. Although she still heeds Lin Bai's words, she has developed her own thoughts and convictions, occasionally undertaking actions that take him by surprise. Even with Lin Bai's inheritance of superhuman powers and the essence of a Dark Lord, it remains improbable that he could care for her meticulously throughout her life. Lin Bai found himself in a state of distress. Upon returning home, he sat on the bed, cradling his head in contemplation. Perhaps he had indeed been overly protective of her in the past, whenever he inadvertently failed to keep a watchful eye. An inexplicable anxiety gnawed at him. What if she encountered delinquents at school? What if she rushed to save a stray kitten or puppy? What if she found herself battling a robber on the street? Such acts, imbued with kindness and righteousness, were indeed within Qian Qian's realm of possibility. Lin Bai could not shadow her day and night. Although he would not mind doing so, she might, as she had her own social circle. And even the closest of individuals ought to grant each other breathing space. His gaze swept across the corner of the room, where he spotted a box delivered by a local courier, coated in a layer of dust. Inside lay a female spider suit. This attire had been in his possession for several months, intended for Qian Qian, but he hesitated, fearing it might add to her burdens. Perhaps now was the right moment to present it to her. Lifting the box, he stepped out of the room, only to find the Dark Queen standing in the corridor. "Have you decided to give it to her?" she inquired. Lin Bai nodded. The Dark Queen smiled. The princess, sheltered within her fairy tale, is finally poised to wield her sword against dragons. How amusing. Are you not concerned that she will juggle her studies, frequent internet cafes, and bear the responsibilities of Spider-Man, all while exhausting herself in the process? Lin Bai shook his head. I will only hand over the spider suit to her. I will not dictate her actions. Her path is hers to choose, her judgments to make. The Dark Queen's gaze grew distant. Qian Qian is truly fortunate. If only someone treated me with such tenderness. I, the Dark Queen, have never experienced the sweetness of gentle affection. My past is shrouded in darkness. Lin Bai brushed past her. Stop wallowing in self-pity, dear. If one day you find yourself in peril, I will protect you as well. His silhouette vanished beyond the door, and the female demon queen leaned against the wall for a while, a languid smile gracing her lips. You said it yourself. Even if there's no danger, I must create some for myself. Cradling a box, Lin Bai approached Qian Qian's window and peered inside. Qian Qian was not in her bedroom. It seemed she was taking a bath. Having just been singed by the smoke, she would likely take quite some time to cleanse herself. This presented a perfect opportunity to place the spider suit in her room. Lin Bai produced a piece of wire to pry open the window latch. At that moment, second-generation Aunt Qin happened to stroll by. Upon seeing a shadowy figure attempting to force open Qian Qian's window, she opened her mouth to shout. But upon recognizing Lin Bai, she halted, chuckling. Little Bai, if you have intentions towards Qian Qian, you could just walk through the front door. There's no need to climb through the window. Lin Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hey, I'm engaged in serious business here. Don't let your early romance fantasies run wild. Second-generation Aunt Qin raised her voice, calling out to the old street. Everyone, come quick. Little Bai is climbing into Qian Qian's house. The moment she shouted, a throng of onlookers poured out onto the street. If anyone else dared to sneak into Qian Qian's window at such an hour, the neighbors would undoubtedly unleash a barrage of weapons upon them. Yet, Lin Bai was an exception, and the crowd gathered around with solemn curiosity. Little Bai, do you even know how to pry open a window? Should we call Uncle Zhang to teach you a thing or two? Old Lady Zhang remarked with a tinge of bitterness. Ah, Little Bai evidently prefers Qian Qian. My granddaughter doesn't stand a chance. Aunt Qin seized second-generation Aunt Qin by the ear, ushering her back home, insisting that such matters were unsuitable for children. She then made a beeline for the pharmacy on the main street, returning with a peculiar box and placing it in Lin Bai's hands. Be careful. Don't get yourself into a lawsuit. Lin Bai looked closely at the contents. Durex ultra-thin lubricant. Like a bunch of lunatics, these old folks make no sense. Lin Bai grumbled indignantly. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I'm merely delivering a package. TCH, who delivers a package this way? The old neighbors had set up a row of stools on the street, sitting down to watch the spectacle. Some even opened betting pools, wagering on how long Lin Bai would take to emerge. Unfortunately, this wager was destined to fail, as everyone bet that Lin Bai would not appear until dawn. It was not a matter of endurance. They were certain he would indulge in a night of tender intimacy. Lin Bai, bewildered and amused, decided to ignore them. After much effort, he finally pried open the window and slipped inside, cradling the box. Standing in Qian's bedroom, he was greeted by her distinctive, subtle fragrance. The octopus in the aquarium shrank into a ball, and, straining to listen, he could hear the sound of running water from the bathroom. Fortunately, Qian was still bathing. The continuous sound of water masked the earlier commotion outside, which would have certainly caught her attention. He placed a box at the foot of Qian's bed. Inside the box was a piece of paper bearing the words, "With great power comes great responsibility." Without hesitation, Lin Bai tore the paper to shreds. This was merely a means for Qian to protect herself, not a call for her to embrace the mantle of a heroic figure. Let responsibility turn to ashes. We shall live life with reckless abandon. After carefully placing the box, Lin Bai pushed open the window and climbed out. The onlookers from the old neighborhood erupted in a commotion. "Hey, you're out so soon? Xiao Bai, are you mistaken? What exactly did you do in there?" Lin Bai scoffed. "I already told you I was delivering a package. Why are you all making a fuss? Disperse." Half of the old neighbors, led by Aunt Qin, felt a twinge of disappointment, while the other half, led by Grandma Zheng, rejoiced. As long as Qian and Lin Bai had not yet taken that final step, Grandma Zheng's precious granddaughter still had a chance. Previously, Grandma Zheng had eagerly hoped for Lin Bai and Qian to marry soon. But now she wished for them to take their time, not to rush, so that Miss Liu could have an opportunity to turn the tide. After finishing her bath, Qian walked into her bedroom, wrapped in a bathrobe, only to discover a peculiar box at the foot of her bed. Driven by curiosity, she cautiously opened the lid and found a red and blue rubber bodysuit resting quietly inside. Adorned with a spider emblem on the chest and featuring two compound eyes on the hood, resembling the Spider-Man suit from the movies, though upon closer inspection, it was distinctively feminine, evident from the subtly protruding design at the chest. It was indeed a female spider suit. For reasons unknown, the suit captivated her deeply. Perhaps it was because it represented justice, and she was a kind-hearted girl. Unconsciously, Qian cast aside her bathrobe and donned the spider suit. Typically, she concealed her figure beneath long skirts, but clad in the bodysuit, her slender form was accentuated. The gentle rise of her chest and her modestly curved hips, while not exactly a devilishly alluring figure, radiated youthful vitality. A menu of superpowers flashed in her mind, and she randomly selected the ability to shoot webs. A pristine white thread shot forth from her wrist, adhering to the ceiling. Every superhero's emergence necessitates a certain process. Just like the original Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who did not instantly transform into Spider-Man after being bitten by a spider, but rather underwent extensive training to master his web-slinging abilities and to leap between buildings. Qian was no exception. Early the next morning, she donned the spider suit and headed to an abandoned steel factory to practice. She chose not to discard the box, but instead kept the spider suit as a symbol of her decision. Lin Bai would respect all her choices, right or wrong. So he silently observed her efforts without interference. In truth, Lin Bai had not slept all night, lying in his bed in superhero underwear, activating his X-ray vision and distant sight abilities, following Qian's movements. He watched every moment as she put on the spider suit, tested her powers in secret, and practiced swinging with the web in the abandoned factory. Naturally, when she changed out of her clothes, Lin Bai turned his head away. This was not Lin Bai's first time gazing at her in such a manner. In truth, he had watched Qian grow from childhood, observing her as she learned to speak, took her first uncertain steps, entered the school, received praises from her teachers, and ultimately gained admission to university. Every moment of her joy in her growth had been shared with Lin Bai. Now, as he beheld her transformation from an ordinary, fragile girl into an unstoppable superhero, Lin Bai felt a genuine happiness for her. The fire in the back street had been completely extinguished, with dozens of fire trucks arriving on the scene. The residents of the back street had been temporarily relocated to affordable housing nearby by Kai Dazue. He himself dared not leave the old street. fearing that stepping outside would lead to his demise at the hands of the black-clad assailants. With Lin Bai's assistance, he rented a small, vacant room from Uncle Zhang and moved in temporarily. At noon, Wang Jingyu, the CEO of Tianshu Technology, arrived, accompanied by his ferocious daughter. To Lin Bai's astonishment, they brought with them a piece of civilian armor, perfectly suited for testing amidst the ruins of the recently scorched backstreet. A brave firefighter volunteered to don the civilian armor and ventured into the debris, collaborating with fellow firefighters to commence the cleanup. The armor proved to be remarkably effective. Areas that others approached with trepidation were traversed effortlessly by the armored firefighter, who treated the crumbling structures as mere obstacles. As Lin Bai marveled at the rapid advancements of human technology, he noticed that Hao Jian, the CEO of Longhe Real Estate, had also arrived. This portly gentleman, having been cured of his diabetes, was incessantly licking a sugar-coated hawthorn skewer. He was accompanied by several high-ranking officials, whom Lin Bai recognized from television. Though he could not recall their specific titles, a group of them stood elevated, gesturing towards the ruins, seemingly deliberating on how to repurpose the land. In truth, Hao had long desired to acquire the land for the redevelopment of a riverside residential complex. Yet, the convoluted circumstances had made negotiations with the backstreet residents, who could easily become stubborn holdouts, exceedingly difficult. This fire, however, had inadvertently aided Hao, simplifying the negotiations for acquisition and resettlement. Lin Bai understood that the displaced residents of the backstreet would undoubtedly receive new homes, and at no cost to them. After all, there were merely 52 households. Hao could effortlessly construct a dozen stories with 8 units per floor, accommodating them with ease. The land was ample enough to erect 7 or 8 buildings, dedicating half of one for the old residents while profiting from the remainder. The backstreet residents would feel fortunate, as their burnt houses would be replaced with new ones, allowing them to exchange their dilapidated furniture and homes for valuable new properties. It was a win-win situation for the government. The demolition of the old neighborhood and the construction of a new one would enhance the city's image, also yielding benefits. Ultimately, everyone involved emerged victorious, with no one suffering a loss. But who, then, was the true loser in this scenario? Lin Bai felt a chill run down his spine. As night fell, the streets finally quieted down, with the fire brigade, Tianshu Technology, Longhe Real Estate, and the officials having departed completely. The butterfly had arrived. She did not arrive gracefully in her usual colorful skirt. Instead, she came disheveled and drenched in blood, as if she had clawed her way out of hell. As she dashed into the realm of the iron flowers, she collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to move. Behind her, 2 men clad in black were in pursuit. Upon witnessing her fall, they burst into laughter and reached out to seize her. However, their hands halted at the very edge of the iron flowers. Unable to advance even a millimeter further, the 2 men exerted every ounce of strength, desperately attempting to push forward. Yet it felt as though an invisible wall of air obstructed their path. No matter their efforts, they could not progress. They exclaimed in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Realizing they could not enter, they resorted to firearms, drawing pistols equipped with silencers, and fired several shots at the motionless figure of the butterfly girl. What transpired next was even more absurd. The bullets became lodged in the air wall, suspended in midair. What on earth was happening? The 2 men were paralyzed with fear. The butterfly girl lay on the ground, gasping heavily, and observing her pursuers struggle against the air wall, she finally exhaled in relief. The prowess of the Flower Empress and Little White was indeed formidable. This iron flower was an enigma, allowing her entry while barring her assailants, even preventing bullets from passing through. She pondered whether this was the power of technology or some form of supernatural ability. She leaned towards the latter, beginning to suspect that the Flower Empress and Little White were not mere genetically modified individuals, but rather endowed with extraordinary powers. However, such thoughts could only remain unspoken, as no one would believe her. The streets were eerily quiet at night. The female overlord was not seated at her doorstep sipping tea, but had long since burrowed into her bed, soundly asleep. Yet, she remained acutely aware of the events unfolding at the edge of the iron flowers. With a flick of her wrist, she cast a spell, erecting the air wall. The territory of the iron flowers was her domain. She delighted in granting entry to whomever she pleased, while ensuring that those she disdained could not enter, unless they possessed the strength to break her magic. an ability that was rare across the realms. Uninterested in the happenings outside, she called out loudly to her neighbor, Little White. Come out and witness the spectacle. Someone is attempting to assault the butterfly girl in broad daylight. First the violation, then the murder. It's absolutely riveting. At that moment, Lin Bai was clad in superhero underwear, using his X-ray vision to peer through the walls, watching as Qian shed her spider suit and snuggled into bed. The warmth and happiness he felt were abruptly shattered by the Overlord's shout, leaving him in a foul mood. He quickly removed his superhero attire, donned a robe, and dashed outside, only to behold the bloodied butterfly girl sprawled at the edge of the iron flowers, while the two men in black were relentlessly pummeling the air wall. Caught off guard, he exclaimed, What happened to you, Miss Flower? Do not call me Miss Flower. You may refer to me as Jinjin. The butterfly raised her head from the ground, her voice frail as she coughed up blood. Managing a bitter smile, a group of men in black just ambushed my butterfly gang, slaughtering over a dozen of my subordinates. I fled in my car, but these ruffians had a rocket launcher and reduced my beloved vehicle to mere scrap. Luckily, I jumped out in time and managed to escape here. She succinctly recounted the ordeal, yet the reality was far more complex. The black-clad assailants exhibited a ruthless disregard for life, far more brutal than even the likes of Pudding Brother and Dan Brother. The butterfly saw in these men the same ruthless tactics employed by Chi Fei when he consolidated the Jinju gang years ago, and a profound fear gripped her heart as she fought desperately to escape. In this vast world, she found no sanctuary. Several times during her flight, she nearly surrendered to despair. Suddenly, Lin Bai came to mind. Perhaps he would be willing to shelter her. Thus, she summoned her remaining strength and staggered to the old street. Exhaustion had drained her to her limits, and the moment she entered the realm of Iron Flower, her mental fortitude crumbled, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Upon seeing Lin Bai, tears streamed down her face. In the presence of this formidable man, she felt a sense of safety. He had previously aided her in breaking free from Pudding Brother and Dan Brother's grasp. Now, she found herself reliant on him once more. Xiao Bai, save me. Lin Bai did not even glance at the black-clad man behind him as he scooped up the butterfly in his arms. We must return home. Your bloodied appearance will frighten the neighbors. The folks around here are simple and do not appreciate violence. Stop. Two black-clad men shouted, creating an invisible barrier of air. Who are you? Why are you assisting the butterfly? What is this barrier? Lin Bai chuckled derisively. Have you truly grasped the situation? How dare you question me? It is I who should be interrogating you. Who are you, and why do you pursue Miss Butterfly? The two men in black sneered. Such arrogance. You have crossed our organization, and there is only one fate awaiting you. In truth, these black-clad men were taciturn and cold-hearted warriors, but faced with the peculiar barrier, their bullets could not penetrate, leaving them to rely on words to attack Lin Bai. Before they could finish, Lin Bai stepped forward, adopting an expression that suggested he would strike. Suddenly recalling that he wasn't wearing his Superman underwear, and thus couldn't rely on superpowers. He popped a strange energy-enhancing pill into his mouth and moved behind Iron Flower, glaring at the two men through the air barrier. Have the courage to come out from behind the barrier. One of the black-clad men taunted. Very well, I shall emerge. Lin Bai boldly stepped through the barrier. Unarmed while both black-clad men wielded guns, they were taken aback by his audacity. In that brief moment of surprise, Lin Bai's fist connected with one man's face, sending him crumpling to the ground in a heap. The second black-clad man, startled, quickly raised his gun to shoot at Lin Bai, but Lin Bai stepped back, retreating behind the air barrier. The bullet hung suspended in midair, an absurd sight. With a tone of earnest reprimand, Lin Bai remarked, Fool, you clearly intended to bait me out, yet you did not consider that I might actually oblige. You are even more foolish than I.